Fired, robbed of clients, mocked by former colleagues as a company parasite and a penny pincher, even struggling to pay rent. After more than 20 years of hard work, I ended up becoming the most miserable among all those who looked down on me. Just as I was ready to accept my fate and embrace this rough life, a ding sound echoed in my mind. The perfect Tycoon System finished loading, completely stunning me. The next second, the extra 100,000 yuan in my bank card told me, I am no longer that bullied beast of burden. And the first 2,000 yuan red envelope I sent instantly multiplied into 40,000 yuan, startling all the relatives who had mocked me. Kneel down right now and call me young master. I will make everyone who ever looked down on me know that from today onward, you're not even worthy of tying my shoes. My name is Zhou Yang, the top performer who was fired by the company on the grounds of malicious competition and undermining unity. The reason was simple, I refused to hand over a multi-million-dollar deal to my boss's son, Huang Tao. The commission from this order was originally meant for my sister's medical treatment, but now it's completely ruined. The ultimate Tycoon System %% returning to the cramped rental apartment, the noise from my next-door roommate kept me awake all night. Just as I was cursing, I accidentally scrolled past an ad and impulsively gave it a like. Ding! The perfect Tycoon System is loading. The sudden activity in my mind made me freeze, followed by confusion. It wasn't until the system loading completion prompt sounded again that I realized this wasn't a hallucination. Ding! The perfect Tycoon System has finished loading. Ding! Current functions have been unlocked. Check-in rewards, post daily on your social media circle, and based on the content quality rating, you can receive different levels of check-in gifts after 2400 hours. Shinhao Reserve Fund, daily 100,000 yuan reserve fund, withdrawable, provides legal income receipts and tax payment certificates for worry-free use. Trigger reward, the host will receive additional check-in opportunities when making special purchases. I'm grinning from ear to ear. With this system, I no longer have to worry about money. I immediately selected the withdrawal option on the reserve funds page. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your bank card ending with 5858 made a transaction at 6 o'clock on January 2nd. 808, a cross-bank transfer of 100,000 yuan was deposited. It's true, the 100,000 yuan has arrived. I didn't hesitate to transfer 100,000 to my mother. I come from a rural background, and it was my mother who worked tirelessly to raise both me and my sister, who suffers from leukemia. Now, I can finally afford my sister's treatment. I took a screenshot and posted it on my Moments. Little sister, get well soon. Big brother will post on Moments to support you. Ding! The host's filial piety meets the special consumption trigger rules, granting an additional check-in reward. Host, would you like to check in? Check in. Ding! Host sign-in successful. Obtained red packet split card, daily card, X1. Already stored in system space, please check. Red packet split card, daily card. Whether it's a red envelope sent by the host or one that was grabbed. Each host can receive a reward equal to the total red envelope amount X divided by the number of people grabbing the red envelope, valid for 24 hours. At that very moment, a distant uncle from the family group sent out a red envelope. Red envelope split card, activate. I quickly tapped the red envelope and snagged the last one just in time. Ding! Host successfully grabbed the Flowers Bloom and Wealth Flourish red packet. The red packet has been completely claimed. The red packet split card, daily card, has taken effect. Host has received a total reward amount of 200 yuan times 10 people equals 2,000 yuan. Deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. 2,000 yuan received. The group chat exploded with chatter as second uncle started mocking me for not getting one. Soon after, other relatives also saw the screenshot of my 100,000 yuan transfer posted on my Moments and started to mock and ridicule me, questioning whether I'm stealing images to pretend to be rich. Do they really think I'm that easygoing? Ever since I was a child, coming from a single-parent family, I've never been treated well by relatives. I decided to send out a big red envelope to let them witness it. The earnings from the red envelope splitting card are calculated based on the amount and the number of people. I entered the entire 2,000 yuan as the amount, set it to be grabbed by 20 people, attached a blessing, and sent it out. The red envelope was snatched up in an instant. Ding! The red envelope you sent in the loving family group chat has been claimed. The red envelope split card, daily card, is now in effect. The host received a total red envelope reward of 2,000 yuan multiplied by 20 people, equaling 40,000 yuan. Deposited into the bank account ending in 5858. 40,000 yuan received. So easy. The group chat instantly erupted, messages flooded in with 99 plus notifications, and the relatives' expressions swiftly shifted from mockery to fawning. The change in attitude was astonishingly swift. I was just about to head out for breakfast when the company work group suddenly became active. The brain-dead boss's son Huang Tao. Waiting outside Jack Ma's venue was so boring. Anyone up early? Sending a red envelope today. Celebrating Zhou Yang, that idiot, leaving the company. He sent a baiting red envelope, and I didn't hold back, I snatched it right away. Ding! Host has grabbed Huang Tao's red envelope. The red envelope has been fully claimed. The red envelope split card, daily card, has taken effect. The host received a total bonus of 200 yuan multiplied by 30 people, amounting to a reward of 6,000 yuan. The amount has been deposited into the bank card ending with 5858. 6,000 yuan received, feels great. I snatched the farewell red packet meant to celebrate my departure. Huang Tao contributed quite a bit too. As soon as my red packet snatching info was posted, colleagues in the group began fawning over Huang Tao while mocking me with all kinds of vulgar insults. The fickleness of human relationships was laid bare. Huang Tao was even more smug, sending messages to mock me for snatching red packets, while implying that he simply enjoyed watching me act without principles. Honesty to the point of being deadly. Then, those colleagues began frantically exposing my dark secrets, and even the apprentice I had helped turned against me. They took advantage of my misfortune to attack me. %% Huang Tao, the brain-dead boss's son at Zhou Yang, TSK, how does it feel to be the rat crossing the street? Huang Tao bloated provocatively, waiting to see me utterly humiliated. I'd like to know your thoughts on Zhou Yang's action of using red envelope splitting cards in the company group to earn 6,000 yuan. 003 Enough with the charade, I'm laying my cards on the table. Brain-dead boss's son Wang Tao at Zhou Yang 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 at Zhou Yang. Get your ass out here and talk to me, or you won't get a single penny of your severance pay today. Zhou Yang hadn't planned to respond. But seeing Huang Tao's smug, petty-minded expression, he suddenly couldn't take it anymore. Damn it! He's not even at the company anymore, and he still has to put up with this crap? Without hesitation, Zhou Yang fired back. Top salesman Zhou Yang, dare to cut a single penny from my salary or a single dime from my commission, and we'll see each other at labor arbitration. The words had barely left his mouth. Zhou Yang felt every pore in his body relax with satisfaction. Over the past few months, the company had assigned Huang Tao to shadow him and learn sales techniques. Guided by a spirit of selfless dedication, he had poured out his knowledge without reservation. But this spoiled brat wasn't learning a thing. All he did was go in and out of the office chatting with female colleagues. Once, when Zhou Yang caught them, the bastard actually asked Zhou Yang if he wanted to join them. Zhou Yang lost his temper on the spot. Work is work, and life is life. How could he treat his job like a game? After Zhou Yang's scolding, Huang Tao completely severed ties with him. Otherwise, Huang Tao wouldn't have snatched the order away from him. Now, though, with the divine wealth system in hand, he stands tall and proud. What a load of crap about some young master. From now on, they'll all have to kneel and call him dad. But Zhou Yang's behavior left his former colleagues stunned. Accountant Wang Hui, whoa, treating resignation like a divorce? Talk like that? Daring to speak to young master Huan like that? Doesn't he fear not getting paid? Technical engineer Zhao Lan, probably watched too many brainless soap operas and thinks he's some rich kid now? Marketing manager He Feng, what if he really is some rich kid experiencing life? I ask you, young master Huang, are you scared? At Huang Tao. Brain-dead boss's son Huang Tao, I'd actually be scared if he wasn't some rich kid's son. That'd make playing with him way more fun. This group acted like a double act, openly and subtly provoking Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows. Fine, you wanna play this way? Then don't blame him for slapping their faces. Top salesman Zhou Yang, hey, you guys guessed right. I was trying to be your friend as an ordinary person, but I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I really am a rich kid. I'm going home to inherit the family fortune. Hearing this, the crowd cheered even louder. Accountant Wang Hui, this Zhou Yang sure is a character. He doesn't see it as shameful, he's proud of it. Can't he tell everyone's mocking him? Engineering Zhao Lan, probably a side effect from too many vaccines. I sometimes fantasize like that too. Production supervisor Wang Bing at marketing manager He Feng, old he, so you've been hiding a rich kid under your nose all this time? How come I never knew? Marketing manager He Feng, young master Huang is the real deal. As for Zhou Yang? Maybe he'll get a better reincarnation next lifetime. Just as Zhou Yang had anticipated. A dog's mouth never spits out ivory. They were all sycophants. Fortunately, he had bid farewell to this circle once and for all. From now on, they could never belong to the same social stratum. With the system in hand, Zhou Yang would now seek resources within society's mainstream circles, becoming the center of attention. Just as he was about to leave the group, a message pulled Zhou Yang back in. Brain-dead boss's son Huang Tao at Zhou Yang, you? Looking like a total cheapskate, and you call yourself a rich kid? Ha! You're usually as stingy as a miser, and now you're trying to act like a big shot? If you're so confident, why don't you send a big red envelope in the group and show everyone what a rich kid you really are? He then flung a screenshot into the chat. It was a receipt from the breakfast at Sky Riverview Cantonese tea restaurant, totaling 5,200 yuan. Brain-dead boss's son Huang Tao at Zhou Yang, this was just my casual breakfast before heading to Hangzhou this morning. Enough to cover a month's salary for a rich kid like you, right? Others immediately chimed in. Accountant Wang Hui, exactly, young master Zhou. Time to prove your worth. Hope you don't chicken out and delete the group. Techie Zhao Lan, don't even think about sending a single penny. I wouldn't pick up a penny off the street. Second apprentice, Chubby Tian and I, Master Zhou, teach me. I haven't mastered your level of showboating yet. Huang Tao was certain that if he asked Zhou Yang to send a red envelope, Zhou Yang would find every excuse to refuse. They'd all seen how he scrimped and saved every penny in his daily life. They absolutely didn't believe Zhou Yang would send a red envelope. True to their expectations, Zhou Yang played dead and vanished without a trace. At that very moment, Zhou Yang was fulfilling his earlier promise. He had already arrived at the foot massage parlor and booked 2 therapists. One for the upper body. One massaged below. The technician was chatting with Zhou Yang, who was wearing disposable blue underwear. Handsome, it's rare to see a customer come in this early. Zhou Yang stroked her conscience and said indifferently. I like mornings, the earlier the better. Oh, come on, you're so hot, you must be popular with the ladies. Not at all. I'm still single. Don't believe me? Watch my hand speed. The technician giggled uncontrollably at Zhou Yang's teasing. Handsome, add us on WeChat. If you can send each of us a 200 yuan red envelope, you won't have to work so hard yourself. Oh yeah. This is right up my alley. Zhou Yang was so excited he started speaking in foreign languages. Red envelopes? He'd almost forgotten about the technicians. After adding both technicians on WeChat, he immediately sent a 200 yuan red envelope. Ding! Host has claimed their own sent red envelope. Red envelope split card daily activated. Host receives total reward of 200 yuan. 3 people equals 600 yuan, deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Handsome, you're so mean sending it yourself and then grabbing it. Zhou Yang gave a faint smile, offering no explanation. With just that one move, he'd already earned back the girl's transaction fee. Just then, he glanced at the company group chat. He frowned instantly. Saying he didn't dare send red envelopes? He was actually looking for a place to send red envelopes. So he replied directly in the workgroup. Top sales rep Zhou Yang, fine. Then I'll send the biggest one. He was going to turn these clowns into tools for his own profit. So Zhou Yang opened the red envelope interface. He entered his entire balance of 46,000 yuan. But strangely, the red envelope interface turned gray and became unresponsive. Ding! Current world rules restrict WeChat red envelopes to a maximum of 20,000 yuan for the host. 20,000? If used wisely, that should be enough. Phew. Zhou Yang then directly entered the total number of members in the workgroup, 33 people. Click send. After sending it, Zhou Yang quickly grabbed a red envelope to avoid the minimum number requirement, then immediately left the group. Seeing Zhou Yang leave, his colleagues all snickered. Accountant Wang Hui, TSK, young Master Zhou really sent a red packet. I'll test it myself to see if it's worth a dime. Stay tuned for updates. With that, Wang Hui tapped the red envelope. Suddenly, a new interface popped up. Good luck and prosperity. Congratulations! You've claimed a red envelope from gold medal salesman Zhou Yang. 1,896.23. Deposited into your wallet, ready for spending. Wang Hui was rushing to the office on the subway. For a moment, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She couldn't help but count the characters with her finger. 10, 2, 3, 4. What was going on? Had she just snagged half a month's salary? He instinctively exited the interface and checked his balance. 12,126.56. It really was over 1,800 yuan more than before. Seeing this, her heart began to pound wildly. Whoa! Could Zhou Yang really be some rich kid living it up? She had been quite polite when speaking earlier, hadn't she? Not too loud. Curiosity got the better of her, and she hesitantly tapped into Zhou Yang's social feed. Suddenly, a screenshot of a 100,000 yuan transfer flashed, its crimson hue glaring. Caption: Get well soon, little sister. Big brother will support you through social media. Scrolling down revealed a reply. Sister Wan Ning, little sis keeps big bro in her heart, big bro keeps little sis online. Whoa. 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 Just a quick repost and it's 10 grand? This sister, she's not the kind of sister I imagined, is she? Wang Hui wrinkled her nose. She had a side hustle too, why couldn't she meet such a generous big brother? In that moment, Zhou Yang's image as a rich kid solidified in Wang Hui's mind. She couldn't help but secretly send Zhou Yang a smiley face in private chat. Accountant Wang Hui, young Master Zhou, you're so low-key. I was just joking with you earlier, hope you don't mind? Let me make it up to you, okay? Her compensation was a selfie of her legs in stockings. The stockings were pulled up a bit high, leaving room for imagination. Then she added a feigned apology. Accountant Wang Hui, oops, sent the wrong pic, ended up sending a private one. Accountant Wang Hui, hey, Zhou Yang, you like photography too, right? Maybe we could arrange a photo shoot together. Naturally, Zhou Yang pinched the screen to zoom in and study it. But the background was so dark, he couldn't make out a thing. No sincerity. Besides, he never had much interest in Wang Hui to begin with. She was barely a 7 out of 10, not worthy of his current standards. Besides, girls who throw themselves at you usually aren't worth it, and they might even have diseases. So after glancing at her photo, he blocked Wang Hui outright. As Wang Hui typed a private message to Zhou Yang, she noticed a red exclamation mark had already popped up. Damn it, why be so petty? I was just being a little too blunt. She stomped her foot in frustration, already regretting it. If she'd seen Zhou Yang's social media earlier, she never would have spoken like that in the group chat. But she didn't know that if she'd told Zhou Yang about her frank and outspoken trait, he might not have deleted her. After all, it was a talent, after all. At that moment, someone else in the group had tagged Wang Hui. Tech Xiaolan at Wang Hui, Hui, you're killing me. Did the poison kill you? Is it really a 1-cent red packet? Senior apprentice Skinny Monkey Chen Ming, no need to ask, Zhou Yang really did send me a 1-cent red envelope, and he had the nerve to make me call him master for half a year. Production supervisor Wang Bing, let's call it quits. Snatching red packets like this just brings bad luck. Marketing manager He Feng, hey, hold up. What if you hurt young Master Zhou's feelings? Evil grin emoji, X5. But Wang Hui was feeling dizzy at that moment. Even though Zhou Yang had blocked her, she dared not offend him. Who knows how much clout this hidden rich kid has? So she replied cautiously in the group chat. Accountant Wang Hui, maybe Zhou Yang really is young Master Zhou. Ha! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Wang Hui's revelation left everyone a bit stunned. Technical expert Zhao Lan snatched the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. The top apprentice, Skinny Monkey Chen Ming, snatched the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. Production workshop supervisor Wang Bing snatched the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. Marketing manager He Feng snatched the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. Senior apprentice Tian Ni snatched the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. The brain-dead boss's son, Huang Tao, snagged the red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. Huang Tao, the boss's brain-dead son, that gave me a fright. I actually thought it was some rich kid's red envelope. Turns out it's just a worthless 1-cent envelope. Wang Hui, come to my office today. Your punishment is 1 hour of desk cleaning labor. Wang Hui pouted on the subway. Under the desk duty again. But she hadn't slept well last night and now had a mouth ulcer. Huang Tao's boast in the group chat wasn't just arrogance, he genuinely only snagged a penny. But this time, he noticed the group fell silent. No one chimed in to agree with him. Curious, he tapped the red envelope to see how much others had snatched. Ha! 004 things are finally looking up. Accountant Wang Hui snagged 1,892.23 yuan. Technical staff member Zhao Lan snagged 628.16 yuan. Sales team 1's Chen Ming won 123.45 yuan. Sales team 1's Tian Ni secured 64.84 yuan. Marketing manager He Feng secured 999.25 yuan. Front desk Qin Li snagged 3,826.33 yuan. Best luck indicator. Huang Tao snagged 0.01 yuan. Whoa! A bag worth 20,000 yuan? Is Zhou Yang being this extravagant? Could he be giving away his entire year's living expenses? That doesn't make sense. 20,000 isn't exactly peanuts, but even a rich kid like Huang Tao wouldn't just throw that kind of money around for no reason. So, could Zhou Yang actually be a rich kid? Then the feud between them. But even if Zhou Yang has some clout, he's got nothing to fear. In Haicheng, he's got big brother Lu Shao watching his back. In the East District, brother Lu runs the show. Besides, he could strike first and use Lu Shao's influence to teach Zhou Yang a lesson. Just as Huang Tao was reeling in shock, Zhou Yang was already beaming with delight. Ding! The red envelopes distributed by the host in the Shengyu and Company workgroup have been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 33 people equals 660,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Pop. Pop. Bop. ICBC Bank, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 660,000 yuan at 7:31 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 686,956.65 yuan. 163 email reminder, you have new emails. Please check promptly. Longway taxation. Dear withholding agent, your income tax of yuan has been paid by company. Click for details. Just one red envelope and the savings in his hands had surged to nearly 700,000 yuan. Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement. But this time, he merely glanced at the balance without counting every zero like he had when he first received 100,000 yuan. For him, this was merely the beginning. As the red envelope was claimed, Zhou Yang's WeChat began buzzing with activity. Private messages popped up non-stop. Senior apprentice Skinny Monkey Chen Ming, Master, it's me. Your favorite disciple, Chen Ming. I've run into some trouble lately. Could I borrow 50,000 from you for now? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and blocked him. Marketing manager He Feng, hey Zhou Yang, you've been working under me for so long and you didn't even tell me? How about setting up a couple tables tonight to apologize to everyone? Zhou Yang gave a forced smile and blocked him. Technical support Zhao Lan. Wow, it really is young Master Zhou. You're so funny. You fooled everyone. I happen to be free this weekend, how about we meet privately? Honestly, I'm the one most upset about this injustice. Zhou Yang chuckled coldly. This green tea girl even Hualala would ask if she's a large or small shipment. She's not even as good as Wang Hui. Blocked. He blocked over a dozen people in succession. But when he saw the message from receptionist Qinli, Zhou Yang paused involuntarily. Qinli was the company's ambassador, a beauty he rated over 9.5 out of 10. Though she always wore a smile for everyone, she radiated an icy aloofness that kept people at arm's length. Many had pursued her, only to be rebuffed. Zhou Yang had secretly done some things behind closed doors that were unfaithful to Qinli. But on the surface, Zhou Yang hid it well. He and Qinli were merely nodding acquaintances, exchanging greetings only when entering or leaving the office each day. In 3 years, they'd barely exchanged a word beyond work-related matters. The reason he added Qinli on WeChat was because when Zhou Yang wasn't in the office and clients came looking for him, Qinli would relay messages and take care of the clients. Several crucial orders were secured for Zhou Yang thanks to Qinli's intervention, preventing them from being snatched away by competitors. So Zhou Yang felt grateful toward Qinli. He never expected her to reach out first. Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart as he opened the message. Qinli, front desk. Zhou Yang, could you lend me 100,000 yuan? A loan? If it were anyone else, Zhou Yang wouldn't even consider it, he'd refuse outright. But when it came to Qinli, he had to think it over. Seeing Zhou Yang hadn't replied for a while, Qinli sent another message. Front desk Qinli, sorry, that was presumptuous of me. Zhou Yang had intended to ask Qinli what had happened. But halfway through typing, he deleted it. What good would it do him to know what had happened to Qinli? Sometimes, what happens to someone isn't the basis for helping them. It's the impression you have of someone that truly matters. So Zhou Yang transferred 100,000 yuan without a moment's hesitation. Company reception area. Qinli, who had approached this with a tentative attitude, could scarcely believe his eyes. So straightforward? Without even asking questions? Is this the foundation of a rich kid? Front desk Qinli, aren't you even going to ask me what happened? Zhou Yang's reply was succinct. Zhou Yang, not necessary. Qinli fell silent for a moment. She seemed stunned by Zhou Yang's arrogance. After a moment, she replied. Qinli at the front desk, thank you, Zhou Yang. I'll repay you as soon as possible. Zhou Yang, no need to be so formal between friends. If you need more, just come ask me. Qinli wasn't one to talk much. Yet Zhou Yang's words warmed her heart. Sitting at the company front desk, she drifted off in thought. Did Zhou Yang consider her a friend? What kind of friend would transfer 100,000 yuan without even asking? Regardless, at least she could finally redeem her brother from those villains. Even though her brother was a troublemaker, he was still her flesh and blood. She couldn't just abandon him. As for how she would repay Zhou Yang, Qinli couldn't help but bite her lip lightly with her pearly teeth. The reason she borrowed money from Zhou Yang was because she was truly at her wit's end. She'd already asked every friend she could turn to, but the results were brutal. Additionally, she'd been stunned by Zhou Yang's generous gestures in the workgroup chat. And she had seen Zhou Yang's social media posts. Unsurprisingly, she'd misread the situation. If Zhou Yang could casually give 100,000 to someone like that, maybe he'd do the same for her if she was willing to sacrifice herself. Across from her, Zhou Yang stretched lazily after finishing all this, as if it were the most trivial thing in the world. 100,000 yuan was no longer worth Zhou Yang's attention. The technician had already gone to the restroom to rinse her mouth and wash her hands. She kept praising how cool Zhou Yang looked when he handed out the red envelopes. He's such a generous person. So much more generous than other customers. After a busy half-day, Zhou Yang's stomach was growling loudly. Life needs balance between work and rest. You've got to give and take, that's the way to go. Stepping out of the foot spa, Zhou Yang hailed a cab straight to Wanhua Tianxian Mall, diagonally across from his office, heading for the priciest Cantonese dim sum restaurant with skyline views. Huang Tao had bragged about having breakfast here, hadn't he? Zhou Yang intended to see just how outrageously expensive this place was. He'd post about it on his social media later, delivering a second blow to Huang Tao. Now that he had money, he deserved to eat well and then head to the office to process his resignation. Rumor had it this restaurant featured exquisitely crafted, diverse dishes and one glaringly obvious trait: it was expensive. It was a hotspot for young people, often frequented by big influencers. Rumor even had it that the famous influencer by Shui might show up today. Who knew if it was true? Zhou Yang studied the menu intently. The dish names were all so strange, he had no idea what they were. If it weren't for the accompanying pictures, he'd never be able to match the names to the actual dishes. Uncertain which dish would be tasty, he hesitated to order. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel to himself. Life really has gotten better. He dared to eat breakfast at a place like this. Back in the day, he'd have been scared stiff of being ripped off just by looking at a place like this. The waiter observed Zhou Yang's wide-eyed, inexperienced demeanor. He greeted him with a polite smile, but a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Because plenty of customers came here just to show off. Most would order 3 or 4 cheap dishes just to snap photos for social media. In the waiter's eyes, Zhou Yang, dressed in plain clothes, was undoubtedly one of them. But Zhou Yang was feeling bold now, even flirting with the waitstaff. "Hey, sweetie, I think your place should run a promotion where customers get a free meal if they wear stockings. That'd really boost business." As he spoke, Zhou Yang stared intently at the waitress's beautiful legs. The waitress immediately covered her snow-white calves with her skirt. Though she said nothing, her eyes spoke volumes. Pervert. She quickly changed the subject and began asking Zhou Yang about his order. "Sir, is your meal ready?" Her tone was polite, but her eyes betrayed a hint of contempt. He'd seen plenty of these provincial bumpkins before. Flipping through the menu over and over, wasn't he just complaining the dishes were too expensive? Too bad the cheapest dish on their menu was 88 yuan. So, wanting to show off comes at a price. Still, most people could afford it if they gritted their teeth. A meal like this today would probably prompt countless photos posted to WeChat Moments for bragging rights. No matter how much the waiter might grumble inwardly, he kept his thoughts to himself. But the young couple in the booth diagonally across the room were a different story. The gold digger in her bathhouse-style outfit snapped away with her phone. After putting her phone down, she gave Zhou Yang a slightly mocking look. "Young master, go, look at that guy over there. How embarrassing. He hasn't ordered a single dish in ages. What's he doing pretending to be rich in a place like this when he clearly can't afford it? And the nerve of him telling the waiter that wearing black stockings gets you in for free. Does he seriously think he can sneak in wearing stockings to freeload? I've seen plenty of these types. Just puffing themselves up to look important. A place like this, where even a few random dishes cost over 1,000, isn't somewhere a broke guy can afford." Exactly. Sitting in the same restaurant as someone like that makes it feel like he's dragging down your class, Mr. Go. He's not part of our circle. He can try to force his way in, but he'll never fit. And stop calling me Go Xiao, I hate that. From now on, call me Dan Xiao. Go Xiao took a casual bite of his dish and spoke to his female companion across the table as if no one else were present. Their voices carried clearly, every word landing in Zhou Yang's ears. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. This young master Godan and that gold digger were really overstepping with their remarks. So just because he played with his phone for a bit, they assumed he can't afford to order food? Was their judgment of people really this shallow? But that young master called Godan? He only ordered 7 or 8 dishes, what's he trying to pull? My temper flares so easily. How could I put up with this? Today, I'll make them remember what a true big spender looks like. So Zhou Yang slammed the menu down on the table. He summoned the floor manager. Volume cranked all the way up. "No need to look. Bring me one of everything on the menu. But I have one request, have the waitstaff wear black stockings when serving me." 005. It was a bit perverted, but not entirely unacceptable. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, the manager was completely dumbfounded. This request was a bit perverted, wasn't it? Make all the waitstaff wear black stockings? Are young people's preferences this peculiar nowadays? His face darkened considerably. This guy must be looking for trouble. Just then, Zhou Yang suddenly waved his phone in front of him. He showed him the balance on his bank card. "This should cover a meal and watching some black stockings, right?" The manager's eyes widened instantly. His expression changed like a Sichuan opera face-changing act in a second, breaking into a warm smile. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, Godfather? If an ordinary customer had said that, he'd assumed they were here to cause trouble. But he also said that applied to ordinary customers. Zhou Yang was no ordinary customer. Because Zhou Yang's balance wouldn't lie. That's why the manager actually hesitated. This guy spends hundreds of thousands on a single meal. Such a high-value customer. Is it too much to ask for a small favor? Is it too much? Is it unreasonable? The client just has a particular preference. Completely understandable. Can't we earn a little money just to save face? So upon careful reflection, Zhou Yang's request, though perverted, wasn't unreasonable. It wasn't entirely unacceptable. After all, he wanted to visit a place where the waitresses wore black stockings too. The manager immediately began bowing and scraping, looking at Zhou Yang as if he were his benefactor. "Bro, don't worry, this isn't even a request." The manager happily went to make arrangements for Zhou Yang. But the exchange between Zhou Yang and the manager had drawn the attention of patrons in several nearby open booths. After all, they hadn't seen Zhou Yang's bank balance. Immediately, snickers erupted one after another. Did I hear that right? Someone's ordering the one book set at Sky River? The last person who ordered that was that guy from Sea Emperor, Jin Fan, right? He probably didn't see the last 3 pages of the menu. The cheapest dish alone is 18,888 yuan. Seeing that would probably scare him to death. I thought he was some nouveau riche. Turns out he's just a working stiff. He probably doesn't have $200 to his name, yet he's here trying to act like a big shot? Mark my words how arrogant he is now, how pathetic he'll be when the bill comes. Clearly, they all thought Zhou Yang was just showing off. If he ordered every dish on the menu, it wouldn't even come close to 100,000 yuan. It's just breakfast. What kind of family eats like this? Sure, the kid's as handsome as our esteemed readers, but looks don't put food on the table. Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhou Yang grew curious. He was just ordering food. Was it really necessary for people to make such a fuss, as if he couldn't afford it? He opened the menu to take another look. Secret recipe: braised lion's head, goose heads 10 servings, 18,888. Almost caviar 50g over rice noodles, 28,888. Sky River View exclusive secret recipe: Buddha jumps over the wall 1 bowl, 38,888. Just these 3 dishes alone totaled over 80,000 yuan. Add in the other dishes, and the breakfast bill would easily surpass 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yang sucked on his teeth. It was a bit pricey. But there must be a reason for the price. Isn't life meant to be enjoyed? We weren't born just to watch others indulge, were we? So instead of feeling daunted, he found himself intrigued. It's only 100,000 yuan. He could earn that back in no time. So Zhou Yang had already started looking for people to send red envelopes to. Meanwhile, that young master Godan, seeing Zhou Yang actually click one book, thinking Zhou Yang must be provoked and trying to compete with him, he turned back in surprise, his eyes brimming with mockery. Kid, you're something else. I'm actually curious to see how you'll bet on a single book. The gold digger across from him snorted derisively, wearing an expression of pure schadenfreude. Young master Go, you won't believe it, this one meal might lead him paying off debts for years. To such mockery, Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered to respond. It was like a dog that bit you, would you bite back? The simplest solution was to prove his worth and silence these barking fools. He waved to the manager again. I just forgot something. Black stockings shouldn't be worn for free. Create a group chat for all the waitresses wearing black stockings who serve in this restaurant. I want to send them a 20,000 yuan bonus red envelope. The manager's face lit up with delight upon hearing this. Now he'd have an even easier time explaining it to the waitstaff. After all, this money would go directly to the servers without passing through the restaurant's accounts. Who wouldn't want that perk? Plus, he could grab some red envelopes too. So the manager swiftly created a black stockings waitstaff group. Zhou Yang immediately tossed out a 20,000 red envelope to stir things up. Then he promptly left the group and deleted the contacts. After all, the purpose of sending the red envelope was achieved, and there'd be no further interaction. Keeping them around was pointless. There were 20 waitresses in the group. All young women responsible for serving dishes. When they first got the assignment, they were a bit reluctant. But now, seeing the red envelopes, they're all hyped up. Group 1, Lu Pingping, I snagged 1,999 yuan. If every customer were like this, I'd gladly wear black stockings every day. Group 2, Xing Lily, 983.56. Wonder if wearing fishnet stockings would get this gentleman to glance my way. Group 1, Guan Xiaoyu, 2016.32. Well, my shiny legs are already on display. Group 1, Chen Xia, it's work hours. Pay attention, stop playing with your phones. Wait? 1,688.88 yuan? Are you crazy? Who's this big spender? Oh, stockings? I have those too. The ripped kind. What girl doesn't have a few secret treasures tucked away? Especially when Zhou Yang is so handsome and rich, they'd all love to get closer. After all, looks matter. What if they got his contact info? Then they could call him brother all the time, right? So the waitresses suddenly started competing to outdo each other. Black stockings, white stockings, glossy legs, fishnets, riptights, pantyhose, each with their own unique charm. They took turns serving Zhou Yang, leaving the surrounding customers staring in awe. Holy crap! If they'd known your restaurant offered this kind of service, they would have ordered it too. But sour grapes are always sour. Young Master Go snorted, clearly displeased with Zhou Yang's successful show of swagger. He's just a nouveau riche upstart. A wild boar can't handle fine bran. With 20,000 yuan, he could have hired a club model, yet he's staring at black stockings. Young Master Go is absolutely right. Call me Young Master Dan. But calling him Young Master Dan just feels off, like something's missing. This time, Go Xiao and the gold digger kept their voices much lower. Zhou Yang chuckled, not bothering to engage. As a high roller, how could he tolerate being questioned? Of course, he had to shut all doubters up. Ding! Host's message in the Ocean View Cantonese Tea House waitstaff group has been claimed. Red envelope splitter card daily activated. Host receives total red envelope reward, 20,000 yuan. 20 people equals 400,000 yuan. Funds deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Put. ICBC Bank, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 400,000 yuan at 8:36 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 1,132,956.65 yuan. In the time it takes to order a meal, 400,000 yuan effortlessly lands in your hands. Making money is just that simple. Meanwhile, those waitresses in black stockings paraded around like models, carrying dishes to Zhou Yang while twirling to show off their figures. The only thing missing was letting Zhou Yang touch them. But Zhou Yang was the type who'd skip explicit videos, waiting until he was alone in an elevator to watch them. How could he possibly get handsy in public? So he endured it with great difficulty. He could practically feel his pants getting tighter. But today's experience was undoubtedly a success. It allowed him to figure out the red envelope strategy. So he decided that next time he met someone, he'd just make a demand and slap a 20,000 red envelope right in their face. This way, he could flaunt his wealth and make people grovel at his feet. What's not to like? Zhou Yang casually posted it on his Moments. He specifically set it to be visible only to his co-workers. Caption: video of a waitress in black stockings serving food. Caption: some say I can't afford to eat? I just make people regret not sitting with me. The waitress, having received a red envelope, was exceptionally attentive and served dishes quickly. 2 extra attendants even appeared in the private room to fan Zhou Yang and massage his shoulders. Though unnecessary in the dead of winter, Zhou Yang still closed his eyes in blissful comfort. Just as Zhou Yang's dishes were nearly all served, new guests arrived in the soft upholstered booth directly across from him. The gold digger sitting across from Go Xiao let out a shriek upon seeing the new arrivals. Wow! It's Bai Shui, the super addicted internet celebrity. Over 15 million followers across all platforms. She stood up, ready to fawn over Bai Shui, but caught Go Xiao's slightly displeased glance and immediately sat back down. If she hadn't feared displeasing Go Xiao, she might have dashed over to beg Bai Shui for a photo. The woman's shriek instantly drew the attention of many. Some even leaned out from the open plan booths just to catch a glimpse of Bai Shui. Who would have thought I'd see Bai Xiao here? This is such good luck. Mr. Bai, could I take a photo with you? You're even more handsome in person than in your videos. Mr. Bai, I'm a huge fan. I've watched every single one of your videos. Could I get your autograph? The diners in the tea restaurant were abuzz with unprecedented excitement. But Bai Shui's assistant made a gesture, signaling everyone to quiet down. A dozen staff members helped Bai Shui keep the crowd at bay, clearing a space in the middle. Standing in the center, Bai Shui flashed a gentlemanly smile at the crowd, his refined demeanor and eloquent speech setting him apart. I heard this restaurant is famous in Haicheng, so I came today specifically to film a video. Everyone, please continue your meals normally and don't disrupt the restaurant's order. If anyone wants to take a photo with me, I'll set aside a few minutes later just for that. With that, he entered the private room. He signaled the waitstaff to place their orders. Zhou Yang, encountering a major internet celebrity in person for the first time, couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Bai Shui stood 185 centimeters tall with fair skin, radiating the charm of a sunny young man. He was just as handsome as Zhou Yang, though admittedly not quite as striking as the readers imagined. But with such delicacies before him, he quickly averted his gaze and began to feast heartily. Snowflake foie gras with Peking duck skin, 1080 per serving. Just this tiny slice. Rich and luscious. Absolutely delicious. Black truffle cheese baked lobster tail, 1,488 yuan per serving. Just 2 spoonfuls worth. Whoa, high end. At that moment, Bai Shui sat across in an open-plan private room, speaking directly to the camera. A big-time fan challenged me to try the 3 most expensive dishes with the river view. Today, I'm here to do just that. Now, let's start ordering and see if their priciest 3 dishes live up to the hype. After speaking, Bai Shui turned to the waiter with a gentle smile. I'm here for your signature dish. Start with 1 serving of the secret recipe braised lion's head goose head. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Shui, but that limited edition dish has already been ordered today. Perhaps you'd like to consider something else? Then how about the almas caviar rice rolls? Surely you have that available? I'm afraid that limited edition dish has also been reserved by another guest, Mr. Bai Shui. Perhaps you could consider something else? Sky River View's exclusive secret recipe Buddha jumps over the wall. I'm afraid that limited edition dish has also been reserved by another guest, Mr. Bai Shui. Please consider our non-limited menu items. Bai Shui had specifically come to Sky Riverview Cantonese tea restaurant today to savor these 3 limited edition dishes. But unexpectedly, with such bad luck, they'd all been ordered by others. The thought made him feel a bit annoyed. Noticing Bai Shui's displeased expression, the staff member accompanying him immediately barked at the waiter. Nothing here, nothing there. This restaurant needs to change its ridiculous rules. 1 limited portion isn't enough for anyone. Why not set a daily limit of 10 portions? Bai Shui waved his hand, stopping the staff member. After all, he was a public figure and had to maintain his image. He couldn't abuse his power. So he calmly asked the waiter instead. You're not just saying it's unavailable because you're afraid I'll give your dish a low rating, are you? The waiter looked a bit aggrieved. Facing such a big internet celebrity, he felt immense pressure. He could only point in Zhou Yang's direction. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai Shui. The dishes you wanted to order are all on that guest's table across the room. Oh? Bai Shui looked up and saw Zhou Yang wolfing down his food. He saw Zhou Yang scoop a spoonful of caviar, shove it straight into his mouth and swallow it without even chewing. Instantly, Bai Shui's eyes widened in shock. What a waste! Caviar isn't meant to be eaten like that. 006 The dishes I wanted to order are all on his table? Caviar should be placed between your thumb and forefinger, allowing it to melt with your body heat for 5 to 8 seconds before savoring its rich flavor. And you must let it dissolve slowly in your mouth to savor the delicate sweetness. Finally, take a deep breath to ignite the blended aromas in your mouth. That's the proper way to savor it. He's ruining the delicacy by eating it like that. Bai Shui couldn't help but shake his head. As a food blogger, he had almost obsessively strict standards for how any delicacy should be eaten. He believed that savoring any delicacy required a sense of ritual. This, he believed, was a sign of respect for the food. Bai Shui's beautiful assistant, Su, however, wasn't nearly as patient as he was. Seeing Zhou Yang's eating manners, she immediately frowned. What kind of nouveau riche is this? He eats like a pig and sits like a slob. Ordering this much food for one person? Aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself? Zhou Yang and Bai Shui's private room faced each other directly. It was impossible not to hear. Zhou Yang had been enjoying his meal. But upon hearing those words, his expression instantly soured. What was that supposed to mean? Was he really getting on people's nerves just by quietly eating his meal? Had he forgotten to check the almanac before leaving today? Was it just bad luck to run into trouble? He looked up and exchanged a glance with Su. Whoa! That skirt's pretty short. And it's pretty heavy up top too. Did they skimp on the fabric for this outfit? A pale yellow Chanel-style jacket covered a stretchy silver-threaded crop top, paired with denim hot pants that fell between an A-line and a C-line. With a sparkling belly button stud right at the navel, super eye-catching. Add to that Su's roughly 9-10 looks, and it's impossible not to turn heads. Dressing like this in the dead of winter? She's practically a goddess. When it came to female bodhisattvas, Zhou Yang had a surprisingly high tolerance. So he gestured invitingly. I really can't finish this alone. How about you help me eat it, beautiful? Ha! Su's expression immediately darkened. This man actually said something like that to her? Did he really think she was some naive little girl? Couldn't he tell the double meaning behind his words? Besides, wherever Su went with Bai Shui, she was always the center of attention. Accustomed to riding on someone else's coattails, she couldn't tolerate Zhou Yang's rudeness. Instantly, she stood up, glaring at Zhou Yang. What did you say? A man whose mind is filled with filth, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Hearing Su speak like this, Zhou Yang grew displeased. He had kindly invited her to eat, yet she was getting upset and hurling such vile insults. His expression darkened instantly. Hey, lady, that's not right. You said it was wasteful for me to eat alone, so I invited you to join me. Not only are you not grateful, but you're cursing me here. What's that about? Does being Bai Shui's assistant give you free rein to act however you please? Hearing Zhou Yang speak like this, Bai Shui frowned. As a public figure, he was very conscious of his image. He didn't want any negative news about him circulating online. Fearing the situation would escalate, he immediately scowled and lectured Su. Su apologized to this gentleman immediately. You're the one who's in the wrong here. Su knew she was in the wrong, yet she refused to back down. Her eyes darted around as she suddenly began to sneer Zhou Yang. Brother Bai, he snatched all the dishes we wanted to order. He must have done it on purpose. He must have known we were filming here today and came to sabotage us. We only have half an hour for filming, and because of him, our entire schedule is thrown off. Hearing Su's accusations, Bai Shui's frown deepened. Conspiracy theories began swirling in his mind. His daily schedule was tightly packed, and every filming location required advance reservations. Yesterday, when they discussed arrangements with the Sky Riverview staff, they heard that the 3 limited edition dishes might not even be ordered once a month, so they hadn't made a reservation. Later, Bai Shui accidentally mentioned in a fan group that they were coming to Sky Riverview for filming today, leaking the information. Could it be that this guy across the way was here to cause trouble, deliberately ordering the limited edition dishes in advance? Come to think of it, it made sense. After all, it was just breakfast, no one would be that extravagant. If Zhou Yang wasn't here to cause trouble, Bai Shui found it hard to believe. But since the shoot had already been announced in the fan group, failing to film and post a video today would break his promise. That would damage his image. Frowning, he approached Zhou Yang's table, determined to uncover his true intentions. Friend, what's your name? Can we talk about something? Bai Shui's tone was gentle, without any hint of bullying. This Bai Shui was a mysterious second-generation figure in Jingzhou, rumored to have deep connections within the Tian Palace. It was best not to provoke someone like him if possible. Since the other party wasn't being aggressive, Zhou Yang was happy to discuss things. Zhou Yang returned the smile. Just call me Zhou Yang. What business does young Master Bai wish to discuss? Seeing Zhou Yang respond, Bai Shui immediately began explaining. Young Master Zhou, today's shoot is crucial for us. If we miss it, I might not be able to reschedule. So, I'm willing to pay for the entire table of food. What do you think? Rest assured, Mr. Zhou. I'll only eat those 3 limited edition dishes requested by the noodle shop. You can enjoy the rest as usual, consider it my treat. As soon as Bai Shuwei said this, Su Su immediately grew displeased. Mr. Bai, this is unacceptable. He's ordered the entire menu for this table, he's probably trying to rip you off. Plus, he's already eaten many of these dishes. If you let this happen, we'll be getting ripped off big time. Bai Shuwei waved his hand dismissively, looking at Zhou Yang with genuine sincerity. Sincerity is a universal killer move, regardless of gender. Zhou Yang realized why Bai Shuwei had become a multi-million follower internet sensation. It made perfect sense. At the very least, his perspective was 100 times more mature than Su Su's. Since the other party insisted on treating, Zhou Yang had no reason to refuse. So he offered a faint smile, conversing with natural ease, showing no sign of pressure from the other person's celebrity status. Moreover, he had already begun scheming about how to reap the benefits of splitting a generous red envelope from Bai Shuwei. How could I possibly accept? That would make me a freeloader. How about this? Add me to your staff group chat and I'll send them a red envelope. Consider it our friendship gift. Bai Shuwei felt a weight lift from his shoulders as the arrangement fell into place. But despite his unassuming appearance, the man could polish off an entire table of food, clearly a low-key second-generation heir. So Bai Shuwei didn't refuse Zhou Yang's offer to send a red envelope. Second-generation kids care about face. If you refuse them, where do they put theirs? He turned to his assistant and instructed, Su Su, grab my phone and add young Master Zhou to the workgroup. Su Su pursed her lips and shot Zhou Yang a critical look. Clearly, he harbored strong prejudices against Zhou Yang. Using such a low-down method to add our CEO Bai on WeChat? You're quite the schemer, kid. Thinking you can send red envelopes in our workgroup? Don't you know your place? When our boss Bai sends red envelopes, they start at 1,000 yuan. The words were spoken so softly that only Zhou Yang could hear them. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Has Su Su forgotten to get his rabies shot? Why is he biting everyone? So Zhou Yang deliberately fixed a smug smile on his face as he stared at Bai Shuwei's assistant, Su Su. Miss Su Su, since you hold me in such low regard, dare you match any red envelope I send? If you don't dare, you'll have to apologize publicly. Make this lady apologize? Dream on. If my red envelope is smaller than yours, I'll wash your feet. Working for Bai Shuwei, Su Su earned a decent salary and had savings in the tens of thousands, so she wasn't the least bit worried. Hearing Su Su's defiance, Zhou Yang's lips slowly curled upward in delight. He couldn't wait for Su Su to send a 20,000 red envelope. That way, he could send and grab at double the income. But this meal cost nearly 200,000 yuan. Zhou Yang couldn't possibly let Bai Shuwei foot the bill. So after joining the group, Zhou Yang wasted no time and immediately sent out 20,000 yuan red envelopes. The group exploded with excitement the moment the red envelopes landed. Copywriter Xiao Zhang, guys, I cashed in today. 10 red envelopes, I snagged 5,182 yuan total. Now I can hit the 3rd floor of the foot massage place during the new year. Filming Xiao Quan, hey, the boss sending red envelopes is right across from me. This is seriously intense. At Zhou Yang. Adds liaison meow meow at Bai Shuwei, oomph. Mr. Bai, which big shot are you hooking up with now? I haven't heard a thing. Operation Su Momo at Bai Shuwei, Mr. Bai, you took a private gig, sis meow meow's got issues. You better send one too. Su Su's expression darkened as she scanned the group chat. After silently opening the first red envelope, a line of text popped up. Good luck and prosperity. Congratulations. You've claimed a red envelope from top salesperson Zhou Yang. 1,347.29 yuan. Deposited into your wallet, ready for spending. Suddenly, Su Su felt flustered. She quickly opened the remaining 9 red envelopes. 232.5 yuan. 864.21 yuan. Over 6,000 yuan in total? She alone snagged over 6,000 yuan. Just how big must Zhou Yang's red envelopes have been this week? Bai Shuwei's workgroup had 35 members, the size of a medium-sized company. Su Su instantly cursed under her breath. Zhou Yang, you pervert. You're pushing me to the edge. Even though she had 200,000 yuan saved up, if she spent it all, she'd be eating dirt this month. Zhou Yang noticed Su Su's flustered expression. And his face twisted into a mocking expression. What's the matter, Miss Su Su? Send it? If you don't send it, you'll have to apologize to me. And wash my feet too. Su Su dared not respond. Instead, she turned to Bai Shuwei with a pleading look. Brother Bai, he's picking on me. Bai Shuwei knew Zhou Yang was deliberately disciplining Su Su. So he smiled faintly. Brother Zhou Yang, that's one hell of a big pack you've got there. If you spoil all my employees like this, I'll hold you responsible. Zhou Yang grinned, baring his teeth. No big deal. He spoke casually, as if sending a 20,000 yuan red envelope were the most ordinary thing in the world. Instantly, Bai Shuwei reassessed Zhou Yang's true capabilities. Without tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in his pocket, how could he afford to spend over 100,000 on a single meal or send a red envelope worth 20,000? And the way he was dressed so modestly, clearly bound by family constraints, unable to flaunt his wealth. He might very well be the offspring of some big shot in Haicheng. While he was in Haicheng on business, making connections with a few local young masters wouldn't hurt. But he couldn't let outsiders embarrass his own people, so he stepped in as a peacemaker. Young Master Zhou, Su acted out of line and offended you. Let me give this red envelope on her behalf. Su, apologize to young Master Zhou right now. Then this matter will be settled. How could Zhou Yang refuse such a golden opportunity? As long as the other party sent red envelopes, he'd have plenty to snatch. Red packet splitting cards could be used for grabbing red packets too. Zhou Yang had calculated it all perfectly. Alright then. Straightforward. Through Zhou Yang's actions, Bai Shui instantly assessed his character. With a clear understanding now, Bai Shui also sent 10 red packets in the group chat, totaling 200,000 yuan. Suddenly, copywriter Zhang snatched Bai Shui's red envelope. Advertising liaison Miao Miao snatched Bai Shui's red envelope. Zhou Yang snatched Bai Zhong's red envelope. After grabbing the red envelope, Zhou Yang immediately deleted the group and left. After all, it was someone else's workgroup. Snatching a red envelope was fine, but lingering too long would inevitably draw complaints. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the Bai Shui Culinary Culture Workgroup has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 35 people equals 700,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelope from Mr. Bai that the host claimed has been fully claimed. The red envelope splitter card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 35 people equals 700,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. ICBC Bank, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 1,400,000 yuan at 8:42 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 2,532,956.65 yuan. 1.4 million in hand. Zhou Yang's total assets had now skyrocketed to 2.5 million yuan. Bai Shui naturally noticed Zhou Yang leaving the group. He deeply admired Zhou Yang's sense of propriety. Such good manners must have had strict parenting at home. So Bai Shui asked indirectly, "Brother Zhou, you're quite generous with your spending. What line of business does your family run?" Zhou Yang knew this was Bai Shui testing the waters. For second-generation individuals, whether from political or wealthy backgrounds, they place great emphasis on the quality of their social circles. Those outside their social tiers simply couldn't mix. Bai Shui's question was meant to gauge Zhou Yang's standing. After years in sales, he'd mastered the art of speaking to each person in their own language. He offered a faint smile, his expression inscrutable. "Well, there are family rules about that. I'm afraid I can't discuss it." Not convenient to discuss? Bai Shui instantly understood. Usually, when people say it's inconvenient to talk about, it's mostly about the second-generation officials. But few second-generation officials could splurge as freely as Zhou Yang. So Zhou Yang's family background must be quite high-ranking. And since he was in Haicheng, his status would be elevated another tier. 007 Miss Su, is my understanding of fine cuisine sufficient? Hearing Zhou Yang's vague explanation, Bai Shui looked at Zhou Yang with renewed respect. This time, he genuinely felt inclined to befriend him. But filming was the priority now. So he smiled broadly and gestured invitingly toward Zhou Yang. "Sorry to interrupt your meal, brother Zhou Yang. I have a shoot to wrap up first. Don't mind us." Zhou Yang chuckled. Why pass up a free meal? Since Bai Shui was footing the bill, eating less would be a waste of this feast. So he picked up a dish and began wolfing it down, eating with his mouth full. Bai Shui, having already formed his opinion that Zhou Yang was a privileged second-generation heir, simply saw this as genuine character and found nothing amiss. He then began savoring the 3 limited edition dishes. The lighting technician immediately took his position. The photographer zoomed in on Bai Shui's face, snapping away. It was only because this open-style private room was spacious enough that it could accommodate so many people. Bai Shui faced the camera, adjusting his composure. This secret recipe braised lion's head goose head, a single goose head costs 1,888 yuan. You could say every bite costs over 100. Now let's see what makes it so extraordinary. While Bai Shui was filming the video, Zhou Yang remained busy the entire time, frequently smacking his lips. Bai Shui's assistant, Su, glanced at Zhou Yang and frowned again. He didn't think Zhou Yang was anything special, he just felt Zhou Yang was a nouveau riche, frighteningly vulgar. Taking advantage of Bai Shui's focus on filming, assistant Su stood before Zhou Yang with an air of superiority. Just because you've got a few stinking bucks, you think you're all that? Manners aren't something you pick up in a day or two. Look at you. A table full of fine dishes, and you've turned them into pig slop, not a shred of presentation left. You have no understanding of fine cuisine whatsoever, you can't even taste its true essence. I advise you to observe how our CEO dines. Learn from him properly, don't embarrass yourself at such high-class gatherings. Zhou Yang scratched his ear. He felt like something dirty had gotten in there. What's with this Su? Can't she speak without being so sharp? Does eating require all this pointless ceremony? Doesn't that just turn the food into 2 ounces of? Does she really think just because she's pretty, he'd give her face? Respect is earned, not given. Since she's so unreasonable, Zhou Yang won't hold back either. Once, twice, but not a third time. He'd make Su understand, don't act cocky in front of a big spender, or else you'll get struck by lightning or maybe even electrocuted. He wanted to discuss his understanding of fine cuisine? Poof. Well then, Zhou Yang would show him what true appreciation for gourmet food truly meant. Zhou Yang lifted his head. Waving impatiently, he summoned the restaurant manager. You wanted to see my understanding of fine cuisine? Fine. I'll show you what true mastery of culinary art looks like. Front of house manager, gather every kitchen staff member who worked on this table. I'm rewarding them. The manager perked up at once. This big shot is at it again. He just starts throwing money around on a whim. He quickly sent a group message and summoned the entire kitchen staff. The chefs, hearing about the reward, came running out eagerly. Head chef, word is this big spender just tossed out a 20,000 yuan red envelope to the servers, each one grabbed thousands. If he tossed a 20,000 red envelope into our chef group chat instead, we'd have fewer people, maybe we could have snagged more. Shoo, he'll be here soon. Everyone stay sharp, move in perfect unison, and give him the full VIP treatment. That's what these big spenders crave. If he's pleased, the tips will flow freely. Don't worry, chef. Once he's seated, we'll make sure he's the center of attention. 18 chefs formed 2 lines and stood at the entrance to Zhou Yang's private room. At the executive chef's signal, the chefs simultaneously removed their chef's hats, held them to their chests, and bowed deeply to Zhou Yang. Thank you for your generous tip, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou truly is a top-tier gourmet. To earn your approval is an immense honor for our chefs. May Mr. Zhou enjoy every bite and dine with delight. Regardless of their educational background, the sheer sight of this group standing together, bowing in unison and offering praise, was impressive enough. Overjoyed, Zhou Yang immediately tossed a 20,000 yuan red envelope into the chef group chat. Holy crap, 1,192.27? Boss is so generous. Holy crap, I snagged 2,200. Boss, we love you. 982. Boss, you're just too generous. The chefs happily grabbed their red envelopes, exchanged a few New Year greetings, and showered Zhou Yang with praise before returning to work. Ding! Host's red envelopes sent to the Ocean View Cantonese Tea Restaurant Chef Group have been claimed. Red envelope splitting card daily activated. Host receives total red envelope reward, 20,000 yuan, 18 people equals 360,000 yuan. Funds deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Zhou Yang couldn't stop grinning. This Su was such a good person. If she hadn't instigated it, he wouldn't have found a reason to send red envelopes. The commotion even startled Bai Shui, who was recording the video. He eyed Zhou Yang suspiciously, wondering why all those chefs had suddenly rushed over to fawn over him. Just then, Zhou Yang gave his assistant Su a faint smile. So, does my understanding of food measure up? Assistant Su blushed bright red at Zhou Yang's question. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so bold. But does having money make you superior? Does wealth automatically grant one an understanding of fine cuisine? Seeing Bai Shui's assistant still looking down on him, Zhou Yang suddenly cracked a smile. He'd been looking for an excuse to hand out red envelopes. So Zhou Yang summoned the lobby manager once more. The aura of a nouveau riche radiated all around. Get the cleaning ladies into a group chat too, I'm going to tip them. The front desk greeters should form a group, I want to tip them. Tip the entire restaurant staff? One group per job title? Sending 20,000 yuan red envelopes in one group? Where did this nouveau riche come from? Zhou Yang's pretentious behavior instantly drew the attention of every diner. Everyone stared at him curiously, wondering what had gotten into him. This over-the-top display left Bai Shui across from him speechless. He shot a reproachful glance at his assistant, Su, blaming her for meddling. Zhou Yang was clearly a super-rich second-generation heir. Wasn't it insane to provoke him for no reason? After all, what ordinary people saw as sumptuous feasts were merely everyday fare to him. He might even be sick of it. In such circumstances, demanding elaborate dining etiquette from them? That's just plain crazy. The more casually Zhou Yang ate, the more it proved his true power. It was laughable that Assistant Su judged Zhou Yang by ordinary people's standards. This move had probably pushed the rich kid over the edge. Just as Bai Shui pondered how to ease the awkwardness, Zhou Yang was already sending red envelopes like crazy. Ding! Host's red envelopes sent to the Ocean View Cantonese Tea House Cleaning Crew Group have been claimed. Red envelope splitter card daily activated. Host receives total reward of 20,000 yuan. 6 people equals 180,000 yuan, deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! Host's red envelope sent to the Ocean View Cantonese restaurant greeting group has been claimed. Red envelope splitter card daily activated. Host receives total reward of 20,000 yuan. 12 people equals 240,000 yuan, deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. This money sure comes fast. Seeing that all groups had been sent, Zhou Yang suddenly had another idea. Waiter, have every table form a group chat. Anyone who wants me to treat them to dinner, come over here. I'll send 20,000 yuan red envelopes to every table. No pressure if you don't want to join. Zhou Yang's voice boomed like a loudspeaker, as if afraid the restaurant patrons couldn't hear him. The diners might have a bit of money, but they weren't the type to put on airs like the truly wealthy. Hearing about such a generous offer, their eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha. I've been wanting to feast at this Sky River view for ages, and today someone's treating us. Everyone, if you're not coming, I'm heading in first. Opportunities like this don't come around often in a lifetime. With 20,000 yuan, we could probably sample every dish except the final 3 limited edition specialties. In an instant, hundreds of tables of guests began streaming toward Zhou Yang with smiles on their faces. Fearing they might be too slow and Zhou Yang might change his mind. What does it mean to have over 100 tables? In other words, Zhou Yang casually tossed out over 2 million yuan with a single remark? Such power was truly terrifying. This time, his assistant Susu finally showed a hint of fear on her face. Sometimes, having so much money speaks volumes. What kind of powerful background must someone have to casually spend over 2 million as if it were pocket change? Bai Shui couldn't help but glare fiercely at assistant Susu. This Susu, her usual arrogance might have been tolerable, but today she had clearly met her match. Moreover, assistant Susu's blunder could easily provoke Zhou Yang's displeasure, potentially souring their relationship. Bai Shui furrowed his brow, contemplating a countermeasure. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Right. He could use this opportunity to create a viral sensation. As a top food vlogger in the short video sphere, he commanded massive traffic. If he filmed a video with Zhou Yang, capturing the moment of this million yuan tip, and in the caption, explained that this was a gourmet's ultimate appreciation of fine cuisine, it would instantly go viral, potentially racking up over 100 million views. And with that massive traffic boost, Zhou Yang might just take their relationship to the next level. With this thought, Bai Shui discreetly instructed the cameraman to focus the lens on Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, he stood by, acting as the narrator. 008 punishing Susu, the butterfly effect in friends' circles. The photographer kept the camera tightly focused on Zhou Yang. Bai Shui, adopting a tone bordering on admiration, began speculating and commenting from the sidelines. Ahem, some might think this young man is a nouveau riche, but Bai Shui, don't see it that way. Don't let his plain looks and ordinary clothes fool you. I'm certain he's a low-key second-generation tycoon. The reason for such lavish tipping today is purely because the food at this restaurant is simply too delicious. What seems like an extravagant act of generosity actually carries profound meaning. He's using money to give tangible form to the taste of this food. He is someone who truly respects fine cuisine. A true connoisseur in the culinary world. I have a feeling this video will break 100 million views once it's posted. Those unaware might assume Bai Shui was trying to curry favor with Zhou Yang. Who could possibly be the person Bai Shui personally filmed a video for, using such a tone? With Bai Shui's commentary, the crowd's perception of Zhou Yang shifted. The nouveau riche vibe vanished, replaced by reverence for a true food connoisseur. I hear Bai Shui only hangs out with the rich and powerful. This guy going crazy with red envelopes might just be another rich kid. They say these rich kids have all sorts of quirks. Maybe this one's quirk is tipping after enjoying a great meal. With Bai Shui boosting this guy's traffic, it's bound to go viral. I gotta film this fast, ride the hype wave and grab some followers. So, like Bai Shui, many people raised their phones to film. Unlike Bai Shui, who would edit his footage, most were posting as they filmed. Instantly, Douyin was flooded with videos of Zhou Yang, as if orchestrated by a team. And since Bai Shui appeared in many of them, the hype was amplified instantly. Uninformed onlookers went wild, furiously typing away. Holy crap! Was this guy a money-giving fairy in a past life? Even if you're rich, you don't have to spend like this. If he treated all those dozens of tables, wouldn't the bill hit 1 million? Rich people's hobbies are just freaky. Where's my godfather? I'm heading over to eat right now. God, why do I always find out about these good things after they're over? I'm crying my eyes out. You damn netizens, snatching up all the cash behind our backs, you've got me green with envy. Little did Zhou Yang know that this act would catapult him to overnight internet fame, turning him into the hottest trending topic. Meanwhile, system notifications kept pinging in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the 36 tables diners has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 4 people equals 80,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the diners at table 42 has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 7 people equals 140,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Zhou Yang glanced at his bank card balance. 7,632,956.65 yuan. He not only ate a meal without spending a dime, but also earned nearly 7 million yuan. This meal was worth every penny. He shook his hands. Zhou Yang turned his gaze back to his assistant, Su Su. So, do you think my understanding of fine dining is sufficient now? Assistant Su Su was already trembling slightly, her face twisted in fear as she looked at Zhou Yang. Offending such a big shot could have serious consequences. She might lose her chance to work for Bai Shui and fall back into poverty. Enough, enough. Young Master Zhou, I was blind. Please don't hold this against me. Assistant Su Su's reaction made Zhou Yang realize that too much money could truly crush someone. But he had no intention of ending it there. An apology must be sincere. Your flippant remark cost me 2 million. Su Su's heart skipped a beat. She knew she'd thoroughly angered Zhou Yang. Just as she stood frozen in panic, Zhou Yang beckoned her over with a flick of his finger. I'm feeling a bit bloated from eating earlier. Help me to the restroom. Whether I forgive you depends entirely on how you handle this. Bai Shui, who had been recording the entire scene, saw Zhou Yang starting to make trouble and promptly turned off the camera. He had no choice. He'd already saved Su Su once. Su Su showed no remorse. She had brought this upon herself. So Bai Shui adjusted his camera angle, his Adam's apple bobbing as a thin layer of condensation formed on his Bluetooth microphone. He began diverting the diner's attention to cover for Zhou Yang. Folks, this is what a true food connoisseur looks like. He's willing to share the delicacies he raves about with more people. Better to share joy than enjoy it alone. This is the ultimate understanding of food. This spirit aligns perfectly with why I started making short videos. I feel like he's my kindred spirit. Zhou Yang and Su Su took a long time to return. Su Su reapplied her lipstick as they walked, her eyes filled with apprehension toward Zhou Yang. Seeing them return, Bai Shui wrapped up filming. He glanced thoughtfully at the corner of Su Su's mouth. Su Su immediately wiped it again with a tissue in a fluster. He sighed and apologized to Zhou Yang with great politeness. Brother Zhou Yang, Su Su acted out of line, and she's already faced consequences today. Moreover, I'll issue an apology in today's video. I'm sure young Master Zhou will be trending soon. Ha! Zhou Yang froze. He looked at Bai Shui with some surprise. This generous release made him feel awkward. This wasn't a request, it was practically handing Zhou Yang a massive wave of traffic. If Zhou Yang could capitalize on it, he'd instantly become an internet sensation known across the entire web. In truth, Bai Shui had his own motives for doing this. As a short video creator, he possessed an innate sensitivity to trending topics. So he was incredibly attentive to someone like Zhou Yang, a hotspot creator with immense potential. He had a hunch that this wildly generous Zhou Yang would be a game changer in the food scene, capable of grabbing everyone's attention. The competition among food short video creators is fierce. Unveiling a corner of the celestial palace Dala Gorge. Veixian, recreating imperial court cuisine. The 200 yuan gentleman who exclusively feast on street stalls and hole-in-the-wall joints. But even in this crowded arena of top-tier players, the emergence of a million-tip crazy guy could absolutely break through the competition. So by offering Zhou Yang such a huge favor, he was certain Zhou Yang wouldn't refuse. Truthfully, Zhou Yang didn't dislike Bai Shui, especially after such a sincere apology. And without Bai Shui's assistant Su Su, he might not have secured that 7 million yuan red envelope. Truth be told, he owed Su Su a debt of gratitude. With that, Zhou Yang laughed heartily. No problem. Seeing Zhou Yang's generous response, Bai Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled 2 gold-embossed invitations from his pocket and placed them on Zhou Yang's desk. Tonight, young Master Zhai, the heir to the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace, is hosting a royal cuisine tasting event. As the event's ambassador, I have the authority to invite friends to attend. As he spoke, Bai Shui's smile grew increasingly sinister. He whispered into Zhou Yang's ear. Friends who are well connected in several online circles will be here tonight, like the patriarch, Boss Wuyo. I see you're quite the party animal too, young Master Zhou. We'll have a blast tonight, girls like Su Su or a dime a dozen. Whoa! Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He'd long heard that high society was utterly depraved. He'd never had the chance to experience it firsthand. Now, riding Bai Shui's momentum, he could finally get a taste. But Zhou Yang intended to make full use of the red envelope split card today, no time to waste. So, adhering to the principle of having his cake and eating it too, he asked. Young Master Bai, this brother loves a grand display and enjoys throwing money around. When the chance comes to splash the cash, you'd better let me put on a proper show. Zhou Yang said this. Bai Shui understood perfectly well. Rich kids love to show off. But Bai Shui's mind was filled with traffic-driven thinking, and he couldn't help but approach the issue from that angle. So he offered a suggestion. Tonight's banquet has over 1,000 attendees. If you, brother Zhou Yang, were to go on a gift-giving spree in that massive group chat, the impact would be absolutely staggering. Wow, not bad. This Bai Shui really has high emotional intelligence. If you were to send a 20,000 yuan red envelope in a 1,000-person group. Whoa. The minimum profit would be 20 million. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Alright, I'll definitely attend tonight's banquet. Bai Shui nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Zhou Yang's agreement. He now had a deep understanding of Zhou Yang's penchant for splashing cash to show off. Brother Zhou Yang, it's settled then. Tonight at the Deep Sea Dragon Palace Club in CBD number 1, Haisher. See you there. Bai Shui's original filming schedule was only half an hour. But due to Zhou Yang, it had already been delayed by an hour. This forced adjustments to the entire schedule for the rest of the day. Assistant Su Su couldn't help but urge from the side. Mr. Bai, the clients are getting impatient. Should we? But Bai Shui shot him a sharp glare. He continued chatting and laughing with Zhou Yang. After another full half hour of dining, he bid Zhou Yang farewell with great warmth. After seeing Bai Shui off, Zhou Yang first posted a WeChat moment. Caption, Sky High Riverview Cantonese-style tea restaurant menu 1 copy ordered, dishes piled high on the table. Caption, breakfast is just this simple, plain, boring, and tasteless. But what Zhou Yang didn't expect was that this post caught the attention of his ex-girlfriend, Fan Ruru. Fan Ruru was both his high school and college classmate. After entering university, she actively pursued him, and they soon became a couple. She was a master manipulator, spinning the then-campus heartthrob Zhou Yang around her little finger. After all, having a hottie by your side was pretty impressive. But as soon as she graduated, she dumped Zhou Yang, her backup option, to become the mistress of a wealthy first-generation tycoon. Knowing Zhou Yang well, she figured this poser must have stolen some photos to make himself look better than he was. So for some reason, she screenshotted Zhou Yang's social media post and dumped it into their high school reunion group chat. She added a row of smirking emojis. Fan Ruru, look, Zhou Yang must be mad you didn't invite him to your reunion, so he's spamming his moments to remind you all. Fan Ruru's words instantly sparked a roar of laughter. Same city errand service Zhang Haoren, hey, isn't this Zhou Yang the guy nicknamed the Hulk of First High and Boiling Lamb of the Grasslands? Luxury car rental Nilben, so, when you're struggling but refuse to admit it, you just decorate your social media feed. Lawyer Gui the hero, haven't seen him in years and he's still putting on airs. Treating his moments like a wishing well? Class monitor Zhao Lu at Chu Yun, president of Imperial St. John's University, Mr. Chu, Zhou Yang is still our high school classmate. Should we tag him in? Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, absolutely. Why not? I'm dying to see how badly this guy who once competed with me for campus beauty Umengran has fallen. 009 Sorry, but my hobby is throwing money around. Buzz. Zhou Yang's phone buzzed. He put down the menu and glanced at it. Suddenly, he realized he'd been added to a newly created group chat one without even a name. Many people were in the group, and like Zhou Yang, they all seemed a bit bewildered. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, what's going on? Another homicide case? Lawyer Gui the hero, not sure what this group is about, but I'll plug myself anyway. I specialize in divorce cases, emotional disputes, third-party assistance, property division, and more. Feel free to consult if you need litigation services. Wedding photographer Jiang Chui, huh? Why do I notice everyone in this group is an old classmate? Same city errand service Zhang Haoren, huh, seriously? Old classmates, I've missed you all so much. Same city orders? Just ping me. Moments later, the group name changed to a high school reunion group too. This group was newly created by our old class monitor, Zhao Lu. After all, she couldn't let Zhou Yang see the chat in the first group. Earlier, Chu Yun had announced in the main group that she planned to trick both Zhou Yang and Yu Mengran into attending the reunion just to embarrass them. Therefore, in Group 2, they needed to cultivate a more harmonious atmosphere to lure Zhou Yang and Yu Mengran in. Class monitor Zhao Lu, classmates, it's been 7 or 8 years since we last met, and I've missed you all dearly. Coincidentally, Chu Yun has returned from studying abroad and suggested organizing a reunion. What's more, Chu Yun will cover all expenses for this gathering and subsequent activities. Now, please allow Chu Yun to share a few words with everyone at Chu Yun. Clapping emoji, X10. Chu Yun, distinguished graduate of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, honorary vice president of the John Country Students Association, young president of Chu Group, megaphone emoji, X10. Since the class monitor's invitation is so heartfelt, I'll say a few words. In 2 weeks, on January 16th, we'll hold the reunion at our Chu Group's 5-star restaurant, Ocean Sheng Banquet, in Qinzhou. Everyone must come. To kick things off, I'll send a red envelope to liven up the mood. Flowers, X10. With that, Chu Yun immediately tossed out a red envelope labeled Reunion Invitation. Instantly, the group erupted into a frenzy of red envelope grabbing. Forensic scientist Luo Jin snatched the red envelope from Chu Yun, the outstanding graduate of Imperial College London, honorary vice president of the John Country Students Association, and young president of the Chu Group. Lawyer Guadasha grabbed the red envelope from Chu Yun, outstanding graduate of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, honorary vice president of the John Country International Students Association, young president of the Chu Group. Zhou Yang glanced at Chu Yun's contact note and couldn't help but chuckle. This guy's name was as long and stinky as a lazy woman's bound footcloth, as if he feared people wouldn't know who he was. Who would have thought that after all these years, Chu Yun hadn't changed a bit, still as flashy as ever. Moreover, both Chu Yun and Zhou Yang had been the school heartthrobs back in high school. In his pursuit of the school beauty, Yumengran, Chu Yun had given Zhou Yang no end of trouble. Yumengran was even driven to transfer schools by Chu Yun and vanished without a trace for years. But after the earlier humiliation in the workgroup chat, Zhou Yang had no intention of snatching Chu Yun's red envelope, lest he get hounded by criticism. So he pretended not to notice and kept reading the menu. But when Chu Yun saw the red envelopes hadn't been claimed, he immediately started grumbling in the group chat. St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University President Chu Yun, two people still haven't grabbed the red envelopes. Do they look down on me, Chu Yun? St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University CEO Chu Yun at Zhou Yang at Yumengran, so it's you too. After all these years, you still hold a grudge? Must you embarrass me when I'm treating everyone? As Chu Yun spoke, the group members joined in the commotion, tagging at Zhou Yang and at Yumengran. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, you're all adults now. Why dwell on trivial matters from back then? Young Master Chu said he's forgiven it. Stop acting so high and mighty. Wedding photography Jiang Chui, exactly. If it weren't for Chu's treat, we wouldn't even have this reunion. Don't ruin the mood for the whole class over your petty issues. Class monitor Zhao Lu, everyone, hold your tongues. Youthful dreams should soar like clouds, let bygones be bygones. Zhou Yang, Yumengran, do me a favor and grab that red envelope together. The old class monitor had spoken. Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed, as if he were being petty. But he didn't rush to grab the red envelope. He wanted to wait. If Yumengran couldn't forgive Chu Yun, he certainly couldn't either. Just like Zhou Yang. Many others were also waiting for Yumengran to appear. The school beauty from high school days, she was the object of affection for many boys. Even now, some still couldn't stop thinking about Yumengran. Among them was Zhou Yang. The group fell silent for about a minute. Finally, movement stirred again in Chu Yun's red envelope. Yumengran snatched the red envelope from Chu Yun, CEO of Imperial College London. Immediately after, Yumengran sent a smiley face. Yumengran, sorry, I was dropping my kid off at school and just saw the message. Hey, old classmates. Yumengran's simple message instantly shattered the dreams of many male members in the group. One after another, they wailed in despair. Longjiang pork knuckle rice xiaotong, I'm crying my eyes out. Goddess Yu's kid is old enough to run errands now. Who the hell got her attention? Luxury car rental Nyoben, heartbroken. Heartbroken. My heart's been crushed. I'm taking the day off to mourn my lost youth. Crying emoji, X100. Curtain fabric Li Ziyu, finally, I can breathe easy. I was worried my husband, where the great hero, would be flirting with Meng Ran at the gathering. Zhou Yang felt a pang of melancholy, like the moment a childhood soap bubble bursts. But then, he let it go. Now that he had money, what kind of partner couldn't he find? Besides, having a child should be a plus, right? As a devotee of Chow Chow, he was open to all types across every age group over 18. And with his red envelope splitting card, not grabbing a red envelope would be downright stupid, right? So Zhou Yang finally tapped open the red envelope. As Zhou Yang's finger tapped the red envelope, a message instantly appeared in the group chat. Zhou Yang snatched the red envelope from Chu Yun, CEO of Imperial College London. Ding! The red envelope sent by Chu Yun in the high school reunion group has been claimed. The red envelope split card daily card has activated. Host has received a total reward of 1,000 yuan. 28 people equals 28,000 yuan, deposited into the bank account ending with 5858. Put. ICBC Bank, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 28,000 yuan at 8:01 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 704,956.65 yuan. Nice. A faint smile touched Zhou Yang's lips. Before Zhou Yang could say anything in the group chat, Yumengran sent a red envelope in the group chat and then went silent. Cover, celebrating the class reunion. Zhou Yang snatched Yumengran's red envelope. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, hey, Zhou Yang? You were lurking in the group earlier, but the moment Yumengran showed up, you got all active? Snagged the red envelope first? Luxury car rental Nyoben, you totally exposed Zhou Yang's little scheme, how embarrassing. Lawyer Gui the hero at Yumengran, if you have any divorce-related concerns, feel free to consult me. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, based on the deceased's condition, it's either suicide or homicide. Oops, wrong group. Veteran classmate Zhao Lu, seriously, you guys. I can't even. Just enjoy the gathering, stop with all this nonsense. Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, guys, think bigger. While I'm disappointed Yumen Gran has a kid, after seeing all the romantic entanglements abroad, my heart can't belong to just one person anymore. Same city errand service Zhang Haoren, young Master Chu is awesome. When can you take me out to play? Luxury car rental Nyo Ben, ditto. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, need to confirm the deceased's identity through blood typing. Oops, sent this to the wrong group again. Yumen Gran also sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope. Clearly, she didn't want to take advantage of Chu Yun in any way, so she did this deliberately. Moreover, she stopped responding to messages in the group. Once the red packet was claimed, the system gave no notification. Evidently, the second red envelope in each group couldn't be counted toward earnings. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, ignoring the group chat as he sent a 1,000 yuan red envelope. After all, Chu Yun was treating everyone. As long as Chu Yun didn't go overboard, he saw no need to outshine him. That's why he matched Chu Yun's red envelope amount. Yumen Gran snatched Zhou Yang's red envelope. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin snatched Zhou Yang's red envelope. Same city errand services Zhang Haoren snatched Zhou Yang's red envelope. Chu Yun, CEO of Imperial College London, snatched Zhou Yang's red envelope. The red envelope was instantly snatched clean. Yumen Gran was the first to grab Zhou Yang's red envelope. Same city errand service Zhang Haoren at Yumen Gran, what's up? You both gave each other your first red envelopes? If you've got nothing to hide, that'd be weird. Luxury car rental Nyo Ben, wah. Is Zhou Yang trying to prove something to the goddess with such underhanded tactics? Longjiang pig's feet rice xiao tong, seriously, you two are so jealous. Why twist something so normal? But speaking of which, Dreamran goddess, whose child is yours? It's not Zhou Yang's, is it? Neither Zhou Yang nor Yumen Gran responded. But to their classmates, their tacit understanding seemed downright suspicious. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the high school reunion group has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 1,000 yuan. 28 people equals 28,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Put. ICBC Bank, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 28,000 yuan at 8:11 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 732,956.65 yuan. St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University President Chu Yun at Yumen Gran at Zhou Yang, hey, I knew you two would be up to no good. So annoying. Must come to the gathering on Monday. Don't worry, I said I'd let bygones be bygones. I won't bother you guys at the reunion. Evil grin emoji, X10. Chu Yun gave them both a heads up. Whether it was genuine or not, he certainly played his part convincingly. Yumen Gran, I'll try. Zhou Yang, we'll see when the time comes. After replying to Chu Yun, Zhou Yang silenced the high school reunion group chat. And just like that, he let the little incident at the reunion go. Rather than wasting time chatting with these insincere folks, he'd be better off figuring out where to farm money next. He had to make the most of the 24-hour validity period for the red envelope splitting card. Glancing at his shabby outfit, an idea struck him. How about checking out a luxury store? But just then, his phone screen lit up. Beep. Yumen Gran has sent you a friend request. 010 Is Zhou Yang that ridiculously rich? Zhou Yang froze for a moment. He accepted immediately. That's Yumen Gran, the school beauty. The white moonlight in Zhou Yang's heart. Saying he wasn't expecting anything would be a lie. The moment he accepted, Yumen Gran sent a message. Yumen Gran, humph, if I hadn't added you first, would you have added me? Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, of course not. Yumen Gran, haven't seen you in ages, and you're still such a goofball, big goofball. Zhou Yang, that's my high school nickname. How do you even remember it? Besides, that nickname was given by classmates after they saw me use the restroom. Yumen Gran, ugh, you're so annoying. Who taught you to be such a straight-faced scoundrel? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Yumen Gran was being rather forward. This chat was getting a bit flirtatious, no matter how you looked at it. Maybe, spice things up a bit? Zhou Yang, you suddenly add me, don't tell me you're here to confess that child is mine? ISNT that how all those melodramatic CEO romances play out? Yumen Gran, hee, stealing my lines. The kid is indeed yours. The question is, are you even a tycoon? Zhou Yang, huh? You're serious? I was drunk the night you left. Could it be that if I calculate the timing, whoa. Yumen Gran, hee, just kidding. Look how nervous you are. The kid is my sister's. Ha ha ha. Cute emoji. Yumen Gran, alright, gotta drive back now. Come visit me in Haishui when you have time. Zhou Yang, Haisher? I'm in Haisher too? Yumen Gran seemed to have really left to drive and didn't reply. But hearing the child wasn't hers, Zhou Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, when comparing brand new and secondhand, he still preferred the original. He ended the chat with Yumen Gran. Zhou Yang resumed researching which luxury store to splurge at. He planned to get himself a whole new outfit, starting with sprucing up his appearance. After all, his current outfit, pieced together for a mere 10,000 yuan, was simply too cheap looking. But he knew nothing about fashion brands, which left him a bit at a loss. Just then, his phone buzzed again. Buzz. Zhou Yang opened his phone to check the message. His brow furrowed slightly. Front desk Qinli, Zhou Yang, could you help me one more time? Lend me 500,000 yuan? Qinli, front desk, please, help me out. If you lend me the money, I'll do anything you ask. Qinli, front desk, Zhou Yang, please. Reading the messages, Zhou Yang felt certain thoughts spiraling out of control. Zhou Yang, you mean you'll do anything I ask? Qinli, front desk, anything at all. I'll do whatever you want, whatever pleases you. Qinli's meaning was already hinted at quite clearly. Zhou Yang wasn't exactly a selfless saint, and he'd harbored fantasies about Qinli all alone. So he typed a line on his phone. Zhou Yang, then I want to see you right now, immediately. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's message, felt an inexplicable pang of panic. Though she had prepared herself to sacrifice, seeing Zhou Yang's cold, commanding words still stirred a wave of disappointment within her. She had thought Zhou Yang was different from other men, but now it seemed, well. But now, she had no choice. Half a month ago, her younger brother had gone to Savatica for a company team building trip, only to be deceived into going to Myanmar. Now he was kidnapped and held hostage, forced to be a piglet, a term for a human being held for ransom, and her family had to pay the ransom to secure his release. Otherwise, they threatened to kill him at any moment. To make matters worse, they sent her a video showing the abuse their brother had suffered. In the footage, her brother Qin Xingxing looked utterly defeated, his eyes vacant and filled with terror. His face and body were covered in bruises. It couldn't have been more horrifying. But after she transferred the 100,000 yuan she borrowed from Zhou Yang to the account specified by the kidnappers, the kidnappers refused to release her brother. Instead, they escalated their demands, requesting an additional 500,000 yuan. They even recorded a video of cutting off her brother's finger, terrifying her beyond belief. Now utterly distraught, she had no choice but to turn to Zhou Yang for help once more. So when she saw Zhou Yang's message demanding she come immediately, she bit her lip, her large eyes clouding over with mist. Front desk Qinli, where to? Put. Zhou Yang smiled slightly upon seeing Qinli's instant reply. Zhou Yang, the Cantonese-style tea restaurant on the 5th floor of Manhwa Tianshan Mall, across from the company. It has a sky-high river view. Qinli at front desk, okay. 15 minutes. 15 minutes later. Qinli arrived breathless before Zhou Yang. Her face was covered in fine beads of sweat, making her complexion appear even fairer, rosier, and more alluring. Surprisingly, she had changed out of her uniform into a casual outfit. Beneath a light pink open front-down jacket, she wore only a thin, form-fitting thermal top that outlined her full, eye-catching curves. Her lower half featured a lace floral mini skirt over stockings, accentuating her slender waist and long, shapely legs. This was the first time Zhou Yang had ever seen Qinli dressed like this. Truly, someone as beautiful as her could pull off anything. Zhou Yang glanced down at his watch. Right on time. Qinli felt a bit shy, but she asked directly anyway. Zhou Yang, could you transfer the 500,000 to me first? Sure. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang transferred the money to Qinli. After receiving the transfer, Qinli composed herself, adopting a resolute expression. Zhou Yang, where should we go next? Zhou Yang found her death-defying expression rather amusing and nodded toward one direction. Let's just wander around for now. There's an event tonight and I need to change outfits. You can help me pick something out. Qinli was a bit surprised. Ah, just shopping for clothes? Zhou Yang deliberately leaned close to Qinli, their breaths mingling, then met her gaze directly. What else? That single glance made Qinli's heart race wildly. She immediately turned her head away, her face flushing crimson. All right. Zhou Yang adored Qinli's bashful demeanor, a mischievous thrill stirring within him. But he wasn't in a hurry. Building some emotional connection first would make their relationship more meaningful. So he asked as they walked. How much do you know about fashion brands? Qinli nodded. As a graduate in physical performance, she possessed an almost obsessive attention to etiquette and luxury goods. First, tell me what kind of events you attend. For formal occasions, a suit would be better. You could choose Brioni or Zegna. For private gatherings, something more casual and relaxed would work, Gucci or Armani. Zhou Yang glanced around. Conveniently, there was a Brioni boutique in Manhwa Tianshan Mall. So he pointed casually. Perfect, it's right here. Let's go with that one. Qinli's eyes widened. Brioni suits easily cost tens of thousands, with custom pieces reaching hundreds of thousands, ridiculously expensive. Yet Zhou Yang's tone suggested he couldn't care less, once again making Qinli feel his extravagance. Still, she was accompanying Zhou Yang on his shopping trip, so wherever he went, she followed. After all, it wasn't a weekend, so the Brioni boutique wasn't crowded. When the salesperson saw Zhou Yang and Qinli walk in, noticing their plain attire, they assumed the pair were just window shopping. They casually pointed to the "Do Not Touch. Damage will be charged at original price" sign before returning to playing with their phone. But the moment Zhou Yang stepped into the Brioni boutique, his behavior exploded. Approaching the counter like a nouveau riche, he addressed the salesperson directly. I don't have any other hobbies, I just love giving out red envelopes. Add all your staff to my group chat and I'll send you a 20,000 yuan red envelope. And every single piece of clothing my friend picks out for me must be presented with your utmost enthusiasm, got it? The saleswoman was completely dumbfounded. This guy is crazy. Thinking a 20,000 yuan red envelope will make her enthusiastic? What? 20,000. Holy cow, the enthusiasm kicked in. In the span of 2 seconds, the sales clerk pulled off a stunning transformation from disdain to astonishment to radiant enthusiasm. Sir, you mean you want our staff to create a group chat and send us a 20,000 yuan red envelope? Zhou Yang casually waved his hand. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Got it. The saleswoman scurried off, adding all 7 staff members to the group chat and then adding Zhou Yang on WeChat. Without a word, Zhou Yang tossed a 20,000 yuan red envelope straight into the group chat. In an instant, the red envelope was snatched clean. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the Brioni Boutique sales staff group has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 7 people equals 140,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. The sales staff witnessed Zhou Yang's extravagant wealth firsthand. Their eyes immediately sparkled with admiration, their gazes lingering on him with obvious desire. Unconsciously, her curvaceous figure traced an S-shaped curve, her ripe allure leaving onlookers parched. She even accentuated her cleavage, boldly offering Zhou Yang the most flattering viewing angle. The saleswoman's mindset shifted swiftly. After all, playing coy in front of a genuine tycoon was just plain foolish. Even scraping a little off such a tycoon was better than working an entire month. Not just this saleswoman, but others eagerly approached as well, vying to introduce products to the pair. This scene left Qinli, standing nearby, utterly speechless. What kind of good person walks into a store and immediately hands out 20,000 yuan red envelopes? This Zhou Yang was downright outrageously generous. But hadn't he been working so hard and keeping a low profile before? Could it be that he'd worked so hard at the company, trying to prove himself through his own efforts, only to be fired by Huang Tao through underhanded means? Had that blow to his pride driven him to vent his frustration? If that was the case, Zhou Yang was truly pitiful. Filled with sympathy for Zhou Yang, Qinli instinctively moved closer to him. Moreover, she noticed the provocative glances from the salesgirls. Heavily made up and undeniably attractive, they clearly intended to lure Zhou Yang. For some reason, Qinli felt compelled to assert her claim, instinctively wrapping her arm around Zhou Yang's. She pointed to a suit with a bold, northeastern floral pattern. Zhou Yang, this one suits your style better, formal and handsome with a hint of rogue charm. Oh? Zhou Yang glanced over. The bright red silk suit with bold northeastern floral patterns was incredibly eye-catching. Could he really pull off such a flamboyant style? Just then, the saleswoman from earlier flashed him a flirtatious glance as she began her pitch. Sir, your girlfriend has such impeccable taste. This limited edition collaborative suit, designed by renowned Italian designer Dennis and Chinese national style master Chen Danping, is a global exclusive, only 1 super size. It accentuates the wearer's extraordinary charisma and exceptional uniqueness. Her flattering words instantly captivated Zhou Yang. I'll take it. Bring it over for me to try on. The saleswoman asked habitually. Sir, what's your size? She was actually asking for his clothing size. Zhou Yang shrugged. 25. Sir, I wasn't asking your age. I wasn't talking about age either. The saleswoman shot Zhou Yang a sideways glance, her eyes drifting downward involuntarily. Sure enough. Stunning assets. The saleswoman stopped asking questions. She sashayed off to fetch the suit. It must be said, though the suit looked flashy, it perfectly suited Zhou Yang's style. Once he slipped it on, Zhou Yang's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His energy and presence shot up several notches. The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Wow, sir, you look absolutely stunning in this suit. This ensemble perfectly complements your aura, it looks tailor-made for you. Even Qinli's eyes were filled with astonishment. Zhou Yang wasn't lacking in natural appeal to begin with, standing at 185 centimeters tall, handsome and radiant, with a six-pack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crown campus heartthrob back in the day. But in recent years, he'd neglected his appearance while working tirelessly to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. Now, dressed up like this, he instantly charmed a whole group of sales assistants. Even Qinli felt her heart flutter. Zhou Yang knew from their reactions that this outfit was a winner. He admired his reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Aside from the sparse stubble that added a touch of ruggedness, every other feature was absolutely perfect. Lily, you have great taste. Now just find me some matching shoes and a belt and it'll be perfect. Receiving Zhou Yang's praise, Qinli felt a strange, secret delight for some reason. She diligently helped Zhou Yang select leather shoes and a belt. Once he put them on, she gazed at the man she'd styled with the admiration and fascination one might reserve for a work of art. Zhou Yang, how come I never noticed before how handsome you are? Better late than never. Zhou Yang flashed a cheeky grin before addressing the saleswoman. This outfit fits perfectly. I'll take it. Please process my payment. Good day, sir. Your total comes to 13,988. Here is your receipt, please keep it safe. As your single purchase exceeds 100,000 yuan, we are pleased to offer this Roman-inspired Brioni fragrance as a complimentary gift. Zhou Yang glanced at the men's perfume and shook his head. Swap it for a women's perfume instead. The saleswoman immediately understood and glanced enviously at Qinli. Ma'am, your perfume. Qinli looked at Zhou Yang in surprise, not expecting him to give her a gift. She felt a bit overwhelmed by the gesture. Zhou Yang, you've already lent me so much. Just take it. We still need to shop at other stores, don't waste time. Dazed, Qinli followed Zhou Yang out the door and headed to the nearby Gucci store. Zhou Yang's hand fell naturally around her waist. This was a test. 011, you make the move, or I will. Having invested so much in Qinli, how could Zhou Yang not demand some return? He wasn't some soft-hearted saint. He's a newly transplanted kidney. This test was just a way to collect a little interest. If Qinli refused him, it would be hypocritical. That would be no different than saying you need to go home because you forgot your ID after dinner and a movie that ran past midnight. Though Qinli had promised to grant Zhou Yang any request, what he sought wasn't merely the outcome and was savoring the entire process of acquisition. It was the steadily escalating process itself that yielded emotional fulfillment and pleasure. Qinli's reaction would determine Zhou Yang's next move. So the instant his hand touched Qinli's waist, Zhou Yang distinctly felt her body tremble sharply. But soon, Qinli tacitly accepted Zhou Yang's action. Though perhaps wary of his large hands getting out of hand, Qinli swiftly and cautiously clasped his wrist with her slender, cool palm. She pressed it gently against her waist, preventing Zhou Yang from moving it further, yet she didn't pull his hand away either. Qinli's apparent refusal was actually a subtle invitation. This way, she demonstrated that she was not a woman to be taken lightly, while also showing that she would grant Zhou Yang's every request. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, his gaze drifting over her shoulder to rest on Qinli's face. At the same moment, Qinli lifted her head slightly, meeting Zhou Yang's gaze. Swoosh! Her cheeks flushed crimson. That possessive, flirtatious look in Zhou Yang's eyes, Qinli had seen it in many men before. In the past, she would have felt nothing but disgust, even checking her collar or skirt hem for any accidental exposure. But Zhou Yang's handsome face transformed his aggressive gaze into the most sincere admiration. Her heart pounded wildly, a momentary flutter of panic mingled with intoxicating desire. Her red lips were gently bitten by her pearly teeth. Her voice grew soft as a mosquito's buzz. Zhou Yang. I'll get myself into the mood faster. Oh my. Seeing Qinli like this, Zhou Yang felt a sudden surge in his heart. If one had to describe the look in Qinli's eyes at that moment, it was one brimming with desire. What man could resist such an assault? Zhou Yang nearly succumbed to that gaze. At the same time, a chill ran down his spine. He'd always seen Qinli as reserved and innocent, never expecting her to be so skilled. If she was putting on an act, then her performance was nothing short of masterful. How many men must she have practiced on to achieve such insight and skill? Zhou Yang had no interest in sparring with such a high-level woman. Playing around today was fine, but long-term? No thanks. If she wasn't faking it, then it proved she was still untouched. Once her tough exterior was stripped away, she'd plunge headlong into submission. In that case, Zhou Yang might consider pursuing a long-term relationship with her. Of course, just a development, not the only one. He'd just become a high roller and wasn't ready to be tied down so soon. After all, his sights were set on the stars and the sea to experience a broader life and meet more women. Just as Zhou Yang and Qinli were testing each other's boundaries. Sales associates and staff from Zhou Yang's shops all peered out, their eyes burning with intensity as they watched him. News of Zhou Yang's generous tip at Brioni had already spread like wildfire across the entire floor. These sales staff were notorious for their loose lips, loving to spread news through every group chat. The story of the mysterious Mr. Zhou dropping a 20,000 yuan red envelope had been blown out of proportion by the Brioni staff. Everyone else was green with envy over such good fortune. Casually handing out a 20,000 yuan red envelope tip? It was like manna from heaven. Though they work in luxury boutiques, their base salaries aren't high at all. They rely entirely on commissions to make ends meet. But with the economy sluggish, luxury shoppers are few and far between. Sometimes weeks go by without a single customer. Occasionally someone wanders in, casually looks around, asks a few questions, and leaves. It's incredibly frustrating. So when a big spender like Zhou Yang suddenly showed up, how could they not pay attention? So they were all hoping he'd head to their store next. The Gucci store manager was scanning the crowd for Zhou Yang. Behind her, a group of sales assistants in Balenciaga black stockings were chattering excitedly. Oh my god, check out this video posted just half an hour ago. Mr. Zhou just gave a 1,000,000 yuan tip while dining at Sky Riverview, treating every single guest in the restaurant. This sales assistant was scrolling through Douyin on her phone, never imagining that the mysterious Mr. Zhou before her eyes had done something even crazier than giving a 20,000 yuan red envelope. Only then did they realize that 20,000 yuan was the limit for WeChat red envelopes, not the limit of Zhou Yang's generosity. Hearing the saleswoman's voice, other sales staff immediately gathered around to watch. When they saw Zhou Yang's handsome face, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. What should we do? A big spender is right in front of us. This is so exciting. How on earth can we get her to come to our store? Yeah, I'm so nervous. What can we do to get this Mr. Zhou to join our group and tip us? Should we ask those Brioni guys? They'd never share such confidential info with us. Remember, business is war. They only told us to brag about landing a big spending client. The sales assistants chattered excitedly. The supervisor turned around and glared at them. Shoo! Mr. Zhou is heading this way. Quickly show your enthusiasm and aim to get him to spend $1 million. Oh, and set up extra group chats, even brand new ones. This could be our chance to earn a year's salary in one go. The supervisor, a confident older woman, yanked her small necktie up to her shoulders and pulled her deep V neckline lower. Still seemingly unsatisfied, she undid another bra clasp, making her cleavage appear fuller and more alluring. The other sales assistants watched their supervisor's sudden makeover, their minds racing with countless thoughts. They knew this was a golden opportunity to connect with the wealthy elite. If they could exchange contact info, maybe future connections could lead to extra income. True to her role as supervisor, her actions were swift. So they hurriedly touched up their makeup and dressed up, each vying to look their best. Zhou Yang and Qinli entered the Gucci store, chatting and laughing. Before Zhou Yang could speak, the manager led the sales staff in a bow toward him. Welcome to our Gucci boutique, Mr. Zhou. We will serve you with the utmost enthusiasm. Whoa! Indeed, it was quite full. The dazzling sea of snow-white skin nearly caused Zhou Yang to react. But what surprised Zhou Yang was how they knew his surname was Zhou. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Yang asked, "Have you heard my story?" The hostess realized she'd let slip in her excitement, but she remained composed. She reached out and took Zhou Yang's other arm, leading her into the store with efficient yet intimate politeness. We've all heard about Mr. Zhou lavishly tipping $1 million in the Sky River view. The videos have gone viral online. Qinli, nestled in Zhou Yang's arms, watched as the manager held his other arm and rubbed it against her chest. Her eyes instantly sharpened with suspicion. She had already realized that a high roller like Zhou Yang was incredibly popular with women. Right now, she held a greater advantage than these wild women. If she didn't cherish this opportunity, Zhou Yang might soon find himself in someone else's arms. So Qinli gripped Zhou Yang's hand and unconsciously slid it upward a little. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Such a splendid day was precisely what he deserved. So he basked in the manager's flattery, arm-linked with Qinli as they strolled forward. The manager and sales staff at Gucci were exceptionally attentive, inviting Zhou Yang and Qinli to sit on the sofa. They promptly brought over juice, tea, candy, ashtrays, anything they could possibly offer. Then, over a dozen staff members even initiated extra services, massaging shoulders, patting backs, attending to every detail with meticulous care. Qinli watched in stunned silence. It was her first time experiencing such treatment in a luxury boutique, utterly unprecedented. Just as she was utterly astonished, Zhou Yang finally remembered the reason for their visit. He knew these staff members were being so proactive solely because they hoped to receive his tips. This spared him the need to fabricate excuses to join others' workgroups. It was a perfect mutual pursuit. The thought that he wouldn't have to take the initiative anymore, that others would be even more eager than him, made Zhou Yang's lips curve into a slight smile. Ladies, your service has been truly exceptional. Please show me your group QR codes, I'd like to tip you. The manager beamed with delight and immediately pulled out her phone, which she had prepared long ago. Mr. Zhou, our store has multiple groups, both large and small. Would you like to join them all? Nice. Zhou Yang nearly jumped for joy. The more he looked at this hostess, the more he liked her. This mature woman really understood his needs. So Zhou Yang waved his hand decisively. Forget about big or small groups. Just add me to every single one. 2,000 yuan red envelopes for each group. Get moving. The manager practically wanted to stick to Zhou Yang like glue upon hearing this. If Zhou Yang hadn't been accompanied by a female companion, she would have invited him straight into the fitting room to study her outfits. Handsome and loaded, just what door did the heavens shut on this guy? It looked like he had every back door open. As her fingers danced across the screen, Zhou Yang was added to over a dozen groups. The largest one was an elite client group with 237 members. There were also VIP client groups and VIP offline business groups. Zhou Yang dropped a 20,000 yuan red envelope in one group to stir things up. Then he curiously asked the hostess, "What exactly is this offline business group?" The manager shot a glance at Qinli beside Zhou Yang and cautiously replied, "Mr. Zhou, please check your private messages." "Oh? So mysterious?" Zhou Yang curiously opened the file the manager had sent him. Whoa. 22 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, 3060, skill, roaming. Ahem. Zhou Yang instantly tapped the screen off button. I'll contact you when I need something. After that, Zhou Yang had Qinli pick out a few more outfits for him, preparing to head to the next store. But the manager grabbed his arm again. Mr. Zhou, you really don't need to go through all this trouble. I have the WeChat contacts for the managers of every luxury store in this building. Just sit here. Whatever you need, just tell me, and I'll relay it to them. They'll have the clothes delivered to you. 012 worried Zhou Yang's wallet isn't fat enough? See how big your group is? Oh ho! Branded stores sure do offer attentive service. Who knew they offered such extended services? At this moment, the manager seemed increasingly competent in Zhou Yang's eyes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask offhandedly. What's your name? The manager immediately realized her attentive service had caught the attention of this wealthy customer. She promptly responded with enthusiasm. Mr. Zhou, my name is Lucy. You can call me Xiao Shi. An English name? This gave Zhou Yang the same feeling as encountering a hairstylist named Tony at a barbershop. Zhou Yang hummed in acknowledgement, offering a faint smile. Since this Lucy was so accommodating, he wouldn't blame her if he started pulling some shady moves. With a dramatic flourish, Zhou Yang radiated an aura of extravagance. In that case, I happen to need to buy Lily a new evening gown. Have these shops help you pick one out. But you know your brother Zhou, I'm all about the spectacle. Whether we buy anything or not is secondary, but the spectacle is non-negotiable. Whether I actually visit their store or not, the red envelope is non-negotiable. Here's what we'll do, tell their store manager to add me to their group chat, preferably a large one, so more people can witness my grandeur. Zhou Yang's words left Lucy completely dumbfounded. What? There were no fewer than 30 brand stores on this floor alone. If Zhou Yang gave out 20,000 yuan red envelopes at each store, this single move would cost him at least 600,000 yuan. Add to that the dozen or so groups Lucy had just pulled Zhou Yang into earlier today alone, just in red envelopes, not counting purchases, would cost over $1 million. What kind of god-tier tycoon is this? So extravagant. Absolutely outrageous. Could this be heaven itself, sent to rescue us working stiffs? Turns out the Zhou Yang she'd seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. Though it does sound a bit pretentious. But did Mr. Zhou do anything wrong? He just wanted a little pomp and circumstance, right? Such a simple request, yet it brought such immense rewards, why wouldn't they oblige? After all, bosses who care this much about appearances are a rare breed these days. Even the coal barons of Shishan back in the day probably didn't go any further than this. Lucy instantly steeled her resolve she had to serve this big shot right before her. She immediately tagged all the luxury store managers on this floor in the store manager group chat and began sharing her insights. Dear fellow store managers, I'm sure you're all aware of the arrival of the mysterious Mr. Zhou. He's shopping for an evening gown for his girlfriend. Everyone, bring out your store's crown jewels immediately. Let me be clear, whoever dares upset Mr. Zhou today will become the public enemy of this entire floor. Enough talk, get your fingers ready to snatch those red envelopes. Ms. Zhou is about to start handing out rewards. Here's a little secret, Boss Zhou loves a grand gesture. First, set up a few private chat groups to grab as much cash as possible. Then create a VIP customer group so Boss Zhou can enjoy the feeling of being admired. I'm starting to create the groups now. Make sure you all give our CEO the grand entrance she deserves. Truth is, managers from other stores had been eagerly awaiting Zhou Yang's arrival. In these tough times, who wouldn't be dazzled by a big spender like him? But some cautious store managers started raising questions. Chanel store manager Zhu, Lucy, with so many stores, does he plan to tip them all? Prada store manager Mimi, yeah, Lucy, and if we add too many groups, might it offend Mr. Zhou? It could look too greedy. LV store manager Mimi, exactly, Lucy. We can't drain the pond to catch fish. We need to nurture these big clients, this can't be a one-time deal. Valentino store manager Lisa, so torn, I want to feast now but also keep the fish swimming. Givenchy store managers Wei, sis Lisa, what exactly do you mean by eat our fill? Little sister here's a bit slow, could you explain it a bit more? Valentino store manager Lisa at Givenchy store managers Wei, are you itching for a fight? Tonight I'll cosplay as little fish and battle you, flowerless. Givenchy store managers Wei, I'm so scared. Sis Lisa, you're not going to do 100 rounds, are you? Hermes store manager Feifei, sigh, I'm so jealous of you guys. Our store doesn't have evening gowns, so I doubt we'll get any red envelopes. Lucy watched the store manager's chat and couldn't help but curl her lips. These people really haven't seen the world. Worried that Mr. Zhou might be stingy with the red envelopes? Mr. Zhou's league is worlds apart from those fake rich kids. Those fake rich kids haggle over every purchase, demand discounts, and can't even spare a red envelope. Yet they still try to add girls on WeChat to flirt with them. Compared to a handsome tycoon like Mr. Zhou, who doesn't even give them a second glance, they're utterly pathetic. In Lucy's mind, Zhou Yang had become a seasoned playboy among the elite wealthy. Ordinary girls were beneath his notice. Only someone like Qinli, a girl who looked like a 9 out of 10 with an innocent charm, could stir any earthly desire in him. The reason Zhou Yang was tipping so generously today was likely to show Miss Qinli just how deep his pockets were. This must be what they call throwing money around to win a beauty smile. But to be safe, she still asked Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, every brand store has large and small groups. What do you think? At that, Zhou Yang perked up instantly. Wow, this hit the nail right on the head. For those salespeople, it was like seizing land from the rich. For Zhou Yang, this was the birthplace of a chain reaction of red envelopes. So Zhou Yang lifted his head, his expression brimming with unbridled enthusiasm. No big deal. Go ahead and create the group chat, don't worry about me not being able to afford the red envelopes. Zhou Yang's words only confirmed Lucy's suspicions. So she proudly typed in the group chat. Gucci store manager Lucy, don't worry about whether our CEO Zhou's wallet is fat enough. Worry about whether your own groups are big enough. This statement landed like a depth charge in the group. The numerous store managers in the group fell completely silent for over 10 seconds. After a dozen seconds. Chanel store manager Zhu, sis Lucy, send me Mr. Zhou's WeChat. I'll add him to the group right now. Givenchy store managers was Wei, sis Lucy, I'll go first. Hermes store manager Fei, how could Mr. Zhou buy an evening gown without a bag? I'll send one over right now. Dior store manager Sasa, oh my goodness, sister Fei reminded me, how could one buy an evening gown without lipstick and eyeshadow? I'll deliver them to Mr. Zhou right away. Chao Sang jewelry store manager Bebe, that's exactly right. How could you buy an evening gown without a necklace, earrings, and bracelet? I'll send them over right away. In an instant, all the store managers gained fresh perspectives. Those without evening gowns in stock had thought they'd miss out on Zhou Yang's red envelope, but once their minds opened up, the possibilities became limitless. Many store managers immediately packed up their merchandise and rushed over to the Gucci store to showcase it. Zhou Yang, however, was unfazed. He added these store managers on WeChat not because they were all beauties. Rather, he intended to distribute red envelopes through them. That was truly the case. What delighted Zhou Yang was that these store managers each had VIP customer groups ranging from 50 to 60 people up to 1 or 200. According to their descriptions, joining the VIP group typically required spending over $1,000,000 at their stores. But for Zhou Yang, no such requirement applied. His demonstrated capability and potential far exceeded the concept of a VIP client. Zhou Yang happily tossed a 20,000 yuan red envelope into each of their groups. By now, he couldn't be bothered with those tiny groups of 3 or 4 people, or even those with a dozen members. These large groups with hundreds of members are where it's at. One send here equals dozens of sends in those small groups. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the Gucci Boutique VIP client group has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 200 people equals 4 million yuan. Funds deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelopes sent by the host in the Chanel Boutique VIP customer group have been claimed. The red envelope split card daily card has taken effect. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 150 people equals 3 million yuan, deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the Givenchy Boutique VIP customer group has been claimed. The red envelope split card daily card has taken effect. The host has received a total red envelope reward of 20,000 yuan. 100 people equals 2 million yuan, deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. Ding! The red envelope sent by the host to the VIP customer group of the Hermes Boutique has been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has taken effect. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 80 people equals 1,600,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. Over 30 large groups caused Zhou Yang's assets to skyrocket to over 80 million yuan. The funds from smaller groups were immediately spent by Zhou Yang at corresponding luxury stores. In nearly every store, Zhou Yang spent hundreds of thousands. Combined with the red envelopes he distributed. In just a single morning, he had spent a staggering tens of millions. The sheer extravagance left Qinli, who had been accompanying Zhou Yang on his shopping spree, utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, she reassessed Zhou Yang's net worth entirely. Originally, she had borrowed 600,000 yuan from him and felt it was quite a large sum, anxious to repay him. But seeing him toss money around so casually, she suddenly realized that 600,000 yuan was practically nothing to him. For the sake of maintaining appearances, Zhou Yang tossed money around like skipping stones across water. If his net worth were only a few hundred million, he absolutely wouldn't treat money so carelessly. So there was only one truth. Zhou Yang was worth at least 100 million. Maybe even billions. At this thought, Qinli's heart began to race. Though she knew there were plenty of billionaires in the world, she'd never encountered one in her own circle. If she were to follow Zhou Yang from now on, even if it meant becoming his mistress, at least she wouldn't have to suffer hardship in her daily life. Her family background had been too harsh. She refused to endure hardship ever again. The opportunity was right before her eyes. She had to seize it. So she couldn't help but press closer to Zhou Yang, letting him feel her astonishingly supple curves. Zhou Yang sensed Qinli's shift and smiled calmly. He gestured toward the large bags and packages of goods he'd purchased, then nodded toward them. Pick out whatever you like, put it on, and accompany me to an event tonight. Don't embarrass me. 013 G-Class or Land Rover? I'll take the Cullinan. Xinli stared at the floor piled high with over 100 bags, at least a third of them bought for her. She couldn't even begin to describe how she felt. She was still in a daze. Zhou Yang had merely asked her to accompany him to a dinner party, yet he'd spent millions on her. Such vast sums of money were beyond anything she'd ever encountered in her life. She began to wonder if Zhou Yang had secretly harbored feelings for her all along. Why else would he spend so much on her? But she quickly dismissed the thought. A man of Zhou Yang's wealth could have any woman he wanted. If she couldn't grasp her place in his life, she feared he'd discard her soon enough. Her priority now was to maintain her image and standing in Zhou Yang's eyes. So she abandoned all restraint, selecting a bright red evening gown and accessorizing it with a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, a gold bracelet weighing half a caddy, and a fluorescent glazed pearl necklace. It must be said, Xinli was a natural-born clotheshorse, capable of showcasing the essence of any garment. With her wearing it, the brand's image instantly gained a significant boost in prestige. Lucy gazed at Xinli, whose impeccable style and radiant aura made her look like the legendary swan. Standing beside Xinli, even Lucy, a beauty rated above an 8, felt like an ugly duckling. Lucy couldn't help but admire her sincerely. Ms. Qin, I feel that if you were to become our brand ambassador, our company would be delighted to hire you. It was an incredibly tempting money-making opportunity. But Xinli declined without hesitation. Her eyes, brighter than crystal, were filled with Zhou Yang. Anything I do must have Mr. Zhou's approval. Zhou Yang shot Xinli a surprised glance. He noticed Xinli's completely obedient demeanor. He was thoroughly pleased with her attitude. This girl certainly knew how to find her place. He had just become a wealthy tycoon and hadn't yet experienced the world's wonders, but he didn't want to be tied down by anyone. Had Xinli been combative and demanding, he would have kept his distance. But now that Xinli was so docile and willing to be a little canary, he didn't mind giving her a chance to develop further. With a faint smile directed at Xinli, Zhou Yang prepared to shift his focus and continued distributing red envelopes elsewhere. Lucy was highly perceptive. Noticing Zhou Yang's intention to leave, she immediately greeted him warmly. Mr. Zhou, could you provide an address? I'll have someone deliver these handbags to you. Also, did you drive here today? We offer complimentary shuttle service for our VIP guests. If you need it, I can arrange transportation to your destination. Oh? Zhou Yang took another serious look at Lucy. It had to be said, Lucy knew how to handle things. She always offered services he found hard to refuse. And since he currently had neither a car nor a place to stay, it was indeed inconvenient. So Zhou Yang decided to go ahead and acquire both a car and a house soon, to match his status. He addressed Lucy. Leave the handbag at the store for now. I'll figure out where to have it delivered and send you the address later. For now, I plan to buy a car first. You can take me to the nearby Sisuanzi dealership to look around. Lucy immediately understood. In her view, someone like Zhou Yang changed cars as easily as changing clothes. Buying a vehicle was no big deal. So she once again demonstrated her top-notch sales professionalism, enthusiastically helping Zhou Yang analyze his options. Mr. Zhou, what kind of new car are you looking for? I have many clients who are managers at Haicheng Forest dealerships, and several are big shots specializing in various luxury car brands. If you're looking to purchase a vehicle, I believe they could offer you excellent recommendations and discounts. Zhou Yang blinked. This, he realized, was likely why these luxury store employees, despite their meager wages, fought tooth and nail for these positions. Their jobs served as a springboard to connect with influential contacts across social circles. And when other clients needed it, they could leverage those connections to serve their customers. Zhou Yang knew that what he lacked most right now was precisely that, connections. Perhaps through Lucy, he could gain access to some of those connections. So he casually sent Lucy another red envelope of 20,000 yuan, leaving her flattered and overwhelmed. Mr. Zhou, you're too generous. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small token. Please accept it. Since you have friends, why not consult them? I'm looking for a mature, reliable car that's not too flashy. Have your friends give me some suggestions? The car I needed in stock. As for the price range, well, anywhere between 1 million and 10 million is fine. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, Lucy immediately called her client. Shin Bo, general manager of Haicheng Yuehai luxury car dealership, was feeling troubled at that moment. He was in his office reviewing the previous quarter's sales report. Mr. Chen, our sales have dropped by 80% this quarter. Many customers who placed orders have cancelled for various reasons, even forfeiting their deposits. To make matters worse, new energy vehicles are severely impacting our luxury car market. Many luxury cars are now selling for over 10% below our original purchase price. It's practically a loss on every single sale. Shen Bo listened to his secretary Xiao Huang's report, his brow furrowing deeper by the second. Running a luxury car dealership had become unbearably difficult these past 2 years. With hundreds of millions tied up in unsold inventory, now they were losing money on every single sale. It felt like swallowing their own blood in tears. But now, cash flow was tight, and the funding chain had broken. Although he'd managed to borrow some money from friends, once they saw this bottomless pit of a money-eating monster, they all shook their heads and refused to lend him anymore. Some even bluntly advised him to just give up. This dealership was a test from his family. If he sold it, he might lose his inheritance rights. He was truly caught between a rock and a hard place. After a moment's thought, he instructed Zhou Huang. Quickly contact a few major clients. Even if it means taking a loss, sell 1 or 2 cars to recoup some capital. We need to pay out this year's salaries and bonuses first. Hearing his boss's words, Zhou Huang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The boss was a good man, still worrying about his employees' wages at a time like this. But he had already sent people to contact clients earlier. Now, many were waiting for luxury cars to drop in price. Even selling at a loss, there were no takers. Seeing his boss so troubled, he felt awkward telling him the truth. He could only step back and figure out a solution. Just then, Chen Bo's phone rang. Chen Bo glanced at the contact label, Gucci store manager Lucy. He immediately chose to reject the call. He assumed Lucy was calling to pitch products. After all, every month, store managers or sales associates from these luxury brands would reach out to their VIP clients like him, recommending new arrivals. Last month, unable to refuse, he'd spent 20,000 yuan on a suit from Lucy. But now, he had no money left for luxury goods. Paying his employees' salaries alone was headache enough. Lucy, whose call had been hung up on, couldn't help but frown. Who would actually turn down a business opportunity that came knocking? If Zhou Yang hadn't specifically requested a ready-to-deliver vehicle, she wouldn't have contacted Chen Bo at all. But among her client contacts, the only one dealing in luxury cars with immediate availability was Chen Bo, the second-generation entrepreneur. So Lucy, driven by sheer persistence, sent Chen Bo a WeChat message. Mr. Chen, pick up the phone immediately. A major deal is coming your way. Chen Bo heard the phone buzz and immediately picked it up to check. Huh, big deal? Could she possibly mean me? He'd heard rumors lately about many people discussing big deals being lured abroad and kidnapped. So when Lucy mentioned a big deal, his mind instinctively jumped to those reports. But then Lucy's call came through again. Chen Bo hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Lucy's sweet voice came through the phone. Mr. Chen, you're such a busy man, it's been tough getting hold of you. I have a major client looking to purchase a business-oriented SUV or MPV priced between 1 million and 10 million yuan. Could you make a recommendation? This client is very well connected. He mentioned he could send out a big red envelope to your employee group and client network for good luck. Ha! Chen Bo's eyes lit up. He'd been struggling to find clients, and now Lucy had actually referred one to him. He was overjoyed. Plus, with business being slow lately, they definitely needed a morale boost. So he responded with a smile. This is the first time I've heard of someone proactively sending red envelopes, ha! I'll add you to the group chat later so we can all share in the good fortune. For business class vehicles, I have several recommendations. I'll send you a spreadsheet shortly. Once you select a model, I'll provide you with a quote and specific discounts. After hanging up, Chen Bo immediately selected a few models and sent them to Lucy. Lucy then forwarded Zhou Yang's WeChat message, emphasizing that Zhou Yang needed to send a red envelope in Chen Bo's employee and client group chats. Chen Bo chuckled. He'd seen plenty of clients like this who loved to show off. He casually added the messages to the employee and client groups, then ignored them, quietly waiting for Lucy's response. Meanwhile, Lucy was discussing with Zhou Yang which car to choose. Zhou Yang scrutinized the images and messages in Lucy's WeChat, carefully comparing options. Toyota Alphard Gold Edition, 900,000 1,360,000, hybrid, 2.5L naturally aspirated 4-cylinder engine. Porsche Cayenne Turbo, 1.85 million 2.48 million, 4.0 TV8 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 3.3 seconds. Bentley Bentayga, 2,758,000 3,508,000, W12 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 4.6 seconds. Lamborghini Urus, 2.95 million 3.28 million, 4.0 LV8 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 4 seconds. Aston Martin DBX, 1,968,000 3,288,000, 4.0L twin turbocharged V8 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 3.3 seconds. Mercedes-Benz G-Class, 1,428,000 2,548,000, 4.0L V8 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 5.9 seconds. Land Rover Range Rover, 1,408,000 3,368,000, 3.0L inline 6 twin turbocharged engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 5.5 seconds. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 6.9187.598 million, 6.75L twin turbo V12 engine, 0-100 km h acceleration in 5.1 seconds. Chen Bo, general manager of Haichonghua High Luxury Car Dealership. For a first car in China, I'd recommend the G-Class or Range Rover. Chen Bo's words were completely ignored by Zhou Yang. He went straight for the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. No other reason, simply because it was the most expensive car available. His current principle was simple: go for the most expensive, not necessarily the best. Life had finally molded him into the very person he once despised. 014 booking of 15 million barbus, Chen Bo laughs his head off. Zhou Yang tapped Lucy's phone with his finger. There. That's the one, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Lucy's eyes instantly turned into seductive glances. Holy crap! The Cullinan was the car of her dreams. That dreamy starlight roof, what girl wouldn't be enchanted by it? But what really stood out was the spacious, comfortable 3-seat bench you could stretch out completely and still have plenty of room. Strange, why did she suddenly want to lie down? Lucy glanced at Zhou Yang, her eyes practically dripping with desire. Zhou Yang turned his head and glanced at Qinli. Qinli returned his gaze with a smile before quietly lowering her head. Qinli's demeanor once again filled Zhou Yang with satisfaction. This girl was so sensible. He wouldn't let a sensible girl suffer any injustice. Though his heart might not belong entirely to her, he would at least reserve a place for her. Zhou Yang urged Lucy on. Check if they have any cars in stock. If they do, I'll go pick one up right now. Lucy nodded and quickly sent a message to Chen Bo. Beep. Chen Bo's phone buzzed. He glanced at the message. Gucci store manager Lucy, Mr. Chen, the client asked if we have any Rolls-Royce Cullinan models in stock. If available, they want to pick one up immediately. Chen Bo swallowed hard upon reading the message. Even though he'd seen plenty of money in his life, his hands trembled slightly with excitement at that moment. Click. 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 Chen Bo's hand fumbled with the lighter several times before finally getting the cigarette lit. He was absolutely overjoyed. This was like a godsend. If the deal went through, he could cover this month's salaries and year-end bonuses. The company's cash flow would even have a slight surplus. He had recommended the G-Class and Range Rover to Zhou Yang precisely because these models were relatively affordable yet perfect for showing off. He hadn't expected this client to have such refined taste. No wonder Lucy had mentioned earlier that this was a major account. But then, anxiety immediately set in. A Cullinan costs nearly 7 million yuan. What if the client didn't have enough cash? If they took out a loan, he wouldn't get the money immediately. He quickly replied to Lucy. Chen Bo, general manager of Haichang High Luxury Car Dealership, vehicle available in stock, but cash payment required. Price negotiable. As he typed those words, Chen Bo felt a twinge of worry, fearing he might scare the customer away. After all, 7 million yuan wasn't something anyone could just pull out of thin air. But he had no choice. He was desperately short on cash right now. If he couldn't secure the cash this week, the other heirs in the family would undoubtedly come after him. Just then, his secretary Xiao Huang burst through the door. Xiao Huang's face was lit up with an excited smile. Mr. Chen, that big spender you pulled into the group chat, I just snagged over 500 in the red envelope grab. And I wasn't even the luckiest one. It gave me a start. Ha? Chen Bo froze. Xiao Huang snagged over 500 yuan? How big must that red envelope have been? His employee group had 110 members. Curious, he entered the group and clicked on Zhou Yang's red envelope to take a look. Oh my! A 20,000 yuan red envelope. Holy crap! He didn't even have 20,000 yuan himself, and this guy casually sent a 20,000 yuan red envelope? Then, out of curiosity, he clicked into the client group and glanced at the red envelope. 20,000. Another 20,000. So that client just casually sent 40,000 yuan in red envelopes to his group? How extravagant is that? Suddenly, Chen Bo couldn't help but feel hopeful about Zhou Yang. Perhaps this client named Zhou Yang could actually pay the full price for this Cullinan. He waited expectantly for a reply on his phone. But Lucy's end remained completely silent. He felt a bit anxious and wanted to ask about it. But he felt it would damage his image, so he could only wait anxiously. Meanwhile, Lucy was in the garage pulling her Maybach S480 out to drive Zhou Yang and Qinli to a high luxury car dealership in Haicheng. The reason Zhou Yang hadn't responded to Chen Bo's question about buying the car with cash was because he felt the question wasn't worth answering. Was buying a car with cash difficult for Zhou Yang? Never mind the 80 million yuan sitting idle in his bank account, earning interest. Even the 2 red envelopes he just sent in the Yuehai Luxury Cars group chat had already covered the car's purchase price. Ding! The red envelopes sent by the host to the Haichang Yuehai Luxury Car Dealership staff group have been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily has activated. The host has received a total red envelope reward of 20,000 yuan. 110 people equals 2,200,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelopes sent by the host to Haicheng Yuehai Luxury Car Dealership Customer Group 1 have been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 478 people equals 9,560,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. The Haichang Yuehai luxury car dealership customer group had 428 members. Zhou Yang absolutely loved this massive group. A single 20,000 yuan red envelope had multiplied into 9.56 million yuan. This money came way too fast. Zhou Yang now brimmed with anticipation for his new life. He planned to generate several hundred billion yuan in assets today. Though he hadn't quite hit his first small goal yet, it was important to keep dreaming big. When Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, he suddenly noticed Qinli fondling Lucy's Maybach S480 left and right, seemingly utterly enamored with it. Zhou Yang blinked. "Do you really like this car?" Qinli gave an embarrassed nod. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. "I'll buy you one later." "Ha? Ha?" Not only Qinli gasped in surprise, but Lucy did too. Her S480 was borrowed from a friend specifically to drive Zhou Yang to Yuehai luxury car dealership in Haicheng. Who would have thought that after merely asking Qinli if she liked it, Zhou Yang would agree to give her one outright? This car was worth around 1.5 million yuan. She wanted one too. Why didn't Zhou Yang ask her? Why wasn't she the one sitting beside Zhou Yang? At that moment, she was genuinely filled with envy toward Qinli. She cautiously glanced at Qinli's appearance through the car's center mirror. Pure, sweet, radiating that innocent, naive charm of a young girl. Silently committing these traits to memory, she began to seriously analyze Zhou Yang's preferences. Wooing a man required thorough research. Even if Zhou Yang only offered her the role of a mistress, she'd be smiling in her sleep. Of course, Zhou Yang knew nothing of her little schemes. At that moment, Zhou Yang was examining a rather peculiar cup. Qinli lay nestled in Zhou Yang's embrace, her face flushed with coyness as she felt his large, possessive hands. Zhou Yang chuckled softly as he listened to Qinli's breaths grow heavier and heavier. It wasn't exactly convenient in someone else's car. But once he got his own car, he absolutely had to experience the vibration sensation. When they arrived at Yuehai luxury car dealership in Haicheng, Chen Bo personally came out to greet them. He'd finally been waiting for Zhou Yang to arrive. Grasping Zhou Yang's hand warmly, Chen Bo immediately set himself up for failure. If Zhou Yang could pay cash for this Cullinan, he'd offer a 500,000 yuan discount on the spot. With all the upgraded accessories included, the total price would be 7.088 million yuan. Zhou Yang nodded and transferred the funds immediately, without a moment's hesitation. He'd actually loved this car since childhood, and now it was finally his. That little golden statue, Meanwhile, Chen Bo breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the money finally secured in his account. His dealership was saved. But Zhou Yang's next words sent his heart, which had just settled, racing wildly once more. Zhou Yang pointed to a car on the promotional poster beside them and asked Chen Bo, "Do you have this Brabus G900 in stock?" "A Brabus G900? The Brabus G900 priced at a staggering 15 million? Chen Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Zhou Yang had set his sights on this car? He had originally intended to purchase that car as his flagship display piece. But with his cash flow drying up, he simply couldn't afford the remaining 60% down payment, so he kept delaying its shipment. Now, the contract deadline was fast approaching. If he couldn't deliver the final payment, not only would he lose his 40% deposit, but he'd also have to pay the seller a penalty for breach of contract. If Zhou Yang could secure it, that would be fantastic. Even if it meant breaking even, he had to sell this car at least that would recover his 40% investment. At that moment, Chen Bo felt himself stammering slightly. Facing a high roller like Zhou Yang, he knew the other party's wealth far surpassed his own. According to their circle's rating standards, anyone looking to buy a car priced over 10 million yuan would have assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. In other words, the Zhou Yang standing before Chen Bo right now was likely a billionaire tycoon. A billionaire at such a young age? If Zhou Yang wasn't a tycoon himself, then he must be a second-generation heir and a top-tier one at that, far surpassing someone like Chen Bo. Thus, Chen Bo immediately conceived the idea of befriending Zhou Yang. "Mr. Zhou, if you genuinely want it, I'll offer you a low price, just 13 million yuan, and I can arrange for it to be delivered. But there's one condition: you need to pay me the full amount now. Otherwise, I won't be able to arrange the delivery of this Brabus." As he spoke, Chen Bo carefully studied Zhou Yang's expression, gauging his reaction. Yet upon hearing Chen Bo's offer, Zhou Yang showed no particular reaction, as if 13 million yuan were insignificant to him. This only reinforced Chen Bo's suspicions. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang promptly transferred 13 million yuan to Chen Bo's account. "I've secured the car. Notify me once it arrives. Oh, and get my friend a Maybach S480 too, she prefers convertibles." After saying this, Zhou Yang chuckled again. "Mr. Chen, I noticed that client group you mentioned earlier, it seems to be called Client Group 1. Do you have other client groups as well?" Chen Bo nodded. "We have quite a few groups, so we've categorized our clients into segments. Client Group 1 primarily consists of luxury car buyers. Groups 2 and 3 are for mid to low-end luxury cars and economical, practical vehicles. Groups 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are potential customers who've inquired before. Originally created to share promotions, but now they're full of people hitting on each other. It's driving us crazy. But when Zhou Yang heard Chen Bo's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. So many groups? That's great. And since their target customer base is quite broad, these groups must be large ones. Zhou Yang couldn't help but rub his hands together. Mr. Chen, I'm a bit of a show-off. I just got a new car today. Could you add me to the other groups? I'll send a red envelope in each one to celebrate. Whoa. Chen Bo reassessed Zhou Yang's level of extravagance. Someone who casually sends red envelopes like that. His true wealth must be even greater than Chen Bo had initially estimated. 015 Don't blame the beauties for finding you annoying, blame yourself for not driving a Cullinan. Chen Bo never imagined Zhou Yang had such a hobby. This was nothing short of throwing money around. He sensed a certain nouveau riche vibe emanating from Zhou Yang. But what kind of nouveau riche could blow over 20 million in one go and still feel unsatisfied? Could it be a newly unshackled scion of a wealthy family, seeking to splurge wildly to avenge years of pent-up frustration? So Chen Bo couldn't help but ask. Young Master Zhou's generosity has truly opened my eyes. I wonder what line of business your family is in. Zhou Yang knew this was Chen Bo's way of probing his background. But the current Zhou Yang had no intention of revealing himself. So he made up a casual excuse. Oh, just some small international financial ventures. The specifics aren't something I can elaborate on. This single sentence immediately highlighted two key points for Chen Bo. How could international finance possibly be considered a small business? That was absolutely the domain of China's top financial conglomerates. Not at liberty to elaborate? That strongly suggested backing from state-level connections or even high-level connections. This was clearly the top-tier second-generation scion of a major powerhouse family. This revelation instantly made Chen Bo treat Zhou Yang with even greater deference. Well, that's wonderful. If I ever have any financial questions in the future, I'll be sure to seek your advice, young Master Zhou. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. But inwardly, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew absolutely nothing about finance. What advice could he possibly offer? The real priority was getting him to send a red envelope. So Zhou Yang couldn't help but urge him on. Mr. Chen, add me to the group chat already. I feel restless every minute I don't send a red envelope. Chen Bo had never seen anyone so desperate to show off. Was he afraid people wouldn't know he bought a car and how rich he was? Is sending a few red envelopes really that important to these top-tier second-generation kids? Lucy, worried Chen Bo wouldn't understand, hurried over and whispered in his ear. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhou is extremely fond of grand displays. Giving red envelopes is one of his ways to create that spectacle. You absolutely must take this seriously. At the Manhwa Tianxiang Mall, Mr. Zhou handed out millions in red envelopes all at once. What? Millions in red envelopes? Chen Bo gained a fresh perspective on Zhou Yang's extravagance. If Zhou Yang was this wealthy, perhaps he could invite him to invest and improve the dire state of his car dealership. With that thought, Chen Bo promptly and respectfully added Zhou Yang to his client groups. But as the group owner, he couldn't just let Zhou Yang send red envelopes. So he took the initiative to set the tone and build momentum for Zhou Yang, sending a 20,000 yuan red envelope in each group and tagging everyone. Chen Bo, Haichangyu high luxury car dealership, warm congratulations to young Master Zhou on acquiring the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Brabus G900, and Maybach S480. I'll kick things off with a red envelope to set the tone. Next, young Master Zhou will be distributing generous red envelopes for everyone to share in the good fortune. As soon as Chen Bo's red envelope went out, the groups instantly buzzed with excitement. Paris street skewer vendor, if even Mr. Chen is personally cheering him on, looks like a real big shot showed up today. Hopelessly hooked, gotta say, that red envelope is seriously huge. Chen's hit the jackpot. Wide open skies, just when I was running low on cash, Chen's red envelope will keep me afloat for another 2 weeks. Go with the flow, so tempting. Can't wait for the big shot to send another round. The chorus of fawning comments in the group chat went completely unnoticed by Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang raced to grab every red envelope Chen Bo sent. His red envelope splitting card allowed him to split and send one in each group. Earlier at the mall, he kept sending them but didn't grab any, wasting half his chances. Now that Chen Bo was sending red packets, he couldn't afford to waste any chances. Ding! Host has claimed all red envelopes in Haichangyu high luxury car dealership customer group 2. Red envelope splitter card daily activated. Host receives total reward of 20,000 yuan. 357 people equals 7,140,000 yuan deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelopes from Haichangyu high luxury car dealership customer group 3 that the host claimed have been fully claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has taken effect. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 492 people equals 9,840,000 yuan deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. In the blink of an eye, over 50 million yuan had been deposited. Zhou Yang's admiration for Chen Bo skyrocketed instantly. This Chen Bo was nothing short of his lucky star and money god. Such high-quality groups were rare indeed. Zhou Yang promptly sent out red envelopes in each group, and they were snatched up almost instantly. Another 50 million yuan came pouring in. Just from this car dealership deal alone, he'd made 100 million. Zhou Yang's total assets now stand at 180 million. His money-making speed was truly unmatched. Amidst his excitement, Zhou Yang pulled Qinli into the car, eager to test drive the new vehicle. However, the act of sending red envelopes to celebrate, shared between Zhou Yang and Chen Bo, caught the attention of observant members in Chen Bo's group chat. The news quickly reached the ears of Chen Hong, another heir to the Chen group. Chen Hong, Chen Bo's cousin, flew into a rage upon hearing the news. What the hell is going on? Didn't you say you had all of Chen Bo's client information? How could such a big fish slip through the net? If Chen Bo recovers from this setback, I won't be able to crush him completely at grandfather's birthday banquet during the New Year celebrations and secure the family inheritance. I don't care what methods you use, you must obtain Zhou Yang's information and make him cancel the car orders placed with Chen Bo. Also, contact Guo Xiao. If this Zhou Yang doesn't know his place, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Make him understand that crossing a member of the black nightclub in Haicheng won't end well for him. Zhou Yang had no idea he was already being targeted. He was busy posting a new WeChat moment. Caption: photo showing one hand gripping the Cullinan steering wheel, the other resting on a slender leg clad in Balenciaga stockings. Caption: where flowers bloom, butterflies gather. Those beautiful legs, of course, belonged to Qinli. At this moment, Qinli had abandoned her usual habit of keeping her legs tightly together. Feeling Zhou Yang's bold and unrestrained actions, she responded with extreme receptiveness. It proved that no matter how tightly a woman locks her heart, there's always a wealthy man to unlock it. Shortly after Zhou Yang posted this on his social feed, the comments section exploded. If Zhou Yang's previous two posts hadn't been enough to break people's defenses, this one was simply too much for many to stomach. Especially among Zhou Yang's university classmates, the tone dripped with envy. Jealousy-stricken college classmate Qin Ming: whoa, Yangzi, where'd you snag that pic? Nice decor in your social circle, huh? Roommate Lu Bing, who never paid back loans: bro Yang, where'd you rent that car? Must be pricey for a day's rental. Nice legs on that girl, hook me up after you're done, bro. Artist Zhao Manan: bro Yang, where'd you strike it rich? Haven't kept in touch since graduation? Forgot about your little sister? Peeping emoji: watch out for those outside women, bro, easy to get hooked on little AI. Class President Wang Hui: Zhou Yang, did you win the lottery? All you do is eat and show off. Money you get by luck just won't stick. Zhou Yang glanced at these teeth-grindingly sour comments, smirked, and couldn't be bothered to reply. But while Zhou Yang stayed silent, his ironclad buddy Duan Yu couldn't stand by and watch. He unleashed a barrage in Zhou Yang's comments section, fiercely confronting these jealous fools who'd lost all sense of themselves. Adopted son Duan Yu: Qin Ming, my college classmate with severe envy issues, can't stand seeing others do well? If you're so capable, go renovate your place too. Godson Duan Yu: roommate Lu Bing, who never pays back loans, don't blame the beauties for finding you annoying, blame yourself for not driving a Cullinan. Godson Duan Yu: artist Zhao Manan, if you wanna flirt, do it in private. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Duan Yu: class monitor Wang Hui, with your sarcastic attitude, why don't you try winning the lottery yourself? Zhou Yang smiled warmly when he saw Duan Yu sticking up for him. Back in college, Duan Yu was the only friend he truly opened up to. Only Duan Yu genuinely wished Zhou Yang well. So Zhou Yang replied under Duan Yu's comment. Zhou Yang: old Duan, come hang out in Haicheng sometime. I'll show you a good time. But no sooner had Zhou Yang posted his comment than the comments section flooded with dozens more messages. It turned out his social media post had caught the attention of Chao Bin, the master of flaunting wealth. Back in college, Chao Bin had often mocked Zhou Yang as a small-town bookworm who'd never reach his level of privilege. Now, seeing Zhou Yang seemingly doing well, he immediately launched into sarcastic jabs. Chao Bin, the rich kid's college classmate, think driving a Cullinan makes you special? People like him only shine in social media show-offs. If he were truly accomplished, wouldn't his name be on the list for Haicheng University's prestigious alumni donation gala this year? Jealous classmate Qin Ming: young Master Chao is absolutely right. The school tracks every graduate's career path. Only those with real substance get invited to the Alumni Association. Class President Wang Hui: I heard Chao Xiao is donating 10 million to the Alumni Association this year? Truly a role model for our generation, we should all learn from you. Artist Zhao Manan: Chao Xiao, let's catch up properly at the alumni gathering, everyone misses you. Zhou Yang frowned. What the heck is this distinguished alumni donation event? He'd never heard of it before. Seems he'd have to find time to ask his counselor, Liana, for details. The mere thought of the counselor's breathtakingly curvaceous figure drew an odd smile to Zhou Yang's lips. Just then, Qinli, sensing Zhou Yang had stopped moving, curiously leaned in closer. Zhou Yang, what are you looking at? Why are you grinning like that? Zhou Yang pressed the sleep button and gave a casual laugh. Nothing, just checking my moments. He then glanced at the Cullinan's spacious rear seat and winked at Qinli. This car's back seat is pretty spacious. We should explore it properly sometime. Qinli caught the innuendo in Zhou Yang's words and instantly flushed crimson. Such thrilling things, she'd never dared to imagine them. 016 just spending money, and now I'm caught up in Chen Bo's mess? Zhou Yang watched keenly, flustered and flushed from his teasing, feeling his emotional investment pay off. Just as he was about to press his advantage and take things further, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Host's WeChat Moments comment count has exceeded 100 for the first time, qualifying for a special reward. You have earned one WeChat Moments check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in now? Another check-in opportunity? Zhou Yang perked up instantly. His very first check-in had yielded such a valuable item as the red envelope split card. What could he possibly receive this time? He silently murmured in his mind. Check in. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained one world-class Special Forces Vehicle Master skill card. Upon using this card, you will acquire the driving skills of a world-class Special Forces Vehicle Master, enabling you to operate all types of vehicles in any complex environment. World-class Special Forces Vehicle Master driving skill? This was an excellent skill. The driving skills of a Special Forces Vehicle Master surpass even those of world racing champions. These elite drivers not only maximize the performance of any vehicle but also miraculously complete missions in the most challenging conditions, truly humanity's finest behind the wheel. Without exaggeration, with this skill card, Zhou Yang could drive a tank on a tightrope if he wanted to. The system's interruption had calmed Zhou Yang's fiery temper considerably. He composed himself, patted Qin Li's thigh, and nodded. Let's head down first. We've got serious business to attend to now. Qin Li was just getting flustered when Zhou Yang suddenly turned serious. She gave a pouty her cheeks flushing even redder. After getting out of the car, Zhou Yang began questioning Chen Bo. Mr. Chen, does your dealership have a license plate? I want to drive the car away immediately. If it has one, we can transfer ownership to me right away. Chen Bo also wanted to build rapport with Zhou Yang. He patted his chest and laughed heartily. Young Master Zhou, you've come at just the right time. I happen to have a high A88888 license plate right here, it's yours as a gift. I hope you'll look out for my business in the future, young Master Zhou. Or if you have any money-making projects, bring your brother along. This license plate was worth at least 1,000,000 yuan in Haicheng, a treasure Chen Bo had hoarded for ages. He was giving it away to Zhou Yang without hesitation, solely to befriend him. Zhou Yang, of course, recognized the license plate's value. Feeling Chen Bo's sincerity, he smiled warmly. Thank you for your trust, Chen. I'll definitely prioritize working with you whenever possible. Chen Bo was delighted and planned to invite Zhou Yang to lunch. But Zhou Yang politely declined. He still wanted to look at the property. Seeing Zhou Yang about to leave, Chen Bo hesitated before making a suggestion. Mr. Zhou, I've crossed some people in the past. If you drive away directly from my place, you might run into trouble on the road. Why don't I send someone to deliver the car to you later? The reason Chen Bo suggested this was because several clients had been involved in accidents shortly after purchasing vehicles from him. When he later followed up with these customers, they evaded discussing the specifics and even severed ties with him. Since then, no one had come to his dealership to buy a car for several months. Chen Bo knew someone was sabotaging him behind the scenes, which is why he cautioned Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang had just bought a new car and was itching to drive it. Having also obtained the world-class Special Forces Vehicle Mastery skill card, his confidence was already sky-high. He waved dismissively, his expression utterly unconcerned. No big deal. I'll just drive the car myself. And honestly, I'm not afraid of any trouble. Chen Bo hesitated to speak further, but seeing Zhou Yang's overconfident demeanor, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Still, he dispatched 2 men to follow Zhou Yang, just in case something unexpected happened. After bidding farewell to Chen Bo, Zhou Yang planned to look around for a place to live. After all, now that he had money, he absolutely needed a place of his own. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's thoughts, Lucy immediately seized the opportunity to showcase herself once more. Young Master Zhou, although the real estate market isn't booming right now, properties in prime locations still hold significant appreciation potential. My best friend Hua Hua happens to be handling the Guanhai Ishu project. It has tremendous appreciation potential. Would you like to take a look? Oh? Zhou Yang had indeed heard of Ocean View Villa's reputation. Rumor had it this development was Hai City's most luxurious villa complex, developed by the Li family from Gangcheng. Lucy's words piqued Zhou Yang's interest. Let's go take a look. You lead the way. Lucy drove her Maybach S480 in Zhou Yang's Cullinan, one in front and one behind, out of Haicheng's a high-luxury car dealership. But the moment they pulled out, they caught someone's attention. Several young men dressed in racing suits instantly flicked away their cigarette butts and turned their gaze toward Zhou Yang and his companions. Their racing suits bore intricately carved patterns of obsidian knights, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. They were Chen Hong, Chen Bo's cousin, along with Guo Shang, the president of the Black Nightclub, and others. Chen Hong pointed at Zhou Yang's car and bitterly complained to Guo Shang. Young Master Guo, it's this kid. He came out of nowhere like a spoiler, letting Chen Bo regain his strength and messing up my plan to seize the entire inheritance. I've checked, this kid's clearly not from Haicheng. There's no one like him in our circles. Guo Shang shot an annoyed glance toward Zhou Yang's car, feeling his authority challenged. Oomph, this kid's got some guts. I've warned everyone in Haicheng's second-generation circle anyone who buys a car from Chen Bo is declaring war on the Guo family. Who'd have thought this kid would dare to pull the tiger's whiskers? Today, I'll see just what kind of upstart he is. Guo Shang, heir to the Haicheng Gui group and a big shot among the city's second-generation elite, wielded immense influence in Haicheng. The black nightclub he founded served as one of the key hubs connecting the city's various second-generation elites. Leveraging the club's resource-sharing network, his influence within Hai City's second-generation circles was unimaginably vast. At least one-third of Hai City's prominent second-generation figures addressed him respectfully as young Master Guo and followed his directives. Even established entrepreneurs and officials within the system must cultivate good relations with him. Guo Shang openly and covertly manipulated the heirs of major conglomerates and clans, gradually weaving an ever-expanding web of unified interests. Chen Hong was the heir of the Chun group he had manipulated. Since the more competitive Chen Bo refused to join the black nightclub, Guo Shang shifted his support to Chen Hong. Simultaneously, Guo Shang warned the entire second-generation circle in Haicheng to isolate Chen Bo and refrain from purchasing vehicles from his dealership. This was one of the fundamental reasons behind Chen Bo's dismal business performance. At this juncture, Zhou Yang, who had helped Chen Bo overcome his financial crisis, became a thorn in Guo Shang's side. Guo Shang wouldn't tolerate such a thorn in his side. He had to be subdued. He nodded toward Lu Zisheng standing nearby. Zisheng, take 2 brothers with you and teach Zhou Yang a lesson. Make him understand the consequences of defying my orders in Haicheng. And while you're at it, give brother Chen Hong some satisfaction. Lu Zisheng, sporting a mohawk, perked up instantly at the task Guo Shang had assigned him. Got it. Things been too quiet around Haicheng lately. This kid'll be perfect for some fun. Huang Tao mentioned this morning that some Zhou Yang had crossed him and asked me to teach him a lesson. Guess it's the same guy. Zhao Bin, Gao Zhe, you two come with me. Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe immediately responded. Got it, brother Xiong. Don't worry, brother Xiong. We'll make sure the kid learns to keep his tail between his legs. Lu Zisheng climbed into his Ferrari FF and floored the accelerator. The engine roared with such ferocity it made hearts skip a beat. Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe weren't slouching, either one in a red Porsche 911, the other in a McLaren GT. The two followed closely behind, their engines roaring as they charged after Zhou Yang's Cullinan. Soon, Lu Zisheng and his 2 companions caught up to Zhou Yang's Cullinan. The 3 cars positioned themselves front, back, and left, trapping Zhou Yang's vehicle in the middle. Lu Zisheng maneuvered his Ferrari FF to cut in front of Zhou Yang's car, repeatedly slamming on the brakes to force Zhou Yang to slow down. Zhao Bin's Porsche 911 drove almost flush against the right side of Zhou Yang's Cullinan, the gap narrowing to just over 10 centimeters at its closest. Meanwhile, Gao Zhe roared the engine of his McLaren GT behind Zhou Yang, honking incessantly to urge him to speed up. 4 or 5 luxury cars gathered together, their roaring engines driving surrounding vehicles far away. Trapped by Lu Zisheng's group, Zhou Yang recalled Chen Bo's parting words as they left the dealership. Suddenly, everything clicked. This Chen Bo must not have paid his dues in the business world. They were sabotaging him and threatening Zhou Yang in the process. Looks like they were targeting Chen Bo's dealership, but I accidentally messed up their plans. Now they're here to warn me. But did they really think he was a pushover? He had his system father to protect him. At this thought, a cold smile touched Zhou Yang's lips. They think they can outmaneuver him with sports cars and make him back down? Perfect. He hadn't even used his world-class Special Forces Vehicle Mastery skill card yet. Let these idiots taste the crushing might of a true automotive master. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Zhou Yang activated the skill card. Instantly, knowledge of various automotive structures, principles, and extreme driving techniques fused into Zhou Yang's memory. In that moment, Zhou Yang felt confident he could drive across even a narrow plank bridge. The 3 sports cars surrounding him posed no challenge at all. Just then, Lu Zisheng and his 2 companions rolled down their windows, their faces twisted with mockery as they stared at Zhou Yang. Kid, think you're hot stuff just because you drive a van? In Haicheng, your skills are nothing. Today's just a warning. You'd better keep a low profile from now on. Otherwise, you won't have a place to stand in Haicheng. Dare to mess with our people again, and we'll make sure you can't move an inch in Haicheng. Got that, kid? Qili, sitting beside Zhou Yang, grew visibly alarmed as she listened to their taunts. Zhou Yang, who are these guys? Zhou Yang didn't know either. Probably just some spoiled rich kids who seemed to have nothing better to do than stir up trouble everywhere they went. He patted Qin Li's slender leg reassuringly, signaling that everything was under control. Buckle up and hold on tight. He then rolled down his window, calmly gazing at Lu Zisheng and his crew before flipping them the middle finger. You think this is all you've got? Come at me, and you'll be eating my exhaust. With that, he yanked the handbrake, floored the accelerator, and wrenched the steering wheel to the limit. Squeal! The Cullinan reared up on its side, 2 wheels scraping the ground. The 2 employees dispatched by Chen Bo to follow Zhou Yang were utterly terrified when they saw his car standing on its side. They immediately called Chen Bo, their voices filled with panic. "Mr. Chen, it's bad. Young Master Zhou is sandwiched between 3 sports cars and about to roll over." 017 Self-promotion and self-promotion? Zhou Yang has learned his lesson. After receiving the call, his blood boiled with rage. He knew someone was secretly plotting against him. But he never imagined they'd be so brazen. Customers who bought cars from his dealership were actually being threatened. If this continued, who would still do business with him to buy a car? Chen Bo couldn't possibly swallow this humiliation. Previously, he hadn't been able to gather evidence. This time, he deliberately had someone follow Zhou Yang's car just to be safe. And sure enough, he had uncovered the truth. As one of the heirs to the Chen Group in Haichang, Chen Bo wielded considerable influence. He slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Whoever dares to target me, Chen Bo, will pay the price. Xiao Huang, call my brothers Qian Long and Wu Can hurry and rescue young Master Zhou." Qian Long and Wu Can, 2 shareholders of Chen Bo's car dealership, were currently playing pool in the lounge. Upon receiving Chen Bo's orders, Secretary Xiao Huang immediately contacted the two. Minutes later, the roar of engines like wild beasts erupted from the dealership's rear courtyard. A Ferrari F8, an Aston Martin DBS, and a Jaguar XK raced out of the dealership, tearing toward the scene where Zhou Yang had been attacked. Along the way, the ferocious roar of their engines sent other vehicles scattering to the side of the road in fear, terrified of a collision that could cost them everything. Qian Long and Wu Can were well aware that Zhou Yang had spent a fortune purchasing vehicles at their dealership. Hearing their client was being targeted filled them with righteous indignation. Through their Bluetooth headsets, the 3 quickly reached a consensus. "Long, Can, this dealership is the lifeblood of all 3 of us. We can't let certain people destroy it. Besides, young Master Zhou likely has powerful connections backing him. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him here, the consequences could be dire. Brother Bo, we must uncover who's pulling the strings behind the scenes today. This underhanded sabotage is utterly unacceptable. Oomph. If I find out who it is, I'll beat him so badly he won't be able to take care of himself." The 3 quickly arrived at the stretch of highway, but the scene before them left them utterly speechless. There, Zhou Yang's Cullinan was drifting wildly on 2 wheels, overtaking cars with reckless abandon. Behind the Cullinan, a Ferrari FF, Porsche 911, and McLaren GT were desperately trying to overtake him, but it was utterly impossible. Several times, the Cullinan's sudden lane changes nearly sent them careening into the guardrail. This spectacle left Chen Bo and his 2 companions utterly speechless. "Bro, did we get the wrong intel? It looks like young Master Zhou is crushing them. His driving skills are nothing short of divine. So it was a false alarm after all. Looks like we worried for nothing." But just then, Wu Can noticed something amiss. "Hold on. I recognize that lead car, the Ferrari FF with license plate high ASB 250. It belongs to Lu Zixiong. So this bastard is the one after us. Oomph, I won't let him off the hook. Son, it's probably not that simple. If it's just Lu Zixiong, he wouldn't dare mess with Brother Bo. Lu Zixiong is Guoshang's underling. The one secretly targeting Brother Bo is likely High City's king, Guoshang. Damn. If it's Guoshang, that's trouble. Even if we get Big Sister to help, we probably can't overpower Guoshang. Brother Bo, when did we cross Guoshang? Should we find a chance to apologize? Going up against him seems unwise." After confirming their adversary was Guoshang, both Qian Long and Wu Can felt a chill run down their spines. But Chen Bo suddenly seemed to grasp the full picture, instantly piecing together the cause and effect. It was because he had refused to join Guoshang's black nightclub that the latter had turned his sights on him. The reality of business warfare was this stark and unadorned. Since the other side was playing dirty, he had to see it through to the end. Moreover, his cousin Chen Hong was closely allied with Guoshang, and this might even involve the struggle for succession rights within the Chen family. If that was the case, Chen Bo couldn't tolerate it any longer. "Qian Long, Wu Can, this Guoshang has very likely meddled in the selection of candidates for the Chen Group's succession battle. Therefore, there can be no compromise with them. Even if we have to ask our eldest sister to intervene, this time we must stand firm against Guoshang." Chen Bo's words sent a chill through both Qian Long and Wu Can. As heirs themselves, they viewed anyone challenging succession rights as an enemy. Now that even their eldest brother Chen Bo's inheritance was being challenged, there was absolutely no room for reconciliation. "Brother Bo, if that's the case, let's just burn our bridges with them. Frankly, I've never stood for that scum Guoshang anyway. In that case, perhaps we can use this opportunity to connect with young Master Zhou. Maybe he could become a major ally for Brother Bo in his fight for the inheritance." Chen Bo nodded, flooring the accelerator of his Ferrari F8. "Let's go cheer on young Master Zhou and teach these guys a lesson." Soon, their cars caught up to Zhou Yang's group. With the 3 of them joining in, the 4-lane highway was instantly filled to capacity. Zhou Yang noticed 3 more sports cars appearing on the 3 lanes near him. Chen Bo dialed Zhou Yang's number and began with an apology. "Sorry, young Master Zhou, my business has caused you trouble. But don't worry, young Master Zhou, I brought my brothers to bail you out." Zhou Yang burst into laughter upon hearing this. "You're too kind, Mr. Chen. They can't do anything to me anyway. But it's good you're here. Keep them occupied so they don't follow me around like a bunch of tagalones. Chen Bo nodded and flicked a cigarette butt out the window. Don't worry, young Master Zhou. Leave it to us brothers. With Chen Bo and his two friends' help, Zhou Yang easily shook off Lu Zixiong and the others. Qinli, sitting beside him and watching his impressive driving skills, was so frightened she felt weak. She instinctively shifted closer to Chen Bo. Young Master Zhou, do you guys always play this dangerously? Zhou Yang's vantage point was perfect. A simple turn of his head allowed him to gaze directly into Qinli's neckline. He couldn't help but grip the steering wheel with one hand. Ever heard of a driving maneuver that'll cost you 6 points? Qinli clearly recognized the reference, lifting her chin in surprise. Young Master Zhou, you wouldn't be planning to pull that move, would you? You guessed right. To be honest, Zhou Yang used to despise people who broke the rules. It wasn't until he became one himself that he realized it was actually quite satisfying. Turns out that it's actually pretty good. Law applies to anyone who's tasted that sweet spot. Lucy, who was leading the way ahead, had also witnessed the recent sports car showdown. All she could say was that she didn't understand the world of the wealthy. She had already made arrangements with her best friend Hua beforehand. Once they arrived at Ocean View Villa, she had to extend the utmost sincerity in hosting Zhou Yang. She also had to cater to Zhou Yang's penchant for grand displays, preparing various large group chats in advance so he could show off properly. What Lucy hadn't anticipated was that Zhou Yang's behavior would be even more direct than she'd imagined. Upon meeting her best friend Hua, the property consultant, Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around Qinli's slender waist and skipped the pleasantries entirely. Manager Hua, hello. I'm a bit vulgar, let me put it this way, I love throwing money around. The more people in the group, the more excited I get. If you let me send red envelopes in a 500-person group, I'll guarantee a minimum property purchase of around 10 million yuan with you. The more 500-person groups you bring me, the higher my guaranteed purchase amount will be. Although Lucy had warned Hua beforehand, Hua still visibly froze for a moment. She'd never encountered a client who made such an outrageous demand. This demand was even more outrageous than asking her to appear in the sky during a property viewing. If Lucy hadn't brought him here, she'd have thought Zhou Yang was a lunatic who'd come to their sales center just to make a joke. What kind of decent person just starts throwing money around? This looked like nothing but a scam to steal customer information. What's more, Zhou Yang hadn't lowered his voice when he said it. Nearly every sales consultant in the center had heard him. Hua's colleagues shot Zhou Yang contemptuous glances. Who among their high-end property clients would care about a measly red envelope in a group chat? This new client Zhou Yang and Qinli thought he was handsome and she was pretty, turned out to be so clueless, acting like a complete jerk. Though they didn't say it out loud, their expressions spoke volumes. Hua felt a bit awkward too. Truthfully, she felt the same way inside. Lucy noticed Hua's awkward expression and immediately stepped in to cover for her. Hua, you're such a fool. Every red envelope sent by young Master Zhou is worth 20,000. Let me tell you, 20,000 is the limit for WeChat red envelopes, not young Master Zhou's limit. Hua remained skeptical, but she added Zhou Yang to a client group chat anyway. Though this group had nearly 500 members, most showed little genuine interest and over half were hired shills. After all, even the most modestly located large flats at Guanhaishu started at over 5 million yuan, far beyond the reach of ordinary buyers. As for those sky-high duplex villas, especially the ultra-luxury mansions in the flagship building 6, their per-unit price nearly broke the 100 million mark. Hua's real motive for adding Zhou Yang to this group was to see if he was as amazing as Lucy claimed. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang tossed a 20,000 yuan red envelope into the group. This time, however, Zhou Yang had learned his lesson. He could send one red envelope and grab another in each group. If both red envelopes contained 20,000 yuan. In a 500-member group, he could potentially earn up to 20 million. So he casually added Qinli to the group. He privately transferred 1 million yuan to Qinli, instructing her to send 20,000 yuan red envelopes in the group just like he did. Qinli didn't quite understand why this was necessary. She knew this must be Zhou Yang's hobby. As soon as Qinli sent her red envelope, Zhou Yang was the first to open it. Within seconds, Zhou Yang's mind exploded. Ding! The red envelope from the Guanhaishu intention to purchase group claimed by the host has been fully claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total red envelope reward of 20,000 yuan. 496 people equals 99,200,000 yuan. Funds deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelopes sent by the host to the Guanhaishu prospective homebuyers group have been claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 496 people equals 99,200,000 yuan, deposited into the host's bank card ending with 5858. 018 splurging 100 million to purchase the crown jewel of Guanhaishu. A single wave of profits totaling 19.84 million yuan. Even though Zhou Yang already possessed over 100 million yuan, he was still overjoyed. After all, whoever complains about having too much money? Zhou Yang made a killing here. The clueless onlookers in the group chat were stunned. Zhao's shareholder, what's going on? Did I grab all the red envelopes? How did I get 200 yuan? Agent Wang Xiao, holy cow, 220,000 yuan red envelopes? Is it New Year's already? Do we group members at Guanhai Ishu get dividends too? Dahai chain beef noodles, holy crap, those 2 red envelopes are my entire monthly revenue. Are rich people this extravagant nowadays? Property consultant Xingqing at career advisor manager Hua sis Hua landed another big deal? So jealous retiring young like that. Professional consultant manager Hua, these are new clients who want to give some perks to the group members. Only then did Hua realize Zhou Yang wasn't just talking big. He was actually sending red envelopes. Not only was he sending them himself, but he even had his girlfriend join in. Honestly, she didn't think she was any less attractive than Qinli, but why didn't she have Qinli's good fortune? Being with a rich second generation like this, she probably wouldn't have to work hard for the rest of her life. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Zhou Yang now held no trace of doubt, only awe. And Zhou Yang's next words nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. For this group alone, I'm committing to purchasing at least 10 million yuan worth of property from you all. If there are any other groups, bring them out quickly. I'm busy today and in a hurry. Hua heard this again and felt her composure start to slip. Selling villas earned her a 15 commission. 10 million yuan meant a 150,000 yuan commission. In other words, with Zhou Yang's 10 million yuan purchase, she was guaranteed at least 150,000 yuan right now. The real estate market wasn't exactly booming right now. Even though Guanhai Ishu had decent appreciation potential, she hadn't closed a deal in nearly 3 months. How could she let such a high-value client walk away so easily? She truly regretted not building a larger client network earlier. Her fingers trembled slightly as she added Zhou Yang to her list of 10 potential clients. She held her breath, barely daring to breathe. Not just her, even Lucy, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of envy. Goodness, Hua, you have 10 500-member groups. That means young Master Zhou is guaranteed to buy at least 100 million yuan worth of property from you. 10 groups meant a guaranteed 100 million in real estate deals. Hua could easily pocket 1.5 million. Doing business with a big shot hits you right in the soul like that. The other account managers who had looked down on Zhou Yang were now green with envy. A male account manager named Wang Jian couldn't resist poaching clients outright. He placed 2 cups of coffee in front of Zhou Yang and Qinli, forcing a seemingly calm smile. Good day, sir. I'm Wang Jian, General Manager of Customer Service at the Guanhai Ishu Sales Center. The properties Hua has are all in less desirable locations with subpar layouts and poor natural light. You wouldn't be interested in those. But I have over 20 units available for the premium duplex villas at Guanhai Ishu. Let me show you around. With that, Wang Jian gave Hua a dismissive nod, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hua, go to my office and grab that file on the desk. Print it out for me. Rank and file it crushes people. Seeing Wang Jian so brazenly snatch a client, Hua's face instantly clouded with unease. After all these years in real estate, her sales hadn't even hit 100 million. Today, she had finally encountered a major client and certainly wasn't willing to let it slip away. But judging by Wang Jian's unquestionable demeanor, if she insisted on fighting for this client today, she'd likely find herself unable to continue working here. Just as she was torn between choices, Zhou Yang suddenly spoke up. Oh? Do you have 500 member groups? If you have 10 500 member groups, I might consider looking at the properties you have available. Zhou Yang's words sent Hua's heart plummeting to the depths. But she didn't resent Zhou Yang, she resented Wang Jian. Lucy also wore a look of regret. Who Zhou Yang chose to buy property from was his own decision, she had no right to interfere. Even Qinli was taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so cold-hearted and ruthless. If she were to follow Zhou Yang, wouldn't he simply discard her when he grew tired of her? Just as the 3 women were questioning their existence. Zhou Yang's next words, however, delivered a stunning reversal that left all 3 reeling. But even if I decide to buy the property you're handling, you must pay Miss Hua her full commission. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to go across the street and buy a 100 million yuan villa at Lake Melody Mountain Retreat. You decide how to handle this. Zhou Yang's words showed no mercy whatsoever. After all, Zhou Yang had resigned precisely because the boss's brain-dead son, Huang Tao, had snatched his deal. So when Hua had her deal snatched, Zhou Yang felt her pain acutely. He was determined to make sure Hua earned her money standing tall. Besides, he wasn't worried about Wang Jian not following his instructions. After all, the money was in his pocket, who earned it mattered little. If Zhou Yang were to go to Lakeview Mountain Villa across the street, that would be Wang Jian's loss. At that moment, Wang Jian's face had turned as dark as liver. But he had no choice but to agree to Zhou Yang's suggestion. So Wang Jian deliberately feigned ease as he said, I'm the general manager, how could I possibly take away Hua's commission? Sir, just follow me to view the properties. Though he said this, his heart was bleeding. That meant a direct loss of 1.5 million yuan in commission. Still, he could pocket an extra 2 commission over Hua, which added up to another 200,000 yuan. Better than nothing. Hua, on the other hand, was so touched she nearly burst into tears. She truly hadn't expected things to turn around so quickly. With this commission, she could easily afford a smaller apartment and settle down in Haicheng. Qinli gazed at Zhou Yang with admiration, even taking the initiative to link her arm through his, treating him as her true anchor. But feeling the astonishing elasticity radiating through Qinli's clothes, Zhou Yang couldn't help but react. He silently cursed himself. This little minx, how dare she? After we buy the house, I'll teach her a lesson. He suppressed the rising heat within. Zhou Yang had Wang Jian add him to his client group. Wang Jian's groups were more colorful than flowers, with a full 6 more. For a total of 16 client groups. This thrilled Zhou Yang to no end. He immediately added Qinli to the group too, sending each of them a 20,000 yuan red envelope, wildly splashing cash around. As the red envelopes were snapped up, Zhou Yang's assets ballooned to nearly 700 million yuan in an instant. Now, Zhou Yang had fully grasped the essence of sending red envelopes. Snatch and send, scraping every last bit of value. Zhou Yang's extravagance had become deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Across 26 groups, Zhou Yang and Qinli together handed out over 1 million yuan. They were practically living bodhisattvas, rescuing the suffering. One career advisor couldn't resist and secretly posted a video on Douyin. Title: Mysterious Tycoon splashes out 100 million, appears at Guanhai issue, hands out million yuan red packets on site. Video: Zhou Yang and Qinli wildly distributing red envelopes across client groups. Shortly after posting, the video surpassed 1 million likes. After the viral video of him distributing millions in red envelopes over the river skyline, big data had already recognized Zhou Yang's face. Following traffic recommendation algorithms, the video was rapidly distributed to reach a massive audience. Netizens were drooling with envy. Sexy mother cockroach, why do I always find out after it's already happened? If I could be this tycoon's girlfriend, I wouldn't mind living 20 more years. Sir, you mustn't, I'd gladly trade 50 pounds of my own fat for a chance to snatch this rich guy's red envelope, I swear it. Wasabi burger, holy crap, she's 0.1 kilometers away from me. If I rush over now, will I still find my long-lost godfather? Desktop junior sister, ask the rich guy would he accept a guy? If not, I can go to Thailand for surgery. 10 pounds weight, 9 pounds rebellious spirit, this track of the rich guys is the least crowded one I've seen in all my TikTok addiction. Monk to be, you're all just worried about snagging red envelopes. Am I the only one who noticed his damnably charming looks? This video's explosive popularity quickly propelled it to the top of the trending keywords chart. Bai Shuwei, who constantly monitored trending topics, immediately noticed this one's uniqueness. 1 million yuan red envelope? Could this be something Zhou Yang, the young master, did? Curious, he clicked in and discovered it was indeed Zhou Yang. He sucked in a sharp breath. This young master Zhou sure knows how to tip generously. Just how much would he spend on red envelopes today? Sitting beside him, Chu Jun, the boss of Mingyu Media, and Cheng Jintong, the dating guru, both noticed Bai Shuwei's distracted state and couldn't help but feel curious. Mr. Bai, what kind of video could possibly stop someone as popular as you in your tracks? I was wondering why Mr. Bai avoids women. Could it be he's interested in handsome guys? Bai Shuwei and these two were longtime friends and business partners. He spoke to them in a tone bordering on admiration. I have a feeling a new viral influencer is about to emerge. Even if he doesn't monetize his traffic, his influence over the masses will absolutely rival that of Tier Onion Young Master. Oh? Who could possibly be so impressive that even traffic guru Bai Shuwei would praise them like this? Chu Jun, the boss of Mingyu Media, and Cheng Jintong, the dating guru, couldn't help but watch the video together. Both top-tier influencers on Douyin, they possessed innate sensitivity to trending topics. When they saw this video, their eyes widened in shock. This niche isn't for the faint of heart. This Zhou Yang is going to dominate this field. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already signed purchase agreements with Wang Jian and Hua, securing a penthouse sky villa worth 120 million yuan. The 4-level penthouse spanned 528 square meters and featured both an elevator and staircase. The 100-meter-long lobby featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window stretching 16 meters across, with a soaring ceiling over 10 meters high. A luxurious European-style spiral crystal chandelier hung 5 meters down from the vaulted ceiling. The first floor featured an open kitchen, wine cellar, reception room, and restroom. The second level houses 2 sun-facing bedrooms, a laundry room, and a pantry. The third level houses 3 bedrooms and a dual-purpose wet-dry bathroom. The fourth floor houses a children's room and entertainment hall, along with a 60-square-meter open-air balcony perfect for tea gatherings and barbecues. The elevator is private to each unit, requiring facial recognition access for enhanced security and privacy. The villa comes fully furnished with all appliances, ready for immediate move-in. Zhou Yang was so impressed with the property that he paid the full amount in cash the moment he saw it. This would be Zhou Yang's new home. After everyone had left, he flopped back onto the plush, comfortable leather sofa. Then, He gestured toward Qinli, who seemed a bit flustered. He beckoned her over. 019 I posted on my social feed, and you all lost it. Qinli gazed at the plush, wide sofa that looked deep enough to swallow a person whole. She instinctively moved closer to Zhou Yang. But she seemed mischievously unsure of what to do next. Seeing her nervous hands, unsure where to place them, a faint smile curved Zhou Yang's lips. So Qinli really was a virgin. To be this beautiful and yet have managed to protect herself so well all these years, it was nothing short of a miracle. But luckily she'd run into him, a graduate student who could teach her experimental techniques step by step. For the first step, Zhou Yang first explained to Qinli the necessity of getting tipsy. He fetched a bottle of Chateau Haut Brian Bordeaux from the cellar, a relatively young vintage, but still of solid quality. After sipping a glass, Qinli's face instantly softened into a captivating languor, her eyes growing hazy and alluring. Zhou Yang then drew the curtains, activated the giant projection screen, and selected one of Uncle Ying's horror films, cranking the volume to maximum. Even the opening sequence sent Qinli scrambling into Zhou Yang's embrace. Ah! That big-headed ghost is terrifying. So hideous. 2 hours later, Zhou Yang cradled Qinli, who was nestled against his chest with her fragrant shoulders slightly exposed, as he casually scrolled through his social feed. To his surprise, the very first post was still from Huang Tao. Username note: brain-dead boss's son, Huang Tao. Image: Huang Tao holding a gold-embossed invitation to the Haicheng Imperial Cuisine Appreciation Event, arm-around accountant Wang Hui giving a thumbs up. Caption: what's so special about Imperial cuisine? My little secretary insisted on trying it. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Young Master Huang's at it again, showing off. And what a coincidence. He's going to that Imperial cuisine tasting event too? So Zhou Yang casually chimed in. Zhou Yang, I'm going too. We'll have to settle our scores properly then. Zhou Yang had moved on to bigger things and no longer gave Huang Tao a second thought. Dealing with Huang Tao was practically a piece of cake. But seeing Huang Tao put on such an act suddenly ignited Zhou Yang's competitive spirit. So Zhou Yang held a cigarette in one hand while posting to his social feed with the other. Caption: floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Haicheng's skyline, but a clear reflection in the corner shows Zhou Yang under the covers, his arm around Qinli with her shoulder exposed and a dreamy look in her eyes. Caption: the new place is a bit of a workout, and today's bathwater tastes kinda salty. This time, Qinli's profile made an appearance. But Qinli didn't object, she felt genuinely delighted. Appearing in Zhou Yang's social media feed, though not an official announcement, meant she would undoubtedly carve out a place for herself in his world from now on. She wasn't the kind of girl to act recklessly, she possessed extreme self-discipline and refinement. Though the events just now made her feel she had the potential to be bad, that was all for Zhou Yang alone. She was willing to change for him. So she buried her face in Zhou Yang's chest, filled with affection. Zhou Yang suddenly realized he'd been posting to his social feed rather frequently lately. He'd posted 4 updates in a single day. First, he was testing whether it could trigger the system's special reward rules. Second, he believed that wealth unshown is like fine clothes worn at night. He never intended to keep a low profile. Sure enough, the moment he posted this update, the comments section exploded. Qin Bo, general manager of Haicheng Yuehai luxury car dealership, young Master Zhou, is that the Ocean View Villa? Who knew you had such clout? Foodie Baishui, young Master Zhou, who knew you had a taste for this too? Next time I'll introduce you to a couple of friends, they're surrounded by beauties. We can hang out together then. Qinli, marked, peeking emoji. Chao Bin, university classmate of doggy rich kid, salty bathwater? This pic of Zhou Yang is obviously fake. I own a Guanhai Ishu villa too, the bathwater there is sweet. T artist Zhao Manan, Mr. Chao, I think he might be referring to something different when he says bathwater. Qin Ming, university classmate severe envy patient, holy crap, jealousy has completely warped my face. Class president Wang Hui, young Master Zhou's made it big. When we attend the alumni donation event over New Year, take me to tour your place? Adopted son Duan Yu at rich kid Chao Bin, so you're loaded now? Got to show off everywhere? Foster son Duan Yu at tea artist Zhao Manan, what else could it mean? Could it be what I'm thinking? Foster son Duan Yu at severe envy patient Qin Ming, classmate. Serves you right. Godson Duan Yu at class monitor Wang Hui, you think you can just barge into someone's house for a tour? Who invites trash like you involuntarily? This time, Zhou Yang truly experienced what it meant to have 99 plus instant messages piling up. The messages were refreshing too fast for him to keep up. But seeing Duan Yu unleash another barrage of fire below, he couldn't help but laugh. This guy really hadn't changed a bit. Thinking back to the days they'd gotten caught in the rain together, acted like idiots together, and even gotten into fights together, Zhou Yang felt a warm glow in his heart. He opened Duan Yu's WeChat and immediately sent him a red envelope for 20,000 yuan. Zhou Yang, you little rascal, show yourself. Duan Yu replied instantly. Duan Yu, hey, watch your language. Forget about calling me godfather? Since you're being so filial, I'll let it slide this time. Better watch your mouth next time. But after Duan Yu claimed the red envelope, Zhou Yang noticed the previous message had vanished. WeChat displayed a single line, Duan Yu has recalled the previous message. Immediately, Duan Yu's fingers honed by over 2 decades of bachelorhood danced furiously across the keyboard. Duan Yu, holy crap. Did I see that wrong? Duan Yu, a 20,000 yuan red envelope? You really are my godfather. Duan Yu, did you strike it rich, godfather? Those posts in your moments, they're not all fake, are they? Duan Yu, godfather, I was just thinking about quitting my job. Do you need a security guard for your big house? Duan Yu, don't worry, I'd never mess around with the lady of the house in front of you. I do have some basic professional integrity, though not much. Holy crap, this screen is scrolling fast. No wonder Duan Yu earned the nickname Keyboard Warrior, at least 300 words per minute. That typing speed, it'd be a waste if he didn't write novels. Zhou Yang rubbed his forehead and continued replying. Zhou Yang, I only want female security guards. You're out of the running for this job. Duan Yu, damn it. Rich and heartless. And I called you my godfather. I can't even imagine your life of luxury and excess now. Zhou Yang, I didn't let you be a security guard because I have a CEO position waiting for you at my company. I'll tell you more when you get to Haicheng. Zhou Yang wasn't joking, he genuinely planned to start his own company. And he wasn't starting it for the money, nothing could possibly make cash faster than completing tasks for the system daddy. He was building this company to destroy his former employer. Back then, he lacked the strength to even dream of revenge. But now, things were different. Zhou Yang had orders stolen from him and was kicked out of the company. This humiliation was impossible to swallow. He would make sure those who had betrayed him would pay dearly. So he'd establish a competing firm, poach all their former clients, and bankrupt Huang Tao and his crew. After all, if he acquired Huang Tao's company, it would only let them cash out and walk away. Far too lenient an outcome for Huang Tao. He was determined to take things to the extreme, making sure these villains got the worst possible retribution. Let those saints who preach repaying evil with kindness go to hell. Zhou Yang wasn't a saint, he would repay evil with evil, making his enemies suffer worse than he had. Zhou Yang's sudden gnashing of teeth made Qinli, who was in his arms, look at him with concern. Zhou Yang, what's wrong? Why are you so angry all of a sudden? Zhou Yang glanced down at Qinli, her large eyes brimming with tears. A sudden surge of primal instinct washed over him. Qinli had once been the receptionist at Shengyi Yuan Company. Then to get back at Huang Tao, he'd start with Qinli. He pulled back the blanket, and suddenly, the sky turned dark. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang tossed his phone aside. The screen displayed the reward interface for clearing the whack-a-mole game. No more going to the office. I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan in spending money every month. As long as you don't betray me, you can do whatever you want. When I need you, you must be available on call and provide the emotional value I desire. Zhou Yang laid out his terms bluntly to Qinli. Yes, now he didn't have to consider what Qinli was thinking. In his view, a smart woman should know how to keep her distance. Qinli didn't hesitate for a moment. She simply nodded. I understand. But immediately afterward, she asked anxiously. Zhou Yang, am I your lover? Zhou Yang thought for a moment. I suppose so. But how far we go depends entirely on your performance. Zhou Yang's words made Qinli's eyes light up instantly. She silently encouraged herself. It seemed that as long as she played her cards right, she too could climb the ranks. The foxtail grass sways on the hillside, swaying until tears fall. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen. It was Bai Shuwei calling. She pressed the answer button, and Bai Shuwei's voice, gentle and boyish, like a neighbor's son, filled the air. Young Master Zhou, you absolutely must attend tonight's Imperial Cuisine tasting event. I have 2 friends who'd love to meet you. I've been bragging to them about how close we are. You can't let your buddy lose face. Plus, once you get close with these 2, you'll never be short on beautiful women again, you know what I mean? Bai Shuwei's words were half joking, half serious. Zhou Yang glanced at his Huawei Watch 6 and realized it was already 5 in the afternoon. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a mechanical watch, it was that Zhou Yang, having grown accustomed to tech-driven living, simply couldn't bring himself to look at those mechanical watches anymore. Their functionality was just too limited. After an afternoon of intense exercise, he was genuinely starving. He turned to Qinli beside him and gave her a playful pat on her firm buttocks. Stop sleeping in. Get up and get ready. Let's grab a quick dinner together. Qinli rose sleepily and began getting ready. Thinking it was just a casual meal, she applied only light makeup. Zhou Yang didn't fuss over her appearance after all. Qinli was stunning enough without makeup, and even her light makeup put her above 90% of women. But when they arrived at the entrance of Deep Sea Dragon Palace Club No. 1 in Haishur CBD, Qinli suddenly realized. Turns out Zhou Yang's casual dinner meant coming to this kind of high-end club. She'd heard that the Deep Sea Dragon Palace was frequented only by the wealthy and powerful, and reservations were impossible to secure without booking at least a month in advance. Yet dining at such a place was merely just grabbing a bite to Zhou Yang. In that moment, Qinli truly felt grateful she hadn't made the wrong choice. Carefully linking her arm through Zhou Yang's, Qinli put everything she'd learned in etiquette class into practice, projecting her utmost poise. She refused to let her lack of sophistication embarrass Zhou Yang in front of others. She was determined to present her very best self. In contrast, Zhou Yang appeared far more carefree and unpretentious. He believed that truly wealthy people wouldn't bother with pretentious airs or rigid rules. All that etiquette stuff was just tools the wealthy used to control commoners climbing the social ladder. It was how they screened their servants. Those with true power, no matter the occasion, simply did as they pleased, never allowing themselves to be shackled. Thus, the prim and proper Qin Li accompanied the unkempt Zhou Yang as they entered the clubhouse. The hostess moved to inspect their invitation, but Zhou Yang merely shot her a dismissive glare. The security guard immediately abandoned the idea of checking the invitation and politely ushered Zhou Yang inside. In their line of work, the ability to read people was essential. The more polite someone was, the more eager they were to flash their invitation upon entry, the less social status they had to flaunt. They needed this display to assert their identity. But true heavyweights might even consider presenting an invitation a sign of weakness. As greeters, they had to learn to gauge the situation. Yet the moment Zhou Yang and his group entered, they caught one person's attention. Who'd have thought Zhou Yang would actually show up? That hypocrite Qin Li actually started sucking up to Zhou Yang? But appearing at an event like this clearly shows Zhou Yang's status isn't low. Looks like we should resolve our conflict with him after all. This person was none other than Huang Tao, who had rushed back from Hangzhou. As the son of Huang Jianqing, a prominent entrepreneur in Haicheng, he had also secured an invitation to the conference. But he never imagined Zhou Yang would be here too. He couldn't help but whisper to the wealthy young man beside him, Lu Zixiong. "Young Master Lu, the Zhou Yang I mentioned, that's the guy right there." "Zhou Yang?" Lu Zixiong turned his head, narrowing his eyes slowly. 020 Look at my nearsightedness, I mistook you for a human being. "Young Master Lu, I have deep conflicts with this Zhou Yang. I didn't know he was experiencing life at our company before, so I targeted him and made things very difficult for him. After he resigned today, he suddenly showed his true colors and threatened to get back at me. I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. Young Master Lu, you absolutely have to back me up later." Huang Tao explained nervously to Lu Zixiong, laying out the entire situation. Lu Zixiong glanced at the cowardly Huang Tao, his face brimming with contempt. If it weren't for Huang Tao frequently handling payments at various entertainment venues for him, he wouldn't have bothered with this nonsense. But upon hearing Zhou Yang's name again, it felt oddly familiar, as if he'd encountered it somewhere before. His henchman Gao Zhou immediately whispered a reminder in his ear. "Young Master Lu, you forgot it's the guy who pulled up in that Cullinan at noon and showed off in front of us three." "Him?" Lu Zixiong felt a conditioned reflex surge of rage. Earlier that day, Zhou Yang had driven his Cullinan right in front of him, showing off his driving skills. His Ferrari FF could only eat dust trailing behind Zhou Yang's rear. He couldn't wrap his head around how a minivan with a 5-second plus 0-100 km h time could outrun his sports car, which did it in just over 3 seconds. On several occasions, Zhou Yang even lifted the Cullinan's rear wheels off the ground, raising its massive rear end to make wicked contact with Lu's car. If he hadn't slammed on the brakes, he'd probably have been rammed into the guardrail by Zhou Yang. Although Chen Bo and others later intervened, preventing any major confrontation. But he couldn't shake the urge to teach Zhou Yang a lesson face to face, to show him who was boss. After all, in Haicheng, Lu Zixiong wouldn't tolerate anyone ting on his head. His expression turned cold as he turned to Huang Tao. "Where is he? I can't stand anyone more arrogant than me." Huang Tao, hearing Lu Zixiong's words, instantly puffed himself up, bristling with arrogance. Lu Zixiong was the undisputed leader among the second-generation tycoons in Haicheng's East District. When he targeted someone, they'd have to keep their tail between their legs. Back when someone had crossed Huang Tao, he'd enlisted Lu Zixiong to teach them a lesson, forcing them to kneel and drink their own foot-washing water. That display of power had filled Huang Tao with envy. After learning Zhou Yang might be a rich kid, he'd been terrified of retaliation, which is why he'd sought Lu Zixiong's help. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Lu Zixiong had already crossed paths with Zhou Yang once and been utterly defeated. Thus, under Zhou Yang's guidance, Lu Zixiong approached his side. At that moment, Zhou Yang stood at the entrance of the guild hall, studying his system rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your WeChat Moments post new home. Salty has received 500 comments, qualifying for a special reward. You are granted one check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in now? Check in. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. He really had to be diligent with his Moments posts. You never knew when a special reward might pop up. Ding! Host check-in successful. Acquired a Special Forces Elite Combat Skill Card. Upon use, the host will automatically obtain the combat skills of an Ace Special Forces Elite. What use could this possibly have? In today's society, is there really a need for fighting and killing? Zhou Yang shook his head, deciding the card was useless, and stored it directly in the system. Immediately after, Bai Shuwei sent a WeChat message. Bai Shuwei, young Master Zhou, have you arrived? Zhou Yang, just arrived, still looking for a seat. Bai Shuwei, then wait by the entrance for a moment, young Master Zhou. I'll go out with someone to pick you up right now. Jai Yu, the young master of Deep Sea Dragon Palace, is also here and wants to talk with you. Zhou Yang, alright, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Zhou Yang was chatting happily with Bai Shui when suddenly, the light in front of him was blocked. Zhou Yang pressed the screen off button and looked up curiously. There stood Huang Tao, staring at him with utter disbelief, as if unable to fathom Zhou Yang's dramatic overnight transformation. This cowardly yet pretentious act amused Zhou Yang. So Huang Tao, who had seemed so formidable before, wasn't as powerful as imagined after all. Zhou Yang then shifted his gaze to the figures behind Huang Tao. He could tell these men were the real protagonists of the day. Behind Huang Tao, Lu Zixuan, accompanied by Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe, glared at Zhou Yang with hostile expressions. Huang Tao, borrowing their authority, spoke first. Zhou Yang, I never imagined you'd manage to worm your way into such a prestigious gathering. I truly underestimated you. But do you know who this gentleman behind me is? He's none other than young Master Lu, the top playboy of Haicheng's East District. In East District, even Uncle Hat doesn't hold a candle to him. I'm under young Master Lu's protection. So if you're thinking of getting back at me, you'd better weigh your own strength. Zhou Yang shot Huang Tao a dismissive glance. He expected Huang Tao to come over and spout some tough talk, but it turned out he was just here to threaten Zhou Yang, trying to stop him from retaliating for what happened earlier. Zhou Yang had no intention of indulging such a blustering coward. So Zhou Yang adopted a lecturing tone as he scrutinized Huang Tao. What's this, little Huang? You don't even know to call me master when you see me? Did I waste my time teaching you these past 6 months? Didn't I teach you before that in formal settings, you must respect your teacher and understand the hierarchy? What kind of person do you think I am that you'd bring this trash before me? Damn it! Huang Tao was completely speechless at Zhou Yang's words. Wait. How come I never noticed Zhou Yang being so arrogant before? Hadn't he heard of who Lu Xiao was? That shouldn't be possible. Anyone with any business in Haicheng has dealt with young Master Lu. Or was Zhou Yang simply not taking Lu Xiao seriously? If that's the case, he really couldn't afford to push Zhou Yang too far. Huang Tao's expression darkened and his tone softened considerably. Zhou Yang, even though I snatched your order and kicked you out of the company, for a second-generation rich kids, you've only lost an opportunity to experience life. You haven't really lost anything. In our circle, it's all about mutual benefit. There's no need to destroy each other completely, right? We might even need to collaborate again someday. If you insist on making things difficult for me, I'll have no choice but to ask young Master Lu to teach you a lesson. So let's just wipe the slate clean on past grievances. His words were soft yet laced with barbs, clearly meant to make Zhou Yang back down. He'd seen Zhou Yang's WeChat Moments post today and it had genuinely blown his mind. Forget about other expenses, just the penthouse villa at Ocean View Villa alone was far beyond the Huang family's means. He knew Zhou Yang's background was no ordinary affair. He still couldn't gauge Zhou Yang's true capabilities, so he wanted to defuse the situation before it escalated and caused too much trouble for the company. After all, he wasn't stupid. He only provoked those he could handle. When it came to peers on his level, he generally avoided confrontation. He'd assumed a few conciliatory words would be enough to smooth things over with Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang across from him just grinned, his smile dripping with contempt. You think you can just wipe the slate clean? What brand of calculator are you using to be so good at math? What kind of makeup do you use to keep it looking so thick? What kind of trash bag are you wearing that holds so much? Look at my nearsighted eyes, I actually mistook you for a human being. Zhou Yang finally let loose with everything he'd bottled up for half a year. In that moment, he felt refreshed and invigorated. The other person wanted to resolve their conflict and wipe the slate clean? No way. He. Xinli, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of him opening his mouth and spouting off one line after another. How had she never noticed before that Zhou Yang could be so sharp-tongued? Truthfully, she'd had it with Huang Tao for ages. Everything Zhou Yang just said was exactly what she'd been dying to tell him. Huang Tao spent his days harassing and groping female employees at the company. She herself was frequently harassed by him. Scared stiff, she always kept a distant, unapproachable demeanor at work, desperate to avoid being targeted by maggots like Huang Tao. Huang Tao, sitting across from her, heard Zhou Yang speak with such ruthless bluntness and instantly knew this situation wouldn't end well. He couldn't help but reveal his true colors, glaring at Zhou Yang with a menacing look. Zhou Yang, since you refuse to let this go, I'll have to ask young Master Lu to teach you a lesson in manners. Lu Zixuan, standing behind Huang Tao, had been seething with frustration all along. How could Huang Tao be such a coward with him backing him up? All this time, he'd only spouted softball lines. Zhou Yang might have some skills, but Lu Zixuan had never even heard of him in Haicheng. Even if Zhou Yang was an outsider, he had to submit to Lu Zixuan, the local kingpin. He yanked Huang Tao behind him and spat a glob of phlegm onto the ground. Enough. End your pathetic performance. Lu Zixuan held up 10 fingers, waving them in front of Zhou Yang to reveal 10 jade rings. Zhou Yang, huh? Still haven't learned to keep your tail between your legs since arriving in Haicheng? Today I'll teach you how to better fit into Haicheng's circles. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. This Lu Zixuan was clearly Huang Tao's backer. But Zhou Yang, armed with his elite combat card from the special forces, feared no challenge. So he gave Lu Zixiong, whose face was twisted with mockery, a carefree smile. Who the hell are you? Do we even know each other? Why are you shoving your face in mine? Think I'm some kind of punching bag? What the hell are you playing at? Did you leave your brain at the coat check? Who do you think you're messing with? Holy? Lu Zixiong genuinely hadn't expected Zhou Yang's words to be so sharp and cutting, stinging him right in the chest. Zhou Yang! You're asking for it. Today, in front of all these bigwigs in Haicheng, I'll make sure you never hold your head up again. With that, he signaled to Gao Zhou and the others, preparing to start a fight. Just as Zhou Yang was about to activate his ace card, the elite combat skills card, a voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Zixiong. Lu Zixiong, that's enough. How dare you be rude to our honored guest from the Deep Sea Dragon Palace? Do you not hold us in any regard? 021 No. You've got the wrong guy. You're helping the wrong person. Lu Zixiong's body froze instantly. He recognized that voice all too well. He halted his movements and whipped his head around to face the speaker. 4 figures emerged from the inner hall. Leading them was Zhai Rang, the young master of the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. He wore an Arc'teryx outdoor jacket, beads of sweat glistening on his buzz cut, clearly fresh from exercise. Behind him, internet sensation Bai Shui, Mingyu media boss Zhu Jun, and dating guru Cheng Jintong were recording everything with their cameras. Clearly, they had once again tracked down the latest hot topic. Lu Zixiong frowned slightly as Zhai Rang approached. If Zhai Rang truly intended to meddle in his affairs with Zhou Yang, it would be quite difficult to handle. Plus, with all those big influencers pointing their cameras at him, he had to maintain his image. Clearing his throat, Lu Zixiong spoke up. What's your point, Zhai Rang? Mind your own business. Zhai Rang snorted coldly, showing Lu Zixiong no courtesy whatsoever. You've come all the way to our Deep Sea Dragon Palace to cause trouble and you expect me not to intervene? Besides, young Master Zhou is my honored guest. I absolutely will not allow him to suffer even the slightest harm in our Deep Sea Dragon Palace. Therefore, I'm determined to meddle in today's business. Zhai Rang's stance stemmed entirely from Bai Shui's strong recommendation of Zhou Yang. Zhai Rang enjoyed creating short videos, frequently posting fitness content that garnered hundreds of thousands of followers on Douyin. But those hundreds of thousands of followers? He'd bought them all, already shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars. The arrival of Bai Shui and other internet celebrities thrilled him immensely. As the host, Zhai Rang invited Bai Shui and the others to drink tea and discuss strategies for creating viral hits. He was dying to know how Bai Shui and the others managed to capitalize on trending topics. Bai Shui immediately recommended Zhou Yang to Zhai Rang, showing him videos of Zhou Yang throwing money around and declaring Zhou Yang a traffic-generating machine. Zhai Rang initially thought that simply throwing money around could generate traffic, but Bai Shui dismissed his idea. Zhou Yang's videos went viral not just because of the money, but because his core message radiated positive energy. He didn't just hand out cash, he used it to help ordinary people achieve dreams they wanted to pursue. This generous image stood in stark contrast to the ruthless wealth of ordinary rich people, creating a powerful contrast and buzz. That was the key reason every video about Zhou Yang went viral. Therefore, Bai Shui recommended that if Zhai Rang wanted to create viral content, he should learn from this mysterious figure known as Young Master Zhou. That a mega influencer with 50 million followers would endorse him so enthusiastically piqued Zhai Rang's interest in this enigmatic figure known as Zhou Xiao, prompting him to genuinely seek a connection. What he didn't expect was that as soon as Zhou Yang entered the hall, he encountered harassment from Lu Zixiong and others. Zhai Rang immediately stepped in to silence Lu Zixiong. Both he and Lu Zixiong were prominent second-generation figures in Haicheng, neither willing to yield to the other. Their meeting sparked a subtle tension, like tiny electric arcs dancing in their eyes. Seizing this moment of tension, Bai Shui turned to Zhou Yang with a warm smile. Young Master Zhou, we're not late, are we? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. We're not late, we're early. If we'd arrived just 1 minute later, they'd be searching the ground for their teeth. Zhou Yang's words made Bai Shui blink awkwardly. Damn it. They'd originally intended to bail Zhou Yang out. But coming out of Zhou Yang's mouth, it sounded like they were helping Lu Zixiong. This guy's acting is truly beyond the pale. Xinli couldn't help but tug at Zhou Yang's sleeve, thinking he was being a bit too showy. Zhou Yang's words had effectively offended both Lu Zixiong and Zhai Rang at the same time. Such a move was utterly unwise. But Zhou Yang gently patted Qin Li's hand, signaling her to relax. In Zhou Yang's view, true power meant others scrambled to give face to the strong. The strong never had to worry about anyone else's face. Power was the ultimate solution to everything. The world of second-generation elites wasn't filled with brotherly affection and harmony. Instead, authority and temperament ruled the day, with words sharp and blunt. The more foul-tempered you were, the more others perceived you as powerful and the more they scrambled to curry favor with you. If you act polite and courteous, people will look down on you. Reality is often this cruel. After years in sales, Zhou Yang had mastered the art of reading people. He knew better than anyone what needed to be done at this moment. Lu Zixiong, who had been somewhat at a loss due to Zhai Rang's arrival, immediately seized the opportunity to sow discord upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Zhai Rang, did you hear that? The guy's got an ego the size of a barn and he won't even accept your help. But Zhai Rang's face darkened. He didn't back down. He knew that those who dared to be arrogant usually had the capital to back it up. Zhou Yang spoke with such confidence radiating from within, clearly because he held a trump card. In fact, he was clearly annoyed because his showboating had been interrupted by Zhai Rang. Yet the more he acted like this, the more it proved Zhou Yang's true strength. Making friends with someone of such caliber was precisely what he desired. So instead of getting angry, Zhai Rang smiled warmly at Lu Zixiong. Heh, I think young Master Zhou is absolutely right. If I hadn't stepped in to stop you, young Master Zhou might have already taught you a lesson. I saved you once, yet you show no gratitude. Lu Zixiong, are you stupid? Ha! Lu Zixiong never expected Zhai Rang, who usually treated him as an equal, to show such profound respect toward Zhou Yang. This forced him to reassess Zhou Yang's background. But if he backed down in front of so many people, he'd never be able to hold his head up again in Haicheng's second-generation circles. So he had no choice but to invoke the name of Guishang, the top-tier second-generation figure in Haicheng who stood above him, to pressure Zhai Rang. Zhai Rang, I'll say it again, stay out of this. This kid messed up young Master Guo's plans. Young Master Guo ordered me to teach him a lesson. You wouldn't dare refuse young Master Guo, would you? Zhai Rang stiffened at the mention of Guo Xiao's name, his eyes narrowing with caution. Young Master Guo? Which one? Seeing the shift in Zhai Rang's expression, Lu Zixiong knew the man feared Guosheng too, and burst into laughter. In Haicheng, who else could be called Guo Xiao besides Guosheng? Guosheng? Zhai Rang's brows instantly knitted together. If Guosheng was the one looking to cause trouble for Zhou Yang, that would be a real headache. After all, Guosheng's black nightclub held sway over Haicheng, influencing the status of most of the city's second-generation elite. Moreover, Guosheng had powerful connections. Even bigwigs in both political and business circles had to curry favor with him and act according to his wishes. Taking the risk of antagonizing Guosheng to help a complete stranger like Zhou Yang was simply not worth it. But he couldn't afford to offend a mysterious figure like young Master Zhou either. He had to give face to both sides, so he could only play it safe for now, hoping no conflict erupted on his turf. If young Master Guo intends to intervene in this matter, I must indeed give it serious consideration. But tonight is a crucial moment for our Deep-Sea Dragon Palace's city-themed event. I don't want your personal grudges disrupting the proceedings. Any grudges can be settled privately after the event. That request isn't unreasonable, is it? After speaking, Zhai Rang shot Zhou Yang an apologetic glance. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Protecting Zhou Yang during the event was already the best he could do. Zhou Yang, however, maintained an indifferent, carefree demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing Zhai Rang back down, Lu Zixiong let out a bold chuckle while shooting Zhou Yang a glare. Since Zhai Rang has spoken, I'll grant you this favor. We'll deal with this kid after the event. With that, Lu Zixiong waves behind him, preparing to leave with Xiaobin, Gaozhe, and Huang Tao. But before they could take half a step, Zhou Yang sneered from behind. Did I give you permission to leave? Come and go as you please? Did you ask this young master? Did I say I wouldn't cause you trouble if you didn't cause me trouble? You don't seriously think you can just walk away after stirring up trouble, do you? Ha! This time, it wasn't just Lu Zixiong glaring at Zhou Yang. Even Zhai Rang, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, felt his heart sink again. His face was visibly clouded with displeasure. He barely managed to persuade Lu Zixiong to leave, and now Zhou Yang was stirring up trouble again. Couldn't Zhou Yang see how much risk he, Zhai Rang, had taken by mediating this? Couldn't Zhou Yang see that Lu Zixiong held the upper hand with his superior numbers? Going head-to-head with Lu Zixiong would only bring immediate losses. And even if he wouldn't give Lu Zixiong face, he should at least give face to Zhai Rang, the peacemaker. By publicly humiliating Zhai Rang like this, what exactly was Zhou Yang trying to achieve? Almost everyone felt a strong aversion to Zhou Yang's words. They felt he was being ungrateful. Of course, this didn't include Qinli and Bai Shui. Qinli had already committed to Zhou Yang. Though she feared he might stir trouble, she preferred his blunt, no-holds-barred personality. We're all born human beings, why should we give others face? Why should we accommodate and yield to them? When someone infringes on your rights, shouldn't you teach them a lesson and reclaim what's yours? If someone picks a fight or bullies you, why swallow your anger? Is it wrong to fight back? Thus, Zhou Yang's seemingly absurd actions became, in Qinli's eyes, a courageous challenge to society's twisted logic. This society needs more people like Zhou Yang. It is precisely because of their unyielding spirit that ordinary people can gain more rights. Similarly, Bai Shui also saw nothing wrong with Zhou Yang's actions. Zhai Rang was merely mediating for his own benefit, not genuinely considering Zhou Yang's interests. Why should Zhou Yang give Zhai Rang face? If he truly wanted to stand up for Zhou Yang, Zhai Rang should have kept fighting hard, not back down the moment Guosheng's name was mentioned. One cannot blame others simply because they don't align with your stance. Your permission doesn't grant others the right to abandon their own stance.
Moreover, Bai Shuwei keenly sensed a new flashpoint. Zhou Yang's unexpectedly contrasting behavior would surely reignite the buzz.
Thus, with everyone harboring their own agendas, the situation suddenly grew complicated.
Young Master Zhou, I, Zhai Rang, haven't done anything to offend you, have I?
By doing this, you're putting me in an impossible position. Zhai Rang struggled to maintain his composure, but he was starting to lose his cool.
This Zhou Yang was downright ungrateful. Lu Zixiong seized the moment and stepped forward again.
He pushed past Zhai Rang and charged straight at Zhou Yang. Zhai Rang, it's not that I'm refusing to give you face, this kid just deserves a beating so badly, I can't hold back any longer.
Smack! Boom! Clang!
Little did he expect that Lu Zixiong's return was as swift as his charge. A white blur flashed past, and Lu Zixiong crashed headfirst under the table, sending it reeling.
Young Master Lu! Young Master Lu, what happened?
Huang Tao, Zhao Bin, and Gao Zhe rushed over to help him up. But across the table, Zhou Yang pulled out a tissue and wiped his hands with a smug grin.
Boring. Too weak.
It turned out that at the crucial moment when Lu Zixiong charged forward, Zhou Yang had activated his ace card, the Special Forces Elite Combat skill. Then, with thunderous force, he delivered a single palm strike that sent Lu Zixiong flying.
He'd even held back otherwise, he could have killed Lu Zixiong with that single blow. Special Forces combat prioritizes practicality over flashy moves, every strike is lethal. As the first witness to Zhou Yang's attack, Lu Zixiong's plight was truly pitiful. Not only was he sent flying 3 meters away, but his face bore 5 bloody gashes from the blow. Zhai Rang and the others were utterly horrified. They never imagined that Zhou Yang, who didn't look particularly strong, could be so deeply hidden and possess such formidable skills. Zhou Yang acted as if he had accomplished something trivial. He turned his gaze toward Zhai Rang. Young Master Zhai, I hope you don't mind me disciplining a little trash on your turf? Or perhaps you feel I've challenged your authority and wish to take issue with me, Zhou Yang? 022 born with a viral body? Every move he makes goes viral. Zhai Rang's face alternated between pale and crimson. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Zhai Rang's mind. The Zhou Yang before him was utterly unfathomable. Mysterious background. Mysterious combat skills. He gave off an undeniably sinister vibe. Outwardly, he appeared lazy and indifferent, yet beneath the surface lay a wild, untamed spirit. Toward all of them, he wore an air of slightly haughty confidence. This confidence undoubtedly stemmed from his trust in his own abilities. It couldn't possibly be feigned. Zhai Rang knew the truth could only be one thing. That Zhou Yang's background was terrifyingly formidable. His background utterly dwarfed the likes of Lu Zixiong in Zhai Rang. Zhai Rang swiftly shifted his mindset and offered Zhou Yang an apologetic smile. Young Master Zhou is absolutely right. I've just disturbed your leisurely enjoyment. Now, young Master Zhou, how shall we proceed? Zhai Rang had no idea what to do next, so he had no choice but to swallow his pride and seek Zhou Yang's guidance, hoping to gauge his attitude. After all, Lu Zixiong had been beaten by Zhou Yang. Leaving the cleanup to Zhou Yang was only fair. By acting this way, he avoided offending Zhou Yang while extricating himself from the mess. What do you mean, what should we do? At that moment, Zhou Yang perfectly embodied the saying, when you're in the right, you don't let up. His gaze shifted away from Zhai Rang. He beckoned to Zhao Bin, Gao Zhe, and the others standing beside Lu Zixiong, then launched into a tirade. I haven't even settled the score with you lot for blocking my car at noon, and now you're ruining my dinner? Do you really think I, Zhou Yang, am someone to mess with? Come on, today I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together and get your revenge. Otherwise, you'll soon face my relentless retaliation. Do you believe that with just a little money, I could fund competitors to take down your family businesses? Not for profit, but purely to destroy them? This is a society governed by law. I might not kill you, but I can certainly bankrupt you and turn you into homeless dogs. Don't mistake this for a joke. I'm merely giving you advance notice. Got it? Zhou Yang had recognized them long ago. These three were the ones who de-blocked his Cullinan with their sports car at noon. Why be polite to such blind fools? Of course, you step on them until they're dead. To deal with scum, you have to be even more ruthless than they are. This confidence, of course, was all thanks to the system. For Zhou Yang now, anything money could solve wasn't a problem at all. After all, others' fortunes were built through hard work, painstaking and superficial. Zhou Yang's wealth, however, was earned through system items, simple and solid. Besides, investing in a few unprofitable companies and bringing down a few enemies? That's just child's play. What's there to worry about? From now on, Zhou Yang's life would be lived on his own terms, free from anyone else's definitions, because he was the one who would define others. Money is a man's courage. That saying couldn't be more accurate. At this moment, Zhou Yang's wealth wasn't yet astronomical. But the speed at which he acquired wealth was beyond anyone else's reach. His confidence was that solid. Thus, Zhou Yang's formidable presence was fully revealed in that moment. Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe were instantly intimidated by Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's threat struck directly at their weakest point. If their family businesses were truly implicated, they would undoubtedly be cast aside. And they didn't believe Zhou Yang was exaggerating. Judging by his spending that day, shelling out a few $100 million to deal with them seemed like child's play. Someone with that kind of financial clout wasn't just talking big, he had the real power to back it up. They knew they'd truly hit a brick wall this time. They were merely following Lu Zixuan's lead in flexing their muscles. They never intended to bring trouble upon themselves. So when Zhou Yang pointed his finger right at their faces and berated them, they instantly backed down. Because they sensed that in Zhou Yang's eyes, they were nothing. It wasn't that these villains weren't afraid, it was that they hadn't met someone who could truly scare them. And right now, Zhou Yang was that person who struck fear into their hearts. In their minds, Zhou Yang had become someone they dared not provoke. Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe, both their faces twisted with terror, were crawling on the ground begging. "Young Master Zhou, we know we were wrong. Young Master Zhou, please calm down. After tonight's meeting, we'll host a banquet just for you to make amends. Young Master Zhou, you're a magnanimous man. We'll follow you from now on. You can discipline us however you see fit, but please don't go after our families. Young Master Zhou, we beg you." Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe, who had some connections, were cowering like this. Huang Tao, whose family connections were far weaker, was nearly scared out of his wits. He was now consumed by regret and remorse, bitterly regretting snatching Zhou Yang's order and humiliatingly firing him back then. But what good was regret now? Would Zhou Yang even accept his remorse? So Huang Tao dropped to his knees and banged his head on the ground before Zhou Yang. "Young Master Zhou, I, Huang Tao, was blind and ignorant. Please don't hold it against me. Young Master Zhou, I'm just a country boy who grew up in the countryside. I've never seen much of the world, and it was my ignorance that led me to offend you. Young Master Zhou, you're still my mentor. Please forgive your disciple's ignorance." Zhou Yang shot Huang Tao a contemptuous glance. Country kids really get the short end of the stick. How did he end up being disgraced by Huang Tao? This Huang Tao, what a spineless coward. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. If admitting fault worked, what did we need fists for? At that moment, Zhou Yang felt utterly vindicated. He pointed his finger at Huang Tao's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. He unleashed all the resentment he'd ever harbored. Every word was an explosive declaration. "What's this about young Master Lu and young Master Gua? In my eyes, they're nothing but ignorant youngsters. Picking a fight with me? Did you ask your father? Did you get your family's permission? You haven't read any novels? Don't you know what happens when you mess with the protagonist? What else could you possibly be doing that you have to play the villain? Is life too painful, and you just want to end it early?" Zhou Yang's thought process was truly bizarre. These slightly deranged words made Qinli cover her mouth and giggle. She found Zhou Yang's rant utterly cathartic. It turned out that those people she once thought were unreachable were just as groveling and compromising in front of Zhou Yang. A new worldview unfolded before Qinli. Meanwhile, Huang Tao and the others, their brains short-circuited from the verbal assault, were utterly at a loss for words. Did Zhou Yang really think he was the protagonist of some novel? Had reading novels fried his brain? Was he now projecting fictional plots onto reality? But such words, coming from anyone else, would be dismissed as delusional. Yet when Zhou Yang said it, others found it perfectly reasonable. Because from the moment he appeared, not a single word Zhou Yang uttered had been normal. If a sane person did what a madman does, they'd definitely be considered insane. But when a madman acts mad, isn't that just perfectly normal? So some things aren't challenging your worldview, they're challenging your original expectations. Zhou Yang had masterfully lowered everyone's psychological expectations to their absolute lowest point, making his outrageous behavior seem almost reasonable. Huang Tao and the others were cursed out relentlessly, yet they knelt on the ground begging for mercy. Lu Zixuan, meanwhile, played dead, hoping to slip through unscathed. This intense clash and stark contrast had Bai Shui absolutely thrilled. He'd always said Zhou Yang was a traffic genius. Every move he made seemed to unlock the secret formula for viral success. Such bizarre drama needed no editing, just post it raw, and it'd go viral. So Bai Shui immediately posted the video he'd just filmed. His account already had massive built-in traffic. After he posted the video, the view count exploded. Hundreds, even thousands of likes surged every single second. For the first time ever, comments outnumbered likes. Comments were growing 10 times faster than likes. Within just 1 minute, comments surpassed 10,000, utterly insane. Shadow becomes one, ha, treating villains the way ordinary people are treated and they can't handle it? Ha! So satisfying to watch. Lowly Earth, High King, it's not that society is full of hostility, it's that the rights of the common folk aren't protected. I absolutely love Zhou Xiao's tough stance. Add me by avatar, we all got 9 years of compulsory education, so why am I so tongue-tied and can't speak as powerfully as young Master Zhou? No one supports my ambition. Chen Pingyan's words keep getting more valuable. Beachcomber Daniel Wu, I know this guy who got beaten up, the local bully in Haicheng who's done every dirty deed imaginable. Love-struck Chi-Chi, oh my gosh, I'm head over heels for Zhou Xiao. I wanna date him. Anyone got his contact info? Pull bird run, following. I wanna be a novel protagonist too. Zhou Xiao, take my Neil. I might be an NPC, hey player controlling me, top me up too. I want to be as badass as young Master Zhou. Preparing to cross over, young Master Zhou, what system are you using? I'm so worried you won't last 3 seconds. The insane surge of traffic only reinforced by Shu Wei's belief that Zhou Yang was a natural-born traffic magnet. So he whispered secretly into Zhai's ear. Young Master Zhai, hurry up and invite young Master Zhou inside. We haven't even gotten down to business yet. Only then did Zhai Lang realize that today's main guest, young Master Zhou, was still standing at the auditorium entrance. He hurriedly gestured for him to enter. Young Master Zhou, don't let them get to you. Please come inside and take a seat. The tasting event is about to begin. Zhai has been neglectful today. I hope young Master Zhou will forgive me. If there's anything you need arranged, please don't hesitate to let me know. Zhai Rang, being a man of social grace, lowered his stance to extend the invitation to Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang seemed to have seized upon something crucial. He looked at Zhai Rang with a knowing smile. So you realize you've been neglecting your duties today? Zhai Rang had no idea what nerve Zhou Yang had struck again, so he turned to look at Bai Shuwei beside him. Bai Shuwei immediately stepped in to defuse the tension. Oh, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhai is also my friend. Let's not ruin our good relations. Here's what we'll do, name any request you want Zhai to fulfill. Consider it his apology for ruining your day. Bai Shuwei deserved some face-saving grace. Besides, Zhou Yang hadn't intended to dwell on it anyway. He was just looking for an opportunity to spend some cash. And now, Bai Shuwei had handed it right to him. So Zhou Yang's smile grew even brighter. Want me to let it slide? It's actually quite simple. I love throwing money around, it's the only way I know how to find joy. Doesn't the tasting event have an exclusive group? Add me and I'm here to spend money. 023 What's Zhou Yang's background? Investigate him. That's all he wants? Zhai Rang was so stunned he couldn't speak. Zhou Yang's about face was way too sudden. Bai Shuwei really has some clout. One sentence and Zhou Yang gave Zhai Rang a way out? Zhai Rang shot Bai Shuwei a grateful glance, added Zhou Yang on WeChat, and pulled him into the exclusive WeChat conference group. The WeChat meeting group was different from ordinary WeChat groups. Regular WeChat groups capped at 500 members and offered limited functionality, lacking multi-party video calls. XIN meeting exclusive groups feature live streaming capabilities. Once joined, all participants can send real-time comments, send and snatch red envelopes for interaction. The member limit is expanded to 3,000, and the single red envelope amount cap is raised to 200,000 yuan. WeChat meeting exclusive groups are specifically designed for corporate large-scale conferences and require a paid subscription to unlock access. Deep-Sea Dragon Palace frequently hosts large-scale events and activated this exclusive group feature to streamline notifications. Upon learning this exclusive group could send red packets worth 200,000 yuan, Zhou Yang was thrilled. The group had over 2,200 members. One red envelope sent out could recoup 400 million yuan. Is there any other business in the world this profitable? Zhou Yang. Oh my gosh, this Zhai Rang is practically a new god of wealth. Zhou Yang's gaze toward Zhai Rang suddenly grew warm, like they were long-lost brothers. He immediately pulled Qinli into the exclusive group chat and gave her a knowing look. Having mastered Zhou Yang's ways, Qinli promptly tossed a 200,000 yuan red envelope into the group, more adept than Zhou Yang himself. It must be said, Qinli understood Zhou Yang's thoughts perfectly. The seamless coordination earned her an appreciative glance from Zhou Yang, who couldn't resist whispering in her ear. Hey, stay over at my place tonight. I've got a reward for you. Qinli's face flushed instantly. Her small hand unconsciously formed an awkward okay gesture, looking strangely peculiar no matter how you looked at it. Zhou Yang himself tossed in a 200,000 yuan red envelope. Instantly, the exclusive group erupted into a frenzy as everyone scrambled to grab the red envelopes, thinking the organizers were handing out perks. In less than 3 minutes, both red envelopes were completely emptied. Ding! The red envelopes in the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace Court Cuisine Appreciation Event exclusive group claimed by the host have been depleted. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 2,200 people equals 440 million yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelopes you sent in the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace Imperial Cuisine Tasting Event exclusive group have been claimed. The red envelope splitter card daily has activated. You have received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 2,200 people equals 440 million yuan, deposited into your bank account ending with 5858. 1 cent, one claimed a total of 880 million in hand. Happiness just came knocking. The joy of the wealthy is so simple and unadorned. Even knowing this round would yield 800 million in red envelope returns, Zhou Yang still felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the 800 million safely in his pocket. Zhou Yang's current cash assets had reached 1.5 billion. He was one step closer to his goal of becoming a billionaire. Zhai Rang peeked over from the side and noticed Zhou Yang's joy didn't seem fake, which surprised him a bit. Could sending red envelopes truly be this joyful? Could giving red envelopes really be addictive? Maybe he should try sending one too? So Zhai Rang also tossed out a 200,000 yuan red envelope. Ouch. In an instant, a wrenching pain shot up from the depths of his heart. Ouch. It was thrilling, all right. But it sure was expensive. Even if 200,000 yuan was nothing to Zhai Rang, he simply couldn't afford to indulge in the same kind of blissful relief Zhou Yang had experienced. Zhai Rang silently vowed never to do such a foolish thing again. At the same time, he gained a new appreciation for Zhou Yang's wealth. This Zhou Yang, his wealth is absolutely staggering. Zhou Yang, seeing Zhai Rang toss in a 200,000 yuan red envelope, chuckled inwardly. This kind of special sport wasn't for the average person. Sure enough, the next second he saw Zhai Rang's face twist in agony before he forced himself to look calm and composed. Zhou Yang, now thoroughly enjoying the thrill of sending red envelopes, sought his impression of Zhai Rang as a money-god skyrocket. He casually draped his arm over Zhai Rang's shoulder, flashing a toothy grin. Feels great to be showering cash around. We've got to give young Master Zhai his due respect. Come on, let's head inside and sit down. After saying this, he glanced at Huang Tao, Lu Zixuan, and the others. That's enough for today. Playing with a bunch of wimps is no fun. If you want revenge, make it quick. Find your people, make your preparations. Remember, don't bring weaklings, that'd be boring. If you want to apologize and make amends, think carefully about how to do it, how to satisfy me. If I'm not satisfied, I'll still come after the families behind you. How you proceed is up to you. Take your time to discuss it properly. With that, Zhou Yang slung one arm around Zhai Rang's shoulder and hooked the other arm through Qin Li's waist as he strode into the auditorium. His carefree demeanor stood in stark contrast to the other invitees, who were preoccupied with maintaining appearances. Yet to Zhai Rang and the Baishuwei clan, it felt perfectly natural. For someone of young Master Zhou's stature, such an occasion might be no more than an ordinary gathering. Would you worry about your image at an ordinary gathering? It's only in situations where you feel you're reaching above your station that you'd act stiffly, worry about appearances, or even flaunt your knowledge of etiquette. Thus, when striving upward, people always strive to present their best selves. But when downwardly compatible, just be yourself and let loose. Zhou Yang was clearly in a downward compatibility mode. This only reinforced Zhai Rang and the others' belief that Zhou Yang was no ordinary man. The moment they entered the hall, they instantly drew the attention of all attendees. Who's that guy arm in arm with young Master Zhai? They look incredibly close. Young Master Zhai is notoriously particular about social hierarchy. Someone with a lower background than his would never be this close to him. This person must have some serious connections. Good heavens, who is that stunning beauty who entered with him? After seeing so many beauties tonight, I thought I'd grown numb to their charm, but the moment I laid eyes on her, I was utterly captivated. Got it, that's young Master Zhou who just joined the exclusive group. He casually dropped a 200,000 yuan red envelope. His wealth is staggering. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhai carefully escorted Zhou Yang into a presidential suite. Although the main venue for today's Imperial Cuisine Appreciation event was set in the Grand Hall, special private rooms were reserved for guests of particularly sensitive and distinguished status. The moment Qin Li stepped into this private room, she was utterly stunned. The opulent space resembled a palace, spanning over 100 square meters. It featured screens, a stage, rockeries, and flowing water, all exquisitely antique yet extravagantly luxurious. As they entered, security personnel promptly closed the private room door behind them. Zhai Rang offered a faint smile to Zhou Yang and Qin Li. Young Master Zhou, this private room is rather special. You and your lady companion must absolutely refrain from taking photos later. Zhai Rang gave him a knowing look, deliberately shifting his gaze between Zhou Yang and Qin Li as if asking whether Qin Li's presence was appropriate. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, wrapped his arm around Qin Li's waist, and nodded. No problem. Let's just enjoy ourselves. With Zhou Yang's assurance, Zhai Rang knew exactly how to proceed. After exchanging pleasantries and settling into their seats, Zhai Rang didn't rush into the main event. Instead, he clapped his hands. Instantly, 2 or 3 dozen exquisitely made-up beauties filed in through the back door, lining up in a row before the group. Each woman possessed near-perfect beauty, the kind that would be considered rare gems anywhere else. Yet here, they stood like selected merchandise. When Qin Li glanced at one of them, his eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Yang shot her a curious glance. What? Do you know someone in there? Qin Li shook her head and couldn't help whispering. That beauty looks like some minor internet celebrity, something like Milk Dragon or whatever. She's got hundreds of thousands of followers. I've even seen her posts before. Zhou Yang gave the beauty's cleavage a thoughtful glance. It certainly lived up to its name, a slender stem bearing rich fruit. Her figure was even better than Qin Li's, though her face was slightly less attractive. After they finished chatting, Zhai Rang smiled and turned to Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, all the beauties here today are talented and attractive internet celebrities. See if any catch your eye? Outside the auditorium, Lu Zixuan stopped pretending to be dead after Zhou Yang left. He stood up, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, he's gotten way too cocky. Why are you guys such wimps? Zhao Bin and Gao Zhe both curled their lips without saying a word. But inwardly they thought, who was it lying on the ground pretending to be dead just now? Huang Tao, however, spoke with a hint of trepidation. Young Master Lu, let's just drop this matter. You don't need to step in for me. I'll host a banquet to apologize. Let's not provoke him anymore. We can't afford to mess with a madman like him. Lu Zisheng flew into a rage, slapping Huang Tao across the face. Damn it! You actually think you're so important that I'm sticking my neck out for you? I was purely fulfilling the task young Master Guo assigned me and conveniently took care of you while I was at it. This conflict isn't just between you and Zhou Yang anymore, it's between young Master Guo and him. I'll consult young Master Guo right now and see how we deal with this kid. Soon, Lu Zisheng dialed Guo Shang's number. But Guo Shang was currently in a private room at Deep Sea Dragon Palace, watching a beauty perform the high mountains and flowing water dance. How utterly refined. After hearing Lu Zisheng's report, he couldn't help but frown. What's wrong with you? Can't even handle such a minor matter? Go investigate Zhou Yang's background. Get all his files, everything you can find. I'll make arrangements with Captain Lu's side. You just focus on the investigation. Receiving Guo Shang's orders, Lu Zisheng instantly felt more confident. Young Master Guo wielded immense influence in both political and business circles. Senior Inspector Miao from the Records Department? He's Guo's man. Investigating Zhou Yang? Piece of cake. Zhou Yang, you've crossed young Master Guo. Prepare to be targeted. Neither you nor your family will escape. 024 turns out he's just a fake second-generation rich kid. Let's get him. Lu Zisheng quickly got in touch with Miao. But when retrieving Zhou Yang's records, they discovered something highly unusual. Zhou Yang, along with his mother and sister, had the most ordinary records, no different from anyone else. But Zhou Yang's father, along with all records of his grandparents and earlier generations, were either untraceable or classified as top secret. This led team leader Miao to suspect a system error at first, as he had never encountered such peculiar records before. If Zhou Yang's father was truly an important figure, shouldn't Zhou Yang have a second set of records? Yet the records clearly showed Zhou Yang as an ordinary citizen. This left team leader Miao thoroughly perplexed. Nevertheless, he relayed all this information verbatim to Lu Zisheng. After receiving the documents, Lu Zisheng reported the information to Guo Shang once more. Guo Shang merely chuckled dismissively. If the file says he's an ordinary person, then he must be an ordinary person. Just some charlatan pulling a scam. Once the appraisal session wraps up, grab a few guys and take care of him. If he ends up dead, no big deal, I'll take the fall for whatever mess he leaves behind. No sooner had Guo Shang finished his instructions than a seductive giggle came through the phone. Young Master Guo, hang up already. I still have a special trick to show you. What special trick? Oh my, you're pretty good at nuclear elite. Beep beep. Guo Shang hung up abruptly, leaving Lu Zisheng feeling intrigued. He turned to glance at Zhao Bin, Gao Zhe, and Huang Tao. Didn't you guys just tell that Zhou Yang kid you treat him to make amends? Once he comes out, you two find any way to get him to TFS bar. I'll be there to deal with him. Huang Tao felt like he'd boarded a ship of thieves. He protested reluctantly. Young Master Lu, I can't not go. I think we shouldn't confront Zhou Yang head-on, right? Lu Zisheng spat contemptuously, sending a chill down Huang Tao's spine. He's just some phony con artist pretending to be a mysterious big shot. What the hell are you scared of? Maybe he just got lucky winning the lottery. At the rate he's splurging, he'll blow it all in no time. Lu Zisheng's words calmed Huang Tao's nerves slightly. So Zhou Yang had no real connections after all, just a lucky windfall. If that was the case, what was there to fear? Huang Tao's eyes darted around as his mind began to race. Young Master Lu, do you think Zhou Yang's sudden wealth might be tied to some illegal business? If we get the police to investigate him, maybe we won't even have to lift a finger, he'll get caught on his own. Huang Tao's idea instantly lit up Lu Zisheng's eyes. Right. You're not so dumb after all. I'll call the police this very minute. Zhai Rang was enthusiastically introducing several friends beside him to Zhou Yang. You and Bai Shuwei are old friends, so I won't introduce you. The gentleman on the left is Chu Jun, owner of Mingyu Media. His staff are all beauties, you know. These lovely ladies right here are some of the top internet celebrities Mr. Chu has handpicked. They've got quite a few talents up their sleeves, young Master Zhou. You'll see for yourself in a moment. Chu Jun raised his wineglass toward Zhou Yang, who promptly raised his own in response. They say there are countless beautiful internet celebrities, but half of them belong to Mingyu. The owner of Mingyu Media, who would have guessed it was someone as low-key as Chu Jun? Zhou Yang found himself quite intrigued by someone with such abundant resources of beautiful women. He couldn't resist adding Chu Jun on WeChat, planning to cultivate a closer relationship. Young Master Chu, let's stay in touch. Next time you're out having fun, bring your little brother along. Chu Jun chuckled, gestured toward his wineglass, then downed it in one gulp, a silent nod of understanding. After downing the drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Zhai Rang continued his introductions. To your right is Cheng Jintong, known as the Love Guru. Every girlfriend he's dated has been a famous internet celebrity, and even after breakups, no one has a single bad word to say about him. Chang Jintong flicked a strand of hair from his forehead, seemingly very image-conscious, and casually glanced at Qin Li beside Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhai, you flatter me. Compared to young Master Zhou, I'm nowhere near his caliber. The young lady beside Mr. Zhou, however, is clearly the kind of good girl who gives silently without expecting anything in return, and she gives Mr. Zhou absolute freedom. I've never met such a wonderful girl myself. I'm really envious of Mr. Zhou. If Mr. Zhou doesn't mind, could you ask your wife if she has any close friends like her? Maybe she could introduce me to one. Chang Jintong's words were masterfully crafted, flattering both Zhou Yang and Qin Li. Chang Jintong, a major internet celebrity with over 30 million followers, owned her own MCN agency and media company. Zhou Yang had only ever seen her on his phone before, never expecting to find her sitting right across from him today. And listening to him speak, he seemed so humble. Instantly, Zhou Yang's impression of him improved significantly. He glanced at Qin Li beside him with a smile and teased. Li, do you have any reliable girlfriends you could introduce to our Mr. Chang? Otherwise, I'm afraid Mr. Chang might use his charm to steal you away from me. Qin Li flushed with embarrassment. These wealthy young men were so promiscuous that even if she had a girlfriend, she wouldn't dare introduce her to them. She'd heard rumors that Chang Jintong basically had a new girlfriend every month. But she offered a sweet smile, appearing genuinely eager. If the chance arises, I'll definitely introduce someone to Mr. Chang. Just then, Qin Li's phone rang. Glancing at the number, she saw it was an international call. Instantly, her face grew tense, alarmed, and even unnatural. Mr. Zhou, may I step out to take this call? Go ahead. Zhou Yang nodded. Qin Li rushed anxiously to the break room outside, nervously pressing the answer button. Suddenly, her younger brother Qin Xingxing's agonized screams filled the line. Sis, hurry up and transfer money to save me. They're beating me to death. They're going to break my legs. It hurts so much, sis. Qin Li's eyes welled up with tears, and she covered her mouth in shock. Zhou Yang chatted with Zhai Rang and Bai Shuwei for a while, noticing Qin Li still hadn't emerged. Seeing that the dishes were nearly all served, Zhai Rang pointed at the beautiful influencers ahead and said, Young Master Zhou, pick one already. If you don't choose, we'll all be left staring longingly. Zhou Yang scanned the room. These young influencers were undeniably stunning, vying for attention with their alluring beauty. Their outfits clung to their bodies, stirring up hormones. Even without beauty filters, they still scored around 9 out of 10 proof of their solid natural beauty. The girls grew tense and excited when they caught Zhou Yang's gaze. Their eyes brimmed with anticipation, and when they met Zhou Yang's gaze, they became particularly eager, as if pleading, pick me. Pick me. But Zhou Yang preferred the fuller figured type. He gave a slight smile and casually pointed toward the busty Chi-Chi. Xu Jun whistled immediately, signaling Milk Dragon Chi-Chi to accompany Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou has excellent taste. Chi-Chi is our top-tier streamer, the latest star we're promoting. She'll absolutely make your night unforgettable. Xu Jun winked, as if signaling something to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang turned to look at Milk Dragon Chi-Chi, who was walking over with her clothes swaying seductively. Her movements, her gaze, everything about her ignited a fiery passion. After sitting down, Milk Dragon Chi-Chi took Zhou Yang's hand and placed it on her black stockings. Then, she naturally leaned her head against his shoulder, allowing him to catch the faint fragrance from her hair. Young Master Zhou, what would you like to drink? I'll pour it for you. Zhou Yang chuckled softly, his eyes drifting toward Neilong Chi-Chi's lips. Anything's fine. The question is, where should I pour it? Neilong Chi-Chi instantly understood, feigning annoyance as she shot Zhou Yang a playful glare. She then lifted the freshly poured glass, slowly sipping until her cheeks puffed slightly. She swayed her hips gently as she moved closer to Zhou Yang. Her fingers, adorned with long, elegant nails, suddenly wrapped around Zhou Yang's head. She tilted her head, bringing it to his lips. Zhai Rang and the others burst into laughter. Haha, young Master Zhou sure knows how to have fun. Let's not just stand around, let's get started. They then looked at Bai Shuwei, Xu Jun, Cheng Jintong, and Zhai Rang, each selecting someone who matched their interests. The girls who weren't chosen walked back out through the rear door, looking quite dejected. Zhou Yang savored the sweet wine, its flavor lingering pleasantly. He then gently pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code. This wine's top-notch. Add me on WeChat and I'll send you a red envelope. Wow, young Master Zhou is so generous. Neilong Chi-Chi was instantly overjoyed. It seemed tonight, besides the 3,000 yuan appearance fee, she might have some extra income. Zhou Yang immediately sent a 20,000 yuan red envelope. When Neilong Chi-Chi opened the red envelope, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. 20,000. Goodness gracious, that was her entire monthly income from streaming. This Mr. Zhou really was a wealthy young master. Instantly, she became more proactive, secretly placing Zhou Yang's hand on her waist and snuggling closer. Hee hee, Mr. Zhou, you're my ideal type. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Is that so? Such a smooth talker. Just drag me into any group and I'll send you a red envelope. For Zhou Yang, sending a red envelope to just one person was simply too much of a loss. Even a mosquito bite is still me, he absolutely couldn't make a losing deal. But to Milk Dragon Chi-Chi, those words sounded like heavenly music. She absolutely loved big shots like this. If she could get him to join her livestream in the future, who knows, maybe she'd get a ton of carnival gifts. She gently pulled Zhou Yang into a fan group. Without a word, Zhou Yang tossed out a 20,000 yuan red envelope. Only then did Zhou Yang realize how many members were in Nilong Chi-Chi's fan group. Over 300 people. This time, over 6 million gold coins exploded out. Zhou Yang gazed at Nilong Chi-Chi with lingering interest, no longer fixated on her cleavage. Are there any more groups? I'm not done yet. Nilong Chi-Chi had just snatched over 900 yuan in the group and was feeling pretty pleased with herself. Hearing Zhou Yang wanted to send more, her eyes practically melted with delight. What a generous big brother. But her fan groups weren't numerous. True big brothers needed private chats to maintain relationships, putting them in a group would spell trouble. So she hesitated for a moment before adding Zhou Yang to one of her fish pond groups. These fish pond groups are filled with LSPs who don't spend money but help boost her live stream stats. After all, streaming requires likes and watch time data. These guys would get excited and start typing away with one hand whenever she posted outfit updates, loyal as can be. But Zhou Yang accepted every invitation without hesitation, sending a 20,000 yuan red envelope to each group, scraping every last bit of value. This scene left Nana, a minor influencer, sitting beside Zhai Rang, green with envy. She couldn't help but lean closer to Zhou Yang, propping her cheek on her hand as she asked, "Young Master Zhou, stop playing with your phone. Here, let me toast you too." Nana's bold move instantly made Zhai Rang's face turn awkward. The woman he'd hired was now fawning over another man. Did she think he was invisible? He almost called the girls back in to pick another. Bai Shui, Chu Jun, Cheng Jintong, and the others all frowned. This Nana was so inconsiderate. Wasn't this slapping young Master Zhai in the face? Zhou Yang shot Nana a displeased glance. Did young Master Zhai ask you to come? 025 Young Master Zhai, you wouldn't be the last to know, would you? Zhou Yang's face remained stern, showing no mercy. Get out. His cold words shattered Nana's illusions instantly. Nana's hand, mid-air with a beer glass raised, froze in shock at Zhou Yang's coldness. Only then did she realize this wasn't just any entertainment venue, it was an exclusive gathering of High City's wealthiest young elites. Angering the wealthy young men in such a setting could have serious consequences. It was highly likely that after tonight, she would never receive another invitation to any event, and her live streaming career might even come to a halt. Panic flooded her heart. She regretted letting greed cloud her judgment, her eyes now filled with sheer terror. Snapping back to her senses, Nana immediately sat back down beside Zhai Rang, clutching his arm and pulling her chest lower to reveal two snow-white mounds glistening in the lights. Zhai Rang pushed her aside with disdain, not even glancing at her. Men like them, the sons of wealthy families, never lacked for women. Women who lacked tact, failed to read the room, and couldn't gauge the mood only caused trouble. So he clapped his hands again, summoning a fresh batch of beauties into the room. Chu Jun and the others remained silent. They were already accustomed to such scenes. There were plenty of girls, simply replacing her was no trouble. Seeing Zhai Rang about to select new companions, Nana clung to his leg, reluctant to give up, and began pleading. Young Master Zhai, please give me another chance. I know what I should do now. Zhai Rang wrinkled his nose, his expression darkening. What do you take me for? Look around you, so many beauties. Are your legs longer than theirs? Is your chest bigger than theirs? Get out before I lose my temper. Nana was so startled she stumbled backward and fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. In an instant, she plummeted from heaven to hell. Anyone would need time to process such a fall. Seeing Nana still trying to salvage the situation, Chu Jun slammed his hand hard on the table. Get out now. If you embarrass me again, I'll terminate your contract immediately. You'll be liable for millions in damages, deal with it yourself. Hearing her boss's rage, Nana scrambled to her feet, covered her face, and bolted out the door. Chu Jun frowned as he watched her flee, then turned apologetically to Zhou Yang and Zhai. Our company culture needs work. I'll have to put in more effort going forward. Bai Shui promptly stepped in to smooth things over for Chu Jun, appearing gentle and gracious. What are you saying, old Chu? Your artists aren't those princesses from commercial K-pop groups. It's perfectly normal for them to have a bit of a temper. Cheng Jintong chuckled and patted Chu Jun's shoulder. Don't overthink it, old Chu. These young artists get swept off their feet by all those fawning fans and livestreams, losing sight of their place. Once they get scammed a few times, they'll learn how brutal reality can be. As the group entered, this minor incident was quickly forgotten. Zhai Rang clicked on another girl named Xiaowen. Her long legs were eye-catching, and her outfit was quite revealing, a low-cut butterfly halter top held up by just two straps at the back, which she had to tug at constantly to keep it from slipping. However, the girls at the table grew noticeably cautious, speaking much less, fearful of further displeasing these wealthy young men. Nilong Chi-Chi sat quietly beside Zhou Yang, looking somewhat uneasy. Zhou Yang blinked and couldn't help asking. What's up? Why didn't you add me to the group chat? Nilong Chi-Chi immediately shook her head. Young Master Zhou, I have very few groups. I really don't have any more. But inside, Nai Long Chi-Chi was screaming wildly, "My little money! I haven't made enough yet." If she hadn't feared Zhou Yang would label her a gold digger, she would have kept frantically adding him to groups. But after what happened with Nana, Milk Dragon Chi-Chi knew these rich kids could turn on you in an instant. Besides, she had his WeChat now. As long as she knew when to advance and when to retreat, would she really have trouble finding opportunities later? So she gave up on milking him for cash and put on an innocent act instead. "Young Master Zhou, I just like how handsome you are. Please don't think I'm a gold digger, that would really hurt my feelings." Her soft, sweet voice was like a gentle breeze caressing his ears. And Nai Long Chi-Chi knew exactly what to do. She played to her greatest strengths, keeping Zhou Yang wrapped around her finger. That night, Zhou Yang asked Nai Long Chi-Chi her name several times, prompting her to exclaim in annoyance. "Young Master Zhou, are you doing this on purpose? Why keep asking my name?" I don't know why my memory suddenly went bad. I just can't seem to remember the 3 characters Long Chi-Chi." "Ah, Mr. Zhou, you're so naughty." Nai Long Chi-Chi playfully punched Zhou Yang's thigh before leaning in for another sweet kiss. Just then, Zhai Rang clapped his hands, prompting everyone to fall silent. A troupe of beauties in court attire, their décolletage subtly revealed, appeared on stage. With light steps, they swayed their sleeves as they danced. Accompanied by the sound of guzheng and other instruments, they began to dance gracefully, their movements soft and full of ancient charm. Zhai Rang chuckled as he introduced the scene to Zhou Yang. "Young Master Zhou, this is the signature performance of our deep-sea dragon palace. Let us share in the pleasure of ancient scholars enjoying music at the courtesan quarters." Zhou Yang smiled faintly. "Young Master Zhai, what refined taste." Seizing the moment, Zhai Rang shifted to the main topic. "Young Master Zhou, would you be interested in collaborating on a project?" Zhou Yang knew the real deal was about to begin. He knew a top-tier second-generation figure like Zhai Rang wouldn't invite him to dinner for no reason. With such meticulous arrangements, he was bound to casually bring up the main purpose during the meal. Of course, they were all seasoned players quick to grasp the gist. They wouldn't waste much time on such matters. A simple yes or no sufficed, no one pressed further. That was the unspoken rule of such occasions. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, leaning back in his chair with both elbows resting on the armrests, exuding an air of authority. "What project, young Master Zhai? Please enlighten us." Zhai Rang's gaze toward Zhou Yang held a hint of fervor as he leaned forward slightly in a gesture of respect. "Young Master Zhou, I, Zhai Rang, have no other hobbies. I just enjoy dabbling in social media. Honestly, it's nothing special, just love showing off my daily life and acting cool. Getting likes and comments makes me happy. I heard from Bai that you, Mr. Zhou, are a natural traffic magnet. So I thought, why not invite you to start a media company together?" Zhai Rang's words piqued Zhou Yang's curiosity. He was a natural traffic magnet? How come he didn't know that about himself? Bai Shuwei was offering him a ladder. Should he climb it or tear it down? And judging by Zhai Rang's tone, he wanted to team up and start a media company together. He knew absolutely nothing about running a media company. Wouldn't that be a surefire way to lose money? Even if his money came from the wind, he can't just throw it away. Therefore, he must carefully evaluate the situation before deciding whether to proceed. Zhou Yang glanced at Bai Shuwei, Xu Jun, and Shang Jintong before addressing Zhai Rang with a touch of solemnity. "Young Master Zhai, with 3 influencers boasting tens of millions of followers right here, asking me, someone who has barely posted a few videos on Douyin, doesn't that put the cart before the horse? If I were to overreach and discuss traffic metrics with you, that would truly be like showing off in front of experts and making a fool of myself." Zhai Rang had anticipated Zhou Yang's retort. He sighed, his tone tinged with reluctance. "Actually, I've already discussed this with all 3 of them. But each has their own valid reasons. They're perfectly reasonable. I genuinely can't collaborate with them." "Oh?" Zhou Yang was genuinely curious. Zhai Rang was quite capable. Why would Bai Shuwei and the others refuse to work with him? Was there something wrong with Zhai Rang himself? Or was there some deeper reason behind their refusal? He'd have to be extra cautious then. If others were avoiding him, he certainly wasn't going to walk into such an obvious trap. Noticing Zhou Yang's gaze turn wary, Bai Shuwei immediately began defending Zhai Rang. "Young Master Zhou, don't jump to conclusions. You might have heard that running Douyin accounts requires choosing niches, topics, trending keywords, viral memes, and so on. The real reason we couldn't partner with Mr. Zhai is that our 3 companies all specialize in niches. Mr. Zhai chose fitness, which is too different from our niches. Even if we helped him, we couldn't create viral topics. Plus, our companies are all based out of town. We can't settle in Haicheng. We're like migratory birds, only visiting a few times a year. That makes it hard to interact with Zhai Xiao, which is another big factor holding us back. But you, young Master Zhou, are different. You're based in Haicheng, making communication with young Master Zhai convenient. Plus, you possess the innate ability to ignite any topic. You were born for this online world. Young Master Zhai can't go wrong partnering with you." Hearing Bai Shuwei's explanation, Zhou Yang suddenly understood. So that was the reason. He'd been wondering what was wrong with that guy Zhai Rang. But a new question immediately followed. "Wait, what? You keep saying I can ignite topics, that I'm a natural traffic magnet? How come I've never noticed this about myself? Seeing Zhou Yang's utterly bewildered expression, Zhai Rang and Bai Shui exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Young Master Zhou, take a look for yourself. Ha! Zhou Yang took the phone from Bai Shui and his eyes widened instantly. Douyin's daily hot searches. Number 1 mysterious tycoon splashes out 100 million at Guanhai issue, hands out million yuan red envelopes on the spot. Number 2 Sky High Riverview welcomes top gastronome, million yuan tips showcase ultimate culinary appreciation. Number 3 food blogger Bai Shui and the million yuan tipper engage in intimate interaction shipping this couple hard. Zhou Yang never imagined he'd dominate the top 3 trending spots, with his name flooding Douyin's hot search terms. Only then did Zhai Rang spread his hands, winking and nodding at Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, you're not the last to know about this, are you? Zhou Yang scratched his head awkwardly. He really was the last to know. I see. Now it all makes sense. But I'm still wondering, how exactly would you like to collaborate, Mr. Zhou? Just as he was about to continue speaking, the door to the private room suddenly burst open. 2 police officers strode in from outside. Who is Zhou Yang? Someone reported you for having a large amount of unaccounted for assets. Cooperate with our investigation immediately. 026 investigating Zhou Yang's bank transactions? How legal is that? The officer's entrance instantly halted the singing and dancing in the private room. The girls fell silent, huddling nervously to the side, covering their faces with their hair to avoid being photographed. Nailong Chichi also kept her head bowed low, looking extremely nervous. Zhou Yang found it amusing and teased her. They're here for me. We haven't done anything illegal, so what are you afraid of? Young Master Zhou, I'm just nervous. Nailong Chichi stammered. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. He rose gently, his gaze calm as he looked at the 2 officers. I am Zhou Yang. I believe you officers must have made a mistake? Accusing me of having a large amount of unaccounted for wealth? Zhou Yang radiated integrity. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. He wasn't afraid of an investigation at all. After all, the system had provided him with tax receipts for every single transaction. There wasn't a cleaner businessman in the entire world. As the host, Zhai Rang frowned. This private room wasn't accessible to just anyone. Even if police officers came, he would be notified promptly, sometimes even receiving advance word. Deep Sea Dragon Palace was one of Haicheng's premier enterprises, wielding considerable influence. Yet today, without any warning, 2 officers had suddenly burst through the door in action that screamed something was seriously wrong. Clearly, whoever had reported Zhou Yang wielded unimaginable influence, completely severing the Zhai family's connections with the police. His expression darkened as he stepped forward with a forced smile. Officer, is there some misunderstanding here? As he spoke, he offered 2 bottles of Emperor's Majesty liquor, appearing extremely courteous. Under normal circumstances, Zhai Rang wouldn't have given 2 ordinary officers the time of day. But now that they had come to his doorstep, he had to at least check their credentials. Yet the 2 officers glanced at Zhai Rang and showed him no courtesy whatsoever. Young Master Zhai, you'd best step aside. We've received reports that Zhou Yang laundered billions, potentially involving international money laundering operations. The charges are serious. If confirmed, a case this large could even alert provincial authorities, leading to the formation of a special task force. So it's best for you not to get involved, young Master Zhai. You don't want to get dragged into this mess. Zhai Rang's expression darkened at these words. He knew Zhou Yang must have offended someone. And the power behind it was unimaginably vast. Let's be real, how many businessmen these days have clean hands? Once investigated, they'd likely be skinned alive, and that would be the least of their troubles. Even if Zhou Yang was innocent, without concrete evidence proving his innocence, he would be labeled a suspect and subjected to prolonged surveillance. So Zhai Rang shot Zhou Yang a nervous glance before leaning close to whisper in his ear. Young Master Zhou, have you offended anyone recently? Think hard, can you reach out and pull some strings? But Zhou Yang waved it off nonchalantly, appearing utterly composed. Let them investigate if they want to. With that, Zhou Yang opened emails and text notifications containing his bank statements and tax payment certificates, laying them out on the table. Officers, all my transactions are fully compliant and backed by complete tax documentation. We can verify them right here on the spot, it's straightforward. Go ahead and search right here. After you're done, we still have normal business to conduct. The 2 officers glanced around the room at the women, each dressed provocatively and seductively. It hardly looked like normal business activity. But they weren't specifically investigating this, nor did they intend to complicate matters. So they immediately picked up Zhou Yang's phone and began examining his transaction records. The pair consisted of a man and a woman. The male officer was clearly a veteran, likely the team leader, while the female officer appeared to be a rookie, handling things with a flustered, impatient manner. Zhou Yang studied the female officer. She had delicate features and was undeniably attractive, a beauty rated well over 9 out of 10. The female officer, noticing Zhou Yang staring intently at her, frowned. What are you staring at? If we find evidence of your crimes, watch out, I'll arrest you myself. Zhou Yang, however, smiled broadly, clasped his hands together, and presented them before the female officer. I wasn't planning on going, but seeing you, officer, suddenly makes going back to the station with you seem like a pretty good idea. Zhai Rang, Bai Shui, and the others heard Zhou Yang's words and stared in astonishment. Young Master Zhou was truly young Master Zhou. In a situation like this, he still had the nerve to joke around with the female officer? Wasn't he afraid she'd get angry and slap silver cuffs on him? Sure enough, the female officer across from him flew into a rage upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Zhou Yang, you better behave yourself. I was the top graduate of this year's police academy class. Mess with me, and I'll snap your neck. The young officer's face wore a fierce expression, but her eyes betrayed little genuine anger. Zhou Yang, however, showed no fear. Instead, he pointed to the email containing his tax payment certificate and said, "The facts are crystal clear. You wouldn't frame an innocent person, would you, officer? I always thought police officers were the kind who hated evil with a passion. Oomph. I am a person who hates evil. Stop being sarcastic. I will thoroughly investigate whether you've committed any crimes." The female officer was genuinely annoyed by Zhou Yang's insolent attitude. Thinking he can act however he pleases just because he's got good looks? Remember, all are equal before the law. What good is being handsome? If we uncover evidence of your crimes, Zhou Yang, you'll have no choice but to submit. Fuming, the female officer examined Zhou Yang's transaction records and tax payment certificates. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. ICBC, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer of 2,000 yuan at 6:12 a.m. on January 2nd. Current balance, 2,956.65 yuan. Longwei Tax Bureau, dear taxpayer, your income tax of 400 yuan has been withheld and paid by Longyan International Hedge Fund Company. Thank you for supporting Longwei taxation. The electronic invoice is attached for your records. Download and print as needed. ICBC, your bank card ending in 5858 received a cross-bank transfer deposit of 440 million yuan on January 2nd at 20:05. Current balance, 1,532,562,956.65 yuan. Longwei taxation, dear tax withholder Zhou Yang, your income tax has been paid on your behalf by Longbo International Finance Company in the amount of 198 million yuan. Thank you for supporting Longwei taxation. The electronic invoice is attached for your records and can be downloaded and printed at any time. All transfers, regardless of amount, are accompanied by electronic tax invoices detailing the sources of income and expenditures. With such credible tax payment records, money laundering is simply impossible. Moreover, the figures in Zhou Yang's account are truly staggering. 1 0. 3 zeros. 10 zeros. Whoa, 1.5 billion? The policewoman couldn't help but rub her eyes. She'd never seen such a long string of numbers in her entire life. She flipped all the way to the last page but found nothing amiss in Zhou Yang's transaction records. He was arguably the most upright and patriotic taxpayer imaginable, with not a single trace of tax evasion. A person like this should absolutely be honored as an exemplary citizen. Just as she was reeling from disbelief, she suddenly discovered a new clue. Wait a minute, Zhou Yang. All these transactions started today. Why didn't you have such large transactions before? Zhou Yang chuckled, looking at the policewoman as if she were an idiot. I work in international finance. My money was in overseas accounts before. I just withdrew it today. What's wrong with that? Well, officer? Finished checking? Hand my phone back now, will you? The female officer's face twisted in embarrassment, her irritation flaring once more at Zhou Yang's provocation. She slammed his phone onto the table with a sharp thud and glared at him. You're lucky this time I didn't find anything on you. But you don't look like a good person. Don't get caught by me next time, or you'll be in for a world of trouble. Waving her small fist at Zhou Yang, the female officer turned to the older officer beside her. Uncle Chen, let's go. Seeing this guy just pisses me off. Officer Chen shook his head, seemingly finding the female officer too impulsive. Ruohua, you need to be mindful of your position when speaking. Stick to the facts and principles, don't let personal feelings cloud your judgment. Officer Chen then nodded at Zhou Yang, his expression softening slightly. You'll need to come to the station later to complete your statement. We're heading back now. Zhai Rang and the others, seeing the matter largely resolved, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to wait for the officers to leave before celebrating, Zhou Yang's lips curved upward in a hint of amusement. Officer Chen, hold on. Ha! The two officers, who had already turned to leave, immediately spun back around upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. Especially the female officer named Ruohua, whose expression darkened. Zhou Yang, are you done yet? Watch out, I might charge you with obstructing official duties. Zhou Yang dropped his playful expression, his face turning serious. He stepped forward, locking eyes with Officer Ruohua, his expression utterly serious. Officer Ruohua, my innocence has already been proven. But what I want to know is, what kind of punishment does someone face for making a false report? Someone caused me trouble and created significant inconvenience. Surely such individuals can't just walk free? Ruohua paused, realizing she had genuinely overlooked this issue. Zhou Yang's questioning wasn't unreasonable. Her mind raced as she recalled the relevant legal provisions. Since the report didn't cause you any financial loss, the worst they'd face is an administrative penalty detention and a fine. But their suspicions were reasonable and bold. I think you shouldn't pursue this. Their doubts are understandable. Even I would suspect you if I saw you suddenly become so wealthy. But Zhou Yang shook his head, showing no intention of dropping the matter. Officer Ruohua, that's not right. While they have the right to reasonable suspicion, I have the right to defend my dignity. Now, I demand that coercive measures be taken against those who defamed me and deliberately filed a false police report. This is in accordance with legal procedures, correct? Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Officer Chen was startled. He quickly tugged at Officer Ruohua, afraid she might say the wrong thing. 027 Unrelenting win in the right? That's called getting what you deserve. Officer Chen stepped in front of Officer Ruohua, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Zhou Yang. Young man, are you certain you wish to proceed? I can take action against the other party as you requested. But I must warn you, if you proceed, there's a high likelihood of retaliation. From what I understand, the other party has significant backing. You might want to reconsider. Based on our investigative experience, reconciliation is a favorable option for both parties. Of course, that's all I can say. The specifics are up to you. We'll only handle this impartially. This was a well-intentioned warning, seeming far more impartial than the somewhat emotionally charged female officer. Zhou Yang shook his head naturally, declining Officer Chen's suggestion for reconciliation. In his view, the fact that the other party had chosen to attack him was certainly no accident. Even if he agreed not to pursue charges and settled, the other party would likely cause trouble again. Settling would be like taking off your pants to fart, pointless, and might even make them think he was scared. Therefore, Zhou Yang chose to take the offensive. He would make sure everyone who had struck him in the shadows got their just deserts. Officer Chen, I've thought this through clearly. I'm not afraid of retaliation. I intend to make them pay the price they deserve. They need to understand that maliciously framing someone comes with legal consequences. Seeing Zhou Yang's resolute stance, Officer Chen said nothing more. But Officer Hua looked thoroughly annoyed. Uncle Chen, this Zhou Yang is being way too unforgiving. Officer Chen quickly signaled her to be quiet with his eyes. Don't let personal feelings interfere with your work, Ruohua. You need to adapt to your role. Officer Ruohua snorted coldly and turned her head away. In her mind, Zhou Yang had clearly become a petty person. Zhou Yang couldn't care less. Since they'd have no further dealings, he didn't bother with others' opinions. Officer Chen quickly coordinated with the other investigators and contacted Lu Zixiong, the man who had filed the report, to place him under detention. This infuriated Lu Zixiong. Do you even know who I am? How dare you arrest me? I'm a close friend of Guo Xiao. The investigating officer responded with a cold smile. Sorry, but once legal proceedings begin, no one can interfere with the judicial process. Even if Guo Jing himself showed up, we'd still follow the law. If you don't want to end up behind bars, you'd better find a way to get the other party's forgiveness. Lu Zixiong, feeling utterly frustrated, dialed Guo Sheng's number. Guo Sheng immediately contacted the police captain and negotiated at length, but the captain expressed helplessness. It wasn't that they wouldn't help Guo Sheng, the case had already been initiated, the entire process was already in motion, and no one could stop it. Only obtaining forgiveness from the victim, Zhou Yang, could halt it. Zhou Yang's forgiveness? Was that even possible? Obviously not. So Guo Sheng immediately dismissed that option. He called Lu Zixiong back. Xiangzi, you go ahead and stay in custody for a few days. I've got everything arranged for you inside. You won't be treated unfairly. Lu Zixiong definitely didn't want to go. Who would want to go to a place like that? Rumor had it that anyone who spent time inside ended up with hemorrhoids and sometimes even abscesses and ulcers around them. It sounded absolutely terrifying. But since Guo Sheng had spoken, he had no choice. Young Master Guo, didn't you say you could handle anything that came up? Why make a brother suffer over such a minor thing now? Lu Zixiong's question instantly made Guo Sheng's blood boil. You have the nerve to ask? Who told your idiot brother to go report it to the cops? What problem can't be solved discreetly? Why resort to such a stupid method? You want me to defy the law for you? What the hell were you thinking? We could have taken Zhou Yang down 1,000 ways under the radar, but you had to pick the one that'll blow up in our faces. How the hell am I supposed to deal with you? Even if that Zhou Yang doesn't lock you up for a few days, I'd send you to prison myself to reform your brain. You're just too damn stupid. Guo Sheng hung up the phone, cursing furiously, leaving Lu Zixiong speechless. Lu Zixiong felt utterly miserable now. He turned his head to look at Huang Tao, the one who'd suggested calling the police, his gaze turning icy cold. Huang Tao, look at the mess you've created. I've never seen such an idiot in my life. I'm definitely not going anywhere near that place. Since it was your idea, you can go spend a few days there. Don't worry, in 3 days max, Xiao and I will come get you out. Huang Tao was completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? When he suggested this, Lu Zixiong hadn't said anything like this. He'd even praised him for being so clever. How the hell did he suddenly become a ing idiot? But Lu Zixiong didn't give Huang Tao a chance to explain. He immediately had the investigating officer take Huang Tao away. With this idiot Huang Tao stirring things up, it was like beating the grass to scare away the snake. Looks like he'll have to adjust his plan for dealing with Zhou Yang. After handling the informant's case, Officer Chen rubbed his forehead and turned to Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, are you satisfied now? We've received another urgent assignment. We'll have to call it a night for now. Zhou Yang smiled broadly, waving goodbye to Officer Chen and Ruoshui as he watched them depart. No need to see us off. Officer Ruowa, hearing Zhou Yang's infuriatingly smug voice, stumbled slightly and nearly lost her balance. That Zhou Yang really needs to be taught a lesson. As she stepped out, Ruowa shot Zhou Yang a glare, seething at his cocky grin. Zhai Rang, seeing the matter resolved, immediately gave Zhou Yang a thumbs up. Ah, young Master Zhou is truly young Master Zhou. He can turn things around in an instant. Without pulling any strings, he smoothed things over and even got the whistleblower punished. That really opened my eyes. Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Wasn't it simply because he had nothing to hide? If his funding sources weren't all legitimate and compliant, he'd likely have been taken away just now. Someone like Zhai Rang would never have escaped unscathed. But this incident served as a stark reminder to Zhou Yang, someone had already set their sights on him. Now, armed with the combat skills of an elite special forces commander, he wouldn't mind letting them taste his brutal retribution if they resorted to underhanded tactics. So he offered a faint smile, smoothly shifting the conversation back to the main topic. By the way, what exactly did you mean by cooperation earlier, young Master Zhai? Zhai Rang perked up as Zhou Yang steered the conversation back. Young Master Zhou, the cooperation model is actually quite straightforward. Let me give you a heads up, Haicheng is about to invest heavily in tourism to transform into a tourist-oriented city. So, they're pouring significant resources into cultural and tourism promotion. Conservative estimates put the total investment for this wave at over 10 billion yuan. Our Zhai family has extensive connections in Haicheng's cultural tourism sector. If we can demonstrate the capability to make Haicheng go viral through our promotional efforts, this project is as good as ours. And this is just the beginning. Building on this success, we can access even more surefire projects with guaranteed returns. I have complete confidence in your ability to drive massive traffic, young Master Zhou. So if you're willing to partner, we can split the profit 70-30 this time. I believe quality trumps quantity. Instead of managing a bunch of messy accounts, we should focus on building 1 or 2 top-tier accounts. Zhai Rang spoke with flying spittle, utterly exhilarated. But Zhou Yang was utterly disinterested, yawning constantly as he listened. He knew nothing about business and had no desire to waste his energy on it. After all, with his system dad, he had no need to explore other ways to make money. What could possibly make money faster than his system dad? The only reason he hadn't interrupted Zhai Rang was that he sensed this matter wouldn't cost him anything. Moreover, through Zhai Rang, he could establish connections with some of the provincial governors in Haicheng. While he no longer had to worry excessively about money, his social standing and background were still far too lacking. He still needed to acquire the essentials. Ideally, he could cultivate his own network of connections, one capable of resolving any crisis. Having made up his mind, Zhou Yang chuckled, projecting an air of magnanimity. Young Master Zhai, I, Zhou Yang, am investing in your project. As for how to execute and manage it, Mr. Zhai, you handle that. Just let me know when you need me to step in. I may not have much, but I've got time and money to spare. Young Master Zhai hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so generous, agreeing outright without even asking about the investment amount. He couldn't help but remind him, young Master Zhou, you're certainly straightforward. But this project requires 50 million in investment. Aren't you going to consult your family? Zhou Yang gave a peculiar smile and shrugged it off. Just 50 million? That's pocket change. No need to ask. My allowance alone covers it. Wow. His wealth was truly staggering. He casually agreed to 50 million. If Zhou Yang hadn't immediately transferred the 50 million yuan, Zhai Rang would have thought he was drunk. As for Zhou Yang, seeing Zhai Rang staring at him in utter shock, he thought it was a big deal over nothing. Young Master Zhai, what's with that look? Young Master Zhai shook his head and gave a wry smile. If he wanted to access 50 million, it would likely cause an uproar at the family council meeting. Who knew how long it would take to get approval? But Zhou Yang hadn't even bothered to consider it. Was this the gap between him and Zhou Yang? It seemed he needed to get closer to Zhou Yang from now on. So he couldn't help but remind Zhou Yang again. Young Master Zhou, you really don't know how to do business. I'm shocked. Aren't you worried I'll take this 50 million and renege on the deal? I've never seen anyone transfer money before even signing a contract. Zhou Yang blinked. The timing doesn't matter. Besides, I'm afraid I'll forget about it tomorrow after waking up. Transferring it today is perfect. Alright, Mr. Jai, let's move on to other segments. We'll discuss the specific cooperation details tomorrow through my lawyer. No need to get into those specifics today. Just as everyone was getting ready to resume the program, Qinli rushed out of the break room, her eyes brimming with tears. The moment she emerged, she knelt before Zhou Yang without hesitation. Zhou Yang, could you help me one more time? HM? Zhou Yang's eyebrow arched slightly. 028 robbers getting more brazen? Xingxing beyond saving? Qinli looked terrible, as if she'd lost her soul and had no idea what to do. Clearly, she was facing an insurmountable problem. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Zhou Yang's mind. If Qinli truly faced a major crisis, be it a gambling father, a divorced mother, a troublemaking younger brother, or a shattered family, he was confident he had the means to resolve it. What he feared was that Qinli was merely using this as an excuse to extort money, seizing the opportunity to inflate her own worth. Otherwise, why couldn't she wait until they returned home to discuss it? Why did she have to bring it up in front of Zhai Rang and the others? Money wasn't something Zhou Yang valued highly. As long as Qinli continued to behave properly, he would give her at least 1 million yuan a month without her even having to ask. Truthfully, Zhou Yang disliked troublesome girls from the bottom of his heart. But Qinli, well, she was different. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang decided to hear Qinli's explanation first. Go ahead. What exactly happened? If it's not important, we can discuss it when we get back. Zhou Yang's words clearly showed he didn't want Qinli to waste time on trivial matters here. Zhai Rang, Bai Shui, and the others all watched Qinli curiously, eager to see how this beauty would choose to respond. But Qinli clearly had no intention of giving up. Instead, she clung to this moment like a lifeline, hope surging within her. Zhou Yang, I beg you, you must help me. Save my brother. During his company's annual meeting, my brother Qin Xingxing was tricked into going to Savatika country, then kidnapped to Myanmar. Now he's beaten daily, barely recognizable as human. I've already sent them the 100,000 and 500,000 I borrowed from you earlier. But after receiving the transfers, not only did they refuse to release him, they even raised the ransom to 1 million. They said if we don't come up with the money by noon tomorrow, they'll kill him. I truly have no other options, which is why I'm turning to you. Please, Zhou Yang, save my brother. He's my parents' only son. If Xingxing is gone, they'll grieve themselves to death. Qinli's words sent a chill through everyone present. Who would have thought something you only see on TV would happen right here? Yet they still felt a sense of unreality, thinking this was too far-fetched. Zhai Rang couldn't help but pat Bai Shui beside him, frowning as he said, Young Master Bai, do you think she's telling the truth? Could Qinli be an actress? She sounds way too convincing. Bai Shui shook his head, indicating he couldn't tell either. If she is an actress, her acting is far too convincing. Chu Jun and Chang Jintong nodded in agreement, both finding the whole thing utterly bizarre. Zhai Rang couldn't help but remind Qinli. Miss Qin, I think you should report this to the police first. Seeking help from young Master Zhou might not accomplish anything. Qinli shook her head like a rattle drum, refusing outright. No, they said if I report it, they'll definitely kill the hostage. I can't risk it. Zhai Rang sighed, unwilling to argue further with Qinli. Bai Shui chimed in, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. To put it bluntly, Miss Qin, your brother probably won't be coming back. You might be too close to see it, but from an outsider's perspective, no matter how much money you transfer, they'll kill him anyway. They never intended to let him go. Chang Jintong nodded in agreement, recalling a previous incident she'd heard about. There was a notorious case in the influencer world involving Anna Lodi, the little swan with 5 million followers. Her best friend lured her to Myanmar. Her family paid 10 million yuan for her ransom, but she was still killed. Even 2 of the rescuers lost their lives in the operation. If your situation is real, don't hold out any hope. Their words, though logically sound and implicitly acknowledging Qinli's account as truth. Yet beneath their words lay a palpable indifference, a willingness to stand by and watch. After all, even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. Myanmar, 3,000 kilometers away, was simply too distant. Their connections were too limited to reach that far. Hearing these words, the disappointment on Qinli's face grew even more evident. Deep down, she knew these wealthy young men were telling the truth. But was her brother, Qin Xingxing, truly beyond saving? Was she truly destined to watch her loved one's life vanish from this world? Could she truly think of no solution at all? No, she still had Zhou Yang. The extraordinary things Zhou Yang had demonstrated were proof enough of his exceptional nature. If Zhou Yang was truly willing to help, perhaps he could save her brother Qin Xingxing. At this moment, Qinli pinned all her hopes on Zhou Yang. Seeing Qinli's fervent gaze, Zhou Yang curled his lips and said impatiently, Get up. Stop kneeling. Call the kidnappers again. I need to talk to them. Though Zhou Yang's tone was impatient, to Qinli's ears it sounded like heavenly music. She scrambled to her feet, standing timidly before Qinli with tears streaming down her face, looking pitifully vulnerable. Under Zhou Yang's watchful gaze, Qinli's trembling fingers dialed the number and pressed the speaker button. Instantly, the kidnapper's foul-mouthed voice blared from the other end. I told you a million times, Uing. If you don't have the money, don't call me. Just wait to collect your brother's body. The arrogance in the voice made everyone frown. This didn't sound staged at all. It seemed Qin Li's brother had genuinely been kidnapped. But what could Zhou Yang possibly do? Paying ransom was the most foolish approach. Even if Zhou Yang sold everything he owned, it wouldn't guarantee Qin Xingxing's release because the kidnappers had no intention of honoring any deal. Yet Zhou Yang didn't see it that way. As the saying goes, don't judge others' misfortunes unless you've suffered them yourself. They weren't Qin Li, they couldn't see things from her perspective. If they put themselves in her shoes, if it were their loved ones being held hostage, they might not think this way. They'd likely try every possible means to rescue them. That's why Zhou Yang understood Qin Li's current mindset. Even if she knew the odds were slim, even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, she would still try. But in seeking Zhou Yang's help, she had indeed found the right person. In this world, Zhou Yang was likely the only one who could help her. After all, he now possessed the combat skills of an elite special forces soldier, and he was itching to put them to the test. But within the Dragon Nation, security was tight, clearly no place to flex his muscles. But the warlord-controlled regions of Myanmar were a different story. There, he might just get to experience the thrill of being a special forces soldier. For some reason, the more Zhou Yang thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling an irresistible urge to dive in. Moreover, based on Zhou Yang's analysis, the kidnappers were after money and wouldn't harm the hostage, he just needed to keep them calm. So he snatched the phone from Qin Li's hand and bellowed at the other end. You just want money, right? This young master has money. Not just $1 million, I can give you 10 million. But you must guarantee Qin Xingxing's safety. Ha! Zhou Yang's words not only stunned his own men like Zhai Rang. The kidnappers on the other end were stunned. These days, are easy targets really this plentiful? And one who actually raises the price? They definitely snatched the right Qin Xingxing. She looks even more promising than that Qin Keqing. The kidnappers' tone softened slightly as they couldn't resist making an outrageous demand. Transfer 10 million yuan first, then we'll discuss the rest. But what the kidnappers never expected was that Zhou Yang would start making demands. Yes, he was making demands of a kidnapper. Zhou Yang declared, you must guarantee Qin Xingxing's safety before I can hand over the money. Tomorrow, we'll exchange money for the person. If she's gone, you won't get a dime. The kidnappers questioned him in disbelief. Kid, are you negotiating terms with us? But Zhou Yang's tone was even firmer than theirs. This isn't bargaining, it's a notification. I'm not one for beating around the bush. While I still have interest in spending 10 million on him, you'd better keep him safe. Because at least for now, I'm still interested in his sister. If I lose interest and want another woman, I won't pay another dime. You should know better than I do what needs to be done. Take the money, or be left with a corpse you'll have to go to great lengths to bury. It's up to you. Zhou Yang's hard-hitting words left the other party speechless. Clearly, they were debating whether this plan was feasible. But Zhou Yang pressed on immediately. You guys are really dragging your feet. Can you give me an answer quickly? Tomorrow, only Qin Xingxing's sister and I will go. No one else will accompany us. And to show our sincerity, I can send you a 1 million yuan deposit red envelope right now. But I have one request, create 25 group chats with 500 members each. I'll send a 40,000 yuan red envelope into each one. Don't ask me why, just say I like showing off and love the thrill of people scrambling for red envelopes. Zhou Yang's words carried a mix of domineering arrogance and sheer idiocy. The robbers were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Holy? Where did Qin Xingxing's sister, Qin Li, find this rich kid who loves to show off? Judging by his tone, he clearly hadn't been hardened by life's hardships yet. We could teach him a lesson. If this rich kid didn't pay a price, he'd never learn how cruel society could be. 029 Rescuing Qin Xingxing, Zhou Yang blindsides the fraud park. At that moment, not only did the kidnappers think Zhou Yang was an idiot. Even Zhai Rang thought Zhou Yang was a naive little fool. How could you reveal your trump card to kidnappers? Are you afraid they won't screw you over hard enough? And speaking to them in such a confrontational tone, what if they really did kill the hostage? Wasn't this just dancing on the edge of a knife? And seriously, Zhou Yang, sending red envelopes to show off is one thing, but actually planning to go to Myanmar yourself? That's like walking into a den of wolves. Even if you're thick-skinned, you wouldn't risk your life like this. Zhai Rang couldn't tell if partnering with Zhou Yang was a blessing or a curse. The man kept doing things that defied logic. Though inwardly ranting, he still offered a well-meaning warning. Young Master Zhou, if you go over there like this, what if they capture you too? This is far too risky. But Zhou Yang just smirked with overconfidence, looking incredibly cocky. It'll be fine. I trust these kidnappers are honest businessmen. They're just doing business. As long as we pay enough, they'll definitely release the hostages. Bull. Zhai Rang wanted to curse Zhou Yang out loud. He thought Zhou Yang must have lost his mind. Was Zhou Yang genuinely blind to such an obvious problem, or was he deliberately playing dumb? Just as Zhai Rang was silently cursing Zhou Yang as an idiot, Bai Shuwei suddenly had a flash of insight. He knew Zhou Yang never did anything without being absolutely certain. Zhou Yang's actions clearly stemmed from absolute confidence in himself. He likely didn't even regard those kidnappers as a threat. He tugged at Zhai Rang's sleeve, who was still fuming, and whispered, "Young Master Zhai, this is a golden opportunity to go viral." "What opportunity? This is just as stupid." "Ha? What did you say?" Zhai Rang had been complaining when he suddenly grasped the implication in Bai Shui's words, his eyes widening with confusion. Bai Shui smiled faintly and began explaining to Zhai Rang. "Young Master Zhai, what I mean is, your perspective on this issue is flawed." "Me? What's wrong?" Zhai Rang pointed at his own nose, baffled as to why Bai Shui would suddenly say such a thing. Bai Shui didn't beat around the bush, instead quietly analyzing the situation for Zhai Rang. "Yes, there is a problem. You're approaching this from the perspective that young Master Zhou lacks the capability to resolve the kidnapper's issue. That's why you can't make sense of his actions at all. But if you shift your perspective considering that young Master Zhou has connections everywhere and could easily handle the kidnappers, everything will suddenly become crystal clear." Boom! Zhai Rang felt his mind reeling. He tried shifting his perspective. Instantly, his entire worldview shifted. So this is what it means to see things from someone else's perspective. The difference is staggering. Could it be that Zhou Sha was someone whose hidden power reached unimaginable heights? Those problems that seemed unsolvable to Zhai Rang were nothing to young Master Zhou, perhaps even trivial? Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. He recalled the journey since meeting Zhou Yang, a constant cycle of doubt followed by being utterly conquered by Zhou Yang's capabilities. Suddenly, he realized he had severely underestimated Zhou Yang. Perhaps the Zhou Yang standing before him was a colossal dragon of the abyss, and he hadn't even glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. This was evident from Zhou Yang casually transferring 50 million yuan to him without even bothering to ask about the project. As Zhai Rang let his thoughts wander, everything suddenly clicked into place. Everything suddenly made sense. So the clown was me all along. Realizing this, he finally understood what Bai Shui meant by the opportunity for viral fame. If he could join Zhou Yang in rescuing Qin Xingxing this time, simply saving her would guarantee explosive popularity across all major media platforms in Manhwa. This wave of traffic and attention would be incredibly lucrative. No wonder Bai Shui called Zhou Yang a natural-born traffic magnet. Everything he did turned out to be this kind of unexpected move. Just then, Bai Shui leaned closer to Zhai Rang and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. "Young Master Zhai, forgive my bluntness, but if you keep doubting young Master Zhou, you might not even have friends left in the future. According to intel from my contacts in the capital, young Master Zhou's personal file is highly unusual. He's very likely a scion from a prominent family sent out to gain experience. While we can't be entirely certain, judging by my years of navigating the capital's second-generation circles, young Master Zhou's background is absolutely staggering." Bai Shui's words sent a chill down Zhai Rang's spine. He and Bai Shui were close. He knew Bai Shui was also a scion from a prominent Beijing family sent out into the world to gain experience. Unable to reveal or leverage his family's influence, Bai Shui had risen to become a sensationally popular internet celebrity through sheer personal effort. For those prominent families, the superior genes within the clan must be tempered in the harshest environments to truly be unleashed. Even if they eventually returned to the family fold, lacking genuine skills meant certain elimination. They never wanted flowers grown in greenhouses. This is precisely why people often say, those more talented than you work even harder than you do. The competition among the elite second-generation scions is simply too fierce. What Bai Shui had just told him was to have Zhai Rang pledge allegiance to Zhou Yang, seizing the chance to become his subordinate. For him, this wasn't humiliation, it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, he turned to Zhou Yang and declared his allegiance. "Young Master Zhou, if you're heading to Myanmar, I, Zhai Rang, will accompany you. Brothers should share hardships together, and we can watch each other's backs." Zhou Yang nodded, gesturing toward the phone in his hand to signal Zhai Rang to hold his tongue. Zhai Rang obediently stepped aside, his demeanor suddenly cautious and deferential. Having grasped the unimaginable depth of Zhou Yang's connections, he could no longer look at him as an equal. Zhou Yang remained oblivious to this shift in attitude, his full attention fixed on awaiting the kidnapper's response. After about 5 more minutes, Zhou Yang feigned impatience and urged. Hey! You're a scam park, after all. Surely you've got the guts to answer? And with all the scammers getting busted in your park, don't you have plenty of WeChat groups? Getting a few dozen groups shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't you want to hit your performance targets and earn some extra cash? In front of a big shot like me, you'd better rein in your little temper, or my patience won't last long. I switch women every 3 days max. And I've already spent a day with Qin Xingxing's sister. That means you don't have much time to get that 10 million. Keep dragging your feet, and don't blame me for cutting you off. Kill the hostages if you want, I'm done playing. Zhou Yang's arrogance was so outrageous it made even the kidnappers in the fraud park's eyes pop. The 2 henchmen guarding Qin Xingxing turned to look at their team leader. Second in command, should we agree to this kid's terms? Yeah, it's 10 million. If we get our hands on that, we'll practically hit our monthly performance targets. The second in command tapped his fingers on the table, hesitating for a long moment. Damn it, let's do it. That kid thinks he's hot stuff? Once he shows up, we'll grab him too. Make his family pay for both. Heh, then we'll rake in hundreds of millions from one job. Right. As he suggested, let's set up a few groups first to test his mettle. Soon, the two henchmen went to carry out the plan. Their operation controlled thousands of low-level members, with most phones and accounts under their grip. Pulling together a 500-person group was a breeze. As for snatching red envelopes? Don't underestimate their tech skills. Using group control software to grab them was a piece of cake. After coordinating with Zhou Yang, they added both him and Qinli to a group chat. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. While others were being fleeced by these scammers, now he was going to fleece the scammers themselves. In a 500-person group, he and Qinli each tossed in a red envelope. The net profit? A conservative 20 million yuan. Exchanging 40,000 for 19.88 million? That was a massive win. These weren't kidnappers or fraudsters, they were gods of wealth. Zhou Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Qinli, and almost simultaneously, they both tossed in red envelopes worth 20,000 yuan each. No doubt about it, group control software makes grabbing red envelopes lightning fast. In an instant, the group red envelopes were completely snatched up. Ding! The red envelopes Qinli posted in the Myanmar CK Industrial Park, which the host previously claimed, have been fully claimed. The red envelope splitting card daily card has activated. The host has received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 500 people equals 10 million yuan, deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Ding! The red envelope you sent in the Myanmar CK Park group has been claimed. The red envelope splitter card daily pass has activated. You have received a total reward of 20,000 yuan. 500 people equals 10 million yuan, deposited into your bank account ending with 5858. 20 million credited. Awesome! Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Any more? Let's go again. The kidnappers stared at the nearly 40,000 yuan in red envelopes that had instantly appeared in their accounts, lost in thought. Is this guy for real? Why did they seem so excited about throwing money around? It didn't seem like he was putting on a show either. Is there really someone out there with so much money they enjoy throwing it around? Who cares? Let's drag them into another group chat. So at Zhou Yang's insistence, the kidnappers kept swapping Zhou Yang and Qinli between groups. One delighted to give, the other thrilled to receive, neither wanted the other to stop. What a mutually fulfilling joy. But one of the henchmen suddenly remembered something. Second team leader, didn't that rich idiot send too many groups? I just counted, he's sent nearly 30. Didn't we agree on 25? The second team leader's eyes darted around, and he chuckled. No problem. He hasn't noticed. Just keep adding him. This kind of money-throwing, brain-dead second-generation heir is practically business delivered to our doorstep. If we don't rip him off, who else would we rip off? Who knows? Maybe he's having a blast throwing money around right now. The second team leader wasn't about to call it quits. He hoped this gold mine never dried up. The henchman's palms grew sweaty with nervousness as he kept dragging Zhou Yang and Qinli into the group. Awesome! This is so awesome! Sure enough, Zhou Yang on the other end shouted, awesome! It wasn't until the 51st group was added that Zhou Yang felt the timing was right and finally stopped. This was to prevent the kidnappers from killing the hostages, giving them a taste of the spoils first. Did they really think Zhou Yang was stupid? He was just playing dumb in front of the kidnappers. He lightly tapped the 10 billion yuan that had just hit his account, and a Nike-shaped grin spread across his lips. He picked up the phone and addressed the kidnappers. This young master has had his fill of throwing money around. Consider the extra million a tip for you lot. Tomorrow, we'll meet as planned and I'll hand over the remaining 90 million. 030 direct flight to Banati, reunion with the police officer. The two henchmen immediately sought instructions from team leader 2. Second team leader, that rich idiot has backed down. What should we do next? Seeing the 2 million yuan secured, the second team leader felt immensely satisfied. Of course we keep this rich idiot on his line, make him believe we'll do exactly as he says. Once he takes the bait and comes here, won't he be at our mercy? The two henchmen's eyes lit up instantly. In their minds, Zhou Yang was now worth 10 million yuan walking around. If they could really capture this rich kid, not only would they pocket the tens of millions he brought, but they might even extort more from his family. But one of the henchmen suddenly had a thought. Second team leader, how do we keep this rich kid under control? You idiot! Dress the Qin Xingxing in some fancy clothes, feed him some good food, then film a video to send to that dumb rich kid. Once he sees how trustworthy we are, he'll come running like a little puppy. Then, ha ha ha. The two henchmen conferred briefly before fetching Qin Xingxing. They had Qin Xingxing take a quick shower and change into fresh clothes, which seemed to restore some of his energy and spirit. Then they brought over a roasted chicken and tossed it to Qin Xingxing to eat. The henchman then sent Zhou Yang a video of Qin Xingxing gnawing on the roast chicken. Zhou Yang glanced at the video and smiled faintly. Zhou Yang knew that this move had effectively stabilized the situation with the kidnappers. They were now preoccupied with scheming how to get the remaining 9 million, so Qin Xingxing's life was temporarily safe. He then handed the video to Qin Li for her to watch. Alright, your brother is safe for now. Next, we need to book 2 tickets for tonight's flight to Banati. Once we arrive tomorrow morning, we'll transfer to a vehicle and head to Myanmar Township to rescue your brother. Qin Li now followed Zhou Yang's lead on everything, offering no further suggestions. Zhai Rang watched from the sidelines, knowing his moment to shine had arrived. Young Master Zhou, I've had the tickets booked. We'll depart for the airport in half an hour. What about this interim period? Do we need to prepare anything? We can't just go empty-handed, can we? Zhou Yang flashed a toothy grin at Zhai Rang. He noticed Zhai Rang's demeanor had suddenly become much more reserved and deferential. Who knew if Zhai Rang had imagined too much about his background leading to this change? But none of that mattered. Having a little sidekick meant he wouldn't have to handle so many things himself seemed like a good thing overall. So Zhou Yang casually replied to Zhai Rang. Just bring your filming equipment. Just capture everything that needs recording, and there you have our first collaborative video. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Zhai Rang couldn't help but glance at Bai Shui, who had just offered him advice. Sure enough, Zhou Yang's words matched exactly what Bai Shui had said. Bai Shui really understood Zhou Yang better. So it seemed Bai Shui's guess about Zhou Yang's background was probably true too. If everything turned out to be true, then this journey should be smooth sailing. Seeing Zhou Yang so relaxed, Zhai Rang felt his own heart settle. He immediately summoned his steward and began giving instructions. Tell my younger brother Zhai Xing to handle the guests at the tasting event with Dad. I have urgent business requiring an immediate flight to Savatika. I'm leaving right now. Also, bring over that Bentayga. Drive me and young Master Zhou to the airport. The butler hesitated, finding the order rather abrupt. Hadn't they been enjoying themselves just moments ago? Young Master, the Bentayga is currently being driven by second Miss Shai Yu. Would you like to consider another vehicle? Then get the Maybach S580. Hurry up, don't waste any time. The butler left to comply, quickly returning with the car to transport Zhai Rang, Zhou Yang, and Qin Li to Haicheng Airport. Meanwhile, Bai Shui and the others, serving as promotional ambassadors for Haicheng's cultural tourism initiative, headed to participate in the tasting event's activities. Zhou Yang never imagined he'd encounter those 2 police officers again, sitting beside the seats in the Haicheng Airport departure lounge. When he, Qin Li, and Zhai Rang arrived at the departure hall, Ruohua was fast asleep, luggage in hand. In her dream, she was chasing a suspect. With a graceful flying kick, she sent the suspect tumbling to the ground. Mounting him, she unleashed a flurry of punches. But when she flipped him over, she discovered it was Zhou Yang, the very man she'd encountered that night at the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace. The sight of Zhou Yang dressed in a northeastern-style suit, his ruggedly handsome looks hot enough to set hearts aflame, made Ruohua instantly sizzle with irritation. Oomph, Zhou Yang, it really is you. I told you I'd make you pay once I caught you. Now you're in my hands. Hearing someone call his name, Zhou Yang instinctively looked over. To his surprise, it was Officer Chen and Ruohua. He had a favorable impression of these 2 officers who upheld justice impartially. So he deliberately moved closer to Ruohua, wanting to hear what nonsense she was babbling about. He watched as Ruohua rolled over gently in her seat, muttering incessantly. Zhou Yang, you piece of trash. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't budge. When it comes to scum like you, I show no mercy. Zhou Yang, you've had enough now, haven't you? Think you can keep doing evil deeds? Zhou Yang stared in astonishment. He'd only met this police officer Ruohua once, hadn't he? Was she really beating him up in her dreams? Did he really look that much like a villain? He turned to Officer Chen, who stood nearby looking slightly awkward, with an innocent expression. Officer Chen, I don't recall committing any heinous crimes. What's gotten into Officer Ruohua? The way she's acting, I'm afraid she'll just find some excuse to arrest me. Officer Chen felt awkward too. They had received an urgent international assignment and were now heading to Savatika country for an investigation. After a grueling day of work, the rookie officer Ruohua couldn't handle the exhaustion and fell asleep in an airport seat. But sleeping is one thing, what's with the sleep talking? Talking in her sleep was bad enough, but to do it right in front of the victim? That was just pure awkwardness. Officer Chen tapped Ruohua firmly on the forehead. The sharp pain jolted her awake and she yelped as she sat bolt upright in her seat. But the moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Yang's handsome face hovering right in front of him. Zhou Yang, have you lost your mind? How dare you assault an officer? Wait, why has the environment changed? I clearly handcuffed you just now. Before she could finish, Officer Chen cleared his throat. Ruohua, what nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Zhou is a law-abiding citizen. You shouldn't judge others based solely on your own preferences. That's not what an excellent police officer should do. Ruohua finally snapped back to reality she'd been dreaming. But seeing Zhou Yang appear at the airport, her imagination immediately began to run wild again. Zhou Yang, why are you at the airport? This flight seems to be bound for Savatika country, right? That place is rife with black and gray industries. What are you doing there? Could it be that your massive fortune comes from there? You've finally shown your hand. This time, I'll get to the bottom of this.
Zhou Yang stared at Ruo Hua, who was playing Sherlock Holmes, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ugh. Good grief, her mind was wandering off to the Pacific Ocean.
With talent like this, it'd be a shame not to write a few more episodes of Detective Conan.
Behind him, Jai Rang and Qin Li both found the situation rather amusing.
The usually domineering young Master Zhou seemed completely at the mercy of this little golden girl?
But why wasn't young Master Zhou, who loved to pick fights, getting angry in front of the little police officer?
That seemed a bit odd. Could it be that young Master Zhou fancies this type of policewoman? Of course, Zhou Yang wasn't as boring as they were speculating.
He had no particular interest in Ruo Hua. His fierceness was reserved solely for the wicked. But toward those he respected, his attitude was quite good. Take Officer Chen and Officer Ruo Hua, for instance.
Though they always wore stern expressions, they upheld justice impartially and despised evil.
He felt an innate affinity for such people. Zhou Yang glanced at Ruo Hua's delicate features, yet with a surprisingly formidable presence, and deliberately teased her.
Hey, Officer Ruo Hua, you're just too good at your job. Did you guys go to Savatica just to catch me? Oof. Who knows? You might be the one getting caught. Better pray I don't catch you at a crime scene.
Noticing Zhou Yang staring at her chest, Ruo Hua angrily tugged her shirt upward.
The result?
Her slender waist and flat, snow-white abdomen were exposed, causing Zhou Yang's eyes to whiten in surprise.
Seeing Zhou Yang's excited expression, Ruo Hua instantly flew into a rage. Zhou Yang, you. I didn't do anything. You're the one who insisted on showing it to me. It's not like I wanted to look. That's just you twisting the truth.
I'll have you brought to justice sooner or later.
Well, you might be disappointed. I usually only come out around noon. In the mornings and evenings, I'm sleeping in. Officer Chen watched the two bickering and couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead.
Ruo Hua, acting like a shrew who couldn't win an argument, looked nothing like a police officer. So he tapped Ruo Hua on the head again, urging her to stop ranting.
Uncle Chen, why are you hitting me? That hurts. Officer Chen's expression darkened slightly as he spoke earnestly. Ruo Hua, Mr. Zhou isn't a suspect. You can't jump to conclusions about him. We must always rely on evidence. If you keep this up, I won't take you on this assignment. You can go back to the station on your own. Hearing Officer Chen's words, Ruo Hua immediately fell silent. Then Officer Chen turned to Zhou Yang.
Mr. Zhou, you two should get back to your business.
The flight is about to depart, don't delay your journey.
Zhou Yang gave Officer Chen a nod, then led Jai Rang and Qin Li to find empty seats to rest.
But Ruo Hua stared at Zhou Yang's retreating figure, clenching her fist. Uncle Chen, do you think this Zhou Yang might be connected to the mission we're carrying out tonight? 031 check-in rewards have arrived. I'm terrifyingly strong now.
Ruo Hua couldn't help but let her thoughts wander again. She seemed to have taken a dislike to Zhou Yang, dragging him into everything she did.
But Officer Chen couldn't help but flick her forehead with his finger. He began quietly briefing them on the next steps.
Stop worrying about these minor cases. Focus on analyzing the details of this operation and formulating our response strategy. Head to the restroom soon to change into your disguise.
Hand over your uniform to the airport logistics team's liaison for safekeeping. Don't reveal your identity. Those criminals are cunning.
If they discover we're police, it could very well lead to the failure of this rescue operation. Officer Ruo Hua and Officer Chen had received an urgent international deployment assignment. Qin Keqing, the only daughter of Hai City's most prominent family, the Qins, was lured to Myanmar during a photo tour in Savatica. She was transported by bus to a remote village and enslaved as a piglet in the CK fraud operation. Had her bodyguard not risked his life to escape, the Qin family might never have known of her predicament. The Qins negotiated with the CK scam operation's local leader while simultaneously alerting the police, requesting their intervention to safely bring Qin Keqing home. The Qins are a politically and commercially powerful dynasty wielding immense influence in Haicheng. Even top-tier second-generation figures like Gui Shang, who wield influence across both legitimate and underworld circles, pale in comparison to the Qins. Now that the Qins had leveraged their connections, the Haicheng police sprang into swift action.
The initial rescue team dispatched consisted of Officer Chen and Ruo Hua. The main force would arrive in batches the following day. However, Officer Chen and Ruo Hua were playing the roles of father and daughter. They were to pose as Qin Keqing's uncle and cousin to negotiate with these ruthless bandits. Whether it meant paying a ransom or engaging in a violent rescue, their mission was to bring Qin Keqing back safely. Ruo Hua vehemently opposed paying ransom, believing it would only embolden the criminals. Uncle Chen, what's the point of negotiating with these criminals? Why not just storm in and rescue Miss Qin?
Officer Chen tapped her head again, his expression full of exasperation.
Ruo Hua, have you lost your mind? We're investigating in a foreign country.
We should avoid conflict whenever possible. If a fight breaks out or worse, someone gets killed, the local police will get involved.
That would be a huge mess.
Besides, we can't be certain the local police aren't in cahoots with the criminals.
If they're working together, we'll be the ones getting hurt in the end. Ruohua clutched her head in frustration, pouting as she retorted. It's all because you hit me so hard. You bang my head countless times every day. But those bandits are so ruthless and have committed every kind of evil, can we really not take action against them? Officer Chun chuckled softly, his gaze growing deep. I only said we should try to avoid using force, not that we can't use it. If these criminals really resist arrest violently, the guns in our hands won't spare them either. Ruohua was overjoyed. This was exactly what she'd been waiting to hear. What? That's fantastic. I've been itching for a proper fight. This time, I can beat people up freely, right? Don't let her delicate features fool you. She was a full-fledged violent type. Back in the police academy, she always took first place in combat drills, leaving the male trainees wailing in defeat. Ruohua never imagined that right after being assigned to this district, she'd land such a major case. She was instantly thrilled. Punishing criminals was her favorite thing to do. She kept thinking that this trip to Thailand would let her take down a few bad guys and earn some major achievements. But Officer Chen didn't share her enthusiasm. As a veteran officer, he favored caution above all else, avoiding confrontation whenever possible. Moreover, Ruohua was the only daughter of the former captain and had inherited her father's badge number. Like her father, she was fiercely intolerant of evil. But this hot-headed girl hadn't the slightest clue about the dangers lurking in this mission. This operation could easily become life-threatening. The old captain had mentored him, and he had to ensure Ruohua's safety. After a moment's thought, he spoke earnestly. The people over there are incredibly brutal and heavily armed. You need to stay calm and not cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't let you join this mission. Ruohua stuck out her tongue and wrapped her arms around Officer Chen's arm, pouting. Uncle Chen, I finally have a chance to prove myself. Please let me come along. Officer Chen sighed. This girl was at it again with her tricks. He really didn't know what to do with her. Alright, keep work discussions to a minimum outside. Mind your surroundings, walls have ears. What neither of them knew was that their conversation had been overheard by Zhou Yang, who was nearby. Ever since activating the Elite Combat Skills card, Zhou Yang's physical capabilities had undergone a dramatic transformation. Most significantly, his vision and hearing had both improved dramatically. Even from over 10 meters away, when he concentrated his focus, Zhou Yang could hear every word of Officer Chen and Ruohua's conversation without missing a single syllable. When the two suddenly fell silent, Zhou Yang snapped out of his eavesdropping state. So they're here to rescue someone too? I wonder if they're trapped inside a facility. If it is a compound, we'll just rescue them on the way. Consider it doing them a favor. He glanced at Jai Rang and Qinli. Jai Rang was already snoring loudly in his seat. Qinli sat with her legs tightly pressed together, picking at her nails, clearly restless. Jai Rang shook his head and pulled Qinli into his embrace. Stop worrying. With me, young Master Zhou, handling things, why aren't you at ease? Qinli suppressed her sadness and forced a smile. I'm confident. I have complete faith in young Master Zhou. Zhou Yang couldn't resist gently scraping her nose with his finger at her pitifully delicate appearance, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. Oomph. That smile looks worse than crying. Instead of dwelling on all that nonsense, you'd be better off thinking about how you'll repay me once we get your brother out of this mess. I'm not the type to expect nothing in return, you know? Zhou Yang's gaze couldn't help but linger over Qin Li's figure. That perfect, delicate figure was truly a sight to behold. Qin Li flushed at the intensity in Zhou Yang's gaze. She knew exactly what he was implying, yet why did the thought of it stir a strange anticipation within her? She had always been so disciplined and restrained before. Unable to bear Zhou Yang's intense gaze any longer, Qin Li stammered, Zhou Yang, once we arrive in Savatica and check into the hotel, I'll make sure you relax properly. After speaking, Qin Li's face flushed even redder. She buried her head in Zhou Yang's chest, unable to lift her gaze. This girlish bashfulness left Zhou Yang with a lingering sense of envy, finding it more and more intriguing the more he savored it. Just as he was quietly savoring the moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Host posted 4 moments yesterday. Remaining moments available: 1. Breakdown, 2D rank moments, 1C rank moment, 1B rank moment. Rewards for each rank have been dispersed. Ding! The B tier sign-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Golden Butler monthly pass. Upon activation, the Golden Butler will resolve any conflicts for the host and facilitate connections. With a single thought, the Golden Butler will be at your service. Ding! C tier sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Health Analysis Card Weekly Pass. Upon activation, this card grants 1 daily analysis session. It quantifies target subject's strengths on a percentage scale. After analysis, the host may modify any single attribute value by up to 30%, with customizable duration. Ding! D tier sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Wish Investment Card Daily. View target wishes, invest in them to help fulfill the wish, and receive a 10x return on investment. Ding! D tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the red envelope split card daily. Whether sending or receiving red envelopes, you'll gain a bonus equal to the total amount divided by the number of recipients. Valid for 24 hours. Limited to one send. One grab per group exceeds this limit and becomes invalid. Holy crap! Every WeChat moment post earns a check-in reward. And judging by the system prompt, you can post up to 5 moments per day. Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner? If you told me earlier, I would have posted one no matter what just now. These check-in cards from Moments are all good stuff. Through this round of check-in rewards, Zhou Yang gained a rough understanding of the reward tiers for Moments check-ins. Grade D rewards get daily passes, Grade C rewards get weekly passes, Grade B rewards get monthly passes, so Grade A rewards might just be yearly passes. This haul was substantial: a red envelope splitter card daily pass, a Wish investment card daily pass, a health analysis card weekly pass, and a godly gold butler monthly pass. He already knew how to use the red envelope splitter card, so no need to study it closely. The Wish investment card clearly allows you to profit by leveraging others' wishes. The health analysis card? That's practically a miracle doctor skill. As for the golden butler monthly pass? Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Responsible for resolving any conflicts for the host and smoothing out relationships? If used wisely, it might come in handy during this trip to Myanmar to rescue Qin. With the golden butler on board, what's there to worry about? Then once we're in Banati, just go wild and let loose, leave the rest to golden butler. Bob. Suddenly, Zhou Yang's WeChat buzzed. Zhou Yang glanced down to find a message from the kidnappers. CK Park Yanga, take a photo of your flight and boarding pass details and send it to me. I need to check for any suspicious individuals. CK Park Yanga, don't try any tricks. If we discover you've brought the police, we won't meet up with you, we'll kill the hostages instead. Zhou Yang frowned. These kidnappers were surprisingly cautious. But immediately, Zhou Yang sensed something was off. His gaze shifted toward where Officer Chen and Ruohua had been standing moments ago. Whoa! There really were 2 police officers on this flight. But now, where had these 2 gone? 032 Wish investment card activated, rescue Qin. Ruohua and Officer Chen had already changed into plainclothes at the airport. Officer Chen wore a suit made of exquisite fabric, his hair slicked back in a pompadour, radiating authority. Ruohua had changed into a crisp, sharp Chanel-style suit, the Saint Laurent logo standing out prominently. Beneath it, her thin silk blouse was stretched taut, creating a visually striking impression as if it might burst at any moment. Officer Chen glanced at the stunning Ruohua and produced 2 new passports and credentials. Remember, once we're in Savatica, your name is Qin. I'm your father, Qin Feng. Ruohua nodded, flicking her little tongue playfully in response. Got it, Father Qin Feng. Zhou Yang's gaze happened to sweep over the 2 of them. For some reason, Zhou Yang's hearing was exceptionally sharp now. Even from 50 meters away, whenever he focused, he could automatically block out surrounding noise and hear every word his target spoke. Whoa! This new discovery left Zhou Yang utterly astonished. Could this be a side effect of using the Ace Special Forces Combat Mastery skill card? But what an incredibly useful side effect! After listening to Ruohua and Officer Chen's conversation, Zhou Yang's heart finally settled. Since they had altered their identity information, the kidnappers wouldn't be able to trace anything back to them. That meant he had nothing to worry about. After sending the flight details to the kidnappers, Zhou Yang woke Jai Rang. Young Master Jai, wake up. It's time to board. Jai Rang rubbed his eyes and stood up, grumbling. This butler is hopeless. He couldn't even get me a first-class ticket, so I couldn't even get into the VIP lounge. I slept terribly. Zhou Yang shot him a disapproving look. What a spoiled brat. So what if he had to sit in economy? He might even meet a few beautiful women. But to Zhou Yang's surprise, his seatmate after boarding was indeed a beauty, none other than Officer Ruohua in disguise. Zhou Yang, Qinli, and Jai Rang occupied 3 consecutive seats. Across the aisle sat Ruohua and Officer Chen. Zhou Yang deliberately studied Ruohua's coldly beautiful face, then whistled to himself. What a coincidence, Officer Ruohua. Fate really can't be pushed away. Ruohua shot him a glance, her eyes like daggers. Zhou Yang, I'm warning you, don't interfere with my official duties. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of trouble when we get back to Haichang. Zhou Yang chuckled, completely unfazed. He even let his gaze drift downward, lingering over the explosive curves straining beneath Ruohua's shirt. I do have a sweet tooth for fruit, especially melons. Papayas are my favorite, watermelons a close second, cantaloupes are tolerable, but no thanks to the silly ones. How could Ruohua fail to grasp his meaning? Fury boiling over, she swept a kick across the aisle at him. But Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Holy crap! Red! Zhou Yang leaned back to dodge the kick, then grinned at Ruohua. Officer Ruohua, is this your zodiac year? Let me see, you're a snake, right? Ruohua didn't immediately grasp what Zhou Yang meant. Of course. If it's the year of the snake, what else could it be? But then it hit her, and she froze. How did Zhou Yang know this was her zodiac year? Moments later, her face flushed bright red. Zhou Yang? You? I'll tear you apart. Zhou Yang snorted dismissively. Officer Ruohua, this is like the thief crying stop thief. You're the one who brought it to me to look at, how dare you blame me now. Zhou Yang's silence had been better than his words. Now Ruohua was even more furious. What was this supposed to mean? Wasn't this like rubbing salt into an open wound? Just as Ruohua was about to lash out again, Officer Chen beside him abruptly grabbed her arm. Xingqing, calm down right now. Otherwise, you're getting off this plane immediately and heading back to Haicheng. Seeing Officer Chen's anger, Ruohua shot Zhou Yang a fierce glare before plopping down in her seat, fuming. But Zhou Yang only grew more excited. With each rapid breath, Ruohua's chest rose and fell, a sight to behold. Tsk tisk, it's still this beautiful. Wrapped up in that suit every day, such a waste of a figure. Hearing Zhou Yang's lecherous appraisal, Ruohua instantly clamped her hands over her ears in anger, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. Zhou Yang, feeling triumphant, stretched out on the seat, ready to catch some sleep. After all, tomorrow held many tasks, and sleep deprivation was out of the question. But suddenly, warmth enveloped him as Qin Li's head poked through, her lovely face peering up at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, before you came, did you really tell the kidnappers that you only have 3 days of interest in a woman? Ha! Zhou Yang's expression instantly turned awkward. Had Qin Li not brought it up, he would have almost forgotten. But he didn't explain. Instead, he hooked her chin with his finger. What, feeling threatened? Then learn to behave yourself. Qin Li let out a soft gasp and quickly lowered her head, nearly melting under Zhou Yang's intense gaze. But just then, the voice of Officer Ruohua reached Zhou Yang's ears once more. Oomph, scumbag. I just can't figure out how such a beautiful girl could possibly like you. Zhou Yang turned his head to find Ruohua standing with her hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him and Qin Li. Qin Li panicked and began to explain. Officer Ruohua, you must be misunderstanding. Zhou Yang is a good person. Him? A good person? Girl, you must have been fooled. A playboy like him is no good. Just as Ruohua was getting worked up, Officer Chen pulled him back again. Xingqing, how many times do I have to tell you? If you keep meddling like this, you're off the beat. Then Officer Chen leaned forward and looked at Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, Xingqing is immature and keeps offending you. I, Xin Feng, offer my sincere apologies. Also, I prefer quiet. I hope you won't make any more noise. Officer Chen's words not only revealed their disguised identities to Zhou Yang, urging him not to expose them. It also carried a veiled warning, signaling Zhou Yang and the others to remain silent. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and nodded. All right, Uncle Qin. Xingqing was just messing around with me earlier. Let's all rest now, I'm feeling sleepy anyway. Seeing Zhou Yang's tactfulness, Officer Chen said no more. But Ruohua felt utterly wronged. Uncle Chen. What did you call me? Father. That's more like it. Father, Zhou Yang is so annoying. I really want to teach him a lesson. Ah, just leave him be. He's just a spoiled brat, not exactly breaking the law. You can't touch him. Besides, we've important matters to attend to. Don't waste your energy on this. Go to sleep. We've serious business tomorrow. The night flight was eerily quiet. 5 hours later, it landed at Bantani Airport. It was now 8:47 a.m. As Ruohua disembarked, she glanced at Zhou Yang, who was snoring like a pig. Suddenly, an urge came over her. Without warning, she delivered a hard kick to Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang suddenly snapped his eyes open and grabbed her ankle. Tsk, even your socks are red. Truly your zodiac year. Get off me. Ruohua yanked her foot free and slunk away with Officer Chen. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, held his finger to his nose and took a light sniff. The scent of roses. They too rose to their feet, preparing to disembark and find a hotel to catch some sleep. But suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Detected Ruohua's wish, successfully rescue Qin Keqing. Host, do you wish to invest? Investment options: A. 1 million. B. 5 million. C. 10 million. D. 50 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Ha! Zhou Yang stared at the transparent panel that appeared before him, his eyes lighting up. So this is how the Wish investment card works. Invest in option D. As Zhou Yang's resolve solidified, the Wish investment activated instantly. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, your bank card ending in 5858 recorded a transaction of 50 million yuan at 8:52 a.m. on January 3. Current balance, 2,482,562,956.65 yuan. The deduction was surprisingly efficient. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Ruohua and the others. Simultaneously, he pondered. Could this Qin Keqing girl also be at the CK campus, just like Qin Xingqing? Zhou Yang's guess was spot on. The very Qin Keqing who needed rescuing was currently undergoing training at the fraud park. A menacing henchman brandished an electric baton at her with a cold sneer. Qin Keqing, don't think just because the camp leader won't let us touch you, you can just coast by here? Mark my words, even if you stay here just one day, you'll still have to complete 100,000 yuan worth of scam orders daily. Otherwise, I won't mind letting you enjoy some punishment that leaves no visible marks. As he spoke, the thug slammed the baton against his palm several times, his grin twisted into a terrifying grimace. Qin Keqing curled up in the corner of the desk, her eyes brimming with tears of injustice. She was just a tourist with Sawadika Travel Agency, never expecting to be inexplicably brought here by her tour guide. Fortunately, her bodyguard had sensed something was amiss and fled in time, contacting the Qin family in Haicheng. That had prevented the park from taking drastic measures against her. However, the park demanded 10 million yuan. If the Qin family in Haicheng couldn't come up with the money within 3 days or reported it to the police, they would kill her. This meant that over these 3 days, she wouldn't suffer the same fate as the other girls, being treated as playthings and outlets for their frustrations. She had witnessed the horrors that befell the girls brought here and was truly terrified. But even though she wouldn't suffer that kind of humiliation, it didn't mean she was free from work. She was now being forced by a team leader to meet daily performance targets for fraud schemes, with a henchman assigned specifically to watch her. She looked at the henchman with fear in her eyes, her voice trembling with tears. Please, I beg you. When my family comes to bail me out, I'll have them bring an extra 500,000 yuan as a tip for you. Is that okay? I really don't want to deceive people. Before Qin Keqing could finish her sentence, the thug pressed his electric baton against her body, causing her entire frame to convulse violently. Ma Zi spat on the ground and cursed under his breath. I don't care what your status is outside. As long as you're here, don't even think about bargaining with me. Get up and get to work, or next time I won't be so lenient. Qin Keqing rose from the floor, looking utterly dejected, and sat down at the computer. She began making calls according to the script printed on the paper. Hello, sir? This is Mimi, your financial advisor from the Speculative Stocks Research Center. You absolutely must take a look at this particular stock right now. Hey, don't hang up. Sir, due to your excellent credit standing, Zhu Baobao has increased your credit limit by 168,000 yuan. You can log into the website we sent you to check your balance anytime. What? You don't need it? Bro, because of your excellent shopping credit, we're inviting you to join our special discount shopping group. Inside, you'll get all items at just 10% of the regular price. Interested? 033 Wish investment card? Who doesn't have a wish? The metal shutters kept opening and closing automatically, casting cage-like shadows across Qin Keqing's face. Her heart was filled with despair. She'd been calling for over an hour, but not a single call went through. Turns out scamming isn't easy either, it requires nerves of steel. At the very least, one must endure the agony of repeated rejections to keep going. Otherwise, one would truly break down mentally. These 2 days spent in this CK campus felt more unbearable than her entire life. Who can come save me? Dad, I know I was wrong. Please send someone to rescue me. I'll never be so stubborn again. Wah? Qin Keqing whimpered softly, tears falling in steady drops. But suddenly, she was jolted awake by the furious shouts and agonized screams emanating from the torture chamber next door. She whipped her head around toward the source of the cries. The girl from the neighboring workstation, taken away at some unknown hour, was now being dragged out of the torture chamber, naked and covered in blood, her hair yanked by her captors. She emitted a series of short, choked sobs. The thug pressed an electric baton against the back of her neck, cursing and swearing. Damn it, not cooperating? You! I'll upload the footage I just recorded to Longwa's websites and make you famous. You think those perverts won't pity you? They'll praise me as a hero. At that moment, the thug shot a menacing glare at Qin Keqing, who had turned to look. What are you looking at? Why is everyone else staring but you're the only one with eyes? I don't care if anyone redeems you. If you don't hit that 100,000 yuan sales target today, you'll end up just like her. Just thinking about your smooth skin and slender waist makes me stiff all over. Over 100 of our guys are waiting to have their fun with you. Qin Keqing turned pale with fear, unable to utter a word in response. She immediately plunged back into her work. Her eyes fixed on the scrolling scam script template on the computer screen, her fingernails dug white marks into the plastic keyboard. No, I don't want to end up like them. They're so pitiful. Those beasts worse than pigs and dogs will get their comeuppance. Now I have to pretend to work diligently to avoid being targeted by them. Qin Keqing swiftly picked up the phone in her hand and began dialing again. Her nails dug into her palms as she followed the script, pretending to work diligently. Hello, this is the General Administration of Customs. You have a package from Bangkok containing prohibited items. The voice on the other end was deafening. Bull. I've never even left the country in my life. Sis, if they threaten you, just blink. Don't worry, I won't come save you. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang and the others had just arrived at the hotel from the airport, ready to crash. After all, airplane seats weren't exactly comfortable, they'd rubbed his kidneys raw. Since they hadn't splurged on business class for the flight, they couldn't afford to be too frugal with the hotel. But the moment Zhou Yang stepped out of the airport, he sensed hidden gazes lingering on him. As an elite special forces operative with top-tier skills, Zhou Yang was equally adept at counter-surveillance. He knew he was already under surveillance. So Zhou Yang gave a dismissive chuckle, continuing to play the role of a lamb led to slaughter, his aura of wealth radiating outward. That said, Sabatica country was simply perfect for him to show off. The moment he stepped into the taxi, the system alert sounded abruptly. Ding! Detected taxi driver's wish, another dumbass from Dragon Nation. This time I can rip them off for at least 200 dragon coins. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 500 dragon coins. B. 1000 dragon coins. C. 5000 dragon coins. D. 10,000 dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. What's there to choose? The more you invest, the better. Go with D. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang tossed the taxi driver 1000 Sabatica coins. 200 dragon coins equals 1000 Sabatica coins. Just before leaving the airport, Zhou Yang had specifically exchanged 1 million dragon coins for emergencies. He nodded toward the taxi driver. Take us to the nearest 5-star hotel. The taxi driver burst out laughing upon hearing this. The nearest Banati Peninsula hotel was just a 10-minute walk away. This Dragon Nation idiot was actually spending 200 dragon coins on a taxi ride, utterly adorable in his foolishness. So he floored it, only to stop abruptly a minute later. Get out, boss. The Peninsula Hotel has a bar on the first floor, you know. They have those ladyboy shows you Chinese folks love so much. The madam there and I are old friends. If you don't want to get ripped off, boss, just give me a shout later. I'll have her set you up. After your long flight, boss, if you need a massage, I can arrange that too. All local girls, very obedient and understanding. Pay extra, and anything's possible, you know? The taxi driver was incredibly enthusiastic. Having driven passengers frequently, his Mandarin was quite good. Zhou Yang never imagined taxi drivers had so many side hustles. They were practically full-fledged pimps. But he had more pressing matters at hand. Those things could wait. So he exchanged contact info with the driver and headed into the hotel. The driver kept waving and calling out behind him. Hey boss, if you ever need to get your hands on some contraband not available in China like weed, guns, or smuggled cars, I can hook you up. Just let me know if you need anything. Zhou Yang, already inside the hotel, nearly stumbled. Damn it, he'd underestimated this taxi driver's sales skills. Getting his hands on contraband? This guy was milking his sucker dry. Ding! Host's investment wish fulfilled. 100,000 dragon coins acquired and automatically deposited into host's bank account. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Every penny counts. Besides, sending red envelopes was inconvenient overseas. This investment wish was actually a quick path to sudden wealth. After all, who doesn't have a wish? In the lobby of the Banati Peninsula Hotel, Zhou Yang spotted his target again, as expected. The elegantly dressed lobby manager was staring at Zhou Yang, who was wearing a brightly patterned suit from Northeast China. In Zhou Yang's eyes, she must have been captivated by his stunning resemblance to the esteemed reader. But the wish that appeared above the manager's head shattered his unrealistic fantasy. Ding! Detected lobby manager's wish: that stinky dragon countryman must be mesmerized by my beauty. Asking him for 1,000 dragon coins for service isn't too much, right? If he refuses, I'll hike his lodging fee by 300% and spike his food with something special. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 1,000 dragon coins. B. 5,000 dragon coins. C. 10,000 dragon coins. D. 100,000 dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Seeing the lobby manager's wish, Zhou Yang shuddered. Good grief, in the eyes of these Sabatica folks, he was nothing but a fat lamb. Everyone wanted to fleece him. But precisely because Zhou Yang could see their wishes, he avoided a lot of trouble. Choose D. He promptly pulled out 5,000 Sabatica coins and slammed them down in front of the lobby manager. He even whistled deliberately. Hey, sweetheart, here's your tip. Book me 2 of your most luxurious presidential suites. If you have time, come to my room for a chat. Money won't be an issue. The lobby manager's face lit up instantly. He swiftly pocketed the 5,000 yuan, and a new wish appeared above his head. Ding! Detected lobby manager's wish: that stinking dragon countryman really has designs on me. But there are only 3 presidential suites left, and 2 are already booked. Without 20,000 dragon coins, I can't possibly break protocol. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 20,000 dragon coins. B. 50,000 dragon coins. C. 100,000 dragon coins. D. 500,000 dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you'll receive a tenfold return on your investment. Don't ask next time, just pick D. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. These system options were pointless, weren't they? Unless you're brain dead, who wouldn't pick the highest amount? Zhou Yang immediately pulled out another 100,000 Sabatica coins and slammed them on the table. The teasing whistle sounded again. Hey, sweetheart, do me a favor for the money. The lobby manager stared at Zhou Yang in astonishment. It felt as if he could read her thoughts. She quickly pocketed the tip, grabbed the documents to process the check-in, and even flashed Zhou Yang a flirtatious glance. Room 606 and 608. Just head left and go straight up the stairs. If you need anything, just ring the bell, I'll be right there. As she said I'll be right there, the front desk manager blew him a kiss, sending a subtle hint to Zhou Yang. Xinli pretended not to notice, as such matters fell outside her purview. Zhou Yang, however, lit up. Young Master Zhou, you've already charmed this little beauty so quickly. Impressive. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. You could do it too, it's all about cash power, right? Zhou Yang chuckled, inwardly scoffing. He'd never dream of casually tossing around tens of thousands at a time. No one with any sense would squander their fortune like that. Even the entertainment industry's onion-tearing young master wouldn't be so reckless. But just then, a cold snort echoed from behind Zhou Yang and the others. Scumbag. Shameless. Flirting with another woman right in front of his own girlfriend? It's utterly disgusting. Zhou Yang recognized the familiar voice and turned to look. Sure enough, it was Officer Ruohua again. She and Officer Chen had just arrived at the hotel lobby entrance. Officer Chen tugged at Ruohua's sleeve, signaling her to stay out of trouble. Don't engage in casual conversation with strangers. The person tailing us is still watching our every move. Avoid creating new complications. After speaking, Officer Chen addressed the lobby manager. We have 2 presidential suites reserved. Please process our check-in. Ruohua shot Zhou Yang a cold glance before finally shutting her mouth. But the next second, Ruohua exploded again because of the lobby manager's words. Zhou Yang, you stop right there. Did you overcharge us for the rooms we booked? 034. Oh boy, wish you could take that back now. Zhou Yang blinked and scoffed. This little police officer, why is she everywhere? Let's go. Ignore her. With that, Zhou Yang led Xinli and Zhou Yang toward the elevator. Little did she know that one of the rooms he'd just booked was reserved by this little policewoman. But even if he had known, he would have done the same. He and Xinli were definitely sharing a room. As for Zhou Yang, he couldn't possibly stay with them, he had to be separated. As for where Officer Chen and Ruohua would stay, that was none of his concern. So they stepped directly into the elevator, escaping the sight of the young policewoman Ruohua. Ruohua, still fuming behind them, was finally pulled back by Officer Chen. He addressed the lobby manager, just 1 presidential suite will do. Check us in first. Then Officer Chen shot Ruohua a stern glare. A stern warning. Qingqing, remember your current identity, you are the young lady of the Qin family's collateral branch. Do not associate with irrelevant people. Furthermore, the enemy lurks in the shadows while we operate in the open. Since leaving the airport, we've been under constant surveillance. We absolutely must not reveal our identities. Ruohua angrily patted her ample chest, but ultimately swallowed her indignation. But the hotel manager's gaze drove her mad all over again. What kind of look is that? Why are you staring at me like that? The manager sneered dismissively, coldly tossing out a remark. That gentleman earlier was quite generous, he's the kind of customer we welcome. He's 1,000 times better than some people who don't know how to tip. That arrogant little look instantly pushed Ruohua over the edge. Back home, she would have made such unscrupulous merchants pay dearly for their arrogance. Just as she was about to explode, Officer Chen grabbed her arm again. Qingqing. If you keep this up, I'm sending you back to China immediately. You're not participating in this rescue mission for Qingqing. Hearing Officer Chen's warning again, Ruohua finally calmed down. But she redirected her anger toward Zhou Yang. If Zhou Yang hadn't bid higher, their reserved room wouldn't have been taken. Now she had to share a room with Officer Chen, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Officer Chen, of course, saw right through her thoughts and sighed. I'll take the guest room tonight, and you can have the master bedroom. My father won't barge into your room. Officer Chen had consistently immersed himself in the role of Qin Feng in this regard, he was far more dedicated than Ruohua. Just as they were about to head upstairs, they spotted Xinli stepping out of the elevator. Xinli grew tense the moment she spotted Officer Chen and Ruohua. Officer Chen. Officer Chen shot Xinli a sharp glance, cutting her off. Miss, Qin Feng and I aren't exactly acquainted, are we? Xinli shuddered, lowered her head as if pretending not to recognize him, and started walking away. Sorry, Mr. Chen. Xin, I was just going out to buy some fruit. With that, she hurriedly fled the elevator. She felt an inexplicable fear toward this Officer Chen. But Officer Chen frowned, staring thoughtfully at Qin Li's retreating figure. Qingqing, go upstairs first. I'll grab breakfast too, and see if anyone's trying to pry into our identities from that Xinli. As a veteran cop, Officer Chen was exceptionally cautious about everything. Xinli clearly wasn't as sharp as Zhou Yang. If she ran into someone tailing them trying to pry information out of her, it could ruin everything. That's why he needed to go out and keep an eye on things, just in case. Ruohua understood his reasoning perfectly, so she didn't try to stop him. Besides, without Officer Chen's presence, she'd feel a bit more at ease. She headed straight upstairs to search for the room. Where is 609? This presidential suite is so expensive, yet it's impossible to find? Ruohua walked down the hallway, feeling a bit annoyed, when she suddenly caught sight of a door that was only partially closed. 609? How come the doorplate isn't even properly affixed? She pursed her lips and walked straight into the room. She casually closed the door behind her. The entrance led into a reception and leisure lounge spanning roughly 100 square meters. A large floor-to-ceiling window dominated the front, flooding the space with light and offering sweeping views of Bonati's cityscape. Further inside lay the kitchen, bathroom, shower room, master bedroom, guest bedroom, office area, and a large open-air outdoor pool. Ruohua was utterly exhausted now, with no time to admire the space. Dazed, she headed straight for the master bedroom. She casually scanned the room with her phone for hidden cameras or similar devices. Satisfied there were none, she finally drew the curtains with relief. She had a peculiar habit, sleeping naked. After all, being constricted by lingerie severely compromised her sleep quality. So she kicked off her high heels, pulled out the disposable mattress pad she'd brought from her bag, and spread it on the bed. Clothes were tossed everywhere. Finally, I can sleep like a queen. Don't wake me before noon. Or else, I'll make sure he pays for it. Little did Kuroiwa know that just as she prepared to drift off, Zhou Yang was luxuriously lathering himself up in the shower stall. Your love is like foam, bursting at the slightest touch. Zhou Yang hummed softly as he pushed open the bathroom door, letting the mist-carrying the scent of cedarwood shower gel drift into the room. He casually draped a white towel over the chair back. Water droplets slid down his 8-pack abs into his waist, reflecting a wheat-colored sheen in the morning light. He had clearly heard the door open earlier, thinking Qinli had returned, but there was no one in the living room. That little minx, didn't she go out to buy fruit? How come she's back so soon? No one's outside. Could she have gone to the bedroom, thirsty for knowledge, waiting for me to discipline her? He gently pushed open the bedroom door. In the hazy dawnlight, a graceful silhouette rose from the center of the large bed, lace lingerie scattered on the floor like surrendered white flags. A mischievous smile curved his lips. He hadn't expected Qinli to be so playful. Baby, pretending to sleep is no fun. The cocoon-like mound on the bed suddenly shifted, revealing half a snow-white calf. Ha, deliberately tempting him right here. The room, with its drawn curtains, only faintly glowed with dim light. This scene added a peculiar flavor to the atmosphere. Zhou Yang's adrenaline surged instantly, compelling him to showcase his masculine strength. Baby, I'm coming. He abruptly pulled back the covers, only to see Ruohwa's snow-white back. She was curled up, hugging her legs to shield her private parts, looking utterly insecure. But the room was too dark for him to notice anything unusual. He only thought that the Qinli before him seemed a bit more voluptuous. In his current state, he couldn't care less about such details. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, his hands meeting skin as smooth as jade. Who's there? Ruohwa jolted awake from her sleep. Years as a police officer had honed her into a highly alert individual with near-instinctive reflexes. In an instant, relying on muscle memory and professional instinct, she executed a clean, swift, and powerful takedown, pinning Zhou Yang firmly to the bed. Zhou Yang felt darkness engulf his vision. Before he could react, an overwhelming, unyielding force pinned him down. His hands were locked behind his back, his head pressed into the pillow, leaving him utterly immobilized. He was utterly stunned, his mind going blank. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. How did Qinli suddenly know martial arts? Was luring him to Savatica all along just a complete scam? Was she just trying to lure him here to make him a slave? But knowing Qinli, that seemed unlikely. But what was really going on? How did Qinli suddenly gain such immense strength that even an elite special forces ace like him fell for it? Without thinking, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Qinli, what the hell are you doing? The moment Ruohwa heard that voice, the nerves that had been stretched taut from the sudden awakening ignited completely. That voice, it's Zhou Yang's. You bastard, Zhou Yang! How dare you sneak into my room? I always knew you were scum, and now you're setting your sights on this lady? Today, I'll catch you and make you face justice. The rage she'd suppressed for so long erupted like a volcano, raging and burning fiercely. Buzz. Zhou Yang felt as if a thunderbolt had struck his head, plunging him into utter shock. His brain completely short-circuited. He recognized that voice. But he found it hard to believe. Wasn't that the voice of Officer Ruohwa? How had she ended up in his room? Was she setting him up with a sting operation? But the cost of this sting operation seemed a bit steep. After all, she'd stripped down completely. Just that alone showed a certain level of professionalism. He managed to speak, his voice rough. Officer Ruohwa, barging into my room to arrest me seems a bit too deliberate, don't you think? Ruohwa pressed her knee into Zhou Yang's lower back and laughed coldly. What? Having second thoughts now? Too bad it's too late now. When you signed up for this job, you should have considered the consequences. Don't think I can't bring you to justice overseas. Trust me, I can still send you back to prison. Right now, Ruohwa's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to deal with Zhou Yang, completely oblivious to the crucial information he had just revealed. Seeing that reason was futile, Zhou Yang certainly wasn't going to surrender without a fight. He suddenly kicked out with both legs, aiming for Ruohua's back. Hearing the wind, Ruohua turned his head to dodge. But Zhou Yang seized the moment to roll free, breaking Ruohua's reverse wrist lock. He rolled off the bed and stared at Ruohua completely naked. Holy! So beautiful. Ruohua, of course, realized her current state. Embarrassed, she grabbed the bedsheet and hurled a pillow straight at Zhou Yang. You pervert! I'll poke your eyes out. As she spoke, Ruohua flipped over, her body releasing a fragrant breeze as her long legs wrapped around Zhou Yang's neck. Zhou Yang's eyes went wide. This angle. Unbelievable. Ouch, you're still looking. Last time you were peeking at my underwear on the plane, and now you're barging into my hotel room? Her bare foot pressed down on Zhou Yang's chest, the arch of her foot forming a sharp curve. I could have you arrested for attempted rape right now. 035 Guess what, was this an accident, or was it intentional? Lady, have you any idea what you're saying? You're the one who barged into my room to plant evidence, and now you're turning it around on me? Zhou Yang now fully unleashed his skills as an elite special forces ace. Though Ruohua was the top graduate of the police academy, her inexperienced tactics were no match for the seasoned Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang seized her slender wrists, spun her around, and pinned her hands behind her back. Then he thrust his knee into her lower back. But the towel slipped out of control, sliding down abruptly to reveal his well-defined V-line. It had been somewhat tolerable through the towel. But now, as he felt the warmth radiating from Ruohua's body, Zhou Yang instinctively felt a surge of uncontrollable desire. Faced with this situation, Zhou Yang simply had the reaction any man would have. Feeling the unusual sensation on her back, Ruohua flushed crimson with embarrassment. Zhou Yang, I advise you to control yourself. Stop this madness and turn back before it's too late. Do you know that assaulting an officer carries an additional penalty? If you dare lay a finger on me, rest assured there won't be a single place in all of China where you can hide. Zhou Yang blinked. Assaulting an officer? What cop has the hobby of hiding in someone else's room to sleep on duty? Under these circumstances, this was purely a private dispute. And looking at the slightly messy surroundings in Ruohua, whose eyes were wide with fury as if she wanted to devour him alive, he suddenly found the atmosphere rather tantalizing. Anyway, he wasn't the one at a disadvantage. What was there to fear? So he deliberately moved closer to Ruohua's back, feigning in advance. Your waist is pretty flexible, aren't you, officer? With a mood set like this, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't do something to live up to that wicked image you have of me? She struggled desperately to free her hands, but Zhou Yang held her so tightly she couldn't move an inch. She truly hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be this skilled. Could someone like this really be just another spoiled rich kid? Even special forces soldiers wouldn't be much better. Now that they were both completely naked in the same room, Ruohua genuinely feared Zhou Yang might make a move. Her words were meant to paralyze Zhou Yang, yet her legs slowly bent, silently gathering strength. Zhou Yang, you scum, shut your mouth. I'd rather die than let you have your way. Suddenly, she arched backward, using the momentum to execute a backflip, aiming to straddle Zhou Yang's neck and choke him. But Zhou Yang dodged effortlessly, even using the momentum to throw her onto the bed. He immediately pinned her hands down with both of his, then stomped on her ankles. I advise you not to struggle. Otherwise, I might just lose control. You should know, with a body as tempting as yours, I'm struggling to control myself. Such a captivating beauty lay before him. Zhou Yang was genuinely boiling with desire. He desperately needed someone to quench his fire. But Ruohua standing before him was clearly not the right choice. After all, her status was clear. Forcing himself on her would definitely cause trouble. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yang decided to clear up this misunderstanding first. The whole misunderstanding had started because Ruohua barged into his room. He glared at Ruohua and snapped. You self-important, brainless woman with big breasts, can you even understand human speech? Everything that happened today is entirely your own doing. Let me repeat, this is my room. My room. My room. Got it? You barged in here to plant evidence. I'm being generous by not calling the cops. Keep your distance. I'm not some reckless guy, but when pushed, I'm no saint. Don't test my limits. Now I'm giving you a chance. Get dressed and get the hell out of my room immediately, and I'll pretend nothing happened. If you keep acting like this, I'll turn you into a woman for real. Don't doubt me, I can do it. Don't you realize? If I truly wanted to harm you, do you think you'd stand a chance against me? My skills are far beyond what you imagine. Zhou Yang's cold words finally calmed Ruohua, who had been struggling violently. Earlier, her mind had been clouded by rage, driving her to act purely on instinct. Now that she thought about it, Zhou Yang's words weren't without merit. With his formidable martial arts skills, he could have dealt with her without much effort. She wouldn't even have had a chance to fight back. Zhou Yang was clearly holding back. Moreover, this entire incident had felt strange from the very beginning. Zhou Yang kept insisting she was baiting him. This was his room. But this was clearly her room, wasn't it? Was there some kind of misunderstanding at play here? Zhou Yang, don't twist the facts. This is clearly my room. No matter how elaborate your excuses, they can't change the fact that you entered my room with ill intent. Officer Ruohua, this is unreasonable. While I did outbid you for this room, it's now mine. There's no need to assert your ownership like this, is there? We're talking about two completely different things. I gave up fighting you for that room ages ago. Uncle Chen and I only booked one room, this one, 609. Officer Ruohua, please open your eyes wide. Go check the door plate, does it say 606? This suite is clearly 606, okay? Ha! Ruohua suddenly snapped to attention. When she'd glanced at the door plate earlier, something had felt off. Could she really have misread it? But those large Arabic numerals, there was no reason for her to misread them, right? Thinking it over, Zhou Yang probably wouldn't lie. After all, when she entered the room, she had indeed heard the sound of running water. Now she realized it probably wasn't the fish tank, it was Zhou Yang taking a shower. After piecing together these details, Ruohua realized she must have misunderstood Zhou Yang. But admitting fault? That was something she absolutely wouldn't do. She was a girl. As long as she didn't admit fault, she wasn't at fault. But now, held captive by Zhou Yang, her posture was decidedly unseemly. She had essentially revealed everything she could to Zhou Yang. So she tentatively suggested to Zhou Yang, I can trust you, but first, let me go so I can put my clothes back on. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Then you better not lay a finger on me again. I told you, I'm really pissed off right now. If there's any physical contact, I can't guarantee I'll be able to control my impulses. As she spoke, Zhou Yang flicked his toes, sending the quilt crashing down over Ruohua, leaving only half of her rounded form exposed. Zhou Yang abruptly stepped back to the side, watching Ruohua warily, guarding against the little fire-breathing dragon breaking her word and lashing out. But seeing Zhou Yang honor his promise, Ruohua, though still annoyed, coldly stated, "Get out immediately. I need to get dressed." Zhou Yang snorted. He walked straight out of the room. After quickly dressing, he heard Ruohua softly calling his name from inside the room. Zhou Yang, could you come help me with something? What is it? We were fighting so intensely earlier that my bra flew up onto the chandelier. I'm not as tall as you, so I can't reach it. Hearing Ruohua say this, Zhou Yang walked back into the room. Seeing her using the bedsheet to cover her upper body, the tantalizing glimpse left him feeling a bit dizzy. It had to be said, Ruohua had a killer figure. Zhou Yang's blood began to boil. He glanced up at the bra hanging from the chandelier. With a light leap, he plucked it down and tossed it to Ruohua. You asked me to do this, it wasn't my idea. Don't blame me later. You. Get out. Now. Immediately. Get out of here. Ruohua hadn't intended to snap at Zhou Yang, she'd even had the words thank you on the tip of her tongue. But hearing Zhou Yang's infuriating tone sent her over the edge once more. Zhou Yang curled his lip and strode out of the bedroom once more. He casually sniffed the lingering fragrance on his hand. Just like the old saying goes, give someone a bra, and the scent lingers on your hands. Zhou Yang specialized in doing favors without expecting gratitude. Half a minute later, Ruohua emerged from the room, her face frozen in icy fury. Zhou Yang, you'd better not breathe a word about today's incident. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead on the spot. Zhou Yang gave a nonchalant "Oh. What if you tell it yourself?" That infuriating tone instantly reignited the anger Ruohua had barely managed to suppress. Zhou Yang. You deserve to die. She lunged forward again, ready to strike. But Zhou Yang grabbed her wrist. Before you strike, think about whether you can beat me first. Zhou Yang's lips drew closer to Ruohua's. His eyes locked with Ruohua's, unblinking, causing her gaze to flicker away. She knew that if she fought Zhou Yang again, he would undoubtedly repeat his earlier actions. Biting back the shame and fury welling up inside her, Ruohua tried to pull her hand free, but Zhou Yang held on with an iron grip. Zhou Yang, you bastard. Let go of me. Let you go so you can hit me again? I'm not that pathetic. You must promise not to lay a finger on me before I release you. Otherwise, I'll tie you up and call Officer Chen to deal with you. Just as the two glared at each other in close proximity, the sound of the room card unlocking the door suddenly echoed. Squeak! Xinli walked in, sucking on a straw through her coffee cup. The moment she entered, she saw Zhou Yang and Ruohua in an intimate pose. Ruohua tilted her head back, locking eyes with Zhou Yang like a couple about to kiss. Clunk! The durian in her hand fell to the floor, her face frozen in shock. Zhou Yang? Officer Ruohua? I hope I'm not interrupting anything. I'll step outside and take a longer stroll. With that, Xinli turned on her heel and headed for the door. He truly hadn't expected that while she was buying fruit, Zhou Yang had managed to charm the fiery-tempered Officer Ruohua. But she knew better than to meddle in matters that weren't her concern. Zhou Yang turned back and gave Xinli a gentle smile. Xinli, you don't need to leave. She's the one who should be going. He pointed at Ruohua and released his grip on her arm. Ruohua stomped off in a huff. She couldn't bear to stay in this room a moment longer. After Ruohua left, Zhou Yang paced thoughtfully to the door, his gaze fixed on the doorplate. Xinli walked into the room, sucking on a straw, and looked at the 606 doorplate, wondering what Zhou Yan was staring at. Zhou Yang gently flicked the back digit 6 with his finger. With a slight push, the 9 spun around, transforming into a 6. Ha! Xili gasped in surprise. How come this door number moves? Why didn't I notice this earlier? Xili had just exited this room and instinctively returned to it, overlooking such minor details. But Zhou Yang, as an elite special forces ace, didn't think this was a simple coincidence. Zhou Yang stared at the doorplate, then stepped into the hallway and scanned the corridor's layout. He immediately noticed a security camera at the end of the corridor, directly facing their room. A faint smile curved Zhou Yang's lips. Things are getting more and more interesting. Guess what, do you think this door number being reversed was an accident, or did someone deliberately loosen it? 036 Mr. Jean handles the work, Zhou Yang handles the fun. Zhou Yang wasn't about to dismiss this as mere coincidence. As an elite special forces ace, his training encompassed far more than combat skills. It included reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance techniques as well. Instinctively, he sensed today's events weren't mere coincidence. Sure enough, the moment Zhou Yang returned to his room, the kidnapper's call came through. Mr. Zhou, since you broke your promise and brought the cops along, this deal is off. Ha! Zhou Yang froze. How did the kidnappers find out? In that instant, countless possibilities flashed through Zhou Yang's mind. His first thought was that Ruohua and Officer Chen's identities had been exposed, leading the kidnappers to suspect him. But something felt off. Since Ruohua and Officer Chen had come undercover, they must have meticulously prepared all their personal information and documents. They wouldn't have carelessly exposed themselves. If that possibility was ruled out, only one conclusion remained. The kidnappers were deliberately bluffing him. After instantly analyzing all possibilities in his mind, Zhou Yang hardened his resolve. Ha, did a donkey kick you in the head? Where did you get this fake intel? Since you don't want to make a deal, I won't play along either. After spending one day in Banati, I'm heading straight back to Haishur. I told you before, my interest in a woman never lasts more than 3 days. And today is only the second day. I'm giving you just one more day tomorrow. No exceptions. Once 3 days pass, not only will you never see the remaining 9 million, but you can forget about using Qin Xingxing to threaten me in the future. With that, Zhou Yang hung up the phone. Dare to be tough with him? He was tougher than they were. He believed this call was merely the kidnappers testing the waters. Someone with a weak mindset might slip up and alert the kidnappers. But the more fearless he appeared, the more the other side would believe he had come alone, thereby lowering their guard. Zhou Yang was confident in playing psychological games with these kidnappers. But beside him, Xinli couldn't help but frown, her heart filled with worry. Zhou Yang, are you sure being so confrontational with the kidnappers won't backfire? Zhou Yang smiled faintly, reaching out to ruffle Xinli's hair. Do you trust me or the kidnappers? Xinli paused, instantly understanding what Zhou Yang meant. Of course I trust you. Zhou Yang laughed heartily, radiating confidence. Why wouldn't you trust me? Do you have a better option right now? Zhou Yang's confident words calmed Xinli's heart slightly. After all, the worst-case scenario was simply the kidnappers killing her. Now that she knew the worst possible outcome, any effort she made would surely be better than that. Wasn't that right? Moreover, in Xinli's mind, Zhou Yang was practically omnipotent. If he said it would be fine, then it definitely would be. Seeing Xinli relax, Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance down. The smoldering desire stirred by Ruohua still burned unchecked. He needed someone to extinguish it now. Lili, remember you promised to repay me? Now, I need you to be my firefighter. Xinli was a smart woman and quickly understood what Zhou Yang was hinting at. She discreetly opened a website she'd gotten from her best friend on her phone and started playing the learning materials. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This Xinli really was a quick learner. After a moment of, Zhou Yang finally remembered why he was here. He had come here to rescue Qin Xingxing. With Xinli putting in so much effort, it was his turn to step up now. He turned his attention to the social circle check-in rewards on the system panel. There, quietly resting, was the so-called God-tier Golden Butler monthly pass, a service claimed to resolve any trouble and smooth any connections. Golden Butler? You're the one. Use. Ding, Golden Butler monthly pass activated. Ding, VIP Gold Butler Manhwa has automatically added the host's WeChat. Will be deleted automatically after 1 month. Ding, Golden Butler Manhwa has arrived outside your hotel room, awaiting your instructions. You may summon him at any time to carry out tasks. Manhwa? That name. Sounds like a fusion of two big shot figures. Just based on that name alone, this divine wealth Golden Butler must be extraordinary. A thought struck Zhou Yang, and he immediately picked up his phone to check WeChat. Sure enough, at the top of his WeChat chat list appeared the name of the legendary wealthy butler, Manhwa. The profile picture showed a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, exuding confidence and professionalism. Zhou Yang inquired. Are you outside the door? Butler Manhwa almost painted a picture. Yes, my esteemed young master Zhou, I've been waiting outside for quite some time. Oh, hold on then. I'll go open the door for you. He stretched lazily, then gave Qin Li's ample curves a quick squeeze. Stay put inside. I'll handle some matters in the reception room. Xinli curled up like a kitten and nodded obediently. Her slender, jade-like foot, adorned with deep red nail polish, couldn't resist curling around Zhou Yang's arm. Snap. She even managed to create static electricity. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, tempted to punish her again. He had to admit, Xinli usually appeared dignified and composed, but once in bed, she turned into a teasing little vixen. Zhou Yang's large hands roamed freely for a while longer before he rose, satisfied, and headed for the door. The moment he opened the door, a warm, welcoming smile greeted him. Young master, I am your personal butler, Manhwa. Whatever you need, just give me the order. I will do my utmost to resolve any issue you wish to see resolved. After waiting over 10 minutes, the face of the wealthy master's golden butler, Manhwa, showed not a trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, it radiated devotion and reverence, which Zhou Yang found deeply gratifying. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. He had to admit, the butler assigned by the system was top-notch. His attitude deserved a 5-star rating. Come in. I happen to have a tricky matter on my hands that requires your assistance. Manhwa followed Zhou Yang step by step into the reception room. Zhou Yang found Manhwa's cautious demeanor somewhat amusing. Have a seat. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's instruction, Manhwa sat down with perfect form. But he only sat down on less than a third of the chair, waiting respectfully for Zhou Yang's instructions, ready to rise at any moment to answer questions. Zhou Yang got straight to the point. A friend's younger brother, Xinxing, is trapped in the CK campus and could be killed at any moment. Is there any way you can help rescue him? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Manhwa sprang up like a coiled spring, thought carefully, and answered Zhou Yang's question. Young master, in my view, this matter you describe is not particularly difficult. I am good friends with General Sub of Savatica. I believe that by applying pressure to the campus through him, this matter can be resolved swiftly. Just let me know when you're available, and I can arrange for General Suba to meet with you. What? Zhou Yang was startled by this. The butler suggested having General Sub come to him, not the other way around? And he was to choose any time that suited him? Had he heard correctly? For a moment, he found himself utterly astonished by the influence of this steward Jean, Manhwa. Zhou Yang couldn't help but repeat Manhwa's words. You mean General Sobu should come see me whenever I'm free? The golden steward Manhwa's expression remained impassive, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. Young master, with your exalted status, it is only natural for him to come to you. Surely you wouldn't need to go to him? After confirming this, Zhou Yang felt elated inside. This was real. He hadn't misheard. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. I'm free this afternoon. Arrange for him to come over. We'll have lunch together. Alright, go ahead and book a restaurant for me. As for the scale and standards, you decide. Manhwa nodded and immediately made a call to get things moving. 5 minutes later, Manhwa hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Yang with utmost respect. Young master, everything is arranged. General Subu will arrive in half an hour. The venue is set at the Royal Kempinski restaurant across from the Banati Peninsula Grand Hotel. The lunch menu has been selected according to your preferences, master, with some Savatica specialty dishes added as accents. It will be paired with a 1982 Lafite Rothschild red wine from a top French estate. Furthermore, I prepared a special gift for General Subu, his most cherished Jaeger LeCoultre Atmos series clock. I selected the most collectible model, the Atmos Hybris Mechanica Caliber 590Q5765300, which will undoubtedly make him feel exceptionally honored. All expenses for this banquet have been charged to the 100 million yuan investment black card authorized by you, young master. The detailed statement has been sent to your mobile device for your review at any time. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up as he listened to manager Manhwa's reply. What defines professionalism? This is professionalism. Everything was arranged flawlessly without him lifting a finger. Not even the smallest detail was overlooked, meticulous to an almost frightening degree. Ha ha ha. With manager Jean around, nothing in this world could ever stump Zhou Yang again. From now on, whatever comes up, just hand it off to manager Jean to handle. All Zhou Yang has to do is enjoy himself. 037 Is this merely the tip of the iceberg for young Master Zhou? Xinli felt a storm surge within her heart as she stood in the bedroom. She had heard every word of the conversation between Zhou Yang and butler Jean Huayun. She truly hadn't imagined Zhou Yang's influence could be so vast. From the butler's words, it seemed even that general status paled in comparison to Zhou Yang's background. So everything I've seen before was merely the tip of Zhou Yang's iceberg. Never mind the Jaeger LeCoultre Q5765300 watch with its Jaeger LeCoultre 590 movement worth over 2 million dragon coins. Even the Lafite Rothschild wine served at the banquet cost over 100,000 per bottle. This single meal easily cost millions, yet to the butler, it was merely a trifling expense. Xinli was now both astonished and overjoyed. Delighted that she had stumbled upon Zhou Yang, her younger brother Xinxing might truly have a chance now. She was shocked by Zhou Yang's immense influence. She wondered how long his indulgence and affection for her could possibly last. She feared that once the novelty wore off, Zhou Yang would lose interest in her. After all, what girl wouldn't want to be rescued and catapulted into a wealthy family overnight? Deep down, she had developed a profound dependence on Zhou Yang, terrified that everything before her might vanish like a fleeting illusion. Even her once steel resolve had crumbled completely under the impact Zhou Yang had brought into her life. So she rose quietly, dressed herself, and tried to present a dignified and proper appearance, hoping that when she attended the banquet later, she wouldn't embarrass Zhou Yang. After all, a woman's appearance reflects a man's prestige. She absolutely refused to allow herself to be the reason Zhou Yang suffered any embarrassment. Yet she couldn't help but worry, would Zhou Yang bring her to meet that General Subu? Zhou Yang, you will take me, won't you? Her red lips murmured the question, her voice tinged with uncertainty. After reporting these matters to Zhou Yang, the golden steward Manhwa stood respectfully by, awaiting further instructions. For the past month, Manhwa had served as Zhou Yang's personal butler. When Zhou Yang needed him, he was never far away. When Zhou Yang didn't need him, he vanished without a trace. Seeing that it was nearly time, Zhou Yang instructed Manhwa to wait in the reception hall while he turned back toward the bedroom. Upon seeing Qin Li's tasteful attire and exquisitely composed makeup, Zhou Yang couldn't help but be struck by her beauty. This little minx, so she'd been deliberately making herself look ugly when she applied makeup before. Now that she was going all out, she was truly breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Yang couldn't help but praise her. Lily, why do I feel like you look so much prettier today than usual? Could it be that you've been deliberately making yourself look ugly when you wear makeup normally? Qin Li's cheeks flushed as she nodded softly. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. For you, Zhou Yang, of course I dress up beautifully. Besides, if I dress too nicely normally, I get a lot of unnecessary attention at work, so I have to make myself look ugly. With Qin Li's confirmation, Zhou Yang realized his earlier feeling hadn't been a mistake. So Qin Li really did make herself look plain on a daily basis. But even when she made herself look plain, she still had a beauty score of around 9.5. Just imagine how stunningly beautiful Qin Li truly was. With looks like hers, she could have easily used her physical assets to climb the ladder, yet she had always worked hard to prove herself. If not for her younger brother, Qin Xingxing, she likely wouldn't have crossed her own boundaries to seek out Zhou Yang. It was safe to say Zhou Yang had struck gold. Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, his hands already getting restless. Qin Li couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Oh, stop it, Zhou Yang. You're messing up my makeup again. But it was all in vain. After trembling like a flower branch for a while, Qin Li had to start reapplying her makeup. Just then, the butler, Manhwa, reminded them from outside the door. Young master, General Subu has arrived at the Cabin Royal Restaurant and is awaiting your arrival. Young master, what time shall we depart? Zhou Yang glanced at Qin Li, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but managed to restrain the urge to do it again. Let's go. The man who'll save your brother is here. Qin Li's cheeks flushed pink as she lowered her eyes and murmured a soft mm. Within the prestigious suite of the Cabin Royal Restaurant, General Subu waited with bated breath, eager to see what the young master of this mysterious family from the Dragon Kingdom looked like. If possible, he hoped to secure an investment for Savatica Kingdom, a significant achievement to add to his political legacy. Just then, a guard approached to report. General, Mr. Ma and young Master Zhou have arrived at the royal restaurant. General Subu's face lit up with delight. He immediately stood up and declared, "Excellent. Let's go to the entrance to welcome young Master Zhou." For someone like Mr. Ma to willingly serve as a steward, the identity and influence behind him must be immense beyond measure. As General Subu understood, Manhwa frequently flew between nations, maintaining strong connections with influential figures across many countries. He was a mysterious powerhouse who seamlessly blended politics and business. The prospect of engaging with Manhwa was highly anticipated for him. He had long sought opportunities to discuss collaborations with Ma, but none had presented themselves. Unexpectedly, Manhwa reached out to him today, requesting a small favor, a gesture that left him both flattered and overwhelmed. A collaboration opportunity he'd long sought, wasn't it being handed to him on a silver platter? General Subu would never turn away such a fortune-bearer knocking at his door. He warmly welcomed Zhou Yang and the others at the hotel entrance. His eyes fixed on Manhwa, he was exceptionally warm and courteous. "Mr. Ma, is this the young Master Zhou you mentioned? Truly a man of exceptional character and outstanding talent." General Subu praised sincerely. He hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so young. Moreover, he was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman whose beauty was so overwhelming that one dared not look directly at her, only stealing glances. Before Zhou Yang could speak, the cheerful steward Manhwa stepped forward, presenting the prepared gift to General Subu with grace and propriety. "General Subu, greetings. These are gifts our young master has prepared for you. Please accept them graciously." "Oh, young Master Zhou is so gracious. You've gone to such expense." General Subu accepted the gift, intending to pass it to his bodyguard. But upon recognizing the familiar letters on the box, his eyes widened instantly, and his breathing quickened. He personally cherished Jaeger LeCoultre watches, harboring a particular fervor for the Air Pocket series. The astronomical model featuring the caliber 590 movement had long been his ultimate dream piece. Yet this particular Q5765300, limited to just 10 pieces worldwide, had been snapped up by mysterious buyers. He could only sigh in frustration, never having had the chance to see the real thing. Who would have thought that today, Zhou Xiao would casually gift him something so extravagant, this very watch he'd longed for? Keep in mind, while this watch carries a market price of over 2 million long coins, it's virtually impossible to find. Even offering tens of millions might not secure a seller. This alone revealed just how immense the power behind Zhou Yang truly was. It also indirectly showed how highly Zhou Yang valued Su Bu. A profound sense of understanding blossomed within General Su Bu's heart. His attitude shifted from superficial flattery to genuine affection. Goodness, young Master Zhou, your gift is truly too precious. I'm utterly flattered. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhou, you're now a dear friend to me, Su Bu. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Zhou Yang, observing General Su Bu's visibly growing warmth, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This gift truly served as a stepping stone in human relationships. With the right gift, there's no friendship that can't be forged. Truthfully, Zhou Yang had felt both nervous and excited about meeting a general. Even though he possessed the system, subconsciously he still regarded someone of Su Bu's stature as a big shot. But now he realized he was the one others saw as the big shot. This shift in status made Zhou Yang relax and feel less constrained. Meanwhile, Zhai Rang, who had tagged along hoping for a free meal, was utterly stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. General Su Bu had shown such deference and respect toward Zhou Yang. Just what was his background? He couldn't help but discard all his previous assumptions and reassess Zhou Yang's true identity. For the remainder of the entire meal, Zhai Rang remained in a state of profound shock. He witnessed General Su Bu personally offering Zhou Yang a toast, even treating Zhou Yang's steward with utmost deference. He couldn't help but steal multiple glances at Zhou Yang, feeling fortunate to have befriended such a prominent young master. No wonder young Master Zhou came to Savatica Kingdom personally. His influence here is truly immense. Based on my calculations, young Master Zhou must come from an international family of great influence, not just someone confined to Dragon Nation's industries. The more I interact with young Master Zhou, the more I realize how utterly unattainable he is. Everything I thought I knew about him was just the tip of the iceberg. Looks like I need to get closer to young Master Zhou from now on. With this realization, Zhai Rang's attitude toward Zhou Yang shifted from mutual respect to outright admiration. As the banquet reached its climax, Zhou Yang finally broached the main topic with a single sentence. General Su Bu, my friend's younger brother, Qin Xingxing, has been kidnapped by the CK Park in Myanmar Township. They threatened to kill him. I can agree to pay them 10 million long coins as ransom, but they must guarantee Qin Xingxing's safety. I wonder if you could help exert pressure on CK Park. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's direct request, General Su Bu immediately paused his chopsticks and began to ponder seriously. He wielded considerable influence in both the Savatica and Myanmar regions, so mediating this matter wouldn't be difficult. But maximizing his own interests was the real question he needed to ponder. He could help, but not for free. 038 A photo with the general? Zhou Yang, don't get too carried away. Just as General Sub feigned hesitation, a system notification suddenly chimed in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! Detected Su Bu's wish, I have a 1 billion dragon coin investment project. How can I persuade young Master Zhou to invest? If he does, rescuing Qin Xingxing would be a mere trifle. Investment options: A. 50 million. B. 100 million. C. 200 million. D. 500 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per the host's prior request, the system has automatically selected option D. Investment successful. You will receive a 5 billion yuan return bonus. Ding! 500 million yuan has been automatically deducted from your account for the wish investment. Current balance: 1,982,562,956.65 yuan. Holy! 500 million? Zhou Yang couldn't help but perk up. No wonder only associating with big shots triggers these massive rebate projects. Without waiting for General Su Bu to speak, Zhou Yang immediately leaned forward slightly, his face breaking into a warm smile. General Su Bu, I'm passionate about investing. If you have any promising projects, feel free to share them. Let's explore opportunities together. Rest assured, for the sake of our friendship, whatever you propose, I won't refuse. Though he spoke these words, Zhou Yang was overjoyed inside. He was actually worried General Su Bu wouldn't mention it. An investment of 10 billion, plus an additional 5 billion for fulfilling a wish. The total cost was merely 15 billion. But once the wish was fulfilled, he could pocket 5 billion. Such a golden opportunity was exactly what Zhou Yang had been craving. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win-win situation. General Su Bu never imagined Zhou Yang would seem to read his mind, agreeing outright before Su Bu could even ask. Such boldness and generosity truly astonished Su Bu. How could Zhou Yang agree without even inquiring about the project's nature or required investment? This elevated Subu's perception of Zhou Yang's capabilities to an entirely new level. The project Subu was handling had been evaluated by multiple firms, and every assessment pointed to it being a money-losing venture. No company was willing to take it on, leaving Subu unable to find a suitable investor. Now that Zhou Yang was willing to lend a hand, he was naturally overjoyed. His gaze toward Zhou Yang couldn't help but betray a hint of excitement. "Young Master Zhou, since you're so enthusiastic, I'll be straightforward. I do have an investment project on my hands, and I've been struggling to find the right partner. This project requires a total investment of 1 billion yuan. It's a landscape development project in our Benaidi region." Although 1 billion yuan wasn't considered a massive project, the lion's share of the funds would end up in his pocket. For Subu, it was a substantial profit. So after he spoke, he kept staring at Zhou Yang intently, afraid Zhou Yang might refuse. After all, 10 billion yuan, neither an astronomical sum nor a paltry amount, was something 10 people would seriously consider. He genuinely feared that his own excessive demands might cause Zhou Yang to retract his earlier offer. But to his surprise, Zhou Yang didn't hesitate at all. He simply waved his hand dismissively. "No problem at all. I've said it before, I hold General Subu in the highest regard as a friend. The project you've proposed, I, Zhou Yang, am investing in it. Butler, draw up the contract with General Subu. The specifics are in your hands." General Subu never imagined Zhou Yang would agree so readily without even inquiring about the project's specifics. Merely hearing Subu's casual mention was enough. He was even preparing to sign a contract. Such efficiency was unprecedented for Subu, leaving him momentarily speechless. Good heavens, this was truly a godsend. 10 billion was too low. He should have asked for 20 billion back then. Now, his mind was filled with regret that he hadn't asked for more. Yet just a minute ago, he'd been fretting that 1 billion was too much, afraid it would scare off Zhou Yang. Beside him, the wealthy young man Zhai Rang couldn't help but feel his eyes flicker with disbelief. Holy cow, that's 10 billion. Zhou Yang just tossed out 1 billion yuan without batting an eye? If he, Zhai Rang, were to move 1 billion yuan, his old man would probably skin him alive. This alone showed just how vast and terrifying the assets behind Zhou Yang truly were. At the very least, the Zhai family was no match for Zhou Yang's clan in the slightest. Xin Li's gaze toward Zhou Yang grew even more adoring. She felt fortunate to have chosen the right man. That Zhou Yang would go this far for her even if she never gained official recognition made her utterly content. While everyone's thoughts varied, Steward Jean, Manhwa wore an expression of utter certainty. Steward Jean, Manhwa respectfully replied, "Yes, sir," before turning his gaze toward General Subu. "My young master is a genius investor. Every venture he backs turns a profit. General Subu, allow me to offer my congratulations in advance." General Subu was also overjoyed. He didn't know if Zhou Yang could make money, but he himself was about to make a fortune. He couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Ma, may I inquire if we sign the contract now, when can we expect the funds to be available?" Ma Huayun smiled faintly, his expression tinged with arrogance. The notion of Zhou Yang's unfathomable wealth had long been implanted in his mind, so he didn't doubt for a moment that Zhou Yang lacked the financial means. Ma Huayun, however, was clearly less accommodating than Zhou Yang. He adopted a strictly business-like demeanor, appearing very serious. "General Subu, a 10 billion yuan project is merely a minor undertaking for our young master. You needn't worry about it at all. Our young master's primary concern now is whether you can rescue Qin Xingxing. That is the focus of our discussion moving forward." Ma Huayun spoke with apparent nonchalance. After finishing his conversation with General Subu, he turned to Zhou Yang with utmost respect. "Young master, please authorize a 10 billion yuan credit line increase on my black card. I'll transfer the funds to General Subu immediately." As Ma Huayun's voice echoed, a transparent system panel automatically popped up before Zhou Yang's eyes. A prompt appeared on the panel. "Do you wish to increase the overdraft limit on Golden Butler Ma Huayun's black card to 1 billion? No, yes." Without hesitation, Zhou Yang selected yes. Instantly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! 1 billion yuan has been automatically deducted from the host's account as an overdraft amount. Current balance, 982,562,956.65 yuan. Zhou Yang's assets plummeted by 10 digits in an instant, causing him to nervously swallow hard. This money seemed substantial, yet why did it vanish so quickly? Just as Zhou Yang's mood began to sink, Ma Huayun had already completed the transfer to General Subu. The system notification sounded once more in Zhou Yang's ears. Ding! Host's investment in General Sub's Wish successfully detected. Wish investment rebate has been disbursed to host's account. Host's current balance, 5,982,562,956.65 yuan. Ha? That fast? Ha ha ha. Life sure does take you from one extreme to the next. Zhou Yang instantly perked up, feeling his spine straighten. They say money is a man's courage, and that couldn't be truer. His gaze shifted to General Subu as he spoke with a hint of inquiry. "General Subu, I'm entrusting the matter of Qin Xingxing to you. I expect a swift resolution." Subu was now beaming with joy, his smile stretching all the way to the back of his head. Ah, no problem at all. I, Subu, may not boast about much, but I hold considerable influence in the Myanmar border regions bordering Banati. That said, I can guarantee the person's safe return, but the ransom must still be paid. That's the local custom. Zhou Yang nodded. This was the most ideal outcome. Because in a foreign land, going head-to-head with a terrorist organization was the most unwise course of action. Especially now that he was still building his strength. If he could avoid using force, he would. Though he possessed the skills of an elite special forces operative, he remained vulnerable against hot weapons. Thus, this divine wealthy butler system reward had truly come to Zhou Yang's rescue. With matters resolved so effortlessly, Zhou Yang could now indulge in reckless behavior to his heart's content. Yet, scratching his head, Zhou Yang felt as though he had overlooked something. But what exactly had he forgotten? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. What on earth did I forget? Just as Zhou Yang was pondering this, Zhai Rang suddenly stood up and made a suggestion. Young Master Zhou, it's rare for us to dine with General Subu today, and we've even signed such a major cooperation project. Why don't we take a group photo together? It'll serve as a memento of our pleasant meeting today. Such gestures were considered a respectful courtesy for both parties, so no one declined. Butler Jean Manhwa took charge of photographing everyone. But as they positioned themselves for the shot, everyone, whether intentionally or not, instinctively placed Zhou Yang in the center. After the photo session, the banquet drew to a close. Following warm farewells, both parties returned to their respective residences. Zhou Yang glanced at the photo on his phone and smiled faintly. With a light tap of his finger, he posted it to his social feed. Caption: General Subu standing respectfully beside Zhou Yang, with Zhai Rang and Qinli in the background. Caption: visiting the land of smiles and casually discussing 10 small goal projects with General Sub. The post had barely gone live. Pack. Bop. Pack. The system notification sound started ringing non-stop again. Unread comment notifications instantly turned into a bright red 99+. Zhou Yang glanced at them. Sure enough, someone had started making cheap, snide remarks again. University class monitor Wang Hui, what's up? Can't get enough of showing off domestically, so you're running abroad to do it? Got the guts to share your location? Jealous classmate Qin Ming, hey old class monitor, Zhou Yang's photo editing skills have gotten even better. I can't even tell which parts are edited anymore. Lu Bing, the roommate who borrowed money and never paid back. Yang bro, what's this small goal you're talking about? Don't tell me it's some brand of cigarettes? Rich kid classmate Chao Bin, that guy in the back looks kinda familiar. Could it be Zhai Xiao, the young master of the Deep Sea Dragon Palace? Same city errand service Zhang Haoren. Whoa, Zhou Yang? You're killing me. You're such a poser, why not just say you're attending a UN meeting? Luxury car rental Nyoben, this WeChat Moments sure has its share of entertainers. Guess I'll just treat it like watching pets for fun? Lawyer Gui the hero, the internet isn't a lawless zone. Spreading rumors could land you in jail, those involved should take note. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, based on the victim's condition, the killer is either male or female or maybe a trans person. Oops, wrong place. Veteran classmate Zhao Lu, Zhou Yang, your social media feed is beyond normal. Why does it feel so surreal? Xu Yun, CEO of Imperial College London, hey, I'm in Banati too. I'll meet up with Zhou Yang and see if this is real. Yumen Gran, sniffling emoji, Zhou Yang, don't get too carried away. I was wondering why you ignored me, turns out you were busy showing off in your social circle. Boo-hoo, I'm so heartbroken. 039 Campus Queen, sudden flirtation asking Zhou Yang to pretend to be her boyfriend? Zhou Yang just chuckled at these comments. A single WeChat moment had sparked so much envy, its rating must be pretty high, right? If he could just get another B-tier monthly pass reward like the one from the Golden Butler, he'd be even more carefree. Just as Zhou Yang was about to put his phone down. Pip. The phone buzzed again. Yumen Gran, oh, Zhou Yang, who knew you were into curated social media too? If I didn't know you inside out, I almost fell for your act. Zhou Yang still harbored some interest in Yumen Gran, the high school campus beauty. Now that she was making the first move, he saw no reason to refuse. After all, it wasn't until he became a scumbag that he realized how damn satisfying it was. Anyway, this sort of thing always follows a pattern, from contempt to understanding to becoming one yourself. If you haven't been there, you don't get to speak. And Zhou Yang? He had plenty to say now. Seeing Yu Mengran's message, a smile instantly spread across his face. He deliberately waited 2 minutes before replying, making sure not to come off as some desperate guy glued to his phone. Only then did Zhou Yang reply with a deliberately suggestive tone. Zhou Yang, oh? Really? Wonder which root and which bottom our school beauty you knows about. I don't recall ever showing you that. In the adult world, the most irritating thing is when someone seems to understand everything instantly. Zhou Yang's seemingly perfectly normal reply made Yu Mengran's face flush bright red on the other end of the phone. Ugh, Zhou Yang, seriously? Making such inappropriate jokes, do you really think this lady can't figure it out? I may be pure as the driven snow, but I'm also a dedicated student. After all, in the vast ocean of knowledge, I've only dipped my toe, yet I've grasped so much one thing leads to another. But why does this mischievous look feel so adorable? A strange feeling stirred within Yu Mengran, and she couldn't help but type with one hand. Yu Mengran, Zhou Yang, who knew you'd gone bad too? How dare you talk to this lady like that? Seeing Yu Mengran's deliberately angry tone, Zhou Yang knew she wasn't angry at all, she was actually waiting for his reply. So Zhou Yang deliberately put down his phone, poured himself a cup of hot tea, took a few gentle sips, and only then replied again. Zhou Yang, is this bad? I've got a place that's even worse. Want to experience it? Such bold words would have been unthinkable for Zhou Yang in the past. After all, he'd never even held a girl's hand before. Seeing a pretty girl would make him stutter and blush. How could he possibly utter such words? But since becoming wealthy, his mindset had quietly shifted. He no longer saw anyone as special. He firmly believed money could solve any problem. As the saying goes, when you brew honey from 100 flowers, the butterflies will come fluttering on their own. Of course, that was only part of the reason. Another crucial factor was the intense sense of conquest Zhou Yang felt after dating Qinli. A girl as beautiful as Qinli had fallen for Zhou Yang. So now, Zhou Yang no longer felt awkward around beautiful women. He could act completely natural, without a trace of desire. In his mind, he could have whatever service he desired whenever he wanted. These factors drove him to act with extreme abandon in front of the school beauty who once made him blush at a single word. But precisely because of this, Yu Mengran experienced something entirely new. Upon seeing Zhou Yang's reply, Yu Mengran felt a long-awaited sweetness emerge, mixed with a tingling, teeth-grinding mix of shame and anger. Her heart, once as still as a lake, was suddenly stirred by Zhou Yang's words, which felt like stones hitting its surface. She couldn't help but reply with a pout. Yu Mengran, smooth talking, you're so bad. Why did it take you so long to reply? Could it be there are too many fish in your pond to keep up with the replies? Zhou Yang blinked, finding it rather amusing. This way of chatting, Miss Yu the school beauty, was bound to kill the conversation. What business was it of hers how many fish he had in his pond? She was already trying to rein him in before anything even happened? That wouldn't do. So Zhou Yang deliberately replied with a teasing tone. Zhou Yang, from the sound of it, Miss Yu wants to be one of the fish in my pond, huh? This reply not only revealed Zhou Yang's true nature as a player but also sent a subtle message to Mengran. It told her that Zhou Yang was a notorious womanizer. If she wanted a relationship with him, she'd have to accept his philandering ways. But to Zhou Yang's surprise, Yu Mengran didn't hesitate. Instead, she asked with a hint of anticipation. Yu Mengran, is that okay? Can I really be a fish in your pond? Huh? Who actively volunteers to be a fish fry? This left Zhou Yang utterly flummoxed. Logically speaking, most girls would be furious upon hearing such a proposal. Why does Yu Mengran seem so pleased instead? Zhou Yang felt he couldn't quite figure Yu Mengran out. Zhou Yang, you don't have to be so eager, do you? Aren't you going to think about it? Yu Mengran, you actually took that seriously. Yu Mengran, but seriously, knowing you have your own fish pond puts me at ease. Because I need to ask you for a favor and you're not allowed to refuse. What did she mean by feeling reassured that Zhou Yang had his own fishing pond? This style of conversation was truly a first for Zhou Yang. Does this mean Yu Mengran wants Zhou Yang to be a jerk? What exactly is Yu Mengran's motive here? Zhou Yang typed cautiously. Zhou Yang, what favor? Yu Mengran replied almost instantly. Yu Mengran, Zhou Yang, could you pretend to be my boyfriend and come home with me for the new year to help me deal with my parents? Zhou Yang's hand trembled. His phone nearly fell to the floor. Holy cow, Miss Popularity Yu never fails to shock with her words. Isn't this the kind of melodramatic plot you see in trashy soap operas? How did this absurdity suddenly spill into reality? The only question was how much of Yu Mengran's words were truth and how much was lies. Zhou Yang rubbed his chin and sent a string of question marks. Zhou Yang? Yu Mengran, Zhou Yang, here's the thing. I have my own career and am not considering marriage yet. But my family is pressuring me, so I plan to find an ambitious guy who doesn't have big expectations for me to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yu Mengran, first off, his family can't be too wealthy. I'm afraid my parents would approve immediately. Second, he needs to be decent enough in every way that my parents won't immediately object. Finally, he must have his own private life so we won't interfere with each other. After much thought, I realize the only person I know who fits all three criteria is you. Yu Mengran, so, Zhou Yang, will you do me this favor? Yu Mengran, if you agree to help me with this, I can pay you a service fee of 1 million yuan in a month. So that's the scheme Yu Mengran had in mind. Who knew this little minx was actually loaded? She starts off with a 1 million yuan offer right off the bat. But 1 million yuan? Zhou Yang didn't even bat an eye at that amount anymore. Besides, he had no interest in pretending to be anyone's boyfriend, not even for the school beauty he'd once secretly admired. These days, Zhou Yang couldn't afford to waste his time on others. He wanted to fully savor life's pleasures. Zhou Yang, not interested. Just as Zhou Yang was about to send the message, the system alert suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected Yu Mengran's wish, Zhou Yang, you absolutely mustn't reject me. Otherwise, I might really end up marrying that jerk Zhou Yang. Investment options: A. 1 million. B. 2 million. C. 5 million. D. 10 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per the host's prior request, the system has automatically selected option D. Investment successful. You will receive a 100 million yuan return. Ding! 1,000 Wish investment funds have been automatically deducted from your account. Current balance: 5,972,562,956.65 yuan. Whoa! Zhou Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. The system had automatically placed the order for him. 100 million wasn't a small sum Zhou Yang certainly wouldn't refuse. So he gritted his teeth, recalled his previous message, and replied to Yu Mengran again. Zhou Yang, for the sake of that million, I'll reluctantly agree. Zhou Yang's words made Yu Mengran's lips curl into a pout. Yu Mengran, seriously? How does dating a gorgeous girl like me make you feel like you're doing me a favor? Yu Mengran, let's make one thing clear up front: public displays of affection like hugging and holding hands are acceptable, but anything more intimate is strictly off limits. Yu Mengran, rest assured, every penny of that million will be in your account in a month. And if you perform exceptionally well, there might even be a bonus. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Just knew working for someone else would bring nothing but trouble. And now, right after taking the job, she's already laying down the rules. A measly million a month? Who'd want that? If it weren't for the system's 100 million reward, Zhou Yang wouldn't be putting up with this. Zhou Yang pursed his lips and replied irritably. Zhou Yang, yeah, got it. We'll see when the time comes. Don't come begging me to renew the contract, then I'll be too busy. While Zhou Yang was flirting with Yu Mengran, police officer Ruohua and officer Chen next door were pacing like ants on a hot pan. Just moments ago, the kidnappers had called, claiming they'd broken the deal by sending cops. The exchange was off, and they threatened to rape and murder Qin Kaching before uploading the video online. This set Ruohua and officer Chen into a panic. Officer Chen frowned deeply, meticulously reviewing every detail of their journey to identify any possible slip-ups that could have exposed their identities. It doesn't make sense. We covered every detail flawlessly along the way. How could we have been exposed? If the kidnappers aren't just bluffing, then we must have slipped up. But how did they figure it out? Ruohua, think back. Could it be that you weren't careful and gave away our identities? Ruohua shook her head vigorously, flatly denying it. Uncle Chen, it's impossible. Besides Zhou Yang, no one else knew our identities along the way. If someone did leak our identities, Zhou Yang is the prime suspect. Enough. I'm going to confront him right now and demand answers. If he did it, I'll arrest him for obstruction of justice. With that, Ruohua stormed out the door, determined to confront Zhou Yang. 040 Deepening misunderstanding? Zhou Yang never imagined his image in Officer Ruohua's mind had completely collapsed. Even if he hadn't done anything, she'd still forcefully link it to him. He was deep in conversation with Yu Mengran when he suddenly heard loud banging on the door. Ruohua's voice echoed outside the door. Zhou Yang, you bastard. How dare you expose our identities and whereabouts? This time you're dead meat, no one can save you now. Zhou Yang frowned. What was this crazy woman up to? He hadn't even confronted her about barging into his room that morning to tempt him into crime. Had only a few hours passed and she couldn't resist stirring up trouble again? Zhou Yang gave a pointed nod toward his butler, Manhwa, standing nearby. Go handle this. Get rid of this crazy woman. Stop causing trouble for me. Manhwa bowed respectfully and headed for the door. He then flung the door open abruptly, causing Ruohua to swing her blow wide, landing a solid whack on Manhwa instead. Manhwa stepped back, his expression turning icy as he fixed his gaze on Ruohua. Miss, your commotion is disturbing our young master's rest. Please refrain from shouting, or I shall report you for disturbing the peace and have you arrested. What? Did the heavens turn upside down? Did someone steal my lines? Ruohua stared at the imposing Manhwa before her, her gaze shifting toward the interior of the room in confusion. There, Zhou Yang sat smiling serenely, swirling his red wine glass as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Holy crap! This is exactly the archetypal villainous young master from the movies. Ordering his servants to do dirty deeds while he lurks in the shadows, smirking coldly? This sent Ruohua, already boiling with rage, into an even more furious rage. Zhou Yang, did you leak our identities? Now it's jeopardizing our mission. Do you even realize the magnitude of this? Can you handle the consequences? But the next second, Ruohua was shoved out of the room by Manhwa, who responded without a shred of politeness. Miss, you've overstepped your bounds. Our esteemed young master has no interest in your petty, long-forgotten squabbles. He handles vast amounts of commercial secrets daily, deals worth billions every minute. The losses from this? You couldn't possibly compensate for them. Put. Ruohua didn't laugh, but Zhou Yang cracked up first. Holy crap. This official is something else. He had more confidence in himself than Zhou Yang did. He uttered those words without blushing or flinching, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. But just then, Zhou Yang's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly remembered what he had forgotten that morning. On the flight, he had invested in Ruohua's wish the mission to rescue Qin Keqing, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. But during his meal with General Subu, he had completely forgotten about it, racking his brain for ages without recalling a thing. Now, seeing Ruohua, he finally understood what had happened. Zhou Yang hurriedly addressed Ma Huayun, the steward who strictly followed his orders. "Butler Ma, I've suddenly remembered something important. Please have Miss Qin come in for a discussion." Ruohua's current identity was Qin Qingqing, while Officer Chen was Qin Feng. Officer Chen had reminded Zhou Yang of this detail, and Zhou Yang had kept it firmly in mind. After all, as a concerned citizen, he was still very supportive of police work. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ma Huayun felt a hint of surprise at his sudden change in attitude, but he meticulously carried out the order once more. "Miss Qin, our young master requests your presence. Please refrain from letting your temper affect his mood." "You!" Ruohua nearly choked on her anger. This official Zhou Yang had brought along was even more infuriating than Zhou Yang himself. But since her purpose was to confront Zhou Yang, she stomped angrily into the room. Zhou Yang sat with his legs crossed, waiting quietly for Ruohua to enter. Before Ruohua could speak, Zhou Yang cut straight to the point. "Miss Qin, if you're here on official business, then conduct your official business. Could you please stop constantly picking on me? If you need my cooperation or assistance, as a concerned citizen of Haichang, Longhua, I'd be more than willing to provide whatever help is necessary. But you keep barging in like this for no reason, making things difficult for me. Please refrain from maliciously speculating about my noble character based on personal biases, okay?" Zhou Yang's words made Ruohua glance at him. A spoiled rich kid like Zhou Yang calling himself a concerned citizen? Noble character? Even if she tried to imagine it with her toes, Ruohua couldn't fathom how Zhou Yang could possibly be associated with those terms. So she shot back immediately. "Zhou Yang, stop pretending to be a saint here. Uncle Chen and I are here on a secret rescue mission. We have to blend in as ordinary people, we can't reveal our police identities. Now the kidnappers know who we are and are threatening to kill the hostage. Do you understand what that means? How many coincidences could there possibly be in this world? On this entire flight, only a few knew our identities. If you didn't leak our information, then who else could have? Can't you even grasp such simple logic? Before doing something wrong, would you mind using your brain?" "Oh?" Ruohua's words made Zhou Yang pause in doubt. It seemed Officer Ruohua and her team had received the same threatening call from the kidnappers. This test wasn't just for Zhou Yang's group, it was also for Officer Ruohua's team. This clearly demonstrated how cunning the kidnappers were. They wouldn't take even the slightest risk. However, since Zhou Yang had already enlisted General Subu to handle the matter, there was no need for direct contact with the kidnappers, which saved them a lot of trouble. But Officer Ruohua and her team were clearly growing increasingly anxious. After all, this mission involved a major figure from the Qin family in Haicheng. If it wasn't handled properly, everyone involved in the operation would face disciplinary action. Especially Officer Chen, who hadn't been promoted in decades. Another disciplinary action would likely end his career prospects for good. At this thought, Zhou Yang's lips curved slightly upward as he posed a counter-question to Ruohua. "Miss Qin, first let me correct you, there is no such person as Uncle Chen. That man is your father, Mr. Qin Feng. You must remember that. Second, you yourself said everything you just stated is based on deduction. But what if the premise of that deduction is wrong? What I mean is, the kidnappers said you've been exposed. But what if they were merely testing you, not actually having discovered anything? Throwing yourself into such disarray, isn't that a bit reckless? In terms of experience, I think you should learn more from Mr. Qin Feng. Don't be so impulsive." Zhou Yang's words were utterly flawless. It left Ruohua momentarily speechless. To be honest, the possibility Zhou Yang raised was indeed plausible. His earlier anger stemmed from dismissing Zhou Yang's suggestion without proper consideration. Just then, Officer Chen entered from outside, halting Ruohua's outburst. "Mr. Zhou's words make perfect sense. To be honest, I've had similar suspicions myself. Please forgive Qingqing's rude behavior, Mr. Zhou. I apologize on his behalf." Although Officer Chen's attitude was cold, his words were measured and remarkably rational. He turned his head to look at Ruohua. "Qingqing, you mustn't make wild assumptions without any evidence. This is something you absolutely must change." With that, Officer Chen prepared to escort Ruohua away. Though Ruohua was seething with indignation, she had no choice but to obediently follow Officer Chen back. Just then, Zhou Yang called out to them. "Officer Chen, wait." Officer Chen and Ruohua both turned around, their gazes landing on Zhou Yang. Ruohua couldn't help but speak up again. "Zhou Yang, don't push your luck." Zhou Yang paid Ruohua no mind, instead turning his gaze toward Officer Chen. "Mr. Qin, to be perfectly honest, we came to Banati this time for the same reason, to rescue someone. Our goals align. There are surveillance cameras positioned throughout the hotel corridors. Your frequent entries into my room have likely already given the kidnappers some clues. This could be very detrimental to your situation. Oh? Zhou Yang's words instantly put Officer Chen on high alert. Two rescue teams working on the same hostage situation, who knew each other and frequently entered each other's rooms to communicate this could easily expose their identities and even arouse the kidnappers' suspicions. Noticing the contemplative look on Officer Chen's face, Zhou Yang smiled faintly and continued. Mr. Chen, I'm sure you sensed it the moment we left the airport. Their spies have been tailing us the entire time from the airport to the hotel, we've never escaped their sight. Therefore, our communications have likely been intercepted by the other side. That's why they resorted to killing the hostage as a test. In fact, before you received their ransom call, we had already received one too. In my view, they're using this tactic to gauge our reaction. If we panic, they might use their informants or surveillance cameras to obtain the information they seek. After carefully digesting Zhou Yang's words, Officer Chen turned to him with a serious expression. Who are you? Are you here to rescue the hostages too? Are they also threatening you with hostage killings? Facing Officer Chen's questioning, Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. Correct. But we've established local connections and have essentially succeeded in the rescue. If Mr. Chen needs my assistance, I'd be more than willing to help for a small price. What? How dare Zhou Yang negotiate terms with them? This Zhou Yang was incredibly bold. However, before coming to Zhou Yang, Officer Chen had already contacted the local police. He didn't believe Zhou Yang's connections could be more powerful than the local police force, so he decisively refused Zhou Yang's offer. We appreciate your offer, but we'll handle this ourselves. Should you encounter any issues, don't forget to seek assistance from the police. With that, Officer Chen led Ruohua away. Zhou Yang watched their retreating figures, blinking thoughtfully. Mr. Ma, do you think they'll succeed in rescuing the person they're after? No way. 041 Shu Yun's invitation? Hearing manager Jean Ma Huayan's definitive reply, Zhou Yang's mind began racing once more. After all, this was a foreign land, and Officer Chen's mission wouldn't proceed as smoothly as it would back home. He genuinely wanted to offer some assistance to Officer Chen and Ruohua. After all, he had invested in Ruohua's wishes. For the sake of the money, Zhou Yang didn't intend to dwell on Ruohua's minor disrespect. Pride? Was it more important than money? Sooner or later, he would earn that money right in front of Ruohua. As Zhou Yang pondered these thoughts, his phone suddenly lit up. Bob. Shu Yun, hey, young Master Zhou. Saw your WeChat Moments you're in Banati too? What a coincidence. I'm traveling here right now. Let me treat you today. Want to hang out? Zhou Yang and Shu Yun had shared some unpleasant history, leaving him with no particular fondness for Shu Yun. Moreover, Shu Yun's invitation this time was clearly not pure. It was obviously a test to see if he was actually in Banati. Zhou Yang had no patience for such scheming individuals and refused outright. Zhou Yang, sorry, Mr. Chu, I'm swamped right now busy investing in my dreams all over the place. Zhou Yang's response nearly made Shu Yun laugh himself silly. Investing in wishes? Did Zhou Yang think he was Wan Duayu or something? This level of bragging truly opened Shu Yun's eyes. Now, he had no doubt whatsoever that Zhou Yang wasn't even in Banati. As for meeting some General Sobu? Pure fiction. He couldn't resist the sarcasm. Shu Yun, Zhou Yang? You wouldn't be afraid of exposing the fact that you're not in Banati, would you? That's why you dared not accept my invitation. Shu Yun, someone like you, living in a shell and deceiving yourself, you really are the modern-day Kongiji. Zhou Yang shot a contemptuous glance at Shu Yun's message and curled his lip. Such a low-level provocation tactic. Shu Yun just wanted to flaunt his sense of superiority, didn't he? Fine. He'd show Shu Yun exactly what superiority meant. So Zhou Yang replied directly. Zhou Yang, since young Master Chu puts it that way, it'd be downright rude of me not to show up, wouldn't it? Zhou Yang, just wondering, what exactly does young Master Chu plan to play? Care to drop a hint? Seeing Zhou Yang's reply, the mockery on Shu Yun's face grew even more pronounced. This Zhou Yang really wouldn't give up until he was pushed to the edge. Stubborn to the end, he'd see just how long Zhou Yang could keep up the act. Shu Yun, TSK. I just booked a massage at an exclusive private club today. If you come, I'll show you what the world has to offer. Zhou Yang glanced at the message and shook his head. Had Shu Yun not mentioned it, Zhou Yang might have actually gone to experience it. After all, coming to Sabatica without sampling the local culture and entertainment scene would be a shame. But now that Shu Yun had mentioned it, Zhou Yang had to project an even more refined image. Zhou Yang, young Master Chu, heir to the wealthy Chu group, indulging in such lowbrow entertainment? This so-called private high-end club is nothing more than an overpriced brothel. Zhou Yang, if young Master Chu really wants to play, I'll have my butler arrange a show later. We can have some real fun. Zhou Yang's words nearly made Shu Yun laugh out loud again. Good grief, bragging really doesn't cost a thing. This Zhou Yang had truly mastered the art of bragging, even pulling out a butler. He really does see himself as some kind of master. Well then, Shu Yun was determined to expose Zhou Yang's hypocrisy because that would be the real fun. Shu Yun, alright then, since young Master Zhou is willing to host, I'll gladly accept your kind invitation. Shu Yun, just wondering, young Master Zhou, when will you come pick me up? I'm dying to see what special activities you've got planned. Seeing Shu Yun's reply, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to the golden-haired butler Manhwa standing nearby. Mr. Ma, I have a high school classmate who wants to show off his wealth to me. What kind of entertainment activities could make him realize the gap between us? Manhwa was exceptionally sharp and instantly grasped Zhou Yang's intent. Young Master Zhou wants to humiliate that high school classmate. In Manhwa eyes, this petty rivalry was nothing more than youthful arrogance. But since the young master had a request, he certainly couldn't dampen his spirits. Young Master, Banati is an international tourist destination with an abundance of recreational activities. Here are the activities befitting your status. Which one catches your interest? Luxury private jet skydiving with top-tier female safety assistants accompanying you throughout. It delivers every thrill you crave. You can do as you please during the jump, unleashing yourself completely. It's the premier choice for high-end experiences. Luxury yacht cruises, featuring hand-picked yacht hostesses providing full-time entertainment. They'll dance and sing with fiery passion. Once at sea, even more thrilling experiences and services await. Young people adore this kind of fun. Private island party experience, featuring the Savatica elite dancers and internationally renowned DJs, we craft your exclusive music and dance extravaganza, a royal-level indulgence within reach. Royal polo matches feature top equestrian masters as coaches. Both teams consist of professionally trained supermodel athletes, supported by medical teams, and post-match relaxation services, the ultimate athletic experience. If you fancy something more exotic, young master, I can arrange an exclusive ladyboy gala featuring Savatica's most renowned star performers. Young master. Ahem. Manhwa hadn't finished speaking before Zhou Yang cut him off. What the hell? What does unique even mean? Zhou Yang certainly didn't fancy the unusual. After reviewing the entertainment options Manhwa had mentioned, Zhou Yang figured the most time-efficient option would be skydiving from a luxury private jet. Just jump off the plane and you're done. He didn't want to spend too much time on Shu Yun, so he picked the one that looked like it would take the least time. Then let's go with the first option, the private jet skydiving service. You handle the specific arrangements. I'll send you an address. Go pick up my high school classmate and give him a proper thrill. Manhwa was highly efficient. Half an hour later, he picked up Shu Yun as she emerged from the small house on Flaunting Street with Zhou Yang. Shu Yun was sporting a backpack, his hair dyed 7 different colors, and dressed head to toe in trendy designer brands. When he saw Zhou Yang's million-yuan Alfred waiting for him, he immediately curled his lip. Yo, young Master Zhou, you rented this car, right? If you're renting, why not get something decent? This thing looks way too cheap. With that, he opened the door, climbed into the back seat, and sat down beside Zhou Yang. He casually unstrapped his backpack and placed it in front of Zhou Yang, subtly flaunting it. Zhou Yang glanced at it but said nothing. But Shu Yun, fearing Zhou Yang might not recognize its value, began a serious introduction. See this? It's the LV Jeff Koons Masters Series backpack. The painting on it is Van Gogh's Starry Night silk oil painting. Wear AR glasses to view it, and you'll feel like you're right there, experiencing the artist's mindset when he created it. Not only that, but the metal components are all museum-grade antioxidant bronze, exuding the weighty historical aura of art. After hearing this, Zhou Yang gave a faint nod. This Shu Yun, acting like a woman, always showing off these things. Oh, it's somewhat creative, but not much. Hearing Zhou Yang's assessment, Shu Yun couldn't help but inwardly grumble. That Zhou Yang, with his calm and composed expression, he must be green with envy inside. I casually pulled out a bag, a limited edition piece worth around 100,000 yuan. That's the gap between the rich and the poor. But the butler, Manhwa, couldn't help but feel a wave of contempt seeing Shu Yun so eager to show off in front of Zhou Yang. He turned from the driver's seat, retrieved his trusty Hermes diamond honeycomb briefcase, and respectfully presented it to Zhou Yang with both hands. Young master, regarding this morning's contract, there are several supplementary agreements requiring your personal signature. Since we have some time now, please sign them first. Just as Zhou Yang was scheming how to humiliate Shu Yun, the impeccable timing of butler Manhwa's top-tier assistants instantly filled him with secret delight. He pulled the documents from the briefcase and casually signed his name. But Shu Yun, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. How is this possible? A Hermes top-tier craftsmanship diamond honeycomb series briefcase? He couldn't help but pull out his phone, searching for images in his memory to compare. Whoa! Judging by the appearance, this must be the very briefcase that once sold for 12 million at auction. Even the texture is identical. This is a top-tier luxury item crafted from 1,200 white diamonds and 12 pink diamonds for the main lock. Rumor has it the material uses a top-tier self-healing leather coating. Any scratches repair themselves within 30 seconds. How could such an expensive briefcase end up in the hands of Zhou Yang, this so-called butler? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This briefcase must be a high-end replica. But, even if it is a high-end replica, it's probably worth millions. To someone like Shu Yun who knew its worth, this briefcase was utterly breathtaking. He truly couldn't fathom Zhou Yang possessing such wealth. Could it be that Zhou Yang wasn't pretending? Was he actually a hidden heir to a fortune? A faint unease began to stir within Chu Yun. He had a premonition that today, he might not be able to expose Zhou Yang's lies. Just then, his phone buzzed with several incoming messages. They were replies to Zhou Yang's WeChat Moments post. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, how's it going, young Master Chu? Did you run into Zhou Yang again? Luxury car rental Neo Ben, looks like Zhou Yang's too scared to reply now. With you personally confronting him, he must be regretting it big time. Zhou Yang, of course, saw these messages too. He lifted his head and offered Chu Yun a faint smile, appearing utterly unfazed. But within Chu Yun's heart, a storm was brewing. He still couldn't believe what was unfolding before his eyes. So he replied beneath everyone's comments. Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, hold on, I'm currently in Zhou Yang's car. Once I reach my destination, I'll deal with him properly. 042 Chu Yun, holy crap, so I'm the clown? Chu Yun still harbored the intention to expose Zhou Yang. He was reluctant to believe Zhou Yang was genuinely superior to him. Driven by his competitive spirit, he stubbornly ignored Zhou Yang's wealth and began speculating on how to expose the fraud. This Zhou Yang must have found out I was going to expose him, so he deliberately hired a whole team to put on airs. Thank goodness I'm smart enough to spot the clues in time. Otherwise, I'd have been fooled by him. Back home, hiring a whole team to fake being a big spender only costs a few thousand yuan a day, not exactly a huge expense. Once we get to the attraction, we'll see if he dares to spend. If he doesn't, don't blame me for exposing him. With these plans in mind, Chu Yun decided to wait and see how things played out, saving his confrontation with Zhou Yang for when they reached their destination. Zhou Yang shot him a casual glance, inwardly speechless. Were these rich kids really this nosy? Whether he was genuinely wealthy or just pretending, what business was it of theirs? Yet they were determined to find out. It was truly peculiar. But that was probably how most people felt. They had to prove others were inferior to themselves before they could be satisfied. But today, Chu Yun was in for a disappointment. Zhou Yang was a bona fide tycoon, and with his golden butler Manhwa at his side, the arrangements were nothing short of extravagant. Upon arriving at the private jet charter company, butler Manhwa opened the car door for Zhou Yang and his companions. Young master, we've arrived. Please step out with your friends and board the aircraft. I have a business partnership with this company's president. He's already arranged everything for us in advance, setting the highest priority. Only the most professional team will be serving us. Rest assured, I've instructed them to provide the finest charter service available. I'm confident you and your friends will be thoroughly satisfied. As he spoke, Ma Huayun shot Chu Yun a meaningful glance, his eyes flickering with a hint of pity. This clown actually dared to oppose their young master, Zhou Yang, utterly foolish. But Chu Yun clearly didn't catch the subtle dig in Ma Huayun's prepared comeback. At that moment, listening to Ma Huayun's words, Chu Yun's lips twisted into a crooked smile. He eyed Ma Huayun up and down, his expression pure amusement. In his eyes, this butler hired by Zhou Yang was quite the actor, maybe even a professional one. So, adopting a spectator's attitude, he pulled out his phone, secretly recorded a short video clip, and posted it to his social feed. He then set the post to be invisible to Zhou Yang before sending it out. Video: Zhou Yang's butler politely invites Zhou Yang to step out of the car, spouting a string of grandiose claims about international collaborations. Caption: live streamed on Moments, exposing Zhou Yang's fake wealthy persona. Young Master Chu delivers a real-life slap in the face. The moment the video went up, Chu Yun's Moments exploded with laughter. As comments poured in, Chu Yun casually replied on his phone, showing no sign of discomfort in front of Zhou Yang and his butler, Ma Huayun. Because in Chu Yun's eyes, Zhou Yang was all fake. He owed him no respect whatsoever. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, young Master Chu, Zhou Yang can't see this WeChat Moments, right? Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, TSK, I've long since set it to invisible for him. Luxury car rental Neo Ben, Mr. Chu, are you this eager to humiliate people? Zhou Yang might just provide me with a year's worth of laughs. Chu Yun, president of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, don't worry, I said I'd livestream the whole thing. You'll get to enjoy the show soon enough. Face wash Ruruo, young Master Chu, you didn't even bring me along on your trip to Banati. By the way, who is this Zhou Yang guy? Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, Zhou Yang is just a pretentious fool. He doesn't understand that real rich kids prioritize value for money. Just wait and see how I'm going to make him bleed. Thinking about his face worse than crying already makes me laugh. Wash your face, Ruru. Mr. Chu, you're such a master of fun. What a pity I won't get to witness this hilarious spectacle in person. Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, no worries, I'll keep posting updates on my Moments. Watch how I thoroughly tease him. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, judging by the victim's condition, the killer is either overseas or within the country. Oops, posted in the wrong place. Chu Yun, president of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, Luo Jin, stop spamming my Moments. Or else I'll block you too. while Zhou Yang was happily chatting away in his Moments feed. They had already arrived at the private aircraft runway with Manhwa. Surrounding the runway were tens of thousands of square meters of lawn, dotted with various types of private jets of different shapes. The aircraft Zhou Yang and his group boarded was a Bombardier Global 7500. 2 rows of hostesses lined both sides of the boarding stairs, forming a grand welcoming party. Captain Songya strode forward to greet them, launching into an enthusiastic introduction to Manhwa, the golden butler. Mr. Ma, and the 2 distinguished young masters behind you, Songya is delighted to serve you. For any questions regarding this charter flight, please feel free to ask me. I will patiently assist our honored guests. The Bombardier Global 7500 you are traveling in has been meticulously customized by our company into a luxurious soft cabin configuration. The escape pod is equipped with a visual virtual display screen, allowing you to experience an immersive journey through the skies. Additionally, the aircraft features a kitchen, bedroom, restroom, and shower suite, ensuring our distinguished guests experience the comfort of home throughout their journey. Zhou Yang stood nearby, secretly filming with his phone, still unconcerned. What's the big deal about skydiving? Did they really think he hadn't tried it before? As the eldest son of the Chu family, he had diverse interests, was a big troublemaker, and had experienced extreme sports. Watching Zhou Yang pull out all these fancy tricks on his private charter flight, he couldn't help but inwardly scoff at Zhou Yang's lack of worldly experience. Just do the skydiving properly, why add this whole homey comfort thing? Is that really necessary? Zhou Yang was clearly just showing off, he didn't even realize he was getting ripped off. So Zhou Yang posted another WeChat moment. Video, scene of Captain Songya introducing services to Zhou Yang. Caption, ha, actors all actors. They're putting on a show for me. Zhou Yang is really going all out to maintain this fake rich guy persona. Must be costing a fortune to hire all these actors, right? After posting, his messages instantly hit 99+. Same city errand service Zhang Haoren, this Zhou Yang is hilarious. How did he convince these people not to crack up? Xu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial College, I told you they were actors. Are you blind? Luxury car rental Neo Ben, gotta say, that pilot is pretty hot. Xu Yun, CEO of Imperial College London, nice taste. But she's my type, forget about it. But seriously, this Captain Songya Zhou Yang hired, she's got some serious curves. Her curves practically spill over her waist, and her professional suit can't hide a thing. Her skin was super fair, her lips thick and sensual, radiating a unique Southeast Asian charm. At that moment, Xu Yun felt an overwhelming urge surge through him. No way, I absolutely have to get my hands on Songya's paper plane. Paper Airplane is an international chat app popular among many friends who enjoy bypassing the Great Firewall. As an overseas student, Xu Yun had encountered countless people on Paper Airplane. Every girl he'd ever added had endured his relentless advances. But just as Xu Yun was about to strike up a conversation, his fellow international students suddenly chimed in on the WeChat Moments comments, causing him to furrow his brow. Zhang Xiyuan, St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University alumnus, this doesn't look staged to me. My aunt has been to this airport, it's Bonati's luxury private charter service, an entertainment project tailored for top-tier elites. Only those with net assets exceeding 10 billion dragon coins can become members and access their premium services. St. John's Imperial Polytechnic alumni Zhang Yangxiao, exactly. My dad even took me there once. That Bombardier jet in the video cost 600,000 dragon coins to charter. Your friend Zhou Yang, Xu, must have some serious financial clout. Ha! Upon seeing these two replies, Xu Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. He had an uneasy premonition. Zhang Xiyuan's family was in the mining business, a billionaire tycoon's son with immense resources and deep connections. As for Yang Xiaoru, her father had splurged 10 billion yuan to buy an entire island overseas. Her family's influence was unfathomable. He never imagined this social circle post would stir up these two usually quiet wealthy offspring. Clearly, the other party knew something. Still, Xu Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled. A skydiving service? 2,000 or 3,000 dragon coins at most. But this charter flight was asking for 600,000? Wasn't that a bit excessive? Had he truly misjudged the situation? Was Zhou Yang truly an undercover rich kid? But he knew Zhou Yang's family background inside out, there was no way he was faking it, right? Just as Xu Yun's mind was reeling, Songya began seriously explaining the service fees for this trip to Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, here is the detailed service list for your review. Full-day private jet service, 80,000 D coins. Celebrity safety officer accompanying jump at 6,000 meters altitude, 150,000 Dao coins. 2-hour high-altitude scenic cruise, 10,000 Dao coins. Full-time instruction by retired NASA instructors, $20,000 per person. 6 participants total, $120,000. Supporting equipment, aerospace-grade pressurized cabin, oxygen system, anti-gravity pressure suit, Prada black gold parachute pack. Total, 580,000 D coins. Crew and flight attendant service fees, 80,000 D coins. Coastal yacht transfer service, 50,000 D coins. 24/7 emergency medical team, 120,000 D coins. Total cost 1.19 million Dogecoins, approximately 8.33 million Dragon Coins. We're offering you a 30,000 discount, bringing the total to 8.3 million. Would you prefer to pay now or later? Songya's words utterly stunned Chu Yun. What? What was this woman talking about? Just a chartered skydiving service and it costs over 8 million Dragon Coins? Good heavens! That amount could cover his expenses for 5 years. While Chu Yun struggled to comprehend the absurdity, Zhou Yang's official attendant, Manhwa, stepped forward and swiped his card without hesitation. Such trifles don't trouble our young master. This scene utterly shattered Chu Yun's worldview. A butler casually swiping over 8 million? If that's the case, then that diamond honeycomb handbag from before, could it have been real too? Just how terrifyingly vast were Zhou Yang's assets to allow such extravagance? His relationship with Zhou Yang was rather delicate. Could Zhou Yang have spent over 8 million just to humiliate him? If that's the case. Holy crap, am I the clown here? 043 Guilty conscience, Chu Yun. Chu Yun stood there in a daze, his head buzzing. Because he sensed he'd gotten himself into trouble. If Zhou Yang truly possessed such staggering wealth, his probing actions had undoubtedly crossed Zhou Yang's boundaries. And such wealth often signaled the backing of a terrifyingly powerful family. Without sufficient clan backing, it would be impossible to safeguard such immense wealth. Therefore, Zhou Yang was likely a young master from a prominent family, raised away from the main household. Now, his restrictions had been lifted, granting him the authority to manage a portion of the family's wealth. If that were the case, Chu Yun had unwittingly provoked a titan. The slightest misstep could even bring disaster upon the entire Chu group. After piecing together this background, Chu Yun could no longer maintain his composure in Zhou Yang's presence. He even felt a bit overshadowed by Zhou Yang, stammering as he tried to persuade him. Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, isn't this a bit extravagant? How about we do something else later? Zhou Yang watched Chu Yun's sudden change in demeanor, his eyebrows twitching involuntarily. This guy really does show respect through gifts first, then through the person. Just a small gesture from him, and he'd already intimidated Chu Yun? Chu Yun was backing down this quickly? This wasn't going to be much fun. But he'd come this far, there was no turning back now. Today, he was going to indulge in the life of a young master to the fullest. With that, he casually waved his hand, as if dismissing a mere drizzle. Young Master Chu, do you look down on me, Zhou Yang? Since you're already here, you absolutely must experience it today. Zhou Yang's words sounded enthusiastic. But the more Zhou Yang acted like this, the more uneasy Chu Yun felt. He couldn't help but suspect he'd truly angered this young master. To avoid trouble for his family, Chu Yun felt anxious and nervous, forcing a smile as he agreed. All right. Since young Master Zhou is so eager, I'll accompany you for the experience. Though he said this, Chu Yun had no desire whatsoever to experience anything. He was only thinking of how to ease the tension with Zhou Yang, hoping Zhou Yang wouldn't treat him as an enemy. But just as Chu Yun sought to smooth things over, trouble stirred within his social circle. Same city errand service Zhang Haoren, young Master Chu, why haven't you updated yet? This is killing me. I'm dying to see Zhou Yang's expression when he eats that fly. Luxury car rental Niu Ben, yeah, Mr. Chu, I'm dying to see it. Did Zhou Yang get scared off already? No next episode? Chu Yun glared at the comments in his social circle, feeling his face burn. He realized these guys weren't mocking Zhou Yang, they were mocking him, Chu Yun. He slammed his phone shut in anger, refusing to look any further. Instead of listening to these guys' sharp tongues, he'd rather figure out how to mend things with Zhou Yang. As his thoughts churned, Zhou Yang on the other end was brimming with excitement. Just then, Zhou Yang suddenly noticed a transparent information bar floating above Captain Songya's head. Ding! Detected Songya's wish, this young Master Zhou has already spent so much. He should be willing to spend another 500,000 Dragon Coins to unlock the hidden service. He's so handsome, I really want to serve him privately. Investment options, A. 100,000. B. 200,000. C. 500,000. D. 1 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per the host's prior request, the system has automatically selected option D. Investment successful. You will receive a 1,000 return bonus. Ding! 1 million wish investment funds have been automatically deducted from your account. Current balance, 5,971,562,956.65 yuan. Ha! A faint smile touched Zhou Yang's lips. Look at that, how come the more you spend, the more it seems to multiply? This 10 million basically covers all the costs for chartering this flight. And what's more, triggering a few wishes during the upcoming journey would surely mean raking in a huge profit, right? Zhou Yang cast a satisfied glance at Sonya's perfect S-curve figure before deliberately asking. Captain Sonya, I'm the kind of person who always wants the best. You wouldn't happen to have any hidden services you haven't told me about, would you? If there are, tell me now. I invited my friend over today for fun. If I can't give my friend the ultimate experience, it'd be a slap in the face to me, Zhou Yang. Hearing this, Captain Sanya instantly grew agitated. This hidden perk package was a personal arrangement among the crew members, a side hustle for extra income, and was never mentioned in the company's official service descriptions. Therefore, they usually only hinted at it to customers who showed interest. But now that Zhou Yang had brought it up himself, how could she not be delighted? She narrowed her eyes seductively at Zhou Yang and whispered softly into his ear. Young Master Zhou, the hidden service requires an additional payment of 500,000 dragon coins. I can arrange for all crew members and instructors to be replaced with top-tier beauties, you know what I mean. Though Zhou Yang and Songya were still some distance apart, her deliberate, provocative approach sent a wave of pleasure through his body and mind. Good heavens, that's at least a 36. A, B, C, D, E, F. Zhou Yang couldn't calculate it in an instant, realizing the English alphabet might not even suffice to describe them. He'd never encountered such high-end goods before, and he couldn't help but feel a tingle of excitement. He deliberately kept his gaze steady, leaning close to Songya's ear to whisper his request. No. Listen to my requirements first. The one serving me must be a top-tier beauty. But this friend of mine has rather unique tastes, he prefers demons. Replace them all with top-tier demons for him. If you can meet my friend's needs, I'll give you 1 million dragon coins. I can transfer it immediately. Ha! Do rich people all have such twisted tastes? Songya felt her face twist into a sour grimace, like she'd bitten into a hawthorn berry. She stole a glance at Shu Yun beside her. Shu Yun, meanwhile, glanced nervously toward Zhou Yang. He had no idea what Zhou Yang and Songya were discussing, but he dared not eavesdrop. He could only stare longingly. By now, Songya had withdrawn her gaze and nodded toward Zhou Yang. Rest assured, young Master Zhou. While Bonatti may not have much else, we have an abundance of high-quality demons. You can trust us on this. We guarantee your friend will feel right at home. Saying this, Songya took out her phone, displaying a QR code. In Bonatti, dragon coins were also one of the primary currencies for transactions. Furthermore, deeply influenced by Dragon Nation culture, Bonatti also used X-Credit. This QR code was Songya's WeChat. Clearly, she didn't want to let this high-spending customer slip away easily and intended to maintain long-term contact. Zhou Yang understood her intentions perfectly. After adding her on Xing, he immediately transferred 1 million yuan. Songya, in turn, sent him a folded chat message. Zhou Yang opened it. Whoa! This was a roster for selecting people based on photos. Sana, fearing Zhou Yang might not understand, explained beside him. Young Master Zhou, just check the ones you like with the tick mark. The green circles indicate those on duty today, while the red circles show those off duty. Once you've made your selections, our back-end system will automatically contact the personnel for you. It's incredibly efficient. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Songya was reliable. This put his mind at ease. He selected several beauties rated 9 or above for himself, then picked a few 9-rated enchantresses for Chu Yun. Alright, that's settled. Understood, young Master Zhou. I'll get everything ready immediately. As she spoke, Songya lightly traced her finger across Zhou Yang's chest. A peculiar sensation instantly rippled through Zhou Yang's heart. Unable to resist, he gave Songya a discreet pinch where no one could see before clearing his throat. Ahem. We'll talk about it on the plane. There are too many people here. Let's get ready to board first. Songya understood and began making arrangements. Zhou Yang and the others entered the aircraft to wait. During the wait, Manhwa approached Zhou Yang, holding his phone screen close to Zhou Yang's ear. Young Master Zhou, General Subu has finalized the deal with the CK Park people. However, they're adamant about demanding 10 million in ransom for the release. Should we transfer the funds to them? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. 10 million? Just give it to them. My only demand is that the hostage be returned safely, without a single trace of abuse. Understood? Manhwa nodded and replied to General Subu's message. Zhou Yang knew full well that General Subu was undoubtedly pocketing some kickbacks from this deal. But what did it matter? After all, he had gotten the job done. A little reward was only fair. Moreover, rescuing Qin Xingxing without bloodshed and avoiding personal danger was the best possible outcome. Money, after all, held little real significance to Zhou Yang. If money could solve it, Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered to waste time thinking about it. Half an hour later, with all personnel in place, Captain Yasin stepped into the cabin with a warm smile. Behind him, 2 rows of young women in various bikinis stood in formation, each with an overall attractiveness rating well above 9 out of 10. It must be said, their looks were truly impressive. Several of them were even as stunning as Qin Li. Just as Zhou Yang was admiring the view, Yasin approached him and whispered softly in his ear. Young Master Zhou, look this way, not that way, those are all demons. Ha? Are demons that attractive? If not for Songya's warning, he wouldn't have noticed. Honestly, with looks like that, they could easily turn anyone. Zhou Yang curled his lip, turned his head back, and began admiring the natural beauty. Meanwhile, Songya seized the moment to announce. Ladies and gentlemen, our wonderful journey is about to begin. Please select your seats and prepare to enjoy the next 2 hours of breathtaking aerial views. Ladies, show us what you've got. Give our young masters a proper experience. As her words faded, the bikini-clad beauties split into two lines and surged toward Zhou Yang and Xu Yun. Xu Yun listened as Sanya made her introductions. As such a crowd of generous-chested beauties surged toward him, his pupils dilated involuntarily. Wow, Zhou Yang is really going all out. This was the first time he, Xu Yun, had ever seen anything like this on a plane. Wasn't this exactly the legendary airplane kiss 1,000 miles in a day? Xu Yun glanced back at Zhou Yang guiltily, still unsure what Zhou Yang was up to. Judging by the look on his face, Zhou Yang genuinely intended to treat him to a wild ride. Just then, Zhou Yang also turned to look at Xu Yun, making an inviting gesture. Young Master Chu, life is precious, but love is priceless. Don't waste any more time, let's get started. Xu Yun couldn't help but flush crimson. This love, was it the kind that lasted 2 hours? 044 following the contract? There must be another motive. On the Bombardier private jet, each passenger had a dedicated team assigned to them, from instructors to physical therapists and attendants. Everything was provided. According to protocol, during these 2 hours, skydivers were to receive relaxation massages from therapists and undergo movement instruction with professional coaches. Therefore, Zhou Yang and his group needed to complete their training in separate rooms. This process offered both breathtaking aerial views and professional skydiving instruction, a truly enjoyable experience. As Zhou Yang watched Xu Yun being ushered into the exclusive training room by a group of attendants, a faint smile curved his lips. Wasn't Xu Yun trying to make fun of him? We'll see if he's still laughing later. Buzz. Zhou Yang's phone suddenly vibrated. Zhou Yang glanced at the message. It was from campus beauty Yu Mengran. Yu Mengran, Zhou Yang, did Xu Yun really come looking for you? I just saw his WeChat Moments. Did you know he blocked you? He posted a video exposing your fake rich guy act. All our old classmates are laughing at you now. Yu Mengran, how could you be so foolish? Pretending to be rich and treating him to a meal? Yu Mengran, don't you know he's way richer than you? Why put yourself through this? Yu Mengran, take my advice, Zhou Yang. Turn back while you still can. Cut ties with him immediately, or he'll play you for a fool. This barrage of messages made Zhou Yang blink in surprise. He never expected Yu Mengran, the school's most popular girl back in high school, to go out of her way to send him a warning like this. This genuinely surprised Zhou Yang. At the same time, a flicker of warmth stirred within him. His fingers danced across the keyboard. Zhou Yang, who knew our school beauty queen actually cares about me? Soon. Yu Mengran sent another message. Yu Mengran, of course. Even though you're just my contract boyfriend for now, you're still my boyfriend. How could I let anyone bully you? Yu Mengran, here's $1,000,000. I'm paying you in advance. Take it easy with the spending, don't go overboard. Ha! As Yu Mengran's message ended, a transfer notification suddenly popped up on his phone. Zhou Yang stared at the bright red transfer interface. He fell deep in thought. Could it be that Yu Mengran had actually transferred $1,000,000 to him? Though he hadn't been a high roller for long, he'd always been the one sending money to others. No one had ever sent him any. This Yu Mengran being so proactive, if she claimed she had no feelings for Zhou Yang, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. But no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom why. They hadn't seen each other in 7 or 8 years. There was no way Yu Mengran could still be pining for him. Sure, he was as handsome as the esteemed readers, but that didn't mean he possessed their charm to make school beauties swoon. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Yang suddenly found himself at a loss to guess Yu Mengran's true intentions. Hesitating, he considered returning the transfer. He quickly typed a line on his phone. Zhou Yang, no need. They just don't know my capabilities. Since the contract isn't finalized yet, I won't accept the transfer. Just then, the system's notification sound abruptly interrupted him, forcing his typing hand to halt. He swiftly deleted the entire message. Ding! Detected Yu Mengran's wish, hee. I wonder if Zhou Yang will brag about this transfer on his social feed? That big goose better not return my money. Investment options: A 100,000 dragon coins. B 200,000 dragon coins. C 500,000 dragon coins. D 1,000,000 dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per the host's prior request, the system has automatically selected option D, investment successful. You will receive a 10,000,000 yuan return. Ding! 1,000,000 yuan has been automatically deducted from your account for the wish investment. Current balance, 5,971,562,956.65 yuan. Upon seeing Yu Mengran's wish on the system panel, Zhou Yang knew exactly what to do next. The beauty queen's generous offer was impossible to refuse. After all, who would turn down money? He accepted the transfer and sent a smiley face. Zhou Yang, thanks, boss. To his surprise, Yu Mengran sent back a pouting emoji. Yu Mengran, not professional at all. Don't call me boss, call me wife. Yu Mengran, you're perfect in every way except for being too vain. Don't do that again. That slightly reproachful tone sounded just like the playful banter between young lovers. Zhou Yang rubbed his chin again, deeply suspicious that Yu Mengran had ulterior motives toward him. This Yu Mengran must be lusting after his body. Muttering under his breath, Zhou Yang screenshotted the transfer interface and posted it to his moments. He had 5 moments posts each day that could earn him likes, he couldn't waste them. Image, screenshot of Yu Mengran's transfer chat, but Yu Mengran's profile picture was blurred out, with the screenshot ending at the call me wifey part. Caption, who'd have thought that one day, even a big spender like me would end up being capped? The moment it hit his feed, the comments exploded. University class monitor Wang Hui, I was wondering how this guy suddenly got rich, turns out he hooked up with a rich woman. Jealous college classmate Qin Ming, this is unfair. Why does Zhou Yang always get all the good luck? Lu Bing, the roommate who never pays back loans, bro Yang, if you've got this kind of luck, why not hook your little bro up too? Chao Bin, the rich kid classmate, thought he was some big name heir, turns out he's just a clubhouse heir. Same city errand runner Zhang Haoren, oh my, Zhou Yang? I was wondering why you're so prominent, turns out it's a herniated disc. Luxury car rental Nyoben, got called out by young Master Chu? Now scrambling for outside help to save face? Lawyer Gui the Great, legally, marital assets belong to both spouses. The other party has the right to claim half of money transferred to the mistress. Zhou Yang, if you don't want to lose 500,000, seek my legal assistance. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, judging by the victim's condition, it appears the deceased was likely involved in an extramarital affair. My apologies, wrong place. Zhou Yang curled his lips. These people mocking others' misfortune, resenting others' success truly embody the clownish nature of human nature to the fullest. Once upon a time, Zhou Yang had been one of them. But now, he had Tongzi's father. The path he had come down, Zhou Yang could never return to. With a satisfied smile, he shut off his phone, ready to fully enjoy the journey ahead. Ding! Detected successful investment in Yu Mengran's wish. 10 million reward credited. Current balance, 5,981,562,956.65 yuan. 10 million yuan deposited. Yu Mengran's wish was for Zhou Yang to accept the transfer and post it on his social media. Such a simple wish, how could Zhou Yang possibly refuse? Now that Yu Mengran's wish was fulfilled, Zhou Yang turned his attention to fulfilling Captain Sonya's wish. After all, she wanted some private time alone with this handsome guy who looked like a reader's dream. So Zhou Yang had the other bikini-clad beauties leave his training room first, then engaged in an in-depth conversation with Sonya alone. Sonya closed the door, freely displaying her stunning figure. Young Master Zhou, care for a cocktail? Fresh longan and calamansi from Banati, blended into a cocktail, deliver a unique sensory experience. It multiplies dopamine release, intensifying the sensation of pure joy. Oh? Is that really possible? Zhou Yang nodded. Since I'm already here, why not give it a try? The wine was lovely, but the company was even better. The wine didn't need to intoxicate us, we were already drunk on each other's company. The conversation dragged on, and before they knew it, an hour had vanished. Zhou Yang had always thought talking big was just an adjective, never realizing it could also function as a verb. When the therapist and coach entered the treatment room, Zhou Yang found himself surprisingly unburdened by thoughts he felt utterly pure. But his innocence didn't mean others would be innocent too. Ah, what a wicked journey. After the session ended, Zhou Yang rubbed his aching back as he stepped out of the training room. Butler Jean, Manhwa, waited outside the door and couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Young master, you really should take better care of your health. A little training won't hurt, but overdoing it can damage your body. Skydiving training shouldn't be too frequent. Zhou Yang hummed in acknowledgement, unable to help but regard Manhwa with newfound respect. Look at how he phrased that, seemingly saying everything, yet revealing nothing at all. The aerial patrol was drawing to a close when Chu Yun emerged from the rest area, looking utterly exhausted. Zhou Yang couldn't tell if he was pleased or displeased. He only noticed Chu Yun gesturing with his hands. Reach. Ah. That's ridiculous. Young Master Zhou, if you hadn't invited me here, I wouldn't have realized what I truly dislike isn't. Zhou Yang guessed what Chu Yun was about to say, but he had no interest in listening. Chu Yun's personal preferences were his own business as long as he didn't pollute Zhou Yang's ears with them. Zhou Yang glanced at Captain Sonya and gave her a knowing look. Captain Sonya, now that the pre-jump training is complete, let's commence today's skydiving activity. The bombardier private jet soared above the azure expanse of the ocean. Though near the coast, the expanse still seemed boundless. On the water's surface, a luxury yacht floated, poised below to receive Zhou Yang and his group at any moment. Sonya fluttered a flirtatious glance at Zhou Yang and mimed making a phone call. Young Master Zhou, don't forget to call me after your jump. I still have plenty of local knowledge to share with you. I will. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, then embraced the beautiful safety instructor as they both leaped from the plane. The instructor practically strapped Zhou Yang to her body, only deploying the parachute once they reached the appropriate altitude. Facing the instructor, Zhou Yang felt the irregular pressure against her chest and instinctively tightened his grip, afraid he might fall. The instructor's aerial guidance was excellent, helping Zhou Yang quickly get into the rhythm. He felt no discomfort and even had the leisure to recount a passage from the classic novel Metamorphosis to his instructor. But this wonderful experience was shattered by an unwelcome interruption. Mid-air, Zhou Yang received a call from Qinli. But when he answered, it wasn't Qinli on the other end, it was Officer Ruohua. "Zhou Yang, get back here immediately. I need to collect crucial evidence from you." 045 Chu Yun convinced? Zhou Yang has broken through again. "Zhou Yang, where are you at such a crucial moment? Hurry back. I need to gather crucial information from you." The moment he heard Ruohua's voice, Zhou Yang's good mood vanished completely. This little policewoman was truly annoying. She always showed up when he was enjoying life, then started barking orders at him. So Zhou Yang replied with a sour tone. "Is this how you ask for favors? Why don't you learn from your father, Mr. Qin Fengqin?" Even in this situation, Zhou Yang didn't forget to help Ruohua and Officer Chen maintain their cover. But Ruohua was fuming on the other end of the line. "Zhou Yang, I see you guys don't want to rescue Qin Li's brother, Qin Xingxing, right? I'm reaching out to you with good intentions, and you're not even grateful? If it weren't for Qin Li's sake, I wouldn't care about you at all." Oh? So Ruohua had actually called to rescue Qin Xingxing? But Qin Xingxing's case had already been fully entrusted to General Subu, and the other party had already reached an agreement with CK Park. There was absolutely no need for complications. If someone else interfered now, it might cause misunderstandings and ultimately prevent the rescue. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yang decisively declined. "No need. Our representative has already reached an agreement with the other party. They'll release the hostage first thing tomorrow morning. Officer Ruohua, you needn't trouble yourself." But Officer Ruohua refused to let it go, shouting angrily into the phone. "Zhou Yang, don't be so self-righteous. What kind of people did you find? What solution could they possibly have? Don't let yourself be fooled. The kidnappers love fools like you, simple-minded, clueless, and willing to solve everything with money. Our police have already contacted the chief inspector at Banati Police Station. They're attempting to coordinate with the CK Industrial Park in Myanmar Township. If an opportunity arises, we might be able to rescue Qin Xingxing as well. But you must return immediately to cooperate with our investigation." Ruohua's words left Zhou Yang utterly speechless. So in Ruohua's eyes, Zhou Yang was a simple-minded fool who knew nothing and only liked to solve problems with money. No wonder Ruohua always looked at him strangely. The problem lay right here. As for the chief inspector of police Ruohua mentioned, Zhou Yang couldn't care less. He had already enlisted the assistance of General Subu, who was several ranks above him. There was no need to waste any more energy on this matter. So Zhou Yang declined once more. "Sorry, but we've already enlisted General Subu of Banati to handle this matter. Moreover, General Subu has explicitly stated that everything has been settled. We don't want to complicate things further." With that, Zhou Yang hung up the phone. With Ruohua having dampened his mood, even the attractive female safety instructor before him seemed less appealing. Noticing Zhou Yang's gloomy mood, the beautiful safety officer immediately began to console him. "Esteemed young Master Zhou, has someone upset you? I apologize for not providing you with a pleasant journey. As compensation, I'd like to offer you an extra service to relax your body, mind, and spirit. Please close your eyes and let me take you on a journey through the mountain breeze, the clouds in the sky, the waves of the sea, and the cries of the seagulls." The parachute drifted lazily through the sky, descending slowly. At times, it would glide with the wind, its descent remarkably gentle. Yet within the serene atmosphere crafted by the beautiful instructor and safety assistant, Zhou Yang felt so comfortable he nearly drifted off. Wow, this money was definitely well spent. This was undoubtedly the most meticulously serviced high-altitude adventure Zhou Yang had ever experienced. The physical enjoyment was secondary. What truly mattered was the unparalleled spiritual fulfillment. It must be said, the emotional value delivered was spot on. Zhou Yang even managed to doze off briefly in midair. They didn't wake him until they were 500 meters above the ocean surface. "Mr. Zhou, we're about to land. It's with great reluctance that I bid you farewell. I sincerely hope I'll have the privilege of serving you again on your next visit." Zhou Yang opened his eyes to gaze at the exquisitely beautiful female instructor before him, and a surge of lustful desire welled up within him once more. As if recharged by the blissful state of relaxation she had cultivated, Zhou Yang now felt as energetic as a tiger, ready to take on another round. The female instructor, who had been his safety partner during the jump, flushed bright red upon noticing the change in Zhou Yang's physique. "Young Master Zhou, you wouldn't. We're too close to the sea surface at this altitude. Many tourists can see us. Please control yourself." Zhou Yang's face flushed crimson, and he cleared his throat a few times. He forced himself to think about random trivial matters, gradually calming his restless heart. After landing on the yacht, several attendants immediately approached, holding towels and massage tools. They began helping Zhou Yang relax, working his muscles to prevent strains from the skydive. Zhou Yang reclined in a rocking chair, so comfortable his pores seemed to breathe along with him. In stark contrast to Zhou Yang's serene journey, Xu Yun practically screamed all the way from the sky to the sea during her descent. Xu Yun had been assigned a demonic instructor from Banati. Not only were they ruthless with themselves, but they were even more brutal with their trainees. Upholding the philosophy that a strict teacher produces outstanding students, they opened Zhou Yun's eyes to a whole new world. Yet contrary to Zhou Yang's expectations, Zhou Yun didn't harbor resentment. After the activity concluded, he quietly expressed immense admiration and gratitude toward Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou really knows how to have fun. Today's journey was extraordinary. It helped me discover a whole new side of myself. Next time, I'll treat you. Let me show you a good time too. This Zhou Yun, he must have mistaken the people serving him for the same people serving Zhou Yang. He mistakenly thought Zhou Yang was one of his own kind. Zhou Yang offered no explanation, merely chuckling softly. Then I'll be waiting for your good news, Zhou Yun now understood that Zhou Yang was truly extravagant. The other guy's casual spending was equivalent to several years' worth of his own pocket money. There was simply no comparison. Thus, he now showered Zhou Yang with flattery, desperate to climb aboard this powerful figure's bandwagon. These second-generation rich kids all shared a common trait: they sought connections upward. They only admired those stronger than themselves, while looking down on anyone beneath their station. After witnessing Zhou Yang's true capabilities, Zhou Yun instantly shifted his stance, playing the role of the younger brother. After all, even his own parents wouldn't casually spend 9.3 million yuan on him for fun. If Zhou Yang was this generous with someone like Zhou Yun, whose relationship with him was far from harmonious, then imagine how unimaginably lavish he must be with those he considered close. So now, Zhou Yun was determined to latch onto Zhou Yang's coattails. He'd chosen his big brother. Young Master Zhou, even though I'm a few days older than you, I still have to call you brother. You've been far too generous to your little brother. Once we're back in Qinzhou, I'll make sure to treat you properly. Brother Yang, you must give your little brother some face. I admit I misunderstood you before, but from now on, I, Zhou Yun, am your brother. If you need anything, big bro, just tell your little brother. He then instructed the butler, Manhwa, to escort Zhou Yun back. Zhou Yang himself returned to the Banai Peninsula Hotel. On the way, Zhou Yang casually posted another WeChat moment. Caption: Zhou Yun gazes at Zhou Yang with admiration, holding a stunning beauty with a 9.310 rating in his arms while clutching a payment receipt for 10 million yuan. Caption: a friend said gender shouldn't be too rigid. Could this be the aftereffects of today's windy skydiving? Zhou Yang's WeChat Moments post today was nothing short of explosive. No sooner had he posted than comments started pouring in. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, what does don't be too rigid about gender mean? Is this beauty actually a guy? Luxury car rental Nyoben, holy crap, what's that look on Chu Xiao's face? He didn't fall for a demon, did he? Lawyer Guadasha, current laws lack explicit provisions, but ethical constraints remain significant. Forensic pathologist Luo Jin, judging by the victim's condition, the wound must be either above or below. Oops, posted in the wrong place. Class president Wang Hui, no way. This is actually a guy? My worldview is shattered. How come he looks so delicate and handsome, even prettier than women? Jealous classmate Qin Ming, holy crap, my heart's been stolen. Turns out I don't hate men, I hate ugly, unstylish men. Roommate Lu Bing who borrowed money and never paid back. Yang bro, you're living it up. Take me along sometime. I'd totally go for a guy this pretty. Xiao Bin, the snobby rich kid from college, crude. Vulgar. Shameless. Can't even look. Veteran classmate Zhao Lu, who'd have thought you and Zhou Yun would appear together, Zhou Yang. They actually look harmonious? Curious emoji. Zhou Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University at classmate Zhao Lu, stop spreading rumors. Young Master Zhou is my big brother, now I'm sticking with him. Yumen Gran, grumbling emoji, Zhou Yang, what did you do to Zhou Yun? How did his attitude do a complete 180? You two aren't. Tea artist Zhao Manan, am I the only one who noticed that receipt shows a 9.3 million yuan charge? Adopted son Duan Yu at Zhou Yang, you ungrateful son. When you did all this, didn't you feel even a shred of guilt toward your adoptive father? What happened to sharing blessings and bearing hardships alone? Watching the comments in his Moments feed rapidly refresh, Zhou Yang chuckled to himself. This time, no one questioned his status as a super rich playboy. Whether Zhou Yang was a fake or real tycoon, that 9.3 million yuan receipt alone was enough to send shockwaves through the crowd. Luxury cars and mansions could be rented, and people might gossip behind his back. But spending real money? That was impossible to fake. Unsurprisingly, old classmates who hadn't been heard from in years on WeChat, and even relatives back in his hometown, started reaching out to Zhou Yang. Overnight 500 Lily full account plus sub account. Hey big bro, remember little sis? It's Lily here. Why haven't you come to find me on the 3rd floor lately? Huh? What the hell? When did Zhou Yang add this person on WeChat? Blocked. Zhou Yang blacklisted the WeChat contact with a grim face. This must have happened when he scanned a QR code on a street flyer to grab free tissues. Spring Blossom's second master, voice message 5S. Translation, when's Zhou Yang coming home for the new year? The ancestral hall needs repairs, should we consider donating? Qinzhou second-hand property Zhou Long, you've made it big, huh? Flying private jets now? Real estate's been rough these past 2 years. Got any tips for an old brother? Swordream's big cousin, Zhou Yang. It's been years. Your cousin misses you. When will you come visit?
Ha! This must be what they mean by poor in the city. No one cares. Rich in the mountains. Distant relatives appear.
At this moment, Zhou Yang finally understood the meaning of that saying. But sorry, they don't deserve Zhou Yang's friendship.
Zhou Yang pressed the power button to turn off the screen and, under Ma Huayun's arrangements, headed back to the hotel. The anger burning in his heart from being teased by that beautiful female instructor and safety officer during the tandem jump was still raging.
He was going back to ask Qinli to be his firefighter.
046, you've got to take the initiative to make your wish come true. The moment he entered the hotel, the eyes of the beautiful front desk manager lit up. She had taken special note of Zhou Yang, a wealthy patron as handsome as the esteemed readers themselves. After all, he was incredibly generous. Just a few kind words could earn her several months or even years of salary.
Why wouldn't she take advantage of that? So she proactively greeted Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, welcome back. How may I assist you today?
Pella is delighted to serve you. Zhou Yang had just managed to quell the restless stirrings in his heart, stirred up by the beautiful instructor, security guard, and backup dancer. But now, seeing the alluring gaze of the lobby manager, Pella, he suddenly felt his resolve weakening again. He knew what she wanted, and he knew what he wanted. Zhou Yang beckoned to the flirtatious lobby manager, stealing a glance at her plunging neckline before placing 100,000 Savatica coins on the counter without hesitation. Beautiful lady, open another room for me. I hope you'll have time to help me with my homework to learn about the customs and culture of Banati. Front desk manager Pella stared intently at the cash Zhou Yang had placed before her, instantly becoming even more enthusiastic than before.
Mr. Zhou, room 1206. Please go ahead. I'll join you in 5 minutes to help you learn more about Banati.
She tucked the money away and promptly booked Zhou Yang a new room. As Zhou Yang took the keycard, he casually gave the lobby manager's hand a quick pat before departing, thoroughly satisfied.
In room 1206, he idly scrolled through his social feed, amused by the replies flooding in.
This feeling was like waiting for her on the third floor of a certain therapy shop. Soon, the hotel lobby manager arrived at Zhou Yang's room, her face beaming with joy. She slipped off her professional jacket and hung it on a coat rack, revealing a creamy white lining beneath. Her eyes burned with intensity. Young Master Zhou, I'm delighted to introduce you to our local customs and traditions.
Pay close attention, please. Today's lesson is? Pella transformed into a proper teacher, meticulously guiding Zhou Yang through his lesson.
Zhou Yang took notes diligently, feeling that all his years of schooling had been wasted. He never realized there was so much geographical knowledge he had never learned.
Half an hour later,
Zhou Yang stretched lazily. It must be said, the soundproofing in this 5-star hotel was truly impressive.
Pella showed no shyness whatsoever, lecturing in a booming voice that made the glass windows hum. Even now, Zhou Yang was still immersed in the echoes of those shouts.
Regaining his composure, Zhou Yang glanced at Pella, who looked thoroughly satisfied, and remarked deliberately.
You did a great job. You've left me with a wonderful impression of Banati's culture and customs.
Pella twirled a lock of hair, delighted by Zhou Yang's praise. If you'd like, Mr. Zhou, I have many more little-known Banati facts you've never encountered before.
They'll allow you to gain an even deeper understanding. Hearing Pella's words, Zhou Yang let out a deliberate sigh, feigning regret.
I wish I could, but unfortunately, I have to leave tomorrow.
Pella froze. The moneybags Zhou Yang was leaving? This was a tremendous loss.
Just moments ago, Zhou Yang had transferred another 100,000 Savatica coins to her.
Just today's earnings alone equaled 3 years' worth of her income. How could she bear to let Zhou Yang leave like this? So she deliberately acted coy, looking at Zhou Yang with pitiful eyes. Mr. Zhou, didn't you promise to cherish me? I've given you my most precious memories, you can't just abandon me like this. Zhou Yang felt Pella's fiery body press against him once more. He chuckled softly. You actually believed those sweet nothings spoken in the heat of the moment? But I can give you a chance. Tell me your wish, and I'll try to make it come true.
Zhou Yang said this to see if prompting her to voice her wish might trigger the investment from the wish investment card. Beside him, Pella's eyes lit up the moment she heard Zhou Yang's words. Was Zhou Yang implying that every woman who dated him got 3 glorious days? Though she didn't understand why Zhou Yang had such an odd rule, it certainly wasn't a bad thing for her. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhou, are you serious? Could I also have you grant my wish? Zhou Yang gave her a knowing smile, his eyes lingering on her figure before nodding. Of course. Any wish that money can solve is no problem for me. Zhou Yang's words instantly thrilled Pella. Mr. Zhou, may I make a list of my wishes? Ha! Zhou Yang nearly laughed out loud. This woman was truly greedy. But he didn't mind. The more wishes she had, the better it meant more opportunities for him to invest and recoup his costs. The more wishes, the more he'd earn, right? Not only would he get to sleep with Pella for free, but he'd also make a hefty profit. Why not? Pella, however, appeared extremely serious.
She fetched a pen and began writing in her notebook, propping her chin on her hand as she pondered, clearly jotting down everything she desired. Zhou Yang wasn't in a hurry. While she wrote down her wishes, he took the opportunity to educate her on some nutrition facts. Zhou Yang gained a new understanding of himself. Turns out he enjoyed teaching and mentoring others too. By the time Pella finished her wish list, Zhou Yang was completely stunned. Goodness gracious. Over 100 wishes crammed onto the page. She was treating him like a temple turtle, making so many wishes at once. But the wish investment card started buzzing like crazy at that moment. Ding! Detected Pella's wish. Wish 1, buy a diamond necklace. Please select your investment amount. Ding! Detected Pella's wish. Wish 2, buy a Hermes handbag. Please select investment amount. Ding! Detected Pella's wish. Wish 3, buy a Gucci bow tie. Please select your investment amount. Ding! Detecting Pella's wish. Wish 101, all wishes above can be fulfilled with cash. Fulfilling this wish satisfies all previous wishes. Please select investment amount. Investment options: A. 2 million dragon coins. B. 5 million dragon coins. C. 10 million dragon coins. D. 20 million dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return on your investment. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. Ding! The total cost for all wishes above is 2.16 million dragon coins. Host, payment will complete the wish investment. Zhou Yang silently transferred 2.16 million to Pella inside. These girls really haven't seen the world. He'd told them he could grant any wish, so why not go all out? After going through over 100 wishes, they only ended up asking for 2.16 million worth of stuff. Honestly, Zhou Yang had hoped she'd come up with a 200 million yuan order. Through these minor wish investments, Zhou Yang had noticed a pattern: the higher the value of the wish, the larger the investment amount offered. So the more Pella demanded, the larger the investment amount he ultimately received. After transferring the funds, Zhou Yang shot Pella a helpless glance before preparing to mint more gold coins. Pella, do you have any other wishes? Pella tilted his head, pondering for a moment. Yes. Zhou Yang's face lit up instantly. See? When there are no wishes left, you have to stimulate new ones. Just one more question, and there's already a payoff. But Pella's wish sent a chill down Zhou Yang's spine. My wish is to do it again with you, Mr. Zhou. Ha? Zhou Yang froze. What kind of wish was this? But just then, something unexpected happened. Ding! Detected Pella's wish. Wish, Mr. Zhou is truly kind. I will leave an indelible impression on him in the most passionate way possible. When he grows old and recalls his youth, I want the image of me, Pella, to flash through his mind. Please select your investment amount. Investment options: A. 1 round. B. 2 rounds. C. 3 rounds. D. 5 rounds. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. Ding! Rewards instantly credited. After tenfold return, your turn count is 50. For selecting a high difficulty challenge, the system grants you a War God experience card effective immediately. By the time Zhou Yang returned to room 606, it was already 7 p.m. Impressions truly are indelible. Had it not been for the War God trial card, he felt he would have been carried out on a stretcher today. Even so, he had to hold his waist to make it back. Yet inside his room now sat an uninvited guest, the petite policewoman Ruohua. Zhou Yang frowned slightly as he watched Ruohua chatting animatedly with Qinli. Officer Ruohua, what are you doing in my room? Ruohua shot Zhou Yang a disdainful look and curled her lip. She wasn't about to indulge Zhou Yang, immediately taking Qinli's side. Some people just don't know how good they have it. With such a delicate flower at home, they still go out to graze on wild grass. I wonder if their brains are filled with. Zhou Yang could easily tell this was a veiled insult. He glanced at Qinli and noticed her neck flushed pink, her face frozen in shock, clearly stunned by Ruohua's bluntness. Clearly, this wasn't Qinli's idea, it was Ruin's own initiative. Talking back to him like this on his turf? She must be out of her mind. Moreover, the current Zhou Yang, having frequently interacted with beauties, had mastered the art of handling them. So Zhou Yang deliberately leaned his face close to Ruohua's and spoke without restraint. Which home flower are you referring to? I've got two right here in front of me. You! Ruohua was instantly furious. What does Zhou Yang think he's doing? Was he implying she was one of his home flowers too? Across from her, Zhou Yang wore a sly smirk, his eyes darting where they shouldn't. Asking for a beating. Ruohua lashed out with a slap, but Zhou Yang caught her slender wrist. Let go of me. Like I'm gonna let go just cause you say so? Why should I? Zhou Yang squeezed Ruohua's arm tightly, his expression mocking. He realized that when this Ruohua was angry, she looked especially beautiful, incredibly alluring. His gaze grew even more unrestrained. Qinli, watching the two of them start to fight, immediately stepped in to break it up. 047 asking for my help? It's not unreasonable for me to make a request. Hey, Officer Ruohua, Zhou Yang, don't fight. Zhou Yang, let go of Officer Ruohua. She came here with important news for us. Seeing Qin Li's urgent expression, Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to back down, releasing his grip on Ruohua's arm. He plopped down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and adopted a cocky, slouching posture. Spit it out. What's she doing here? She's not exactly welcome around here. Zhou Yang's words instantly set Ruohua off again. What do you mean? If it weren't for the mission, do you think I'd come looking for you, you jerk? Did I ask you to speak? Stop flattering yourself, will you? Zhou Yang shot back without mercy, the tension thickening like gunpowder. Ruohua let out a growl, charging toward Zhou Yang like a raging beast. Zhou Yang, you really deserve a beating. Qin Li, seeing Ruohua about to lose control again, quickly grabbed her arm. Officer Ruohua, calm down. Let me talk to Zhou Yang. Otherwise, the two of you will start fighting the moment you speak. Held back by Qin Li, Ruohua snorted coldly and turned away from Zhou Yang. Qin Li carefully sat down beside Zhou Yang and began explaining. Zhou Yang, Officer Ruohua came here hoping to contact General Subu through us. The chief inspector at the local police station they sought help from failed to communicate with CK Park. The other side claims Officer Ruohua and her team broke their word, refusing to release the hostages. They've already prepared to take action against Miss Qin Kiching. The situation is extremely urgent, it can't wait a moment longer. Zhou Yang, if you have the means, please help Inspector Ruohua and her team. Miss Qin Kiching is truly pitiful. Hearing Qin Li's account, Zhou Yang felt a pang of sympathy. Calculating the time, he realized he'd spent the entire afternoon skydiving with Chu Yun and playing games with Pella, a complete waste of an afternoon. Much must have transpired during that interval. It was only natural that Ruohua and the others had failed to communicate with CK Park. The police station in Banati and CK Park had long been at odds, making it easy for tensions to escalate. Clearly, Ruohua's plan to rescue Miss Qin Kiching through the chief inspector had failed. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already reached out to General Subu beforehand. The latter had negotiated with CK Park and could release Qin Xingxing tomorrow. This stark contrast made it abundantly clear who held the upper hand. No wonder Ruohua came to him seeking assistance. As these realizations dawned on him, a hint of amusement flickered across Zhou Yang's face. He had promised to assist Ruohua and Officer Chen, and he would certainly follow through. Besides, he had invested in Ruohua's wish during his flight. For the sake of the money, it was worth stepping in. But still, Ruohua was clearly the one asking for help, yet she was treating him like a criminal. That was a bit much. Since Ruohua was being so unreasonable, Zhou Yang wouldn't be blamed for giving her a little taste of her own medicine. So Zhou Yang deliberately crossed his arms, eyeing Ruohua up and down without hiding his scrutiny. Ah, I see. Ah, Officer Ruohua, no offense, but this isn't how you ask someone for a favor. Hearing Zhou Yang's teasing, Ruohua's face flushed crimson. She knew Zhou Yang had a point, but she simply couldn't control her fiery temper. The more Zhou Yang acted like this frivolous playboy, the more she wanted to strangle him. Because in her eyes, Zhou Yang's image was utterly rotten. Zhou Yang, what attitude do you expect from me? It's because you started flirting with me that I got angry in the first place. Besides, cooperating with us is your duty as a citizen of Longhua. Now is the moment to fulfill that duty and rescue your compatriots. How can you bear to watch your own people suffer humiliation abroad? Don't you have a shred of compassion? As soon as Ruohua adopted this strictly professional demeanor, Zhou Yang scoffed. Official business, huh? Then don't blame Zhou Yang for making demands. Oh? Officer Ruohua. Don't be so quick to label me. We're discussing your attitude here. I can assist with the workload, but if you persist with this attitude, don't blame me, Zhou Yang, for making demands. Hearing Zhou Yang offer to help, Ruohua instantly relaxed. She'd assumed he wasn't going to help, which explained his harsh tone. Turns out this Zhou Yang isn't completely useless after all. He does have some compassion. With that thought, Ruohua's expression softened and her tone became gentler. Zhou Yang, Miss Qin is the eldest daughter of the Qin family in Haicheng. Their family has immense influence throughout the city. Rescuing Miss Qin could benefit you in the future. Ruohua hoped these words would make Zhou Yang understand Miss Qin's importance. Wasn't Zhou Yang looking to make demands and ask for favors? If Zhou Yang could rescue Qin Kiching, whatever he asked for, the Qin family would likely agree. Wasn't the benefit obvious? But Ruohua was clearly jumping to conclusions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang scoffed again. His hands crossed beneath his chin, he shook his head with a dismissive click. Then he looked at Ruohua as if she were an idiot. Officer Ruohua, do you really think I, Zhou Yang, need favors from the Qin family? Seeing Zhou Yang's infuriating smirk, Ruohua's anger flared up again. She believed Zhou Yang was like a snake swallowing an elephant, never satisfied, always wanting more. Zhou Yang, what exactly are you getting at? Don't you just want money? Once we rescue Miss Qin Kiching, they'll give you whatever you ask for. But to her surprise, Zhou Yang flatly rejected her suggestion. No. 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 Officer Ruohua, do I look like someone who'd ever be short on cash? Anything money can buy is no problem for me.
Besides, I have no interest in the Qin family.
My interest lies solely with you, Officer Ruohua.
So, if Officer Ruohua agrees to one request of mine, I'll personally step in to rescue Miss Qin Kiching.
As he spoke,
Zhou Yang deliberately let his gaze linger over the curves of Wang Hui's body, adopting a carefree and unrestrained demeanor. Ruohua instantly took a step back in alarm, crossing her arms over her chest. She truly hadn't expected Zhou Yang to dare make a pass at her.
Zhou Yang, don't even think about it. You're just dreaming. Since you lack sincerity, there's nothing more to discuss. With that, Ruohua stormed past Zhou Yang, ready to leave.
Zhou Yang watched her go with a sidelong glance, deliberately sneering with a mocking tone.
Officer Ruohua, why did you suddenly leave? I hadn't even finished explaining my request. You wouldn't be thinking something inappropriate, would you? A man as upright as me wouldn't entertain such thoughts. Remember this morning when you stood before me completely naked? I didn't even get any ideas then. Zhou Yang shouldn't have said that.
Mentioning this morning's incident only made Ruohua even more furious.
Zhou Yang really knew how to rub salt in the wound.
Ruohua couldn't help but quicken her pace, hurling one last sentence over her shoulder.
Zhou Yang! You bastard!
She slammed the door shut with a bang and stormed out of Zhou Yang's room.
Zhou Yang watched Ruohua's retreating figure, a faint smirk curling his lips. This woman, she's fiery. Like a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest spark. But that fiery temperament, paired with her childlike face and voluptuous curves, had a certain charm all its own. He stretched out comfortably on the sofa, sinking deep into its cushions. It felt so good, his eyes were struggling to stay open. Qinli glanced at the direction Ruohua had left, then at Zhou Yang's indifferent attitude, a hint of resignation flitting across her face. Zhou Yang and Ruohua must be like opposing elements in the five elements theory. Why else would they fight the moment they meet?
Ruohua hated evil with a passion, her temper fiery and explosive. Zhou Yang, on the other hand, was a mix of good and bad, growing stronger when faced with strength. Qinli knew Zhou Yang was like a donkey that needed to be stroked the right way. If you spoke to him nicely, he'd get things done. But Ruohua had completely crossed Zhou Yang's boundaries, making peaceful coexistence between them impossible. Still, Qinli, being kind-hearted, considered pleading on Ruohua's behalf.
Zhou Yang, are you really not going to help Officer Ruohua and the others?
Zhou Yang opened his eyes with a sly grin, fixing them on Qinli. This little girl was just too soft-hearted, always wanting to help everyone. One must understand that when one's own abilities are insufficient, one shouldn't casually help others. To help someone is to take on their karma, to aid them in weathering their trials. That's precisely why many people don't help others, not out of cold-heartedness, but to avoid getting entangled in someone else's karma. In this vast tide of worldly affairs, merely standing one's ground is already an arduous struggle.
Why burden oneself further with another's karma?
Therefore, the wisest path is to cultivate oneself in times of hardship and aid others when one prospers. When one is destitute and down on their luck, it is best to focus on self-cultivation.
Qinli still needed help herself.
Yet she was thinking of helping others, utterly unwise. But that applies to ordinary people.
For Zhou Yang, it doesn't matter. With his father's backing, he could easily achieve the ideal of benefiting others when prosperous. So Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively at Qinli. This isn't your concern. Don't meddle, it won't benefit you.
I'll definitely help out, but I'm going to take this chance to teach that little brat a lesson. Oomph. She's always so harsh with me, like I owe her millions. If I don't straighten her attitude this time, she'll walk all over me forever.
With that, Zhou Yang closed his eyes once more. Yet in his mind, he silently counted the numbers. He knew Ruohua would return. Because in Banati, he was the only one capable of contacting General Subu. To rescue Qin Kiching, Ruohua would definitely come begging him for help. Upon hearing Zhou Yang would assist, Qinli's expression softened slightly. Just then, Zhou Yang's door was knocked upon once more. Zhou Yang, it's Chen Danian. I need to talk to you. Chen Danian, the name of Officer Chen.
It seemed the rescue mission had failed, and the other party no longer bothered to maintain that fake identity of Qin Feng.
A faint smile touched Zhou Yang's lips.
He turned to look at the butler, Manhwa Yun.
Butler Ma, go open the door.
After the door opened, Officer Chen appeared at the entrance with a pouting Ruohua in tow.
Officer Chen got straight to the point. Young Master Zhou Yang, thank you for your assistance this time. Whatever you need, as long as it's not too unreasonable, we'll find a way to accommodate you. Zhou Yang smiled warmly at Officer Chen.
He had a favorable impression of Officer Chen, a man who got things done. He then shot a meaningful glance at Ruohua before smiling and saying,
well then, I suppose I'll make a request.
048 The helpful citizen meets the money grubber.
Watching Zhou Yang's eyes darting around nervously, Ruohua instantly grew tense.
She pouted and complained to Officer Chen beside her.
Uncle Chen, look, Zhou Yang is definitely after me. If the mission means sacrificing my reputation, I absolutely refuse to go along with it. Officer Chen had certainly noticed Zhou Yang's expression too.
But to him, Zhou Yang seemed to be deliberately provoking Ruohua, not acting with malicious intent.
Clearing his throat, he patted Ruawa's hand with a smile. I believe Zhou Yang isn't that kind of person. You shouldn't always assume his intentions based on your own thoughts. That's not right. After speaking, Officer Chen turned his gaze toward Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I'm right, aren't I? Zhou Yang chuckled inwardly, impressed by the veteran officer's sharp insight. He gave a slight smile and nodded. Of course. A man of my integrity wouldn't casually get involved with women who sneak into other men's beds. What if I caught something? Zhou Yang's words were clearly a veiled insult. At that moment, Ruohua lost her temper again. She couldn't help but shout. Zhou Yang? What do you mean? What's this about sneaking into someone else's bed? What's this about catching something? Explain yourself. Zhou Yang deliberately batted his eyelashes, feigning innocence. Hey, I didn't say it was you. Why are you taking it personally? Ruohua was so flustered by Zhou Yang that she couldn't speak for a moment, pointing at him and stammering. You. Officer Chen sighed as he saw them about to start arguing again. Sigh, these young people nowadays, don't they know how to give each other some space? Something that could be resolved with just one person backing down, yet they insist on making things so tense. They clearly haven't thought about how this will end. He couldn't help but gesture with his hand, motioning them to calm down. Hey. Listen to me for a moment. Ruohua, you shut your mouth. When I'm talking to Zhou Yang, don't interrupt. At this point, Officer Chen could only rein in Ruohua. Ruohua stomped her feet, crossed her arms, and glared at the ceiling, refusing to look at Zhou Yang. But the corners of her eyes darted toward Zhou Yang, as if she could tear him apart with her gaze. Officer Chen looked at Zhou Yang with a hint of apology, offering a rare explanation. Zhou Yang, Ruohua lost her father early. She's had a tough life, which shaped her fiercely competitive nature. Please be more understanding. If you have any requests now, just speak up. As long as it's within my power, I'll make sure to fulfill them properly. Officer Chen looked at Zhou Yang with a face full of earnestness. The recent kidnapping of the Qin family's eldest daughter had placed immense pressure on him. Although a significant police force had been deployed this time, conducting an investigation in a foreign country presented numerous constraints and was extremely inconvenient. Now, their liaison had failed to negotiate with CK Park, meaning their rescue plan was likely to collapse. Miss Qin Kiching could face grave danger. As for storming into CK Park to rescue her, the small force they brought wouldn't even be enough to scratch the surface. Taking on a compound with over 1,000 armed personnel required deploying a large-scale military force. This would inevitably involve more complex international issues, making it another option ruled out. The most ideal solution now was to contact General Sobu through Zhou Yang and attempt a rescue without armed conflict. After Officer Chen finished speaking, Zhou Yang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. His earlier request to Ruohua had been nothing more than a way to discipline that hot-tempered little brat. But faced with Officer Chen's sincere attitude, he felt awkward about making any demands. So he pondered a request that was both reasonable and would serve as a lesson for Ruohua. He couldn't seriously ask Ruohua to accompany him. Besides, he couldn't stand Ruohua's foul temper anyway. Just as Zhou Yang was torn between choices. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! Detected Ruohua's wish. Zhou Yang, you bastard, don't you dare make unreasonable demands of me, or I'll make you pay. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A 1 million dragon coins. B 1 million dragon coins. C 5 million dragon coins. D 10 million dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per your prior request, the system has automatically selected option D for you. Investment successful. You will receive a 100 million return. Ding! 10 million yuan has been automatically deducted from your account for the wish investment. Current balance, 6,181,562,956.65 yuan. A single wish yielded a direct return of 100 million. This instantly brought a broad smile to Zhou Yang's face. Even his gaze toward Ruohua softened considerably. But to Ruohua, this expression was nothing but a sign of cunning. That Zhou Yang definitely has ulterior motives. He better not make any rude demands of me, or I'll make him pay. Though she thought this inwardly, memories of what had transpired with Zhou Yang in the bedroom that morning flooded her mind. Instantly, her face flushed crimson and her breathing grew faintly heavier. What's going on? How could I feel excited just thinking about what Zhou Yang did to me? This is just too strange. No, I must control myself. Upon sensing the changes in her body, Ruohua's expression shifted abruptly. She quickly began silently reciting the Diamond Sutra, which finally helped steady her emotions. At the same time, her contempt for Zhou Yang deepened. It's all Zhou Yang's fault. Zhou Yang, sitting across from Ruohua, clearly hadn't noticed her subtle movements or the shift in her expression. His face beamed with excitement as he clasped Officer Chen's hand. His attitude had done a complete 180. Hey, Officer Chen, I was just joking with you earlier. We're all one big family, police and citizens alike. It's only right that I contribute to your work. It's my duty. Here's the deal, I'll help you get in touch with General Subu. Once it's done, just give me a banner praising me as a dedicated citizen who cares deeply about the public good. My only request is that this banner be presented to me personally by Officer Ruohua. Beyond that, I ask for nothing else. Zhou Yang's words instantly commanded Officer Chen's profound respect. Look at that, what a magnanimous perspective Zhou Yang possesses. Despite all the unpleasantness along the way, he held no grudges. Not only did he offer his help without special demands, but all he asked for was a commendation banner. This was truly noble character, a model for modern society. Instantly, Officer Chen's regard for Zhou Yang soared. Simultaneously, he attributed the conflict between Ruohua and Zhou Yang entirely to Ruohua's bias against Zhou Yang. Unable to contain himself, Officer Chen snapped at Ruohua. Ruohua, look at yourself. You're judging a gentleman by your own petty standards. Zhou Yang isn't the person you imagine him to be. You should set aside your arrogance and prejudice and learn from Comrade Zhou Yang. Now, you should sincerely apologize to Comrade Zhou Yang for your mistake. Afterward, you should present him with a commendation banner. Ha! Ruohua's eyes widened in innocent surprise. She couldn't understand why every time she had a conflict with Zhou Yang, she ended up being the one who got hurt. It was clearly Zhou Yang who had given her that lecherous look, which is why she warned him in the first place. How could Uncle Chen fail to see right from wrong and side with Zhou Yang against her? But since Chen Dianyan had spoken, she dared not disobey. After all, Chen Dianyan wasn't just her superior, he was the man who had personally rescued and raised her. His words carried weight she had to heed. So, reluctantly, she mumbled something indistinctly to Zhou Yang. Sorry. Seeing Ruohua at a loss, Zhou Yang's smile grew even brighter. He deliberately leaned his face close to Ruohua's, wearing a smug expression that practically begged to be punched, and teased her with a mocking tone. Officer Ruohua, what did you say? My hearing's not what it used to be, I didn't catch that. Ruohua's eyes widened instantly, the veins on her hands bulging as she clenched her fists. She was about to explode with anger. Officer Chen beside them couldn't help but clear his throat. Ahem, Ruohua, be sincere. I've told you countless times about your foul temper, you never learn. Hearing Chen Dianyan scolding again, Ruohua instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, her expression crumbling in an instant. She pouted, as if she could devour Zhou Yang whole. I'm so sorry. Zhou Yang, however, grinned and leaned in closer. Oh, let me get this straight, who exactly are you apologizing to? Me? Zhou Yang, don't push your luck. Ruohua was so furious her teeth itched, yet she couldn't do anything about Zhou Yang. Because Officer Chen spoke up again. Ruohua, how should one speak? Do you need someone to teach you how to apologize? Ruohua now found herself caught between a rock and a hard place. Finally, she obediently lowered her head, her fists clenching even tighter. I'm sorry, Zhou Yang. Seeing Ruohua had softened, he burst into laughter, no longer holding a grudge. He turned his head, snapped his fingers, and looked at the steward, Ma Huayun. Mr. Ma, contact General Subu. Tell him we need his help to rescue one more person. Ma Huayun immediately sprang into action. Officer Chen and Ruohua, seeing Zhou Yang truly fulfilling his promise to help, both breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Detected completion of Ruohua's wish. 100 million funds transferred to host's card ending in 5858. Current balance, 6,281,562,956.65 yuan. Bliss. In this world, nothing could be simpler than making money. At that moment, Steward Jean Ma Huayun had already made contact with General Subu. Young master, General Subu says he'll be here shortly and wishes to speak with you. Oh? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It's just about rescuing one more person, what's there to discuss? Why not just talk it over with CK Park directly? Seeing that Zhou Yang didn't grasp the crux of the matter, Ma Huayun shook his head. Young master, CK Park claims Officer Chen and his team broke the rules first. So this matter is tricky. From what I gather, they want more money. Oh? Pay more? Ha? Is that even a problem? Anything money can solve isn't a problem at all. Zhou Yang was about to agree casually, but Officer Chen and his team's expressions turned grim. 049 Is Zhou Yang really that kind-hearted? What's wrong? Officer Chen, is there something troubling you? Noticing Officer Chen's troubled expression, Zhou Yang immediately held back the words he was about to speak. Officer Chen gave a wry smile and said with some difficulty, Zhou Yang, you don't know the whole story. Before we came, the head of the Qin family, Qin Shao, had prepared 10 million yuan for us in advance. But before we departed, the Qin family faced an unexpected crisis. Patriarch Qin Shao suffered a sudden car accident and has been in a coma ever since, unable to manage affairs. Second Patriarch Qin Feng Yuan is overseas and cannot oversee the situation. Thus, third Patriarch Qin Bing is now in full control of the Qin family. But Qin Bing is vying with the Patriarch for the family headship. With the Patriarch unconscious, it's unlikely he can come up with more money. First, let's ask how much more they want. If it's too much, it might be difficult to handle. Officer Chen and his team had only brought 10 million yuan this time. If they need to increase the amount on short notice, they'll have to negotiate with the Qin family. Not everyone in the Qin family supports this rescue effort. They might need to hold a meeting to discuss it, potentially missing this critical window of opportunity. After all, 10 million yuan is no small sum. No matter how large the family, such a substantial amount cannot be ignored. Some families might hold assets worth tens of billions, but getting them to instantly produce tens of millions in cash flow isn't easy either. It requires some financial maneuvering. While 10 million yuan is insignificant to a trillion yuan family like the Qins, their current upheaval introduces considerable uncertainty. Therefore, if the amount added to the 10 million yuan was modest, it might be manageable. But if it was too large, the Qin family might struggle to meet this demand. Understanding Officer Chen's predicament, Zhou Yang nodded. It wasn't his place to meddle in someone else's family affairs. He turned his attention to Ma Huayun. Mr. Ma, please ask General Subu what their counteroffer is. Ma Huayun merely shrugged. General Subu said he'd come over to discuss it shortly. He's probably already on his way. Sure enough. Not long after. A knock sounded at the door of the presidential suite. Ma Huayun walked out to greet them without haste. General Subu and two personal guards entered with broad smiles plastered on their faces. His gaze toward Zhou Yang burned with fervor. Indeed, it was the kind of gaze one might reserve for the god of wealth. Zhou Yang couldn't help but rub his nose. Judging by this setup, the other party clearly intended to fleece him like a fat lamb. Ding! Detected General Subu's wish. Last time I asked young Master Zhou for too little. This time I absolutely must rip him off for 100 million. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 10 million dragon coins. B. 50 million dragon coins. C. 100 million dragon coins. D. 500 million dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per your prior request, the system has automatically selected option D. Investment successful. You will receive a 5 billion yuan return. Ding! 500 million yuan has been automatically deducted from your account for the wish investment. Current balance: 5,681,562,956.65 yuan. Holy crap! It really is true that the bigger the wish, the greater the investment return. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze burned even hotter than General Subu's. Holy crap! General Subu was truly Zhou Yang's money tree. This was truly a model of mutual achievement. After all, Zhou Yang had painstakingly distributed tens of thousands of red envelopes to accumulate just over 2 billion in assets. But after meeting Subu this morning, he casually invested in a wish and instantly raked in 5 billion. And now, meeting Subu again this evening, he secured another 5 billion yuan in wish investments. This level of earning efficiency utterly outshines all the other contestants. Zhou Yang approached with radiant enthusiasm, grasping General Subu's hand warmly and holding it for a long moment. Ah, General Subu, you finally arrived. What wish? Oh, no, how much does the other party want to add? Just name your price. Ha? Subu looked at Zhou Yang with some surprise. He had been prepared to take advantage of Zhou Yang, but Zhou Yang's unexpected warmth left him feeling rather embarrassed. But face is all fake, only money is real. So he plucked up his courage and held up one finger. At that moment, Officer Chen, who had been observing from the sidelines, relaxed his expression slightly. 1 million? If it was just 1 million, getting it from the Qin family shouldn't be too difficult. Hearing Officer Chen's voice, General Subu turned to look at him. This gentleman must be Mr. Qin Feng from the Qin family of Haicheng, Dragon Nation? Officer Chen nodded. That's correct. I am Qin Feng. If the bid is increased by 1 million, I can agree. But to Officer Chen's disappointment, Subu shook his head decisively and continued waving that finger. Subu's expression instantly made Officer Chen's face turn grim. Not 1 million? Then is it 10 million? The mere thought of that astronomical figure made Officer Chen realize this mission would be anything but straightforward. Standing nearby, Ruawa's face also darkened upon hearing the figure, her anger flaring instantly. Don't you guys have the nerve of goldfish? Do you even know how much 10 million is? You could drown in coins if you tried to count it all. You bunch of bastards. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Let go of me. Before Ruohua could finish her sentence, Zhou Yang lunged forward, grabbed her, and covered her mouth. Unexpectedly, Ruohua opened her mouth and bit down on Zhou Yang's hand. Zhou Yang recoiled in pain, releasing his hand from her mouth. Zhou Yang didn't want Ruohua to ruin this 5 billion yuan deal, so he frantically signaled to her with his eyes. Miss Qingqing, don't you want to rescue your sister Qin Keqing? General Subu is the key figure helping us handle this matter. You should be nicer to him. Ruohua tried to protest, but Officer Chen stopped her. Ruohua, stop complicating things here. At this point, we have no choice but to call third brother Qin Bing and see if he's willing to transfer 10 million. Officer Chen was about to make the call. General Subu burst into laughter and spoke up to stop Officer Chen. Second Master Qin, no need to panic. Hear me out first before making any decisions. This time, the other side's bid isn't 1 million, nor is it 10 million, it's 100 million. What? 100 million? This figure made even Officer Chen, known for his composure, breathe a little faster. He'd never seen that much money in his entire life. Yet the other party dared to demand an additional 100 million outright. It was nothing short of an outrageous demand. Before Officer Chen could even speak, Ruohua had already erupted like a raging lion, unleashing a torrent of fury. Are you out of your mind? What kind of poisonous mushrooms did you eat to spout such nonsense? That's 100 million. An ordinary person couldn't earn that much even if they didn't eat or drink for 10 lifetimes. I don't think there's any point in discussing this. The Qin family would never agree to pay that much. Ruohua's words weren't without basis. The patriarch of the Qin family in Haicheng, Qin Siyuan, had 3 sons. His eldest son, Qin Shao, had only one daughter, Qin Keqing. His second son, Qin Feng, had only one daughter, Qin Xingqing. Only his third son, Qin Bing, had a son named Qin Fan, nicknamed the Sea Emperor. Precisely because Qin Fan was the Qin family's sole heir, the patriarch Qin Siyuan intended to pass the family legacy to his third son, Qin Bing. But Qin Bing was a man of extremely narrow-mindedness. He harbored intense hostility toward his most capable elder brother, Qin Shao, constantly eyeing him with envy and even opposing Qin Shao on numerous decisions. Now that Qin Shao lay comatose after a car accident and Qin Keqing had been kidnapped, the Qin family had fallen entirely under Qin Bing's control. The prospect of extracting 100 million yuan from Qin Bing to rescue Qin Keqing was utterly hopeless. That's precisely why Ruohua was so furious, bluntly declaring they wouldn't save her. Uncle Chen, let's stop pretending. We should just leave. This is beyond us. Officer Chen gave a bitter smile. He knew that at this point, no amount of effort would make a difference. He had hoped this case would earn him a promotion, allowing him to become a deputy chief before retirement. But now, that dream seemed utterly lost. Well, I suppose I'm destined to remain nothing more than a squadron commander for the rest of my life. General Subu, we won't save them. 100 million is simply too much, we can't afford it. He and Ruohua stopped pretending altogether, revealing their true identities. Clearly, they had given up all hope for this matter. But this left Zhou Yang beside them utterly flustered. How could they stop pretending? How could they not save them? Wouldn't his 5 billion be down the drain? Remember, the system had already deducted 500 million upfront. That was money he'd worked so hard to earn through missions it couldn't just vanish into thin air. So Zhou Yang immediately stepped forward, his voice filled with righteous indignation and heartfelt distress, blocking the departing Officer Chen and Ruohua. Officer Chen, Ruohua, don't go. Officer Chen shook his head, his face filled with despondency. Zhou Yang, the Qin family absolutely won't pay a single billion. This isn't something we can solve through effort alone anymore. There's no point in us staying here. Ruohua added indignantly. I'm starting to suspect this whole thing is the work of Third Master Qin Bing. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Qin Keqing was just kidnapped, and then the first master, Qin Shao, got into a car accident. It's like it was all planned out. And now CK Park is raising the price by another 100 million to make things difficult. They clearly don't want us to rescue her. At this moment, the two of them were utterly disillusioned, even beginning to entertain conspiracy theories. But Zhou Yang had no intention of letting this lucrative opportunity slip away. He desperately tried to persuade them to stay. Officer Chen, Officer Ruohua, please don't rush off just yet. There might still be a breakthrough. Rest assured, with me handling this, it's absolutely doable. What's 100 million? I, Zhou Yang, will cover it. As long as Miss Qin Keqing returns to the Qin family and repays me later. For that 5 billion, Zhou Yang was willing to go all out, even offering to front the 100 million himself. The situation seemed rather peculiar. Initially, it was Officer Chen and the others pleading with Zhou Yang to save the hostage. Now, however, Zhou Yang was begging them not to abandon the rescue effort. Ruohua eyed Zhou Yang suspiciously, finding his current demeanor starkly different from her previous impression of him. Whoa, is Zhou Yang really this kind-hearted? Could he have ulterior motives? But his expression seems so sincere, it doesn't feel fake. Could I have really misjudged him before? Is he actually a good person? But Officer Chen shook his head firmly. Zhou Yang, I know your intentions are good, but if you advance this 100 million, the Qin family will likely refuse to honor it. I advise you not to waste your effort. 050 I've played the submissive role long enough, now it's their turn to be the underdogs. Zhou Yang understood Officer Chen meant well. But Zhou Yang refused to listen. He couldn't just agree with everything done for his own good. Right now, he had to convince Officer Chen to advance the 100 million yuan and rescue Qin Keqing. A sure thing can't slip away. That's 5 billion yuan. Equivalent to our current total assets. His mind raced, desperately searching for a plausible justification. Suddenly, inspiration struck. He adopted the demeanor of a lovesick fool. Officer Chen. To be perfectly honest, This 100 million I offered it voluntarily. The Qin family doesn't need to repay it. Ha! Officer Chen and Ruohua both spun around, staring at Zhou Yang in astonishment. He just casually dismissed 100 million? That's outrageously generous. But even if Zhou Yang was incredibly wealthy, giving away 100 million for a complete stranger seemed utterly unreasonable, didn't it? Ruohua, always blunt and outspoken, asked directly. Zhou Yang, you don't have any sinister intentions toward the Qin family, do you? Let me tell you, the Qin family is terrifying. You'd better not even think about it. This time, however, Zhou Yang seized the opportunity, his eyes brimming with tears. Officer Ruohua, I do indeed have sinister intentions toward the Qin family. I've heard that Miss Qin Keqing is the most beautiful woman in all of Haicheng. I've long admired Miss Qin Keqing, but I've never had the chance to meet her. This time, heaven has been kind to me, granting me a chance to meet Miss Qin Keqing. Naturally, I intend to cherish it all the more. Therefore, I won't make the Qin family repay this 100 million. I'll cover it for them. Put! Ruohua burst out laughing. Who knew, Zhou Yang? A playboy like you turned out to be such a suck-up. I just can't believe it. Despite her words, Ruohua and Officer Chen didn't rush to leave. Seeing both Officer Chen and Ruohua pause, Zhou Yang's spirits soared. He continued to enthusiastically play up his lapdog persona. Truth be told, Miss Qin Keqing and I were actually classmates in the same graduating class. Back then, she was radiant, with countless admirers, yet she looked down on them all. In those tender years when my heart first stirred with love, she was like a beam of moonlight, illuminating my soul. Love blossomed without warning, deep and unwavering. Back then, I hadn't gained my family's authority yet, so I had no standing to pursue Miss Keqing. That regret gnawed me until graduation, when I thought we could finally forget each other in the world. Don't mistake my wild ways and countless girlfriends for anything else. I was merely numbing myself with beauty to forget Miss Keqing. Yet no matter how hard I tried, hearing her name still made my heart race uncontrollably. This kind of searing, unforgettable pain, do you understand? And now, having confirmed Miss Keqing's identity, I realize I can never truly forget her. Because I'm already overcome with emotion, I swear I must rescue Miss Qin. So, Officers Chen and Ruohua, please give me a chance to do what I can to rescue Keqing. After Zhou Yang's explanation, the image of a devoted, love-struck suitor instantly took shape in everyone's minds. Not only did Officers Ruohua and Chen believe him wholeheartedly, even Qinli, who knew Zhou Yang intimately, couldn't help but doubt his sincerity. After all, when someone with love-blinded reasoning is involved, many things seem irrational yet somehow plausible. Because people with love-struck brains aren't thinking straight, they'll do all sorts of things that defy human logic. It seemed Zhou Yang belonged to this category. For his white moonlight, he'd willingly spend 100 million yuan. Officer Chen sighed. Well, I never imagined Zhou Yang could be such a deeply devoted person. If Miss Qin Keqing knew, she'd be truly moved. Well, since you feel this way, Zhou Yang, I'll leave everything else to you. Even Ruohua, who had always disliked Zhou Yang, found her eyes welling up with emotion at that moment. So what if he's a suck-up? Even a suck-up has the right to pursue happiness. Everything Zhou Yang has done is truly touching. Who knew Zhou Yang was so pitiful? I'll never be mean to him again. He's someone worthy of love. Seeing that he'd gotten away with it, Zhou Yang felt quite satisfied with his acting skills. But he certainly didn't want Qin Keqing to think he was a suck-up after rescuing her. So he added. Officer Chen, Officer Ruohua, I have one more request. After rescuing Miss Qin Keqing, please don't tell her about my secret crush on her. For a wealthy playboy like me, that would be utterly humiliating. Besides, I already have Lily by my side now. Let me put this emotional burden to rest completely after doing all this for her. Zhou Yang's words once again pushed his lapdog persona to its absolute limit. Ruohua's gaze toward Zhou Yang softened with emotion. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition, all to rescue the woman of his dreams? Such noble sacrifice truly epitomizes the pinnacle of the sycophant realm. Surely every woman would wish for such a devoted admirer to exist. At this moment, Ruohua had completely shed her hostility toward Zhou Yang. She even felt a twinge of sympathy for him, wanting to protect Zhou Yang and find a chance to tell Qin Keqing the truth. But Zhou Yang's insistence on keeping this from Qin Keqing left Ruohua feeling a sense of injustice. After persuading Officer Chen and Ruohua, Zhou Yang finally turned back, smiling warmly at General Subu. General Subu, a minor mishap occurred. My apologies for the spectacle. An extra 100 million, right? I can transfer the funds immediately. But what I need now is for Qin Xingxing and Qin Keqing to be released tonight. Surely that's not too much to ask. General Subu cherished nothing more than Zhou Yang's straightforwardness. Now that's how you get things done. Never haggling, always quick to transfer funds. Who wouldn't adore a young master like Zhou? Subu, for one, adored him deeply. After all, out of that 100 million, 90 million was his. What's wrong with charging a little toll fee for getting things done? Sure, the toll's a bit steep, but he actually gets things done. Unlike some detectives at the police station who take no money and get nothing done, absolute trash in this line of work. So General Subu instantly transformed into a street-smart merchant, his face plastered with a broad smile. No problem, absolutely no problem. As long as the money hits the account, they work pretty fast. Just as excited as him was Zhou Yang. As the 100 million yuan transfer succeeded, a system notification chimed in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! Detected successful investment in Subu's Wish. Host receives 5 billion yuan in Wish investment funds. Funds deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Current balance 10,681,562,956.65 yuan. 10 billion. His assets had finally broken through the 100 billion mark. At that moment, Zhou Yang felt a surge of excitement welling up inside him. In less than 2 days, he had transformed from a penniless guy who agonized over whether to add a boiled egg to his noodles into a wealthy tycoon. This monumental shift gave him the sensation that the entire world lay within his grasp. That very evening, Zhou Yang met Qin Xingxing and Qin Kiching, who had been sent over by CK Park. Ding! Detected Ruawa's Wish successfully rescue Qin Kiching. Investment successful. Host receives 500 million yuan in Wish investment funds. Funds deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Current balance 11,181,562,956.65 yuan. After receiving the system reward, Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward Qin Xingxing and Qin Kiching. Both pairs of eyes were filled with fear and a vacant stare, clearly having endured considerable terror within the compound. Qin Li threw herself onto Qin Xingxing, sobbing uncontrollably. Xingxing, I'm so relieved to see you're safe. Come thank young Master Zhou. If he hadn't traveled all this way to rescue you, you might never have made it out alive. To Qin Li's surprise, Qin Xingxing just sat there, smiling blankly. She avoided eye contact with people, appearing somewhat mentally unstable. As for Qin Kiching, she seemed slightly more composed but remained curled up in silence. No matter how Officer Chen and Ruowa tried to engage her, she refused to speak. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel indignant. They've only been in here 3 days. How could they all become like this? Wasn't it agreed they'd be treated well? What kind of terror could possibly scare someone into this state? General Subu noticed the unease in Zhou Yang's eyes and offered an awkward explanation. Young Master Zhou, everyone who comes out of there ends up like this. Honestly, these two are getting the best treatment possible. Please don't be so critical about this. Zhou Yang nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. He told himself that since the people had been rescued, there was no need for him to dwell on other matters. But after General Subu departed, Zhou Yang's gaze suddenly turned cold. Mr. Ma, could you help me contact a mercenary group? Mercenaries? What does the young master intend to do? Ma Huayun was somewhat baffled by Zhou Yang's request. Young master, mercenaries are certainly within reach. I've worked with all 10 of the world's most renowned mercenary organizations. What kind are you looking for? I can arrange it. Zhou Yang's gaze swept over Qin Xingxing and Qin Kiching, his voice turning icy. Qin Xingxing and Qin Kiching alone were enough to draw a conclusion. If scourges like CK Park were allowed to continue harming society unchecked, more people would surely fall victim to their schemes. Besides, he'd played the fool for so long to save lives, now was the time to stand firm. I want the most ruthless mercenary group, one capable of wiping out the problem at its roots to completely eradicate the CK Park cancer. Rescue any hostages you can. Kill those you can't, it doesn't matter. I only care about one outcome, wipe CK Park off the map completely, leaving no loose ends. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ma Huayun immediately knew what to do. He leveraged his connections and quickly contacted a mercenary group. Young master, 3 mercenary groups have accepted our bounty. They are the Vagana group from the Bear Nation, the Blackwater group from the White Eagle Nation, and the Black Knight group from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Vanner excels at brutal combat, leaving no survivors. Blackwater possesses extensive intelligence networks and employs cutting-edge technology for precise, comprehensive coverage. Black Knight specializes in stealth infiltration, using ninja techniques to dismember their enemies. Black Warrior was the first group Zhou Yang dispatched. No particular reason, just a psychological aversion. He disliked people living comfortably. As for Blackwater, their firepower was too conspicuous. Zhou Yang didn't want the whole world knowing about it just yet. Thus, his final choice fell upon the Wagner Group. 051 Young Master Zhou, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? Go with the Wagner Group. Get their quote. Zhou Yang waved his hand casually. Back when he was broke, he wouldn't have dared dream of such things. But now that he had money within his means, he genuinely wanted to do something to rid the world of evils. After all, he couldn't just squander it all on debauchery. Doing something with a broader scope would also benefit his personal growth. Little did CK Park know they had already angered a powerful tycoon, now facing the possibility of their entire family being wiped out. Soon, the golden steward Ma Huayun delivered the quotation to Zhou Yang. Young master, the Wagner Legion's quote is 20 million D coins, equivalent to 140 million dragon coins. This figure truly stunned Zhou Yang. What? That cheap? He had braced himself for a hefty expense, expecting to shell out $1 billion or $2 billion. But upon hearing this figure, he was utterly astonished. Could this be the legendary achieving great things with little money? Well, worth it. No problem. Sign the contract with them immediately. Within a week, I want to hear that CK Park has been wiped out. With that, Zhou Yang handed the entire matter over to Ma Huayun to handle. This commanding display left a lasting impression on everyone present, eliciting varied reactions. Qin Li nearly cried from emotion. He believed Zhou Yang was venting his anger on Qin Xingxing's behalf after witnessing her plight. Where could one find such a reliable man who cherished her so deeply? Officer Chen couldn't help but give Zhou Yang a thumbs up. Zhou Yang truly possessed the heart of a knight-errant. He had mastered both the initial restraint and the explosive outburst once his goal was achieved. His decisive and ruthless actions proved he was no ordinary man. Even without family backing, he was destined for great things. Honestly, hearing Zhou Yang hire mercenaries to take down CK Park was incredibly satisfying. After all, he'd endured plenty of nonsense from CK Park over the past couple of days. If not for his position, he would have gone to destroy the compound himself. Ruohua, the young policewoman, now harbored overwhelming admiration for Zhou Yang. In her eyes, Zhou Yang must have taken action against CK Park solely because he saw Qin Keqing wronged. This was the legendary fury ignited for a beauty's sake. Qin Keqing sure hit the jackpot with this devoted admirer. It's just a pity that Ruohua doesn't have a love-struck suitor like that. As for Qin Keqing, after a brief adjustment period, her complexion had improved somewhat. After all, coming from a prominent family, her composure was far superior to Qin Xingxing's. So she quickly regained her composure amidst the terror. When she heard Zhou Yang actually intended to destroy CK Park, she was utterly shocked. Her expression flickered with astonishment as she looked at Zhou Yang, a faint stir stirring within her heart. This man, why does he look so familiar? Could it be the campus heartthrob from University Zhou Yang? In truth, Qin Keqing had noticed Zhou Yang during their university days. But every time Zhou Yang saw her, he would lower his head, pretending not to notice her, and slip past her. Thus, they never had the chance to interact. Though she shone like a dazzling swan in the spotlight during her college years, she had secretly harbored feelings for Zhou Yang. After all, Zhou Yang was as handsome as the esteemed readers themselves. What girl wouldn't have fantasized about him? But university days were fleeting and blissful. After graduation, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, her marriage was destined to be arranged by her clan. Her fiancé was none other than the eldest son of Shanghai's Long family Longshutsai. As Qin Keqing slowly reminisced, Ruohua leaned close to her ear, her voice brimming with envy. Miss Qin, you're so lucky. As Zhou Yang's white moonlight, he secretly adored you for who knows how long. For you, Zhou Yang paid a ransom of 100 million yuan, 10 times more than what your Qin family offered. And after seeing you wronged, he actually hired mercenaries to wipe out CK Park for you. How come I never meet such a devoted and honorable man? Sigh, but the worst part is, he admitted himself that he's your. Oh no, Zhou Yang told me not to tell you any of this. He's afraid of embarrassing himself. Realizing she'd slipped up, Ruohua immediately fell silent. But Zhou Yang, standing nearby, was too late to stop Ruohua. Oh no, Qin Keqing mustn't take Ruohua's words seriously. He only said that earlier for the 5 billion. Sure enough. Qin Keqing's heart stirred upon hearing Ruohua's words. Lick what? A lick dog? Could it be that Zhou Yang has secretly harbored feelings for her all along? Otherwise, why would Zhou Yang suddenly show up here to save her? The mere thought of this possibility instantly stirred Qin Keqing's thoughts. Zhou Yang was one of the people she had once harbored a secret crush on. If Zhou Yang had secretly loved her too, then wouldn't they have missed out on a romantic, flowery, and snowy romance? No, I must test Zhou Yang. After a moment's deliberation, Qin Keqing made up her mind. She gently flicked a strand of long hair from her chest, then tilted her head, revealing her snow-white swan-like neck. She turned her face toward Zhou Yang and flashed him a bright smile. Zhou Yang, thank you so much for rescuing me. As she spoke, Qin Keqing extended her delicate, slender hand in a gesture of offering a handshake. Zhou Yang hadn't expected Qin Keqing to address him by name so readily. He casually extended his hand and clasped hers. He felt nothing for Qin Keqing. They'd only met a few times in college. What could he possibly feel? Besides, that whole deeply devoted persona he'd put on earlier was just an act. Now that the system reward had been dispersed, he had no intention of maintaining any connection with Qin Keqing. So Zhou Yang offered a simple reply, his expression utterly unconcerned. You're welcome. It was nothing. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that the more he played it down, the more certain Qin Keqing became that he was interested in her. After all, Ruohua had just mentioned that Zhou Yang had forbidden her from revealing those lapdog details, fearing embarrassment. Men needing to save face was only natural. So the smile on Qin Keqing's face grew even more captivating. She held onto Zhou Yang's hand, leaning forward slightly until her face was inches from his. Zhou Yang could feel her fragrant breath tickling his skin. In a whisper only the two of them could hear, Qin Keqing asked softly. Zhou Yang, you went to such great lengths to rescue me and even planned to take down CK Park. Could it be you have feelings for me?
Hearing Qin Keqing's words, Zhou Yang shook his head vigorously like a rattle.
No. Absolutely not. Don't get the wrong idea. I just hate evil and stand up for justice.
Zhou Yang knew full well that someone from a prestigious family like Qin Keqing would be bound by countless rules and conventions. He had no desire to get entangled in such complications. If he really had feelings for Qin Keqing, powerful second-generation enemies with connections to the highest echelons of power would likely emerge immediately.
Isn't that how it always plays out in novels?
Therefore, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had no desire to form any connection with Qin Keqing.
Besides, he had money now. An hour of love at the foot massage parlor was more than enough for him.
Or keeping a mistress in a golden chamber, maintaining a few mistresses on demand, that sounded pretty good too.
After all, he hadn't had his fill yet. He wasn't about to invite trouble upon himself. Qin Keqing, seeing Zhou Yang immediately deny everything outright, couldn't help but chuckle. This Zhou Yang clumsy yet rather endearing.
It seemed Zhou Yang feared she'd expose his true feelings, leaving him embarrassed. In that case, she'd create an opportunity for Zhou Yang to get closer to her. That way, whatever happened between them next would just flow naturally. So she deliberately pouted her lips and said half-jokingly,
Zhou Yang, Officer Ruowa just said I'm your white moonlight, that you saved me because you secretly loved me. You're not going to deny it, are you?
Qin Keqing shot Zhou Yang a playful glare from the corner of her smiling eyes. That tender glance was utterly captivating, sending an unexpected flutter through Zhou Yang's heart and nearly breaching his defenses. Zhou Yang froze, swallowing hard as his mind raced with internal commentary.
Holy crap! Who could resist such peerless beauty? Thank goodness I've been doing plenty of double action lately and VE already entered sage mode. Otherwise, I'd be completely bewitched by her.
Just then, Qin Keqing continued.
Your sincerity has moved me. I agree to be your girlfriend.
But you know our Qin family is going through a critical period. As my boyfriend, I hope you can help me navigate these challenges within the family.
Would you be willing? Ordinary people talk about feelings, those in the inner circle only talk about interests.
Qin Keqing was no exception. One second she was discussing feelings, the next she was shifting gears to try and rope Zhou Yang onto her bandwagon.
Zhou Yang's mind raced.
This Qin Keqing is no pushover.
Could she be eyeing my capabilities, wanting me to help her take on her uncle and that dragon family heir? I absolutely can't let her succeed. I refuse to get involved in the Qin family's mess.
He certainly didn't want to end up with nothing but trouble. His mind racing, Zhou Yang immediately replied. I think we should just forget about it.
Rescuing Miss Qin was merely a coincidence.
Even if I once harbored some thoughts, they've vanished into thin air. From now on, we'll part ways like distant mountains and roads, never to meet again.
It's getting late.
You should go rest and head back to your country soon.
Brother Zhai Rang and I have plans for the nightlife later. Zhou Yang's words were tantamount to a dismissal.
Zhai Rang, who had remained silent throughout, was utterly dumbfounded.
What was Zhou Yang playing at? Qin Keqing, the most beautiful woman in Haicheng, had thrown herself at him and he actually refused? And now he's dragging him in as a shield? The mind of this top-tier playboy was truly unfathomable.
It seemed this subordinate had better learn to play his role properly from now on. Otherwise, if he couldn't hold on to young Master Zhou's coattails, the young master might just fly away.
Zhai Rang now fully understood the gap between himself and Zhou Yang. Whatever Zhou Yang did, he instinctively believed Zhou Yang was right.
Even when he couldn't comprehend something, he'd simply attribute it to his own limitations, failing to see what Zhou Yang saw.
Qin Keqing hadn't anticipated Zhou Yang would actually issue a formal dismissal. This doesn't make sense. He clearly has feelings for me, so why would he pretend to push me away? Men's minds are truly impossible to fathom. Maybe he's just shy. Should I take the initiative again?
Once I establish a relationship with Zhou Yang, with his current influence, he might just help me turn the tables in this adversity.
Qin Keqing's thoughts raced, yet outwardly she wore a pitiful expression, like a wounded kitten. What, I'm so pitiful. After enduring so much misfortune, I thought I'd finally found someone to lean on. But you, Zhou Yang, are so heartless you want to abandon me.
I'm so devastated, I might as well die right here in CK Park.
Zhou Yang, couldn't you at least pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days to comfort me? I desperately need love and security right now.
If you refuse, I'll kill myself right here. With that, Qin Keqing smashed a cup on the table.
Crash.
Immediately afterward, Qin Keqing picked up a shark shard and pressed it against her pale neck.
Zhou Yang's expression instantly turned helpless.
His helplessness wasn't because Qin Keqing was threatening suicide. Rather, it was because the wish investment had triggered again.
Ding.
Detected Qin Keqing's wish. Seems I can't rush things. First, have Zhou Yang pretend to be my boyfriend to scare off Long Shu Kai, then return to the Qin family to help me fight for the heir position.
Host, do you wish to invest in this wish?
Investment options: A. 100 million dragon coins.
B. 200 million dragon coins. C. 500 million dragon coins. D. 1 billion dragon coins. Select any investment option.
Upon fulfilling the target wish, you'll receive a tenfold return on your investment. Per your prior request, the system has automatically selected option D. Investment successful. You will receive a 100 billion return.
Ding!
1 billion yuan has been automatically deducted from your account as the wish investment amount. Current balance 10,181,562,956.65 yuan.
052 Goddess, please behave, I'm no saint. Ding!
Investment in Qin Keqing's wish. Seems I can't rush things. First have Zhou Yang pretend to be my boyfriend to scare off Long Sakai, then return to the Qin family to help me vie for the heir position. Successful. 1 billion yuan in wish investment funds have been automatically deducted from the host's account. Current balance 10,181,562,956.65 yuan.
Hey, Tonzi Dad, this is. Hey! Zhou Yang inwardly raged. How could he just spring a wish investment on me out of nowhere? And this time, it's an unprecedented 10 billion return.
Even Zhou Yang, who'd seen his fair share of money, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath.
That's 10 billion. Equivalent to his entire current net worth.
At that moment, Zhou Yang's greed for money reached its peak.
Not taking money when it's offered is for suckers. Every wealthy tycoon built their fortune through hard work and perseverance. Every single deal matters.
After all, a penny saved is a penny earned. A rope can saw through wood, and water can wear away stone.
Wealth is nothing but a process of accumulation.
Swallowing hard, Zhou Yang suddenly felt that Qin Keqing's little trouble wasn't so troublesome after all.
Pretending to be a boyfriend? He'd done this before, it was second nature.
Damn it, a 9-story tower rises from a pile of earth, and a 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step. For the sake of money, I'll reluctantly accept this request from High City's most beautiful woman.
Thus, lured by the 10 billion yuan investment return promise, Zhou Yang instantly switched his tune.
His transformation was as swift as lightning. He adopted the look of a devoted suitor as he turned to Qin Keqing.
Oh dear, Keqing, you mustn't do anything rash. Quickly lower the window and throw it away. I'll agree to it. Pretending to be your boyfriend for a few days isn't that enough? Just put it down already. Zhou Yang's 180-degree attitude shift didn't strike those around him as abrupt. On the contrary, they all felt this was perfectly in line with Zhou Yang's deeply devoted persona.
Ruohua pouted beside them, her voice thick with envy as she wailed aloud.
See? Even the toughest facade can't withstand a single tear from the one you love.
Seeing true love finally win out makes me want to cry all of a sudden.
This is the best ending for a prince and princess. But why can't I meet a man like Zhou Yang? I'm so jealous of sister Qin Keqing.
Ruohua's shocking behavior made Zhou Yang want to scream, love-struck brain, get lost.
This Ruohua must have read too many online novels and left her brain at home.
Or maybe she's played Plants vs. Zombies too much and had her brain eaten by zombies.
How else could she be this sentimental?
But thanks to Ruohua's divine assist, Qin Keqing had achieved her goal. She'd always harbored a soft spot for Zhou Yang, the campus heartthrob from re-university days.
Now, she planned to nurture their relationship properly.
She gave Ruohua and the others a knowing wink.
Alright, it's getting late.
You guys should go rest first.
Zhou Yang and I need to catch up properly. After all these years apart, we have so much to talk about.
Ruohua, seemingly possessed by a sudden burst of energy, grabbed Officer Chen and led him away. She even made sure to remind Zhai Rang, Manager Ma, and the others.
Go on already. Stop being the third wheel.
In the end, only Qin Li and Qin Xingxing remained.
Truthfully, Zhou Yang hadn't wanted Qin Li to leave. But Qin Li obediently took Qin Xingxing and left. Zhou Yang, my brother just returned and is still shaken. I want to talk to him.
You and Miss Qin haven't seen each other in so long, catch up. With that, she led Qin Xingxing away without waiting for Zhou Yang to try to keep him.
Now, only Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang remained in the room. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually thickened. Yet both sat there awkwardly, neither making the first move to speak.
Zhou Yang scratched his head, genuinely unsure how to face Qin Keqing.
Surely this fake boyfriend wouldn't turn the tables and start singing his own tune, turning the charade into reality? So Zhou Yang fiddled with his phone and started posting to his moments. After all, he could earn rewards for posting up to 5 moments that day. He'd only posted 2 so far and needed to quickly fill the remaining 3 slots. First post. Video, Zhu Yun's stunned expression upon seeing butler Jean Manhwa pull out a diamond honeycomb handbag in the car. Caption, they say a bag cures all ills, can it cure envy too? No sooner had he posted it than replies started pouring in. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran at Chu Yun, young Master Chu, Zhou Yang actually dared to take a dig at you. Chu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University at same city errand service Zhang Haoran, you're everywhere. Show off your skills? Young Master Zhou was just broadening my horizons. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Chu Yun was thoroughly impressed. Immediately after, he posted a second WeChat moment. Video, the luxurious amenities aboard the bombardier jet and the breathtaking coastal views outside the window. Caption: The stewardess tricked me into thinking this was first class. Any experts out there, could such a spacious cabin really be first class? This one really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Xiao Bin, classmate of Doggy Rich Kid, this studio setup looks pretty convincing, huh? Adopted son Duan Yu, a Xiao Bin, university classmate of Doggy Rich Kid, can your studio even afford a bombardier? Zhou Yang smiled upon seeing Duan Yu's name. Now that he'd made it big, he naturally wanted to lift this good brother up with him. So he replied under Duan Yu's comment. Zhou Yang at Duan Yu, you rascal, come to Haicheng immediately. Tong Tian Dai. Godson Duan Yu at Zhou Yang, sky-reaching era? That's bold. Does this mean I can just chill out from now on? Zhou Yang, you're such a spoiled brat, living off your parents. Third WeChat moment. Video, footage of CK Park security escorting Qin Xingqing and Qin Keqing to the presidential suite. Caption: Rescuing hostages in an act of bravery, isn't the title-carrying citizen a fair reward? Qin Keqing, who just added Zhou Yang on WeChat, burst out laughing upon seeing this post. Qin Keqing at Zhou Yang, great job. You civic-minded citizen secretly filming me from behind, couldn't even find a flattering angle. Look at how ugly I am. University class monitor Wang Hui at Qin Keqing, holy cow, is that actually the real Qin family heiress, Qin Keqing? Xiao Bin, the rich kid's college classmate at Qin Keqing, Miss Qin, are you guys playing a murder mystery game with Zhou Yang? Qin Keqing, it's not a murder mystery game. Zhou Yang saved me from kidnappers. Who can resist someone with cash power? Cash power? Talking about cash power with the Qin family of Haicheng? The Qin family of Haicheng is a billionaire dynasty. And Zhou Yang actually earned such praise from Qin Keqing? Just how formidable must he be? Zhou Yang, of course, saw Qin Keqing's reply and instantly felt a bit uneasy. It felt like getting caught stealing melons by old Wang, the melon field guard. Qin Keqing, however, leaned in close to Zhou Yang with a playful smile. So, what do you think, is your social circle more fun, or is this lady more entertaining? Whoa. The double entendre in her words struck Zhou Yang as distinctly ambiguous. Zhou Yang couldn't help but clear his throat, his mind wandering. Miss Qin, please behave yourself. I'm only pretending to be your boyfriend for a few days. You don't need to test me like this. Besides, do I look like the kind of upright gentleman who can resist temptation? Seeing Zhou Yang's strained expression, Qin Keqing pursed her lips and giggled. Hey, Zhou Yang, what's with that look? Could it be that a stunning beauty like me asking you to be my boyfriend is actually putting you out? It's not that. Mainly, I'm afraid I won't pass the test. I've never been good at getting along with girls. Even when I've been alone with one occasionally, we've always been completely honest with each other. Zhou Yang genuinely had little experience being alone with girls. He wasn't lying about that. The candid he referred to was genuine candor without a shred of reserve, not even a shred of clothing. Qin Keqing hadn't grasped Zhou Yang's meaning yet, thinking he was just praising himself as an open and honest person. After all, she was still an inexperienced girl. Her understanding of dating relationships was still stuck at the stage of holding hands and chatting, making her seem a bit naive. So she simply walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Yang, hand in hand, and they began discussing life. They talked from moonrise to moonset, from the Renaissance to the cosmos, from the first emperor and Emperor Wu to the Mayan civilization. Finally, Zhou Yang was utterly exhausted. Was there anything wrong with wanting to see the big thunder? But Qin Keqing guarded him fiercely, shaking her head repeatedly. She insisted that only after Zhou Yang had successfully dissuaded her nominal fiancé, Long Sakai, would she grant him a formal chance to approach her. Zhou Yang inwardly cursed. What the hell was this dragon's beard cabbage nonsense? Or was it folded ear roots? Eventually, Zhou Yang drifted off to sleep, though he didn't know when. All he could hear was Qin Keqing's memories of college echoing in his ears. Hey, hey, hey! Don't fall asleep. You haven't agreed to come to my place tomorrow and help me deal with this mess. Annoying, how could you fall asleep just lying on my lap? Seeing him sleep so soundly, I'm starting to feel sleepy too. Qin Keqing's eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, a soft bundle nestled against Zhou Yang's face as she drifted off too. In the dead of night, Zhou Yang gasped for air and woke up choking. Wow. Who knew she was so slim, yet curvy in all the right places? Not a single inch skimped on. Zhou Yang struggled to extricate himself from Qin Keqing's embrace. He didn't want to leave, but he didn't want to make a mistake. With beauty now within easy reach, he saw no need to provoke trouble like Qin Keqing. The moment the clock struck midnight, it was harvest time once more. Ding! Host posted 5 moments yesterday. Remaining moments 0, breakdown, 2D tier, 1C tier, 1B tier, 1A tier. Rewards for each tier have been dispersed. Ding! A tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Fortune Cat Annual Pass. Upon activation, the host gains a loyal Fortune Cat companion with 100% loyalty and 100% attraction to women, providing 1,000 yuan in after-tax income per second. Ding! The tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Wealthy Match 3-game monthly pass. Upon activation, all host expenditures receive 100% cashback. Spend worry-free, boldly and confidently, your funds will never run dry. Daily reimbursement cap, 100 million. Ding. C-tier check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations on obtaining the Wish Investment Card Weekly Pass. Hosts can view target wishes. Investing in a target wish to help fulfill it grants a 10x return on investment.
Ding. D-tier check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations on obtaining the Piano Master Talent Card daily. Upon activation, the host gains world-class piano mastery.
Ding. Level D check-in reward has been automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Prank Dialogue Card daily card. Upon using this card, the host can hear the inner thoughts of the selected prank target during the card's active period.
Up to 3 prank targets may be selected daily. 053 Chin Kiching offering to massage my feet? Well, I won't hold back then. Oh ho. Seeing the check-in reward, Zhou Yang instantly grinned. An A-tier check-in reward? He checked it out. It was that WeChat Moments post where Chu Yun admitted defeat. And this a tier reward? A yearly membership card. This meant that after using the Fortune Cat, he could earn 86,400 seconds x 1,000 yuan daily for an entire year. That's 86.4 million yuan per day, totaling 31.536 billion yuan annually passive income. While the total earnings weren't as high as other cards, its strength lay in stability. Having this fixed income every day without needing to work for it, isn't that bliss? Plus, this lucky cat has a special perk. It boosts your appeal to girls by 100%. That ability should be useful, right? Zhou Yang tapped his chin, finding it rather useless. He was a big spender. Now did he really need a cat to attract girls? He could handle it himself. As for the other cards, they were all trial passes for specific scenarios. Currently in Zhou Yang's system inventory were God Tier Fortune Cat Annual Pass, God Tier Match 3 Game Monthly Pass, Wish Investment Card Weekly Pass, Health Analysis Card Weekly Pass, Piano Master Talent Card Daily Pass, Pranking Dialogue Card Daily Pass, and Red Envelope Splitter Card Daily Pass. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang activated the first 3 cards immediately. These were all cards that could increase his assets, allowing his wealth to expand further. Even though he was already quite wealthy, no VIP would ever complain about having too much money. More was always better. Early the next morning, they checked out of the hotel and prepared to return home. As they departed, the lobby manager, Pella, lingered with evident reluctance. She discreetly pulled Zhou Yang aside to a corner and performed a health exercise routine for him. This trip had been meticulously arranged by the golden butler Ma Huayun, far surpassing the service provided by Zhai Rang's butler. Their seats, naturally, were in first class, the ultra-luxury variety. The flight attendants were all model-like, professional yet sweet, their voices dripping with sugar. Zhou Yang was completely mesmerized. Before Zhou Yang even entered the cabin, a pair of white gloves adorned with lace patterns gently took his arm. "Sir, your seat is over here. I'm your personal attendant, Xiaolan. Please let me know if you need anything." Zhou Yang instinctively placed a hand on his waist, his eyes gleaming. "Really? Anything at all?" Xiaolan, well-traveled and courteous, replied without refusal. "Sir, rest assured. Our service is meticulous and professional, guaranteeing your utmost satisfaction throughout your journey." Just as Zhou Yang was about to inquire further about the service, Qin Keqing stepped in between them with a smile. "Zhou Yang, what kind of service are you inquiring about? Why are you asking so many detailed questions?" Zhou Yang blinked. "Naturally, all the services you can provide." Qin Keqing covered her mouth and giggled. "Zhou Yang, this can't be your first time flying first class, can it? Why are you asking the flight attendant all these questions? Or, do you have other ideas in mind?" Zhou Yang was momentarily speechless. He couldn't exactly say he had other intentions. So what if I haven't? I'm just naturally curious and love to explore." Qin Keqing knew Zhou Yang wasn't hiding anything good, so she waved to the flight attendant. "Everyone, please step outside for now. We'll call you if we need anything." Xiaolan shot Zhou Yang a resentful glance. She'd already guessed that Qin Keqing was the hostess here today's big tip was probably slipping through her fingers. So Xiaolan didn't dare linger. She slipped a small card with a QR code into Zhou Yang's hand and hurried away. Zhou Yang tucked the card into his pocket, sucked on his toothpick in frustration, and shot Qin Keqing a displeased look. This Qin Keqing, how dare she so brazenly interfere with his plans? She hadn't even become his official girlfriend yet, and she was already acting like she owned the place? If he didn't teach her a lesson, wouldn't she end up controlling him completely? After taking his seat, Zhou Yang turned his gaze outward toward Qinli. "Lili, my shoulders feel stiff. Could you give them a rub?" Qinli looked at Zhou Yang, whose expression seemed somewhat haggard, and couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. "Zhou Yang, have you been overworking yourself these past few days? Why do you look so drained?" A wave of warmth washed over Zhou Yang. This girl really understood him. "I have been overworking myself. I haven't gotten enough rest lately and really need your little hands to comfort me." Seeing Zhou Yang's persistent teasing, Qinli's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. "Then let me massage your shoulders to help you relax?" I recently learned some new wellness techniques, not sure if they'll work though. Zhou Yang knew Qin Li was shy. It took a lot of courage for her to say such things in front of so many people. But seeing her flushed cheeks, he couldn't resist teasing her. Are these techniques legit? If they're not, I'm not doing it. Qin Li shot Zhou Yang a playful glare, her cheeks flushing even redder. Everyone's watching. Zhou Yang, please don't be like this, okay? Just then, Qin Keqing also sensed the unusual nature of their relationship. Hey, Zhou Yang, what's going on between you two? Don't tell me you're, that kind of relationship? Zhou Yang shot Qin Keqing a sidelong glance and retorted irritably. Miss Qin, you're really meddling in things that aren't your business. We're just pretending to be a couple. Do you really need to meddle in my private life? Qin Keqing snorted and fell silent. She simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep out of sight, out of mind. This Zhou Yang was utterly detestable. She thought he was a devoted soul, hopelessly in love with her. But now it turned out he was just another philanderer. It proved that old saying true, if you can trust a man, pigs will fly. But then again, something didn't feel quite right. Officer Ruahua had clearly stated that Zhou Yang harbored a secret crush on her, treating her like his idealized love interest. He even splurged 100 million to hire General Subu to rescue her. These facts couldn't possibly be fabricated, could they? Therefore, there could only be one truth: Zhou Yang wasn't ready to embrace this relationship yet, hence his inner resistance. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had now agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend, a significant step forward. Next, she would use her tolerance, generosity, and tenderness to soothe Zhou Yang's fragile, sensitive heart. She would cherish him deeply, a way to make up for all those years he'd silently adored her. After filling in all the details in her mind, Qin Keqing felt she had uncovered the truth, and a subtle excitement stirred within her once more. Yes, that must be it. Zhou Yang had definitely been trying to provoke her earlier. She surmised that Zhou Yang had used Qin Li to test her reaction. After all, for a successful man, how could he not have some romantic entanglements outside? Men who stray outside their relationships don't necessarily do it for love, sometimes it's a necessity driven by their careers. So it's understandable if men compromise themselves and stay with people they don't like for the sake of their careers. Therefore, she should show more magnanimity toward Zhou Yang. That way, Zhou Yang wouldn't feel constrained, allowing him to focus more fully on his career. After coming to this realization, she broke into a smile. Zhou Yang, I've been reflecting. It was my fault for judging you unfairly. I apologize for that. Miss Qin Li, please help Zhou Yang with a shoulder massage. As his current girlfriend, it's actually my duty to do so. Now, Zhou Yang, place your feet on my lap and I'll massage them for you. What? Zhou Yang was stunned by Qin Keqing's words. This woman isn't just busty, is she? Her imagination must be pretty wild too? How did she manage to pull off such a 180-degree attitude shift? He couldn't figure it out, couldn't make sense of it, couldn't understand it. Well, never mind then. Might as well enjoy every second it lasts. Only a fool wouldn't know how to savor the moment. Zhou Yang tentatively slipped off his shoes, draping his feet still wrapped in slightly steamy socks over Qin Keqing's gradient white stockings. No way around it, Zhou Yang had only recently gotten rich, and his personal hygiene hadn't quite caught up yet. He might be as handsome as the readers imagined, but feet that walked too much still peeled, sweated, and stank. Qin Keqing's petite face visibly twisted in disgust. It had to be said, Zhou Yang's feet were genuinely a bit smelly. Seeing her expression, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her deliberately. What's this? Already disgusted? Who was it just now saying they'd give their boyfriend a foot massage? Trying to back out now? No, I didn't. Qin Keqing wrinkled her nose and turned her face away as she helped Zhou Yang remove his stinky socks. But the next second, the rough skin on his heel instantly scraped a streak through her white stockings. Ah! Ouch! You hurt me! Seeing Qin Keqing's delicate reaction, Zhou Yang immediately pursed his lips. I think we should just stop. If someone hears us, they'll think I did something to you. After all, we're on a plane, it's not a good look. Zhou Yang glanced around and noticed that Jai Rang, Ruo, Officer Zhou, and Jin Steward Manhwa had all turned their faces away, pretending to sleep. After all, no one could stand watching a guy enjoying the best of both worlds flaunt his love right here. Zhou Yang shrugged. He didn't want this either, he was just being forced into it. Man, being a guy is just too damn hard. Qin Keqing wasn't giving up. Her imagination was running wild again. When he told me to stop earlier, it must have been because he was worried his feet smelled too bad and didn't want to embarrass me. That's proof he cares about me. Zhou Yang does so much for me. Always subtly showing his concern. But the more Zhou Yang acts like this, the more guilty I feel. I can't back down now. I have to do something for Zhou Yang, that's what a proper girlfriend does. Just look at these feet, you can tell how hard Zhou Yang has been working these past days. The calluses on his soles show how far he's walked. But he endures so much hardship while putting on a carefree front. This man is perfect in every way except he's too stubborn. Qin Keqing thought of these things and didn't mind Zhou Yang's strong foot odor at all. She even took out her YSL perfume, lightly sprayed it on her hands, and carefully massaged Zhou Yang's feet. "Zhou Yang, I can handle it. Don't worry about me being delicate. For you, I'll learn anything." Ha! What was this woman thinking? Has she never been pursued by a man? Or never been loved? Is she this love-struck? Zhou Yang eyed Qin Keqing suspiciously as she diligently massaged his feet, wondering if she had some ulterior motive. But Qin Keqing was genuinely putting effort into the massage, not slacking off at all. That earnest expression didn't seem like she was putting on an act. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yang couldn't help but stroke his chin. Am I just being overly suspicious? Could it be that my image, handsome, wealthy, and with calloused heels, had reached a level capable of conquering the hearts of countless young women? Just as Zhou Yang was beginning to feel rather pleased with himself, Qin Keqing lifted her head and flicked away the sweat-dampened strands of hair clinging to her forehead with the back of her hand. "Zhou Yang, I just received news. My father may not make it through today. His only wish is to see me find a suitable husband before he passes. Could you accompany me to the Qin residence to see him one last time? 054 gifts shouldn't exceed 5,000, but the butler spent 50 million? Zhou Yang, I beg you, I don't want my father to leave this world with regrets. You have to help me, okay?" Qin Keqing looked at Zhou Yang pitifully, a glistening tear hanging from the corner of her eye. Zhou Yang had previously heard from Officer Chen and others that Qin Shao, the patriarch of the Qin family, had been in a severe car accident and remained unconscious to this day. Hearing now that he was beyond saving came as no surprise. Moreover, he had accepted a system mission to resolve the Qin family's troubles for Qin Keqing. Therefore, paying a visit to the Qin residence was indeed necessary. Zhou Yang nodded. "All right, we'll head to the Qin residence this afternoon. Actually, your father might still be saved, it's just unclear if we'll have enough time." Zhou Yang said this because he possessed a health analysis card, Zhou card. This card could be used once daily to activate its analysis capability. It would quantify the target's various attributes, converting them into percentage-based statistics. After analysis, the host could modify any single attribute value of the target, with each adjustment limited to no more than 30% and the duration of the modification being customizable. As the name implies, it could either lower a healthy person's health score or raise an unhealthy person's health score, a double-edged sword. Moreover, you can customize the duration of the effect, altering the target's health status for as little as 1 minute or as long as 100 years. The only drawback is that it can only be used once per day, and each modification is limited to a 30% change. Possessing this card might just save Old Master Qin. Of course, that assumes Old Master Qin is still alive when Zhou Yang and the others reach the Qin residence. If he's already kicked the bucket, even a god wouldn't be able to help. But Zhou Yang's words kindled a glimmer of hope within Qin Keqing. "Zhou Yang, are you serious? Is there still hope for my father? If it means saving my father, I'll do anything you ask." Qin Keqing knew Zhou Yang possessed extraordinary connections, especially his steward, a man shrouded in mystery who could handle any unusual request. So instinctively, she believed Zhou Yang could surely help revive her father. Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly and said calmly, "As long as he's still alive, there's a way. If I can't save him, then no one in this world can." This wasn't Zhou Yang boasting after all. With the health analysis card in hand, he had the capital to back it up. Under Qin Keqing's gaze, Zhou Yang actually closed his eyes, reclining comfortably in his seat with an air of contentment. But to Qin Keqing, this scene was anything but ordinary. Her mind began to wander once more. Could Zhou Yang be some kind of miracle doctor? He's smiling so easily, clearly confident. What does that mean? It means my father can be saved. This is wonderful. Zhou Yang never boasts, yet he's quietly done so much to help me. Where else could I find such a wonderful man? I can't just let Zhou Yang keep giving without showing any appreciation. I need to make him feel even more comfortable. So Qin Keqing massaged Zhou Yang's feet with renewed focus. She focused especially on the Yongquan point at the center of his soul, kneading it vigorously for quite some time. It was said this acupoint, connected to the foot Shaoyin kidney meridian, one of the body's 12 primary meridians, offered significant benefits for men. Zhou Yang drifted off comfortably in his seat. When he opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at Haicheng Airport. The 3 days had flown by. Returning to Haicheng left Zhou Yang feeling a vague sense of unreality about everything that had happened. He suddenly recalled that he already owned a home in Haicheng in Guanhaishu, the city's most promising real estate development. Outside the airport, Butler Jin's driver, Manhwa had already arranged for a car to wait in the underground garage. They wasted almost no time and returned directly to Zhou Yang's villa. Officer Chen and Ruohua had already gotten out along the way. For them, this rescue mission was complete, and they were off to carry out new assignments. As he exited the vehicle, Officer Chen grasped Zhou Yang's hand with gratitude. "Zhou Yang, rest assured that commendation banner you requested for your act of civic duty? I'll personally have Ruohua deliver it to you." Zhou Yang didn't object to this after all, it was well deserved. He believed that with such a significant achievement under his belt, Officer Chen might well be promoted to deputy chief before his retirement. But such matters were beyond Zhou Yang's concern. As for Zhou Yang, he was picked up by his own butler the moment he stepped off the plane. After all, as the young master of the deep-sea dragon palace, the weight of responsibility on his shoulders was considerable, understandable. Although Zhou Yang hadn't been able to offer much assistance during this trip to Banati, Zhou Yang remained deeply grateful to him. Sometimes, whether one could actually help or not wasn't important, the intention itself was enough. Qin Li, accompanied by Qin Xingxing, had originally intended to return to her own rental apartment. But Zhou Yang tossed her a key. Find a room in the villa to stay in. When I'm away, you're the mistress of the house. This left Qin Li both flattered and overwhelmed, making her even more devoted to Zhou Yang. Qin Keqing merely glanced at him a few times without saying much. This was the true mark of a capable man, wasn't it? Men who could only cower at home listening to their wives' lectures were bound to amount to nothing. Of course, one shouldn't judge all men by that standard. Her father, Qin Xiao, was quite accomplished. Upon returning to the villa, Zhou Yang was startled to find the front door wide open. Whoa! Zhou Yang almost thought he'd walked into the wrong house. Did I get the wrong villa? But just as Zhou Yang hesitated, someone inside heard the commotion at the door and came out. It was Hua, the female sales agent who had helped him buy the house earlier. Spotting Zhou Yang's return, Hua immediately bowed with professional efficiency, gesturing him inside. Greetings, esteemed homeowner Mr. Zhou. I am Hua, your personal property manager. Pursuant to the management authorization agreement you previously signed, I am currently cleaning your residence. It is a pleasure to see you home. Please come in. Zhou Yang slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had indeed signed some kind of authorization agreement back then. The owner wasn't home, yet someone was cleaning the place. This service was truly top-notch. Zhou Yang gave Hua an approving look before asking curiously. Hua, I recall you were in sales before. How did you end up in property management? Hua looked slightly embarrassed at Zhou Yang's question. Young Master Zhou, as you know, because of your order, my relationship with our master, Wang Jian, became strained. He made my life miserable by constantly giving me a hard time. Later, when the head of the property department heard you held me in high regard, he specifically arranged for me to transfer over as your personal butler. I handle household chores, grocery shopping, and provide 24-hour emergency call service for you. Oh. Zhou Yang understood. He casually glanced at the name tag pinned to Hua's prominent chest. Guanhai Property Private Butler, Lu Dianhua. ID 001. Zhou Yang memorized Hua's name. He casually asked, with you here, I won't need to hire a nanny, right? Lu Tianhua smiled sweetly, her lips pressed together. Young Master Zhou, you may consider me your personal assistant. You may instruct me to handle any matter. In truth, Lu Tianhua possessed quite favorable attributes, and near-perfect appearance coupled with efficient professional skills made her quite pleasant to work with. With such a beautiful and capable personal assistant, life wouldn't be too lonely from now on. Zhou Yang nodded. In that case, I'll transfer you 1 million yuan first. Use it to buy a car you like for getting around. It'll make it easier to call on you for tasks. Also, find me another apartment in Guanhai Ishu. Make sure it's the same standard as this one. Call me once you've found it. Lu Tianhua was overwhelmed with gratitude. She truly hadn't expected Zhou Yang to be so extravagant, giving her a 1 million yuan red envelope upon their first meeting. Working as a salesperson, it would take her 3 years to earn that much. Thank you, young Master Zhou. I'll handle it immediately. After dismissing Lu Tianhua, Zhou Yang turned his attention to the head butler, Ma Huayun. Mr. Ma, I'll be heading to the Qin residence with Miss Qin Keqing shortly. Please prepare gifts for the patriarch of the Qin family, his 3 sons, and their wives. Hurry, I need to depart immediately. The Cullinan is in the garage. Here are the keys. You'll drive Miss Qin Keqing and me there shortly. Yes, sir. Ma Huayun sprang into action immediately. Handling external affairs was best left to the golden steward, Ma Huayun. 15 minutes later, Ma Huayun had the gifts ready and explained the situation to Zhou Yang. Young master, the gifts are ready. As far as I know, the Qin family patriarch, Qin Siyuan, has a deep passion for jade and cultural artifacts. He even built a Buddhist hall for chanting sutras. Therefore, I have prepared for him a 9-inch glass-like jade Buddha from Hotan, valued at 18.88 million yuan. For the eldest master, Qin Xiao, and his wife, we have prepared a genuine Tanging fan painting, Autumn Wind and Silk Fan, valued at 16.88 million yuan. For the second master, Qin Feng, and his wife, we have a case of 1990 Romani Conti red wine valued at 8.88 million yuan. For the third master, Qin Bing, we have a Patek Philippe 5208P wristwatch valued at 6.66 million yuan, freshly acquired from an auction house. Young master, shall we depart now? Let's go. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction, thoroughly impressed by Ma Huayun's efficiency. 15 minutes to handle everything. If it were him, he probably wouldn't even be dressed yet. That's the difference. But leaving professional matters to professionals, wasn't that the whole point of being the boss? He casually posted a moment to his social feed. Video, gifts in every size. Caption, hey, I told the butler to keep gifts under 5,000, but he blew 50 million. Half a day's living expenses gone again. The moment Zhou Yang posted this on his Moments, it was bound to cause a minor stir. Adopted son Duanyu, adoptive father? I don't need half a day's allowance, 10 minutes worth is plenty. By Shui, who's so lucky to get gifts prepared by young Master Zhou. Jai Rang, young master of the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace, Mr. Zhou's thigh hold on tight. Xu Yun, CEO of St. John's Imperial Polytechnic University, don't compete with me, this thigh is mine. Class monitor Wang Hui, hey, haven't seen you in days. Pulling new tricks now? Even willing to create a fake account to play the stooge? Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, accepting likes and comments on Moments 1 Yuan per post. Chao Bin, university classmate of the rich kid, seeing this lavishly decorated post every day? I'm blocking your Moments. Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly at this. The real rich kids are scrambling to kiss ass, while the losers are just mocking and sniping. Don't they know that to get rich, you gotta pave the way first? Once the path is paved, it will inevitably be useful. If you don't pave it, who will use it for you? As Zhou Yang scrolled through the comments, a freshly posted one caught his eye. Xin Kaching, hee, it feels so good to have someone backing you up. 055 feels so good to have someone backing you up. For Zhou Yang, casually gifting around 50 million yuan was merely half a day's earnings from his money tree. But for Xin Kaching, it was downright terrifying. The Qin family was a colossal powerhouse in Haicheng, but casually gifting tens of millions like that wasn't something they could pull off so effortlessly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so stingy when facing the kidnappers' multi-million ransom demands. This feeling of having someone backing you up was truly wonderful. Even as a pampered heiress, she couldn't help but be utterly charmed by Zhou Yang, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Once seated in the car, Xin Kaching's head instinctively leaned toward Zhou Yang, nestling against his shoulder. He only had to lower his head slightly to catch the delicate fragrance wafting from her hair. Zhou Yang, why are you so good to me? Is that all? Zhou Yang's large hand instinctively wrapped around Xin Kaching's slender waist. He mimicked the tone of a bandit from a certain movie. Not nearly done yet. Feeling Zhou Yang's restless hands, Xin Kaching shifted her body slightly, yet made no move to resist. Sooner or later, she would be his anyway, might as well consider this an advance payment. Qin Kurson, filled with joy, brought Zhou Yang to the Qin family estate. The Qins were a prominent family, owning several top-tier mansions in the Tianyun Villa district of South China. However, Xin Kaching, desperate to save her father, first brought Zhou Yang to Villa number 2 where her father resided. As they stepped onto the porch, a loud clang echoed. A young man with scratch marks on his face emerged from the door, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, cursing furiously. The young man first kicked the ground in front of the door in anger, then spat viciously on the pavement, clearly still seething. Pfft, that old fart really doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. Thought this was still back when that old fart Xin Xiao was alive? Ha! Sooner or later, I'll make both her and her daughter bend to my will. Xin Kaching, hearing the young man's nonsense, flew into a rage. Like an enraged kitten, she pounced forward. Xin Fan, what are you doing here? Qin Fan, son of 3rd Master Qin Bing, was the sole heir carrying on the Qin family line for 3 generations. Spotting Xin Kaching below the steps, Qin Fan curled his lip. To see if your father's dead, of course. I'm waiting to take all the shares out of his hands. Too bad your mother, that good for nothing, doesn't understand who's in charge of the Qin family now. Heh, she actually dared to kick me out. What a mess. Though Qin Kaching appeared docile and sensible before Zhou Yang, she was like a different person when facing Qin Fan. Qin Fan, shut your filthy mouth. Who do you call a? Qin Fan gave a cold laugh. Who else could it be? You and your mother, of course. Listen to me, nicely persuade your mother to hand over your father's shares. Otherwise, neither you nor your mother will get off lightly. Qin Fan bared his teeth menacingly at Qin Kaching before turning his gaze to Zhou Yang. Oh? Bringing home a pretty boy now? Looks like I can't let your dad's shares fall into your hands either. Better not let outsiders get their hands on our Qin family fortune. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Why come over here to insult Zhou Yang when you should be directing your anger at Qin Kaching? Wasn't he just asking for trouble? Zhou Yang slapped Qin Fan hard across the face, sending him flying down the steps. Who do you think you're cursing? Do you think you can just insult me? Seeing Zhou Yang resort to violence without warning, Qin Fan's 2 bodyguards immediately charged forward to attack Zhou Yang, intent on avenging their boss. But Zhou Yang didn't even bother to look at them. He kicked each one straight down the stairs. What a joke! He was an elite special forces ace, dealing with a couple of bodyguards was child's play. So he casually showed off his skills, looking so cool it was almost unbelievable. This utterly mesmerized Qin Kaching. How can a man be this perfect? Rich, handsome, and skilled in martial arts. Of course, Qin Kaching was referring to the real kind of martial arts. Qin Fan scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. What? You dare hit me? I sure as hell do. Zhou Yang casually rubbed his fingers. You've got some nerve, you know. That stung like hell. This infuriating remark instantly sent Qin Fan into a rage. Kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? But all he got in return was Zhou Yang's indifferent reply. I know? You're Qin Fan, son of Qin Bing? So what? Is that supposed to mean something?
Hearing Zhou Yang state his identity with such composure, Qin Fan momentarily lost his grasp on Zhou Yang's background.
Could this kid be the backup Qin Keqing brought in?
In Haichang, no one dares speak to me, Qin Fan, like this.
So this kid's background must be more complicated than it seems. No way. I gotta get back and talk to my dad first. We need to check this kid out before doing anything. Can't just go picking fights with powerful enemies.
Qin Fan clutched his left cheek, which was beginning to swell, as he rose from the ground. He shot Zhou Yang a vicious glare. Then he left behind a parting shot, part threat, part warning.
Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. This is the Qin family's internal affair. Meddling won't end well for you.
No matter how powerful your connections are, in Haichang, the Qin family calls the shots.
With that, Qin Fan waved his hand and scrambled away, practically crawling, with his 2 bodyguards in tow. Zhou Yang watched Qin Fan's retreating figure and couldn't help but chuckle.
He'd long heard rumors that Qin Fan was the Sea Emperor, Haichang's spoiled rich kid, and today's encounter proved it true. But after that confrontation, the feud between them was now set in stone.
Zhou Yang knew the Qin family wielded immense power and wouldn't let this matter rest. Trouble was bound to follow.
Just as Zhou Yang pondered his next move, Qin Keqing suddenly wrapped her arms around him from behind.
Zhou Yang, if it weren't for you just now, I wouldn't have known what to do. You're just too kind to me, sniffle. But Zhou Yang didn't catch a single word Qin Keqing said. His mind was fully occupied with analyzing the pressure formula. Calculating based on P equals Fs. Ouch. Qin Keqing's figure was simply too perfect, causing the pressure on Zhou Yang's back to be unevenly distributed, all concentrated on the sides. Feeling the astonishing elasticity radiating from her back, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of blood rushing to his head. Holy crap! Salute to the flag.
Of course, Zhou Yang hadn't forgotten the main task at hand.
Hey, don't hold me so tightly. Let's go inside first and see how Uncle is doing. After Zhou Yang's gentle reminder, Qin Keqing immediately stopped crying. That's right. They had come back to save her father, Qin Shao.
Qin Fan's earlier commotion had nearly made her forget that. Qin Keqing hurriedly climbed the front steps and unlocked the door with her facial recognition.
Zhou Yang, hurry inside. I'm afraid my father won't hold on much longer.
Before entering, Zhou Yang was still maliciously speculating whether a crowd had gathered inside, or if some white-bearded medical genius was treating the Qin family patriarch, Qin Shao. After all, Zhou Yang was a brainless reader with 175,200 hours logged on a certain website. All those war god-in-law novels he devoured described it that way. To save someone, you had to defeat the medical luminary first. But when Zhou Yang entered Villa No. 2 of Qin Keqing's residence, the bustling scene he'd imagined crowded with people, packed with renowned physicians, didn't materialize. Instead, it was eerily quiet. The vast villa was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang entered carrying gifts, yet no one came to greet them, not a single person. Qin Keqing called out with some displeasure.
Aunt Wang? Is Aunt Wang here? Uncle Gao? Is Uncle Gao here? Uncle Zhang, is Uncle Zhang here?
After calling out several times with no one coming to greet them, Qin Keqing muttered in puzzlement.
How strange, where are the housekeeper, the butler, the driver?
The unusual state of the house made Qin Keqing blink her large eyes repeatedly, her expression filled with confusion.
Zhou Yang, however, scanned the interior furnishings, his eyes narrowing slightly.
The items scattered haphazardly in the living room were already covered in a thin layer of dust, clearly untouched by cleaning hands in recent days. Evidently, the servants of the Qin Shao household, too, knew to avoid misfortune and had all fled.
It was only human nature.
With Qin Shao gravely ill and near death, the Qin family's authority had already shifted to the third son, Qin Bing.
Any servant with half a brain wouldn't dare cross Qin Bing at this critical juncture.
The main branch of the Qin family now likely had no one left except Qin Keqing's parents.
At this thought, Zhou Yang couldn't help but shake his head.
It truly embodies the saying, once the guest leaves, the tea grows cold, to the fullest extent.
He couldn't help but speak up. No need to search.
They've likely all been driven away by Qin Fan's men.
Hurry and find your parents. Don't let anything happen to them.
Qin Keqing, alerted by Zhou Yang's words, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. She hurried up the stairs to her father's room. Zhou Yang followed closely behind Qin Keqing. Upon reaching her father's room, they found a woman in a cheapao dress sobbing softly as she clung to the hospital bed.
Old man, once you're gone, I'll be left all alone and helpless. How could you bear to abandon me like this? Did you hear just now?
That ingrate Qin Fan came to seize the shares you painstakingly accumulated. You raised his entire family, yet they've done nothing for the clan. Now they want a third of the shares. Not only do they show no gratitude, but they repay kindness with betrayal, driving our family to ruin. Just then, Qin Keqing cried out from the doorway, Mom. The woman lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes unable to conceal her captivating charm. A woman in her prime, past her youth, is at her most captivating.
Zhou Yang couldn't help but study her closely. This woman's features bore a striking resemblance to Qin Keqing's. Yet she didn't look old at all, appearing as if she and Qin Keqing were sisters. Zhou Yang knew this must be Qin Keqing's mother, Zhu Qiuyan. The figure lying on the bed could only be Qin Xiao. But at this moment, Qin Xiao's electrocardiogram showed barely any fluctuations, approaching a flat line. Had Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing arrived even a minute later, Qin Xiao would likely have already passed away. Upon seeing Qin Keqing, Zhu Qiuyan's sobs grew even more heart-wrenching. "You little brat, you're finally back. The entire Qin family is now hoping your father dies so they can divide up his vacated shares. If your father really dies, we'll be left as a widow and orphan in the Qin family, completely helpless. They'll definitely try to wipe out our family line. Your father is clearly on his last legs. From now on, this entire family depends on you. You must marry well and restore our honor. That young master from the Long family in Shanghai seems quite suitable. After your father's funeral, you two should marry right away." As Zhu Qiuyan spoke, tears began to fall once more. Qin Keqing glanced at the faintly flickering electrocardiogram and couldn't help but pout. "Mom, what are you saying? Dad isn't dead yet. Don't speak such unlucky words. Besides, I already have someone in mind. I'm not marrying that old fogey." As if laying her cards on the table, Qin Keqing suddenly pulled Zhou Yang over. "Mom, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Zhou Yang." 056 health analysis card activated, Qin Xiao awakens. Qin Keqing stole a glance at Zhou Yang as she introduced him to her mother with utmost seriousness. "Mom, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Zhou Yang. I came back specifically to ask Zhou Yang to treat Dad. Trust me, he'll be fine." When Qin Keqing mentioned Zhou Yang, her eyes sparkled with joy. The happiness radiating from her was utterly impossible to hide. After announcing all this to her mother, she turned to Zhou Yang with a secret smile. "Right, Zhou Yang?" Zhu Qiuyan lifted her tear-filled eyes, staring at Qin Keqing in disbelief. Had Qin Keqing not pointed him out, Zhu Qiuyan wouldn't have noticed. Qin Keqing hadn't entered the room alone, she'd brought a young, handsome man with her. "To treat your father? To save him?" Even Sun Shini, the best specialist in our entire high city, has given up. "Keqing, don't waste your effort, it's useless. Your father's organs have already failed. He won't last more than 2 days. No amount of effort will bring a miracle." But the next moment, Zhu Qiuyan leapt from her chair like a cat caught by the tail. She had overlooked a crucial detail in Qin Keqing's words: Zhou Yang was her boyfriend. Boyfriend? When had she ever permitted Qin Keqing to secretly date someone? Qin Keqing's boyfriend could only be Long Shucai, the eldest son of the Long family. Thus, Zhu Qiuyan gave Zhou Yang another piercing stare, her expression darkening visibly. "Oomph. A toad trying to eat swan meat?" Zhou Yang knew he was being targeted again. Suddenly, Zhu Qiuyan unleashed a torrent of attacks like a dam bursting. She had now fully transformed into battle mode, unleashing a barrage of firepower. "Daughter, can't you see through such a simple trick? That boy is clearly after your money and status. He deliberately approached you to deceive you. If Mom hadn't warned you, you'd end up losing both fortune and love, maybe even hang yourself in despair. Take my advice, break up with him immediately. Regret it for a month after parting, but regret it for a lifetime if you don't. You'll never find happiness with someone like him. As women, we'd rather cry in a Porsche than laugh on a bicycle." "Ha?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. A handsome, wealthy playboy like him, and people were calling him a petty con artist? Sure, the Qins were loaded, but he wasn't exactly broke either. He could casually access 30 billion in cash flow, something even the Qins, with their so-called 100 billion yuan assets, probably couldn't match. After all, assets needed to be liquidated, but cash flow was cash flow. The two were incomparable. Seeing Zhou Yang remain silent, Zhu Qiuyan couldn't help but shout at him. "Young man, stop always thinking about taking these crooked shortcuts. Now, get out of here immediately and stay far away from my daughter. Do you hear me?" Seeing her mother's anger, Qin Keqing awkwardly stuck out her little tongue at Zhou Yang before hugging Zhu Qiuyan's arm and saying, "Mom, what are you saying? Zhou Yang is my daughter's savior. If he hadn't paid that 100 million ransom to get her back, and if it weren't for the 10 million our Qin family contributed, she might never have returned. Besides, Zhou Yang isn't some petty con artist. He's a young entrepreneur with substantial assets. Look, he even brought you a gift." As she spoke, Qin Keqing shot a meaningful glance at Zhou Yang, signaling him to present the gift. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and produced the priceless Tang Dynasty artifact prepared by Manhwa Tangyan's Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan. The maiden in this Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan painting possessed a delicate beauty and graceful form, every detail revealing Tang Yan's meticulous observation of women. Though the painting's overall palette was soft and elegant, the lady's gently swaying silk fan and the fluttering of her robes in the autumn breeze vividly captured her yearning for her beloved, rendered with remarkable lifelike precision. This is an exceptionally expressive masterpiece of painting, possessing immense artistic value. Qin Keqing's father, Qin Xiao, and Zhu Qiuyan were both passionate connoisseurs of calligraphy and painting, possessing exceptional discernment. When Zhou Yang produced the painting, Zhu Qiuyan's eyes widened in astonishment. This, could it truly be Autumn Breeze and Silk Fan? Good heavens! The brushwork, the artistic realm, the composition all bear Tang Yin's unmistakable signature style. This is undoubtedly an authentic Tang Yin. Ranked first on the Dragon and Tiger list, 1,000 drunken revelries among the courtesans the seal matches too. It's genuine, absolutely genuine. Having long assisted Qin Shao in collecting treasures, Zhu Qiuyan knew the value of this painting all too well. This painting was worth at least 10 million. Perhaps even 20 million. To part with such an expensive gift so casually showed just how deep Zhou Yang's pockets were. One must understand that paintings like this aren't merely bought with money, they require connections, influence, and power. All three are indispensable. Seeing Zhu Qiuyan's stunned expression, Qin Keqing couldn't help but press her lips together in a sweet smile. Mom, do you believe me now? With Zhou Yang's wealth, he'd never need to deceive his daughter. Come to think of it, we were college classmates back then, your daughter even secretly harbored feelings for him. Ha! Qin Keqing's playful banter with her mother made Zhou Yang's eyes widen in surprise. Holy crap! The most beautiful woman in Haicheng actually said she once liked him? That's a bit far-fetched. Sure, he was handsome enough to be a Reader's Digest cover model, but back then, he was a total broke ass. Did a broke guy even deserve love? Zhou Yang stared at Qin Keqing with disbelief, unsure if her words were true. At that moment, Qin Keqing's mother, Zhu Qiuyan, visibly relaxed, her gaze toward Zhou Yang softening considerably. It seemed her daughter's standards for a partner weren't too shabby after all. This Zhou Yang might not be any worse than that young master from the Long family. In that case, she really couldn't interfere. Seeing her mother no longer objecting, Qin Keqing instantly puffed out her chest like a triumphant rooster, brimming with pride. She shot Zhou Yang a flirtatious glance and gave him a subtle nod with her chin. Hey, what are you standing there like a dummy for? Hurry up and figure out how to save my dad. If we wait any longer, it might really be too late. No sooner had Qin Keqing finished speaking than the system's crisp upgrade notification sounded. Ding! Detected Qin Keqing's wish, Zhou Yang, you must wake my father. Host, do you wish to invest? Investment options, A 0.1% equity in Qin Group. B 0.2% equity in Qin Group. C 0.5% equity in Qin Group. D 1% equity in Qin Group. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will obtain 10% equity in Qin Group. Whoa! Qin Group is a behemoth corporation worth hundreds of billions. Its market value is conservatively estimated at over 100 billion. A 10% stake means a 10 billion yuan market value. This is like manna from heaven. Yes. Zhou Yang didn't hesitate for a second. This was the respect a high roller had for making money. When it comes to making money, one must be proactive. Because if you don't love wealth, wealth won't love you. Zhou Yang composed himself and turned his gaze toward Qin Shao, the patriarch of the Qin family, lying on the bed. Health analysis card, activate. As the health analysis card activated, a data panel instantly appeared above Qin Zhao's head. Patient, Qin Shao. Health level, 12% health range, 0-100. Below 0 indicates irreversible death with no further modification possible. 40% allows revival, 80% denotes normal health, 100% grants immunity to all diseases. Damaged areas 19, fractures of the 5th, 6th, and 7th ribs on the left side, bone fragments penetrating organs and impairing organ function, comminuted fracture of the left wrist, cardiac failure. Current status, reparable. Auxiliary repair items, life-saving plasters. Application points, Temple, Dazhui, Jianjing, Tianzong, Neguan, Shinkei, Susanli, Yongquan, Ashi Point, Sanyinjiao. The life-saving plasters for this repair session have been delivered to the host. Repair duration, 10 minutes. Armed with the data from the health analysis card, Zhou Yang felt more confident than ever. Just one repair session would bring Qin Shao back to consciousness. Zhou Yang flipped his palm, and 10 divine recovery patches appeared in his hand. Each divine recovery patch was about the size of a Huawei foldable phone, covered in a dark, sticky ointment that smelled distinctly of traditional Chinese medicine, its exact composition unknown. But since the system had thoughtfully placed them in his hands, he had no choice but to start showing off. Ahem, this illness, it can be cured. Using my specially crafted heaven-defying resurrection patch capable of bringing the dead back to life, restoring the departed to the living, and defying fate itself, your uncle will awaken within 10 minutes at most. No time to waste. Quickly apply it to these 10 acupoints on your uncle: the temples, the Dazhui point, the Jianjing point, the Tianzong point, the Neguan point, the Shinkei point, the Zusanli point, the Yongquan point, the Ashur point, and the Sanyinjiao point. Just a patch? Zhu Qiuyan looked at Zhou Yang skeptically, finding it hard to believe. But Qin Keqing trusted Zhou Yang completely. Hearing his words, she was overjoyed and immediately sprang into action. It must be said, this heaven-defying life-saving patch truly worked wonders. The moment it touched his skin, Qin Shao had shown no reaction before couldn't help but groan softly, as if the pain was unbearable. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang's health analysis card kept sending updates. Rapid bone healing underway. Rapid meridian healing underway. Organs rapidly healing and repairing. Rapid wound healing and repair in progress. Brain tissue rapidly healing and repairing. Health level +1. Health +2. Health level +5. Qin Kurson watched her father Qin Zhao's condition with tense concern. His facial features were twisted into an almost unrecognizable knot, making it impossible to imagine the agony he was enduring. Just then, Qin Zhao began coughing violently. A thick, sticky phlegm mixed with copious amounts of blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. Then Qin Zhao fell straight back onto the bed. Motionless. Qin Keqing gasped in shock, her worried gaze turning to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, how could this happen? Truthfully, Zhou Yang felt a flutter of unease himself, fearing he might have killed Qin Zhao in the process. That would be a huge mess. Ding. Repair complete. Current health 42%. Patient is regaining consciousness. Expected to awaken in 5 minutes. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Zhou Yang felt the weight lift from his shoulders, a thunderous crash erupted from downstairs. The villa's front door was violently kicked open. Qin Fan's voice echoed up from below. Young Master Long, Qin Keqing is inside, and that pretty boy he brought back is in there too. Young Master Long, this is all I can do for you. How you deal with that Qin Keqing is up to you. I'll say it again, that old bastard Qin Zhao is dead. Young Master Long, if you'll back my father to become head of the Qin family at the shareholders meeting, Qin Keqing will be yours to toy with. The Qin family will never stand up for her. 057 Lightning 5 Strike Whip. Ever heard of my Kuan Fist? Zhou Yang recognized the voice immediately. It was that spoiled brat Qin Fan returning. What he hadn't anticipated was that Qin Fan hadn't gone back to inform his father. Instead, he'd brought along Qin Keqing's fiancé, Dragon Beard. Zhou Yang cast a curious glance down from the upper floor, eager to see what these two were up to. At that glance, Zhou Yang chuckled. Weren't these the skinny monk and fat monk from the TV series? Qin Fan was a short, chubby little guy, always loud and boisterous, with a habit of jumping up to kick people in the knees. He hadn't inherited a single trace of the Qin family's fine genes. Zhou Yang even suspected this guy might not be his father's biological son. Longshu Kai, on the other hand, was tall and skinny as a reed stalk, looking like a rolling pin come to life. His long-term indulgence in wine and women made his steps unsteady. Whether he just finished ice skating or not, he seemed both ethereal and hyperactive. The two walking together created a comedic effect, reminiscent of the legendary duo of the dragon and the phoenix. Just then, a thought struck Zhou Yang. Ding! Detected that the host's recent 10 Moments posts have accumulated 10,000 comments. You have earned an extra check-in opportunity. Would you like to check in? Oh, an extra check-in opportunity. Sign up. Absolutely. As Zhou Yang made up his mind, the extra check-in reward instantly arrived. Ding! This check-in has granted you the true essence of Kai Ji Kungquan, the founding master of Kungquan Kung Fu. Kungquan has automatically reached Grandmaster level and has been fully mastered. Kuan Fist? What the hell? Is that the boxing style where you use Iron Mountain Kuan's elbow to smash a basketball? Just as Zhou Yang was silently studying it, a wave of warmth washed over his shoulder. Qin Keqing's small hands clung tightly to Zhou Yang's arm. Her delicate face pressed against his shoulder as she gazed downstairs, her beautiful eyes filled with disgust. Zhou Yang, that noodle-faced guy down there, that's Longshu Kai. My family found him as my betrothed, but I refuse. Qin Keqing's voice remained calm, yet her small hands tightened slightly, clutching Zhou Yang's arm even more firmly. Clearly, Qin Keqing was fiercely resistant to this marriage arranged by her family. But at that moment, Qin Keqing's mother, Chu Qiuyan, grew displeased. She shot Qin Keqing a sharp glance and began lecturing. What good does your refusal do? This marriage was arranged by your grandfather. Even your father can't oppose it, how dare you? Besides, young Master Long is the heir to the Long Group in Shanghai. Once he successfully takes over the family business, it will be a colossus even larger than our Qin family. Think of all the blessings you'll enjoy by marrying him. Zhou Yang is decent enough, but compared to young Master Long, he simply can't hold a candle. In mother's opinion, young Master Long is your best match. Xiaoyan's words made it clear this marriage was arranged by Qin Keqing's grandfather, and no one could oppose it. Moreover, as her mother, she didn't oppose it either. Zhou Yang could see it now. Qin Keqing's mother was a bit of a social climber. In her eyes, family bonds mattered, but profit mattered more. She would never allow her daughter to settle for less when she could aim higher. But from the perspective of family interests, this approach wasn't wrong. Only by binding more influential groups could the family endure, otherwise, decline was inevitable. This was the tacit code of conduct for many prominent families. After all, the fundamental rule governing society is self-interest, and the higher the social strata, the more blatantly so. Morality is a shackle for the lowly cattle and horses. Shamelessness is the motto of the upper classes. This has been true for thousands of years. To be honest, Zhou Yang didn't care much for Chu Qiuyan's scheming ways. If he ever had a daughter, he'd never trade her lifelong happiness for personal gain. Xiaoyan's words made Qin Keqing pout. Mom! In my heart, Zhou Yang is 100 times better than that old fogey. Besides, it's the 21st century now. This ridiculous practice of betrothal by finger-touching should have been abolished long ago. It's nothing but a cancer from feudal times. I heard this match was arranged when my grandfather and Longsekai's grandfather were drunk. It's utter nonsense. How could anyone take it seriously? While they were chatting, Xin Fan and Longsekai had already entered the living room and looked up at the crowd gathered on the second-floor hallway. The moment Xin Fan spotted Zhou Yang, he leaped up in anger. Young Master Long, this pretty boy right here, he must be Qin Keqing's lover. You absolutely can't let him off easy. He then proceeded to slander Qin Keqing to Long Xiucai. That Qin Keqing is I. She knew she was engaged to you, young Master Long, yet she still went around seducing others. Isn't that just putting horns on you? And after all this time at CK Park, who knows if she's been passed around? I hear that place has welcome gifts for newcomers. I bet she got hers too. So, young Master Long, now that Qin Xiao is gone, Qin Keqing has no one to protect her. You don't need to treat her like a fiancée anymore. Why not just use her as a vessel, a plaything? Wouldn't that be more exciting? Hearing Qin Fan's words, Qin Keqing upstairs turned purple with rage. This cousin truly didn't regard her as his elder sister at all. But after hearing Qin Fan's words, Long Sukai's face grew even more excited. He'd long lusted after Qin Keqing's beauty. After all, she was High City's most beautiful woman. Her face and figure, he'd fantasized about them countless times. But her status within the Qin family had always been a barrier. He couldn't simply snap his fingers and have her like he could with other women. Now that Qin Xiao had fallen from power in the Qin household, Qin Keqing was like a rootless duckweed finally within his grasp. His hands rubbed together with impatience, his eyes burning with undisguised lust. Young Master Qin, you're right. A woman who's been treated like that certainly doesn't deserve my pity. Even if I agreed, she wouldn't meet my grandfather's standards now. She'd never step foot in the Long family's door. But she's so beautiful, I can't bear to let her go. Why not get it over with today? No need to waste resources. Besides, Aunt Chu still has her charms. This mother-daughter pair are truly natural beauties. Why don't the two of us put on a 3D mother-daughter show here? Qin Fan and Long Xiucai exchanged knowing smiles, their shared depravity sparking a strange camaraderie. Young Master Long should have thought this way long ago. With our status, what kind of woman could we not have? I used to worry when I saw you drooling over Qin Keqing, but now that you've finally come to your senses, I couldn't be happier. Today we're not only forcing them to transfer all their shares, but we're also taking care of them. It's a double celebration. The two chatted as if no one else existed, seemingly oblivious to the three people upstairs. In their eyes, Zhou Yang and his companions were mere insignificant shrimp to be crushed and molded at will, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, they were currently within the Qin family villa complex. As long as they stayed within these grounds, no one would dare interfere if anything happened. Upstairs, Chu Qiuyan's expression shifted slightly upon overhearing their conversation. She never imagined that the son-in-law she'd cherished so dearly would treat her and her daughter like playthings to be shared with others. Qin Keqing seized the moment to sneer. Mom, did you see that? Your beloved son-in-law doesn't think much of you, his dear mother-in-law. He's planning to come over and eat the last of the family line. At this point, are you still insisting on forcing our daughter to marry this old geezer? Xiao Qiuyan fell silent upon hearing this, clearly feeling uneasy herself. Her disappointment wasn't just in Dragon's Beard Vegetable, but also in the worries about her future circumstances. Seeing her mother fall silent, Qin Keqing knew immediately that a turning point had arrived. She turned her gaze back to the ground floor and unleashed a torrent of anger at Qin Fan and the other man. Qin Fan! Dragon's Beard Vegetable! I won't let you two succeed. With me, Qin Keqing, here today, you won't take a single share from our main family. And don't even think about bullying us. Hearing this, Qin Fan doubled over in laughter. He shot a defiant glance at Qin Keqing, then a venomous look at Zhou Yang. Outside the door earlier, Zhou Yang had slapped him a blow he hadn't forgotten. He'd come here intending to settle that score as well. Qin Keqing, is this pretty boy your only support? Let me tell you straight, young Master Long brought martial arts master Ma Baoguo with him this time. His lightning 5-strike whip technique has sent shockwaves through the martial arts world of Long Nation. How could this pretty boy possibly compare to Master Ma? With that, Qin Fan made a gesture of invitation. Master Ma, please come in. An elderly man with a ruddy complexion and vigorous spirit, dressed in a traditional Mandarin jacket, stepped through the doorway. He carried an aura of imposing, untouchable authority truly befitting a grandmaster. Qin Fan smirked defiantly. Well, Qin Keqing, with Master Ma here, can you still laugh? Upon recognizing Master Ma Baoguo, Qin Keqing felt a sudden pang of unease. Even she, a girl who paid little attention to the martial arts world, knew of Master Ma Baoguo's fame, a testament to just how renowned he was. No matter how skilled Zhou Yang was, could he possibly surpass Master Ma? With such a renowned master backing Qin Fan and Long Sakai, today promised to be a grim day for her and her daughter. Unable to contain herself, she lifted her head and looked at Zhou Yang, whose expression remained calm and composed. Zhou Yang, what should we do? Zhou Yang smiled faintly and ruffled Qin Keqing's hair. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Zhou Yang, are you really up to this? Of course. With a man, never say you can't. You'll see when the time comes. Qin Keqing froze. An opportunity? What chance? Was Zhou Yang planning to take advantage of her? Does he think he's Huang Hong? I wonder how his skills at stealing light through a hole in the wall have fared. Qin Keqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Zhou Yang a playful glare. Yet their playful banter only fueled the rage boiling in Long Sakai's heart downstairs. Fuming with rage, he pointed at Zhou Yang. You pretty boy, get your hands off her. Qin Keqing is mine. Even if I don't want her, she's not something scum like you can lay a finger on. Teacher Ma, you saw it too, this brat was groping my fiancé. You must avenge me. Ma Bagua lifted his head, glaring at Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing before snorting coldly. Oomph. Shameless. I've always hated evil with a passion. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, you little upstart. With that, Ma Bagua strode up the stairs, his arms swinging with such force that his joints crackled like sonic booms, radiating an imposing presence. Qin Keqing's heart leapt into her throat as Ma Bagua charged toward them. After all, a name carries weight. Who didn't fear Master Ma's signature move, the lightning 5-strike whip? Zhou Yang, however, remained unflappable. He pushed Qin Keqing aside before facing Ma Bagua head-on as he charged down the stairs. Lightning 5-strike whip is impressive? Have you ever tried my Kuan fist? 058. It's not that I lack principles, he just offered more. Zhou Yang's massive frame trembled. He unleashed a fluid combo from the Kuan fist repertoire, Kuan Flash plus Iron Mountain Kuan. Ma Bagua charged up the stairs, intending to subdue Zhou Yang with his seasoned techniques. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yang's shoulders swayed up and down, dazzling him with disorientation. A single Iron Mountain Kuan sent him tumbling straight down from the second floor. Caught completely off guard, Ma Bagua tumbled down the stairs. Thud, 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 thud. He tumbled all the way down to the bottom of the stairs, landing 3 or 4 meters below. After all, he was a man in his 70s. Seeing him tumble like that was truly heart-stopping. Long Kai stepped forward to help Ma Bagua up. Master Ma, are you alright? But Ma Bagua immediately raised a hand to stop him. I'm fine. That was my once-in-a-lifetime technique, Earth Rolling Dragon, just showing off for you lot. Earth Rolling Dragon? Rolling from the stairs all the way to the ground? Is that even possible? Dragon Beard Vegetable was a bit uncertain. But he also didn't believe Zhou Yang could take on Ma Bagua. After all, how old could Zhou Yang be? How could he possibly be a match for Master Ma? Ma Bagua leapt to his feet from the ground, still as lively as ever, showing no signs of injury. He looked up at Zhou Yang at the top of the stairs again, his eyes filled with apprehension. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Zhou Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. Heh, you want me to give up, huh? Master Ma, you're a renowned martial arts master throughout the Dragon Kingdom. How could you possibly help such a petty, underhanded scoundrel against me? Zhou Yang's question left. Ma Bagua's face flushed instantly. I'm fulfilling a request. I, Ma Bagua, am a man of my word. He had some urgent financial needs lately. Long Kai, wanting to show off, hired him for protection, promising 1,000,000 yuan for a month's service. For this, Master Ma Bagua had handled quite a few troubles for Long Kai. He had planned to finish these last 2 days, complete the contract, and then walk away. But unexpectedly, right before the contract expired, he encountered Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's martial arts were clearly at a master level, matching Ma Bagua's skill, perhaps even surpassing it. Defeating Zhou Yang would prove far from easy. Yet the old man possessed an unyielding stubbornness that refused to let him give up. He leapt forward, charging up the stairs once more as the lightning 5-strike whip technique crackled and popped with a series of sharp whips. Zhou Yang remained calm and composed, exchanging blows with Ma Bagua while chatting with him. Master Ma, from what you're saying, did Long Kai pay you to come here? How much did he pay you? I'll double it. How about you stay out of this? Ma Bagua's face flushed even redder. He stiffened his neck and declared. Youngster, don't insult my integrity. I'm not the sort to compromise my principles for money. Though his words were defiant, his hands grew increasingly brutal. Clearly, Zhou Yang's attempt to insult him with money had enraged him. Seeing Ma Bagua's fury, Zhou Yang's smile grew even wider. Master Ma, don't be angry. How much did he offer you? Name your price. If you don't tell me, I'll just start guessing. Young man, do not dare to challenge this master's martial spirit with your filthy, shallow worldview. Ma Bagua felt his dignity had been insulted and began shouting back. Downstairs, Long Kai heard Zhou Yang's words and immediately wore a look of mockery. How dare Zhou Yang compare his wealth to his? He was paying Ma Bagua 1,000,000 a month. That amount could hire a top-tier bodyguard for an entire year. He was only after Ma Bagua's infamous online reputation keeping him around to show off and flex. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shelled out such a fortune. But when Zhou Yang made his next offer, Long Kai couldn't help but change his expression. Ah, Teacher Ma, we're just negotiating business terms, why the rush? Is 1,000,000 enough? He's opening with 1,000,000? Is this pretty boy that loaded? But Long Shutsai was certain Ma Baoguo wouldn't agree. After all, he had signed a contract with Ma Baoguo stipulating that if Ma breached the agreement, he would have to pay him 10 million yuan in compensation. Sure enough, Ma Baoguo grew even angrier. How dare you insult this master chef? But Zhou Yang remained calm and composed, continuing to raise his bid. To him, money was now just a number. As long as daily spending didn't exceed 100 million, the Godly Spender's fun card would cover it all. So he began bidding wildly. 2 million? This infuriates me. 3 million? Are you done yet? 5 million? Kid, don't waste your breath. 8 million. I told you I have my principles. 10 million. Hey, don't put this master in a tough spot. 20 million. You mean what you say? When the bid hit 20 million, Ma Baoguo's face finally showed a flicker of emotion. This sum was enough to cover his compensation payments. If Zhou Yang raised the bid again, he wouldn't be able to hold back. After all, making money wasn't something to be ashamed of. If this was considered humiliating him, he'd gladly endure it and even welcome more humiliation. Witnessing this, Long Sakai's expression darkened as he warned Ma Baoguo. Master Ma, are you having a hard time? Don't forget, if you breach the contract, you owe me 10 million in compensation. To Ma Baoguo, this statement felt less like a warning and more like a personal insult. Ma Baoguo, who had been wavering about breaking the contract, instantly discarded the last shred of goodwill he had toward Long Shutsai. Young Master Long, if you insist on speaking this way, don't blame this master for what follows. But just then, Xin Fan chimed in with a teasing remark. Young Master Long, I think this pretty boy is just messing with Master Ma. For us, pulling out 20 million requires family approval. Where would a pretty boy like him get that kind of money? From Qin Keqing? Ha 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 ha. At Xin Fan's words, Ma Baoguo's expression darkened instantly. If that were true, he'd be humiliated beyond measure today, not only failing to secure the 20 million, but also having to compensate Longshu Vegetables 10 million. Ma Baoguo couldn't help but glance suspiciously at Zhou Yang. Kid, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhou Yang merely showed him the balance in his electronic bank account, instantly blinding Ma Baoguo with its staggering amount. 1 0. 2 zeros. 10 zeros. Over 10 billion? Zhou Yang watched Ma Baoguo's eyes widen in shock, then smiled faintly. Give me the card number. I'll transfer the money immediately. Whoa. This boldness startled Ma Baoguo. Without hesitation, he pulled up a photo of his bank card from his phone gallery and showed it to Zhou Yang. The rules are in your hands, you call the shots. Long Shukai burst out laughing when he saw Ma Baoguo actually believed Zhou Yang. Master Ma? You don't actually believe this kid, do you? Qin Keqing's father is on his deathbed. There's no way she could get 20 million yuan out of the Qin family. If you do this, I'll terminate the contract early and demand 10 million yuan in compensation. Long Sakai's expression had turned vicious as he began threatening Ma Baoguo. But Qin Fan stood by, sneering. Young dragon, this is a blessing in disguise. You got a month of free bodyguard services and now you're getting 10 million in compensation. What a sweet deal. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Now that you mention it, I really did make a profit. Long Shutsai slapped his forehead and laughed until he doubled over. Just as Zhou Yang was making the payment, the system alert sounded. Ding. Detected Long Shutsai's wish, this dumb pretty boy better pay Ma Baoguo 20 million. Wouldn't I net 10 million straight up? Host, do you wish to invest? Investment options, A 0.1% equity in Qin Group. B 0.2% equity in Qin Group. C 0.5% equity in Qin Group. D 1% equity in Qin Group. Select any investment option. Upon target wish fulfillment, receive tenfold returns. Ding. Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will obtain 10% equity in Qin Group. Holy crap. Originally, Zhou Yang only intended to shower Ma Baoguo with money to silence him and keep him out of this matter. But he never imagined someone would actually come running to hand out perks. If he didn't accept this, he'd be doing a disservice to the insult of being called an idiot by Long Shukai earlier. So Zhou Yang transferred 20 million yuan directly. Seconds later, Ma Baoguo's phone dinged with a notification the bank transfer confirmation had arrived. Ma Baoguo opened his phone and couldn't help but tremble as he counted the digits. 1 0. 2 zeros. 7 zeros? Is it really 20 million? He pulled his glasses case from his pocket uncertainly, took out his reading glasses, and checked again. Holy crap! He struck it rich. The old woman's illness could be cured. We'll have money for the compensation. This week's shortfall was way too big. Ma Baoguo was a straightforward man. He turned and walked away immediately. He clattered down the stairs, faster than when he'd come up. You'd never guess he was over 70. Passing by Long Shukai, Ma Baoguo shot him a glance. This master shall not meddle. Young dragon, seek another expert. Bring the contract for compensation and I'll give you every penny. With that, he slammed the door shut and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Long Shutsai and Qin Fan. This Did that pretty boy really give Ma Bagua 20 million? At that moment, Zhou Yang was even happier than Ma Bagua. Ding! Host has fulfilled Dragon Beard's wish. If that stupid pretty boy really pays Ma Bagua 20 million, wouldn't I net 10 million straight up? Receive tenfold investment return, 10% equity in Qin Group. Ding! Host has fulfilled Dragon Beard Vegetable's wish, Qin Keqing's wish. Zhou Yang, you must wake my father up, earning tenfold investment return, 10% equity in Qin Group. Did both wishes settle at once? Could it be? Zhou Yang spun around to look inside the room. There stood Qin Keqing's father, Qin Xiao, who had arrived at the doorway unnoticed. His face was ashen as he coldly stared down at Qin Fan and Dragon Beard Vegetable below. Noticing Zhou Yang's gaze, Qin Xiao forced a smile. Young man, you're quite impressive. Keqing made the right choice. I'm very satisfied with you. Hearing Qin Xiao speak, Qin Keqing and Chu Qiuyan both turned back with surprise and delight. Dad, you're awake. I knew Zhou Yang would succeed. Old man, you're finally awake. You have no idea how close I came to being driven to my death by them these past few days. Qin Xiao nodded, his expression turning stern. I heard everything they said earlier. Poof. Who would have thought so much happened while I was unconscious? It seems I've been too lenient with certain people over the years. The Qin family has become a den of corruption, and now they've turned their schemes against me. It's time to clean house. With that, Qin Xiao moved to the staircase, hands braced on the banister as he narrowed his eyes. Qin Fan. Dragon's Beard. Get back and inform your father tonight. I, Qin Xiao, will convene a shareholders meeting to thoroughly purge you cancerous tumors. Long Sakai stared in disbelief at Qin Xiao, whose authority commanded respect without a raised voice, then shot a furious glare at Qin Fan. Qin Fan, didn't you say Uncle Qin was dying? How is he still alive? He looks quite well, doesn't he? You've ruined me. Offending Uncle Qin will get me scolded to death by my father. Qin Fan's legs were trembling now, his speech stuttering. I don't know either. Could this guy be experiencing a last burst of strength? 059 You only told me not to do it, did I ever agree? Qin Fan, do you really think I know nothing about what you and your father did while I was unconscious? Even though I couldn't wake up, I could hear everything. This time, I must kick your entire family out of the group at the shareholders meeting. And Long Sakai, go tell your father, your betrothal to Keqing is dissolved, effective immediately. Qin Xiao stared at the stunned Qin Fan and Long Sakai, unable to suppress a cold snort. Now get out. Do I need to come down and escort you personally? Qin Fan realized immediately that things had gone terribly wrong upon seeing Qin Xiao awake. He tugged at Long Sakai's sleeve, his eyes filled with apprehension. Young Master Long, we should leave now. Things have taken an unexpected turn. We need to make new plans. Long Shutsai also realized he'd caused trouble, his gaze shifting nervously. Offending Qin Xiao means not only did we fail to secure Qin Keqing's hand, but the entire marriage has fallen through. At this point, we can only appeal to my father to intervene. Alas. The two slunk away from Qin Xiao's residence, their moods heavy with regret. After they departed, Qin Xiao suddenly swayed, struggling to maintain his balance. He had forced himself to stay alert just now to send them away, but now, having expended too much energy, he appeared somewhat listless. After all, he had only just awakened, and his body hadn't fully recovered. He couldn't afford to get angry. Qin Xiao was helped back to the sickbed by Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang. Only then did he take Zhou Yang's hand and begin chatting. He seemed intensely curious about Zhou Yang's background, asking question after question. Zhou Yang, is it? Young and accomplished, quite the handsome fellow, a match for my youthful looks. Zhou Yang gave an awkward chuckle. He still wasn't used to having his hand held by a grown man, so he pretended to go get a paper cup to pour water but pulled his hand back. But Qin Xiao just chuckled and pressed on. Zhou Yang, Keqing never mentioned you before. What business does your family run? How many people are in your household? What do you do for work now? How many girlfriends have you had? Zhang Yang's temples throbbed. Good grief, starting with a full interrogation. Who says only women gossip? When men get into it, it's just as deadly. But he was only pretending to be Keqing's boyfriend, he had no intention of actually dating her. Women like Qin Keqing, with their powerful backgrounds, were exactly the kind Zhou Yang kept his distance from. He didn't want his freedom chained down. Wouldn't it be better to find girls without connections or family baggage? He could play around however he wanted, and she'd just listen to him, even try to please him, no pressure whatsoever. Of course, if Qin Keqing turned out to be obedient and sensible, he wouldn't refuse her either. But would Qin Keqing turn out like Qin Li? Zhou Yang didn't harbor such expectations, so the question held little interest for him. But this question piqued the interest of Qin Keqing and her mother, who both turned their wide eyes toward Zhou Yang. Indeed, Zhou Yang. With all the commotion at home earlier, I hadn't gotten around to asking you. Qin Keqing playfully tugged at Zhou Yang's arm with a smile, her voice tinged with affection. Zhou Yang, just give my parents a quick rundown. After all, Zhou Yang had never mentioned what kind of business he was in, and Qin Keqing was genuinely curious about it. Zhou Yang felt a bit helpless. Why was this young lady coming over to stir things up now? He hadn't prepared answers for these questions before. Seeing the curious stares from all three family members, Zhou Yang gave an awkward chuckle. With the situation pressing, Zhou Yang steeled himself and blurted out an answer. My family background is rather complicated, and it's not convenient to discuss the details. Uncle will understand when the time is right. I don't have a steady job right now. I just handle some financial investments, investing in people's wishes and ideas, that sort of thing. Zhou Yang didn't elaborate, deliberately keeping his words vague. He didn't have a steady job right now, relying entirely on Tongzi's dad to make money. It wasn't something he could talk about. But upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up. Investing in aspirations and ideas? Could it be that Zhou Yang's family was involved in venture capital? Those capable of venture capital were national, even global corporations. Just incubating one company like Douyin could yield returns multiplied by thousands or tens of thousands. No wonder Zhou Yang was so generous with tens of millions at a time. It all made sense now. In comparison, regionally rooted, steadily growing enterprises like their Qin Group earn money at a much slower pace. But slow growth has its advantages. It's more stable, ensuring consistent returns regardless of market fluctuations. Indeed, Zhou Yang, you're truly a rising star. I'm entrusting my daughter to you from now on. Don't you dare mistreat her, or I, as her father, will never forgive you. Ha! Zhou Yang was so shocked he nearly dropped the egg he was holding. Was this fake romance turning real? Just based on Qin Zhao's words alone, he couldn't possibly become Qin Keqing's boyfriend. He hated troublesome women the most, especially those with powerful backgrounds. But he replied vaguely. Sure. Seeing Zhou Yang's flustered expression, Qin Keqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle quietly. In her memory, Zhou Yang had always been that rebellious type, someone who had to speak louder than everyone else. Yet when Qin Zhao asked these questions, Zhou Yang actually blushed. But this wasn't shyness, he was simply avoiding the topic. He'd muddle through today, complete the system task, and never set foot in the Qin household again. Zhou Yang and Qin Zhao chatted for a while longer, but he was getting overwhelmed by Qin Zhao's persistent questioning. So he suggested visiting the Qin family patriarch and the other uncles. After all, he'd already bought the gifts, and it wouldn't be right not to deliver them. Qin Zhao shot Zhou Yang a satisfied glance. This young man, wealthy, handsome, and remarkably humble in speech, was an excellent candidate for a son-in-law. Very well. Then go see the old master. Keqing, take Zhou Yang to grandfather's quarters for a visit. As for the second and third sons, there's no need to visit them. Something significant will happen in the Qin family tonight. It might even affect the family structure. It's fine to wait until things settle down before paying them a visit. Qin Keqing heard her father's instructions and playfully stuck out her tongue. Got it. I'll take Zhou Yang to see Grandpa right away. Let's go, Zhou Yang. Head to Villa number 1. Zhou Yang nodded, returned to the car, and placed the 9-inch glass-like hut and jade Buddha statue inside. Qin Keqing's grandfather, Qin Siyuan, had drained the family fortune to support an aging general on the battlefield. Now, this veteran general was a towering figure in Jiangnan province. Leveraging this connection, the Qin family wielded immense influence in both political and business circles around Haicheng. However, 13 years ago, old master Qin Siyuan declared his aura was too murderous and began devoting himself to Buddhist cultivation. Control of the Qin family fell into the hands of Qin Xiao, the eldest uncle. Yet since Qin Siyuan remained alive, the position of family head remained undecided, with Qin Xiao serving only as a nominal acting head. As the patriarch grew increasingly frail, the third son, Qin Bing, could no longer contain his ambition to seize the family leadership. He even allied with other clans, plotting to undermine the eldest brother, Qin Xiao. Yet the patriarch remained utterly detached from these affairs, spending his days meditating and chanting sutras in the Buddhist hall, seemingly having let go of all worldly concerns. When Qin Keqing brought Zhou Yang to the Buddhist hall in Villa number 1, 2 maids were meticulously dusting the room, leaving it spotless. The furnishings were all crafted from Wangwali wood, exorbitantly expensive yet understated to an absurd degree. The treasure cabinet and bookshelves were filled with antique artifacts, each accompanied by authentication certificates. Any single piece could easily fetch hundreds of thousands, even millions. Zhou Yang looked around, finding it all fascinating. Wow, I've only ever seen this kind of decor on TV before. Never imagined someone would actually have it in real life. But even though these pieces have a certain quality, the whole place feels cold and uninviting, not festive at all. And seriously, what era is this? Still cleaning by hand? Not even an air conditioner or washing machine? How can anyone live here? If it were me, I wouldn't last a single day here. This is nowhere near as good as my new ocean view villa. Just call out Xiao AI, and it can sweep the floors, do the laundry, and even draw the curtains. As Zhou Yang was critiquing everything, Qin Keqing quietly tugged at his sleeve. Zhou Yang, keep your voice down. Don't let my grandfather hear you. He hates it when people make noise in front of the Buddha. My grandfather prefers quiet meditation. He says all those electrical appliances disrupt the room's energy field, disturbing his peace. That's why he had them all dismantled and removed. Here, take off your shoes and put on these slippers. Let's go to the back Buddhist hall to see my grandfather. What? Is there really someone like that? Why would someone choose hardship over comfort, living in a mansion just to suffer?
Zhou Yang stroked his chin, admitting this worldview was beyond his comprehension.
People live to suffer? Not to enjoy life? Hardship isn't something you savor. The bitter stuff, suffering it is bad enough, but remembering it is even worse.
If you're willing to endure hardship, there's no end to it.
Therefore, one must live to enjoy life. Eradicate the scourge of hardship at its root. Think about it, how many people, believing youth shouldn't be squandered, endure hardship their entire lives, only to reach old age and realize they never indulged or enjoyed themselves, leaving them filled with regret. Who says you can't enjoy life while working hard? Doesn't savoring life's pleasures fuel our drive to excel?
Don't just say Zhou Yang is young and chasing pleasure now. Even if he were buried in his coffin, he'd bring a 100 terabytes hard drive stuffed with learning materials, powered by a nuclear battery phone playing them on loop.
Just as Zhou Yang was inwardly grumbling. Ding!
The host has posted 10 moments with over 20,000 total likes.
Rewarding the host with an extra check-in opportunity. Would the host like to check in? Sign up, of course. Ding! Host check-in successful.
Rewarded with Buddhist master-level knowledge reserves.
Master-level knowledge of Buddhist studies? What good is that? Another piece of useless trivia added. But hey, it never hurts to have more skills.
Qin Keqing led Zhou Yang to the screen at the end of the corridor. Turning the screen revealed a Buddhist shrine. An elderly man, dressed in plain hemprobes, sat upright inside, rhythmically striking a wooden fish. Above the altar in the Buddhist hall stood a small golden Buddha statue, with 3 incense sticks nearly burned down before it. Qin Keqing made a shushing gesture toward Zhou Yang.
Shoo, that's my grandfather.
Let me tell you, my grandfather loves lecturing people with a stern face.
If he starts giving you a hard time, you'd better endure it and don't argue back. Otherwise, he'll lecture you on Buddhist teachings all afternoon. It's so annoying.
With that, Qin Keqing tiptoed behind the old man and covered his eyes from behind.
Grandpa, guess who it is?
The wooden fish's rhythm abruptly halted. The old man's voice rang out, tinged with surprise.
Ah, it's Dyer returning. Boring, you guessed it right away.
But this heartwarming scene between grandfather and granddaughter didn't last long before it was shattered. As Qin Keqing released her hands, Qin Siyuan turned to face the two. The moment he saw Zhou Yang, Qin Siyuan's fingers, which had been twirling prayer beads, froze abruptly. Though his eyes were deep-set and dark, they now held a fierce, piercing glare.
Dear, who is this? Haven't I told you not to bring outsiders here? Clearly, that menacing glare was directed at Zhou Yang.
Wow, he sure has strict rules. Feeling Qin Siyuan's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Yang instantly stood up straight.
Qin Keqing, fearing Zhou Yang might act rashly, tugged at his sleeve. She knew Zhou Yang responded to softness but not to force.
She was different in that regard. She responded to firmness, not softness.
Zhou Yang, remember what I just told you? But Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly and brushed Qin Keqing's hand away.
Qin Keqing wanted Zhou Yang to avoid confronting his grandfather, but she hadn't asked if he agreed. Zhou Yang hated it when people put on airs with him. He could engage in pleasant conversation with someone like Qin Shao. But when Qin Siyuan came at him with glaring eyes and a scowl, well, sorry, Zhou Yang was no pushover.
Some people, you see, practice Buddhism for decades yet can't rid themselves of their inherent cruelty. Their Buddhist cultivation has been wasted. 060 Qin Keqing went mad. How did Zhou Yang pull it off? Some people, after practicing Buddhism for over a decade, still can't rid themselves of their viciousness. Their Buddhist cultivation is utterly wasted.
Zhou Yang's words echoed through the chilly Buddhist hall, leaving the atmosphere so still you could hear a pin drop. Qin Keqing watched her grandfather's face darken visibly and instantly knew something was terribly wrong. Her heart raced with panic.
Zhou Yang, why must you be so stubborn? If you anger grandfather, there won't be a place for you anywhere in Haicheng. No, I absolutely cannot let Zhou Yang clash with grandfather. Just as Qin Keqing was trying to come up with a plan,
Qin Siyuan erupted like a volcano, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Yang.
Young man, what did you say? You dare call my Buddhist cultivation a waste? Do you even know what it means to speak recklessly and invite disaster?
If you don't explain yourself clearly today, don't even think about stepping out this door. It was clear Qin Siyuan was genuinely furious, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. Qin Keqing had been right earlier. He was about to lecture Zhou Yang on Buddhist teachings. This old man loved debating Buddhist doctrine with others. If someone challenged him, he'd get as fired up as if injected with adrenaline, determined to settle the matter of right and wrong once and for all. Qin Keqing rubbed her forehead. Seeing her grandfather like this, she knew they wouldn't be leaving this Buddhist hall anytime soon. Qin Keqing's face darkened with frustration, but Zhou Yang's lips curved into a faint smile.
He now possessed master-level knowledge of Buddhist doctrine. Convincing Qin Siyuan would be a breeze. Zhou Yang regarded Qin Siyuan calmly, extending his right hand to gently press down the finger pointing at him.
Then he paced forward, pointing at the golden Buddha statue in the hall. Buddhism teaches us to guard against greed, anger, and delusion, all forms of deluded thoughts.
You've practiced Buddhism for years, yet you've become enraged by a single word from me. This is a violation of the precept against anger. The sixth patriarch Huaning's Bodhi hymn states, Bodhi has no tree, the bright mirror has no stand. The Buddha nature is always pure, where could there be dust? Though you force yourself into a state of purity, you cannot suppress your inner turmoil. Clearly, you have not grasped the meaning of Bodhi has no tree, nor is the bright mirror a stand. Zhou Yang's forceful stance made Qin Keqing hold her breath in nervous anticipation for him. Zhou Yang was truly courageous. Had she neglected to mention her grandfather's background to Zhou Yang? Her grandfather was a close confidant of the veteran general who oversaw Jiangnan province's administration. Back then, not only did her grandfather spend his family fortune supporting that old general, but he personally killed countless Japanese soldiers during the war years. That aura of lethality had been forged during those times. Zhou Yang dared to speak to Grandpa like that. She truly feared Grandpa might fly into a rage and throw Zhou Yang out. But to Qin Kerson's surprise, upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qin Siyuan stood frozen in place as if struck by a spell, his expression shifting like shifting clouds. Could it be that the mystery he'd struggled to unravel for over a decade had been laid bare by Zhou Yang's single sentence? Indeed, he had violated the precept against anger. He had forcibly suppressed his inner turmoil, yet a fierce tiger raged within his heart, making him increasingly volatile. Yet those around him, out of fear, dared not point out this glaringly obvious issue. This trapped him within his own small world, causing constant mental exhaustion. The truth was simple enough, but he was blinded by his own situation. Now, with Zhou Yang an outsider laying bare the truth, he experienced a sudden awakening. The blind rage within him vanished instantly, replaced by a sense of mental clarity. That makes sense. Keep going. This scene left Qin Keqing utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Zhou Yang had actually swayed her stubborn old grandfather? This was utterly unbelievable. Her grandfather would argue endlessly with anyone, determined to win them over, yet today he was silent? Qin Keqing turned to look at Zhou Yang in astonishment, finding him as enigmatic as ever, always capable of achieving what others couldn't. Who wouldn't fall for a man like that? At that moment, Zhou Yang, standing directly opposite her, also wore an odd expression. Ding! Detected Qin Siyuan's wish, this youngster awakened me from my delusion with a single remark. Could he possibly reveal the method to break the precept of anger? Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A 0.1% equity in Qin Group. B 0.2% equity in Qin Group. C 0.5% equity in Qin Group. D 1% equity in Qin Group. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will obtain 10% equity in Qin Group. Put! Zhou Yang nearly choked on his laughter upon seeing this wish investment. After touring the Qin family, nearly 30% of Qin Group's shares were now in his hands. A 30% stake in Qin Group conservatively valued at 30 billion yuan, possibly even more. To put it bluntly, if Zhou Yang fulfilled Qin Siyuan's wish, he would leapfrog to become the Qin family's largest shareholder. At that point, Zhou Yang would even hold significant sway within Qin Group. The previous equity structure of Qin Group was as follows: Qin Xiao 25%, Qin Feng 20%, Qin Bing 20%, Qin Fan 3%, Qin Qingqing 3%, Qin Keqing 3%, Long Group 6%, with the remaining 20% held by numerous minority shareholders. Now, the entire 20% held by these minor shareholders had fallen into Zhou Yang's hands. Of course, this was all orchestrated by the system. Zhou Yang had merely invested his wish. With such a gift delivered to his doorstep, Zhou Yang naturally saw no reason to refuse. Before Qin Siyuan could speak, Zhou Yang began offering his guidance. In my opinion, old Qin, avoiding the sin of anger is quite simple. Qin Siyuan, sensing Zhou Yang's willingness to offer guidance, immediately listened intently. Oh? Young friend, please enlighten me. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, his confidence evident. First, let me share a little anecdote with you, Master Qin. Master Huaining once witnessed two monks debating why the wind moved the banner. One monk declared, the wind moves it, while the other insisted, the banner moves it. They argued endlessly, each clinging to their own view. Master Huaining then said, neither the wind moves it, nor the banner moves it, it is the mind that moves. One moves, one stays still. How delightfully complimentary. Master Qin, you've shut yourself in this Buddhist hall for so long, yet your mind remains elsewhere. You should step outside for a walk. Moreover, the golden Buddha in your hall cannot truly clear your mind. That's why I've brought you a 9-inch jade Buddha card from Glass like Hutien Jade. This jade Buddha embodies the Buddha nature of enlightenment, clear as crystal, pure within and without, free from all defilement, making it most conducive to your Buddhist practice, Elder Qin. Zhou Yang's words instantly made Qin Siyuan look enlightened. This young man speaks wisely. He had been fixated on appearances. All these years, secluding himself here, he truly hadn't been able to quiet his mind. He really should venture out. Then his gaze fell upon the jade Buddha that Zhou Yang had brought with him. Whoa! He recognized the piece instantly. This jade Buddha was worth a fortune. The craftsmanship, the raw material, it was worth nearly 20 million. Moreover, selecting precisely this piece of jade exactly what he needed showed Zhou Yang had put genuine thought into it. This young man was no ordinary talent. But he was a legendary figure himself, having seen countless prodigies come and go. He merely gave Zhou Yang a second glance. He waved to the servant. Attendants. This gold piece is too vulgar, it disrupts my contemplation. Remove it and bring out the jade one. Immediately, 2 servants came forward to attend to his request. Ding. Host has fulfilled Qin Si Yuan's wish. This youngster awakened me with a single remark. I wonder if he could tell me how to break the precept of anger. Receive tenfold investment return, 10% equity in Qin Group. Zhou Yang glanced at the system panel with satisfaction. It must be said, the system was truly amazing. In an instant, he acquired 10% of the shares from Qin Feng. The equity contract was stored in the system's space. Overjoyed, Zhou Yang posted another update to his social feed. Photo: Zhou Yang, Qin Keqing, and Qin Si Yuan posing before the Jade Buddha. Caption: doing one good deed a day, helping an elderly man struggling with mental exhaustion overcome his anxiety. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary photo of handsome men, beautiful women, and a kind-hearted elder. But Zhou Yang had underestimated Qin Si Yuan's influence. Old Master Qin Si Yuan was a figure whose mere stomping of his foot could send tremors through the entire city of Haicheng. Though he secluded himself for over a decade, sometimes even avoiding his own children, he still wields decisive influence over Hai City's political and business circles. Zhou Yang had once been an outstanding salesperson, boasting tens of thousands of contacts in his WeChat network, including numerous figures from both spheres. Though many were essentially inactive contacts with no interaction, that didn't diminish their potential influence. Thus, Zhou Yang's single WeChat post triggered an earthquake throughout all of Haicheng. Gao Jun, president of Haicheng University, could this be old Master Qin? He has always stayed out of public affairs. I visited him just days ago and was turned away. Now suddenly he is posing for photos with someone. Could he be making a comeback? Fu Jincheng, president of Haicheng Xinhai Industrial, good heavens. If old Master Qin returns, Haicheng's landscape is bound to shift once more. Yi Rui, general manager of Haicheng Shangshur Carnival Entertainment City at Zhou Yang, young Master Zhou, does this mean you become old Master Qin's son-in-law? Seeing all these bigwigs suddenly pop up in his WeChat Moments chat made Zhou Yang feel a bit uneasy. But for the regulars in Zhou Yang's circle, it felt like the sky had fallen. University class monitor Wang Hui, this is even crazier than going to Banati to take a photo with a general. That's old Master Qin we're talking about. Jealous college classmate Qin Ming, old Master Qin or not, I don't know him. All I know is that Zhou Yang has switched girlfriends again. Roommate Lu Bing, who borrowed money and never paid back. Bro, I believe you posted the real deal. Can you V me 21st to show your strength? I can't even afford food. Xiao Bin, the flashy rich kid from college. Zhou Yang, I spoke a bit too loudly before. Hope you don't mind? You men gran, pouting emoji, you didn't even come find me when you were in Haicheng. I'm mad. Among them, the most proactive was undoubtedly Gao Jun, the president of Haicheng University. He stared at Zhou Yang's social media feed, lost in thought. If memory served him correctly, this Zhou Yang was also an alumnus from one of the earlier graduating classes at their very own Haicheng University. This guy had quietly made connections with old Qin. Their university was organizing an outstanding alumni gathering tomorrow. How could they possibly exclude such a promising young talent as Zhou Yang? He immediately instructed Director Fong, who was in charge of the event, to retrieve the alumni gathering roster. He searched the list for ages but couldn't find Zhou Yang's name anywhere. Instantly, Gao Jun flew into a rage. What kind of work are you doing? You didn't even include someone like young Master Zhou, who has connections with old Master Qin. He's right here in Haicheng, and you couldn't even get him to attend this event? Director Fong felt wronged and explained. Principal, we researched the current status of every graduate. To my knowledge, this Zhou Yang is merely a salesman. He even came to the school before to promote their products. Later, you said his rebates weren't generous enough, so you chose your brother-in-law's company's products instead. Principal Gao Jun, hearing Director Fong's explanation veering off course, slammed his hand on the table. Nonsense. How can you equate the two? You failed to thoroughly investigate young Master Zhou's background, yet you still dare to be so stubborn? Do you realize an alumnus like young Master Zhou could potentially generate tens of millions in donation revenue for the school? Everyone we lose is a loss for the school. In short, failing to invite young Master Zhou is a direct result of your incompetence. You bear primary responsibility for this matter. I don't care what methods you use now, you must get young Master Zhou to attend this alumni gathering. 061 No shares, no meeting access? What the hell is this? If Zhou Yangfa's previous WeChat Moments posts were merely forced displays of superiority, this latest post? That was pure, unapologetic, subtle bragging. Many of the Haicheng bigwigs he added during his sales days couldn't resist scrolling through Zhou Yang's old posts, searching for clues about his rise to prominence. No wonder Qin Si Yuan was one of Haicheng's most formidable elders. Anyone connected to Qin Si Yuan deserves their utmost attention. Don't be fooled by the Qin group. It might not be the largest conglomerate in Haicheng, but the Qin family is undoubtedly the most powerful clan in the city, bar none. Backed by connections to General Mo, the de facto ruler of Jiangnan province, Qin Siyuan was the absolute authority in Haicheng. Though he hadn't bared his sharp teeth in nearly 13 years, no one could forget how Qin Siyuan had single-handedly defeated the conglomerates of Haicheng's other 9 top families 13 years prior, snatching up the West City's prime feng shui land worth tens of billions at a bargain price. His 9 rival clans possessed vast wealth and manpower, exhausting every overt and covert tactic at their disposal. One family even sought connections within the Celestial Palace. Yet in the final hour, they all crumbled before Qin Siyuan. This terrifying display of power instilled profound fear in the heads of all major families in Haicheng. Under Qin Siyuan's protection, the Qin family flourished rapidly, with no one daring to sabotage the Qin group. Now that Zhou Yang could actually take a photo with Qin Siyuan and interact with him, didn't that imply Zhou Yang's background was no ordinary affair? Hua Baogua, head of the Gua family in Haicheng, stared silently at Zhou Yang's social media post. Their Gua family was one of those crushed by the Qin's overwhelming might back then. Who exactly is this Zhou Yang? He suddenly appeared at the critical moment when our families were joining forces to take down the Qin group. Could this spell trouble? And why did Qin Siyuan choose this exact moment to emerge? Did he uncover something? It shouldn't be possible. We 9 great families have been laying the groundwork for years. Our plans should be watertight. Meanwhile, Shen Lanying, head of the Shen family, one of Haicheng's 9 great families, scrutinized the social media feed, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Zhou Yang? The Zhou family? I don't recall any prominent Zhou family in Haicheng. Could it be that this Zhou Yang isn't from Haicheng at all? Perhaps he's from a family outside the city, attempting to cross the river like a mighty dragon? Whoa, could it be that Zhou family from Jinchang, the provincial capital of Jiangnan? If it's that Zhou family, things could get complicated. The Jinchang Zhou family is said to be a branch of the Zhou family from the Celestial Palace. While the bigwigs were scratching their heads in confusion, Zhou Yang was playing a whack-a-mole minigame with Qin Keqing. Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing had already returned to her home from grandfather Qin Siyuan's place. Zhou Yang was lying in Qin Keqing's princess-themed bedroom, deep in conversation with her. Zhou Yang, why do I feel like you're such an enigma? Why do you say that? You seem capable of anything. You know martial arts, you understand Buddhist teachings, you're powerful, you're wealthy, and you're as handsome as a reader's dream. I just can't figure out what window heaven closed for you. What is there that you can't do? Flattering me like that, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? But I'm not into troublesome women, especially those with ridiculously wealthy backgrounds. That'd just get in the way of my wild adventures. Go ahead and roam free. I love your free-spirited ways. I'm sticking with you no matter what. And I promise I won't be a burden, I swear. Pfft, you're pulling my leg, right? It's only been a day and already so much trouble? What? You don't believe me? Well, if you like me, Zhou Yang, so much, why not show some sincerity first? What kind of sincerity? I'm the type who's all talk and no action. I don't know if you like the opposite of me. Ha? Zhou Yang, you're so mean. I hate this feeling of instantly getting it. Well, wanna give it a shot? At my place? That doesn't seem right. Isn't that up to you to decide? But I have no experience. Don't worry, I'll be a perfectly qualified teacher. Qin Keqing was rather conservative. Many things didn't happen overnight. Many things are best left at a taste. The weather is lovely today, sunny and breezy. Young people studying hard is no bad thing. They're quite diligent about checking homework. On the day of Jiashun, from Xinjia, Qin Keqing's WeChat status shows busy, blocking all incoming calls. Over 2 hours later, her status changed to eating spicy hot pot at the door. The moment the status updated, the phone rang. It was her father, Qin Xiao. Keqing, I've been trying to reach you for over half an hour. Why did you only answer now? Be at the group conference room by 8 p.m. sharp. The shareholders' meeting is about to start. As one of the shareholders, you must attend. Don't be late. Qin Keqing stuck out her tongue and shot Zhou Yang a disgruntled look. It's all your fault. I didn't hear my dad calling. Zhou Yang shrugged innocently. I didn't glue your ears shut. You should have heard the phone ring. Why blame me? Qin Keqing's face instantly filled with hurt, and she gritted her little fangs in a fierce pout. Wah! Zhou Yang, go to hell. You didn't put wax in my ears, but you did put. Qin Keqing flushed crimson as the earlier scene flashed through her mind. I'm ignoring you. Finish eating and hurry to the group conference room with me. We have a meeting soon. Zhou Yang took a bite of fishball, apparently finding it too hot. He spat it out, blew on it twice, then popped it back into his mouth before mumbling. What does your group shareholders meeting have to do with me? But as the words left his mouth, Zhou Yang realized something was off. It really did concern him. He now held a 30% stake in Qin Group, making him the undisputed major shareholder. After all, this was his first venture. It only made sense to keep an eye on things. So he hastily changed his tune. Fine, I'll go. Qin Keqing, who had been about to pinch Zhou Yang's waist, gave a haughty snort upon hearing his change of tone. That's more like it. When Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang arrived at the group's conference room, every member of the Qin family's second and third generations was already present. Even the Long family from Shanghai had sent representatives this time, ensuring all major shareholders were present. The moment Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang appeared at the doorway, Qin Fan couldn't help but leap to his feet, eager to confront them. Qin Keqing, you kept everyone waiting this long just because of you. What exactly are your intentions? Apologize to everyone now. A show of force. Qin Keqing knew exactly what Qin Fan was thinking. But her expression darkened as she immediately retorted. What nonsense! The group meeting was scheduled for 8 p.m. and it's only 7:55 now. I'm not late. Why should I apologize? Qin Fan, don't think I don't see through your schemes. Save your petty tricks for someone else. Qin Fan was thoroughly rebuked by Qin Keqing, yet he persisted in his evasive arguments. The whole meeting was waiting for you. If you'd arrived earlier, wouldn't it have started long ago? Qin Keqing sneered dismissively. How could Qin Fan utter such unreasonable arguments? Qin Fan, so you're saying the group's rules can be changed on a whim? May I ask, were you the one who called this meeting? You. Qin Fan abruptly stood up, pointing his finger at Qin Keqing, yet no words came out. Qin Keqing didn't even glance at Qin Fan. She pulled Zhou Yang over and sat down. But this single act instantly sent the conference room into an uproar. Long Shutsai, the young master of the Long group, immediately protested in a loud voice. Qin Keqing, what do you think this place is? This is the corporate conference room. What you and this pretty boy get up to outside is none of our business, but what do you think you're doing bringing him into the corporate boardroom? Is he some outsider who can eavesdrop on our meeting? Long Shutsai's sentiment echoed that of the other shareholders. Even if Zhou Yang was Qin Keqing's boyfriend, he had no right to enter the conference room. This is the company policy. Unless one held a stake like Long Sakai, even just 0.05% of the group's shares entry was permitted. His words caused Qin Keqing's expression to shift instantly. She knew Long Sakai was absolutely correct, this was her oversight. She glanced at Zhou Yang with a hint of apology. Zhou Yang, why don't you step outside and wait for me? Zhou Yang flashed a smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Why? Are you saying that just because this guy with dirt under his fingernails tells me to leave, I should just go? Zhou Yang's words nearly made Qin Keqing laugh out loud. That's not what I meant, Zhou Yang. To enter the boardroom, you must hold at least 0.05% of the group's shares. I'm afraid you won't be able to get in. Just then, Long Shukai stood up smugly and turned to face Zhou Yang. Ha, pretty boy, got you stumped now, huh? Hey, even a dirt under the nails guy like me can get in. You don't have the qualifications. Feeling pissed? Zhou Yang merely gave him a faint glance and chuckled lightly. Is this what you're talking about? With that, Zhou Yang pulled out a share acquisition agreement from his system space. Neither more nor less, it was precisely an agreement for acquiring 0.05% equity. For a company valued at hundreds of billions, 0.05% of the shares alone was worth 50 million. Zhou Yang's move left everyone around him utterly astonished. Who would have thought Zhou Yang would spend 50 million yuan to secure entry into this meeting room, having prepared such a move in advance? Qin Fan and Long Sakai exchanged a knowing glance. Long Sakai snorted and sat down. Qin Fan, however, shot Zhou Yang a look of contempt. You do have the right to stay today. But expecting 0.05% of the shares to hold any sway in today's meeting? That's nothing but wishful thinking. Zhou Yang gave him a cool glance. Is that so? I hope you don't end up eating your words later. Qin Fan snorted dismissively, ignoring Zhou Yang entirely. Yet his expression betrayed no concern. He even tapped his foot under the table to pass the time. The happiest person in the room was undoubtedly Qin Keqing. Zhou Yang, when did you acquire those shares? You're simply amazing. You never cease to surprise me. Zhou Yang offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Just then, the conference room door swung open once more. Xin Xiao, seated in a wheelchair, entered the conference room with the assistance of his wife, Xu Qiuyan. It is now 8 o'clock sharp, Eastern 8th Zone time. The shareholders' meeting of our group is officially convened. Today's main agenda item is the resolution to revoke and redistribute certain shareholders' equity. As soon as Qin Xiao spoke, Qin Bing, the third son, was the first to lose his composure, bursting into a cold, ha-ha laugh. Exactly. It's long overdue for redistribution. 062, you think the game is over? Quick, bring grandma out of retirement. Zhou Yang truly hadn't anticipated that the struggles among the higher-ups would be so straightforward. The moment the meeting began, sharp words flew back and forth in heated debate. Qin Xiao. You've controlled Qin Group for years, stifling its growth. You abandoned profitable ventures while introducing numerous money-losing projects. You bear undeniable responsibility for this. Therefore, you are no longer fit to serve as group president. I propose stripping all shares held by you and your daughter and transferring them to my name, Qin Bing. Qin Bing made no attempt to conceal his intentions, fully prepared to reveal his true hand at this corporate meeting. Qin Shao, observing Qin Bing's eagerness to jump in, didn't regard him as a worthy opponent. He merely turned to his secretary, signaling for her to counter Qin Bing's arguments. Divesting projects inconsistent with the company's strategic direction and future plans was thoroughly discussed and unanimously approved by the board. Your challenge on this point is untenable. Moreover, the profitable projects you mention, Vice President Qin Bing, are all sunset industries. If we don't divest them promptly, our group's development will be locked into them. As for the loss-making projects, they are all emerging growth sectors representing the group's strategic positioning for future industries. They will turn profitable and deliver results sooner or later. After delivering this explanation, the secretary casually opened the PowerPoint presentation and pulled up the financial statements. This was the most compelling evidence to counter Qin Bing. Based on the group's development trajectory under President Qin Zhao's leadership, the company's profits have shown a trend of consecutive annual growth. Your dividends have seen an annual increase of around 10%. Last year alone, dividends reached 20 million yuan per 1% shareholding. President Qin Zhao's contributions to the group's development are undeniable. Do you still question his management capabilities? When it comes to contributions to the group, no one can match Qin Zhao, that's a fact set in stone. But today, Qin Bing wasn't here to compete with Qin Zhao over contributions in that contest, he'd lose utterly. What he was measuring today was their respective approval ratings within the company. Over the years, through overt and covert maneuvers, he had already won over many people. They were all waiting for an opportunity like today to turn against Qin Zhao. So Qin Bing continued to laugh wildly, hands on his hips. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Today, we're comparing popularity. Qin Zhao, whoever has the higher approval rating becomes the next president. The one with the lower approval rating must divest their shares and be kicked out. Do you dare face me in this contest? Zhou Yang lifted his eyes to meet the arrogant Qin Bing's gaze. Qin Keqing whispered quietly to Zhou Yang from the side. This is my third uncle, Qin Bing. The man beside him is Qin Fan, you've already met him today. His entire family owns 23% of the group's shares without lifting a finger, yet they're still not satisfied. They want to seize control of the group. I suspect my kidnapping and my father's car accident were both orchestrated by my third uncle. He's long coveted the position of head of the Qin family. Over the years, he's grown increasingly impatient and has begun to force the issue. Zhou Yang listened to Qin Keqing's whispered complaints, his expression unchanged. Such petty infighting among wealthy clans was nothing new. He only hoped his future 1,000 or so children wouldn't start fighting over the family fortune. The mere thought of raising so many children in the future made Zhou Yang's head ache. One truly shouldn't dwell on the future, overthinking it only brings headaches. Or what? Not have any at all? Then there'd be no one to fight over the inheritance. Qin Keqing then quietly introduced the other figures to Zhou Yang. The middle-aged man to my father's left is my second uncle, Qin Feng. Next to him is my cousin, Qin Xingqing. Their family is quiet and law-abiding, usually siding with my father. My second uncle and cousin also hold 23% of the shares. Combined with the 28% my father and I control, this time we're guaranteed to win against my third uncle and his faction. So no matter how much third uncle tries to stir things up, he'll never be a match for my father. Is that so? Zhou Yang began to doubt Qin Keqing's confidence. If Qin Bing was acting so brazenly now, it meant he must have something to rely on. The problem likely lay with Qin Feng. To put it plainly, of the 30% shares Zhou Yang held, 10% came from Qin Feng. The remaining 13% shares held by Qin Feng and Qin Xingqing might have already been transferred to someone else. Sure enough, it played out exactly as Zhou Yang had anticipated. When it came time for the vote, Qin Feng let everyone down. Qin Zhao's thinking wasn't far off from Qin Keqing's. He believed that with his family and Qin Feng's combined 51% stake, they could control the absolute decision-making power of the group. Thus, he confidently accepted Qin Bing's challenge. Fine, third brother. Since you're so eager to meet your end, I'll grant you your wish. Qin Bing burst into laughter upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Qin Shao, you're laughing too soon. I doubt you'll be laughing much longer. Alright, everyone. Those in favor of Qin Shao continuing as CEO, raise your hands. Those opposed need not bother. You have 1 minute to decide. After Qin Bing finished speaking, the attendees exchanged glances, seemingly communicating silently. Qin Keqing undoubtedly supported her father, so she raised her hand without hesitation. She also tugged Zhou Yang's arm, raising his hand as well. But the rest of the group remained silent, their hands still at their sides. The atmosphere grew tense. Qin Bing laughed heartily, convinced the outcome was sealed. Qin Shao, did you see that? You, your daughter, and that pretty boy's shares add up to only 28.5%. But my side holds a full 52% of the shares. That gives us absolute control. You're out. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Qin Bing to have already laid out his plans. His gaze immediately shifted to his second brother, Qin Feng. Second brother, do you and Xingqing also support third brother? Xin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Brother, to be honest, my futures in America got shorted. I urgently needed cash to pay off debts, so I sold off my shares in the group at a low price. Xingqing and I completed the transfer of our shares today. 12% went to third brother, and another 10% was sold to a mysterious buyer. Now, Xingqing and I combined only hold 1% of the shares. Whether we support you or not doesn't really matter anymore. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Xin Zhao's heart sank. He then turned his gaze to Long Shishui of the Long Group. Brother Long, are you not backing me either? Long Shishui, father of Long Shutsai, let out a cold chuckle. Xin Xiao, you've nullified the marriage agreement between your daughter and my son. And you expect me to help you? That's nothing short of a pipe dream. Seeing his two once steadfast supporters speak thus, Xin Zhao's face turned ashen. He never imagined that the people he trusted most would stab him in the back at such a critical moment. It seemed Qin Bing had paid a heavy price to secure today's outcome. But just then, Qin Keqing keenly spotted a flaw and abruptly stood up. Something's wrong. Dad, you haven't lost. According to what Uncle Air just said, they gave 12% of their shares to Uncle San and 10% to the mysterious buyer. That means Uncle San's current support rate is 42%, not 52%. He can't possibly secure absolute control. Qin Keqing's words reignited a glimmer of hope in Qin Xiao. But immediately, Qin Bing poured cold water on the situation again. So what? We weren't competing for relative control. We were competing for who had the most shares backing them. I hold the majority shares now, so I've won. Qin Xiao, no more talk. Hand over the procedures for transferring the group presidency immediately. Also, transfer all your and Qin Keqing's shares in the group to me and Qin Fan. As Qin Bing spoke these words, he was positively gloating. He knew Qin Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. Qin Fan rose to his feet at that moment, turning his scorn toward Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang. You two adulterers, isn't this outcome a pleasant surprise for you? Ha 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 ha. I told you this afternoon you wouldn't get off easy. The Qin family is mine, Qin Fan's family to rule. Long Shutsai, the eldest son of the Long family, couldn't resist chiming in. Young Master Qin, according to our prior agreement, this mother-daughter pair Qin Keqing and her mother are now under my command. I hope your Qin family will honor this promise. Qin Fan laughed heartily, a knowing glint dancing in his eyes. Of course, Qin Fan, keep my word. But just as they were brazenly dividing the spoils of victory, a discordant voice cut through the air. Wasn't it agreed that whoever had the most shares would win? Clearly, you have fewer shares. What are you barking about here? Ha! This arrogant remark instantly froze the atmosphere, and all eyes turned toward the speaker. It was Zhou Yang speaking. With a click, Zhou Yang lit a cigarette and casually crossed his legs on the table. His golden butler, Manhwa had entered the conference room unnoticed. Standing nearby, he held the lighter with utmost reverence. Zhou Yang took a drag of his white pagoda cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke. Having grown accustomed to cheap cigarettes, he found the more expensive brands dull and lacking that satisfying throat hit. That's why he still stuck to this brand lately. The moment the others saw Zhou Yang smoking such low-grade cigarettes, they all instantly wore expressions of contempt. You're the smallest shareholder here. We're not kicking you out, and you still think you can act all high and mighty? Ha! You dare say our shares are small? Did your math teacher teach you foreign languages? Ha! What if he actually pulls out more shares? Right, Zhou Yang? Why don't you just show us your bigger stake? The jeers came one after another, but Zhou Yang paid them no mind. His legs crossed on the desk, swayed lightly, and he even spat out another mouthful of phlegm. Mr. Ma, show these blind fools the acquisition contract for my shares. Otherwise, they'll never learn their place and realize who's the real king and queen around here. Ma Huayun, of course, obeyed without question. He immediately pulled out a thick stack of acquisition documents from his diamond honeycomb briefcase. These documents were all notarized and legally binding. Gentlemen, these are our young master's share certificates. He now holds 30% of Qin Group's shares, making him the undisputed majority shareholder. According to the terms of your earlier contest, the combined equity of President Qin Xiao, whom our young master supports, totals 58%, far exceeding your 41.5%. Therefore, this time, President Qin Xiao has won. Ma Huayun's words instantly froze the expressions of delight on Qin Bing and the others' faces. No one had imagined that Zhou Yang could acquire all those scattered shares in such a short time. Even more terrifying was the sheer scale of his financial resources. Acquiring 30% of the shares, based on market value, would cost at least 30 billion. Even if the actual acquisition cost less, it would still be over 10 billion. After Ma Huayun, the Golden Steward, finished speaking, Zhou Yang finally spoke up. Enough. Let's end this charade. As per our agreement, Mr. Qin Bing, isn't it time to transfer the shares to Mr. Qin Xiao? Qin Bing's expression flickered between anger and resignation. Forcing him to relinquish the group's shares was absolutely out of the question. Therefore, he was scheming every possible way to renege. His gaze then fell upon the sole heir of the Qin family's third generation, his son, Qin Fan. Fanner, go fetch your grandmother at once. You're the sole heir of the Qin family. Your grandmother cherishes you most. The future head of the family will undoubtedly be yours. Therefore, today, you must bring your grandmother here to strip Qin Shao of his position. 06350 millimeters? What the hell? Zhou Yang nearly burst out laughing upon hearing Qin Bing's words. Seriously? Qin Bing was sending Qin Fan to fetch reinforcements? Wasn't that just like going to fetch the Buddha from the Western paradise? So Zhou Yang couldn't resist posting a WeChat moment. Video, Qin Bing frantically ordering Qin Fan to fetch his grandmother. Caption, hurry up and summon the Buddha of the Western heavens. Zhou Yang's original intent was merely to mock Qin Bing and his crew. In Zhou Yang's view, Qin Bing was utterly shameless. Not only did he refuse to admit defeat, but he even tried to call in reinforcements to make a fuss. But this very WeChat post caught the attention of many observant individuals once again. Shen Lanying, head of the Shen family, stared at the post and loudly reprimanded his clan members. Well, have you thoroughly investigated Zhou Yang's background? What exactly is his background? He really is here to sabotage our plans, already meddling in the Qin family's internal struggles so quickly. Guo Baogua, head of the Guo family, frowned deeply as he studied the social media post thoughtfully. Whoever he is, if he interferes with our infiltration of the Qin family, he must die. Summon my son, Guo Shang. Have him make arrangements. Zhou Yang won't live past tonight. The 9 great families had also become involved in this power struggle within the Qin family. Thus, after Zhou Yang posted that social media update, they all sensed he might jeopardize their plans. No matter how powerful his connections were, even if he truly belonged to the Zhou family of Jincheng, he had to die. Old Master Qin Siyuan, had already prepared for bed. But upon emerging from the Buddhist shrine, he couldn't resist checking his phone. This Huawei P70 was left behind by Zhou Yang before his departure. Zhou Yang had said it would enrich his elderly life, suggesting he shouldn't always be shut away in his own world but should engage more with the outside world's fresh developments. Perhaps this would help calm his mind. So Qin Siyuan fiddled with the phone and opened the hottest short video platform of the moment. The moment he opened it, his Buddhist heart was utterly stunned. Wow! Young people these days really have no shame when it comes to dressing. There she was, a stunning young woman in her pajamas, her neckline plunging all the way to her waist. Lightning flashed brightly, but the real shocker was she wasn't wearing a bra. Her dance moves made his old face flush. Is this all young people care about nowadays? Even old Master Qin, who had seen countless people in his youth, couldn't help but blush. Old Master Qin immediately began chanting Buddhist mantras, trying to enter a state of meditation. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Indeed, the trials of this mortal world strike with fierce intensity. Using this phone to cultivate the mind truly yields immediate results. That little rascal Zhou Yang sure knows how to think outside the box. Old Master Qin scrolled through several short videos in a row, maintaining a perfectly composed expression. An 18-year-old youth could no longer stir his heart, as solid as a rock. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. Pip. Your WeChat friend Zhou Yang has updated his status. Go comment on it now. Oh. Technology sure has advanced these days. He could receive notifications whenever someone posted a status? Qin Siyuan found it increasingly fascinating, feeling as though all those years of intense training had caused him to miss out on so much. He tapped the status and entered Zhou Yang's Moments feed. Instantly, scenes of Qin Bing and others vying for power filled his vision. Seeing this, Qin Siyuan's eyes narrowed instantly, his rage boiling over. Oomph. That bastard Qin Bing dares to disregard the rules I established 13 years ago and attempt to seize Qin Zhao's authority? Without Qin Shao, the Qin group won't last 2 years before collapsing under Qin Bing's leadership. This won't do. I must head to the group's conference room immediately and stop their reckless actions. Zhao, the butler, called driver Xiao Huang. I'm leaving. What? Zhao, the butler, was utterly shocked upon hearing this. Old Master Qin hadn't left the house in over a decade. Visitors were a rare sight indeed. Only when the young masters and mistresses of the Qin family returned would they be allowed to come in for a visit. No one else had the chance. But now, old Master Qin was actually going out on his own initiative. Could something major have happened? Meanwhile, Qin Fan had already brought his grandmother out. Ever since old Master Qin began his secluded Buddhist practice in the temple 13 years ago, old Lady Qin had moved out to live with her third son, Qin Bing. As Qin Fan was the sole bloodline heir of the Qin family, the old matriarch was extremely biased toward his family. Now that Qin Fan had asked her to step out of retirement and take charge, she followed him to the group's conference room, seething with anger. The moment the elderly Mrs. Qin appeared, leaning on her dragon-headed walking stick, Qin Bing felt his confidence surge. Mom, you must stand up for me. Qin Shao incited outsiders to acquire shares of our Qin group. He's handing over the foundation of our Qin group to others. Not only has Qin Shao invited wolves into our home, but he also dares to strip my grandson Qin Fan and me of our shares. This is utterly lawless. You must restore justice for me. Grandma Qin slammed her dragon-headed cane heavily onto the floor, her piercing gaze sweeping across the entire room. Third son Qin Bing was the apple of her eye. No one was allowed to bully him. Now Qin Shao, as the eldest brother, dared to push things to the extreme. She had to intimidate him into submission. Eldest brother, why are you bullying your younger brother? Don't you know the immense contribution he's made to carrying on the Qin family line? Without third brother's family, how would the Qin bloodline be passed down? Are we supposed to rely on you and the second son, who only have daughters, to carry on the family line? Old Madame Qin held deeply feudal beliefs, placing paramount importance on matters of lineage and succession. So the moment she opened her mouth, she pressed Qin Shao on this very issue. Qin Shao watched his mother step in, feeling somewhat helpless. Mom, it's not what you think. But old lady Qin suddenly glared at him. If it's not as I imagine it, then how is it? What you've done, don't I have a right to speak up? Enough with the excuses. Apologize to third brother immediately and relinquish your position as CEO of Qin Group to him. Furthermore, it's time for the Qin family to pass the position of family head to the third son. Qin Shao, as a congratulatory gift for the third son's ascension, you shall transfer all your shares and those of Qin Keqing to him. The Qin family no longer needs heartless, ungrateful scum like you. Starting today, you are expelled from the Qin family. Go fend for yourselves. Qin Laotai's words left Qin Shao utterly speechless. He had always known the matriarch favored the third son, but he never imagined she would lay her cards on the table so blatantly, showing utter disregard for the survival of his own family. After all, she was his mother. Qin Shao could only swallow his bitterness. But Qin Keqing wasn't so easily placated. She couldn't help but sneer. Grandma, this is incredibly biased. You don't even mention how Qin Bing tricked me into going to Myanmar Township to kidnap me, or how he deliberately caused my father's car accident that nearly killed him. When our family endured such immense injustice, why didn't you stand up for us? Old lady Qin Sha Qin Keqing a withering glance, her wrinkled face drooping like the wicked witch from Snow White. You sharp-tongued little brat. Even if we concede that point, were you not in the wrong? The Qin group should have belonged to Qin Fan and his family all along. You've monopolized it for so long. It's only natural they resorted to some underhanded tactics. What's all the fuss about? If you had voluntarily relinquished the presidency and shares of Qin Group back then, would your third uncle have resorted to these actions? The fault lies squarely with your family. Old Mrs. Qin's words completely shattered Zhou Yang's worldview. Holy crap! She really is sure. This logic was practically driving Zhou Yang mad. With a grandmother like that in the Qin family, peace was impossible. But no one outranks old lady Qin in seniority. Her word is law here. Who could possibly challenge her? When it came to the Qin family's internal affairs, Zhou Yang was powerless. Just then, Zhou Yang's phone screen lit up. Bop. Zhou Yang picked it up and was instantly overjoyed. It was a WeChat message from Old Master Qin. Qin Si Yuan, Zhou Yang, if the old lady gets to the conference room first, you must find a way to stabilize the situation. I'll be there immediately. Under no circumstances can third brother become the head of the Qin family. Old Master Qin was coming? Then Qin Shao might just be saved. Based on Zhou Yang's interaction with Old Master Qin this afternoon, the old man seemed remarkably open-minded, able to let go of many things. Regarding the heir, he also prioritizes merit over lineage. He absolutely isn't the type bound by traditional notions that only a male must ascend to the position. Therefore, if he arrives, Qin Bing's scheme will surely fail. At this moment, Qin Bing was basking in his smug satisfaction. He looked at Zhou Yang, Qin Shao, and the others, unable to resist mocking them. How pathetic your struggles look in the face of family law. Qin Shao, cut the nonsense. Hand over the shares and your position already. I'm waiting to throw a victory banquet. But just then, Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table. I object. What good does your objection do? This is the Qin family's internal affair. You're an outsider. You have no right to interfere. Qin Keqing, seated beside Zhou Yang, saw his objection and instantly fixed her beautiful eyes upon him. Could Zhou Yang have a solution? I knew Zhou Yang could do it. Ding. Detected Qin Keqing's wish. Zhou Yang, you must win. If you win, I'll even help you play whack-a-mole. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A one-time War God card. B. Waste King Manual. C. Titanium alloy perpetual motion kidney. D. 5 mm. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive tenfold returns. Ding. Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you've obtained 50 mm. Ha! This reward? Whoa! This has to be a sure win. This concerns his future happiness. Zhou Yang was giving it his all for the first time. He slammed the table again. Shut up! Old Madame Qin is merely an elder of the Qin family, not the family head. What right does she have to decide who will be the next head of the Qin family? The distribution of Qin family shares and authority must be decided by the current head, Old Master Qin. No one else has that authority. Otherwise, as the largest shareholder of Qin Group, I'll be the first to object. Zhou Yang's words weren't without merit. Yet upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Long Shu Kai couldn't help but sneer. Zhou Yang? Aren't you just trying to stir up trouble? Everyone knows Grandfather Qin has devoted himself to Buddhism for over a decade and no longer meddles in family affairs. So now Grandma Qin is the ultimate authority here, every decision must follow her lead. Old Lady Qin wore an expression of haughty arrogance. She slammed her dragon-headed walking stick hard onto the ground. That's right. Here, I call the shots. You brat, you have no right to speak to me. 064 Is this steward even more pretentious than the master of the house? Zhou Yang's goal was to stir up chaos, so he could lure old Master Qin out. As he watched everyone shift their hostility from Qin Shao to himself, Zhou Yang's smile grew even broader. So he reclined in his chair with his arms crossed, feet dangling and tapping on the desk, a look of amusement on his face. I have no right to speak with you? You remind me, I almost forgot. I am now the largest shareholder of Qin Group. According to Qin Group's regulations, the largest shareholder holds decision-making control and veto power. You old hag doesn't even hold any shares in the group, yet you storm into the boardroom causing a scene and disrupting the meeting? I'd say it's you who has no right to speak with me. Whoa. Zhou Yang's words truly left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. How dare Zhou Yang speak to the matriarch of the Qin family in such a tone? Didn't he know just how terrifyingly colossal the Qin family was? A mere twitch of their toe could send tremors rippling through the entire city. As long as old Master Qin Siyuan lived, Haicheng was practically the Qin family's personal fiefdom. It could be said that old Master Qin Siyuan was the Qin family's anchor, steadying the ship. As his wife, the matriarch's scolding could make anyone hold their nose and admit fault. And now Zhou Yang dared to be so insolent toward the old Madame Qin. Wasn't that courting death? Before the matriarch even spoke, others had already begun their assault on Zhou Yang. Qin Fan was the first to jump out. Zhou Yang, what kind of person do you think you are, talking to my grandmother like that? In Haicheng, no one has ever dared to on the Qin family's head, never before and never again. Mark my words, you're dead meat today. Long Shu Kai sneered coldly. This kid thinks acquiring 30% of Qin Group's shares gives him free rein? Everyone knows Qin Group exists solely because of the Qin family. Without the Qin family backing it, Qin Group is nothing. Even Qin Shao couldn't help but frown, sighing as he looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, keep your mouth shut. I know you mean well, but speaking to my mother like this could get you killed. I doubt you realize what truly anchors the Qin family's standing in Haicheng. Among those present, only Qin Keqing understood that Zhou Yang must have his reasons for acting this way. For every time she witnessed Zhou Yang's unwavering resolve, he always emerged with a clear plan to resolve the conflict at hand. So she was waiting for him to work some magic. Zhou Yang, help me teach this biased old hag a lesson. Qin Keqing whispered softly into Zhou Yang's ear, her gaze brimming with admiration as she looked at him. Powerful men have a way of making you lose yourself, sniffle sniffle. Truthfully, he would have done it without her prompting. After all, he was striving for those 50 millimeters, converting the units, that was 5 centimeters. Beside them, Manhwa respectfully placed large sunglasses over Zhou Yang's eyes while fanning him with a folding fan. Zhou Yang wore that infuriatingly smug grin, crossing his legs so casually it made old Lady Qin grind her teeth in frustration. Then, Zhou Yang casually waved a single finger. No, no, no. Today, I'm the one who decides. Only Mr. Qin, the founder, holds the authority to make decisions for the Qin Group. I won't listen to anyone else. Zhou Yang's audacious words sent Qin Fan into a rage. He pointed his finger right at Zhou Yang's nose and snarled. Zhou Yang, I think you're doing this on purpose. You know perfectly well my grandfather hasn't been involved in affairs for over a decade and no one can persuade him to come out, yet you insist on dragging him into this. I think you're deliberately causing trouble. Zhou Yang pushed his sunglasses up with his finger, a twisted grin spreading across his lips. With old Master Qin absent, I'm the ultimate decision-maker here. You lot can choose for yourselves. Zhou Yang's words were flawless. Theoretically speaking, as the largest shareholder, he was indeed the ultimate decision-maker, no question about it. But the Qin family wasn't about to let Zhou Yang stall things indefinitely. Therefore, the look in Qin Bing's eyes as he stared at Zhou Yang grew increasingly dangerous. This is now an internal matter of the Qin family. As an outsider, you have no place here. Guards! Escort Zhou Yang out immediately. Anyone not of the Qin family, clear the room. As soon as Qin Bing finished speaking, over a dozen burly bodyguards in suits and sunglasses, their muscular chests straining against their clothing, stormed into the corporate conference room, ready to lay hands on Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang glanced at Ma Huayun beside him. Mr. Ma, handle these troublemakers for me. Such a minor matter hardly worth my personal attention. Ma Huayun glanced at the bodyguards and pulled out his phone. Ha? Zhou Yang froze. Wait, didn't I tell you to handle the bodyguards? Is it even possible to call for backup now? But housekeeper Ma was actually making a call. He dialed the number and barked into the phone without mincing words. Qin Siyuan, what the hell is going on? Why haven't you shown up yet? Ha? What? Hearing the call Ma made, Zhou Yang nearly fell off his chair. This bastard was acting even more arrogant than Zhou Yang himself. How dare he speak to old Master Qin like that? Not just Zhou Yang, everyone present had their jaws drop. They all thought Zhou Yang's butler had lost his mind. Qin Fan doubled over laughing, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Yang, where did you hire this actor? This is way too unprofessional. Long Shu Kai shot him a withering glance, his expression as cold as death. To pull such a stunt against the Qin family in Haicheng? You're charging headlong down the path to self-destruction. As for old Madame Qin, she simply exploded. She raised her dragon head cane, pointing it at Zhou Yang as she bellowed. You insolent brat, you have no idea how dangerous this is. The last person who spoke to us like this is long dead. The grass on his grave is taller than you. I now order you to mobilize the Qin family's special forces immediately and eliminate this brat. Keep it clean, erase every trace of his existence from this world. Zhou Yang, of course, wasn't afraid of their threats. He didn't even take them seriously. He knew that Jin steward, Ma Huayun, had his reasons for making such a call. As the system-assigned steward, Ma Huayun possessed connections that reached the highest echelons. He might genuinely have the backing to speak to old Master Qin Si Yuan in such a manner. Sure enough, the next second, Ma Huayun pressed the speakerphone button, filling the conference room with the voice from the other end of the line. Mr. Ma? You're calling this old man personally? What could possibly be so urgent that it would disturb someone of your stature? That single sentence alone caused every person present to turn pale with shock. What? Could it really be the voice of old Master Qin Si Yuan? How could that be possible? Ma Huayun was merely a lowly attendant fanning Zhou Yang. How dare he speak to the head of the Qin family in such a manner? For a split second, it felt like the sky had fallen. Even Zhou Yang found it utterly astonishing. But then he thought about it. Ma Huayun had dared to boss around the general in Benaidi. Speaking to Qin Si Yuan like this was only to be expected. Just then, old Master Qin's voice boomed again from the other end of the line. What matter? Our young master is in your Qin family conference room teaching your Qin family's young upstarts a lesson. If any of your Qin family juniors dare show disrespect to our young master, and if he suffers any injury, your entire Qin family will cease to exist. This time, there was hesitation on the other end of the line. Clearly, Ma Huayun's words had thrown Qin Si Yuan into confusion. He had no idea how this young master Ma Huayun mentioned had ended up in the Qin group conference room, let alone gotten into a confrontation with the Qin family's younger generation. Mr. Ma, could you please clarify? Which young master are you referring to? What, so forgetful? This afternoon, my young master even sent you a jade Buddha statue. Already forgotten so quickly? Ma Huayun's tone toward Qin Si Yuan was extremely cold, bordering on the condescending manner of a superior addressing an inferior. Qin Si Yuan suddenly realized. The young master you're referring to, could it be young Master Zhou? Mr. Ma, please don't worry. I'll be in the conference room in no more than 10 seconds. I apologize for the inconvenience. The moment the words faded from the phone, the conference room door swung open once more. Qin Si Yuan stood there in traditional Chinese attire, his gray-streaked hair framing a face radiating authority. He had killed many during the war years, and even now, a faint aura of lethality lingered about him. An ordinary person caught his gaze would tremble in fear. Grandfather? Father, you really came? Old Master Qin, head of the family. Every member of the Qin family rose to their feet, their faces filled with reverence as they turned to look at Qin Si Yuan. This man held the power to determine the Qin family's fate. No one dared show him disrespect. Yet upon entering, Qin Si Yuan paid no heed to the crowd. His gaze swept the room before instantly fixing on Zhou Yang and Ma Huayun. He immediately stooped forward and bowed to Zhou Yang. Mr. Ma, young Master Zhou, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Qin Si Yuan humbly offers his apologies to both of you. Oh dear, young Master Zhou, I truly had no idea you were Mr. Ma's host. Had I known your status, how could I have dared to stand and speak with you this afternoon? Seeing Qin Si Yuan's utterly groveling demeanor, the Qin family members who had felt as if the sky had fallen were all struck dumb. What kind of person could command such reverence from old Master Qin? Could it be one of those young masters from the Celestial Palace compound, out playing in the mortal world? If that were the case, angering Zhou Yang could spell disaster for the entire Qin family. Bloodshed would surely follow. Qin Si Yuan's display filled everyone with dread. Now they were all scrambling to mend fences with Zhou Yang. The first to react was Long Shishui, father of Long Shucai. As one of the dragon family's heirs, Long Shishui possessed a keen sense for impending danger. Sensing trouble, he immediately began to distance himself. Young Master Zhou, I admit our Long family spoke a bit too loudly just now. This is between you and the Qin family. It has nothing to do with us. I hereby declare that the Long family unconditionally supports every decision made by young Master Zhou. Furthermore, we will transfer all shares of Qin Group to young Master Zhou. From this moment onward, the Long family withdraws from this meeting room and will no longer involve ourselves in the Qin family's internal affairs. Without waiting for a response, he thrust the share transfer agreement into Zhou Yang's hands before grabbing the seaweed and bolting out. The speed was astonishing. Long Shucai was still puzzled. Dad, why are we running? Is Zhou Yang really worth you being so scared? Long Shishui was furious. You idiot, don't call me dad. You nearly got us both killed. If your old man hadn't assessed the situation and pulled out in time, you'd have ended up as a damn dish. Your grandfather named you Dragon Whisker Vegetable to remind you that you're deaf, weak, and useless. Mark my words, stop causing trouble for me. Dragon Noodle scratched his head, clearly missing the point of his father's rant. Dad, Grandpa really knew people well. I always wondered why I'm so weak. So what's the deal with you being called Dragon Water Sucker? Get out, I never had a son like you. Listening to the conversation outside the door, Zhou Yang's jaw dropped from laughter. What else could water sucking mean? It all depends on what kind of water you're sucking up. The old patriarch of the Long family was truly talented. He sure knew how to name people. Zhou Yang turned his gaze back to Qin Siyuan, who was bowing respectfully. Mr. Qin, no need for such formality. I'm quite approachable. But the more Zhou Yang said this, the more panicked Qin Siyuan became. The most terrifying thing is pretending to be harmless as a pig's foot. That way, it's easier to play dumb and catch the tiger. Young Master Zhou, given your stature, there's no need to be so formal with this old man. Just give me your orders directly. Zhou Yang nodded. He understood that Qin Siyuan had already formed a preconceived notion, viewing him as some formidable young master. That Qin Siyuan showed such deference clearly meant Ma Huayun's background was terrifyingly formidable. When he had the chance, he would definitely get Ma Huayun to spill the beans about his background. But for now, the immediate problem needed solving. Zhou Yang gestured toward the seat where old lady Qin sat. Old Qin, this farce needs to end. 065 Dad, I'm your son. Why are you siding with outsiders? Qin Siyuan knew exactly what Zhou Yang was implying. In fact, that was precisely why he had come today. Now, he straightened his back, projecting the absolute authority befitting the patriarch of the Qin family, a local powerhouse. His gaze fell first upon old lady Qin. You blind old hag. Kneel before young Master Zhou and beg for his forgiveness. Though Qin Siyuan had been separated from the old lady Qin for over a decade, he still harbored affection for her. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to rescue her. But alas, the old matriarch was so clouded by prejudice that she showed no sign of repentance. Old man, what's gotten into you? How dare you speak to me like this over some young upstart? He's just a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. Is he worth you treating me like this? Let me tell you this, today, you must step down as head of the Qin family. Qin Bing is Qin Fan, the sole bloodline of our Qin family. He is our only root. Qin Siyuan couldn't believe old lady Qin still couldn't grasp the situation, stubbornly arguing with him. His expression instantly darkened. He glanced at the heavily armed special agents he'd brought along and waved his hand. That old hag has lost her mind. Take her away and lock her up. Never let her set foot outside the Qin family gates again. Seeing old Madame Qin being dealt with so ruthlessly by Qin Siyuan, Qin Bing was utterly panicked. Dad, you can't treat Mom like this. She's only trying to ensure the continuation of our family line. Enough. Qin Siyuan's furious roar reverberated through the conference room, creating a buzzing echo. I have no son from that worthless elder brother of yours. From this moment on, all of Qin Bing's shares are transferred to your brother Qin Shao. Furthermore, I hereby declare that from this day forward, Qin Shao is the head of the Qin family. There will be no further disputes. This matter is settled. With a single sentence, Qin Siyuan resolved every issue the Qin family had accumulated over the years, effectively drawing a final line under the matter. But Qin Bing, stripped of everything, twisted into a hideous grimace. He had schemed for so long, forged alliances with so many families, all for the sole purpose of becoming the head of the Qin family. Now this old man dared to pass the position to Qin Shao? What had been the meaning of his struggle? Dad, you're being foolish. I'm your son, while Zhou Yang is an outsider. How can you side with an outsider against your own flesh and blood? Wasn't Mother's explanation just now clear enough? I, Qin Bing, have a son, the sole heir of the Qin bloodline. Are you seriously considering passing the future headship to your daughter? Dad, have you lost your mind? Qin Bing tried to pressure Qin Siyuan by invoking his son, Qin Fan. He knew bloodline succession was paramount to any family. With Qin Fan as his only son, Qin Bing took it for granted that the position of family head was his. But unfortunately, Qin Siyuan shook his head in disappointment. According to Qin family tradition, the eldest son inherits the estate. After Qin Shao steps down as head, the position will pass to Qin Kiching. Besides, just look at Qin Fan's character. If he inherits the position, the Qin group will surely decline within 3 years. Enough. This matter is closed. Anyone who brings it up again will face the family's disciplinary measures. This time, no one dared to argue further. Qin Bing slumped down onto the floor, utterly defeated. This time, he had lost everything. Qin Siyuan turned his gaze toward Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, are you satisfied with how I handled this? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Mr. Qin, this is your family matter. You know best how to handle it. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave. Zhou Yang genuinely intended to take his leave, as his wish reward had already been credited. There was no need to linger at the Qin residence any longer. Ding! Host has fulfilled Qin Keqing's wish, seems I can't rush things. First, have Zhou Yang pretend to be my boyfriend to scare off Longsakai, then return to the Qin family to help me vie for the heir position. Receive tenfold wish reward, 10 billion investment return deposited into the host's bank account ending in 5858. Current balance, 20,181,562,956.65 yuan. Ding! Host's assets exceed 20 billion. Subsequent calculations will be in hundreds of millions. Balance displays only one decimal place. Current bank balance, 20.18 billion yuan. Ding! Host fulfilled Qin Keqing's wish, Zhou Yang, you must win. If you win, I'll even help you play whack-a-mole, earning a tenfold wish reward. 50 million has been credited. Host may allocate funds as desired. Whoa! Zhou Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He'd grown tired of counting decimal points, now he could finally face the sheer magnitude of the sum. Plus, these 50 millimeters are incredibly versatile, he can actually decide how to use them. Whether to grow taller or wider was a matter for consideration. But Zhou Yang was quite satisfied with his 182 centimeters height, so without any hesitation, he immediately discarded the height option. Just then, Zhou Yang felt a sharp pain in his waist. Ouch! Why'd you pinch me? Zhou Yang turned to Qin Keqing beside him, grimacing as he spoke. This little girl always had trouble gauging her strength and tended to hurt people. Just like when we were playing whack-a-mole earlier. Qin Keqing pouted at Zhou Yang, looking adorably cute. You jerk, Zhou Yang. You just helped me sort out my family stuff and now you're in such a hurry to leave. Actually, I was just thinking, if you'd helped me win, I might have given it another shot. Oh. Zhou Yang slapped his forehead. Sure thing. Since that's the case, he could stay after all. Zhou Yang was all about value for money, he couldn't let such a chance to dig deeper go to waste. Besides, he'd just used his investment reward and was eager to explore its divine transformations. So Zhou Yang eagerly nodded his head. Yay! Then I'll head back later. Qin Siyuan, witnessing Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing's intimate interaction, felt profoundly gratified. Keqing truly lived up to his high hopes as his beloved granddaughter. Even in choosing a boyfriend, she'd found such an outstanding young man like young Master Zhou. With Keqing in the family, the Qin's future was assured. As the saying goes, experience counts for a lot. Qin Siyuan had already begun creating opportunities for Zhou Yang and Keqing. Young people like you shouldn't just stay cooped up indoors. Get out more, stroll around the streets, and clear your minds, otherwise, it's just too stuffy. I hear the new night market in Xinhua district is well worth a visit. Keqing, why don't you accompany young Master Zhou to experience the local customs and culture of Haicheng? Qin Keqing instantly grasped her grandfather's meaning, he was urging her to seize this chance. She nodded obediently. Qin Siyuan then turned to Zhou Yang, his expression filled with respect. If young Master Zhou doesn't mind, please take Keqing under your wing. She's quite capable. Huh? Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock. He had reason to suspect Qin Siyuan was pulling his leg. But could an old man like him really get young people's inside jokes? This scene, however, piqued the interest of Qin Xingqing, daughter of Qin Feng from the second branch of the Qin family. In truth, Qin Xingqing had been observing Zhou Yang the moment he entered the conference room. After all, his looks rivaled those of the esteemed readers, utterly irresistible. He who disturbs this palace's divine heart shall be made to sleep. Such a flower-like beauty must not be left for others to enjoy. But Sister Keqing, you can't handle Zhou Yang. Let me take care of him instead. Thus, Qin Xingqing's coquettish voice rang out instantly. Grandfather, Xingqing just returned to Haicheng not long ago. She'd like to learn about the local customs and culture. Please let Xingqing accompany Sister Zhou and the others. That voice, sweet as honey, was enough to make one's bones go weak. It was hard to imagine how thrilling it would be if such a woman whispered unspeakable things in one's ear. Zhou Yang shot a surprised glance at Qin Xingqing. Remember that little police flower Ruohua? She was actually disguised as this Qin Xingqing. Who would have thought the real Qin Xingqing could rival Officer Ruohua herself? Qin Xingqing was also gracefully slender. Having spent years overseas, she carried a hint of that wild, western cowgirl charm, with a beautifully tanned, wheat-colored complexion. But precisely because of this, she stood in stark contrast to Qin Keqing, the quintessential gentle Jiangnan beauty. Her shoulders were noticeably broader than most girls due to her regular workouts. Her waist abruptly narrowed after the magnificent curve descending from her shoulders, forming that classic A4 waist silhouette. Then, after the peach-shaped buttocks, the curves dramatically exaggerated once more. This hourglass figure might seem stunning at first glance, but the more you look, the more captivating it becomes. Especially when paired with a skimpy denim mini-skirt and a V-neck crop top, it was fiercely explosive. Before she stood up, Zhou Yang hadn't really noticed. But now that she'd taken the initiative, Zhou Yang was instantly struck by a wave of awe. Whoa, if the east wind were to aid Qiao Qiao, the two Qiaos would be locked away in the Copper Sparrow Pavilion this spring. In Zhou Yang's eyes, Qin Keqing and Qin Xingqing now resembled the legendary sisters to Qiao and Xiao Qiao. And with the powerful connection of manager Jean Manhwa as his trump card, Zhou Yang didn't need to worry about any trouble arising. Thus, a faint stir of restlessness began to stir within Zhou Yang's heart. I don't think I should be a descendant of Zhou Yu. I should be surnamed Xiao instead. Qin Siyuan pondered Qin Xingqing's words thoughtfully. At first, he thought Qin Xingqing was being a bit immature meddling in this just to be a third wheel, right? But upon catching Zhou Yang's fleeting look of astonishment and admiration, he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps this was a rather good option after all. He gave a slight smile. Since you want to see it, go with your sister and young Master Zhou. Don't get too carried away, come back early. Yes, Grandpa. Qin Xingqing's eyes crinkled with laughter, her cheeks flushed like ripened melons enough to make Zhou Yang want to pounce on her like a fox. Her scheme having succeeded, she shot a defiant glance at Qin Keqing, the implication clear. The only one who seemed less than thrilled was Qin Keqing. She straightened her chest, her ample cleavage swaying slightly as she met Qin Xingqing's challenge. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, grinned with delight. What was the first rule in the Qin Group employee handbook again? Competition for positions sparks initiative. It really does make sense. Phi Omega. Xinhua District's night market, a trendy spot built in recent years, was dubbed the ocean's never-sleeping city. Here, you could smell the salty breeze of the sea. Throughout the city that never sleeps, small groups of pedestrians wander everywhere, and couples embrace openly, oblivious to those around them. Twinkling colored lights adorn trees and buildings alike, with cascading waterfall-like displays of lights in some spots, creating a dreamlike, romantic, and enchanting atmosphere. After delivering Zhou Yang and the others to the city that never sleeps, the golden butler Ma Huayun vanished without a trace. Zhou Yang couldn't care less about him after all, Ma Huayun would show up when needed. Especially now that he was accompanied by two stunning beauties, it wouldn't be appropriate for Ma Huayun to tag along and be the third wheel. The trio of handsome men and beautiful women instantly drew stares from passers-by the moment they stepped into the night market, becoming the center of attention. So handsome. So beautiful. They look better than celebrities. Oomph, you devil, where are your eyes wandering? Is hers bigger or mine? If that hottie wasn't surrounded by two beauties, I'd go confess my feelings even if it was just for one night. Qin Keqing held Zhou Yang's hand and gave him a detailed introduction, as if he had never been to Haicheng before. Zhou Yang, there's a performance starting soon at the innermost square. Let's go watch it. Just as Zhou Yang was about to agree, Qin Xingqing wrapped her arms around his arm. No way, Yang Gu. There's a haunted house over there. Let's go play in the haunted house, okay? You can protect me. That sweet, tingly voice burrowing into his ears made it incredibly hard to refuse. With a sigh, Zhou Yang pulled his arm free from her embrace and agreed. Then, pulled along by Qin Xingqing, Zhou Yang stepped into the haunted house. Qin Keqing pouted and stomped her feet in frustration. Ah! Stupid Zhou Yang, I absolutely hate him. She hurried inside after him. After all, she couldn't let Zhou Yang be snatched away by someone else. But the moment Qin Keqing entered the haunted house, four short-haired men with bulging temples suddenly appeared at the entrance. One glance told her they were masters of external martial arts. The four exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. The leader pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Young Master Gua, the Zhou Yang you were looking for, we found him. Good. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. Daring to disrupt the 9 great families' plan is nothing short of suicide. 066 Why are they all female ghosts? Where are the male ghosts? Find an opportunity to eliminate Zhou Yang. Daring to disrupt the plans of our 9 great families is asking for death. Yes, young Master Gua. The assassins are already disguised as male ghosts in the haunted house. They'll strike Zhou Yang when the moment is right. We guarantee it'll look like he died of fright. No one will be able to figure out the cause. Guo Shang nodded in satisfaction. He handed his subordinate 500,000 yuan to hire the assassins, confident nothing would go wrong. But what he didn't anticipate was that his underling pocketed 300,000 yuan and used the rest to hire 4 bumbling thugs. In Guo Shang's mind, Zhou Yang wasn't exactly a formidable opponent, a job any random thugs could handle. So he didn't give it a second thought. He even thought his father, Guo Baogua, was overreacting. What he didn't know was that the 9 great families of Haicheng had already begun taking action against Zhou Yang, the man who had disrupted their plans. The Guo family's representative for this operation was Gui Shang, the eldest son. Just 2 days prior, his underling Lu Zixuan had been dealt with by Zhou Yang and was still locked up in the detention center. Guo Shang hadn't expected to cross paths with Zhou Yang again so soon. When he received his father's orders, Guo Shang was somewhat taken aback. After all, his evenings were usually spent indulging in the company of women, so being tasked with this job left him somewhat reluctant. That's why he hired others to do the dirty work. At that moment, he was lounging on a sofa in the billiards club. He pinched a large cigar between his thumb and index finger, removing it from his mouth to exhale a thick smoke ring. Hey, this Zhou Yang guy, is he everywhere? Too bad he ran into me. He won't make it through tonight. I told you before, there are 100 ways to take Zhou Yang out privately. That idiot Lu Zixuan actually chose to file a false police report. What a ing moron. Just as he was bragging to his men, a pool hall attendant approached. "Young Master Gua, the female billiards assistants you requested are here. Would you like them to set up the balls for you?" Gua Xiao scanned the lineup of billiards assistants and immediately broke into a wicked grin. These assistants look like they've got some serious skills today. Easy to get carried away and bump into people. Let's get started. Bring me my personal cue, I want to test its feel. Zhou Yang had no idea he was already being watched. He was happily posting to his social feed. Video, horror house staff about to clock out, Zhou Yang offers 100x pay to get them to work overtime. Caption, passion pays off. Their dedication deserves genuine appreciation. These employees normally earn just 100 yuan a day for working a full 8-hour shift. They were ready to leave the moment their shift ended. But the moment Zhou Yang and his two companions entered the room, as the employees mentioned leaving, Zhou Yang immediately shouted, "Extra pay. For dedicated employees who love their work, I'll pay you 100 times your daily wage for overtime." A 100-fold increase sent the workers into a frenzy. That's 10,000 yuan more than 3 months' salary. Are you kidding me? How could they not work overtime and still face their own conscience? Work overtime. Absolutely. That was the collective cry of every horror house employee at that very moment. Even the front desk employee who was supposed to be hospitalized for childbirth gave up her leave. "Boss, I think the baby can hold on a bit longer. He said he has an urgent matter tonight and won't be coming in." Of course, that's what she said in Zhou Yang's camera. "It's not about the money, it's because I love this job. Passion deserves genuine respect." So Zhou Yang transferred 20,000 yuan to the pregnant woman at double the rate. After all, for a child to start working at such a young age, that's dedication. She deserves to be paid like an adult. Under the power of cash, the haunted house lost all its terror. So much so that when Zhou Yang and his two companions entered, the staff dressed as ghosts lined up to greet them. "Hey, boss, there are steps up ahead. Take it slow. Boss, are you and your girlfriends feeling cold? Should we turn on the AC for you? Boss, is the lighting too dim? If you find it too dark, I can adjust it brighter for you. Boss, the operating room up ahead might be a bit scary. How about I have the nurse give you a lovely low-cut makeup look? Boss, I swapped all the vampires in the bar for, pole dancing bunny girls. How'd you like that? Boss, how about adding 2 more zombie girls in the ruins? They say you can have even more thrilling fun." Zhou Yang was thoroughly impressed by the enthusiasm of the haunted house staff. The horror house featured numerous specially constructed scenes: hospitals, restrooms, ruins, bars, and the like. Each scene featured cosplay ghost girls, delivering uniquely thrilling experiences for Zhou Yang. This money is well spent, these cosplayers are top-notch. If I hadn't brought Qin Kiching and Qin Qingqing along, I might have had even more unexpected fun. The female ghost's eyes sparkled with seductive charm, making Zhou Yang thoroughly enjoy himself. But Qin Qingqing was feeling a bit dissatisfied. Qin Qingqing had originally planned to use the claustrophobic environment of the haunted house to throw herself into Zhou Yang's arms and increase their intimacy. She knew Qin Kiching was timid and terrified of anything supernatural. By deliberately bringing Zhou Yang to the haunted house, she'd hoped to outdo her sister. But now, her entire plan had been ruined by these employees. Damn it, these haunted house staff are stealing the show. They didn't leave me any private space at all. How am I supposed to outdo Qin Kiching now? Seriously. This is infuriating. Qin Qingqing glared at the enthusiastic staff dressed as ghosts, stomping her feet in frustration. What was wrong with these ghosts today? They were all dressed up like showgirls, not scary at all. Some were even downright seductive. Especially that female nurse wielding a giant syringe, wearing a blood-stained, low-cut, ripped uniform. It was unbearable to watch. She practically threw herself at Zhou Yang. That nurse's seductive gaze practically screamed, "Boss, come catch me." This wasn't a haunted house, it was a love house. With so many gorgeous female ghosts in cosplay, who wouldn't fall for them? Honestly, even she, as a woman, was starting to feel a flutter. Not only did she have no chance to be alone with Zhou Yang, but now she had dozens of unexpected competitors. Furious, Qin Qingqing grabbed one of the performers and demanded loudly, "Where are the male ghosts? Where are the male ghosts? Why are they all female ghosts? Is this haunted house a haunted attraction or a brothel?" The actress looked at Qin Qingqing with a pout. "Young Master Zhou specifically instructed us earlier he doesn't like men. Male actors get paid 100 times their regular wage for time off. Female ghosts get overtime pay, and outstanding performers get extra tips." Put. Qin Qingqing rolled her eyes. This Zhou Yang sure knows how to play. But this incident gave Qin Qingqing a whole new perspective on Zhou Yang's wealth. Throwing around hundreds of thousands like it's nothing, this young Master Zhou really proves that money talks. But precisely because of this, the usually timid Qin Kiching found herself smiling brightly. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's arm, not forgetting to tease him. "Zhou Yang, are these female ghosts dressed so flamboyantly just to seduce you?" Zhou Yang tore his gaze away from the crowd of stunning female ghosts and smiled faintly. "I suppose this is the kind of trouble that comes with being rich. But I hope I have more and more of this kind of trouble." Qin Keqing pouted upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. You're such a flirt. I'm not playing whack-a-mole with you anymore. Zhou Yang chuckled and tapped Qin Keqing on the forehead. If you won't play with me, I'm sure plenty of others would be happy to. Knowing she had no leverage over Zhou Yang, Qin Keqing tried her best to act sweet. Ugh, Zhou Yang, you're so annoying. You just love picking on me. Though she protested with her words, her body kept leaning into Zhou Yang, inviting his hands to roam freely. After all, she was High City's most beautiful woman. Who could resist such initiative? Zhou Yang couldn't help but let out a strange chuckle as he executed a palm technique from below. Just as Zhou Yang was reveling in the moment, he suddenly sensed something slightly off ahead. He turned to the pole dancing bunny girls in the bar scene beside him and asked, "Didn't I say no male staff allowed in here? What's with those guys?" The bunny girl looked confusedly at the four male ghosts who had just entered the bar scene, equally bewildered. "I don't know. Young Master Zhou, shall I go ask for you?" As she spoke, the bunny girl used Zhou Yang as a pole prop, dancing with practiced ease. Her body suddenly leaned forward, her head coming close to Zhou Yang's nose, while she pressed her black lace gloves over the gaps in her low-cut top, exuding endless allure. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. He pulled out a stack of bills and shoved them straight into the bunny girl's neckline. "You deserve it. Thank you, young Master Zhou." These bills had been specially prepared by Manhwa at Zhou Yang's request, solely for tipping purposes. After all, for a high roller, simply transferring money lacked the thrill of spending it. And these paper bills? They just feel more satisfying when showing off. After dismissing the bunny girls, Zhou Yang's peripheral vision never left the four male ghost performers who had just entered the bar scene. Amidst the sea of women, they stood out like sore thumbs. As an elite special forces ace, Zhou Yang possessed keen crisis awareness. Besides, he had explicitly forbidden male staff from entering. How could the sudden appearance of several men not arouse his suspicion? Could someone be targeting him, planning to make a move? Without showing any emotion, Zhou Yang sent a message to his butler, Jin Manhwa. "Butler Ma, check if anyone is following me. Also, find some people to protect my safety." "Yes, young master." After hanging up, Zhou Yang paid no further attention to the four men. He was now a high roller. If he still had to handle things personally, that would be downright low class. He knew Manhwa would handle these matters flawlessly. It wasn't until the meeting at Qin Group that Zhou Yang realized he'd consistently underestimated Manhwa's capabilities. Turns out, whatever task you assigned Manhwa, he could pull it off flawlessly. Why bother going through all that trouble himself? Wouldn't it be far more satisfying to simply have Manhwa handle everything? This new realization truly filled Zhou Yang with the indulgent pleasure of a wealthy young master. He was starting to feel like he couldn't do without Manhwa. Unfortunately, he only had the monthly pass for the golden butler card. Once the month was up, Manhwa would likely vanish. Deep down, he began hoping tonight's social media check-in reward would grant him another gold butler monthly pass. Once you start using golden butler's services, you genuinely become dependent on them. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's orders, Manhwa sprang into action immediately. Soon, key departments across Haichang received notifications demanding they ensure young Master Zhou's safety. Meanwhile, Ruohua, who was strolling through the night market in plainclothes, also received a notification from Officer Chen. "Ruohua, someone might be targeting young Master Zhou Yang. Based on your location, you're closest to young Master Zhou. Proceed immediately to the Flaming Encounter Horror House at Ocean Neverland and assume responsibility for his protection." Protect Zhou Yang? Ruohua's eyes suddenly lit up. She couldn't explain why, but ever since returning to Haichang, she'd been feeling listless, her mind constantly filled with thoughts of Zhou Yang. She had assumed this restlessness stemmed from guilt over her past misunderstandings toward him, driving her desire to make amends. Now, receiving this mission, she instantly felt excited. "I thought I wouldn't see Zhou Yang until tomorrow when I deliver the commendation banner. Ha! Who knew it'd be tonight instead? Zhou Yang, don't be afraid, officer here." Ruohua swiftly entered the haunted house and identified herself. "Besides young Master Zhou, has anyone else come in here? This officer is on duty to protect young Master Zhou. Tell me everything you know truthfully." 067 Who hired this actor? He's pretty convincing. The beautiful receptionist, upon hearing Ruohua was a police officer, instantly recalled every misdeed she'd ever committed in her life. "Officer, I only scammed an old man out of 2,000 yuan. That doesn't meet the threshold for a formal case, right? Besides, he gave it to me voluntarily. I didn't ask about that. I asked if anyone suspicious besides that Mr. Zhou came by earlier." "Never mind, you don't need to say anything. I'll just check the surveillance footage." Ruohua knew the receptionist couldn't provide clear answers. She decided to review the footage herself. And wouldn't you know it, Ruohua actually spotted something fishy. These four guys were acting shady, pretending to be ghosts. Clearly, they're the ones targeting Zhou Yang. Upon discovering this clue, Ruohua instantly perked up. She turned to face the beautiful receptionist. "Give me a copy of your haunted house's scene map, and while you're at it, get me a set of cosplay costumes. I'm infiltrating the place myself to carry out the mission." After quickly changing into the costume, Ruohua felt even more excited. Gak gak gak. Ruohua couldn't help but drool when she saw her reflection in the mirror. Honestly, this cosplay outfit truly brought out her feminine beauty. The front desk attendant, hearing Ruohua was on official business, was nearly scared out of her wits but cooperated fully. She even brought out the store's most expensive cosplay outfit, the Black Pearl Catwoman costume. It must be said, this Catwoman outfit fit Ruohua perfectly. The glossy black leather hugged her curves, accentuating her stunning figure to perfection. 2 fluffy cat ears bounced adorably with each step. And the tail? Electric. Fully controllable. The female receptionist couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Ruohua's cosplay. Oh my gosh, Officer Ruohua, you look absolutely adorable in that cosplay outfit. I'm sure young Master Zhou will take special notice of you after all, he's tipped quite a few sisters with amazing figures. Hearing this, Ruohua's pretty face turned slightly cold. What are you talking about? This officer is here on official duty to protect young Master Zhou. Not to beg for tips. Though she said this, inside, Ruohua was overjoyed. Hee, just wait until I let that Zhou Yang fellow get a good look at this police beauty's peerless charm. Teasing him to death without giving him a taste. With that thought, Ruohua picked up the matching leather whip and stepped into the next scene. Zhou Yang and his group were about to enter the Catwoman Pavilion. Inside the Catwoman Pavilion, 3 or 4 female cosplayers were already changing costumes and waiting. They were still discussing among themselves. I heard this Zhou youngster is super generous today, he booked the whole place out. You bet. Just now on WeChat, he sent a 20,000 yuan red envelope in our staff group. I only snagged 300 yuan, my luck sucks. Hopefully young Master Zhou will tip us more later. Ha? Red packets in the staff group? Damn it, I had it muted and totally missed it. Woohoo! Crazy. I snagged 888 yuan, enough for my meals this whole month. So excited. Mr. Zhou must be here to save us all. I'd love to be his nth room hostess. The girls chatted excitedly, all dreaming about Zhou Yang's upcoming tips and thrilled to have snagged such a huge red envelope. But what they didn't know was that while they were raking it in, Zhou Yang never lost out. This single red envelope netted Zhou Yang nearly 1.1 million yuan, covering every penny of tonight's expenses. At that very moment, Ruohua entered Catwoman's lounge wielding a small whip, surveying the surroundings. The 4 cosplayers, noticing Ruohua's arrival, all turned their gaze toward her. Who is she? She's so beautiful. Don't recognize her. Probably new here. She's so gorgeous, she might steal young Master Zhou's attention. I feel so threatened. No worries, if looks aren't enough, we'll make up for it with big boobs. Just lower the neckline a bit. But ours aren't nearly as revealing as hers, are they? Just as the Catgirl cosplayers were whispering among themselves, Ruohua spoke up first. Listen up, everyone. I'm with the Haicheng Police Department, here to protect Mr. Zhou. Young Master Zhou is currently walking from the bar scene towards us. Suspicious individuals are tailing him. Follow my instructions shortly, stay put and avoid getting caught in the crossfire during any altercations. The Catgirls froze in shock upon hearing this. They never expected the other person to be a policewoman. After all, who wants to deal with the police? So they quickly fell into line, following Ruohua's instructions completely. Ruohua cast a proud glance toward the direction Zhou Yang was approaching, unable to suppress a smirk. Zhou Yang, this police officer is helping you out this time. Just wait until you're so grateful you'll be weeping tears of joy, ha ha ha. Zhou Yang was indeed making his way toward the Catwoman Club. But at this moment, he was surrounded by women. On his left was Qin Qingqing, and on his right was Qin Keqing. The pair of sisters had him completely occupied, leaving him no time to appreciate the scenery along the way. He couldn't help but sigh with regret. But this didn't mean Zhou Yang had let his guard down. On the contrary, he kept a close eye on the 4 ghostly figures lurking behind them. These 4 male ghosts were the assassins hired by Guosheng. They were now closely monitoring Zhou Yang's movements, convinced they were undetected. They were secretly following Zhou Yang and his group while also whispering to each other. Atongmu, when do we make our move? Wu Liqiu, don't rush. We need to do this without anyone noticing. Later, we'll find a corner to jump out from. With these ghost costumes, we'll scare him to death. That way, no one will suspect he was actually murdered. Atongmu, doesn't this haunted house feel kinda weird? Weird how? It seems like there are only female ghosts here. Where did all the male ghosts go? Maybe this whole scene is just set up with female ghosts. We'll find male ghosts in other scenes. Don't waste time overthinking this, our mission comes first. Upon entering the Catwoman Pavilion, Zhou Yang couldn't help but freeze in surprise. That Catwoman before him looked strangely familiar. Where had he seen her before? Why couldn't he quite place her? After all, Ruohua was now dressed as a Catwoman, her face painted with 3 colorful cat whiskers. Zhou Yang didn't recognize her at first glance. He even made a few flirtatious remarks to Ruohua. Hey, where'd you find this Catwoman? She's pretty convincing. If you didn't blur her out, I'd be bleeding from my nose. Hearing Zhou Yang's comment, Ruohua quickly glanced down at her outfit, worried something might be exposed. But there wasn't anything, it was just that the leather outfit hugged her curves a little too tightly. That damn Zhou Yang. He still couldn't shake his bad habit of flirting with girls. Ruohua wrinkled her delicate nose, about to teach Zhou Yang a lesson, when her eyes suddenly narrowed. She stared at 4 ghostly figures lurking outside the door, creeping along the wall. These 4 are highly suspicious. Could they be the ones plotting against Zhou Yang? This cop's in luck today, another chance to earn some merit. Ruohua's desire to earn merit instantly overshadowed her urge to teach Zhou Yang a lesson. She planned to subdue these 4 first, then call in backup to arrest them. Back at the station, she'd subject them to harsh interrogation. Civilized law enforcement force their confessions, and expose the mastermind behind it all. With her plan set, Ruohua swiftly sent a few coded messages to Officer Chen on her phone. Then, she raised her small whip, pointing it at the 4 men who had just entered the door. Welcome, everyone, to this queen's little cottage. Here, anyone willing to become this queen's slave may receive her lashes. Now, gentlemen, please enjoy this spectacle of this queen disciplining her slaves. As Ruohua spoke, she raised her small whip, pointing it at the 4 assassins. You loyal slaves of this queen, why are you only arriving now? Hurry over and receive this queen's punishment. Ruohua's true purpose in speaking thus was to first confuse these 4 assassins while awaiting the arrival of other officers. But this scene left Zhou Yang somewhat perplexed. Had he misunderstood? Were these 4 not assassins at all? Were they merely part of the horror house's script? No way. As an elite special forces ace, his instincts couldn't be wrong. There was a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from these 4. They definitely had blood on their hands. Zhou Yang was stunned, and the 4 assassins were even more bewildered. Wait, was this some forced plot twist added to their story? Should they play along with this Catwoman? Attacking now would be risky with so many people around, too many variables for a smooth operation. Atongmu, what should we do now? Don't expose ourselves yet. Maybe this scene is scripted like this, we accidentally stumbled into it and got mistaken for actors here. Let's play along for now. Alright. Actually, with that Catwoman's amazing figure, getting whipped by her a few times might feel pretty good, right? Who knew you were a masochist, Wu Luchu? You're twisted, but that's okay, I'm twisted too. The 4 assassins rushed forward to stand before Ruohua, staring at her eagerly, their expressions seeming to ask, which one should we start with? Ruohua smiled faintly, her lips curving upward as fiery red words formed between them. You lowly slaves. Kneel before this queen at once. Kneel. You must kneel. All 4 assassins couldn't help but get into character. Such a stunning feline beauty, they'd gladly do anything for her. Moreover, by pretending to be slaves, they could lower Zhou Yang's guard, making it easier to strike later. Thud. Thud. All 4 men knelt on the ground, perfectly compliant. Ruohua hadn't expected it either. These 4 assassins had surrendered so effortlessly. Was it really that easy? Or was it because the buff effects from this skin were just too powerful? Regardless, since these 4 were cooperating, she wouldn't hold back. You lowly slaves, enjoy the lashes of your queen. Smack. 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 Ruohua's whip rose, delivering a lesson. At first, Ruohua carefully controlled her strength, fearing these 4 might suddenly snap and refuse to cooperate. But to her surprise, all 4 of them wore expressions of pure enjoyment, their satisfied faces practically beaming with delight. What? What was going on? Had they actually gotten into character? Shouldn't being spanked be humiliating and painful? Why do they look like they're enjoying it? Ruohua felt he'd never encountered such perverted suspects before. Just as Ruohua was questioning his entire existence, these 4 perverts actually started making demands. Queen, don't stop. Yes, our king, harder. Don't spare us, we can take it. Please continue, queen. Sigh. Ruohua's expression, oh. Well then, she won't hold back. Zhou Yang's expression, is this haunted house really this elaborate? Qin Qingqing an expression? Could it be that I've been studying abroad too long and don't know enough about Dragon Country? Qin Kiching's expression? No way. Did I walk onto the wrong set? 068, don't waste your breath. I won't expose young Master Gua. Under Zhou Yang's gaze, Ruohua stretched her small whip with both hands. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Noticing Zhou Yang's gaze, Ruohua instantly lifted her snow-white swan neck and raised an eyebrow at him. Gentlemen? Jealous? Care to join them? Become this queen's slave? Zhou Yang sucked in a sharp breath, his teeth clenching so hard they hurt. Though the scene was thrilling, watching was enough. He didn't have a thing for getting whipped himself, but whipping others? Now that was something he could consider. So he waved his hands dismissively. No. You guys carry on. You're working so hard putting on this show here, take my reward. Saying this, Zhou Yang pulled out 5 stacks of 10,000 yuan dragon coins from his bag and laid them before the performers. Keep going. You guys are so dedicated. This deserves encouragement. Ruohua wrinkled her delicate nose as she watched Zhou Yang unleash his money-throwing technique again. That Zhou Yang no taste whatsoever. All he knows is throwing money around. So vulgar. He probably doesn't even realize this lady has already neutralized 4 threats targeting him. What a fool. With that thought, Ruawa's actions grew even more ruthless. Think you can insult people with money? See if you still think you know this police beauty's worth. And you still have 2 girls in your arms. Smack. Smack. Smack 0. Ruawa's whip danced through the air, purely venting her rage on the 4 assassins. But the 4 assassins didn't see it that way. They exchanged glances, each seeing the smug satisfaction in the other's eyes. Damn it, they came out on a mission and ended up making extra cash? Originally, this job split among the 4 of them wouldn't have netted any of them more than 50 grand. But now? Not only had they enjoyed the pleasure of being trained by a goddess, they'd also pocketed an extra 10,000 yuan. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But as Ruawa's lashes grew heavier, all 4 men sensed something was off. What's going on? Why's she suddenly hitting so hard? My ass feels like it's going to swell up. Hey, isn't this the kind of pleasure you're supposed to enjoy? Where else can you find this kind of massage service normally? Exactly. Just think of it as a massage and the pain disappears. On the contrary, it feels incredibly good. Ah, love grows with each stroke of the clock, but when it stops, the longing lingers. Hey, you know what? Thinking about it that way, it really doesn't hurt anymore. It's even touching. Thinking about my gambling dad, my remarried mom, my troublemaking little brother, and her broken heart. I can't help but want to extend the session. These 4 foolish thieves were whipped into a frenzy by Ruawa. But they never imagined what awaited them, the gleaming silver handcuffs. Ruawa glanced at the time. It was almost right. She knew the other officers would arrive in just a minute or 2. But through whipping them, Ruawa discovered these 4 were exceptionally tough, with incredible resistance to pain. Her lashes barely left any marks on them. To prevent unnecessary casualties among the other officers, Ruawa's eyes darted around as she devised a clever plan. You 4 damn slaves, crawl over here and kiss this queen's feet. Now, put your hands behind your backs immediately and let the queen's handmaidens bind you. As she spoke, Ruahua turned her gaze to the other 4 Catwoman cosplayers. The 4 immediately understood, pulling out ropes and moving behind the 4 assassins. Oh? The 4 assassins exchanged glances, silently communicating. This doesn't make sense. Why are we being tied up? I guess it's for the plot. Why else would there be exactly 4 other Catwomen? Now that you mention it, that makes sense. But do we really have to be tied up from behind? They'll untie us later anyway. Besides, we can use our feet for that. How thrilling. It's possible, but it'll cost extra. Just as the 4 exchanged rapid glances, a notification pinged in Zhou Yang's mind. Ding! Detected wish from codename Wu Luqi, bound? Fine. But pay up. Pay up. Pay up. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A1 Goddess Clue Fragment. B1 Origin Story Clue Fragment. C1 Social Circle Material Clue Fragment. D1 Crisis Prediction Clue Fragment. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive tenfold returns. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 Crisis Prediction Clue Fragments. Each fragment reveals clues about crises occurring within the next 2 hours. Ha! Zhou Yang, who had already sent out an alert, instantly grew cautious once more. He knew the system's rewards never came without purpose. Recent rewards from Wish investments proved this. Now, suddenly granting him fragments of foresight about impending crises clearly signaled that danger was approaching. So Zhou Yang's initial curiosity quickly faded, and he began intently scanning his surroundings for any subtle clues. Soon, he noticed Ruawa's eyes kept drifting toward him, whether intentionally or not. Her gaze was peculiar, almost as if she were deliberately mocking him, as if they were old acquaintances. This cat queen was definitely up to something. As Zhou Yang scrutinized the cat queen under the dim lamplight, suddenly inspiration struck. Ha! Isn't this Officer Ruahua? Why on earth was she cosplaying as Catwoman here? Is it to supplement household income due to high living expenses? Or is her personal hobby just too complicated? Or is he on some new mission? Considering the suspicious identities of these 4 male cosplayers, Zhou Yang instantly realized. It seems Ruawa's target is these 4 guys. If he still couldn't see it now, he'd be a fool. He knew Ruahua was most likely sent by his butler, Manhwa. It was just that Ruawa's makeup was too heavy, so he hadn't recognized him at first glance. But he had to admit, Ruawa's performance was quite convincing, especially that physique. But since he'd already invested his wish, Zhou Yang was going to pay up. So he reached into his bag again and tossed a stack of dragon coins at each of them. The show's about to begin. Here's a little encouragement. The 4 assassins, seeing extra cash coming their way, were overjoyed. They promptly put their arms behind their backs, waiting for Catwoman to bind them. After all, in their eyes, Zhou Yang was just a rich kid flaunting his wealth by throwing money around. There was no way he could uncover their true identities. Little did they know, Zhou Yang had already seen through everything. Ding! Host has fulfilled the wish of codename Wu Lu Chi, being tied up is fine, but pay up. Pay up. Pay up. Received tenfold wish investment reward. 10 crisis prediction clue fragments have been credited. Fulfilling wishes was this simple, monotonous, and utterly unremarkable, truly plain and unadorned. Zhou Yang examined the fragment rewards with curiosity, unable to resist using one to see what crises awaited in the next 2 hours. The foresight fragment instantly revealed itself like a scratch-off card, peeling away its coating. Car accident. Car accident? Clearly, this crisis wasn't an immediate one. Zhou Yang's eyes narrowed instantly. He knew that forces beyond his knowledge were likely targeting him in secret. And these 4 assassins before him were likely the key to uncovering that force. These 4 foolish thugs were still basking in the glow of Zhou Yang's reward. What did I tell you? Free food, easy money, and a complimentary massage. Life's a dream. Tie me up, tie me up. I'm ready. Ruohua breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 4 bound. This way, police casualties could be avoided. Ruohua seized the moment to kick them down, forcing them face down on the ground, unable to roll over. Zhou Yang, aren't you coming to help restrain them? Just then, the door to Catwoman's club burst open as a dozen police officers, led by Officer Chen, stormed inside. Ruohua, how are you? Is young Master Zhou unharmed? Ruohua stood tall and proud like a swan, her swan-like neck arched upward. When this police flower steps in, is there anything I can't handle? These 4 dumb thugs are all under control. Pretty impressive, huh? Officer Chen, seeing the 4 assassins pinned to the ground, immediately shot Ruohua an approving look. Ruohua was becoming more and more outstanding. It was time to recommend her for a commendation again. He waved his hand. Take them back to the station. Interrogate them thoroughly. Find out who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Only now did the 4 assassins realize they'd fallen into Ruohua's trap from the very beginning. Damn woman, how dare she scheme against us? Our boss won't let you off the hook. You'll pay for this. Wait, you're not keeping your word. What about the reward for Giorgio? You idiot, you're still thinking about that? Figure out how to deal with the cops. After the 4 assassins were taken away, Ruohua lifted her chin, smugly gazing at Zhou Yang. Hey, Zhou Yang, aren't you going to thank this officer for clearing up your mess? Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Ruohua's smug expression. Just got a little credit and already acting all high and mighty. Fine, thank you, Officer Ruohua. Now, could you kindly interrogate them to find out who sent them? Ruohua answered proudly, chest still thrust out. Of course. Leave it to this police flower. Back at the police station. Ruohua had expected it would be tough to pry anything out of the killers, but the interrogation process nearly made her burst out laughing. She swore these were the dumbest crooks she'd ever seen. Name? Codename, Wu Lu Chi. Did I not watch cartoons? Give me your real name. Wang Erdu. Age? 26. What's your mission in the horror house? To take out Zhou Yang. Why take out Zhou Yang? Need money. Why are you short on cash? Can't afford the powder anymore. Need to make money to buy it. Huh, you're using drugs? Where'd you get them? From old M.O. Who's old M.O.? A fishmonger. I already killed him. Whoa. A murder case. Why did you kill him? He jacked up prices maliciously. I couldn't stand it, so I killed him. I planned to take over his market in our area. Ruohua sensed that the more she questioned Wu Liqiu about this case, the more tangled it became. If she pressed further, it would likely spiral even further off course. So Ruohua steered the conversation back on track. We'll get to the rest later. First, tell me who ordered you to take out Zhou Yang? At this question, Wu Liqiu seemed to recall something. Our boss Mu said that if we ever got caught, we absolutely couldn't reveal that it was Guoshang, the young Master Gua, who ordered us to do it. I'd rather die than talk. I'm a man of honor. So don't waste your breath trying to get anything out of me. Hoof. True to his word about loyalty. Carrot. Ruohua slammed the table. The target has appeared. Come on, let's go gather evidence. I'd never liked that good-for-nothing, womanizing, tyrannical second-generation brat Guoshang. 069, exploiting friends' circles backwards. Though those 4 idiots had been arrested, Zhou Yang remained vigilant. Because the fragment card hinting at impending danger specifically mentioned the words car accident. And it was a crisis set to occur within the next 2 hours. However, the foreshadowing fragment provided limited information and didn't specify the exact location of the danger. Therefore, the only way to avoid the accident was to simply not drive or ride in a car at all. So Zhou Yang decided to skip transportation altogether, booking a hotel near the night market instead of returning home. But Zhou Yang remained vigilant. He instructed his butler, Manhwa, to find an identical Cullinan and pretend to drive it out of the night market back to Guanhai Ishu Villa to see what the other party would do. Of course, he specifically emphasized the need to ensure the driver's safety, as a car accident was highly likely to occur. Manhwa patted his chest and assured him this wouldn't be a problem. He had hired top-tier automotive stunt professionals. Even if the car was destroyed, the driver would be perfectly fine. With Manhwa handling things, Zhou Yang felt completely at ease. So he went to the hotel to get a good night's sleep. Originally, he had intended to continue tutoring Qin Keqing and had arranged a separate room for Qin Qingqing. But Qin Qingqing insisted on clinging to Qin Keqing, saying she was afraid to sleep alone and wanted her sister to stay with her. Qin Keqing had no choice but to accompany her to bed. That scheming little Qin Qingqing made Zhou Yang's teeth itch. She wouldn't let Zhou Yang have her, nor would she let him have anyone else. Compared to her, Qin Keqing was far more innocent. He considered waiting until Qin Qingqing fell asleep before catching up with Qin Keqing, but in the end, Zhou Yang decided against it. He couldn't shake the feeling someone was targeting him today, better to play it safe. Out of boredom, he opened his phone and posted another WeChat moment. After all, there were 5 days each week to check in for rewards, he couldn't let them go to waste. This was his final post for the day, he had to get it up before midnight. Image: Zhou Yang wrapped in a towel, revealing his toned V-line, taking a selfie with his phone covering his face. Caption: to all the Yanzu readers out there, may you achieve a physique as perfect as mine. This bro showing off in the most cringy way makes you wanna block him, but the girls are all messaging him. Most of the comments under this post are from girls. Yumen Gran, peeping emoji, Zhou Yang, that physique is totally unfair. Let your girlfriend verify if it's real? T artist Zhao Manan, brother Yang, I'm in Haicheng for a class reunion. Wanna hook up? Got time? Old squad leader Zhao Lu, oh no, now Zhou Yang knows he's got some looks. Qin Keqing, leave the door open, I'll wait for Qingqing to wake up. Ruahua, criminally handsome, cooperate with the investigation. A bunch of goddesses comments left many single folks in my circle of friends utterly devastated. Why does every girl's profile pic look so stunning when you click on it? But this WeChat post also caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. After all, Zhou Yang's circle included salespeople from Haicheng's 9 major families. Upon discovering Zhou Yang's post, they sprang into action. Guo Shang, the eldest son of the Guo family, stared at the screenshot of the post, his face turning ashen. Damn it! Those 4 incompetent assassins screwed us over. Not only did they fail to kill Zhou Yang, but they also made me a suspect. Thankfully I pulled some strings, or I'd never have been able to clear my name. Shen Lanying, head of the Shen family, slammed his fist on the table upon seeing the post. This is bad. Did Zhou Yang catch on to something? If he was at the hotel, then who was driving that Cullinan? The driver assassin has already been dispatched. Is it too late to recall him? Zhang Yitong, head of the Zhang family, let out a cold laugh upon learning both the Shen and Guo families had failed. What kind of fools did those 2 families hire? This Zhou Yang managed to help Qin Shao of the main branch of the Qin family achieve an overwhelming victory over Qin Bing of the 3rd branch. Clearly, he's no ordinary man. So ordinary tactics won't work against someone like him. It seems our Zhang family must step in after all. Someone find out which hotel is in Zhou Yang's social circle and send a bomb disposal expert to plant a timed explosive. Once the bomb goes off, all clues will vanish. After scrolling through his social feed for half an hour, Zhou Yang was wondering why Qin Keqing hadn't shown up yet. But then, manager Jean Manhwa sent Zhou Yang a photo. The Cullinan disguised as his limo had been flattened by a truck, reduced to a Ziploc bag. Seeing the wreckage in the photo, Zhou Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, Zhou Yang had been forewarned of this crisis, otherwise something truly terrible might have happened. Young master, the driver jumped out and survived, but his lower leg is fractured. He's being rushed to the hospital for treatment. Manhwa sent a voice message via WeChat. Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask, what about the truck driver? What did he say? The most important thing now is to find out who's behind this attack on me. Manhwa paused briefly before sending a video. In the footage, the truck driver stood surrounded by police, clutching a large wrench, his neck stiff with defiance, a truly stubborn bastard. If you say I did it on purpose, then I did it on purpose. What proof do you have? When that Cullinan came up behind me, it was right in the blind spot, I couldn't see it. When it hit, I thought it was a speed bump. I saw it too late. My car's fully insured, and no one was hurt. Just file an insurance claim, right? Holy crap! Zhou Yang never expected this driver to be so brazen. But this also indirectly confirmed that someone was indeed targeting him, and their methods were becoming increasingly sophisticated. Mr. Ma, arrange for some bodyguards immediately. Protect me discreetly, I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. Ma Huayun immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured, young master. I've arranged for the world's top operatives to protect you discreetly. Nothing will happen to you. The only catch is the cost, it's a bit steep. 10 agents at 1 million dragon coins per person per day. 10 people for only 10 million dragon coins a day? Is that even considered money? Besides, he, Zhou Yang, possessed the godly Tycoon Match 3 card. As long as daily expenses didn't exceed 100 million, everything was reimbursable. So Zhou Yang waved his hand decisively. 10 isn't enough. Add 10 more, no, make it 20. 30 people should be enough to guarantee his safety, right? It's just money. No big deal. Spending 30 million a day not only guarantees security but also lets him show off a steal. But according to Manhwa's reply, the agents would take about 3 hours to reach Haicheng. Zhou Yang still needed to be cautious during that time. During this period, Zhou Yang planned to stay awake all night. At least get through these 3 hours first. He planned to use one crisis prediction clue fragment card every 2 hours. After all, safety comes first. If he lost his life, who would be left to spend all that money? Now that the car accident had already occurred, Zhou Yang wanted to see if anything noteworthy would happen in the next 2 hours. So Zhou Yang used another crisis prediction card. Instantly, the system interface displayed that scratch-off card-like screen once more. Once the coding vanished, 4 bold characters appeared: timed bomb. Holy crap? Timer bomb? Where? Could it be inside the hotel? At that thought, Zhou Yang instantly grew tense. Who the hell had he pissed off these past few days? This is impossible to deal with. The attacks kept coming one after another. Clearly, someone was determined to kill him. Just then, a thought struck Zhou Yang. How did they know where he was? As an elite special forces ace, he could sense anyone lurking within dozens of meters who harbored ill intent toward him. He couldn't possibly be unaware. Even if the enemy hid far away and fired a cold shot, as long as the muzzle was aimed at him, he would feel a chill run down his spine. This sixth sense, naturally arising from danger, was extremely sensitive. After much deliberation, Zhou Yang's gaze suddenly fixed on his social media feed. Could his whereabouts have been revealed through his social media posts? If there was a timed bomb in the hotel, didn't that mean his earlier photo showing off his physique had exposed him? Sigh. A chill ran down Zhou Yang's spine. If his suspicion proved true, it meant an enemy lurked within his contacts. But when Zhou Yang opened his contacts list, ready to delete a few names, his face fell instantly. All these years in sales, he might not have made much money, but he'd certainly made plenty of friends. Tens of thousands of contacts, how could he possibly delete them? Rubbing his chin, Zhou Yang abruptly abandoned his earlier plan. If the enemy was lurking in his social circle, could he use that very circle to confuse them instead? With that thought, Zhou Yang posted another update to his moments. Yes, an extra post. The system limited him to 5 posts a day, but today he posted 6. The purpose of this post was to test whether the other party was constantly monitoring his moments. Image: a row of bomb disposal experts defusing explosives. Caption: who could possibly understand the sorrow of a little egg? This image was found online by Zhou Yang. His goal was to test the other person's sensitivity. If the other person was truly planning to plant a timer bomb, seeing this post might just make them abandon the plan. After all, with a guilty conscience, they'd inevitably make the connection through this post. A few minutes later, Zhou Yang used another fragment of the premonition clue. This time, after scratching off the coding, there was no danger warning at all. Zhou Yang's heart leapt with joy. Hey! It actually works. So there really is an enemy lurking in my social circle. Looks like my social circle is a double-edged sword, gotta use it wisely. After discovering the clever use of his social circle, Zhou Yang became instantly excited. Just as he was pondering how to use his social circle to expose the culprit, the door to his room suddenly creaked softly. Creak. Click. As the door locked behind her, a waft of perfume drifted into Zhou Yang's embrace. It was Qin Keqing. Zhou Yang, you're so naughty. First you post bathrobe pics, then some egg-shaped melancholy nonsense. You're just trying to lure me over here. Give up the fight already, let this lady take you right here. Whoa. This little minx is pretty bold. Zhou Yang's mouth twisted into a Dragon King grin. Looks like tonight, this little minx is gonna learn the power of his optional reward. 070 Zhou Yang, open the door. It's me, your sister. Ha? Zhou Yang. Why do you feel so different from this afternoon? Qin Keqing's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Zhou Yang asked knowingly. Different how? It's only been an afternoon, what could possibly be different? Qin Keqing tilted her head in confusion, equally baffled. But you really are different. Could it be you weren't giving it your all this afternoon? That must be it. This is your peak condition now. Zhou Yang stifled a laugh as he listened to Qin Keqing's analysis. Then he patted her slender, white silk-patterned legs. Alright, go freshen up first. Qin Keqing flushed slightly, glancing back curiously before heading to the bathroom to shower. She had just taken off her clothes and turned on the showerhead. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing exchanged a glance. Both felt a bit helpless. What was going on today? Why did someone have to interrupt them every time they tried to have a normal conversation? Outside the door, a sweet, high-pitched voice chimed in. Young Master Zhou, are you asleep? Hurry up and open the door. It's me, your sister. Zhou Yang approached the door curiously and spoke in a low voice. Is that Qingqing? Qingqing immediately responded. It's me, young Master Zhou. Why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Ha? Young Master Zhou, I woke up in the middle of the night and realized my sister was gone. You know how it is, I get scared sleeping alone, so I came here looking for some reassurance. As she spoke, Qingqing touched the rubber object in her pocket, feeling secretly pleased. She was currently wrapped in her pajamas. All she needed to do was gently pull the strings, and her explosive hourglass figure would be fully revealed before Zhou Yang. Would she really be unable to win him over then? She possessed immense confidence in her beauty and refused to believe Zhou Yang could resist her. Inside the room, Zhou Yang was utterly distracted by Qin Qingqing's sultry, feverish voice, his mind wandering and his bones practically melting. But with Qin Qingqing in the room, he couldn't very well invite her in. Ahem, well, maybe your sister just stepped out to run an errand? Why don't you go back to your room and wait? She might be back soon. Zhou Yang tried to persuade Qin Qingqing to leave, so he came up with an excuse. But Qin Sheng wouldn't let it go, continuing to act all flirty. No, Mr. Zhou, please just let me go in for a little while. I'll go back once my sister returns, okay? Ha? This. Zhou Yang turned to look at Qin Qingqing. Why don't I go out and deal with her for now? You can get dressed first? Qin Qingqing's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. She was truly getting fed up with Qin Qingqing. This third will kept ruining her plans. Tomorrow, no matter what, she couldn't bring her along again. After a moment's thought, Qin Qingqing finally found a suitable excuse. Zhou Yang, tomorrow is the outstanding alumni gathering for our university. I received an invitation, but I don't want to go alone. Will you accompany me? Outstanding alumni gathering? Zhou Yang stroked his chin. That term rang a bell. That spoiled rich kid Chaobin had mentioned it in Zhou Yang's social circle. Back then, Chaobin had bragged to Zhou Yang about being invited. Plus, earlier that afternoon, some guy claiming to be the dean of students at Haicheng University had called Zhou Yang, inviting him to the reunion. Zhou Yang had thought it was a scam and hung up immediately. Now that he thought about it, that call must have been real. As the saying goes, returning home in wealth without showing off is like wearing fine clothes at night. Someone as high profile as Zhou Yang wouldn't pass up such a chance to rub it in his alumni's faces. Who knows? He might even make a killing by deliberately provoking them. With that thought, Zhou Yang nodded. Alright. I'll go with you tomorrow. For now, I'll keep your sister occupied. Once you're dressed, head back home and make sure she doesn't cause any trouble. Qin Qingqing nodded obediently, completely compliant. I'll take a shower first, my clothes are soaked anyway. Zhou Yang glanced at her shapely figure before averting his gaze. As you wish. Just then, Qin Qingqing began urging from outside the door again. Young Master Zhou, hurry up and open the door. I'm so scared being alone. Zhou Yang raised his eyebrows, reluctantly opened the door, but then blocked the doorway. I'll come to your room and keep you company for a bit. My place is a mess, you'd better not come in. Qin Qingqing's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She glanced toward the bathroom, where the sound of running water still echoed. Her eyes sparkled with triumph, knowing her plan had succeeded. To Qin Qingqing, it didn't matter which room they were in. As long as she could be alone with Zhou Yang, her goal was achieved. So she deliberately rested her head on Zhou Yang's chest, feigning tears. Young Master Zhou, I'm so scared. I feel safe only when I'm with you. Mr. Zhou, please walk me back to my room. Will you wait with me until my sister returns? Wow, Mr. Zhou, your chest feels so warm. Your abs look so defined. Amidst Qin Qingqing's barrage of compliments, Zhou Yang felt himself drifting away. This scheming was seriously skilled. And precisely because Qin Qingqing was so wicked, Zhou Yang was even less inclined to let her go to waste. Honest girls are nice, but they're too reserved and coy. The hot stuff was different because they were wild, their emotional value was spot on. So Zhou Yang wrapped his arm around Qin Qingqing's shoulder and led her to his room. Once inside, Qin Qingqing immediately locked the door from the inside, no pretense at all. Young Master Zhou, I've always been fascinated by the 4 great classical novels of our dragon nation, but I couldn't access them while abroad. Could you please tell me the story of Water Margin? As she spoke, Qin Qingqing stripped off her nightgown and hung it on a rack. The dazzling flash of lightning instantly left Zhou Yang feeling parched. Qingqing, what are you doing? Ah, young Master Zhou, it's a habit I've had since childhood. I prefer sleeping naked. It's good for physical development. You don't mind, do you? Zhou Yang swallowed hard. He did like it, and her development was quite impressive, but it was a bit too direct, giving Zhou Yang a rather comprehensive view. Qin Qingqing pulled the blanket over herself without a care, covering only the essential areas, then turned sideways and hooked her arm around Zhou Yang's neck. When I was little, I always slept like this, hugging my mom. She'd tell me stories and lull me to sleep. Young Master Zhou, will you tell me a story to help Qingqing fall asleep? That way, I won't be scared. That voice made Zhou Yang's heart burn fiercely. Qin Qingqing, this little vixen, truly made his blood boil. Zhou Yang fought the urge to pin her beneath him, then began telling her a story. Which part of Water Margin would you like to hear? Zhou Yang was quite familiar with Water Margin, but the problem was that it was mostly stories about men fighting wars. Would Qin Qingqing, a girl, even like listening to that? But Qin Qingqing's next words nearly sent Zhou Yang tumbling off the bed. Young Master Zhou, I just love those tales of handsome men and beautiful women falling in love. Please tell me the story of Shiman Qing and Lady Pan. You can skip some unnecessary details. Start right after Wang Pa closes the door, leaving the two of them alone in the room. At this point, if Zhou Yang still didn't grasp Qin Qingqing's meaning, he'd be a complete fool. He snapped his fingers and realized Qin Qingqing must be the temple bell that needed a daily strike. So Zhou Yang simply hooked the bath towel around his waist with his fingers and let it slide to the floor. Shiman de Guanren, it happened like this. Back in Gang City, there was an artistic work that captured the essence of this part of water margin in remarkable detail. Now, I'll break it down step by step and give you a proper explanation. An hour later, Zhou Yang returned to his room, clutching his waist. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Qingqing had fallen asleep on the bed. But she was lying there with her arms wide open, not even worried about catching a chill. Zhou Yang pulled the blanket over her and prepared to rest for a while. After all, Qin Qingqing, that crazy woman, was simply too formidable in battle. He'd nearly been overwhelmed. This made Zhou Yang miss the War God card. He'd have to ask the system later if there were any potions that provided significant support for men without harming their bodies. He desperately needed something like that now. But no sooner had he lain down than Qin Qingqing fluttered her eyelashes and opened her eyes. Zhou Yang, you must be exhausted today. Close your eyes, let me give you a massage so you can rest properly. Whoa. Zhou Yang felt his body tremble. Women from Jiangnan, their bodies are just so supple. The next day, Zhou Yang was awakened by Qin Qingqing. His body was struggling to recover from his relentless exertions. When he opened his eyes, Qin Qingqing had already placed breakfast on the bedside table. Turtle soup, turtle honey, goji berry and sea buckthorn rice, abalone salad, sea cucumber dumplings. Dig in. Wow. So Qin Qingqing knew Zhou Yang needed to replenish his energy too. And she'd been so enthusiastic last night. Staring at the spread, Zhou Yang's eyes widened. What's that? This is turtle honey. I saw it at the candied hawthorn stall and just bought it. Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Turns out turtle honey is actually turtle dipped in rock sugar. It played on the homophone for best friend, clearly showing how displeased Qin Qingqing was with her sister best friend Qin Qingqing for eating it. But Zhou Yang was thoroughly satisfied with Qin Qingqing. He was still savoring that wild passion. So he couldn't help but ask, where's Qingqing? Qin Qingqing unconsciously pouted. Oh, her? I sent her to Qin Group to take over HR operations for practice. She left early this morning. Oh? A woman with ambition, indeed. Zhou Yang knew full well this was Qin Qingqing deliberately finding work for Qin Qingqing. So he chose not to call her out on it and began eating his breakfast. But Qin Qingqing watched him eat intently, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Her eyes sparkled like stars, filled with adoration for Zhou Yang. After finishing his meal, Zhou Yang wiped his mouth and ruffled Qin Qingqing's hair. Come on, let's head over to that distinguished alumni gathering at Haicheng University. Qin Qingqing nodded and began gathering her things. Suddenly, she remembered something and turned to Zhou Yang. Oh, right. Officer Ruohua called this morning saying those 4 suspects from yesterday are connected to Guoshang, the Guo family's eldest son. But there's no concrete evidence, so we can't arrest Guoshang. But Guoshang will be attending today's alumni gathering. Officer Ruohua told us to be careful. 071 check-in reward, valuable information card. Guoshang, huh? This was the second time Zhou Yang had heard the name Guoshang. The first time was at Jai Rang's Deep Sea Dragon Palace. This guy he'd never even met had repeatedly shown hostility toward Zhou Yang, which was starting to get on his nerves. What's the deal? Did he eat your rice? Why's he always causing trouble for Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang feared no open enemies, but he dreaded those lurking in the shadows. He sucked on his toothpick and used another fragment of the crisis prediction clue. After scraping away the coating, there was no reaction. Seems like the next 2 hours are safe. But just because Guoshang hadn't made his move didn't mean Zhou Yang wouldn't make his. Zhou Yang was not one to let a grudge go unavenged. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge can wait a decade. A petty person seeks revenge day and night. Zhou Yang was definitely the kind who sought revenge day and night. Knowing who was targeting him made things straightforward. He dialed the number for manager Jean Manhwa directly. Mr. Ma, look into Guoshang of the Guo family in Haicheng. Give him a proper lesson and teach him how to behave. If necessary, eliminate him outright. As for operational funds and such, just charge them to that diamond black card with a 100 million yuan limit. I've already set it up to automatically transfer funds to you whenever the balance dips below 100 million. Ma Huayun immediately responded with utmost respect. Understood, young master. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhou Yang suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, Ma, didn't you arrange for 30 bodyguards last night? Where are they? Zhou Yang scanned the empty hallway and peered out the window at the bustling street below, looking utterly perplexed. He couldn't let his daily expense of 30 million go to waste. Ma Huayun immediately replied respectfully. Young master, they are all in position. They are currently lying low within 500 meters of you and will absolutely ensure your complete safety. Where? I still don't see them. Zhou Yang's suspicion was justified. As an elite special forces ace, he should have sensed any hidden presence near him. Ma Huayun chuckled and explained to Zhou Yang. Young master, pay attention to the pancake stall, the auntie selling kanji, the children skipping rope by the roadside, the construction workers on the rooftop. In short, look closely at these inconspicuous places, and you'll find them. Oh? Following Ma Huayan's guidance, Zhou Yang finally noticed. The bustle below the hotel seemed downright unnatural. The seemingly bustling street was actually the most unusual part. This area was a night market, and during the day, it was usually deserted. It simply couldn't be this lively, yet now it was bustling beyond belief. There could only be one reason for this. The entire street had become this lively solely because he was here. Realizing this, Zhou Yang slapped his forehead. Good grief! Those 30 million yuan weren't wasted after all. And there sure are a lot of extras. He'd literally revitalized an entire street just for himself. If you weren't constantly active in this area, you'd never even notice this anomaly. So there's a reason why it's expensive. No wonder using the precognition crisis clue fragment didn't trigger any danger alerts. Turns out his security detail has taken over the entire area. Alright, Butler Ma, I'm finding myself more and more reliant on you. That'll do for now. Drive over to pick me up immediately. I need to head to Haicheng University today. Yes, sir. While waiting for Butler Ma to arrive, Zhou Yang immediately claimed yesterday's moments rewards. Ding! Host posted 6 moments yesterday. Remaining available posts 0, 5 high-rated posts selected for check-in settlement, 1D grade, 2C grade, 2B grade. Rewards for each tier have been dispersed. Ding! B tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Butler monthly pass. Upon activation, the Golden Butler will resolve any conflicts and facilitate connections for the host. With a single thought, the butler is at your service. Ding! B tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Value Information Scanner Card monthly pass. Upon activation, grants the ability to read item information, providing detailed value assessments. Ding! Level C check-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Health Analysis Card weekly pass. Upon use, this card grants 1 daily analysis session. It quantifies target subjects' strengths on a percentage scale. After analysis, the host may modify any single attribute value by up to 30%, with customizable duration. Ding! C-tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 100% probability card weekly. Upon use, directly increases the occurrence probability of any event to 100%. Limited to 3 uses per day. Ding! D-tier login reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Red Envelope Split Card daily. Whether sending or receiving red envelopes, the host gains an additional reward equal to the total amount divided by the number of recipients. Valid for 24 hours. Limited to 1 send. 1 grab per group exceeds this limit and becomes invalid. Today's check-in rewards included not only the monthly card for the Divine Wealth Golden Butler, which he highly valued. 2 new cards appeared, the Value Information Scan card and the 100% probability card. However, Zhou Yang grumbled discontentedly at the system. Hey, system, how about giving me a golden kidney card or something as a sign-in reward? This constant barrage of attacks lately is really getting to me. A fulfilling life should start with at least 10 sessions a day, right? Ding! Host's wish detected. Obtain golden kidney card. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A. 100 million. B. 200 million. C. 500 million. D. 1 billion. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you'll receive tenfold returns. Ding! Based on your previous settings, option D has been automatically selected. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 billion dragon coins. 1 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 19.22 billion. Ha! You can actually invest in your own wishes? This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. But the system showed no reaction, no telling if it even heard his wish. Of course, if it could really give him that golden kidney card, he'd gladly let it deduct 10 billion right now. Next, Zhou Yang glanced at the unused cards in his system inventory. Godly Wealthy Butler monthly card, Value Information Scan card monthly card, 100% probability card weekly card X1, Piano Master Talent card daily card X1, Pranking Dialogue card daily card X1, Red Envelope Split card daily card X1. He chose to use all the cards at once. After all, daily check-ins would keep granting him new cards, so there was no point in hoarding them. As the cards activated, Zhou Yang's mind flooded with vast amounts of information, and even his body began undergoing subtle transformations. His eyes, in particular, underwent a revolutionary transformation under the influence of the Value Information Scanning card. Now, whenever Zhou Yang looked at anything, its information and value would automatically appear as annotations. He merely glanced at the teapot on the hotel coffee table. A line of information instantly appeared. Item, teapot. Purpose, boiling water. Condition, normal use. Value, 65 second-hand price. Not bad. Zhou Yang nodded. Then he turned his gaze toward Qin Keqing. Information about the items Qin Keqing wore or carried instantly appeared before Zhou Yang's eyes. Zhou Yang casually selected one piece of information to examine. Item, silk breathable push-up bra. Purpose, wearable. Condition, button detached, risk of detachment. Value, 1980 Dragon Coins Goddess Appreciation Bonus, may appreciate to 3,980 Dragon Coins if sold in specialized markets. Whoa! What the heck is this goddess value boost? So clothes worn by Qin Keqing can actually increase in value? Creepy when you think about it. But this bra might slip off, so Zhou Yang gave Qin Keqing a heads up. Got a spare bra? The one you're wearing now is busted. Qin Keqing looked at Zhou Yang in confusion. Do you have X-ray vision? How did you know my undergarments were damaged? Qin Keqing's words made Zhou Yang scratch his head. Well, wasn't he essentially seeing through her clothes right now? He could now see the value of the innermost item in a stack of objects, a capability that surprised him. When Qin Keqing took off her bra, she was astonished to find it was indeed damaged. Wow, Zhou Yang, do you really have X-ray vision? Zhou Yang couldn't possibly admit it, so he just gave a mysterious smile. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Like a melon farmer who knows whether a melon is ripe or unripe after handling so many. With bras, I just glance at the creases and can tell their quality even through clothing. Oomph. You rascal. Qin Keqing deliberately pouted, turning her back to Zhou Yang only to reveal her beautiful back to him. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and called Manhwa again. Bring Qin Keqing a new bra up here. Huh? Qin Keqing turned back in shock. Was Zhou Yang really asking the butler to handle such an intimate matter? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. My butler can handle anything. He'll definitely bring you the perfect one. Just as Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing were flirting, a call suddenly came in. It was Chen Bo, general manager of Yuehai luxury car dealership in Haichang. He pressed the speakerphone button, and Chen Bo's hearty laughter filled the air. Young Master Zhou, the Brabus and Maybach S480 you reserved have arrived. We've taken care of the license plates and insurance for you. Would you like me to deliver them? The Brabus had arrived? Zhou Yang was quite fond of this model. After all, the emblem was a bold, capital B. Who wouldn't love that? Men love it. Have the Brabus delivered to the Ocean Star Hotel in Ocean City. I'll need it shortly. The Maybach S480 should go to parking space 888 in the underground garage of Sky Villa number 7 at Ocean View Villa. I'll send someone to collect the keys. About 15 minutes, young Master Zhou. No need to rush. 1 hour later. Zhou Yang arrived at the gate of Haicheng University in the Brabus, with Qin Keqing riding shotgun. Though this rugged off-roader lacked the opulence of a Cullinan, its performance was exceptionally formidable. The moment it appeared, it instantly drew the attention of countless students gathered at the university entrance. Holy crap, $1 million car? Looks like some big shots showed up for today's alumni gathering. Haicheng University has no shortage of successful business tycoons and second-generation tycoons among its outstanding alumni. It's really lively today. I heard a VIP is attending today's reunion. Even the university president is standing at the gate to welcome them. Amidst the students' buzzing chatter, a Lamborghini Reventon roared to a halt on the open ground in front of Haicheng University, its engine roaring like thunder. Long skid marks streaked across the pavement, carrying the acrid scent of burnt rubber. That bull logo sure has an allure. Though priced similarly to a Brabus, it instantly captured everyone's attention. At that moment, the scissor doors of the Reventon swung open and Gui Shang, the eldest son of the Gui group, stepped out. He glanced at the welcoming crowd gathered at the school entrance, and a smirk instantly spread across his lips. He could tell he was the coolest kid on campus today. Ha, Principal Gao. Who would have thought my face carries such weight? You actually came out to greet me personally. This kid is truly flattered. Principal Gao Zhen merely offered a polite smile in return. After all, Guo Shang was the eldest son of the Guo family, a veritable money tree, and could not be slighted. Yet his gaze kept drifting toward the school entrance as he muttered to himself. Why hasn't young Master Zhou arrived yet? 072 Jincheng's young Master Xiaofeng, Qin Keqing is mine. Principal Gao Zhen had a reason for personally greeting him at the entrance of Haicheng University. Earlier that very morning, he had received a mysterious phone call. This call had come from a special number range. Whenever this prefix appeared, it signaled the caller's terrifyingly high status. Not just in Haicheng, but across the entire Jiangnan province, fewer than 3 individuals held the authority to use this number. President Gao was immediately terrified. Like a child, he listened intently to the instructions given over the phone. During the call, the caller demanded that Principal Gao ensure Zhou Yang's safety at Haicheng University. That was precisely why the university president had personally come to greet him at the school gate. Otherwise, given his position, how could he possibly be standing here? This call, of course, was the work of Butler Ma. With his connections reaching the highest echelons, pulling off such a minor maneuver was effortless for him. As the legendary butler gene, flawlessly executing every task for Zhou Yang was his sole pursuit. Long before Zhou Yang's arrival, he had already meticulously arranged everything. As Zhou Yang pulled up to the gates of Haicheng University in his Brabus, he was about to step out. Little did he expect that the moment Guo Sheng arrived in his Lamborghini Reventon, it instantly stole all the spotlight. What annoyed Zhou Yang even more was Guo Sheng's arrogant swagger. He strode right past Zhou Yang's car and greeted Gao Zhen, the president of Haicheng University. President Gao, the wife, Guo Sheng, have made time amidst my busy schedule to attend this alumni gathering. Your personal welcome truly honors this young master. I've decided to increase our donation to Haicheng University today at least 2 million long coins. Gao Zhen smiled and nodded at Guo Sheng. If Guo Sheng's father, Guo Baoguo, the head of the Guo family, had come and spoken to him like this, he would have taken it seriously. But Guo Sheng? Just brush him off casually. Young Master Guo, you're too kind. Come on, Student Union President, escort young Master Guo into the venue. Ha! Hearing the principal's words, Guo Sheng's expression changed. What did Principal Gao mean by that? Could it be that the person he greeted at the school gate wasn't meant for him, but someone else? But in Haicheng, who else could possibly hold a higher status than him? Feeling slightly annoyed, Guo Sheng glanced back over his shoulder, deliberately delaying his entry into the venue. He wanted to see who had stolen his thunder today. Just then, a red Ferrari LaFerrari roared into the parking lot at the entrance of Haicheng University, its engine growling like a beast. The moment Guo Sheng saw that LaFerrari, his eyes narrowed sharply. He recognized this car. It belonged to Xiao Feng, the eldest son of the Xiao family from Jincheng. The Xiao family's influence was a notch above that of the Guo family. Could it be that the university president is here to welcome him? To be honest, Guo Sheng felt a twinge of resentment. No matter how powerful the Jin family was, they weren't based in Haicheng. Receiving a higher level of treatment than him made him feel uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Coming to Haicheng to put on airs. I'll see just how much he can donate later. If his donation ends up less than ours, it'll be a huge slap in the face for Principal Gao. Just as Guo Sheng was scheming how to deal with Xiao Feng had already stepped out of the car and was shaking hands with President Gao. Principal Gao, as an alumnus of Haicheng University, I've always wanted to revisit my alma mater and reminisce about those youthful days. But this time, besides attending the distinguished alumni donation event, I have another important matter. Principal Gao asked curiously. What might that important matter be, young Master Xiao? Xiao Feng smiled faintly, scanning the crowd until he confirmed the person he sought was absent. Only then did he speak with a hint of melancholy. Back then, my family raised me in poverty, and I never realized how rich I truly was. I never mustered the courage to pursue the goddess of my dreams, Qin Keqing, from the Qin family. This time, I've come to express my love to the goddess Qin Keqing and present her with a gift. Principal Gao smiled faintly. Oh, young Master Xiao is truly thoughtful. However, Miss Qin Keqing of the Qin family holds a special status, and with so many suitors vying for her attention, you're likely to be disappointed. Hearing the headmaster's words, Xiao Feng couldn't help but let a hint of arrogance flicker across his face. Qin Keqing can only be mine. If anyone dares to get in the way, I won't mind letting them know the might of the Xiao family of Jincheng. Principal Gao, unimpressed by such youthful rivalries, waved his hand, signaling the student council officers to escort Xiao Feng into the auditorium. Xiao Feng stared at the principal in astonishment. He hadn't expected the principal wasn't there specifically to greet him at the school gate. If not him, then who? Xiao Feng couldn't help glancing back suspiciously as he walked, wondering whose status could possibly be higher than his. But just then, a mocking voice rang out from ahead of him. Young Master Xiao, are you disappointed? I thought Principal Gao was here specifically to welcome you. Who knew someone else could be even more arrogant than you? Xiao Feng turned to see Guo Sheng, hands in his pockets, wearing a carefree, devil-may-care expression. This Guo family scion, they'd crossed paths before and knew each other. So even young Master Guo is being kept waiting? Looks like someone even more important is coming today. I'd love to see who's so important they could possibly outrank both of us. Both men halted their steps, clearly displeased, and lingered in the courtyard to observe. They were eager to discover who the person Principal Gao was waiting for could be. Even the other attendees at the alumni gathering were now filled with curiosity, eager to see what kind of person could make Principal Gao personally lower himself to greet them. As for Zhou Yang, scoffed under his breath. After confirming no one else was arriving at the school gate for the moment, he finally turned his head to glance at Qin Keqing. Let's go. No one's stealing the spotlight now. Qin Keqing's breath was sweet as orchids. She tickled Zhou Yang's palm with her little finger before giggling. What? Did you get upset because someone else's car is nicer than yours, young Master Zhou? Zhou Yang pursed his lips. Do I look like the petty type? Qin Keqing casually glanced at Zhou Yang's waist before covering her mouth and giggling. Small-minded? Absolutely. Petty? Absolutely. Zhou Yang followed Qin Keqing's gaze and instantly understood. Whoa! This little minx could drive any kind of joke, and she handled it more skillfully than this old pro. He couldn't resist running his fingers over the lace-patterned white stockings before patting her twice. Since you're so smooth with your words, hop out. With so many people still thinking about you, looks like I'll be taking all the heat for you again today. Qin Keqing shook her head delightedly, looking thoroughly pleased. I knew you'd be the best, brother Zhou. Help me shoo away those pesky flies. With that, Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang both stepped down from the car. Qin Keqing swiftly turned, wrapping both arms around Zhou Yang's arm and nestling her head against his shoulder like a little bird. Then they walked toward the school gate. Principal Gao spotted Zhou Yang immediately. His face lit up with a textbook-perfect smile as he jogged ahead to intercept him. Ah, young Master Zhou, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you like a child waiting for the moon to rise, and now you're here. Zhou Yang stared at Principal Gao in surprise, puzzled by this sudden display of deference. Back when he was in sales, he had met Principal Gao before. But at that time, the principal hadn't even given him a proper glance. If it weren't for the generous kickbacks he'd given, he probably wouldn't have even gotten the principal's WeChat contact. Who would have thought the usually aloof Principal Gao would be so humble today? Zhou Yang knew instinctively that this was undoubtedly the work of manager Jean Manhwa. So he remained perfectly composed about this unexpected honor. After all, with the system backing him, this was all he deserved. He casually patted Principal Gao on the shoulder. Well, young Gao, you've done well. Now hurry inside, don't waste any time. Zhou Yang's gesture startled the other school leaders standing behind Principal Gao. They couldn't believe this young man named Zhou Yang dared to speak to Principal Gao in such a tone. But an even stranger thing happened. Principal Gao's smile grew even broader, as if he just received a compliment. Thank you for your recognition, young Master Zhou. Come in. Little Gao will accompany you inside. What? The principal who usually berated everyone, was he suddenly groveling like this? Who exactly was this young Master Zhou? Or could it be that Principal Gao wasn't afraid of young Master Zhou at all, but rather of the young lady from the Qin family accompanying him, Qin Keqing? Thinking about it this way, it all seemed to make sense. After all, the Qins are the most formidable family in Haicheng. It's understandable that Principal Gao would curry favor with them. So everyone concluded Zhou Yang was just a bully riding on someone else's coattails. The reason Principal Gao treats him with such deference is entirely because of Qin Keqing. It's pure petty-mindedness. Principal Gao was clearly here to welcome Miss Qin, yet he dared to be so rude to him. Borrowing the tiger's might, who'd have thought lessons from elementary textbooks would come to life over 20 years later? Ha! He's got the skills to land Miss Qin. Can any of you match that? Looks like being handsome really does pay off when it comes to living off someone else. Even Miss Qin, High City's top beauty, fell for this guy. I regret my parents didn't pinch my cheeks harder when they made me. Not only did the school leaders in the back think this way, but Guo Shang and Xiao Feng shared the same sentiment. Especially Xiao Feng, seeing Qin Keqing nestled obediently in Zhou Yang's embrace, his eyes instantly blazed with fury. Damn it, who is this punk? How dare he hold my white moonlight's hand? Does he want to die? Humph, perfect. Today I'll make an example of this punk and show everyone that Qin Keqing belongs only to me, Xiao Feng. Guo Shang watched Xiao Feng's fury, then shifted his gaze to Zhou Yang's smug expression, a hint of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. Looks like I won't have to deal with Zhou Yang myself today. Heh, yesterday those 4 useless assassins couldn't even handle a small-time bully like Zhou Yang. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Today, watch how I use others to do my dirty work. Let my father see just how brilliant I am. 073 The social media show-off? Confirmed. Accompanied by Dean Gao, Zhou Yang strode confidently into Haicheng University. As he passed Guo Shang and Xiao Feng, Zhou Yang deliberately winked at them, then took several photos of the pair and posted them to his social media feed. Zhou Yang's angles were incredibly awkward, and his timing was impeccable. In the photos, Guo Shang's facial expression was stiff, as if he had facial paralysis. Xiao Feng's arm trembled awkwardly, making him look like an epileptic. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang posted the photos to his Moments. Caption: Guo Shang and Xiao Feng's ugly photos. Caption: just walked through the school gates and spotted these 2 idiots. Whose parents aren't watching them? Better take them home fast, they'll start biting people everywhere. Zhou Yang was now truly fearless. He knew that even if he hadn't acted so brazenly, they would have come after him anyway. So why bother being polite to Guo Shang? Not only would he fight, but he'd beat them until their faces were swollen. Let them know that Zhou Yang was no longer someone they could mess with or push around. This WeChat post was Zhou Yang's way of declaring his stance to them. Whether they saw it or not, he'd strike first. Sure enough, after this WeChat moment went out, many were stunned. Brain-dead boss's son Huang Tao, is young Master Zhou this arrogant? He dares provoke young Master Guo? Scared. Xiao Bin, the rich kid, whoa, not only Guo, but also Xiao Feng, the eldest son of the Xiao family from Jincheng? This Zhou Yang really says whatever he wants, huh? Heh, isn't he afraid Guo and Xiao will slap him silly? Class President Wang Hui, who knows? I'm watching right now at the school gate. He's hooked up with Qin Keqing, the Qin family's eldest daughter, and thinks he's made it big overnight. But he's just a fraud riding on someone else's coattails. Once Miss Qin gets bored, he'll be exposed for what he really is, a pathetic fool who doesn't know his place. Xiao Bin, the rich kid, spot on. Zhou Yang is nothing but a social media poser, proof in the pudding. I'm here too, waiting to see Guo Xiao swell his face. Qin Keqing, angry emoji, you dare speak of Zhou Yang like that. Class President Wang Hui, see, I told you so. Miss Qin's already stepping up to back Zhou Yang. Sigh, he's just a freeloader. Adopted son Duan Yu at Class President Wang Hui, sour grapes? If you're so great, why not find a sugar mama like Miss Qin, the most beautiful woman in Haicheng? Tea artist Xiao Manan, if he can pull off being a freeloader, doesn't that prove Brother Yang's got serious skills? Makes me kinda want to try it too. Two factions were trading barbs in Zhou Yang's social circle, but Guo Sheng, the central figure in this incident, went ballistic upon seeing screenshots of Zhou Yang's posts forwarded to him via WeChat. Damn it! What the hell does Zhou Yang think he's doing? Does he think Guo Sheng and Xiao Feng are complete idiots? This is absolutely intolerable. Today, Zhou Yang must be taught a lesson. But with Principal Gao and the other leaders surrounding Zhou Yang, he couldn't lose his temper. All he could do was glare at Zhou Yang, his face twisted with displeasure as Zhou Yang walked past him. Zhou Yang, however, shot him a look of utter contempt and even flipped him off behind his back. It seemed to say, Zhou Yang relished precisely this look of disdain from Guo Sheng, who despised him yet could do nothing about it. Seeing Zhou Yang's gesture, Guo Sheng's heart skipped a beat. By the looks of it, Zhou Yang had recognized him. Clearly, he knew the assassin sent last night was Guo Sheng's doing. If that was the case, wouldn't Guo Sheng be stepping out of the shadows and into the spotlight? And Zhou Yang's attitude clearly signaled he'd dropped all pretense. He was ready to tear off the mask and confront him head-on. Oof. A little punk who climbed the ladder by sleeping his way up. Does he really think his current status is his own doing? And he dares to show off in front of me, Guo Sheng? Looks like today, at the alumni gathering, I'll expose him for what he truly is. He'll learn that even if a lowly person dons the clothes of the elite and enters their circles, he'll always remain beneath them. That inherent inferiority can never be changed. Guo Sheng narrowed his eyes as he watched Zhou Yang walk arm in arm with Qin Keqing into the auditorium. Then, with a sinister glint, he egged Xiao Feng on. Young Master Xiao, did you see that? Not only did Zhou Yang steal your goddess, but he's flaunting it right in your face. Xiao Feng, if I were you, I'd go slap him right now and make him understand that we top-tier second-generation scions are not people a country bumpkin like him can afford to provoke. Hearing Guo Sheng's words, Xiao Feng's eyebrows shot upward, his gaze growing increasingly menacing. He's just a clown. Let him bloat for now. When the alumni gathering reaches the donation segment, I'll dazzle the entire audience. Then I'll seize the moment to declare my feelings for Miss Qin. By then, she'll see clearly who truly matters. Xiao Feng flicked his sleeves and strode toward the auditorium. Guo Sheng trailed behind, his smirk growing even more triumphant. It seemed his scheme to use others as tools had already borne fruit. All that remained was to watch Zhou Yang and Xiao Feng tear each other apart. As the mastermind behind it all, he could sit back and enjoy the show. Heh, my ingenuity truly knows no equal. A social media show-off like Zhou Yang dares to challenge me? He's completely overestimating himself. Just wait to savor the terror of being dominated by the Xiao family. Those who oppose Guo Sheng never end well. As for the Qin family? The 9 great clans have already laid the groundwork. We're just waiting for them to walk right into it. When that happens, we'll uproot the Qin family entirely. Just imagining Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing's miserable fate in the future makes me feel a tingle of excitement. What could be more satisfying than tormenting others, forcing them to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Ha 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 ha. Guo Sheng's mindset was deeply twisted. His source of pleasure lay in finding people to torment and watching them humiliate themselves. Naturally, anyone who harbored resentment toward Guo Sheng or even sought revenge was eliminated by him through various means. Even if his crimes were exposed, scapegoats would take the fall for him. Thus, he feared nothing. What he didn't know was that just moments ago, as Zhou Yang passed by him, he had activated a prank dialogue card. Prank dialogue card daily card. Upon activation, the host can hear the inner thoughts of up to 3 selected prank targets during the card's duration. At this moment, Guo Sheng's inner thoughts were completely audible to Zhou Yang. A faint smile played at Zhou Yang's lips. Sure enough, from the inner thoughts of this useless rich kid, he had captured some new crucial information. From Guo Sheng's tone, it seemed dealing with him was merely a side project. Their true objective was targeting the Qin family. And to take down the Qin family, they've even allied with the 9 great families of Haicheng? At this thought, Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at Qin Keqing, who was nestled in his arms like a little bird. Had he not intervened, the Qin family would likely be facing truly dire trouble this time. Feeling Zhou Yang's gaze, Qin Keqing couldn't help but lift her head. What is it, Zhou Yang? Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? Zhou Yang smiled faintly and asked casually. Has your Qin family offended someone recently? Hearing Zhou Yang's question, Qin Keqing looked utterly bewildered. No, not at all. Our family has always conducted business honestly and diligently. We adhere to the principle of no harm, no foul, and would never provoke anyone. Oh. Seeing Qin Keqing's lack of awareness, Zhou Yang didn't press further. Instead, he picked up the phone and called Ma Huayun, the Jin family's steward. Mr. Ma, investigate the backgrounds of the 9 great families of Haicheng and their recent activities. See if they've made any moves targeting the Qin family. Understood, young master. I'll get on it immediately. After giving the order, Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around Qin Keqing's slender waist once more. There. It's all taken care of. I've sent Steward Ma to investigate. They won't be able to stir up much trouble. Qin Keqing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the mention of the 9 great families. She knew something about the incident 13 years ago when the 9 great families of Haicheng had besieged their Qin family. Though she was still young at the time, she had pieced together fragments of the hidden truth from scattered whispers. She only remembered that all the special guards hired by the Qin family had been mobilized that year, and it was said the fighting had left rivers of blood. After that, her grandfather, Qin Siyuan, had built a Buddhist shrine. He seemed to shut himself away, attempting to atone for the sins he carried. Of course, since the adults never discussed it, she never learned the exact reasons behind it. Hearing Zhou Yang mention the 9 great families now, a possibility suddenly dawned on her. Could it be that the 9 great families were making a comeback? But why did Zhou Yang say it was over? Had Zhou Yang secretly resolved the matter? If that were the case, Zhou Yang was truly formidable. In recent days, he had practically resolved all the troubles plaguing the Qin family. Not only did he pull Father Qin Shao back from the brink of death, but he also completely cured grandfather's mental exhaustion. Most importantly, he thoroughly suppressed Uncle Qin Bing's conspiracy. And now, he'd exposed the 9 great families' plot against the Qins and helped defuse it behind the scenes. Though these feats were mere trifles to Zhou Yang, to the Qin family, they were nothing short of a life-saving grace. Having Zhou Yang by our side is truly a blessing. I realize I'm completely hooked now. Looks like I'll have to rely on Zhou Yang to pull me out. Just as Zhou Yang had said, the current Qin Keqing loved driving on any slope. Upon entering the auditorium, Zhou Yang boldly took a seat in the front row. As a key guest at this event, his seat was the very front position in the VIP section. The moment Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing took their seats, whispers immediately began to circulate among the crowd. After all, Qin Keqing was Haicheng's most beautiful woman, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and had even made headlines in the newspapers. Naturally, everyone recognized her. But this unknown new face, Zhou Yang, piqued their curiosity. Who is that young man seated at the very front left of the VIP section? Even though Miss Qin has a high status, she shouldn't be sitting there. That row is reserved for the leaders of Haicheng University. Who says the Qins aren't entitled? Haven't you heard? The Qin Patriarch is Hai City's ultimate authority. His granddaughter naturally has the right to sit there. What I don't understand is why this pretty boy is seated in front of Miss Qin. Probably Miss Qin's new boyfriend. Seeing how much she values him, I bet many of those outstanding entrepreneurs who once harbored fantasies about her are going to be heartbroken this time. So he's just some pretty boy who climbed the ladder using women. Sitting next to someone like that makes us outstanding scholars feel like we're being devalued. Exactly. Even Miss Qin shouldn't insult us people who earned this invitation through sheer hard work. This won't do. I'm reporting this to Dean Gao. Exactly. Everyone here is a self-made tycoon who built their empire through hard work. What gives this pretty boy the right to sit there? He must be removed. In that case, I, will speak for everyone and drag this pretty boy off his seat. With that, when you stood up and turned to look at Principal Gao, who wore an expression of utmost respect. Principal Gao, that pretty boy who climbed up on Miss Qin's coattails, what does he think he is? How dare he sit in the front row? Aren't you afraid that such an unreasonable arrangement will displease us students who've come to donate to our alma mater? Wen Yu's outburst instantly stirred discontent among the hundreds of outstanding students present. Exactly. We all earned our places through merit, while he got in on special favors. We won't stand for it. Exactly. Scum like him belongs in the back row. We refuse to accept him sitting at the head table. Principal Gao, seeing the crowd's fury, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He thought to himself, what are these troublemakers up to? If they angered young Master Zhou, he'd be in serious trouble. He cautiously glanced at Zhou Yang, fearing his anger. But Zhou Yang merely lifted the corners of his mouth in a smile that gradually grew twisted and sinister. 0.74 you guys donate, and I'll match your total. Though he couldn't fathom what Zhou Yang meant. Principal Gao knew he had to take a stand now. Otherwise, if Zhou Yang harbored any grievances against him and complained to the powerful figures backing him, and the high-ranking official who had called him would come down hard on him, the entire Haicheng University would be in big trouble. At that point, he might even lose his position as university president. So President Gao hurriedly rose from the podium, tapped the microphone on the table, and addressed the entire hall with a stern expression. Distinguished alumni, please calm yourselves. This distinguished alumni gathering and donation event strictly adheres to invitation criteria based on eligibility. Seating arrangements correspond to individual accomplishments. Each placement is well-deserved. Do not question the university administration's rigor. No sooner had the principal's words fallen than Wen Yu let out a soft chuckle. Pointing in Zhou Yang's direction with a raised eyebrow, he began to challenge the principal's authority. Principal Gao, I have no objection to the seating arrangements for the other entrepreneurs, as I am familiar with their business accomplishments. But this fellow? I've never seen him before, nor heard his name. And it's not just me, the vast majority here have never seen him either. A man with zero business accomplishments, zero contributions to society. What gives him the right to sit among us, the cream of the crop? I don't care if Miss Qin Keqing brought him in. Miss Qin Keqing might have earned that seat, but he certainly hasn't. So I move to have him shoved to the back. When you, as a newly minted wealthy elite, carried an innate arrogance. To people like them, arrogance ran deep. They relished expressing their opinions in public to prove their superiority and bask in the glory of being right. At this moment, Zhou Yang became his tool for making a name for himself. After all, once fame is established, future gains are directly proportional to it. Just then, Zhou Yang's college classmate Xiaobin also stood up, shaking his head at Zhou Yang with disdain. I can vouch for this. Zhou Yang was my classmate in college. He's just a lowly sales rep who somehow caught Miss Qin Keqing's eye and snuck into this event. Even his social media posts from 3 days ago were still promoting products. Don't believe me? I can screenshot it for you. With Xiaobin's testimony, everyone present looked down on Zhou Yang. After all, they had all worked their way up through sheer effort. They felt an innate sense of superiority towards someone like Zhou Yang, a freeloader who got everything handed to him on a silver platter. Exactly. He's unworthy of his seat. We can't let him stay there. His presence is a blatant insult to us outstanding students. This cannot be tolerated. Principal Gao, get him out of there immediately. Otherwise, I'm withdrawing my donation today. Guosheng and Xiaofeng, seated in the second row, were practically beaming with delight. Ha, we didn't even need to lift a finger. This Zhou Yang has already incensed everyone. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rub his fingers together, his face lit up with the thrill of watching the show unfold. Exactly. This is the consequence of a fox borrowing a tiger's might. The upper echelons aren't so easily infiltrated. Today's humiliation is merely an appetizer. Soon, this young master will personally step in and show him the true gulf between us. Stealing my goddess? Unless he's stronger than me, Xiaofeng, but is that even possible? Xiaofeng had come here with a mission. He planned to donate 100 million yuan to Haicheng University. For the Xiao family's businesses to expand into Haicheng, they needed to find the right opportunity. And this alumni gathering was a crucial occasion for the Xiao family to establish their presence in Haicheng. Once they established their reputation, future endeavors would become much smoother. 100 million in cash. Any major family would scrutinize such an offer carefully. Even the Qin family would never make such a move. Therefore, Xiaofeng was confident he would make a stunning impression at this reunion, becoming the center of attention. The beads of sweat on Principal Gao's forehead grew denser. He hadn't anticipated that a mere seating arrangement would provoke such discontent among so many outstanding students. Ah, it was his oversight. Had he known, he would have added a mysterious guest seat. Now the situation was beyond salvage, truly maddening. Just as Principal Gao was pacing like a caged animal, Zhou Yang rose with a smile and turned toward the rear of the trapezoidal auditorium. It seems everyone has quite a bit to say about me? But I'm already seated here. There's absolutely no reason for me to leave. Why don't you tell me what you want me to do to justify sitting here? Zhou Yang calmly surveyed the crowd, questioning him, inwardly amused. These people, he thought, had earned their money through hard work. They were far too superficial. Unlike him, his wealth came entirely from system tasks, solid as a rock. If they wanted to compete with him on achievements, he could crush these so-called new money tycoons and entrepreneurs with sheer wealth. What could they do? He had his system dad to back him up. Right now, he wanted to stand up like the protagonists in those cultivation novels and declare everyone present was trash. But then he thought of a better idea. How about this? I, Zhou Yang, will give everyone here a small demonstration of my abilities. Everyone here, every single one of you, whatever amount you donate, I will match it dollar for dollar. I alone will donate the total sum of your contributions. I wonder if this makes me, Zhou Yang, worthy of sitting in this seat. What? The moment Zhou Yang spoke, all the distinguished alumni present went wild. He's lost his mind. This Zhou Yang has truly gone mad. Did Liang Jingru give him the courage to spout such arrogant nonsense? I bet Miss Qin Keqing beside him is about to have a heart attack. There are hundreds of distinguished alumni here. Even if each donates just 1 million, that's 3 or 400 million. Such a colossal sum would cripple even your Qin family. This Zhou Yang is really overreaching. I can't wait to see how he handles this mess. How about this? All the entrepreneurs here donate more than we originally planned. Let's make Zhou Yang a complete laughingstock. Among the distinguished alumni present were many newly wealthy individuals and successful entrepreneurs. For them, 1 million yuan was practically pocket change. Many had even come prepared to donate several million. Now, swept up in the fervor, many increased their donations on the spot, eager to witness Zhou Yang's humiliation. Zhou Yang's college classmate, Xiaobin, nearly choked on his laughter. This is like an old lady sneaking into bed in the middle of the night. It's hilarious. No need to guess, they all know that once the donations wrap up and Zhou Yang sees the staggering total, he'll be scared out of his wits. So Chaobin couldn't resist leaving a comment under Zhou Yang's WeChat post. Zhou Yang's university classmate, the wealthy playboy Chaobin, our Mr. Zhou is going to donate the total amount of everyone's contributions at the alumni reunion fundraiser. If Mr. Zhou has the guts, post another WeChat moment to leave evidence. Zhou Yang naturally saw Chaobin's reply. Zhou Yang had been pondering what to post when Chaobin's reminder instantly earned him a thumbs up. Here comes the post. Image caption, seen from the Haicheng University Outstanding Alumni Donation Meeting. Caption, what's wrong with society these days? Just by pledging to donate the entire amount raised for charity, I'm being questioned. Is it really that hard to build trust between people? Qin Keqing saw Zhou Yang's post and immediately replied with a smirking emoji. No one understood Zhou Yang's capabilities better than she did. Whether it's 3 or 400 million, even a billion wouldn't faze Zhou Yang. Forget his personal wealth, he alone held a 30% stake in the Qin Group, worth tens of billions. But while Qin Keqing thought this, others certainly didn't. Wang Hui, who had just challenged Zhou Yang, immediately dug in his ears as if he'd heard some ridiculous joke. Ha! What are you talking about? Donating the total amount for all of us? Do you think this is some child's play? Forget donating everyone's total amount. Even if you could match what the second rows Xiao Young Master and Guo Young Master are donating, I'd acknowledge you have the right to sit there. No sooner had Wen Yue finished speaking than Guo Shang leapt to his feet. He was absolutely thrilled. In his eyes, Zhou Yang was a complete fool, digging himself into such a deep hole. He could totally use this chance to screw over the Qin family through Zhou Yang. If his dad found out, he'd praise him for it. With that, Guo Shang immediately spoke with venom in his voice. No. Since young Master Zhou has stated that he will donate the total amount pledged by all of us, he must donate the full sum. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to our young Master Zhou. Moreover, today's donation ceremony follows legal procedures. If he goes back on his word, he'll face legal consequences. I trust you, Miss Qin Keqing, wouldn't put young Master Zhou in a difficult position. If he can't come up with the full amount later, you'll cover it for him, right? Ha ha ha. I, Hui Shang, will set the example. I originally planned to donate 2 million today, but in honor of our young Master Zhou's generosity, I'll add a zero. Today, I'm donating 20 million. 20 million. This single declaration sent the atmosphere soaring to a mini-climax. Good heavens! Young Master Gua kicking things off with a 20 million yuan donation? That's absolutely incredible. That's 20 million. Some listed companies might not even make that much in a year. I'm practically itching to crawl up and kiss Guo Xiao's ass right now. Wonder if he's still taking on new underlings. After speaking, Guo Shang shot Zhou Yang a defiant look, the implication clear. Zhou Yang merely shrugged, showing no reaction. He merely gestured toward Principal Gao with his fingers. Principal Gao, have the notary record this. Every word I say today is legally binding. Principal Gao's hand trembled slightly. What? Are you serious, young Master Zhou? 0.75. You might profit handsomely, but I'll never lose out. For Principal Gao, getting distinguished alumni to donate more would certainly boost his income. But he also feared getting into trouble. If he offends someone he can't afford to offend, he'd earn the money but not live to spend it. Take the big shot backing Zhou Yang. Principal Gao knows he'd never dare cross him. If such a figure were to lose his temper, the consequences would be devastating, leaving no room for regret. If things escalated and young Master Zhou reneged on his promises, the president would be left holding the bag. So Principal Gao deeply feared that Zhou Yang didn't grasp the weight of those words, nor the gravity of legal due process. He couldn't help but inwardly curse. Ah! These young people nowadays just don't know when to hold back. They always see everything as far too simple. Though he'd cursed Zhou Yang inwardly, the matter still needed resolving, and solutions still had to be found. So Principal Gao straightened his posture, dabbed the sweat from his forehead with his handkerchief, and spoke with some difficulty. Young Master Zhou, perhaps you should reconsider. This is no laughing matter. If this escalates, even I won't be able to contain it. Just as Principal Gao was about to say more, Zhou Yang waved him off decisively. To him, the principal's concerns were entirely unnecessary. For Zhou Yang, this moment was nothing short of perfect. Though surrounded by so many attacking him, what seemed disadvantageous to Zhou Yang actually allowed him to reap enormous rewards. This situation might have been profitable for the principal, but Zhou Yang would never come out on the losing end. Just a moment ago, Zhou Yang had nearly made a killing. Because in his mind, the system had already begun frantically tallying. Ding! Detected He Huan's wish, this Zhou Yang is too arrogant. I'm raising my donation to 2 million to make Zhou Yang look even worse. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A 100,000 dragon coins. B 200,000 dragon coins. C 500,000 dragon coins. D 1 million dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon completion of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 million dragon coins. Ding! Detected Zhou Yang's wish. Damn it, I'm donating 800,000. Let's see if Zhou Yang dares to match me. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Ding! Investment in this wish confirmed. Ding! Detecting Chao Bin's wish. Heh, today I'm gonna teach the social media show off Zhou Yang a lesson and show him what real power looks like. Old man Chao here is donating 5 million. Gak, I'll go show off in Zhou Yang's circle of friends later. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Ding! Host has invested in this wish. Ding! Detecting Xiao Fang's wish. Ha, this little cutie actually dares to say that? Suddenly, donating 100 million feels too small. How about asking my dad for another 100 million? I'm definitely gonna be the brightest star tonight. Would you like to invest? Investment options: A. 10 million dragon coins. B. 20 million dragon coins. C. 50 million dragon coins. D. 200 million dragon coins. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you'll receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 2 billion dragon coins. Zhou Yang never imagined investing in wishes would lead to such a legendary moment. This was an investment in the wishes of hundreds of people simultaneously. Just one wish from Xiaofeng alone would net Zhou Yang 2 billion in profits. If all these wishes succeeded, Zhou Yang could instantly receive a 23 billion investment return, an absolute windfall. Indeed, these wishes absolutely demanded proactive stimulation. Now, Zhou Yang looked at these outstanding alumni not with the slightest hint of dislike, but rather with intense excitement. After all, who would ever cross their own money tree? The investment return from just one of these wishes could easily afford an ordinary person a house in the prime real estate of Haicheng. And on average, this represented merely a few seconds worth of Zhou Yang's earnings. Therefore, Zhou Yang decided to encourage them further, lest many back out when it came time for actual donations, leaving his wish unfulfilled. With a warm smile, Zhou Yang addressed the crowd. Oh my, just 20 million yuan? You think I, Zhou Yang, would back down at the first sign of trouble? Young Master Gua, are you looking down on me? I, Zhou Yang, am putting this out there today. As long as it doesn't exceed 1 billion yuan, I'll sell my house and land to raise the money. 100 million and he'd sell his house and land? Xiaofeng couldn't help but sneer. Well, I suppose he'll need to liquidate Qin Keqing's assets to get the money. But Guo Shang, standing beside him, whispered quietly into his ear. Young Master Xiao, it seems the Qin family has big plans this time. Giving Zhou Yang 1 billion to donate to Haicheng University, could it be to compete with your Xiao family for the new campus construction project? Even if that's not the case, if Zhou Yang really manages to come up with 10 billion, wouldn't that steal the spotlight from you, young Master Xiao? Then your goal of making a splash in Haicheng would be ruined. Guo Shang's words sent a sudden chill through Xiao Feng's body. Right. This might be the Qin family's true objective. They'd put forward a pretty boy to attract attention, lulling the Xiao family into complacency. Then use the pretty boy's donation to Haicheng University to seal the deal, effectively excluding the Xiao family from the university's project. Thinking about it this way, everything suddenly made sense. Because no matter how wealthy Zhou Yang, the pretty boy, might be, Qin Keqing couldn't possibly give him 10 billion. Moreover, 10 billion yuan Qin Keqing might not even have that much herself. Competing with the Xiao family for the project might be the Qin family's true motive for pushing Zhou Yang forward. At this realization, Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed sharply. He immediately slipped out to call his father, Xiao Yuanshan. Dad, the Qin family might be snatching the new campus project for Haicheng University right out from under us. What do you mean? The Qins brought in some guy named Zhou Yang, planning to donate 1 billion yuan to Haicheng University. That 1 billion must be something the Qins prepared specifically to secure a partnership with the university and snatch the negotiation contract right out of our hands. Ha! That's outrageous of the Qins. We spent 5 years negotiating that 100 billion yuan new campus project for Haicheng University, and now they want to snatch it away mid-process? Dad, what should we do now? What should we do? Ha! Others may fear the Qins, but the Xiao family of Jincheng certainly doesn't. Your second uncle now holds a high position in the heavenly palace. We have nothing to fear. This is what we'll do. I'll allocate another 2 billion yuan from the group's funds to you. Use it to crush the Qin's momentum and secure that partnership with Haicheng University at all costs. After hanging up, Xiaofeng strode back into the auditorium with smug satisfaction. With 2 billion in hand, he felt certain victory was assured. Zhou Yang watched Xiaofeng return and knew the kid was up to no good. After all, Xiaofeng and Guoshang were in cahoots, clearly plotting against him. So Zhou Yang activated his prank dialogue card once more, eager to hear what Xiaofeng was scheming. Instantly, Xiaofeng's inner thoughts echoed in Zhou Yang's mind. Ha 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 ha. With this 2 billion, I, Xiaofeng, will crush any god or Buddha standing in my way. I'll definitely be the hottest guy in the whole place. Qin Keqing, oh Qin Keqing, once the Xiao family seals the deal with Haicheng University, if your Qin family wants a piece of the pie, you'll have to come begging me, Xiaofeng. When that time comes, if I make some outrageous demands of you, Ching, you won't dare refuse. Just thinking about how I'll get to casually bang that goddess I once idolized makes me so excited. Hearing Xiao Feng's inner monologue, Zhou Yang wore an expression of utter bewilderment one only Mr. Yao, the CBA chairman, could pull off. Damn, I thought Xiao Feng was after me, Zhou Yang. Who knew he was actually after Ching, the one in his arms? But no matter who he was after, Zhou Yang was determined to give him a slap in the face today. The fitness project for Haicheng University's new campus, huh? Rumor has it it's a massive 30 billion yuan investment. Looks like after the donation ceremony wraps up, he could have manager Ma and President Gao have a chat. Whether it makes money or not doesn't matter, the main thing is to strike a blow against the competition. As a god-tier tycoon, Zhou Yang was just that capricious. With Zhou Yang's leverage, all the distinguished alumni pushed themselves to the limit today, doubling or even tripling their originally planned donation amounts. Zhou Yang was so delighted his eyes practically disappeared from smiling. As the donations poured in, his Wish investment card began delivering rapid investment returns. Ding! Host has fulfilled Huan's wish. This Zhou Yang is too arrogant. I'm now increasing my donation to 2 million yuan to make Zhou Yang look even more ridiculous. Received 10x investment return, 10 million yuan. Ding! Host has fulfilled Huan's wish. Today I'll teach the social media show-off Zhou Yang a lesson. Let him see real power. Old Chow here donates 5 million. Gak, I'll show off in Zhou Yang's circle soon. Received 10x investment return, 50 million. In less than an hour, Zhou Yang raked in over 10 billion. And Principal Gao's face was now stretched into a grin as wide as a butt crack. This alumni gathering brought in a conservative estimate of 800 million yuan for their university, all thanks to Zhou Yang. As the saying goes, return the rich man's money in full, but split the commoner's money 30-70. Principal Gao had already decided, no matter how much Zhou Yang donated, he would return it all and even set aside a portion of the donations for Zhou Yang himself. After all, he'd climbed to his current position by getting things done. Just then, Xiao Feng finally rose to his feet, his cold smile fixed on Zhou Yang. He had counted it all, the previous donors had contributed over 700 million yuan. That sum was still insufficient to threaten the Qin family. Now, he was about to deliver the final, fatal blow to Zhou Yang. So, with his head held high in arrogance, imagining the admiring gazes he would soon receive, he announced his donation amount. Alright, now it's my turn, Xiao Feng. As an outstanding alumnus of Haicheng University, I must make my due contribution to the school's development. Therefore, today, my donation amount is 2 billion. What? 20 billion? Everyone present was stunned except Zhou Yang. One person's donation was 3 times the total of everyone else's combined. How insane is that? The Xiao family of Jin dynasty truly made their fortune in oil they're loaded. Xiao Feng basked in the attention, beckoning Zhou Yang forward with a flick of his finger. As agreed, young Master Zhou, you must donate the total amount pledged by everyone present, 2.798 billion yuan. Young Master Zhou, please proceed. 076 teaming up with Xiao Feng to set a trap for the Qin family. As Xiao Feng confronted Zhou Yang. At that very moment, Zhou Yang was refreshing his social feed. It must be said, this Chao Bin is truly despicable. Whether he was just bored or something, every time someone donated, he'd immediately broadcast it in Zhou Yang's moments, even tallying up the total amount like some kind of loudspeaker. Chao Bin, that dog of a rich kid from college at Zhou Yang, Huan donated 2 million, bringing the total to 5 million. Chao Bin, the dog-like rich kid's college classmate at Zhou Yang, Wang Hui donated 500,000 yuan. The total amount has reached 115.5 million yuan. Chao Bin, Zhou Yang's university classmate at Zhou Yang, Xiao donated 2 billion, bringing the total to 2.798 billion. Rich kid's university classmate Chao Bin at Zhou Yang, stop playing dead. I've posted over 300 updates about you, aren't you going to respond? Chao Bin, university classmate of the rich kid at Zhou Yang, you're not going to delete your moments post out of fear, are you? Ah, I knew you clowns were all talk. Now that it's hit the fan, you're speechless, huh? University class monitor Wang Hui at Chao Bin, classmate of doggy rich kid, Mr. Chao, pull back, let me handle this. With Chao Bin, this live wire, bombarding Zhou Yang's moments with replies, it instantly drew a crowd of spectators. Thousands tuned in to the live show in Zhou Yang's moments, bombarding him with replies and nearly blowing up his WeChat backend. Zhou Yang stared at his phone, now hot to the touch, his mouth forming a wide O of astonishment. Damn! His Xiaomi 13 Ultra was lagging? It's only been 3 years, how could it be lagging? This was a high-end flagship back in the day, built like a tank. Even when he bought Qin Keqing's grandfather a Huawei P70 just a few days ago, he hadn't been willing to replace it. How could it be lagging now? Just imagine the sheer volume of background information. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that his charity-focused WeChat moments had already racked up nearly 100,000 replies, a whole crowd chatting and hanging out in there. College classmate Yang Chen, who'd have thought my first reunion with alma mater classmates after graduation would be through Zhou Yang's moments? College classmate Wang Hui watching the alumni reunion livestream on WeChat Moments? I'm speechless. Seriously, Zhou Yang, are you even going to show up? All this bragging on your moments, when are you going to back it up? College classmate Huang Dudu, don't be like that. How could you look down on our young master Zhou? He might be contacting doctors to sell kidneys right now. College classmate Pang Dahai, with just 2.7 billion, selling 10 million kidneys wouldn't even cover it. He'd need to find a few more rich ladies like Miss Qin Kiching. Zhou Yang was engrossed in his phone. Seeing Zhou Yang's complete lack of attention, Xiao Feng's eyes darkened. Was Zhou Yang playing dead, or did he genuinely look down on Xiao Feng? So he raised his voice and continued to press Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, stop playing dead. 2.798 billion, get your money out already. Hundreds of people are waiting for you. What are you playing at? You lowlife who climbed the ladder by living off others, your ancestors combined probably never saw this much money in dozens of lifetimes. Regretting it now? Ha! Too late. If you can't produce it, this constitutes commercial fraud. It's been legally notarized and is now legally binding. Just wait to go to jail. After Xiao Feng finished his tirade, Zhou Yang finally lifted his head with a smug grin. He just siphoned 2 billion from Xiao Feng's wish list. His total assets now reached 42.198 billion. Xiao Feng was truly his personal money god. But even a money god couldn't get away with insulting Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was the type to renege on a deal the moment he pulled up his pants. Now that the money was gone, it was time for him to get angry. Zhou Yang stretched lazily, sizing up Xiao Feng. Finished yelling? Did that feel good? Didn't I say I'm not donating? Why are you still ranting here? Didn't your father teach you not to go around offending people when you're out in the world? If your father didn't teach you, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson in how to behave. Remember this, there are always people above you and skies beyond skies. Until you meet Zhou Yang, you'll never know what it means to be a tiny insect in the vast ocean, or a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the sun and moon. With that, Zhou Yang addressed Principal Gao directly. Announce my donation amount, 2.798 billion is too cumbersome with the odd change. I've transferred 3 billion directly to the school account. Principal Gao immediately had his staff display Zhou Yang's donation amount on the large screen, along with a screenshot of the funds arriving in the account. Now, he had to stand up and say a few words. As everyone has witnessed, young Master Zhou's capabilities are unfathomable, far beyond what most of us ordinary people could ever imagine. And young Master Zhou is right, there are always people more talented than us, and skies beyond skies. Never underestimate others, and never belittle yourselves. As long as you strive hard enough, one day you too can reach even 1% of young Master Zhou's heights. Put. Enough effort will get you to 1/100th of young Master Zhou's level? Principal Gao, you're such a little cutie. Xiao Feng stood there, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. In that moment, he felt like his world had collapsed. For this alumni reunion, the Xiao family had mobilized 2 billion yuan in cash flow and it had all gone down the drain. This was nothing short of a disgrace in his life, and it could very well cost him his position as heir. At this thought, Xiao Feng's mind began to twist and warp. He didn't look at Zhou Yang, but pointed at Qin Kiching instead. Qin Kiching, what does your Qin family think it's doing? Ordering Zhou Yang to humiliate me like this? Are you determined to fight the Xiao family for the Haicheng University new campus project? If you insist on a fight to the death, the Xiao family of Jincheng will battle you to the bitter end. But Qin Kiching merely turned her head, her arm linked through Zhou Yang's, casting him a contemptuous glance. Young Master Xiao, if your cerebellum has atrophied, you'd better get it checked at the hospital immediately. The Qin family has absolutely no interest in the Haicheng University project. Most importantly, young Master Zhou Yang is not someone our Qin family can command. His status is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Xiao Feng, if you dare harm young Master Zhou, you'll die a miserable death. You'd be wise to kneel before him now and apologize. Otherwise, your entire Xiao family will face utter ruin. Qin Kiching's words sent shockwaves through Xiao Feng's heart. He wasn't entirely familiar with the situation in Haicheng and feared provoking forces he couldn't afford to antagonize. He turned to look at Guosheng, suspecting the man had set him up. After all, ever since entering Haicheng University, Guosheng had been pushing him to confront Zhou Yang. The signs were far too obvious. Guoshao, you didn't deliberately set me up, did you? You know full well Zhou Yang isn't someone to mess with. What's in it for you to have me antagonize him? Qin Kiching's words made Guosheng's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. If what Qin Kiching said was true, then Zhou Yang's background couldn't possibly be simple. After all, someone who could casually throw around 3 billion yuan like it was trash, no matter how weak his family background might be, how weak could it really be? But he had specifically ordered Lu Zixiong and others to investigate Zhou Yang's background earlier. The findings revealed a poor second-generation kid from a single-parent family who, through sheer diligence as a small-town bookworm, barely scraped into Haicheng University. After graduation, he ended up working as a salesman. And he had a sickly younger sister, Zhou Wanning, whose medical bills were beyond his means, a girl left to die. How could he possibly believe such a person was the one Qin Kiching described? Qin Kiching must be lying. After pondering for a long while, Guosheng finally responded to Xiao Feng. Young Master Xiao, don't listen to Qin Keqing's nonsense. I've looked into this Zhou Yang, he's just an ordinary person. Qin Keqing deliberately fabricated Zhou Yang's background. I see two motives: 1, to make you, young Master Xiao, give up pursuing her and retreat when faced with difficulty; 2, to make your Xiao family abandon the Haicheng University project. It's killing two birds with one stone. If you think I'm lying, young Master Xiao, send your own people to investigate and see if what I say is true. Seeing Guosheng speak with such conviction, Xiao Feng's wildly racing heart began to steady once more. She was deceiving him after all. Women's words are deceitful lies. Was he really deserving of this deception just because he'd once been Qin Keqing's lapdog? Xiao Feng's face flushed crimson with rage, and he couldn't help but lose his temper. Qin Keqing, I, Xiao Feng, will remember this grudge. Mark my words, today's events won't end here. The Xiao family won't let this slide. You Qin family, just you wait. Zhou Yang merely shrugged indifferently. If you've got the guts, bring it on. After the distinguished alumni donation event concluded, Guosheng watched the furious Xiao Feng and suddenly let out a sinister chuckle from the side. This Xiao Feng, simple-minded, easily duped. Perhaps they could lure him into the camp of the 9 great families of Haicheng to unite against the Qin family. He'd heard that the second master of the Xiao family from Jincheng held an influential position in the Heavenly Palace. If leveraged properly, this could deal an even heavier blow to the Qin family. Having made up his mind, Guosheng took the initiative to invite Xiao Feng out for some fun. Young Master Xiao, seeing Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang humiliate you like that, I couldn't stand by and watch. Tonight, I'll treat you to a night out so you can experience the charm of Haicheng's Shanke. Xiao Feng, feeling downcast, regarded Guosheng as a confidant he could confide in. Since young Master Guo says so, I must go and see for myself. Haicheng Tianxia Runjian Business Club. Xiao Feng pulled up his pants and emerged from the darkroom. You gotta hand it to Guosheng, he picked a great spot. The girls were all gorgeous, but more importantly, they were gentle, considerate, and skilled, a world apart from the girls at Jincheng who constantly demanded red envelopes and kept switching tables. Inside the luxurious private room, Guosheng finally got down to business upon seeing Xiao Feng return. Young Master Xiao, the 9 great families of Haicheng have set a trap for the Qin family. Is your Xiao family interested in joining us? Oh. The moment Xiao Feng heard it was about taking down the Qin family, his interest was piqued. Mr. Guo, please elaborate. Guosheng dismissed the girls from the private room before whispering to Xiao Feng. Young Master Xiao, as everyone knows, the Qin family patriarch, Qin Siyuan, has a passion for antiques and cultural artifacts, especially those related to Buddhism. Our 9 great families have prepared a treasure for the upcoming auction at Gaddy's auction house, the most exquisite Buddha head from the northern Qi dynasty. This Buddha head, conservatively estimated, could fetch a staggering 6 billion yuan at auction. Once the auction begins, if young Master Xiao could help drive the bidding up to 10 billion, well, that would drain the Qin group's cash reserves dry. Should Qin Siyuan attempt to acquire the Buddha head through underhanded means, we must request young Master Zhao's second master to intervene and stop Qin Siyuan's illegal actions. At that point, we'll have our construction partners terminate their contracts with the Qin family and demand compensation. By then, the Qins will be forced to liquidate their assets, leading to their complete collapse. After hearing Guosheng's plan, Xiao Feng's eyebrows shot up and he burst into laughter. Qin family, your retribution has arrived. Qin Keqing, once I've crushed your Qin family, I'll make you eat your own words. And that Zhou Yang, he must be eliminated. 077 You can't hide loving one person, but loving 2 must be concealed. Guosheng and Xiao Feng believed their scheme was flawless. But what they didn't know was that Zhou Yang had already uncovered their plan. Having used the prank dialogue card on them, Zhou Yang could hear every thought in their minds. These prank dialogue cards are incredibly effective. If I'd known they were this useful, I would have used them ages ago. But these prank dialogue cards are only daily cards, they expire within 24 hours. That's a bit of a shame. Zhou Yang, now privy to their scheme, wore an increasingly sinister grin. The most beautiful Buddha head in northern Qi? Gak gak gak. It seemed unlikely he could trap the Qin family. Instead, he might just cripple several families in the process. Of course, Zhou Yang didn't share any of this with Qin Keqing. Knowing them wouldn't do her any good anyway. The current goddess Qin was clingy as hell, acting like a little kitten. Sometimes she'd push herself, sometimes she'd urge Zhou Yang to go harder. Who knows where she gets all that energy? Lately, Zhou Yang felt drained during the day, almost like he had muscle weakness. So Zhou Yang decided to keep some distance for now and head home to check on Qin Li. But first, he stopped by the Qin residence to use the health analysis card again on Qin Keqing's father, Qin Xiao. This swiftly restored him to a robust, healthy state. A health level of 70 was already quite impressive for someone of his age. Zhou Yang was so attentive precisely because of Qin Keqing. After all, having slept with her daughter, showing some concern was only right. After using the health analysis card on Qin Xiao, Zhou Yang prepared to return to Ocean View Villa to recover. His recent energy depletion was severe. Even breakfasting on candied abalone stewed with premium ingredients couldn't restore his vitality. Seems like he had the fortune of a tycoon but not the stamina. Just as Zhou Yang reached the entrance of Ocean View Villa, feeling a pang of regret, What he desired had unexpectedly arrived. Ding! Detected host single WeChat Moments post receiving 100,000 comments. Meets special reward criteria. Awarding host 1 B-tier check-in opportunity. Proceed with check-in? Check in. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang checked in. Ding! This check-in has earned you a Golden Kidney Card monthly pass. The Golden Kidney Card enhances physical strength and stamina. During its usage period, it will not cause any side effects or fatigue. Please use it wisely. Oh yeah. Just what I wished for. Tonesy Dad, I absolutely adore you. Zhou Yang's previously sluggish energy surged back to full strength with the Golden Kidney Card monthly pass. He felt like a perpetual motion machine, unstoppable. Just as he was about to enter the room to discuss the card's effects with Qinli, the door swung open on its own. It was none other than her property management's personal butler, Lu Lianhua. Lu Tanhua wore a form-fitting minisuit, her hair pulled into a high ponytail. Her collarbone, deep enough to hold a fish, was adorned with a 4-leaf clover necklace. Beneath her body-hugging professional skirt were knee-high black stockings in 15D. Most notably, she wore black-rimmed glasses that gave her an intellectual, refined air, yet beneath those frames, her eyes betrayed a hint of wild desire. Zhou Yang swallowed hard. Suddenly, his pants felt too tight. They always seemed to stretch thin at moments like this. Lu Dianhua naturally noticed Zhou Yang's unusual behavior, and her face flushed instantly. Still, she proceeded to discuss business first. Young Master Zhou, as per your instructions yesterday, I had Butler Ma purchase the adjacent Sky Villa number 8 for you. Would you like to go take a look? I can help you relax while you're at it? As she spoke, she lightly brushed against him, sending a tingle through Zhou Yang's heart. Zhou Yang nodded. Very good. Lu Dianhua led the way ahead, mentioning the money's purpose along the way. Young Master Zhou, I used the $1,000,000 you gave me yesterday to buy a Maserati. It'll be our daily driver for grocery runs and outings. Just wanted to keep you in the loop. Zhou Yang waves dismissively. It's just a car. No need to give me such a detailed report. If you like it, feel free to drive it whenever you want. Lu Tanhua giggled, her fox-like eyes sparkling behind her black-rimmed glasses. Young Master Zhou, I'm not very skilled at driving. You have so much experience, could you give me some tips on how to drive better and maintain it for longer life? Drive? What kind of driving? Zhou Yang immediately understood. With a smile, he entered Villa number 8 and began giving Lu Tianhua a detailed explanation. After all, cars were consumable items. Overuse or careless maintenance could easily lead to wear and tear. When driving, gently press the clutch when starting, then shift gears and apply the throttle. Start with a slow throttle, gradually increasing speed. Manual transmission cars offer a more tactile driving experience. Automatic transmissions offer a smoother ride. But whether automatic or manual, after driving a certain number of miles, you need to rotate the front and rear tires, check the spark plugs and engine oil, and clean out carbon deposits to keep the car running smoothly. Well-maintained vehicles can easily last over a decade without issues. Experience is gained through practice, don't be afraid. Keep experimenting, and you'll naturally master it. Occasional accidents are no big deal, get major repairs done when needed, file insurance claims when appropriate, and if you're unwilling to fix it, just scrap it. Of course, steer clear of used cars that have been in fatal accidents. Who knows if they've been cleaned properly? They might still carry lingering odors. By the time Zhou Yang finished his patient explanation, evening had fallen. Lu Tanhua had prepared a sumptuous dinner for Zhou Yang. It must be said, sometimes watching a beautiful woman cook is a pleasure in itself. Lu Tianhua was glistening with sweat, her white shirt revealing the texture of her skin under the light. Whether from the exertion of cooking or not, a few buttons had come undone, but she didn't bother to fasten them, continuing to stir-fry the vegetables. What a capable girl. During dinner, Lu Tianhua didn't use chopsticks or a spoon, she simply fed Zhou Yang until he was full. This life of luxury and indulgence made Zhou Yang hate himself, hate that he'd discovered it so late. Lu Tianhua gazed at Zhou Yang with sparkling eyes, radiating small, everyday happiness. Young Master Zhou, I wonder what kind of girl you like. The girl who wins your heart must be incredibly lucky, right? After all, you've been tormenting her all afternoon. If it weren't for cooking, she wouldn't even have a chance to rest. What kind of girl? Zhou Yang didn't know either. Anyway, loving one person can't be hidden, but loving more than one? That has to stay hidden no matter what. So Zhou Yang laughed and casually replied. I like the waxing moon, I like the waning moon, and I like the full moon even more. But these 3 moons can never appear on the same day. Girls are the same. Some are gentle and graceful, some are sexy and alluring, some are mature and commanding, some are wild and untamed. Anyway, it's hard for all those wonderful qualities to be embodied in just one girl. Truth be told, I'm actually quite loyal. After all, I'd only hold one kind of girl's hand under one kind of moon. Lu Epiphyllum. Young Master Zhou's heart is truly vast. I wonder where she ranks in Zhou Yang's heart. Anyway, cherishing this moment of beauty is what matters. When Zhou Yang returned to Villa number 7, Qinli was trying to cheer up her younger brother, Xin Xingxing. But Qin Xingxing's psychological trauma lingered relentlessly, preventing him from ever fully recovering from that terrifying ordeal. This situation had Qin Li utterly at her wits' end. Spotting Zhou Yang's return, Qin Li hurriedly rose to offer him a shoulder massage. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, plopping down casually on the sofa and glancing at Qin Xingxing, whose eyes held a distant, vacant look. Li, is he still refusing to speak? Qin Li asked anxiously as she massaged Zhou Yang's shoulders. Yes. Ever since he came back from the park, he's like a different person, a walking corpse. He can only eat and sleep, nothing else. Oh. He's just stressed out, right? To this, Zhou Yang shrugged it off as no big deal. He chuckled. He waved his hand toward Qin Li. No worries, leave it to me. Men, who doesn't run into a few things in life? Tell me who he cares about most in his daily life? Or who he hates the most? I'll give him a fresh blow. Whether it's despair, apathy, wasting their lives, or losing hope, give them a fresh blow, and they'll bounce back. Yes, a blow, not an opportunity. Qin Xingxing's utter despair? To Zhou Yang, it was clear he hadn't been hit hard enough. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qin Li's expression became utterly exaggerated. Her delicate face was a whirlwind of confusion, bewilderment, astonishment, disbelief, and eager anticipation. But in the end, she chose to believe Zhou Yang. After all, someone as capable as Zhou Yang must be right? Qin Li thought hard and actually recalled the person Qin Xingxing cared about most. The person Xingxing cherishes most is probably his girlfriend, Ren Shuangchuang. He's so stingy he won't even order takeout for himself. He eats just one meal a day and transfers the rest of his money to Ren Shuang. And on top of that, Shuangchuang constantly demands little surprises, takeout, bubble tea, holiday red envelopes, and other extras. She's practically drained Xingxing dry. Over 3 years, he voluntarily transferred 500,000 yuan to Shuangchuang. And he never even got to hold her hand. Xingxing decided to look for work in Banati just to earn more money for Ren Shuang. Little did he know he'd never come back. But after Xingxing disappeared, Ren Shuang actually blocked all of Xingxing's contact information. After hearing Qin Li's account, Zhou Yang's lips curled slightly. Since there was someone to care about, this would be easy to handle. But that name, Ren Shuang. What a clever choice. Just by the name, you can tell she's no ordinary person. She must have plenty of male friends. Give me Ren Shuang's phone number. Let me see what's going on. Zhou Yang didn't call Ren Shuang directly or add her on WeChat. That would be harassment. Even if she were a big spender, there was still a chance his call would be rejected. Zhou Yang copied the number into every social platform he could think of: Douyin, Kuaishou, Xiaowangshu, you name it. He discovered this Ren Shuang was a master at fishing for attention. She had accounts on every platform. And these accounts were filled with meticulously edited, glamorous photos, radiating an aura of hormonal allure. This kind of person was worlds apart from Qin Li. Zhou Yang couldn't fathom how Qin Xingxing, with a stunning sister like Qin Li, could possibly be interested in Ren Shuang. Right now, Ren Shuang was live streaming on Douyin, trying to attract big spenders. Hey guys, any kind-hearted gods out there? Just one plane can add my green bubbles. If it's a carnival, you can even see her outfits and unlock new poses. Her stream name was Unrivaled Beauty, which was downright hilarious. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and clicked into the livestream. 078, a low-level alt account trying to hit on me, Ren Shuang? This kind of flamboyant spender is easy to take down. How did Qin Xingxing manage to spend nearly 500,000 on Ren Shuang without even getting a chance to touch her? Zhou Yang couldn't help but sigh. Innocent young boys are so easy to fool. Otherwise, how could he be tricked into going to CK Park to become a pimp? These innocent little pure boys, just take them out on a few more outings, let them gain some experience with different women, and they'll shed those outdated notions, completely letting loose. No need to look elsewhere. Zhou Yang himself was living proof. Back in college, his girlfriend Fan Ruru was a teasing green tea. Thankfully, Zhou Yang was broke and dumped her right after graduation. Otherwise, he might not be much better off than Qin Xingxing now. Zhou Yang stroked his chin, watching the women perform in Ren Shuang's livestream with little interest. Maybe it was because he'd seen too many beauties lately. Anything below a 9 just didn't catch his eye anymore. But to console Qin Xingxing, he forced himself to watch. He projected his phone screen onto the projector and gave Qin Xingxing a nod. Hey, you idiot. Is this Ren Shuang your white moonlight? You know what? I could get him to spend the night with me tonight. Qin Xingxing's hollow eyes finally regained a glimmer of life when she saw Ren Shuang. Hearing Zhou Yang disparage Ren Shuang, he couldn't help but retort. No, Ren Shuang isn't that kind of bad girl. Even if you're loaded, you'd never get him to spend the night with you. Zhou Yang curled his lip, speaking with obvious irritation. That's just your own lack of skill. Why don't you reflect on yourself? Women are creatures of desire. You need to be attractive enough to make them willingly do things for you. Throwing her 30 or 50 bucks here and there, sending her 13, 14 or 520 on holidays, does that really work? If you want to make her happy, buy her a bag worth over 10,000 because a bag cures all ills. Want to sleep with her? Spend 50 grand taking her on a trip to check off her bucket list. Still worried you won't get your chance? Saving every penny to give her money just makes her think you're useless. She'll treat you like a pathetic backup option and ATM. Qin Xingxing was stunned by Zhou Yang's tirade. Such a fresh worldview, it wasn't something a pathetic loser like him could comprehend. He even thought Zhou Yang was a bad man, someone unfaithful in love. You're a bad guy. How could my sister ever be with someone like you? Does having money give you free rein to do whatever you want? I believe true love exists in this world. I don't know about others, but Xuanxuan definitely isn't like that. Is that so? Ha! This Qin Xingxing really is stupid enough to open the door for stupidity itself. True love exists in this world, but definitely not with Ren Shuang. And money really does let you do whatever you want. Statistics show that 99% of the world's problems can be solved with money. The remaining 1% requires even more money to fix. So money can solve 1,000 troubles, but without it, troubles lurk everywhere. Zhou Yang couldn't be bothered with small talk. He simply typed a line in the livestream chat. Host, I'm inviting you out for dinner. What should I send? Ren Shuang kept a constant eye on the chat screen. After all, courting a big shot like this required perseverance. It had to be a long game. Seeing Zhou Yang's message, Ren Shuang's heart leapt with joy. She knew another pervert had taken the bait. Just as she was about to name her price, she noticed Zhou Yang's account was a pitiful level 1. Instantly, she pulled off an epic face flip that would put even Beijing Film Academy teachers to shame. Hey, you freeloaders watching for free, can you show some manners? If it weren't for the internet, would you even know how gorgeous this streamer is? Just watch properly and stop spouting nonsense. Remember, cleaning up the online environment starts with me. This streamer won't casually go out to eat with strangers, so all you perverts better behave yourselves. Oh my. This is like Xue Baochai showing Jia Baoyu her undergarments. It's got me cracking up. This trashy broad has the nerve to criticize others? Upon hearing Ren Shuang's words, Qin Xingxing immediately began to mock Zhou Yang with cold sarcasm. See? What did I tell you? Don't assume that just because you've encountered bad women, Xuanxuang is one too. There's no girl in this world more innocent and conservative than Xuanxuang. Money won't corrupt her conscience, it'll only make her despise you more. Qin Xingxing's words directly labeled her own sister, Qinli, as a bad girl too. Seeing Qin Xingxing so worked up, almost like she was losing her mind, Qinli couldn't help but look at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, don't provoke Xingxing like this. I'm afraid he can't handle it. Zhou Yang shook his head, gave Qinli a meaningful glance, then whispered softly in her ear. Haven't you noticed Xingxing has started speaking? Zhou Yang's words instantly snapped Qinli back to reality. She'd been so preoccupied with Xingxing's emotional state that she'd overlooked the fact he'd actually started speaking. Realizing this, Qinli felt a surge of excitement herself. Sure enough, Zhou Yang always had a way. She spent 2 days by Qin Xingxing's side, tending to his every need, yet he hadn't uttered a single word. But the moment Zhou Yang returned, within less than 5 minutes, Qin Xingxing had already spoken 5 or 6 sentences. At this realization, the admiration in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Yang deepened. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was also pondering the reasons behind Ren Shuang's rejection. This Ren Shuang is clearly an online flirt, the kind who's super easy to pick up. Why did I fail just now? Where did I go wrong? Was I too direct? Zhou Yang stared at his level 1 alt character, lost in thought. Suddenly, a level 54 player entered the livestream, and the dazzling special effects instantly made everyone's eyes go blurry. Ren Shuang immediately started screaming in excitement. Ah! It's Brother Yu Yuan. Brother Yu Yuan, you haven't visited me in so long. Don't you want to have some fun? Xuanxuang really misses you. Oh. Now Zhou Yang understood exactly what was going on. So that's where the problem lay. This Ren Shuang seems to be the type who plays favorites. Looks like he'll have to level up his account. But could this really stump Zhou Yang? Of course not. Opening the recharge interface, Zhou Yang topped up 100 million yuan first. A mere 100 million? That's peanuts. That staggering sum left Qin Xingxing beside him wide-eyed in shock. That string of zeros was enough to make anyone's heart spasm. What a waste. What a waste. This is just too extravagant. You rich folks treat money like it's nothing, just throwing it around like this. Doesn't your conscience hurt? And even if you top up your account, Xuanxuang won't change her attitude toward you. But Zhou Yang wore that infuriatingly smug grin. He pointed at the Douyin account named Monk of Destiny doesn't discuss money and teased. Then how does this Brother Yuan explain it? She called him Brother Yu Yuan herself, didn't she? And how affectionately she did it just now. You didn't miss that, did you? But to Zhou Yang's surprise, even with such obvious evidence right before his eyes, Qin Xingxing actually had a convincing defense. It was just an accident. Xuanxuang told me she genuinely sees Brother Yu Yuan as an older brother, no romantic or dirty thoughts involved. And Xuanxuang even saved up the money she earned from streaming for me, saying she wanted to buy a house with me, get married, and walk down the aisle together. Zhou Yang couldn't bear to listen any longer. Qin Xingxing, well, all he could say was, she was adorably naive. The part about saving for a house might be true, but buying a house with Qin Xingxing? That's definitely fake. Who knows how Ren Shuang tamed her? She's practically a dog trainer extraordinaire. This guy's licking has reached a whole new level. Even after blocking Qin Xingxing, he's still defending Ren Shuang. The aftereffects are seriously intense. After topping up his account, Zhou Yang returned to the livestream. At that moment, the viewer, Monk of Destiny Doesn't Talk About Money, was interacting with Ren Shuang. One flying kiss after another was sent by Monk of Destiny Doesn't Talk Money while Ren Shuang pressed her face against the special effect, puckering her lips, waiting to kiss the effect. Brother Yu Yuan, you're so kind. Shuang absolutely loves feeling protected by you. Don't stop. Send Shuang a few more kisses, and while you're at it, help fill up the exhibition hall for me. Shuang is so unlucky my boyfriend was scammed and killed in that fraud park. Now I'm living alone, barely scraping by for food. Ren Shuang spoke with tears streaming down her face, her performance so obviously fake, yet there was still a crowd of sycophants in the livestream chat defending her. Oh my god, Shuang is so pitiful I can't help but send gifts. So does that mean Shuang is single now? That means I have a chance. Oh my, Shuang, grandpa here wait, uncle here no, brother here is single too. How about dating? Zhou Yang laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. People say many folks are actually mentally challenged, just managing to live normally. At first, Zhou Yang didn't believe it. But after seeing all the sycophants in the livestream chat, his eyes were truly opened. These suck-ups, there are so many of them. Are people really this gullible? No wonder female streamers can make money just by being generous and revealing. Turns out there's a massive pool of horny guys out there. Though Zhou Yang used to be one of those lecherous men himself, he absolutely refuses to admit it now. He's a high roller. A high roller with taste. He's long since transcended that level. Meanwhile, Qin Xingxing seized the moment to indulge in self-pity. Listen up. Listen up. Shuang still remembers me. She has me in her heart, otherwise, she wouldn't openly mention me in her livestream. I knew it. There must be a reason she deleted my contact info. She must have thought I was dead, so she didn't want to see my profile picture and get sad, or remember the sweet times we had together. That's why she deleted me, it must be that. Good grief. That line of reasoning is absolutely insane. Zhou Yang couldn't help but silently give Qin Xingxing a thumbs up. The king of suck-ups. The undisputed champion of the suck-up league. This kind of suck-up could sell for $200 even if he were dried fish. Seems like it's time to expose Ren Shuang's true colors in front of Qin Xingxing. Without another word, Zhou Yang immediately launched Douyin account number 1. Instantly, Zhou Yang's account level shot up to level 23. A mediocre level, neither here nor there. Upon seeing Douyin addiction number 1, Ren Shuang's face lit up with delight, her expression changing in an instant. Thank you, brother, when love runs deep, it flows straight, for your Douyin addiction number 1. Thank you for spoiling Shuang. But Zhou Yang typed a line in the livestream chat. The internet really has no memory, huh? Host, have you forgotten me already? 079 Keep the donations rolling, don't stop. Ren Shuang noticed Zhou Yang's distinctly displeased tone. She froze in surprise. This level 23 alt account clearly came here with a grudge. Though unsure how much the other could actually donate, Ren Shuang responded politely with the mindset of grabbing whatever she could. Hey, who are you? Do we know each other? I really don't remember you. Zhou Yang sent a pouting emoji, then typed a row of upward pointing fingers, signaling Ren Shuang to scroll up through their chat history. The one who just invited you out for dinner? You forgot? Only then did Ren Shuang recall this was the level 1 alt she'd just snapped at. Instantly, a cold sneer formed in her mind. Some people really deserve a good scolding. If you don't scold them, they won't spend money. But once you do, they actually top up their account. So she tested Zhou Yang's spending power again, wanting to see how much more he could shell out. If he could spend, she'd milk him a little longer, if not, she'd kick him out immediately. Bro, Shuang only chats with guys she clicks with. Some people keep using dinner as an excuse to harass her, so she has no choice but to be strict. Brother, you can check the private chat first. Shuang apologized to you. Zhou Yang opened the private chat and glanced at it. Ren Shuang's message was concise and to the point, carnival plus green bubbles. Hey. She sure is direct. Zhou Yang sneered inwardly. He wasn't the least bit worried. With money in his pocket, why would he fear not attracting the right people? So he sent a private message straight away. How much are you spending? Want to grab a bite? Ren Shuang replied quickly, 10 carnival tickets. Wow. Zhou Yang gave him a huge thumbs up. She sure knows how to make money asking for 10 carnival tickets right off the bat. 10 carnivals, that's a solid 30,000 yuan. After platform fees, he'd still pocket 15,000. Even for a high-end club model, that's enough for 10 dates. Yet this Shuang, barely a 9-10 in looks, casually asks for 10 carnival events. Of course, money was the easiest thing for Zhou Yang to part with. So Zhou Yang immediately returned to the livestream and asked, seriously, just 10 carnival points can get you out for dinner? That's pretty cheap. The moment he said it, the chat exploded. Whoa, what's up with that? 10 carnival points is too little? That's 3 months worth of my salary without eating or drinking. Holy crap, bro, you make a lot. 10 carnival tickets is half my yearly salary. No wonder I can't find a girlfriend, I'm just left staring at the wall, feeling pathetic. Turns out I'm just too broke. Man, I never thought my dream girl would secretly negotiate prices with others. She's no longer my goddess. I'm done following her. Zhou Yang's words made Ren Shuang a bit annoyed too. This guy, when love runs deep, honesty prevails, really had no sense of decorum. Why couldn't he discuss things privately? Why bring it into the livestream and embarrass her like this? Just then, that monk, no money talks when destiny calls, suddenly spoke up. Shuang, who is this person? Did you negotiate a price with her? Seeing that even Monk of Destiny doesn't discuss money was asking this, Ren Shuang felt a sudden pang of panic. This was a big spender she'd worked so hard to attract, she couldn't let this when love runs deep, honesty follows drive him away. Besides, this deep affection speaks for itself, clearly didn't have much spending power. A real big brother wouldn't ask questions, he'd just brush it off. So this when love runs deep, honesty follows must be some pathetic loser she'd ruthlessly dumped, scraping together a few silver coins to get revenge. Such losers usually had little spending power anyway, probably maxing out on Douyin addiction was their limit. So Ren Shuang's enthusiasm instantly cooled, turning into a cold, icy expression. What kind of nobodies are these, coming into my livestream just to seek attention? Brother Yu Yuan, this guy came here just to bully me and spread slanderous rumors. Help me vent my anger. Her voice was like ocean waves, so sweet it made you sway like a little boat. The level 54 account named Monk Yuan doesn't talk about money was suddenly pumped up like he'd been injected with adrenaline, his fighting spirit exploding instantly. He started hammering away at his keyboard in the livestream, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Zhou Yang. What kind of broke loser dares mess with our Shuang? Ugly people always make trouble. Shuang, ignore him. Brother Yu Yuan will teach him a lesson. He came to your stream just to get attention, right? I'll make it clear today, whatever gifts he sends, I'll send the same. I'll make him beg for mercy. These arrogant words instantly ignited the sycophants in the chat, who erupted into frenzied cheers. Big shot Yu Yuan is so badass. That loser probably got scared and ran away, huh? If you can't back it up, stop barking like a mad dog. Our Shuang has a guardian big bro, she's not some random alt account anyone can bully. Where's deep love speaks for itself. Come out and talk. Dare you accept the challenge? Don't keep our big brother Yuan waiting. Zhou Yang watched Ren Shuang's performance with a smirk, finding it increasingly entertaining. This green tea girl plays both sides, milking money from both ends, she really knows how to live. No wonder they say money makes people ruthless, as long as your heart is cold enough, there's no fortune you can't seize. So Zhou Yang replied in the livestream chat, at Monk Yuan doesn't talk about money, seriously? Whatever I buy, you buy? Monk of Destiny, money matters none, seeing Zhou Yang finally respond, immediately started furiously typing away at his keyboard, his fingers flying at lightning speed. Sure thing, just don't dare challenge my pocket money with your salary. Judging by that typing speed, Zhou Yang guessed this guy must be single. No girlfriend could train him to type this fast. Still, the fact that he wanted to compete with Zhou Yang over spending speed struck Zhou Yang as odd. Yet he feared overspending might scare the other guy off, ending the fun. So Zhou Yang replied with a smile. No problem. If I win, you take me out to dinner. If you win, I'll leave immediately. How about this? You go first and show me what you've got. I'll follow behind, whatever amount you spend, I'll match it. Sound good? Zhou Yang's words led the streamer, Monk of Destiny doesn't discuss money, to mistakenly believe Zhou Yang was showing weakness, ready to run at any moment. Well then, he'd get another chance to show his face in Ren Shuang's livestream today. For someone who came looking for a fight only to get humiliated, he had to give it his all. His bank account still held over 1 million yuan funds for business inventory turnover. A few carnival donations? That's nothing. Then this young master will show you a poor bastard what I'm made of. The special effects from just one carnival filled the entire phone screen. Without a second thought, Zhou Yang followed suit with a carnival. Monk's blessing, no spending required. Seeing Zhou Yang join the carnival, he instantly felt a surge of secret delight. He'd been worried Zhou Yang wouldn't join, it'd be no fun playing alone. Seeing Zhou Yang join in, Monk of Destiny, no money needed, immediately fired off 10 consecutive carnival effects, flooding the chat with 10 in a row. Instantly, the live stream exploded with special effects, and the sycophants started cheering along. Big shot Yu Yuan is awesome. Take down this poser. Make him pay for bullying our Shuang. Give our Shuang the sweet revenge she deserves. Master Yu Yuan, you're forever the legend. In Shuang's stream, I've never seen anyone more awesome than you. 10 consecutive shots. That guy must be scared out of his wits. Zhou Yang paid no attention to those flies buzzing around. He waited until the carnival special effects from Monk Yuan doesn't talk about money faded before speaking slowly. Not bad. You've got some skill, but not much. Now, watch me. Zhou Yang casually unleashed 10 carnival effects. After the effects faded, before Monk of Destiny, Money Matters Not could respond, he unleashed 12 more carnivals. All you doubters saying I wouldn't follow suit, open your eyes and watch. See if this old man dares to match it. Zhou Yang's words plunged the livestream into a brief silence. But soon, doubts began to surface. How come his carnival donations are in odd numbers? Did he borrow from online loans and only have enough for 23? If that's the case, once brother Yu Yuan matches this time, this kid won't dare to brag anymore. Big brother Yu Yuan, we're counting on you to take this kid down. Don't let us down. Monk Yu Yuan doesn't discuss money, though it stung a bit. His account still had ample funds. Gritting his teeth, he matched with another 20 carnival tickets. Unexpectedly, the very next second, Zhou Yang also went all in with 20 carnival tickets. At that moment, Monk Yu Yuan doesn't discuss money, since something was off. The guy on the other side seemed pretty strong too. What if he ended up spending way too much and couldn't keep up? Just as hesitation crept in, Ran Shuang, that sly fox, started egging him on. Brother Destiny, don't abandon me. Are you just going to stand by and watch Shuang get humiliated? If he wins and makes unreasonable demands of me, what am I supposed to do? The hardest thing to bear is a beauty's favor. Monk Yuan doesn't discuss money. Hearing that sweet voice, he suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Without a second thought, he flashed out 20 carnival tickets. Damn it, for the woman I love, I'll go all out. He bet Zhou Yang wouldn't last another second and would give up first. But to no avail. Zhou Yang didn't stop spending like he'd imagined. Instead, his offensive grew fiercer, unleashing a massive 50 carnival tokens. This move had Monk's Destiny, no money talks, heart racing. This kid's stubborn as hell. 50. He called. The next second, he was stunned again. Because Zhou Yang, without a moment's hesitation, dropped 100 carnival tickets. Monk of Destiny, money be damned, started to panic. He was tempted to give up. But Ren Shuang screamed again in the livestream, even standing up to cheer him on. That sudden rise, blindingly snow white, made everyone's eyes go dizzy. Brother Yu Yuan, you promised you wouldn't let me suffer injustice, that you'd support me even if it meant taking out loans. Hearing Brother Yu Yuan again and again, Monk Yu Yuan doesn't talk about money, lost himself once more. 100 carnival points. He went all in. His mindset had completely exploded, pure gambler's mentality now. But Zhou Yang was firing on all cylinders, showing no signs of stopping. 100. 200. 300. 500. Zhou Yang swiped 500 in one go. Monk's blessing, no money talk, eyes red, he began swiping various bank cards. Then, from Yukianawa, Maikwanwa, Yukian Maikwan Dudadawa, Wadaoba, Zayabayaba, Wanyumaba, he instantly withdrew over 1,000,000 yuan. His confidence swelled instantly. If he couldn't beat Zhou Yang again, he'd jump off a building. Shuang, remember this, big brother loves you. 080 brother, look at my nickname. Monk's Destiny, not about money, it felt like he'd been driven to the edge. But for his status in the livestream, for the glory he guards, for Shuang, he felt it was all worth it. So he resolutely followed 500 carnivals. Then he downed a bottle of baijiu and walked to the window. This Thai life, remember. I'm a warrior running for love. With that, Monk of Destiny, money be damned, leapt from the window, chasing love and freedom. After seeing Monk of Destiny, money be damned, follow 500 carnivals, Zhou Yang casually tossed out another 1,000 carnivals. But after waiting for a long while, there was still no word from Monk of Destiny, money be damned. Curious, Zhou Yang tapped Monk of Destiny, money be damned's profile picture and found the user was offline, their icon had turned gray. Zhou Yang shook his head. Sigh, what's the point? Was it really worth spending so much money on a woman like this? After all, ordinary people's money is hard-earned. But his money? It was practically blown in by the wind. Spending it felt entirely different. Zhou Yang sincerely hopes that this monk, who believes in fate over money, will use this incident to see himself clearly and kick his online addiction to start life anew. The internet is toxic, never fall into the trap of comparison. You never know what lies beyond the screen, human or ghost, demon or deity. As Monk of Destiny, money be damned, departed, the viewers who witnessed the extravagant mutual gifting spectacle in the livestream began scrambling to kiss up to Zhou Yang. Deep affection speaks for itself as insane. He dropped nearly 1,700 carnival tokens in one night. That's over 5 million long coins, truly a top-tier big spender. Leveled up to 66 in one night. The first big spender above level 65 has arrived in Shuang's stream. The stream's hit over 100k viewers. This high roller showdown is seriously drawing the crowd. Big shot, need a dog? I'll take care of meals, easy to feed, not picky, and I provide emotional value. When love runs deep, truth prevails, bro, drop by Yang's stream anytime. She's well behaved, easy to train, and especially skilled at giggling. The chat exploded with comments flashing non-stop. Everyone was speculating about Zhou Yang's true identity. Meanwhile, several female streamers who considered themselves reasonably attractive were secretly flirting with him, hoping he'd drop by to shower them with gifts. But Zhou Yang wasn't interested. He coldly asked in the chat, "Host? Your big shot ran off. Are you still good on your word? If you try to deny it, I'll have people dig up your dirt and expose you online. You decide how to play this." Ren Shuang suddenly realized Zhou Yang was no joke, he was a real big spender. His expression shifted instantly, becoming as flustered as could be. When love runs deep, straightforwardness follows, bro. Your nickname says it all, you're a straight shooter. Xuan loves straightforward brothers. From now on, you're my dearest big brother. Check your private messages, brother. Xuan signing off now. Ren Shuang knew that for a big spender like Zhou Yang, digging up her background would be a piece of cake. So she dared not play games with him. Moreover, establishing a connection with a top spender like Zhou Yang was something she couldn't ask for more. So she happily sent Zhou Yang a private message. When love runs deep, truth follows, bro. Just look at my nickname, you'll see how sincere Shuang is. Are you in Haichang? Shuang will deliver right to your door. Zhou Yang glanced at the nickname. Humph, unrivaled in seduction? Quite suggestive. He gave a cold chuckle and nodded toward Qin Xingxing beside him. Qin Xingxing, did you see that? This is Rin Shuang, the one you're madly in love with. Didn't I manage to get her to meet up with me anyway? So stop fooling yourself, kid. Enjoy life more. Hang out with your brother-in-law more often, and you'll see just how amazing the world can be. But Qin Xingxing shook his head wildly as if possessed. No, this can't be real. Shuang only agreed to have dinner with you, she never said she'd do anything else with you. Don't get cocky. Shuang isn't the kind of person you think she is. She's just coming out for dinner purely to thank you for spending money on her. She absolutely won't do anything else with you. Qin Xingxing didn't know if he was talking to Zhou Yang or himself, but he shouted so loudly, trying to scream out all the frustration and resentment in his heart. Li watched Qin Xingxing uneasily, fearing he might do something reckless. Zhou Yang, is it really okay to provoke him like this? Zhou Yang gave a faint smile. It's fine. He just needs to vent it all out. Right now, he needs an outlet for his emotions. The one who tied the bell must untie it. I'll have Rin Shuang come over shortly to properly make it up to Xingxing. Once his emotional knot is untangled, he'll see things clearly again. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Li finally felt reassured. But seeing Qin Xingxing's wild, almost frenzied state, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Perhaps this was what they meant by caring so much it made her lose her head. Zhou Yang paid no heed to these thoughts. He replied directly in his private chat with Rin Shuang. Seaview Villa number 7, Haichang. Hurry up, I hate waiting. With that, he pressed the sleep button on his phone and stopped paying attention. He had grown accustomed to issuing orders and directing others, perhaps this was the confidence boost that came with wealth. People, they always end up becoming the very thing they despise. Zhou Yang asked himself with a pang of conscience, though it wasn't his own conscience he was feeling, but Qin Li's. Qin Li still had a figure to die for even through her clothes, he could feel that astonishing elasticity. Qin Li shot Zhou Yang a playful glare, feigning a look of desire mixed with hesitation. Xingxing is still here. Hang in there, Zhou Yang. Once we get to the room, I'll change you into yoga pants. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. He had just earned the system's monthly pass reward, no side effects, no physical strain, and insanely powerful combat strength. He'd finally met the basic standards of a top-tier spender. The only drawback was that 1 month was far too short. He had to figure out how to get his hands on more gold kidney cards. At that thought, Zhou Yang suddenly shuddered. Oh no! He'd only posted 3 moments today. He still needed to post 2 more moments for the check-in rewards. But what should he post? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. This afternoon, he'd either been meeting with people or on his way to meetings, there just wasn't much wholesome content to share. After pondering, Zhou Yang posted a screenshot of the carnival event where he'd just earned over 1,700 points to his moments. He wanted to be a positive influence, inspiring others to strive harder. Image, screenshot showing 1,700 carnival tickets. Caption, young people must work hard, don't end up like me, jobless and feeling empty all day. To his surprise, the first reply came from Yumengran. Yumengran at Zhou Yang, humph, you rascal. Who did you buy those for? You came back to Haichang and didn't even come find me to catch up? Zhou Yang, been swamped these past few days. Tomorrow then? I'll treat you to dinner. Yumengran, humph, that's more like it. Tomorrow I want a Western buffet, I'm gonna totally rip you off, you fake big spender. Zhou Yang, I'm the real deal. I make money fast, that campus beauty just transferred me $1 million. Yumengran, you're so bad. I'm ignoring you. Xingqing, did I just notice something? Xingxing, did I just figure something out? Li, did I just figure something out? Lu Epiphyllum, did I just figure something out? Sis Zhou Wanning, did I just figure something out? Ex-girlfriend Fan Ruru, angry emoji, you better not let me find out anything. When Zhou Yang saw his ex-girlfriend Fan Ruru, an inexplicable wave of disgust washed over him, and he immediately blocked her. There was no helping it, this was just how direct he was now. Someone who's hurt you once, if you don't reject them, they'll hurt you again. Showing mercy to such people is cruelty to yourself. Zhou Yang's patience wasn't meant for people like her. Only by blocking her could he feel truly satisfied. Let those who once looked down on him secretly regret and cry in private. No matter how rich Zhou Yang gets, he won't spend a single penny on them. His money is reserved solely for his family and girlfriend. After thinking of his family, Zhou Yang opened his WeChat. After a moment's thought, he transferred another 5 million yuan to his mother. Mom, is this enough for my sister's medical bills? I made some money in the stock market, but I'm afraid I'll just waste it. I'm giving it to you to save. He had no choice. He needed to explain the source of the money somewhat, and he couldn't let his elderly mother worry too much. But upon hearing this, his mother was overjoyed. That's exactly right, son. That's how money should be used. Save most of it and invest or spend only a small portion. Money earned by luck won't last. Knowing when to stop is the wise choice. It seems my teachings over the years have finally paid off. Mom is so relieved. Zhou Yang stifled a laugh. His mom was pretty good at spinning things her way. At least it saved him from having to explain further. Thinking of his mother and sister warmed his heart. The new year's coming soon. Tomorrow I'll go pick out some gifts for my sister and mom. They don't have to be expensive, but they absolutely have to be thoughtful. Zhou Yang silently made his plans. Mom had worked so hard her whole life. He remembered when he was little, she'd lingered for ages outside a jewelry store window, but never bought anything. This time, Zhou Yang planned to buy his mom some top-tier jewelry. His sister loved painting and had always wanted a set of art supplies and software. He had to make that happen now. Just as Zhou Yang was deep in thought, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong! Ding dong! Xinli hurried to answer the door. Turns out it was Ding Dong Chicken delivering. Indeed, it was Ren Shuang. When Ren Shuang saw Xinli, she was momentarily taken aback. Lili, what are you doing here? Instinctively, Ren Shuang sensed something was off and tried to turn away. She'd even put on a gorgeous makeup look and dressed in a strategic outfit before heading out today. She thought she was delivering takeout to a big spender, but opening the door revealed Qin Xingxing's sister. But before she could leave, Zhou Yang called out to her. You're here now, so don't leave. I'm just being honest. Are you planning to break the deal? Ren Shuang turned and saw Zhou Yang, her eyes instantly lighting up. Holy crap! Handsome! He's just as handsome as the readers describe. Could she really have a top-tier hottie like this? Now, even if they told her to leave, she wouldn't budge. Just as she was fantasizing about Zhou Yang violently ripping off her cotton pants, fleece pants, thermal leggings, thermal pants, leggings, stockings, and underwear, Zhou Yang's words suddenly plunged her into an ice cellar. The person you're accompanying today isn't me, it's Qin Xingxing. You know what to do, right? Don't make me have to teach you. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The icy chill in Zhou Yang's voice sent shivers down Ren Shuang's spine. Holy! This tyrant boss. Not someone to mess with. She was especially adept at shifting her stance with the wind. The moment she saw Qin Xingxing, she instantly transformed into a pitiful little thing. Xingxing, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'll serve you well tonight. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. Seeing Ren Shuang's pathetic act, Qin Xingxing's illusion shattered instantly. Instead, a primal roar erupted from her throat. Sizzle. 081 My brother-in-law is my role model. Qin Xingxing's emotions were now incredibly complex. Disappointment in Ren Shuang mingled with the thrill of revenge and an overwhelming urge to vent. This jumble of emotions made him lose control, and he immediately started racing Ren Shuang on the spot. Zhou Yang and Xinli watched awkwardly, exchanged a glance, and retreated to their room. Xinli lingered at the doorway, still worried Qin Xingxing might do something reckless. But Zhou Yang spoke lazily to Xinli. What kind of weird fetish is this? Spying on people working out? Instead of wasting time, hurry up and put on a pair of stockings. I like those glossy legs, they help me get in the mood. Xinli flushed at Zhou Yang's words. Yes, as his older sister, how could she possibly watch something like this? Thinking of all Zhou Yang had done for her, she felt utterly indebted. So she swiftly fetched a set of hanfu and slipped on those glossy stockings. Zhou Yang, I don't want you to just call me Lili, I want you to make Lili call you. Absolutely. Zhou Yang wasn't some saintly monk or nun. Not only was he well versed in theory, but he also knew a thing or two about martial arts. He promptly taught Xinli a lesson in manners. Another simple, tedious, and boring day. I wish every day could be this dull. The next morning, Zhou Yang immediately claimed his daily check-in reward. Ding! Host posted 5 moments yesterday. Remaining moments available: 0, breakdown, 1 D tier, 1 C tier, 2 B tier, 1 S tier. Rewards for each tier have been distributed. Ding! The S tier check-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Health Analysis Card Lifetime Achievement Card. Upon activation, this card grants 1 daily use of analysis capabilities. It quantifies a target individual's various strengths on a percentage scale. After analysis, the host may modify any single numerical value of the target's attributes, with each adjustment capped at 30% and a definable duration. Note, after obtaining the Lifetime Achievement Card, this card will no longer appear in future check-in rewards. Ding! The tier sign-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Golden Butler Monthly Pass. Upon activation, the Golden Butler will resolve any conflicts and facilitate connections for the host. With a single thought, the golden butler will be at your service. Ding! B-tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Kidney Card Monthly Pass. This card enhances physical vitality with no side effects or fatigue during use. Please utilize it wisely. Ding! C-tier sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mind-reading prank card weekly pass. Upon activation, the host may hear the inner thoughts of up to 3 selected prank targets daily within the card's duration. Ding! D-rank sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the red envelope splitter card daily. Whether sending or receiving red envelopes, the host gains a bonus equal to the total amount the number of recipients. Valid for 24 hours. Limited to one send. One grab per group exceeds this limit and becomes invalid. This time, no new cards appeared. But what surprised Zhou Yang was that an S-grade card actually appeared today. Lifetime achievement card? Didn't this mean he'd essentially gained the skill of a lifelong divine healer? This thing is awesome. It must be said, this divine healer skill capable of both saving lives and taking them is incredibly useful. As soon as Zhou Yang descended the stairs, he spotted Qin Xingxing looking refreshed and energetic. Qin Xingxing had changed into fresh clothes and sported a neat crew cut. He actually looked kinda handsome. Such a bright, clean-cut young man. What had Ren Shuang done to him before? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel sorry for Qin Xingxing. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Qin Xingxing immediately greeted him respectfully with brother-in-law. Zhou Yang nodded and casually asked, "Where's Ren Shuang?" Qin Xingxing's face instantly twisted with contempt. What's there to miss about some online hookup? I've already sent her packing. No more contact from now on. Well said. Zhou Yang gave Qin Xingxing a thumbs up, then spoke earnestly. Xingxing, a man of integrity needn't worry about finding a wife. Those who abandon you are trash, don't keep them around. Those who mess with your heart? Kick them to the curb without a second thought. There are plenty of good girls out there. Don't go hanging yourself from a crooked tree, it's not worth it. Qin Xingxing adopted a receptive posture, taking Zhou Yang's words to heart. There was no helping it. Once a boy became a man, he matured instantly. This transformation was frighteningly swift. Brother-in-law, thank you for your guidance. Xingxing has learned a lot. I've finally figured things out and plan to stay by your side to learn more from you. Zhou Yang curled his lip. What would you be doing by my side? Playing third wheel? The art of picking up girls is something you have to figure out for yourself. You can't expect someone else to spoon-feed it to you. Here's $1 million credit card. Figure it out yourself. If you still don't get it, come back and ask me for more. What? He just handed over $1 million? This brother-in-law is way too generous. Does this mean he can finally live the good life with money and free time? Brother-in-law, I love you. No, go find a woman to love properly. Even if it's just an hour of love, savor it deeply. Love fiercely, love earnestly, love with all your might. Others live with all their might, you live to exert yourself. With that, Zhou Yang walked out the door. After all, he had a date with Yu Mengran today. He still planned to meet up with this high school campus beauty. Who knows, maybe something would happen. He was bored anyway, and not giving it a shot would leave him feeling unsatisfied. If he could get close, they could connect directly. If not, no big deal, just consider it laying the groundwork. After all, Zhou Yang was in great shape now. Preparing multiple nests wouldn't hurt. Qin Xingxing clearly hadn't fully grasped the meaning behind Zhou Yang's words. She stared at his departing figure in astonishment, feeling her brother-in-law's back was so towering and majestic, like a deity living in her heart. His hand trembled slightly as he held the million-yuan bank card, pressing it gently against his chest. Brother-in-law, I will become a man like you. A man as swift as the wind. Qinli watched Qin Xingxing mutter to himself and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Xingxing, you can't take everything your brother-in-law says to heart. After all, he's a man of great capability. You're still far from his level. Your brother-in-law treats every woman with sincerity, but I don't want you to overextend yourself. Don't be as fickle as he is. Here's what we'll do. Give your card to your sister for now. I'll keep it safe. When you get married, I'll give it back to you. That way, you won't go spending it recklessly. But Qin Xingxing dodged Qin Li's outstretched hand and shook her head vigorously. Sis, don't you dare disparage my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is a god in my eyes. He's perfect, without a single flaw. Besides, this money is from my brother-in-law so I can experience life. I have to complete his mission. Sis, wait for me at home. I'll be back in a few days. I promise I won't wander off. With that, Qin Xingxing dashed out the door in a flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. Before leaving, she even snatched the keys to Qin Li's Maybach S480. Qin Li sighed helplessly. Sigh, it's so hard for her to learn good habits, but picking up bad ones takes no time at all. How am I supposed to explain this to mom and dad? But thankfully, Xingxing has finally pulled herself together. That's the silver lining in this whole mess. Zhou Yang and Yu Mengran had arranged to meet at a buffet-style Western restaurant, priced at 198 yuan per person. To be honest, since becoming a high roller, Zhou Yang hadn't heard a price under 10,000 yuan in ages. Chewing on his fork curiously, he asked Yu Mengran. Hey, class beauty, I told you I'm treating. Why are you eating such cheap food? Worried I can't afford it? Yu Mengran's large eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she tilted her head and smiled. Doesn't this scene feel familiar to you? 8 years ago, when we were seniors in high school, you saved up half a month's allowance and mustered the courage to treat me to dinner also at a Western restaurant, and the price was exactly 198 yuan. Yu Mengran helped Zhou Yang recall their high school days, and it stirred something in him. Yeah, back then he was dirt poor, yet he still had his sights set on courting the school's most popular girl, Yu Mengran. But then Yu Mengran suddenly transferred schools. After spending 3 days and nights writing a love letter, he never got to give it to her. It became one of his few regrets. Of course, he no longer harbored such regrets now. Because he'd discovered that any woman he encountered could be swayed by money. If money didn't work, he'd just keep adding more and more. Seeing Zhou Yang lost in thought, Yu Mengran continued to ask with a smile. Big Goose, what are you thinking about? Tell me, did you forget to give me something back then? Could Yu Mengran know about the love letter? But he hadn't mentioned it to anyone. Convinced no one else knew about it, Zhou Yang shook his head flatly. No, absolutely not. He was only talking about money now, not love. There was no way he'd let genuine affection tie down his wandering heart. Seeing Zhou Yang deny it, Yu Mengran gritted her little fangs in frustration. Since this guy's so stubborn, don't blame me for showing off my real power. So Yu Mengran pretended to stand up and take off her jacket, giving Zhou Yang a full-on display of her figure. Wow, that's amazing. Zhou Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Though he'd seen countless beauties before, he had to admit this white moonlight was truly special. Even with comparable looks, her aura was on another level. Even Zhou Yang's wandering heart couldn't help but race wildly. This was an experience he'd never felt with any other girl. Yu Mengran, with her hair pulled back in a high ponytail, radiated youthful vitality just like back in the day, not a bit changed. Her oval face was framed by large, captivating eyes perhaps enhanced by colored contacts, they held an alluring, mesmerizing glow. Her upper body was wrapped in a plain white sweater, hugging her curves perfectly. A delicate platinum necklace adorned her fair neck, adding a touch of elegance. Her lower half remained true to her school days, wearing ripped jeans that revealed smooth black tights underneath, adding a touch of subtle sensuality. The only thing that seemed out of place were her snow boots, utterly pointless since Haicheng never gets snow. At that moment, Zhou Yang desperately wanted to channel Shi Mandala to crawl under the table and grab Yu Mengran's feet. But constrained by his current status as a wealthy tycoon, he immediately suppressed those lewd thoughts. Yu Mengran, meanwhile, fluttered her eyes, her gaze sparkling with allure. Hey, Big Goose, what are you staring at? You look so engrossed. Zhou Yang's face flushed crimson as he averted his gaze. He wasn't exactly mesmerized, he just wanted to go deeper. 082 Yu Mengran, into women? A hint of mischief flashed in Yu Mengran's lively eyes. Clearly, she was thoroughly pleased with Zhou Yang's slightly lecherous display just now. Then she flashed a sweet smile and poured Zhou Yang a cup of milk tea. Here you go. Your face is all red, maybe you're hot? Have something cold to cool down. O equals? Drinking something cold to cool down in the dead of winter? Zhou Yang took the milk tea and instinctively took a sip. It was definitely cold. Freezing cold. Just as Zhou Yang set down the cup and was about to speak, Yu Mengran casually remarked. After dinner, let's go get our marriage certificate first, the first step in fulfilling our contract. Certificate? What certificate? Zhou Yang scratched his head, realizing he had no idea what Yu Mengran was talking about. Seeing Zhou Yang looking a bit confused, Yu Mengran explained. A marriage certificate? Didn't you forget? We're contract boyfriend and girlfriend now. You have to help me deal with my parents back home. Equals? Marriage certificate? Zhou Yang nearly slid off his seat. Miss Yu, the school flower, this is moving way too fast. Are we really skipping the process and jumping straight to the main event? Marriage was something Zhou Yang strongly resisted. His prime years hadn't been squandered yet, hadn't been indulged in reckless abandon. How could he possibly resign himself to such bondage? Absolutely not. Maybe someday when he was tired of playing around, he might consider it. But right now? Absolutely not. At that moment, Yu Mengran turned to Zhou Yang and feigned a pout, wrinkling her little nose adorably. Like that would fool me. It's just to deceive my parents. Once the contract expires, we'll go get the divorce annulled. I won't interfere with your private life. Then why bother getting the certificate at all? We're just contractual boyfriend and girlfriend. Once we get the certificate, we'll be legally married. Zhou Yang counted on his fingers, trying to make Yu Mengran realize the absurdity of that idea. But Yu Mengran merely tilted her head indifferently, shooting Zhou Yang a look of disdain. I'm not afraid as a woman, so why should you, a grown man, be scared? Are you really that upset about getting married to a gorgeous woman like me? It wasn't that he felt wronged, but it all felt too sudden. His heart just couldn't handle it. Zhou Yang waved his hands urgently, speaking earnestly. Mengran, that's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Yu Mengran pressed him directly. Zhou Yang scratched his head, searching for the right words. Well, I just feel like getting a marriage certificate isn't ideal. This is a major life decision, you need to think it through carefully. Look, once you get married and then divorce, you'll be considered remarried. For me as a man, it's not so bad, but what about you? What's there to think about? I've already made up my mind. It's you, a grown man, acting like such a crybaby. Yu Mengran's blunt response left Zhou Yang momentarily speechless. He racked his brain, searching for another excuse. Well, our contract says we don't interfere in each other's private lives, right? But if we get married and move back to your family home, we'll inevitably live together. There's bound to be physical contact. What if we start acting real and it turns into the real thing? I don't want to break our agreement. Hearing Zhou Yang's lame excuse, Yu Mengran covered her mouth and giggled. You big goose, you're afraid of this, and that could it be you're not up to the task? Damn it! How did this escalate to personal attacks? Whether he was up to it or not, didn't he have to try to find out? He certainly couldn't figure it out by guessing. Zhou Yang shook his head. I'm a man, after all. Sometimes my instincts aren't exactly rational. So it's better to be clear up front. To avoid making things awkward for both of us later, right? I still think we should avoid getting married to prevent awkwardness, it's too risky. Hearing Zhou Yang repeatedly try to refuse, Yu Mengran knew he wasn't someone to be easily fooled. So she stiffened her expression and spoke with feigned solemnity. If that's what you're worried about, you needn't be. Let me be honest with you, this girl likes girls. Guys don't interest me. Plus, I'm allergic to men. If one touches me, I break out in goosebumps all over. See? Now you can relax. When we go back to my place, my girlfriend will be there with me. You just need to cover for us too. Don't even think about staying with me, it's impossible. I'm living with my girlfriend. And you know what? If you actually manage to straighten me out, I'll be so grateful I'll double your pay. Yu Mengran said this with remarkable candor, not hiding a single detail. Zhou Yang listened, his jaw dropping wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. Holy crap! What a waste for Yu Mengran. How could such a beautiful girl be a lesbian? There were plenty of outstanding guys like him out there in the world. It wasn't like there was a shortage of men, so why would she choose to go down this unconventional path? Of course, the lament was fake, the excitement was real. Zhou Yang had never encountered anything this thrilling before. It must be said, Yu Mengran being a lesbian was a definite plus for Zhou Yang. For some reason, Zhou Yang suddenly felt a surge of conquest. Girls who come too easily always felt like they lacked that sense of effort. Right now, Zhou Yang genuinely felt a desire to win Yu Mengran over. He stroked his chin, pondering a clever plan. Mengran, what do you think about this? Getting a real marriage certificate is just too much hassle. For the sake of both our happiness, I think we should get a fake one. I know someone who makes fake certificates. $10 each. Sure, it's $2 more than the Civil Affairs Bureau, but unless they scrutinize it closely, they'll never tell the difference. This way, we can fool your parents without burdening either of us. Isn't that a great idea? After hearing Zhou Yang's suggestion, Yu Mengran propped her chin on her hand, deep in thought. That actually makes sense. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Come to think of it, Zhou Yang was pretty sharp. Thus, both parties were delighted to have found this compromise. Zhou Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and called Jin's butler, Manhwa. Mr. Ma, get me a fake ID, one that looks absolutely real. After sending both sets of information to Manhwa, the matter was temporarily settled. But Zhou Yang found himself increasingly intrigued by Mengran. He kept probing around, trying to satisfy his personal curiosity. Of course, it was purely curiosity, don't get the wrong idea. Even if you did, there was nothing he could do about it. Hey, Mengran, what do you girls do when you're together like that? Get lost. Don't be so hot-headed. You're not into guys anyway. Discussing it with me might even help boost your happiness in life. You kinda have a point there. Right. Totally. Just tell me about it. I'm genuinely curious. Ugh, it's just that, it's so dirty, I can't even say it. After chatting with Yu Mengran all afternoon, Zhou Yang realized he'd seriously underestimated her. She was now a renowned online author whose books had once raked in 40 million yuan, a classic example of a young wealthy woman. Titles like, Mr. Fu, Your Disguise is Falling Off Again, Damn It. Marriage First, Love Later, My Childhood Sweetheart, CEO Falls for Me, Menopausal, Toothless, Wrinkled, and Farting. After becoming the sole beauty, this lady turned into an unbeatable, explosively vicious, scheming villainess, damn it. Reborn in the 60s, lazy, unambitious me, living it up, becomes the village's darling, and crazy? Crazy your sister. Crazy your mother. And several of them had already been adapted into short dramas, exploding online and even drawing foreign viewers. Zhou Yang couldn't resist searching for a few to read. Holy crap, she really dares to write. Are girls' worldviews this progressive nowadays? Even though it felt brainless, once he started reading, he couldn't put it down, utterly addictive. But adhering to rigorous scholarship, Zhou Yang still raised some questions. They say art imitates life, but Mengran, you have zero experience with relationships. How did you write these scenes? Also, the bedroom scenes feel way too exaggerated, totally unrealistic. I feel compelled to point out some basic factual errors. Hope you don't mind. Of course, as a reader, I'm purely trying to help the author avoid mistakes. If you don't listen, I can always send you razor blades. Yumen Gran shot Zhou Yang a withering look. She suddenly realized that beneath his handsome exterior, Zhou Yang harbored a fiercely burning gossipy heart, utterly infuriating. She bit her little fangs and tapped Zhou Yang's forehead with her tiny fist. Don't be so nosy. Or I'll write you into my book as an extra character, and you'll die a horrible death. Zhou Yang's eyes instantly narrowed in alarm. Damn it. This author is definitely not someone to mess with. Threatening to kill people over a disagreement? Scary stuff. In a way, anyone who indulges in such fantasies within their own mind is insane. I can't mess with you, I can't mess with you. Let's talk when you're ready. But seeing Zhou Yang's scared little face, Yumen Gran suddenly had an idea. Right. She could write Zhou Yang into her novel. She was currently writing a new book about reincarnating before the college entrance exams, ending up with her childhood sweetheart and rejecting the pursuit of a domineering tycoon, and she was desperately lacking inspiration. Zhou Yang perfectly fit the role of her pure, innocent, handsome, clean-cut, and sunny leading man, while Chu Yun was the ideal candidate for the villain. Art truly does imitate life. Yu Mengran's eyes lit up instantly. After all these years of writing, this was the first time she'd imagined herself as the protagonist in a real-life scenario. She couldn't help but start extracting certain plot points from real life. Watching Yu Mengran become somewhat possessed by her ideas, Zhou Yang grew bored and couldn't help but interrupt her. We've eaten, we've chatted, it's getting dark, and you've got your ID, why don't you take a look? Why not experience the subtle chemistry between a man and a woman in real life first? It might spark some fresh inspiration for your writing. Of course. If you're not up for it, consider it never said. If you're up for it, I'm happy to be your teacher and make everything crystal clear. Zhou Yang picked his teeth with a toothpick, coaxing Meng Ran gently. He refused to believe that such a fine young woman could possibly dislike men. 083 This tactic didn't work. Zhou Yang's eyes burned with intensity. In his mind, Yu Mengran was suffering terribly right now. But he was simple-minded. He just wanted to test whether the techniques vaguely described in Mengran's book actually worked, whether they were real. It had to be said, educated people were educated people. They could package anything to sound incredibly noble. The sophistication of these techniques left him clapping in admiration, utterly unprecedented in his experience. His own level of understanding was still stuck at the level of some club or other. Compared to that, the narrowness of his worldview was glaringly obvious. Yu Mengran stared into Zhou Yang's eyes, now dancing with tiny sparks of excitement, and couldn't help but raise her right eyebrow slightly. Let's go. But let's be clear, this lady only starts fires. I don't put them out. If you get yourself into trouble, you're on your own. Fine. As long as Yu Mengran dared to go. Zhou Yang just won't believe it. When the time comes, he'll just use his charm a little. Could he possibly fail to win Yu Mengran over? Besides his wealth, his looks were his only remaining asset. And in that department, he was supremely confident. The two got up and started looking for a hotel. But Yu Mengran led Zhou Yang to the door of a cheap motel charging 50 yuan a night. Looking at the damp, cold room with no windows, Zhou Yang pinched his nose. The room reeked of stale, musty odor. Mengran, you're not joking, right? Are you sure we're staying here tonight? Yu Mengran nodded earnestly. Yes, I'm currently brainstorming the plot for my new book. This environment will spark my inspiration. But is this place even fit for humans? Shouldn't we find somewhere cleaner? Even a cheap guest house for $100 would be way better than this. Zhou Yang frowned, flicking a spider web from the corner of the wall. He was truly speechless. Did this guy actually seek out hardship? Even when he was broke, Zhou Yang had never stayed in such a cheap little inn. But Yu Mengran's next words left Zhou Yang speechless once more. Oh, come on. Do you think cheap places like this are easy to find? They were originally 30 yuan a night, but they're fully booked today. I had to pay an extra 20 yuan for the landlady to give us her own room. Zhou Yang, I told you during our contract period, you have to listen to everything I say. What? Already unhappy on the first night? Yu Mengran's lips curved into a faint smile, a strange sense of satisfaction washing over her. She was deliberately messing with Zhou Yang because she was observing his reactions. As a writer, this was incredibly useful to her. Zhou Yang pursed his lips, saying nothing more. He picked up the air conditioner remote from the small bedside table, intending to turn on the AC to warm up the room. The moment he turned it on, a thunderous roar erupted. Immediately after, the outdoor unit began chugging and whirring loudly. Wow, this AC must be built like a tractor. How powerful is this thing? Yu Mengran covered her mouth and giggled, thoroughly pleased with the room. The room had such a nostalgic vibe, perfectly capturing the feeling of their penniless youth when they couldn't afford hotels. How many girls would cherish the memory of sharing their first time with their childhood crush in a place like this? Yu Mengran imagined the scene, feeling more and more convinced she'd made the right choice coming here today. But Zhou Yang was burning with desire right now. He'd lured her all the way to the hotel. If nothing happened now, he'd be worse than an animal. Sure, the surroundings were a bit rough, but he, Zhou Yang, had endured hardships before. He'd just have to make the best of a bad situation. Undeterred, Zhou Yang turned to face Yu Mengran. Who's going first, you or me? Yu Mengran asked in surprise. Shower? Taking a shower, of course. Don't we need to clean up first? Zhou Yang patiently explained to Mengran, feeling his IQ was approaching Einstein's level. Yu Mengran hummed in acknowledgement, seemingly unconcerned. Then you go first? I showered this morning, I'm perfectly clean. Whoa! Hearing she was clean, Zhou Yang perked up instantly. Take away that last word, and it was exactly what Zhou Yang wanted right now. Zhou Yang eagerly stripped off his jacket, revealing his well-defined 8-pack abs in V-line. But Yu Mengran immediately covered her eyes with her hands, leaving only a wide gap between her index and middle fingers. Peering through the gap, Yu Mengran couldn't help but snort. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Put it back on. If you're going to undress, do it in the bathroom. Not here. I told you, I'm allergic to men, I can't even look at them. Damn it. Zhou Yang was already ready to take off his pants when Yu Mengran started yelling at him. Zhou Yang's heart felt like it had been scratched by a cat's claws, itched unbearably. But you know what? Yu Mengran's interruption made that long-lost sense of conquest surge back up inside him. Hey, good things come to those who wait. If it takes a little longer, so be it. With enough persistence, opportunity will come. Zhou Yang pulled his coat back on and headed for the bathroom. Damn, it was freezing without heating this close to New Year's. Zhou Yang let the hot water run for ages before it finally came out. But that damn showerhead was like a leaky faucet, sputtering out water in fits and starts. The constant switching between cold and hot water was driving Zhou Yang nuts. After finally finishing his shower, Zhou Yang realized there wasn't a single towel in the room. Damn it all to hell. No towels? What the hell am I supposed to dry myself with? Zhou Yang could only turn his gaze to the hairdryer beside him. Fine. Guess I'll have to rely on this thing. Half an hour later, Zhou Yang emerged from the bathroom, shaking his hair freshly washed with Lucian shampoo, looking quite pleased with himself. Mengran, I'm ready. Can we start now? Yu Mengran smiled and nodded, instantly making Zhou Yang's heart soar. This is going to work. People are forever haunted by what they couldn't have in their youth. Now, I, Zhou Yang, am finally about to meet the impossible from my youth. With that, Zhou Yang lunged forward. But Yu Mengran deftly dodged his advance. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? Zhou Yang was utterly bewildered. What else could I be doing? The very thing every man and woman desires. Yu Mengran shot Zhou Yang a playful glare and giggled. Don't rush things. Let's play a couple of games first. Get in the zone, so when we start later, it'll feel even better. Is that so? Zhou Yang rubbed his forehead, feeling like Yu Mengran was pulling one over on him. Still, he agreed to give it a shot. When it came to Yu Mengran, he couldn't rush things, he had to take it slow and steady. In that moment, he opened the long-dormant honor of King's App and invited Yu Mengran to play. As a Sagittarius, Zhou Yang loved playing marksman long-range, flashy positioning. But Yu Mengran couldn't help but wrinkle her delicate nose. Oh my, Zhou Yang, what's with you? Is it Liu Ban or Hui? Don't you know any other heroes? Zhou Yang chuckled. Because marksmen have long range. I love dealing damage from afar and diving into the bushes. When enemies are guarding, I stay hidden. But the moment they let their guard down, I jump out and land a critical hit right in their face. Though Zhou Yang was clearly talking about the game, Yu Mengran couldn't shake the feeling he was trying to emphasize something else entirely. Yu Mengran narrowed her big eyes into crescent moons and continued to tease Zhou Yang. Then why don't you join team fights? Why are you always stealing kills? Zhou Yang retorted with righteous indignation. I love one-on-one duels. Crowds lack intimacy, they don't give me the same freedom to go wild as a solo fight. As for stealing kills? I'm aiming for MVP. That final score screen is my favorite part. Yu Mengran was utterly speechless. What on earth was going through Zhou Yang's mind? Seriously? He can't go 3 sentences without a double meaning. But the smile at the corners of Yu Mengran's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Alright, I can't win an argument with you. So what should we do next? What should we do? What else could they do? Hearing Yu Mengran's words, Zhou Yang felt his blood boil once more. Ahem, of course we'll do some fitness exercises that are good for both body and mind. Like push-ups, I can do 1,000 straight, in sets of 50. Want to give it a shot? Yu Mengran's eyes widened in astonishment. She glanced at Zhou Yang's abs, then tilted her head skeptically. I don't believe you. I don't believe you, ha ha ha. Then let's test it right now. Zhou Yang spread his arms wide, ready to step forward. But Yu Mengran reached out and stopped him. Didn't you say you could do push-ups? Then do 1,000 for real so I can see the results. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Plus, I heard that when guys do push-ups, not only do they need proper form, but they also have to add extra weight on their backs. So if I sit on your back, can you still do 1,000 perfect push-ups? Whoa. She sure knows how to play. Although Zhou Yang desperately wanted to engage in a real, no-holds-barred showdown, Yumengran always managed to make him feel that irresistible tingle of excitement, leaving him unable to refuse. So Zhou Yang miraculously agreed once more. Yumengran carefully produced a small cushion, placed it on Zhou Yang's back, and then cautiously sat sideways on it. I told you I'm allergic to men. Sitting like this avoids direct contact. Alright, Zhou Yang, start counting. I'll keep track, no cheating. Zhou Yang's face flushed crimson. Damn it. I'm screwed. Doing 1,000 proper push-ups? Even though Yumengran only weighed 92 pounds, sitting on my back, she felt heavier and heavier as time went on. This is hell. This is pure karma. Why did I have to brag about doing push-ups? Now I'm getting my comeuppance. Zhou Yang sighed and started doing the push-ups. 1, 2, 851. Zhou Yang, why did you stop? Didn't you say you could do 1,000? Zhou Yang lay sprawled on the floor, drenched in sweat, waving his hands behind him. I'm done. I'm done. I'd rather die than do any more. Mengran, I think we should postpone practicing the moves from your novel for another day. I'm already exhausted before we even started. Yumengran pouted. That won't do. You wanted to try this out. We haven't even started yet, and you're already backing out? Zhou Yang couldn't care less. He was genuinely exhausted and collapsed onto the bed, fast asleep. As for Yumengran, a sly smile spread across her face. Hee hee, you big goose, trying to take advantage of this lady? See? Just a little trick from this lady, and you couldn't hold out. Little did she know, in Zhou Yang's dream, she was suffering terribly. Every technique she'd ever mentioned in her books, Zhou Yang used them all. Of course, Yumengran wasn't entirely idle either. As she tucked the blanket around Zhou Yang, she was startled herself. Is this how it is in Europe and America? 084 Lucky Cat, Milkball. Zhou Yang froze awake in the middle of the night. The heating performance of this ancient air conditioner was truly abysmal. If it weren't for his golden kidney card, which could eliminate negative physical conditions, he'd have caught a cold for sure. He rubbed his bleary eyes. Only to discover Yumengran had snatched the entire blanket. At that moment, Yumengran was wrapped tightly in the quilt, sleeping soundly. Zhou Yang tried to pull the blanket closer, but Yumengran held it down firmly, leaving him no chance at all. Hey! This little minx really wore me out last night. Can't even get a decent night's sleep without her snatching my blanket. Does she really think I, Zhou Yang, have a temperament for this? This burning anger inside me, I'll make sure to vent it out today. Zhou Yang stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at Yumengran with a mix of frustration and irritation. He'd made up his mind he'd take advantage of her vulnerability. A gentleman remains composed in temptation, but Zhou Yang? He'll succumb every time. Zhou Yang quietly crept closer, scooped Yumengran up, and then pulled the blanket out from underneath her. Then, with a smooth motion, he slid right in. Ouch! So fragrant, so warm, a stark contrast to the damp chill of the room. Sorry about that, my white moonlight. Zhou Yang unleashed his dragon claw technique, aiming for a moon-grabbing move underwater. But just then, Yumengran suddenly opened her eyes. Zhou Yang, what are you doing under my covers? Shouldn't I be running into your blanket? No, you shouldn't. I told you I'm allergic to men. How could you forget? If you stay here, I'll break out in a rash. I don't believe you. I'll test it. Stop. I'm serious. Keep your hands out. Don't pinch. See? Nothing happened. Actually, it feels pretty nice. Oh no, I'm breaking out in hives. I can barely breathe. Hurry, take me to the hospital. What? Really? Zhou Yang sat on a recliner at Haicheng First People's Hospital, eyes closed, resting. But you gotta admit, Yumengran had an amazing figure. Even though he'd only touched her once, the lingering sensation still filled his fingertips. Over an hour had passed, yet his mind kept replaying the memory. Too bad it was just for looking, not touching. One touch nearly killed him. Thank goodness the hospital arrived in time. Damn it! Allergic to men? Is there really such a bizarre disease in the world? How bizarre is that? Zhou Yang sucked on his teeth, feeling like his worldview had been completely shattered. He had a health analysis card, but when he scanned Meng Ran's data, he was instantly stunned. Because Yumengran's health level was a perfect 100. A health score of 100 meant the health analysis card couldn't function. Could it be that Yumengran wasn't sick? But if she wasn't sick, how could she suddenly experience breathing difficulties and break out in rashes all over her body? This was utterly baffling. But Zhou Yang wasn't about to give up. Like a cat that's caught a fish, the higher the fish is hung, the fiercer his fighting spirit becomes. After pondering for a long while, Zhou Yang suddenly stood up. This strange illness? This master healer will cure it. So Zhou Yang summoned every dermatology specialist in the hospital for a consultation, banging his fist hard on the table. Listen up, everyone. My friend has a disease, and it needs to be cured. The dermatology specialists exchanged glances, unable to suppress a blink. What a load of nonsense Zhou Yang was spouting. Who comes to the hospital without an illness? But they had already examined her. Yumen showed no signs of illness whatsoever. All her vital signs were perfectly normal, even slightly better than average. The attending physician spoke with some hesitation. Young Master Zhou, the most challenging issue right now is that we can't pinpoint exactly what Miss Yu is allergic to. We've conducted thorough investigations and found no abnormalities. This requires more documentation and observation. Another female deputy director in her 50s stood up straight. Indeed, Mr. Zhou. I suspect Miss Yu's condition isn't a skin disease at all, but a stress reaction. Stress reaction? Zhou Yang shot the deputy director a skeptical glance. The deputy director nodded. Based on clinical manifestations, some psychologically traumatized individuals, when exposed to identical stimuli, activate specific memory units in the brain's hippocampus. This triggers excessive stress responses in the body as a protective mechanism. These special memory units remain dormant under normal circumstances, only activating instantly when exposed to specific environments. Therefore, to address this stress response, we need to find ways to provide more psychological counseling for the young lady, or offer more companionship to reduce her psychological resistance. After hearing the deputy director's explanation, Zhou Yang suddenly grasped the crux of the problem, and everything clicked into place in his mind. So that's how it is. No wonder his health analysis card didn't work. Yumenran's stress response wasn't a disease at all, it was merely a unique physiological reaction. But how could this unique psychological response be eliminated? Zhou Yang felt this was a question worth pondering. After all, it concerns his happiness. He needed to study it thoroughly. Doctor, isn't there a better way to cure this completely? No. The female attending physician declared with unwavering certainty. Zhou Yang instantly felt displeased. There's always a way around a problem, don't be so quick to dismiss it. If you can cure my friend's illness, I'll reward you with 10 million yuan. The deputy director detested laypeople like this who try to boss around professionals and meddle in their expertise. But he dared not offend a wealthy patron like Zhou Yang, so he could only respond with a resigned tone. Young Master Zhou, with your wealth, perhaps we could explore approaches beyond conventional medicine. What kind of methods? Buy a bag. Buy a bag? Yes, because a bag cures all ills. What? Zhou Yang was speechless at this deputy director's antics. But come to think of it, the deputy director had a point. Yumen was actually quite wealthy herself, but she was like a miser, unwilling to spend on anything. She wouldn't splurge on good food, wouldn't splurge on nice clothes, and even stayed in such a shabby place. Maybe taking Yumen out for some spending could help her open up? Once she opened up, perhaps the stress reaction would gradually improve? Zhou Yang rubbed his chin with his fingers, pondering the possibility of this approach. He waved his hand, dismissing the consultation, and prepared to visit Yumen in her hospital room. Yumen had just been taken off life support. She was hooked up to an 4 drip and had fallen into a deep sleep. Zhou Yang didn't disturb her, instead checking his daily check-in rewards. Having spent the entire previous day with Yumen, he'd only posted check-in photos, resulting in low ratings. Unprecedentedly, Zhou Yang received 5 D grade rewards. Ding! D grade check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Divine Culinary Mastery Card skill card. Upon activation, the host instantly gains Divine Culinary skills, valid for life. Ding! D grade check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Master Sommelier Card skill card. Upon use, the host gains supreme perception and insight into all fine wines, able to meticulously discern their subtleties. Lifetime validity. Ding! D tier sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Wish Investment Card daily. Hosts can view target wishes. Investing in a target wish to help fulfill it grants a 10x return on investment. Ding! D tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Piano Master Talent Card daily card. Upon use, the host gains world-class piano mastery. Ding! D tier sign-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on obtaining the Pranking Dialogue Card daily card. Upon activation, the host can hear the inner thoughts of selected prank targets during the card's duration. Up to 3 targets may be chosen daily. Ha! Got 2 skill cards? More skills that seem useful but are actually useless. As a wealthy patron, why would he bother cooking himself? The wine tasting skill might be somewhat useful, but it's useless for now. Just as Zhou Yang was grumbling to himself, his system interface suddenly lit up with an eerie red glow. What was going on? Zhou Yang was taken aback. Warning, the host's lucky cat is on the verge of death due to starvation. Please feed the lucky cat immediately. Seeing the system alert, Zhou Yang slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten about this? After using the lucky cat card rewarded by the system, he had stored the actual lucky cat in the system space. Now, several days had passed, and the lucky cat was nearly starved to death. So he carefully retrieved the starving, barely alive lucky cat from the system space. He went to the hospital cafeteria, got some food, and fed it, finally reviving the cat. This lucky cat had a glossy coat and was quite large, weighing over 10 pounds. Its appearance was a mix of a big orange tabby and a ragdoll, giving it an incredibly adorable and dopey look. The little creature affectionately licked Zhou Yang's fingers, meowing incessantly. Even Zhou Yang, who wasn't particularly fond of pets, found his heart melting. On the way back to the ward, he kept playing with the kitten. Hee hee, little one, do you have a name? Meow. Meow meow, not very catchy. How about I call you Milkball? Because your owner here loves milk balls. Meow meow. You really like it, don't you? Meow meow. Good kitty, let daddy see if you're a boy or a girl. Meow. Hey, don't run away. At the hospital room door, Zhou Yang finally lunged and caught Milkball. But when he looked up, a pair of straight, slender legs in black stockings suddenly appeared before his eyes. Inside those khaki combat boots were a pair of supermodel legs. Truly supermodel legs. Zhou Yang couldn't help but take a closer look. These legs were absolutely stunning. How could they be so slender even in thermal leggings? Zhou Yang followed the gaze up the stunning legs and spotted a short-haired beauty in a black trench coat. Her waist was cinched by leather-trimmed shorts, sleek and shiny, paired with black stockings for a unique allure. Her upper body was clad in a blue and white striped shirt, pure, alluring, and professional. Above her delicate chin sat a pair of fiery red lips that were practically criminal. Perched atop her delicate nose were black sunglasses. The beauty was pulling her sunglasses down with her finger, glaring at Zhou Yang with obvious displeasure. You're Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang's eyes widened. You know me? The short-haired beauty curled her lip in disgust. I'm Ji Shiyun, Yu Mengran's girlfriend and screenwriter agent. There are some very important issues I need to discuss with you, you bastard. 085 The role of Milkballs. Ji Shiyun? Screenwriter and agent? Yu Mengran's girlfriend? This string of titles instantly lit up Zhou Yang's eyes. Seeing that look in Zhou Yang's eyes, the same look most men had, Ji Shiyun instantly took a step back, causing Wei Yi to tremble. You bastard. You nearly killed Mengran. Let me make this clear, even though you're contractually dating now, don't you dare lay your filthy hands on Mengran. If you do, I, Ji Shiyun, will never forgive you. Ji Shiyun pounded her chest, her emotions running high. But the more she reacted, the more Zhou Yang enjoyed the spectacle. TSK. Even when she's angry, she looks so beautiful. He'd always thought short-haired girls couldn't be attractive. But now he realized he was wrong, and spectacularly so. Ji Shiyun might have short hair, but she was breathtakingly beautiful. Truly, when someone is beautiful, any hairstyle suits them. By Zhou Yang's assessment, Ji Shiyun was a beauty, scoring over 9.8 out of 10, just a tad prettier than Yu Mengran. One mustn't miss an opportunity to befriend such a beauty. It could be said that she was the most stunning woman Zhou Yang had ever laid eyes on. Instantly, Zhou Yang felt an unprecedented surge of enthusiasm. Miss Ji, hello. You must have misunderstood me. Things probably aren't what you imagine. Besides, you're Yu Mengran's girlfriend, and I'm Yu Mengran's boyfriend. Simplify the common denominator, you're my girlfriend. We don't need to be so tense the moment we meet, do we? Zhou Yang stood up and shamelessly extended his hand, attempting to shake Ji Shiyun's. But Ji Shiyun shot him a look of disgust, showing no intention of shaking his hand. Like Yu Mengran, she disliked men, even despised them, considering them filthy creatures. Oh, she's got quite the temper. Zhou Yang didn't feel awkward at all. He withdrew his hand and began stroking Milkball instead. Milkball, that lady across from us is so fierce, did she scare you? Actually, Zhou Yang did it on purpose. His divine fortune cat was the ultimate weapon for dealing with women. Godly Fortune Cat Annual Pass. Upon activation, the host gains a devoted guardian pet, a fortune cat with 100% loyalty and 100% attraction to girls. It provides the host with 1,000 yuan in after-tax income per second. 100% attraction to girls. It could be said that no woman could resist the charm of Milkball. Sure enough, after Zhou Yang spoke to Milkball, it immediately let out a meow. It seemed to understand Zhou Yang's meaning, expressing its displeasure toward Ji Shiyun. And Ji Shiyun's icy expression melted away the moment she saw Milkball. Oh my! What an adorable kitty! How can a cat be this adorable? It's absolutely adorable to the point of exploding. I really want to pet it. Ji Shiyun's eyes lit up as she gazed at Milkball in Zhou Yang's arms. Despite her icy beauty on the outside, she loved keeping cats in her daily life. It could be said that nearly every penny she earned went toward her 4 little kitties at home. But the moment she saw Milkball, all thoughts of her American shorthairs and blue cats vanished. All she wanted now was a kitten just like Milkball. Yet Milkball was in Zhou Yang's arms. Though she despised Zhou Yang, she adored Milkball. After her expression shifted several times, Ji Shiyun's tone softened slightly. Hey, Zhou Yang, I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Don't mind me, okay? Could you let me hold Milkball for a bit? I really love Milkball. Zhou Yang chuckled. You like my Milkball, and I like your Milkball. We can both get what we want, right? Though his mind wandered to naughty thoughts, Zhou Yang remained the gentleman and handed Milkball to Ji Shiyun. It's fine, Miss Ji. You were just worried about Mengran. It's understandable to lose control in the heat of the moment. Nichio is very well behaved. Go ahead and hold him. Seeing Zhou Yang didn't object, Ji Shiyun took the kitten with eyes full of affection. From the moment she first laid eyes on Milkball, she'd been smitten with this uniquely charming cat. Part orange tabby, part ragdoll, it resembled the lucky cats displayed in shops, utterly charming. Holding Milkball, Ji Shiyun returned to her usual icy demeanor toward Zhou Yang. I really like Milkball. Name your price, I'll buy it. Hearing those icy words, Zhou Yang froze in surprise. Wow, this woman's mood swings are lightning fast. She'd barely held Milkball for a second before she started disliking Zhou Yang again. So Zhou Yang replied with two simple words. Not for sale. Milkball and I grew up together. We share a deep bond. Without me, it wouldn't even eat. If you like Milkball, you're welcome to visit it at my place anytime. But if you take it away, it'll get so depressed it'll die. As Zhou Yang spoke, he kept giving Milkball meaningful glances. And as if Milkball truly understood Zhou Yang's words, it gently nodded its little head and meowed softly, as if acknowledging his statement. Ji Shiyun witnessed this scene and instantly grew even fonder of the kitten. Wow! What an incredibly human-like cat. It actually understands what its owner is saying and can respond? How could it be so adorable? It absolutely melted her heart. Now she was in a real bind. She dislikes Zhou Yang, but she adores Milkball. How should she handle her relationship with Zhou Yang now? Just as she was wrestling with these thoughts, Yu Mengran's voice suddenly rang out from the hospital bed. Shiyun, don't be so hard on Zhou Yang. He didn't know my allergic reaction would be this severe, that's why he accidentally touched my hand. And if Zhou Yang hadn't brought me to the hospital, I might not have made it. Yu Mengran wasn't telling the truth. This came as quite a surprise to Zhou Yang. Was Yu Mengran saying this to protect him, Zhou Yang, or because she didn't want Ji Shiyun to know she'd been touched by him? Regardless, Ji Shiyun's anger subsided considerably after hearing Yu Mengran's words. Mengran, I'm so relieved you're awake. After hearing about your accident, I rushed straight here from Shanghai, terrified that Zhou Yang might have done something inappropriate to you. Now that you're awake, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Shiyun sat on the hospital bed, gently cradling Yu Mengran, her lips almost touching hers. Watching these two stunning beauties put on this show right before his eyes was absolutely mind-blowing. Zhou Yang watched from the sidelines, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Ah, there used to be two perverts in the village. After I left, only one remained. Having completed 9 years of compulsory education, why does this scene make my heart flutter? Why do I even want to join in? Just then, Yu Mengran spotted the little bundle in Ji Shiyun's arms and instantly broke into a motherly smile. Goodness, it looks just like a lucky cat. How could there be such an adorable kitten? Look, it even has laughter in its eyes. It's just too cute. Yu Mengran immediately scooped up Milkball, stroking its fur vigorously, utterly captivated. It had to be said, Milkball's charm was overwhelming. Zhou Yang had been somewhat unimpressed by its 100% female appeal, but now he suddenly realized this was truly a valuable asset. If he could deepen his connection with Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun, Milkball would definitely be the key. Zhou Yang grinned as he watched Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun deciding to take the initiative. He was a god-tier spender, after all. Is there anything a big spender can't accomplish in this world? Mengran, I think I have a way to treat your allergic reaction. You can cure Xiaoran? Ji Shiyun eyed Zhou Yang suspiciously, convinced he must have ulterior motives. Xiaoran's illness doesn't need treating at all. With me by her side, she'll never lay a finger on any of you stinking men for the rest of her life. Zhou Yang shrugged, his tone half joking. How would you know without trying? Even if she doesn't want to, everyday life inevitably involves physical contact with others. Are you suggesting she avoid men entirely? That's not exactly practical. So if it can be cured, it's better to cure it. Don't you agree? Zhou Yang turned his gaze toward Yu Mengran. After all, the decision rested in Mengran's hands. Yu Mengran had actually suffered greatly from this allergic reaction. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, her eyes lit up. Really? Zhou Yang, you can truly cure me? I can't guarantee it, but I can try. Yu Mengran looked into Zhou Yang's bright eyes and couldn't help but nod. Alright, then I'll go with you to try it. In truth, Yu Mengran wasn't seriously ill. Once the stress reaction subsided, the rash on her body vanished, her skin returning to normal. She looked as if nothing had ever happened. The first stop Zhou Yang brought Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun to was Wanhua Tianxiang Mall. Lucy, the manager of the Gucci store, had been waiting at the entrance since receiving Zhou Yang's call. Young Master Zhou, why did you bother coming in person? A simple call would have sufficed. I could have sent all the new arrivals to you. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively. I just brought my girlfriend to enjoy the fun of shopping. Show my girlfriend what new items you have. Lucy's heart skipped a beat when she spotted Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun following behind Zhou Yang. Xinli, whom Zhou Yang had brought last time, was already a stunning beauty. She never imagined Zhou Yang would bring two goddesses even more stunning than Xinli this time. Especially that short-haired beauty. How could she be so exquisitely lovely? Even Lucy, a woman herself, felt utterly captivated. Ji Shiyun eyed Zhou Yang suspiciously and couldn't help but ask. Aren't you supposed to be taking Xiaoran to get medical treatment? What are you doing at a luxury goods store? Zhou Yang nodded toward the handbags in the store. Of course it's for treatment. Here? Ji Shiyun couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Yang had lost his mind. What sane person would do such a thing? But Zhou Yang declared with absolute conviction. Exactly, cure illnesses here because it's a cure-all. Put. Yu Menggran, standing behind Ji Shiyun, couldn't help but laugh until she was shaking. This Zhou Yang had a bit of humor about him. Seeing Yu Menggran's delighted smile, Zhou Yang felt perfectly satisfied. This was the first step in opening Yu Menggran's heart. With a faint smile, he addressed Yu Menggran. Menggran, take a look if you see any handbags you like, just pick one. But Ji Shiyun, watching Zhou Yang like this, couldn't shake the feeling he was trying to steal Yu Menggran away from her. So she retorted irritably. What about me? Zhou Yang blinked. Same deal. You can pick whatever you like too. I'm treating today. Ji Shiyun knew Zhou Yang was trying to show off, but she wasn't about to give him the chance. After all, no matter how rich Zhou Yang was, could he possibly be richer than her, Ji Shiyun? Plus, Zhou Yang clearly had ulterior motives toward Menggran, so she had to teach him a lesson. So she gave a dismissive snort. You said it. Then forget looking. Pack up every single bag in the store. I'll take them all. 086 The billionaire's tactics shocked Ji Shiyun. No need to look then. Pack up every single bag in the store. I want them all. Ji Shiyun looked at Zhou Yang with smug satisfaction. She wanted to see how Zhou Yang would handle this. He wanted to show off, didn't he? Well, she'd make sure he couldn't. According to Ji Shiyun's estimate, the total value of all the bags in the store would conservatively exceed 50 million. Even a second-generation heir from a top-tier family would hesitate at that kind of spending. And Zhou Yang was penniless. Ji Shiyun's understanding of Zhou Yang was still limited to Menggran's descriptions. Menggran had no idea about Zhou Yang's current status as a wealthy tycoon. Even after seeing his social media posts, she'd merely chuckled and dismissed it as nonsense. After all, WeChat Moments was full of eccentric characters posting all sorts of things daily. Taking it all seriously would be like waiting for the world to end. Many of Yu Menggran's friends were writers whose wild imaginations defied description. Some claimed to have climbed Mount Everest on a whim, others said they'd gone to Antarctica for inspiration, and the most outrageous even claimed to have traveled back in time to buy the moon. So Zhou Yang's flashy displays of wealth didn't faze Yu Menggran in the slightest. Sometimes she even thought he was downplaying his achievements. Influenced by Yu Menggran, Ji Shiyun naturally didn't think Zhou Yang was particularly wealthy either. Buying one or two luxury handbags might be within reach for the average person with some effort and sacrifice, but purchasing an entire warehouse full? Zhou Yang definitely didn't have the means for that. That's why Ji Shiyun deliberately presented Zhou Yang with this challenge to make him understand that Yu Menggran was beyond his reach. But what Ji Shiyun hadn't anticipated was that Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Ding! Detected Ji Shiyun's wish, that bastard Zhou Yang wants to steal Xiaoran from me. I'll make him buy every single bag in this place. Oomph, let's see if he dares. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A. 10 million. B. 20 million. C. 50 million. D. 100 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you'll receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 1 billion dragon coins. 100 million dragon coins deducted from host's balance. Current bank card balance, 42.124 billion. Zhou Yang noticed that Ji Shiyun harbored intense hostility toward him. But the more hostile a woman was, the more Zhou Yang found her intriguing. Look at her now, practically begging to hand over 1 billion dragon coins. With a sweeping gesture, Zhou Yang instructed Lucy. Follow Miss Ji's lead, pack up every single handbag in the store. As he spoke, Zhou Yang didn't even blink, as if he were handling something utterly trivial. Lucy, overjoyed, sprang into action immediately. Thank you for your patronage, Mr. Zhou. I'll have someone pack them up for you right away. Ji Shiyun watched Zhou Yang, his expression unchanged, and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was Zhou Yang really this wealthy? He could toss out tens of millions without batting an eye. After all, the earnings from producing a single short drama might not even reach tens of millions. Ji Shiyun couldn't help but whisper to Yu Menggran, who was teasing the milkball. Menggran, what does Zhou Yang do? How could he afford to buy every single bag here? I have no idea. Wait, what? You mean buy every single bag in here? Yu Menggran hadn't been paying close attention to the other's conversation earlier, completely absorbed in playing with milkball. Hearing Ji Shiyun say Zhou Yang was buying her every single bag in the store, she instantly covered her mouth in gasps of astonishment. Zhou Yang, you shouldn't spend so much. I don't care about these material things. Honestly, a bag costing a few hundred would be just fine. Yu Menggran was a bit of a penny pincher. Even though she'd amassed over 100 million yuan through her writing, she never spent money recklessly and remained as frugal as ever. She had entrusted nearly all her money to Ji Shiyun, investing it in the newly filmed short drama. Seeing Zhou Yang splurge like this now, she immediately grew anxious. That's money. How could he be so wasteful? Upon hearing Yu Mengran's exclamation, Zhou Yang merely waved his hand dismissively. Mengran, Miss Ji is your friend. What she wants is what you want. If you want it, I'll give it to you, of course. Besides, this is for your treatment, right? Who knows, maybe it'll cure you completely. Yu Mengran shot Ji Shiyun a reproachful glance, feeling Ji Shiyun was taking advantage of the situation. She hurriedly explained to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, don't listen to Shiyun, she's just teasing you. Besides, a handbag won't cure my illness. Why are you taking her so seriously? Yu Mengran's anxiety was genuine. She genuinely cared about the money. After all, no one's money grows on trees. Asking Zhou Yang to spend so much all at once was something she simply couldn't bear to do. But Zhou Yang shook his head firmly. Mengran, listen to me. Whether the bag can cure you or not, try my method first. What if it works? Deep down, Zhou Yang knew buying the bag wouldn't cure Yu Mengran's illness. But it could unlock her heart. Once her heart opened, those deeply buried experiences locked away in her memory might gradually fade away. After all, Zhou Yang had asked the international expert Jean Manhwa to look into it, and there were precedents for this kind of outcome. For patients with psychological trauma-induced stress reactions, only through guided stress relief and emotional release could the symptoms be alleviated. And spending it freely and lavishly was actually one of the fastest ways to release that pressure. Zhou Yang employed precisely this method to ease Yu Mengran's psychological trauma and open her heart. While this approach might sound absurd, practice proved it remarkably effective. Yet Zhou Yang's earnest efforts took on a different meaning when viewed through Ji Shiyun's eyes. She saw Zhou Yang as nothing but a show-off, trying to grab Yu Mengran's attention through such means. Anyone who dared to compete with her for Yu Mengran's affection would be regarded as an enemy. Ji Shiyun snorted coldly. Xiaoran, don't mind him. He's buying these for us voluntarily anyway, just let him buy them. These bags? Perfect, I'll take them back to the set as props. Besides, we haven't paid yet. Who knows if someone might take advantage of the moment to slip away and leave us two girls stranded here. Ji Shiyun raised an eyebrow, her gaze laced with sarcasm as she looked at Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly, completely ignoring Ji Shiyun's provocation. But in Zhou Yang's mind, Ji Shiyun was suffering terribly right now. Oomph, you little minx. Just wait, you'll see what this young master is capable of. Seeing she couldn't persuade the two, Yu Mengran sighed helplessly. She might as well spend this time playing with Milkball instead. This little ball of fluff was so well behaved. She even found herself wanting to raise it as her own child. She couldn't fathom why that feeling had come over her. Just then, Lucy finished counting the goods and approached. Young Master Zhou, the bags are packed. The total payment comes to 72.135 million. Shall I have it delivered directly to Guanhai Ishu? Zhou Yang nodded. Charge it to my card. Bao Bao, ask Miss Ji for an address. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yang swiped his card for 72.135 million. As the payment terminal beeped, a flicker of shock finally crossed Ji Shiyun's previously composed eyes. Had Zhou Yang really paid? And he'd just swiped over 70 million yuan. In that moment, Zhou Yang's extravagance shattered her very understanding of wealth. She had always believed that the over 100 million yuan she and Yu Mengran had worked hard to earn together was already a huge sum. All along, she had looked down on the wealthy second-generation suitors who pursued her, convinced she could ascend to the upper echelons through her own efforts. But standing before Zhou Yang, she felt a profound sense of awe wash over her. Zhou Yang was incredibly wealthy. Richer than any of the rich second-generation heirs she'd ever met. Miss Ji? Miss Ji? Did you hear me? Please give me an address so I can arrange for someone to deliver your bags. Lucy's voice rang in Ji Shiyun's ear. Ji Shiyun snapped back to reality and hastily scribbled down an address, yet her heart remained unsettled. The way she looked at Zhou Yang had shifted from a condescending gaze to one of admiration. This was the profound transformation brought about by power. As for Yu Mengran, she could scarcely believe her ears. Zhou Yang had actually spent over 70 million yuan for her? Could she truly be that important to Zhou Yang? A warm, delighted feeling welled up inside her. Oomph, such extravagance. All that money, just like that? What a waste. Just then, Ji Shiyun's phone suddenly rang. Her expression changed instantly upon answering. What? You want the cars back? Mr. Jiang, didn't you promise me the Porsche 918 and Koenigsegg CCX for our production crew to use for a month? You're suddenly changing your mind now. Where am I supposed to find replacement vehicles on such short notice? But on the other end of the line, a cold, mocking voice replied. Ji Shiyun, don't play the victim with me. I lent you those cars to get you into bed. You didn't think it was some pure friendship, did you? Since you keep making excuses and refusing to cooperate, I'll have to take back my promise. You think you can string this young master along? Eat. Right now, I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me. With that, the caller hung up. The joy she'd felt at getting the bag vanished completely with that single call. Yumen couldn't help but ask, seeing Ji Shiryun's face turn ashen. What's wrong, Shiryun? Did something happen on set? Ji Shiryun stomped her foot in frustration. Oh my god. That Porsche 918 and Koenigsegg CCX, both multi-million-dollar luxury cars. They were supposed to be used for filming that ultra-rich short drama. Now Mr. Jiang says if I don't sleep with him, he'll take the cars back. It's just too much. Without those cars, our short drama will likely be scrapped. We won't be able to film it, and all the initial investments will go down the drain. Hearing Ji Shiryun's words, Yumen fell silent too. A car costing a few $100,000 would be manageable, we could just buy one outright. But a luxury car worth tens of millions? There's simply no way around it. You couldn't even rent one of those. After all, the car enthusiasts were all rich second-generation kids. Each million-dollar sports car was their prized possession. They wouldn't lend them out to just anyone to drive recklessly. What if it got damaged? Just as the two were at a loss, Zhou Yang suddenly spoke up. Just two crappy sports cars? You're freaking out this much over them? Ji Shiryun saw Zhou Yang's gloating expression and instantly flew into a rage. Zhou Yang, what do you mean? Those are million-dollar sports cars. They're not just lying around for anyone to find. Keep making snide remarks here, and I'll crush you between my legs. Oh my, with your legs? I'd be delighted. Zhou Yang chuckled. I'm not just talking trash, I actually have a solution. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Yumen and Ji Shiryun both felt a sudden stir in their hearts. You have a way? 087 hands in my pockets, I don't know what it means to have an opponent. Seeing Zhou Yang speak with such conviction, Yumen and Ji Shiryun both felt hope reignite within them. After all, he just casually dropped 70 million, maybe he even owned luxury cars at home. If Zhou Yang was willing to help, the production team might just be saved. Ji Shiryun's tone softened, tinged with sweetness. Zhou Yang, do you have a sports car worth over 10 million at home? Zhou Yang shook his head. No. I don't like sports cars. I like SUVs. Hearing Zhou Yang's outright denial, Ji Shiryun nearly lost her temper. Why come here to cause trouble? But Zhou Yang's next words made Ji Shiryun stop dead in her tracks. But my friend has one. I can give him a call and ask. With that, Zhou Yang dialed the number for Chenbo, the general manager of Haichonghua High Luxury Car Dealership. Brother Chenbo, I need a favor. Go ahead, young Master Zhou. Do you have any vehicles in stock? I need to purchase two supercars priced at tens of millions right now, preferably a Porsche 918 and a Koenigsegg CCX. Do you have them available? Young Master Zhou, regarding immediate availability, we do have a red Porsche 918, but no Koenigseggs. For comparable models, we have the Ferrari LaFerrari and McLaren P1 GTR. Would those suit your needs? Zhou Yang took the phone from his ear and asked Ji Shiryun. Miss Ji, we have the Porsche 918, but not the Koenigsegg. But we have the Ferrari LaFerrari and McLaren P1 GTR in the same class. Would those work for you? Is that okay? Was Zhou Yang asking her? Sure. Absolutely fine. Ji Shiryun nearly jumped for joy. What a turn of events. Just moments ago she was fretting, and now a solution presented itself. Zhou Yang really was her lucky star. Alright, young Master Zhou. This time, Ji Shiryun even added a respectful title. What can you do? When you need someone's help, it's okay to lower your stance a bit. Zhou Yang immediately replied to Chenbo. Brother Chenbo, deliver all three vehicles to me immediately, I need them now. Give me the total cost and I'll transfer the payment. Oh, and register them under Ji Shiryun's name. I'll send you the details shortly. Thanks for your business, young Master Zhou. My dealership's been stuck with these inventory cars, it's all thanks to your help that we're turning things around. Ha ha ha. To show my appreciation, I'll give you a 10% discount. All three cars together will be 53 million. Alright, Brother Chenbo, I've transferred the payment to your bank account from last time. Have the cars delivered directly to the underground garage at Guanhai. I'll pick them up shortly. After hanging up, Zhou Yang nodded toward Ji Shiryun and Yumen. Let's go check out the cars. This one's a gift for Miss Ji. Hope it helps her out with her current predicament. Ji Shiryun's heart leapt into her throat. She'd intended to remind Zhou Yang that renting would suffice, but he'd already completed the transfer to the dealership in one fluid motion, leaving her no chance to intervene. In that moment, Ji Shiryun was utterly captivated by Zhou Yang's generosity. Good heavens! She'd met a god-tier spender. What kind of man would spend 53 million yuan to buy 3 sports cars just to solve her problem? Could Zhou Yang have ulterior motives toward her? But a man this generous, even if he did have ulterior motives, it would be worth it. Not to mention, Zhou Yang is incredibly handsome. He's genuinely gorgeous. She couldn't help but study Zhou Yang closely, suddenly realizing he perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. 185 centimeters tall, a sunny, handsome face like a magazine model, 8-pack abs, long legs so captivating. Ji Shuryun instantly broke into a smile again, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye the longer she looked. When she was biased, she couldn't stand the sight of Zhou Yang. But once that biased filter vanished, Zhou Yang's sunny, handsome charm instantly shone through. Oh my, why is my little heart beating faster? How does Zhou Yang's handsomeness keep hitting my heart like this? How did my heart, sealed shut with cement, suddenly start beating again? Oh no, this feels like that sweet, fluttery feeling of falling in love. Could it be? I'm starting to like Zhou Yang? Ji Shuryun's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe at the moment their eyes met, her heart had skipped a beat. Women are so easily tempted. Especially when it's a tall, handsome guy like Zhou Yang without any mental defenses, it's so easy to get hit. Ji Shuryun was still struggling to control herself. No, I only have Xiao Ran in my heart. Even if I betray Xiao Ran physically, I can't betray her emotionally. Ji Shuryun's eyes darted wildly over Zhou Yang's body, unable to resist wrapping her slender arms around his large hands. She looked like a superfan who'd just spotted their idol. Young Master Zhou, I can't thank you enough. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. How to thank me? Zhou Yang smiled faintly, his eyes drifting downward through the V-neck gap of her white shirt. Whoa. Snow White. He couldn't look any longer. Keep looking and I'll get a nosebleed. But Ji Shuryun had already shed her prejudiced filter toward Zhou Yang. Seeing him act like such a lecherous pig now, she felt not the slightest bit annoyed, quite the opposite, she was utterly delighted. Heh, what man could resist my charm? Besides, this is just my way of thanking Zhou Yang for his help, it's not like I'm betraying Xiao Ran. No big deal. But as a woman, Yu Mangran's intuition was razor sharp. Shuryun, what are you doing? Ji Shuryun shook Zhou Yang's arm instead, speaking in a slightly girlish, coquettish tone. Xiao Ran, I had some misunderstandings about young Master Zhou before. I'm apologizing to him right now. Apologize if you must, but why all the tugging? After all, Zhou Yang is my contract boyfriend. This isn't appropriate. Oh, come on, don't be so petty. Zhou Yang and I have a pure platonic relationship. How could you possibly think otherwise, Xiao Ran? It's not that I'm overthinking it. I'm worried Zhou Yang might overthink it. After all, a girl hugging him like this, he can't handle it. Look, he's already got a nosebleed. Ah, Zhou Yang, why did you get a nosebleed? Let sure wipe it for you. This is a limited edition YSL handkerchief, you're getting a bargain. Shuryun, you can't do this. Let go of Zhou Yang. We're still good friends. Xiao Ran, don't be stingy. Your boyfriend is my boyfriend too. It's only right I look out for him. Shuryun, that may be true, but something feels off. Don't lie to me. Right. Xiao Ran, stop overthinking it. Let's go check out the sports car with Zhou Yang. Ha? Yu Mengran and Ji Shuryun were actually bickering over him, Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang watched the two pouting women in surprise, amused. He'd only made a small effort, yet both women had completely changed their minds about him. If he put in a little more effort now, he might just be able to unlock 2 doors with 1 key. Just as Zhou Yang was plotting in his mind, a new opportunity presented itself. Ji Shuryun received another call. It was from the production crew. Director Ji, it's bad news. Young Master Jiang has stormed the set. Not only is he demanding his sports car back, but he's also kicking us off the location. They're demanding we clear everything out immediately, or else they'll call the police. Hearing the crew's report, Ji Shuryun was furious beyond belief. She sat in Zhou Yang's car, grinding her teeth in fury as she cursed. This Jiang Bai is pushing things way too far. My production has already started filming, and he pulls this stunt to undermine me? It's like he's pushing me into a pit of fire. Seeing Ji Shuryun so furious, Yu Mengran couldn't help but whisper. It's just a location. Why can't we shoot at Shujian Film Studio? Do we really need to use his place? Ji Shuryun shook her head. She knew Yu Mengran had been buried in writing her book and wasn't aware of the details. While Shujian Film Studio has plenty of constructed sets, a major portion of the scenes in your book absolutely must be shot in those ultra-luxurious office towers and hotels. If we shoot at Shujian for that long, the venue costs for our 100+ cast members would be astronomical. Jiang Bai had agreed to lend us the location, which would have saved us at least 2 million yuan in production costs. But now, everything's gone down the drain. All our money is tied up in the production now. If we can't shoot, the streaming platform will start demanding late release penalties. We'll be in real trouble then. Hearing Ji Shuryun's words, Yu Mengran couldn't help but feel deeply troubled too. The production was Ji Shuryun's life's work. She couldn't just stand by and watch it all go to waste, especially since Yu Mengran had invested her own money in it too. As both women grew increasingly anxious, Ji Shuryun suddenly slapped her forehead and turned her gaze toward Zhou Yang. Mr. Zhou, could you please see this through and help us resolve the venue issue for our production? Location? What kind of location? How big do you need? Zhou Yang inquired curiously. Seeing no hint of refusal from Zhou Yang, Ji Shuryun's heart leapt with hope. We need luxurious hotel and office building scenes, it's crucial for our production. Zhou Yang stroked his chin. I'll look into it for you. With that, Zhou Yang dialed Zhai Rang's number. Hey, it's brother Zhai Rang. Need a favor. Ah, it's young Master Zhou. Finally remembered your brother. Just say the word, and whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Here's the deal. A friend of mine is shooting a short film and needs high-end hotel and office building locations. I was wondering if your deep-sea dragon palace has any similar spaces available for rent. Name your price, I'll cover it. Come on, young Master Zhou, talking about money like that is no way to treat a brother. Your friend is my friend. We've got plenty of space at Deep-Sea Dragon Palace. Your friend can use it however they want, for as long as they need. Zhai Rang knew Zhou Yang's standing. For such a minor favor, he wouldn't charge a penny. Even if he did charge, how much could it be? $1 million? $2 million? That wouldn't be worth the embarrassment. He might as well generously help Zhou Yang with this small favor. Who knows? It might even bring them closer in the future. Seeing Zhai Rang agree so readily, Zhou Yang didn't refuse. Thank you, young Master Zhai. I'll treat you to a proper feast sometime soon. After hanging up, Zhou Yang casually remarked to Ji Shiyun. No big deal. Done and dusted. Zhou Yang's nonchalant yet supremely confident demeanor perfectly embodied that viral quote. Back then, I walked around with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what it meant to have an opponent. This confident aura completely captivated Ji Shiyun. Ji Shiyun propped her chin on her hand, gazing adoringly at Zhou Yang's profile, wishing she could kiss him right then and there. Her mind was already spinning with plans. Oh my gosh. I'm totally smitten by this hottie. Xiaoran sure will betray you just this once after all. Zhou Yang is simply too handsome and captivating. Don't worry, Shure's heart will always belong to you. Just this once. 088 The Fall of the Stunning Beauty. Ji Shiyun was someone who believed in mutual choice. It's not that she dislikes men. She just disliked ugly men. She hadn't even realized this about herself before. After all, those men weren't as handsome as she was, why should she give them a second glance? But Zhou Yang was different. Zhou Yang possessed the damnable 10-10 looks, rivaling the legendary reader gods themselves. Especially without any filters, she now found herself drawn to Zhou Yang's astonishing looks like never before. And on top of that, he was the owner of that adorable fluffy kitten. A man who could raise such a heart-meltingly adorable little bundle of fluff must be incredibly kind-hearted. Otherwise, why would he generously offer over $100 million to help her through her crisis? Now, not only had she removed the filter from Zhou Yang, she'd even placed a halo around him. She felt Zhou Yang was the very embodiment of handsome with reason. Under Ji Shiyun's intense gaze, Zhou Yang sat up straight, mentally flattening his non-existent belly, and his speech and demeanor became more refined. After all, she was a 9.8-point beauty. With such adoration in her eyes, Zhou Yang felt incredibly significant. Miss Ji, are you dribbling a ball? This is distracting me while driving. Even his voice transformed into a mesmerizing, broadcast-quality tone. Zhou Yang turned his face slightly, his gaze lingering on Ji Shiyun. His words instantly sent her adrenaline surging. Just then, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the area around Zhou Yang's Adam's apple. The interplay of light and shadow on his flawless profile pierced Ji Shiyun's heart. Ji Shiyun went limp in that instant, slumping forward onto the dashboard, her hand reaching out to touch Zhou Yang's face. Yu Mengran, seated in the back, instantly furrowed her brows. Shiyun, what are you doing? Don't distract Zhou Yang while he's driving. It's dangerous. Ji Shiyun merely shook her head indifferently. I rushed over from Shanghai without breakfast today. Now I'm so hungry I feel dizzy. I just want to lean on a strong, sturdy shoulder. Xiaoran, don't worry about me. I'll just rest my head on Zhou Yang's shoulder for a bit. And how could Zhou Yang pass up this rare opportunity? With mutual attraction in the air, Meng Ran, hold your horses. Zhou Yang needs to knock her silly first before returning to discuss life's meaning with you. Zhou Yang hurriedly began making excuses for Meng Ran. Meng Ran, Shiyun might genuinely be exhausted. She rushed over from Shanghai in the middle of the night for you, probably didn't sleep well, skipped breakfast. It's perfectly normal to feel dizzy from hunger. As her good friend, you should be understanding. Wait, what? Weren't they bickering the moment they met? How come they're suddenly so in sync now? And Zhou Yang was even speaking up for Ji Shiyun? I don't get it. I just don't get it. But she believed Ji Shiyun wouldn't lie to her. After all, if Ji Shiyun had ever cheated, she would have been able to detect it. But all these years, despite navigating circles of wealthy playboys, Ji Shiyun had remained pure and chaste. What did that prove? It proved Ji Shiyun had eyes only for her, Yu Mengran. Maybe she really was overthinking things. After pondering for a moment, Yu Mengran lowered her head again and began playing with the little paw of her milkball. Milkball, from now on, you won't be with that stinky daddy anymore. Will you stay with mommy? Little Milkball immediately jumped off Yu Mengran's lap onto the back seat, clearly keeping her distance. She even made a cute little refusal gesture with her paw, utterly adorable. Seeing how human-like Milkball was acting, Gran burst into giggles. Alright, mommy was just teasing you. Come here quickly. Mommy and daddy will take care of you together. We won't make you leave daddy, okay? The little furball seemed to understand Gran's words. It came over and affectionately rubbed its head against her hand, meowing softly as if saying, yes, yes. This adorable gesture made Gran's heart melt. While Gran was playing with the kitten, Ji Shiyun rested her chin on Zhou Yang's shoulder, studying him up close. The more she looked, the more captivated she became. He was so handsome. He looked good at first glance, but even better upon closer inspection. She wanted to peel him open and see what was inside. Feeling the immense pressure on the back of his hand resting on the console, Zhou Yang's blood pressure shot up instantly. Wow! A real powerhouse. At least a 36F. With Ji Shiyun being so forward now, Zhou Yang saw no reason to hold back. He simply switched to autopilot. The large hand on the console had already begun to operate outside the rules. After all, Ji Shiyun had initiated the contact first. His small counterattack was merely self-defense. Ji Shiyun felt Zhou Yang's hands growing increasingly restless, her eyes growing hazier. The way she looked at him was practically dripping with desire. Zhou Yang, we're driving here. Could you focus a bit? Keep an eye on the cars ahead. Don't accelerate and decelerate so abruptly hitting the brakes too hard can overheat the brake pads and sometimes even damage the engine. Also, signal when you turn, okay? Give the cars behind you a heads up. Signals? What signals? When Zhou Yang drives, the cars behind can't even see his taillights let them eat dust. Just like Gran right now, still happily playing with the cat, completely unaware that her friend's defenses had already crumbled. Arriving at the underground parking garage of Seaview Villa No. 8, Ji Shiyun was utterly stunned by the 3 wildly aggressive sports cars parked before her. Seriously? They actually brought them? These 3 sports cars were hers now? Ha! Even though she'd seen money before, Ji Shiyun still looked like a little girl whose worldview had just been shattered wide open, her eyes sparkling with wonder. No wonder Gran always mentioned Zhou Yang to her. She liked this kind of Zhou Yang too. Handsome, wealthy, generous, and charming. Ji Shiyun hooked her arm through Zhou Yang's and couldn't help asking. Young Master Zhou, is this villa yours? Since we're already at your place, won't you show me around? Zhou Yang blinked. Sure, why not? It's just that the villa isn't quite how I envision it yet. I plan to renovate it later. So he casually replied to Ji Shiyun. There's not much to see. It's just the developer's default decor. I haven't had time to renovate yet. Besides the bed and furniture, there's nothing else. Ji Shiyun's eyes instantly narrowed into slits. A bed is enough. What else could you possibly need? Young Master Zhou is so modest. Even the developer's standard finishes must be luxurious. Just let us take a look. Zhou Yang nodded and led the 2 of them up to the upper floor via elevator. Zhou Yang hadn't slept well the night before and was eager to return to his comfortable bed for some rest. As soon as they entered, their personal property manager, Lu Dianhua, came out to greet them. Young Master Zhou, you're back? Are these lovely ladies your friends? Would you like me to make a couple of coffees? Zhou Yang nodded, dismissing Lu Tianhua to attend to her duties. Ji Shiyun and Gran both entered with curiosity, exploring the multi-million-dollar mansion. Though they'd saved a modest sum, they were still new to wealth and deeply intrigued by the world of the ultra-rich. Stepping into Zhou Yang's home instantly broadened their horizons. Wow, this is what a true tycoon's residence should look like. Just that grand European spiral crystal chandelier must be worth 10 million alone. Goodness gracious, who in their right mind would have a row of washing machines on the wall? A separate machine just for underwear and socks? You could open a laundromat with this setup. I'm obsessed. This open-concept kitchen is bigger than my living room, complete with a bar counter. Imagine sipping wine and listening to music here, it's absolutely insane. And look here, Xiaoran. It's Van Gogh's Starry Night. Zhou Yang, you have such taste. Gran wasn't as chatty as Ji Shiyun. She pursed her lips, her large eyes darting around mischievously as she surveyed the space, lost in her own thoughts. But judging by her occasional blank stares, she was undoubtedly spinning another wild plot in her head. After all, she was a female-oriented, wildly imaginative writer. It was only natural for her to conjure up mind-blowing, unconventional scenarios. Zhou Yang plopped straight down onto the sofa, smiling warmly as he watched Gran and Ji Shiyun. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yang received 2 wishes. Ding! Detected Ji Shiyun's wish, I really want a big house like this one. Would the host like to invest? Investment options, A. 20 million. B. 50 million. C. 100 million. D. 200 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 2 billion dragon coins. 200 million dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 42.998 billion. Ding! Detected Yu Manhwa's wish, this is the dream home I've always imagined. Now I have a new goal to strive for. My first target wish for 2025 is to own a grand residence like this. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A. 20 million. B. 50 million. C. 100 million. D. 200 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling this wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 2 billion dragon coins. 200 million dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 42.798 billion. Seeing how much the two women like the house, Zhou Yang called over Lu Tianhua. How many villas of the same grade as Ocean View Villa are still available? Lu Tianhua checked the property viewing records and quickly replied. Young Master Zhou, there are currently 3 villas of the same grade still available for sale, numbers 9, 16, and 18. Among them, a client expressed interest in purchasing the number 16 Sky Villa and even paid a deposit, but they haven't shown up for half a year. It's highly likely they've given up on the purchase. Zhou Yang nodded. Alright, secure all 3 immediately. Process the paperwork right away. Register units 9 and 16 under the names of Meng Ran and Ji Shiyun, 1 for each. Understood, Mr. Zhou. Lu Tianhua promptly exited to prepare the contracts, his efficiency astonishing. Half an hour later, Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun stared at the luxury property deeds on the table, their heads buzzing. The New Year's wish we just made came true in half an hour? Shiyun, pinch my arm. Let me see if this is real. A girl like Yu Mengran wasn't the type to casually accept gifts from others. Even if you offered her 1,000,000 yuan, she wouldn't compromise her principles. But give her 100 million? She couldn't resist. Even when Zhou Yang secretly pinched her arm just now, she didn't notice. Not even a flinch. 089 Unbelievable. Zhou Yang is a heart stealer. They were happy, but Zhou Yang was even happier. Each of them had just received a villa. But Zhou Yang got 4 billion. And he'd captured the hearts of 2 young women. Zhou Yang knew that Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun weren't materialistic. They felt the genuine sincerity behind the material gifts. Though sincerity can't be measured by material wealth, having more wealth does make that sincerity seem more abundant. Otherwise, why did the saying "better to cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle" gain traction years ago? At its core, women simply have higher material expectations. Their psychological baseline is significantly higher than men's. Moreover, throughout history, beautiful women have never been scarce as a resource. They simply tend to cluster in upper-class circles, leaving the lower classes mostly with the scraps. Zhou Yang now commands the admiration of Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun, and he deserves it. After all, who else at his age could boast a net worth nearing 50 billion yuan and a 30% stake in a trillion yuan conglomerate? Thus, Zhou Yang posted a wishful status update on his social media. Image caption: Yu Mengran and Ji Shiyun admiring the view from a luxury mansion. Caption: may all readers of this post enjoy great fortune this year, surrounded by beauties, driving $1,000,000 sports cars, and moving into $1,000,000,000 mansions. You've earned it through your hard work. The moment it hit her social feed, it blew up. Yu Mengran, oomph. Couldn't you at least Photoshop me to look better? Look how thick my waist looks now. I hate you. Ji Shiyun, how dare you turn this fierce female CEO into some innocent little girl? You're so mean, Zhou Yang. Li, peeping emoji, just passing by. Xing, evil grin emoji. Ever heard the story of the crow and the hunter? One day, a crow flew over and told the hunter, there's a dead sheep down the mountain. Kiching, sniffling emoji, wondered where our young master Zhou'd been these past few days. Turns out he's having too much fun to think about Qin. Sis Zhou Wan Ning, wow emoji, bro, which one's the sister-in-law? Or are they both? Mom, Xiao Yang, a man with money shouldn't go bad. You need to exercise some restraint, understand? Adopted son Duan Yu, puke emoji, back to instant noodles and gaming. I envy how the rich dad indulges every day. Zhou Yang felt a bit helpless. Why did people keep mistaking his wishful WeChat post for showing off? Is it really that hard to be a good person? He genuinely wished everyone had a system to start a brand new life. Perhaps because he had a system, whenever he saw someone posting subtly boastful updates now, he subconsciously assumed they had a system too. Maybe they were secretly loaded. Just as Zhou Yang stroked his chin with a sly chuckle, Ji Shiyun rolled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white wrists, and emerged from the direction of the wine cellar. She carried a basket filled with dozens of bottles of red wine and spirits, hardly the look of someone who hadn't eaten and was fainting from hunger. Ji Shiyun's eyes were sparkling with excitement. She loved wine. Especially fine wine. Back when she had just graduated from university, struggling to make ends meet as a screenwriter, she had taken a part-time job as a bartender at a bar. She dared take that job because she was naturally immune to alcohol. Drinking it was like drinking water, with no reaction whatsoever. The bar patrons couldn't hold a candle to her drinking. Of course, she always kept her distance from them. If anyone tried to get handsy, she wouldn't hesitate to grab a bottle and perform a craniotomy on them. During that period, she was known as the prickly, icy rose. Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary talent for mixology, crafting cocktails that earned rave reviews from patrons. Many big bosses and rich second-generation kids would even drive hundreds of miles just to sip a cocktail she mixed. But because she was too beautiful, she was often harassed by drunken men with ulterior motives. In the end, she had no choice but to resign from this job she loved. In Zhou Yang's wine cellar, Ji Shiyun's eyes lit up with delight. This was essentially a miniature bar, and the collection of fine wines inside was even more extensive than that of a regular bar. Especially the wine many were vintage bottles. A conservative estimate put the value of this cellar at 20 million. No wonder luxury homes were so expensive beyond the basic amenities, these lifestyle extras accounted for a huge chunk of the cost. She greeted Zhou Yang and Yu Mengran with great excitement. "Young Master Zhou, it'd be a waste not to drink the fine wines in your cellar. Come on, come on. You're in for a treat today. This lady herself will mix you cocktails. You know, not just anyone gets to drink cocktails mixed by yours truly." "Oh?" Zhou Yang shot Ji Shiyun a surprised glance. Who knew this girl was so multi-talented? Yu Mengran, cradling Milkball, grinned as she explained to Zhou Yang. "Shiyun is truly a top-tier bartender. Guests rave about her drinks. Especially her deep water bomb, just one glass can knock you out cold. That's how I ended up. Oops, I slipped up." Yu Mengran quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes darted around, glancing at Zhou Yang, afraid he'd press for details. Zhou Yang was naturally curious about the details, but right now, he was even more intrigued by the drinks Ji Shiyun made. After all, he possessed a master sommelier skill card. He could discern the quality of any drink with a single sip, and now was the perfect opportunity to put it to use. So Zhou Yang pointed at the blanket. "Why not pour me a glass to taste first? Let me see how our beauty Ji Shiyun handles her craft." Ji Shiyun shot Zhou Yang a disapproving look. What was he implying? Was he implying she was some kind of artisan? "Just wait, I'll make sparks fly for you, Zhou Yang." Without using a corkscrew, Ji Shiyun simply swirled the bottle in her hand, then gave the base a sharp tap. The cork flew out instantly, followed by a jet of Bordeaux wine shooting from the bottle. Unfazed, Ji Shiyun traced a circle in the air with her wineglass, catching every drop of the sprayed stream without spilling a single drop. She then swiftly lit a piece of paper, brushed it with her hand, and it transformed into a delicate rose. She placed it between her lips, adding a touch of sensuality. Next, she poured various liquors, Remy Martin, XO cognac, vodka, into the glass and began mixing them. A minute later, a cocktail with a blue shimmer was placed before Zhou Yang. Ji Shiyun even inserted the rose, still bearing her saliva, into the glass. "Try it, this is my signature creation, the flaming rose heart of the ocean. If you can taste what makes this drink unique, I'll reward you with a kiss." Yu Mengran sensed something was off and immediately protested. "Shiyun, how could you give Zhou Yang a kiss? That's not right." Ji Shiyun gently pinched Yu Mengran's little nose, patiently deceiving explaining. "Little Ran, this is a reward, understand? Not that kind of romantic thing. Besides, don't you trust my taste? Zhou Yang might not even recognize the magic in this drink." Hearing Ji Shiyun's words, Zhou Yang's lips immediately curved upward. "Hey, Miss Ji, you're underestimating me here. I have top-tier knowledge about wine. This kiss of yours is bound to lose." Zhou Yang smiled faintly. He was genuinely looking forward to this kiss. So he lifted the glass, not rushing to drink, but first taking a sniff. The aroma is restrained. Clearly, the true flavors are layered and sealed within the liquor. Ji Shiyun's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Yang had actually gotten it right. "You've got some skill, but that still won't win this lady's kiss." Zhou Yang smiled faintly, gripping the stem of the stemmed glass lightly with his fingertips, his pinky finger slightly raised to prevent the warmth of his hand from affecting the cocktail's taste. Zhou Yang slowly sipped a small mouthful, savoring it. Then he gently swirled the cocktail, allowing the layered aromas to blend slightly before taking a full sip. This elegant drinking posture was basic etiquette in high society. Though Zhou Yang disdained such affectations, he put on a small display to impress Ji Shiyun and Yu Mengran. Instantly, his image as a gentleman of taste solidified their impression of his elegance. Ji Shiyun and Yu Mengran both widened their eyes, watching Zhou Yang's reaction. Fine wine, like a beautiful woman, demands appreciation. If Zhou Yang could understand this glass of wine, then he could understand her, Ji Shiyun, as a person. What girl doesn't yearn to be understood? Zhou Yang closed his eyes for a moment, letting the wine slowly flow from his mouth down his throat as its flavor gradually exploded. The initial notes are light and elegant, the middle notes sweet and lingering, and the finish is wild, shooting straight to the top of my head. Zhou Yang slowly articulated his impressions of the wine. Ji Shiyun couldn't help but pout. Zhou Yang was right, the cocktail was indeed like that. But he had missed the most crucial nuance, the very essence of her carefully crafted concoction. Just as her expression fell, convinced Zhou Yang hadn't grasped its essence, he suddenly held up his palm. "Wait! This cocktail has 2 more layers of brilliance. That's where its true essence lies." Zhou Yang's words instantly lifted Ji Shiyun's spirits. Yet she was also puzzled. Clearly there was only 1 more layer left, so where could the second one be? She was eager to hear what Zhou Yang meant by an additional layer of brilliance. Zhou Yang continued.
First, the blend of the front, middle, and back notes creates a richly fragrant, romantic sensation, a supreme feast for the palate.
They say fine wine is like a beautiful woman, and this is like winning the favor of such a beauty. Hearing Zhou Yang's description, Ji Shiyun's eyes instantly sparkled with admiration.
Zhou Yang was the first man to truly understand her wine. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yang wasn't exaggerating, he truly was a master of wine appreciation.
In that moment, Ji Shiyun finally understood.
Some words might sound like bragging coming from others, but from Zhou Yang, they were just basic skills.
But as for the other layer of subtlety Zhou Yang mentioned, Ji Shiyun was also very curious.
She couldn't help but urge him on.
Zhou Yang, what's this other layer of subtlety you mentioned? Tell me about it. Even I, the creator, am dying to know.
Zhou Yang gazed at Ji Shiyun's adoring, admiring expression and found himself swaying his head back and forth unconsciously. Indeed, to conquer others, he had to return to his familiar territory. Playing by others' rules, he had no chance of winning, just like last night when Yumengran had him spinning in circles. But once he returned to his own domain as a high roller, he was unstoppable. With that thought, Zhou Yang chuckled and performed a full body scan on Ji Shiyun. Accidentally, his information scanning ability activated, turning him into a literal X-ray vision. That exquisite figure instantly left Zhou Yang parched. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness before speaking slowly. The true marvel of this final layer, you see, is actually 090. Is the wine taster that good? I, Ji Shiyun, am alcohol immune. Zhou Yang paused dramatically, feigning mystery. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He had Yumengran and Ji Shiyun hooked. At this moment, he had completely turned the tables. From a fish hooked by Yumengran, he had become the fisherman reeling in the catch. The speed of this reversal felt almost too swift, even to him. Indeed, even if you look down on money, you have to admit that wealth truly acts as an accelerator for warming a woman's heart. The more you invest financially, the more generous the return. Zhou Yang slowly spoke as he admired Ji Shiyun, who resembled an artistic masterpiece, through the scanning function of his information reading ability. The final, and greatest, layer of wonder in this glass of wine lies in that very rose, the one just moments ago drenched in Miss Ji's saliva. Ha! Ji Shiyun was puzzled. That rose was merely a prop. Why did Zhou Yang consider it the greatest marvel? She genuinely wanted to hear Zhou Yang's perspective. Yumengran even pulled out her little notebook and started taking notes. After all, whenever she encountered fresh, hot-off-the-press knowledge, she liked to jot it down. It helped accumulate material for her writing. Zhou Yang continued. The reason this rose is the stroke of genius in this glass of wine is that its faint scent of saliva, like fermenting yeast, adds a hint of a lover's essence to the cold liquid. Such a wine transcends mere drink, it becomes spiritual nourishment that stirs the soul. Like a maiden murmuring sweet nothings, its rich, intertwined affection draws you into a unique realm of beauty, utterly captivating. You say this cup transcends base material pleasures to reach a spiritual plane. Isn't that fine wine? How could I not taste it? Don't be fooled by Zhou Yang's lofty words, he was really just saying Ji Shiyun's saliva tasted good. Ji Shiyun felt the intensity of Zhou Yang's gaze and immediately shifted uncomfortably. Put. Thought you had some profound insight, but you're just flirting with this lady. When you joke with a girl, if it's done well, it's called handsome humor. If not, it's called creepy harassment. The criteria? The girl's looks and her tolerance level. And as it happened, Zhou Yang had both. Thus, Zhou Yang had inadvertently become a textbook example of success. Ji Shiyun was utterly smitten with him. If not for Yumengran, who was busy soothing Milkball and occasionally glancing their way, Ji Shiyun would have pounced on Zhou Yang and turned him into a Cartesian coordinate system. But once Ji Shiyun sets her sights on something, she must have it. So over the next hour, she poured glass after glass of wine for Zhou Yang and Yumengran. Within an hour, Zhou Yang and Yumengran were both passed out snoring. Ji Shiyun watched the two unconscious bodies sprawled on the sofa with a satisfied smile. So what if he's a wine connoisseur? This lady here is truly immune to alcohol. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Now, this lady is going to test the goods and see if beneath this handsome face lies the same excellence and distinction as always. The morning passed quickly. Zhou Yang slept soundly. He even had a bizarre dream where he became Tang Sanzang, captured by a demon who bound him motionless. Then the fiend hosted a banquet for guests, intending to devour him. Just as he thought his end had come, his eldest disciple didn't arrive, but the disciple's weapon did. Only then was the situation barely stabilized, driving the female demon back. The sun was high in the sky. Zhou Yang slowly awoke. All traces of exhaustion vanished. But in the room, only Yumengran remained. Where's Miss Ji? Zhou Yang asked in surprise. Yumengran had also just woken up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and yawned. Humph, that annoying pest went back to Shanghai. Said she'd move the production crew over to Haicheng first to take down you, big shot Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. But he also felt a pang of regret. After all, he had high hopes for Ji Shiyun. Had he not been drunk, he would have definitely made his move.
Now that Ji Shiyun had slipped away, he couldn't help but feel a little regret. But thankfully, there was still Yu Mengran. Zhou Yang's hand gently encircled Yu Mengran's waist. His wandering hands were already closing in on her wrist. Yu Mengran noticed it, of course. You pig. Trying to get me killed again? Zhou Yang merely curled his lips. How else would we know? What if your illness has already cleared up? No way. It's only been half a day, it couldn't possibly get better that fast. Yu Mengran shook her head like a rattle, clearly unconvinced by Zhou Yang's words. But Zhou Yang casually grabbed her wrist and held it up for her to see. See? Nothing's wrong, right? Listen to me, when you truly fall in love with someone, your body's allergic reactions just disappear on their own. Only when you reject someone does your body consciously regulate its hormone levels, triggering an allergic stress response. I've researched this thoroughly, it's totally legit. Yu Mengran looked at Zhou Yang with a mix of skepticism and belief. But this time, she truly didn't break out in hives or struggle to breathe. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. There really is no allergic reaction. Oh my gosh, my condition is actually gone? But immediately, she pouted and shot Zhou Yang a fierce glare. So you're implying this lady here fell for you? Nice try. Zhou Yang chuckled. So now we can discuss those moves you designed? What moves? The ones in your book. No way. Why not? Because I don't know them. You can practice it. How do I practice? Just like this. Ugh, I hate you. Not annoying, it's never tiring to look at each other. It's the vibrant red wildflowers here. It's about placing more wards when jungling. That afternoon, Manhwa delivered the fake marriage certificate and Yu Mengran shared some deeply buried memories with Zhou Yang, things she'd never confided to anyone before. It turned out Yu Mengran's father had frequently abused her mother, leaving her with a deep-seated fear of marriage. Later, when her mother was away, her father tried to assault her. Terrified, she suddenly broke out in hives and struggled to breathe. Her father rushed her to the hospital, narrowly averting disaster. Ever since then, any physical contact with a man triggered this allergic reaction, which had plagued her for over a decade. It was precisely because of these reasons that she ended up with Ji Shiyun, afraid of men. Yet she had always harbored feelings for Zhou Yang, wanting to draw closer while dreading the possibility of getting hurt. Now, with her parents pressuring her to marry, Yu Mengran thought she could string Zhou Yang along to keep living the life she wanted. Zhou Yang deeply sympathized with Yu Mengran's misfortune. After all, it was remarkable that such a dysfunctional family could raise a girl with such a kind heart. The only thing that infuriated Zhou Yang was that Yu Mengran was still deliberately trying to please the very father who had bullied her. So Zhou Yang tapped her forehead gently. Leave this to me. I'll give your father a proper talking to. If that creep doesn't bow his head and apologize to you, I'll make him pay. Yu Mengran hesitated. But he is still my father. Zhou Yang waved his hand dismissively, cutting her off before she could finish. What about being a father? Does that mean we should let him get away with his mistakes? If he's done wrong, he must repent. Otherwise, he deserves punishment. Otherwise, they won't recognize their mistakes and will only get worse. And so, the matter was settled. Since moving out of Qinzhou, Yu Mengran's family had been residing in Haicheng. Therefore, Zhou Yang decided to pay a visit to Yu Mengran's home this afternoon. Yu Mengran's family was well off. Her father, Yu Dazheng, ran a freight company and possessed assets worth several hundred million yuan, making him a minor tycoon. Precisely because of his position as the head of the household, he commanded immense authority at home, speaking to Mengran and her mother with extreme forcefulness. When Zhou Yang arrived at the Yu family's small villa carrying gifts, Yu Dazheng was in the midst of a furious outburst. His target of rage was none other than Yu Mengran's mother, Qiu Shangdan. This daughter of ours, you've spoiled her rotten. She brought her boyfriend home, this is huge news, and you're only telling me now. If she hadn't decided to come home this time, how long did you plan to keep this from me? I will never approve of this boyfriend of hers. Besides, I've already made arrangements with the eldest son of the Chang family. He and Mengran are to marry after the new year. What are you doing, rubbing salt in my wounds? Mark my words, I make the decisions in this household. Don't even think about changing my mind. But Qiu Shangdan couldn't hold back her tears. She cried as she pleaded. Husband, have some compassion for Mengran. She's ill, and that eldest son of the Chang family is a simpleton with limited intelligence. How could you possibly push our Mengran into such a pit of fire? Who knew that? Upon hearing this, Yu Dazheng slammed his fist on the table. What kind of talk is that? Feeling itchy for a beating again? How is this pushing her into a pit of fire? It's true that the eldest son of the Chang family is a fool, but he has no sexual ability and won't take advantage of Mengran. If she marries a normal man and he sees Mengran's appearance, won't he try to grope her? Then Mengran will be even worse off. By forming this alliance with the Chang family, we can open up Jincheng's freight market. It'll elevate and benefit our family business. So this is all for our family's prosperity. Why can't you see that? This matter is settled, no room for negotiation. The moment Yu Mengran entered the room, she overheard Yu Dazheng's words. Terrified, her face drained of color, and she immediately hid behind Zhou Yang. Yu Dajiang, spotting her entrance, shot Zhou Yang a look of utter disgust. A pretty boy, a freeloader. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave our Mengran? Take the money and get out of our house immediately. Yu Dajiang, despise men who make a living off their looks. 091 This arrogant brat wants to break his father-in-law's legs. Hearing Yu Dajiang's furious outburst, Zhou Yang's lips immediately curled into a playful smirk. Wow, this cheap father-in-law sure has a temper. Just because he's ugly doesn't mean he should hate Zhou Yang for being handsome. Is it his fault he's handsome? It's all thanks to the powerful genes from his reader daddies. Perfect timing. Zhou Yang had come today to help his stepfather cool off. Setting down the gift in his hands, Zhou Yang pointed a finger at his own nose with a half smile. Old man, you're talking to me again? Ha! That single sentence instantly silenced the entire room. Yu Mengran knew Zhou Yang had come to seek justice for her, but she hadn't expected him to be so blunt. Her mother, Xiao Shangdan, wore an expression that screamed, oh no, it's over, there's no hope, and the sky is falling. Clearly, having lived in fear under Yu Dajiang's tyranny, she held a pessimistic view of the consequences of speaking to Zhou Yang this way. Yu Dajiang scrutinized Zhou Yang from head to toe, his eye twitching involuntarily. He was weighing the possibility of a physical confrontation. Though Zhou Yang wasn't some delinquent with dyed yellow hair, flashy tattoos, and a rebellious streak, he stood 185 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist like a fierce tiger. If a fight broke out, Yu Dajiang's 172 centimeters frame would definitely be at a disadvantage. So, under Zhou Yang's contemptuous gaze, Yu Dajiang swallowed hard but still managed to hold his ground, speaking to Zhou Yang with an air of superiority. Young man, don't get so worked up. I'm trying to talk to you reasonably. Taking your money and leaving is your best option. Picking a fight with me won't do you any favors. You probably don't know what kind of tough guys we freight haulers are. Fights ending in death are commonplace. If you overestimate yourself, I'll call for backup right now and make you crawl out of here. Zhou Yang, however, smiled warmly at Yu Dajiang. He had already seen through him. This Yu Dajiang was a blustering coward. This type only bullied the meek and mercilessly so. But when faced with someone stronger, he'd turn as soft as a pile of. At that moment, Yu Mengran's mother, Xiao Shangdan, stood up, her expression filled with apology as she looked at Zhou Yang. You must be Zhou Yang. Mengran often talks about you. Your visit today was so sudden I haven't had a chance to prepare the old man. Why don't you go downstairs and spend some time with Mengran while I talk to him? Xiao Shangdan phrased it delicately, but her true intent was to have Zhou Yang leave, lest Yu Dajiang take advantage of him. She was quite pleased with her daughter's choice. Zhou Yang was handsome, protective of her daughter, and even dared to stand up to Yu Dajiang. Mengran would certainly be well taken care of with him. But Yu Dajiang flew into a rage upon hearing Xiao Shangdan meddling here. Why are you always sticking your nose in everything? Who do you think you are, giving orders around here? Get lost. Let me be blunt, these two have no chance. Don't waste your breath. Mengran marrying into the Chang family means they've already prepared a 10 million yuan dowry, not counting future profits from business deals. What does this pretty boy have to offer her? He probably couldn't earn 10 million in his entire lifetime. Giving him $1 million now and telling him to get lost is the greatest mercy I could show him. Whether he takes my advice is his choice. If he picks wrong, I'll break both his legs. Yu Dajiang used his outburst at Xiao Shangdan as a pretext to vent his anger at Zhou Yang indirectly, causing Zhou Yang's eyebrows to gradually arch upward. This cheap father-in-law clearly treated Yu Mengran like a piece of merchandise. But judging by his tone, Yu Dajiang clearly had no idea Yu Mengran had earned over 100 million herself. Otherwise, how could he possibly consider marrying off his daughter worth over 100 million in exchange for a mere 10 million yuan dowry? At this thought, Zhou Yang turned to glance at Yu Mengran. Hidden behind him, Yu Mengran shook her head at him, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't told her father Yu Dajiang about her book-writing venture. Their father-daughter relationship was a very delicate one. It was both a state of hostility, like enemies, and a reality where she had no choice but to comply with her father's arrangements. But all that was in the past. This time, Zhou Yang had come to support Mengran and stand up for her. So Zhou Yang stood tall, chest out, taking a slight step forward. I've made my choice. I don't want the money, and Mengran will never marry that Chang family heir. Before Zhou Yang could finish his sentence, Yu Dajiang erupted in fury. What? You're refusing the wine and choosing the punishment, are you? Then you'll face the consequences. With that, Yu Dajiang bellowed toward the doorway. Liang, gather the brothers from the team at my place. We'll teach this little bastard a lesson. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Yu Dajiang turned to Zhou Yang with a cold stare. Kid, if I were you, I'd get out of here fast. Save yourself some pain. Zhou Yang spread his hands, looking utterly unconcerned. What if I don't leave? Then you'll die. You don't want another floating suitcase appearing in Wuyun River tomorrow, do you? By this point, Yu Dajiang's threat was written all over his face. Those who roamed the streets year-round never kept their hands clean. Once the mask came off, they could turn brutally ruthless. This terrified Xiao Shangdan standing nearby. Zhou Yang, you must leave now. I know you're a good kid, but Mengran has suffered enough. Don't drag yourself into this misery. But Zhou Yang refused to listen. He stepped forward and slapped Yu Dajiang across the face. Yu Dajiang spat blood from his mouth. Yu Dajiang stared at Zhou Yang in shock, his eyes filled with fear. What are you doing? You hit me? Are you out of your mind? Zhou Yang bared his teeth in a chilling grin. Old man. You think I'm giving you face, huh? Do you even know who you're talking to? Who's the one who doesn't care about his life? You think I'm bluffing? One word from me and you logistics goes up in smoke bankrupt overnight. Yu Dajiang's face paled at Zhou Yang's threat, his eyes narrowing in fury. Damn it. Liang is bringing reinforcements any minute now. You're finished. He glanced toward the door, puzzled why Liang hadn't arrived with his men yet. But Zhou Yang saw right through his thoughts. No need to wait. The men you called have already been taken care of by my bodyguards downstairs. They won't be coming up. Now you'd better cooperate with me quietly, or your fate will be miserable. Liang's men had been taken care of by Zhou Yang's bodyguards? Yu Dajiang was highly skeptical of Zhou Yang's words. He even suspected Zhou Yang was an actor hired by Yu Mengran and damn, he was playing the part convincingly. But the sudden agonized screams outside the door made his expression change instantly. That was Liang's voice. Mr. Yu, the guys got beaten up. Those guys are brutal, one punch knocked them out cold. Liang's words directly corroborated Zhou Yang's earlier claim. Yu Dajiang was the classic bully who picked on the weak but backed down when faced with strength. Seeing Zhou Yang's firm stance, he instantly softened. Then, seeing Zhou Yang reach out to Yu Mengran with that slightly excited look on his face, Yu Dajiang felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Could this Zhou Yang be someone he couldn't afford to provoke? He'd have to reassess the situation and probe further before acting. Zhou Yang, let's talk this out calmly. Hold your horses, I was just a bit loud earlier. You know Mengran is my daughter. As her father, I have to keep a close eye on her. What happened earlier was just a test to see if you treat her well. Yu Dajiang didn't even believe his own words. It was purely an attempt to diffuse the tension and deceive Zhou Yang. But Zhou Yang wasn't easily fooled. He wasn't buying it at all. Do you even believe what you're saying? What gives you the right to sit here saying things like that? What right do you have to order Mengran around? All these years, you beast, have you ever fulfilled your duty as a father? Mengran earned her own living expenses. Beyond giving birth to this daughter, you haven't spent a single day acting like a father. Now you suddenly remember your daughter can be sold for profit, traded with other families for favors? How could you even think of such a rotten idea? Does your daughter's happiness mean absolutely nothing to you? This barrage of accusations left Yu Dajiang flushed with shame. But he played the coward, afraid of a beating, yet stubbornly refusing to admit fault. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou, giving birth to her was my greatest achievement. Every piece of clothing she wore and every meal she ate as a child, wasn't it all bought with money I earned? Now I'm just exchanging her for some benefits. What's wrong with that? Otherwise, with all her strange illnesses, who could possibly support her for the rest of her life? She's nothing but a jinx, a useless burden who only wastes food and air. Zhou Yang, you must know that, right? Yu Dajiang grew more animated as he spoke, his gaze toward Yu Mengran brimming with contempt. But before he could finish, Zhou Yang cut him off abruptly. Enough. Yu Mengran is my woman now. Before you insult my woman again, you'd better think twice. Otherwise, I'll beat you every time I see you. Alright, I've made my point. If you have no objections, just sign this document terminating our father-daughter relationship. Once you sign this, you're forbidden from ever bothering Mengran again. In return, I'll give you 100 million yuan as compensation. Deal? With that, Zhou Yang slammed a document severing their father-daughter relationship onto the table in front of Yu Dajiang. Yu Dajiang stared at Zhou Yang in utter shock, utterly incredulous. This idiot is actually willing to spend 100 million for Yu Mengran? All he had to do was sign his name, and 100 million yuan would be his? At that moment, Yu Dajiang's expression became utterly priceless. Even if the Yu family sold everything they owned, they couldn't possibly come up with 100 million yuan in cash. For Yu Dajiang, this 100 million was pure windfall. But now, he was starting to get greedy. His eyes darted about. He chuckled. Mengran is my precious daughter. If you want me to sign this document, it's not impossible. As he spoke, Yu Dajiang held up 3 fingers. Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. 300 million? Heh, he really dared to ask. It wasn't that Zhou Yang couldn't afford it, he simply couldn't be bothered to give scum like this the chance to haggle. So Zhou Yang simply shook his head. 100 million. No haggling. If you don't sign, I'll bankrupt your Yu corporation and have someone break both your legs. You can choose not to sign, but time won't wait for you. Yu Dajiang froze. Why did those words sound so familiar? It seemed like when Zhou Yang walked in, he had said the exact same thing to Zhou Yang. Now the tables had turned, and Zhou Yang was saying it to him? As Yu Dajiang pondered his next move, Zhou Yang had already started making calls. Hello, Manager Ma. Send out a notice to all you group's business partners, instructing them to terminate cooperation with you group. Also, find someone to break Yu Dajiang's legs. I want him to spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. This sent Yu Dajiang into a panic. 092 Severing father-daughter ties, Yu Mengran's freedom. A man who casually demanded 100 million was absolutely capable of crushing their eulogistics. Yu Dajiang was utterly convinced of this. Before Yu Dajiang could even hesitate, the first call regarding a partnership had already come in. Hello, Mr. Yu. All our freight cooperation is cancelled. No further dealings with Qingfeng Logistics. The call ended abruptly, leaving Yu Dajiang no time to react. What? His largest partner, Qingfeng Logistics, had abruptly terminated their cooperation with Yu Logistics? Just as Yu Dajiang's eyelid began twitching, a second call came in. Mr. Yu, due to force majeure, our Haicheng Logistics Park will no longer permit vehicles from Yu Logistics to enter. You're on your own. Put. If they couldn't even enter the logistics park, how could they run any business? Yu Dajiang was utterly dumbfounded. Just as he was at his wit's end, two burly men wearing dark sunglasses and Bluetooth earpieces burst violently through the door, charging straight toward Yu Dajiang. The two men walked while responding to instructions relayed through their Bluetooth earpieces. Yes, Boss Ma, we'll break Yu Dajiang's legs right now. Yu Dajiang finally understood what was happening. He knew these sudden, devastating blows had all come down because of Zhou Yang's phone call earlier. What kind of monster had Yu Mengran found as a boyfriend? He must have some serious clout. Had he known this would happen, he would have greeted him with a smile. But regret was useless now. Zhou Yang wasn't giving him any chance. Yu Dajiang's face turned ashen as he dropped to his knees. Young Master Zhou, I beg you, please don't break my legs. 100 million it is. I'll sign right now. Yu Mengran, you can take her away. I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Yang stared at Yu Dajiang's pleading face and raised his palm toward the two bodyguards who had rushed in. Hold on. He then casually pulled up a chair, sat down in front of Yu Dajiang, and crossed his legs. Fine, sign it. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Yu Mengran's mother, Xiao Shangdan. Zhou Yang held a favorable impression of Xiao Shangdan after all, she had spoken up for him the moment she entered. He smiled warmly at Xiao Shangdan, his demeanor respectful. Auntie, I bought Mengran an apartment. Why don't you move in with her? You won't need to bring anything, it's fully furnished with all the essentials. Zhou Yang's casual inquiry instantly lit up Xiao Shangdan's eyes. This son-in-law was truly thoughtful, he even remembered her, an old woman. Truthfully, she had long since wanted nothing to do with Yu Dajiang anymore. But due to his threats, she dared not entertain thoughts of divorce. Now, with Zhou Yang present, she found the courage to speak. I want to divorce him. Leave this monster for good. I don't want any of the property, just let me get away from him. Zhou Yang, can you help me? Of course. What can I do? Zhou Yang shot a glance at Yu Dajiang and said coldly. Add one more thing, sign a divorce agreement. Don't make this difficult for me. My patience is limited. Yu Dajiang trembled as he signed his name, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Besides, Xiao Shangdan was leaving with nothing. What was there to refuse? Even though Yu Logistics was finished, with 100 million in cash on hand, he could still live a carefree life from now on. After settling everything, Zhou Yang casually posted an update on his social media. Image, cover of the father-daughter disinheritance agreement. Caption, some people, when faced with the choice between wealth and sweetness, choose madness. After posting, Zhou Yang immediately left the Yu residence with Yu Mengran and Xiao Shangdan. But on the way, Zhou Yang secretly sent a message to the Yu family's butler, Manhwa. Break Yu Dajiang's legs for me. I've said it before, scum like him deserves to spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. Zhou Yang was never one to play the saint. He had already wiped out the entire CK park with his mercenaries. What was Yu Dajiang now? The kind get trampled, the gentle get ridden. Yu Mengran and her daughter had been too kind, which is why they'd been bullied their entire lives. Villains won't suddenly feel remorse just because you're weak, they'll only bully you harder. Rather than waiting for others to rescue you from suffering, become more ruthless yourself. After all, it takes a villain to tame a villain. As a salesman who'd witnessed life's harsh realities, Zhou Yang grasped this truth early on. Once powerless, but now with Tongzi's father by his side, he resolved to do what he could. Someone must play the villain in this world, why not let him be that villain? On his way home, his younger sister Zhou Wanning called. A rare look of doting affection flashed across Zhou Yang's face. He doted on this quirky little sister of his. Brother, are you coming home for the new year? I'm coming back. Wow, that's wonderful. I miss you so much, big brother. I miss you too. How's it going? Was the surgery successful? How's your recovery? Hee, after you sent the money, the doctor scheduled my bone marrow transplant. It went perfectly. I can move around normally now and will be back in school soon. Next, Zhou Wanning enthusiastically shared all the interesting things she'd encountered, like the auntie and grandpa arguing in the ward, or the nurse secretly giving extra medicine to someone. She chattered away animatedly. Hearing his sister Zhou Yang happily update him on her situation, a contented smile spread across Zhou Yang's face. Though he'd spent a fortune these past days, only when spending money on his family did he truly appreciate the value of wealth. Wasn't money meant to solve problems? With money, couldn't he improve his family's life? Zhou Yang made up his mind. This time when he went home, he would come clean to his mother and sister about being a wealthy benefactor, letting them enjoy life to the fullest. While Zhou Yang was lost in thought, Zhou Wanning had already finished her chatter. Brother, I'm going to have dinner with Mom first. Remember to come home early and don't forget to bring me a gift. A gift? Zhou Yang slapped his forehead. Oh no! He had promised yesterday to buy gifts for Mom and his sister, but because of Yumen, it had completely slipped his mind. Yumen, eavesdropping on Zhou Yang and his sister's phone call, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Your sister is so adorable. Having a sister like that must make you really happy. Zhou Yang chuckled. You bet. I'm heading out to pick up the gifts later. Want to come along? Yumen shook her head. Nah, everything that's happened these past few days has given me tons of inspiration. I can't wait to get back and start writing my book. I'll be holed up for at least half a month, hee hee. Besides, I haven't gotten used to the new mansion yet. I need to get my little nest in order first. Zhou Yang didn't insist. Let Yumen go her own way. After all, he wasn't worried about lacking female company. So he called Qin Keqing directly and asked her to accompany him to pick out gifts. After Zhou Yang left, Yumen and her mother sat chatting in the new mansion. Mengran, why didn't you go out with Zhou Yang? You two should be nurturing your relationship. A man this wonderful, if some vixen steals him away, you'll regret it too late. Yumen, however, pressed her lips together and smiled slyly, a hint of mischief in her eyes. This is exactly the life I want. Mom, your ideas are so outdated they don't suit us young people today. Zhou Yang is so capable, the more I try to tie him down, the more he'll pull away from me. Besides, it's perfectly normal for a man like him to have other women. At least that's what all my books say. So the more I let go, the more Zhou Yang will value me. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. It must be said, Yumen was indeed a clever woman. She made Zhou Yang feel utterly at ease. She was well-behaved, sensible, and never clingy, yet she knew exactly how to make Zhou Yang's heart flutter. While others liked to deliver themselves to him, Yumen could make Zhou Yang eagerly come running to her. At this moment, Zhou Yang had arrived at the Shanghai May private beauty salon. Qin Keqing was inside getting her treatment. Surprisingly, they even had a thoughtful men's waiting area. Pretty considerate, huh? This salon charged hefty fees. A single treatment ran into the tens of thousands. Add in treatments like hydrating injections, hyaluronic acid, or sheep placenta extract, and prices easily surpassed 100,000 yuan. Zhou Yang stared at the price list and couldn't help but gasp. Holy cow! Women's money sure is easy to make. Selling something that costs a few dozen to tens of thousands? Robbing people wouldn't be this fast. Just as Zhou Yang shook his head inwardly, a bespectacled man sipping a Moutai-flavored latte beside him let out a sigh of relief. New here, bro? Looks like you're some sugar daddy's toy boy. Feeling broke already? Ha! Zhou Yang lifted his gaze from the price list and turned to face the man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and glasses. The man held a magazine, his legs crossed, adopting the air of a seasoned veteran observing a junior. Young man, taking shortcuts isn't so bad. After all, it's just another chapter in life. Don't look down on taking shortcuts. I did it myself when I was young. But those rich women don't treat you like a human being. Eventually, you have to break free and forge your own path. Just like me, now that I've made it big, I can afford to sponsor 18-year-old college students, bringing them to high-end places like this to broaden their horizons. So, as long as you work hard, you'll always get what you want. Zhou Yang saw that the other man held no ill will and didn't argue back, instead adopting a humble, receptive expression. You're right, everything you said is spot on. Seeing Zhou Yang's humility, the bespectacled man grew even more animated in his conversation. He pushed his small glasses up his nose, set the magazine aside, and launched into a conversation with Zhou Yang. Young man, with your potential, you could actually go much higher and further. After all, youth only comes once. With looks like yours, settling for just any rich woman would be a complete waste of time. Finding a rich woman requires skill. You need to plan your life carefully, serve multiple wealthy women simultaneously, set small annual goals for yourself, and in a few years, you'll be ready to strike out on your own. Speaking of which, I really must share my experience with you. Top-tier wealthy women are scarce resources. You absolutely must. Just as the bespectacled man was enthusiastically lecturing Zhou Yang on the art of finding wealthy women, Qin Keqing bounded down the stairs. Spotting Zhou Yang, she threw herself into his arms. Her long legs in black stockings wrapped around his waist. Zhou Yang, you rascal. You found so many pretty girls again. Did you forget about me? Zhou Yang blinked innocently. Not at all. I've only interacted with 4 girls in the past few days. Oomph. Today you're mine, and no one else is allowed to compete with me. Fine. Zhou Yang carried Qin Keqing out, not forgetting to wave goodbye to the guy with glasses. Bro, I'll come back another day to learn from you. Gotta go now. The bespectacled man's expression at that moment was utterly awkward. He recognized her. She was the eldest daughter of the Qin family, High City's most beautiful woman. And this kid had actually managed to snag her. And just moments ago, he'd been showing off to this kid about how to charm rich women? Staring at Zhou Yang's retreating figure, he abruptly stood up. Bro, I'm not worthy of learning from you. I want to learn from you. 093 Master Ling Jun's conditions for taking a disciple. Master, please accept your disciple's kneel. The bespectacled man's plea. Zhou Yang couldn't hear him now. He was already driving his Cullinan toward the cultural and creative gift market on Phoenix Street. Zhou Yang wanted to find a thoughtful gift for his sister and hoped Qin Keqing could offer some advice. Qin Keqing responded vaguely, unsure if she'd even heard Zhou Yang's words. After all, she hadn't seen Zhou Yang in days and needed to ease her longing first. After a long moment, Qin Keqing finally lifted her head from the passenger seat and brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. Zhou Yang, what did you say just now? I didn't catch it. Oh, I was wondering if you could help me figure out what kind of gift would be best for my sister, Wan Ning. It's been 2 years since I last went home. I want to surprise her, but I don't want it to be too tacky. Qin Keqing was overjoyed upon hearing this. Though she knew Zhou Yang had other women besides her, she regarded Zhou Wan Ning as her own little sister-in-law. Choosing a gift for a sister-in-law was no small matter. It absolutely couldn't be handled carelessly. Could you tell me a bit about Wan Ning's situation? It'll help me give you some ideas. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and gave a brief summary. Wan Ning was admitted to Haicheng Transportation University, but due to illness, she took a 2-year leave of absence. She just underwent a bone marrow transplant a few days ago and is recovering well. She should be able to return to Haicheng for school after winter break. As for hobbies, she loves painting using her brush to depict the world in her heart. But she hasn't picked up a paintbrush since falling ill. After hearing Zhou Yang's words, Qin Keqing rested her chin in her hand and pondered. Zhou Yang, I don't think the gift has to be a physical item. It could be an opportunity for growth. I believe we should base this gift on Wan Ning's interests. In the realm of art, making breakthroughs is difficult if you just shut yourself away to create. It requires guidance from a master teacher. I have a rather good suggestion. We could find Wan Ning a renowned teacher to study under. That way, Zhou Yang could grow faster and truly blossom in her passion. Zhou Yang listened intently as Qin Keqing finished speaking. His eyes lit up involuntarily. It was indeed a brilliant idea. The only problem was that Zhou Yang knew next to nothing about the art world. He had no idea who the contemporary masters were, which was a bit frustrating. But which teacher should we find for Wan Ning? As her older brother, I'm a bit too close to the situation to see clearly. Qin Keqing flashed him a flirtatious glance and gave her ample bosom a playful pat. Just focus on driving. Leave this to me, I'll handle it flawlessly. Qin Keqing's grandfather had been right. She was both capable and resourceful, truly Zhou Yang's right-hand woman. Ever since Qin Keqing came into his life, Zhou Yang's hands were practically free. Qin Keqing stroked her chin, recalling a close friend. I have a friend pursuing her PhD. Her mentor is Lung Jun, a renowned contemporary master and a milestone in hyperrealism. One of his portraits once sold for a staggering 220 million yuan. How about I ask if you could become Master Ling Jun's disciple? Lang Jun? Even Zhou Yang, who knew nothing about art, recognized that name like thunder. If she could truly become his disciple, Wan Ning would surely be overjoyed. So Zhou Yang immediately perked up. Then I'll trouble Keqing to ask for me. Qin Keqing made a call in front of Zhou Yang, immediately activating speakerphone. A crisp female voice giggled from the other end. Stinky Keqing, you single old woman. What do you want? Don't interrupt my creative process. Hee hee, Xiao Shui, I'm actually dating someone now. What about you? You're not still single, are you? Ha? Stinky Keqing, when did you get out of the single life? You didn't even tell me. Didn't we agree to marry the same guy? You can't just go finding boyfriends without my approval. Hee hee, I'll bring him over for you to vet sometime. I bet you'll be even more into him than I am. Impossible. No man could ever win over Tanning Shue's heart. Just wait till I break you two up. Alright, stop joking around. I'm here for something serious this time. I knew you wouldn't come over for nothing. Spit it out. If I can help, I'll do everything I can. Here's the thing. My boyfriend's sister loves painting, and I was wondering how she could become a disciple of your art instructor, Master Ling Jun. After Qin Keqing posed the question, Tanning Shue's tone visibly paused. Clearly, she was weighing the feasibility of the request. After a long moment, Tanning Shue replied with some hesitation. I can help with other matters, but this one. I'm afraid I'm powerless to assist. You know, my teacher has always been rather eccentric. She detests those who rely on connections over genuine talent. No matter how influential someone is, she won't give them the time of day. Many influential figures have come seeking her out, only to be turned away at her door. Qin Keqing and Zhou Yang exchanged a glance, both visibly disappointed. But Qin Keqing refused to appear helpless in front of Zhou Yang. She pressed on. Xiao Shui, is there truly no way? This matter is crucial to me. Please, just help me out. Tanning Xue, worn down by Qin Keqing's persistence, finally offered a suggestion. Well, there is a way, though it's not easy. You could try it. My teacher, Lang Jun, has recently gained new insights into light and shadow. He's been eager to find the original painting of David's masterpiece, The Dawn Prayer Girl by the River, for study. But that painting was bought at a high price and collected years ago. Now, no one knows who holds it. If you could locate that prayer girl at dawn by the river, you might secure an opportunity for the master to personally evaluate her. But whether she passes his assessment? That depends entirely on whether your boyfriend's sister possesses truly exceptional skill. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. He didn't know if his sister had the skills, but he certainly did. Still, he had no desire to become Master Ling Jun's disciple. Still, the more eccentric someone was, the more genuine skill they likely possessed. His sister Wan Ning could learn real things from her. Therefore, Zhou Yang was quite serious about this Master Ling Jun. But after hearing Tanning Xue's words, Qin Keqing couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Zhou Yang, why don't we look for another master instead? This Master Ling Jun seems rather difficult to please. What if Wan Ning fails the assessment? All our efforts would be wasted. Zhou Yang gently pinched her nose and smiled softly. What? Giving up so quickly? I actually find Master Ling Jun quite to my liking. I'll have someone track down that painting, the girl stripped bare by the river, right now. Qin Keqing rolled her eyes and shot Zhou Yang a sidelong glance. This guy has no sense of propriety whatsoever. It's the girl praying at dawn by the river, not the girl stripped bare by the river. What on earth is going through your mind every day? Zhou Yang chuckled, his gaze darting swiftly and precisely over Qin Keqing's cleavage. What do I think about? Naturally, I'm thinking about contributing my humble reproductive efforts to the advancement of human civilization. I want the Zhou clan to sing my praises for spreading my seed far and wide throughout history, so that billions of people centuries from now will remember their ancient ancestor. As for the whereabouts of the Dawn Prayer Girl by the river, Zhou Yang entrusted Ma Huayun with the investigation. Soon after, the steward Ma Huayun returned with news. Young master, I've located the Dawn Prayer Girl by the river. The painting is currently in the collection of the CEO of Poly Group. However, Boli Group has recently encountered significant difficulties. The chairman intends to sell the painting and has scheduled it for auction tomorrow at Christie's in Shanghai. According to insider information, the starting bid is 1 billion yuan, and there are numerous bidders. If you wish to secure it, young master, I can arrange for you to obtain an admission ticket to the Christie's auction. Zhou Yang nodded. When it came to a gift for his sister, Zhou Yang cared deeply. Alright, then arrange it for me. But Qin Keqing, seated beside Zhou Yang, suddenly remembered something and gasped aloud. Christie's auction house? I remember grandfather mentioning he's going to Shanghai tomorrow to bid on a Buddha's head. This Buddha's head is a rare treasure from the northern Qi dynasty. Grandfather reveres Buddhism and loves cultural artifacts. He's determined to get it. Oh? Zhou Yang recalled the incident as well. The day before yesterday at Haicheng University, he had used his prank card to eavesdrop on Guo Shang and Xiao Feng's conversation. They had discussed this very matter, plotting to set up a scheme to frame old Master Qin Siyuan. This trip to Christie's auction house would be the perfect chance to thwart their scheme. Shanghai wasn't far from Haicheng, so he could drive there directly. So Zhou Yang immediately turned around and headed for Shanghai. Shanghai, hailed as the most prosperous city within the Dragon Nation, its influence extended across more than 20 provinces and municipalities. Even on the international stage, it stood as a premier metropolis. At that moment, in a shabby rented room in Shanghai, Duanyu, his face swollen and bruised, struggled to his feet. He stared in disbelief at the couple before him. Tang Tang, you promised to love me forever. I worked non-stop, never taking a day off, never even getting sick, all so we could save up for a house and get married. I worked my ass off, handing over every penny I earned each month. Out of my 8,200 yuan salary, I gave you 8,000 every month, keeping only 200 for my own living expenses. Do you have any idea how I lived these past 3 years? You're spending the money I give you, yet you're fooling around with another man? How could you do this to me? Tang Tang wore loose pajamas that couldn't hide her ample curves swaying. She couldn't care less about Duanyu's feelings. Instead, she wrapped her arms around the greasy, pig-like uncle wearing a thick gold chain beside her and declared, Duanyu, since you've seen everything, I might as well lay it all out for you. You can't give me what I want. A bag Bosco casually bought for me would take you 2 months of hard-earned savings. How do you expect to make me happy? In my eyes, looks don't matter, happiness does. Got it? So don't bother me anymore. Let's part ways amicably. Otherwise, Mr. Go's men will beat you to death. Duanyu watched helplessly as the girlfriend he'd worked so hard to keep for 3 years walked away from him. Unable to contain himself, he picked up a broken bottle from the ground and smashed it, revealing its sharp edges. You bastards, I'll fight you to the death. Just then, Duanyu's phone suddenly rang. It was Zhou Yang calling. Duan Yu hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Zhou Yang's voice instantly filled the air. Hey, you little rascal, miss your old man? Dad told you to come to Haicheng but you didn't show up. Now your godfather is coming to see you personally. Hurry up and get ready, I'm taking you flying soon. I'll show you what a real high flyer is. 094 Godfather, teach me how to hook up with rich ladies. Zhou Yang, I've got some things to take care of here. I'll call you back later. Duan Yu was about to hang up. But Zhou Yang teased from the other end of the line. You ungrateful brat. What could possibly be more important than us brothers hanging out and having fun together? Did you break up with that sugar baby? If that's the case, it's great news, we should celebrate even more. Caught off guard by Zhou Yang's accurate guess, Duan Yu's expression froze. Zhou Yang, how did you guess? I haven't told anyone about me and Tang Tang. Hearing Duan Yu admit it, Zhou Yang's voice rose in excitement on the other end of the line. Guess what? No offense, bro, but a woman like that was bound to dump you for a sugar daddy sooner or later. Why not come out with your godfather? We can find some sweet, obedient girls who know how to provide emotional value way better than that sugar-coated. With Godfather taking you out, what kind of girl can't we find? Why are you so stubbornly clinging to that one tree? Sugar Bitch was Zhou Yang's nickname for Duan Yu's girlfriend, Tang Tang. Ever since college, Zhou Yang had despised Tang Tang. That woman was always batting her eyelashes at rich second-generation brats. Zhou Yang knew she'd cheat sooner or later, and breaking up with Duan Yu was inevitable. But Duan Yu seemed completely blinded, catering to Tang Tang's every whim and constantly posting happy couple photos on social media. Zhou Yang couldn't do anything about it, so he eventually stopped meddling in this mess. After all, Tang Tang had a reputation as a sugar mama. Maybe she could help Duan Yu grow up faster? Now that Zhou Yang had money, he boldly urged Duan Yu to break up. In his view, with their connection, he could help Duan Yu have the time of his life. But when Duan Yu heard Zhou Yang's words, tears welled up in his eyes. Zhou Yang, are you mocking me too? That was 3 years of love. Do you have any idea how I lived through those 3 years? But Zhou Yang didn't give him a single sympathetic glance. Instead, he said solemnly, playing the victim with me? How you lived these past 3 years wasn't that your own choice? Suffering you chose for yourself, you have to swallow it with tears, right? Alright, you little brat. Today, your godfather will cut you some slack since you're in a bad mood. I'll take you to buy some cabbage later. If you're coming, send me the address. If not, I'm done with you. With that, Zhou Yang hung up. But despite his stern tone on the call, he flicked open a cigarette lighter and lit up, puffing away gloomily in the car. Xin Keqing shook her head helplessly beside him. Men are so strange. They clearly care about each other, yet they insist on saying harsh things. I just don't understand how they think. Zhou Yang curled his lip. All I can say is, you women with your plastic girlfriends' friendships know nothing about our world. After uttering these words, Zhou Yang fell silent once more. He waited, waiting for Duan Yu to message him first. About a minute later, his phone finally emitted a soft ping. Zhou Yang tapped the screen and instantly broke into a smile. This ungrateful son finally sent his location. Building 14, King Jiangpu Public Rental Housing, Baoshan District, Shanghai. Got it, heading out. Zhou Yang revved up his car and sped off down the street like a bullet. Many cars swerved out of the way in fright. No wonder while luxury cars were common in Shanghai, the Cullinan stood out as one of the more high-end models. Better not mess with it. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who had been hunched over at home, suddenly straightened his back. What could he do? Zhou Yang's simple take care of the cabbage had reignited his hope for life. Brothers are the most reliable. One sentence cured my mental exhaustion. With a brother like Zhou Yang by his side, how could he possibly struggle to find a woman? Zhou Yang was right, this Tang Tang was nothing but a green tea, not worth his cherishing at all. Watching Tang Tang in Bosco's arms, he suddenly felt confident. If you want to be with that dog boss, go ahead and breed a whole litter of puppies with him. You and I are done for good today. No ties left. Consider all the money I transferred to you as your girlfriend allowance. You don't have to pay me back. With that, Duan Yu turned and walked away, leaving behind every single piece of luggage. But before he left, he shot Mr. Go a mocking glance. Mr. Go, the paths others have walked may be wider, but they're nowhere near as fun as blazing your own trail. I hope that after you take over, every time you walk down that path, you'll remember the hard work and sacrifices of your predecessor. With that, Duan Yu walked away without looking back. Getting those pent-up words off his chest felt damn satisfying. From that day onward, he was his own man once more. No more agonizing over whether to save 200 or 300 from his monthly paycheck. No more settling for those huge blocks of instant noodles every day. No more getting up at the crack of dawn and working late nights just to save money on the subway commute. He'd had enough of this bull life. From now on, he was going to live it up. Indulge. Live life for himself. He strode downstairs with his head held high to wait for Zhou Yang. But Bosco, holding Tang Tang, turned ashen-faced. Damn it, that kid. I suspect he was cursing me just now, but I couldn't find any proof. Tang Tang turned her face away and couldn't help but speak up. He was definitely cursing you, calling you a dog. Go Gu, you couldn't possibly have missed that. Mr. Go snorted. So what if he could tell? Because of our shared surname, we have to endure being cursed at. Calling the police over for something like this? It wouldn't make any sense. Frustrated, he squeezed a plump cheek before urging. Alright, hurry up and get ready. Don't embarrass me when we get there. Tonight at T9 Club Bar, young Master Luo has invited important guests. Bring along your best-looking, most charming sisters. I want the innocent-looking ones who know how to handle themselves. Don't show up dressed like a gaudy doll that makes people want to puke at first glance. Make sure you tell your girls this is a high-end event. It's all about the vibe. Don't act all stuck up and piss off the rich guys, got it? Tang Tang let out a sharp yelp. Got it, Go Gu. You're squeezing me so hard it hurts. I've already briefed the girls. They'll make sure the rich young masters are satisfied and won't embarrass Brother Go. This Brother Go was the madam of a high-end establishment in Shanghai, specializing in connecting wealthy young men with girls. Tang Tang had been introduced to Go Gu by one of her sisters at such an event. After a few encounters, they hit it off, and Go Gu became Tang Tang's stepping stone into high society circles. Tang Tang was incredibly excited about today's event. Rumor had it several of Shanghai's most prominent second-generation tycoons would be present. If she seized this opportunity, perhaps she could rise to the top in one fell swoop. Zhou Yang drove his car, nearing the public housing complex where Duan Yu lived. Just then, his phone rang. It was Bai Shui calling. Zhou Yang put on his Bluetooth headset and answered the call. Mr. Bai, what's up? Bai Shui laughed heartily on the other end, sounding incredibly enthusiastic. Young Master Zhou, I just saw your WeChat post. Who knew you'd come to Shanghai too? Coincidentally, young Master Luo from Shanghai's Luo Group is hosting an event tonight. He asked me to bring a few friends along, and I immediately thought of you, young Master Zhou. How about joining us for some fun? Ha! What a coincidence! Zhou Yang had been pondering where to take Duan Yu for some fun when Bai Shui extended this invitation. Perfect. With a local insider showing them around, he wouldn't have to wander aimlessly. I'd be delighted to accept. I shall, send me the time and address. I'll be there sharp. Qin Keqing, who had been eavesdropping nearby, pouted her little lips and glared at Zhou Yang. Going out tonight can't be anything good. No way, I'm coming too. Let me just weaken your fighting spirit first. Qin Keqing whined as she slid over from the passenger seat, wrinkling her little nose in feigned anger. Woof. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang couldn't help but shudder violently, his foot on the brake going limp. SSSSHHH. Zhou Yang instinctively gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other reached up to rub the back of his head. Of course, it wasn't his own back of the head. He'd thought he was bringing home a lucky charm, but who knew it was a money-sucking machine? Qin Keqing looked up in surprise and saw the car had already stopped. Where's your brother? He hasn't come out yet? Which brother? You rascal. The brother you're supposed to pick up, of course. Qin Keqing pouted and shot Zhou Yang a disapproving look. She noticed Zhou Yang was in particularly high spirits today. Even though she'd been teaching him foreign languages the entire journey, he remained energetic and upright. This made Qin Keqing worry, fearing Zhou Yang might have too big an appetite and go on a binge in Shanghai. She helped Zhou Yang tidy his appearance and zipped up his jacket. Qin Keqing continued. We have a deal tonight. I'm coming with you to see exactly what kind of mischief you're all up to. Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. Qin Keqing sure had a strong curiosity. But even with Qin Keqing tagging along, Zhou Yang would still do whatever he wanted. After all, it was Qin Keqing who was clinging to him, not the other way around. Still, Zhou Yang gave her a heads up first. If you can't stomach it later, feel free to leave and find your girlfriends. Tonight, I'm here to properly entertain my buddy Duan Yu. Qin Keqing shot Zhou Yang another withering glance, looking resigned to her fate. Got it. You jerk. Women aren't as important as your buddies, huh? Zhou Yang leaned his hand against the car window, flicking cigarette ash as he explained earnestly. Well, it depends on what kind of brother. An ordinary brother definitely wouldn't be as important as a woman, but this one, he's different. Just then, a figure peering left and right at the building entrance instantly sparked excitement in Zhou Yang. He opened the door, leaned out, and called out to the figure. You ungrateful brat. Your godfather is here. After all these years of wandering, you better come over and pay your respects. That figure was none other than Duan Yu. He turned around, staring in astonishment at Zhou Yang, decked out in designer labels and the imposing Cullinan. He couldn't help but swallow hard. That single glance confirmed that Zhou Yang hadn't been exaggerating. Zhou Yang had truly made it big. Instantly, his eyes flashed with excitement. He genuinely rejoiced for Zhou Yang, glad to see him rise to prominence. This brotherhood wasn't for nothing. He hurried over, wrapped his arms around Zhou Yang, and slapped him on the shoulder. This time I really have to call you godfather. You're driving a Cullinan now. Whoa, and there's such a gorgeous woman in the car? That's different from what you posted on your social media before. Godfather, allow me to bow to you. Teach me how to pick up rich women. 095 bro, feel the world of the super rich. Zhou Yang's smile grew increasingly wicked, radiating pure relaxation and contentment. He whistled softly in Duan Yu's ear. Let's go. I'll show you what it's like to be a god-tier rich guy. That's right, exactly like we fantasized about, only even more depraved. Your godfather will find you 9 girls soon, each one prettier than Sugar Bitch, and way more gentle and considerate. Zhou Yang spoke with reckless abandon. But Duan Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, talking so explicitly like this, aren't you afraid the rich lady will hear and get upset? After all, no matter how powerful his livelihood might be, he couldn't afford to anger his sugar mama. So Duan Yu discreetly nudged Zhou Yang with his elbow. You brat, talking so brazenly, aren't you afraid the beauty in the car will get angry? Zhou Yang casually patted his shoulder, unconcerned. Her? If she gets upset, I'll make him leave immediately. That domineering remark instantly made Duan Yu break out in a cold sweat. He kept shooting Zhou Yang warning glances. I know you want to show off in front of your buddies, but don't you dare upset the rich lady. Or else, you'll be kneeling on a durian when you get home. Zhou Yang knew Duan Yu was jumping to conclusions. Sure, he was handsome, but did he really have to live off someone else to get rich? And to think he'd considered Duan Yu a true brother, turns out he was just another guy who judged by appearances. Zhou Yang nodded toward Qin Kiching in the car. Rich lady, my buddy thinks I'm living off women. Come out and say hi already. Whoa. Duan Yu was utterly stunned. How dare Zhou Yang order this rich girl around like that? Bro, you're really pushing it. But to Duan Yu's surprise, Qin Kiching in the passenger seat didn't get angry at all. Seeing Zhou Yang flustered, Qin Kiching covered her mouth and giggled uncontrollably, her big eyes narrowing into slits, looking absolutely adorable. Then, Qin Kiching leaned over from the passenger seat to the driver's seat, flashed a graceful smile, and greeted him. Young Master Duan, Zhou Yang never stops talking about you. My ears are practically calloused from listening. Let's get in the car and go already. When a goddess-level beauty like this flashed him a smile, all of Duan Yu's worries instantly vanished into thin air. Weren't wealthy women supposed to be those big-eared, big-bellied, fun-loving souls who could crush someone with a single sit? How come this Qin Kiching was nothing like the wealthy women of legend? She seemed like a light cloud veiling the moon, drifting like swirling snow in the breeze. From afar, she shone like the sun rising through the morning glow. Up close, she blazed like a lotus emerging from green waves. A woman this beautiful, if she took a fancy to him, he'd gladly sell his blood to support her. Duan Yu couldn't help but feel his heart flutter with envy at Zhou Yang's spectacular life as a wealthy playboy. Godfather, how did you raise her to be so well-behaved and sensible? I'm truly envious, brother. Hearing Duan Yu's words brimming with envy, Zhou Yang's lips curled upward in a swift smile. Qin Kiching was so sensible. Zhou Yang couldn't help but give her extra points in his heart. Zhou Yang was certain that Qin Kiching was a woman who would never dampen anyone's spirits. Thus, her standing in his heart grew a little stronger. Zhou Yang handed Duan Yu a cigarette and said nonchalantly, It's all thanks to my formidable strength, Godfather. Steady and methodical, that's how I built this empire. The words were well spoken. But to Duan Yu's ears, they seemed laden with hidden meaning. He wondered, where exactly did Zhou Yang's formidable strength lie? And how exactly had he built this empire step by step? Click. Zhou Yang lit Duan Yu's cigarette with his lighter, snapping him back to reality. Whoa, a Zippo lighter? That must cost over 1,000 yuan. Your taste sure has upgraded quickly. But this smoke still tastes like the old days. 8 yuan White Pagoda. Classy choice. Back in college, neither of them had much money, so they stuck to cheap cigarettes. White Pagoda was the premium choice they'd carefully selected after much deliberation. Who'd have thought all these years later, Zhou Yang would still stick to this brand? Zhou Yang chuckled. I'm just used to it. Hard to break the habit. We'll switch to Huazi next time. Go for the Supreme 95. Hop in the car already. Someone's throwing a party tonight and invited us over. But it's still early, so let's grab a bite to eat first. Duan Yu never could have imagined. Though Zhou Yang said it was just a casual meal, he drove straight to one of Shanghai's most luxurious restaurants, Night Banquet First Class Pavilion. It was said that to dine at Night Banquet First Class Pavilion, reservations had to be made at least 3 months in advance. Moreover, diners couldn't choose their own dishes. They ate whatever the head chef prepared, and the customers simply footed the bill at the end. Rumor had it that a single meal could easily cost millions. Yet despite this, many social elites still flocked to it like bees to honey, making reservations nearly impossible to secure. Even scalpers profit handsomely by reselling seats here. Duan Yu never imagined he'd one day dine here himself. And when he saw the 2 rows of hostesses in waist-slit cheongsams at the restaurant entrance, all bending in perfect unison to reveal their snow-white, captivating legs while shouting welcome, Duan Yu suddenly felt a pang of panic. He'd never witnessed such a scene before. He instantly felt flustered, at a loss for what to do, unsure even how to move his feet. But Zhou Yang and Qin Kiching seemed utterly unfazed by the spectacle, as if the 2 rows of hostesses weren't even there. It was precisely at this moment Though he and Zhou Yang addressed each other as brothers, Duan Yu suddenly felt the tangible gap between them and couldn't help but feel a bit timid. Zhou Yang watched Duan Yu's increasingly cautious demeanor and couldn't help but frown. Old Duan, can you stop being such a wimp? This is going to be your new normal. You'd better get used to it. What? Duan Yu was stunned. This was going to be his daily routine? Was he dreaming? Even if he and Zhou Yang were brothers, he'd be satisfied just getting to see the world through Zhou Yang's connections. Could he really expect to leech off Zhou Yang? After all, Zhou Yang worked hard serving rich women. He couldn't just leech off his brother. Ahem, Zhou Yang, stop joking around. I couldn't possibly afford such a lavish lifestyle. Selling me wouldn't even cover the cost of a single meal here. But unexpectedly, Zhou Yang replied with a serious expression. Old Duan, pull yourself together. Don't think so little of yourself. People may be born into different social classes, but that doesn't mean they can't change their circumstances. Some rely on hard work and luck, others on connections and background. But you? You can rely on me, your brother. I've already made up my mind. In Shanghai, I'll invest 30 billion yuan to establish a financial institution specializing in emerging industries and concepts. With your finance background from university, you're the perfect fit for the CEO position. Put. Duan Yu felt his ears stop working. Did I hear that wrong? 300 billion yuan in investments? And he wants Duan Yu to be CEO. When did Zhou Yang become this wealthy? Yet in this moment, Duan Yu felt with absolute certainty that Zhou Yang's confident tone didn't sound like bragging. Because with Zhou Yang, there was no need for bragging. The two brothers didn't need to prove their bond through empty boasts. After taking another good look at Zhou Yang, Duan Yu finally noticed that Qin Keqing had been watching him intently the entire time, practically glued to his side. This situation could only mean one thing: Zhou Yang held the dominant, assertive position in their relationship. Could it be that Zhou Yang wasn't just riding the coattails of a wealthy woman? Had he actually made his fortune? Duan Yu couldn't help but ask in astonishment. What's up? Looks like maybe he didn't get rich by hooking up with a rich woman? He actually married into a fortune. Zhou Yang gave a mysterious smile without elaborating further. You could interpret it that way. After all, matters concerning the system couldn't be explained too clearly. If he really spilled the beans, people would just accuse him of reading too many online novels and losing his mind. Upon entering their reserved room at the night banquet first-class restaurant, Zhou Yang's actions grew even more outrageous. He summoned every chef and server into the room and handed each one a red envelope containing 20,000 yuan. This scene left Duan Yu utterly dumbfounded. We're just here for a meal, no need to do charity on the side. Just like that, over 1 million yuan was gone. It was truly heartbreaking. Duan Yu had painstakingly saved for 3 years and had just managed to scrape together 300,000 yuan. Compared to that, it was practically nothing. But Zhou Yang, seeing Duan Yu's stunned expression, smiled and explained to him. Those who don't know me call me an idiot, but those who do understand the deeper meaning. As the saying goes, words subdue the noble while attire subdues the base. People always respect the robe before respecting the man. I'm using my wealth to subdue these waitstaff. They'll fear me, respect me, and worship me, going out of their way to please me. They'll serve me with their lives, giving me an unparalleled experience others can only dream of. I get a great consumer experience, and they get a little extra cash. Isn't that a win-win situation? Duan Yu conceded Zhou Yang had a point and didn't oppose his approach. But he couldn't help wondering, even if he had money, he'd never do it this way. After all, isn't spending money on yourself more satisfying than spending it on others? Splurging thousands for some fleeting, intangible feeling? That's just wasteful. Zhou Yang, seeing that Duan Yu was utterly incapable of broadening his worldview, blinked helplessly. Changing someone's mindset was indeed difficult. It wasn't that Duan Yu was wrong. After all, without a system, he had to consider every angle and leave himself an escape route. So Zhou Yang didn't bother with lengthy explanations. Instead, he summoned the night banquet's dance troupe. This troupe had been meticulously hand-picked by the owner of Night Banquet's first-class pavilion. Each woman was a beauty rated above 9 points, with graceful figures and elegant dance moves. Standing together, they radiated a dazzling, flower-like brilliance. But their appearance fees were shockingly high: 10,000 yuan per person for a single performance. With dozens performing simultaneously, the total cost ran into the hundreds of thousands. Yet Zhou Yang summoned the entire troupe to the stage. Pointing directly at Duan Yu, he declared, "This is Duan Yu, young Master Duan. Today, everyone here gets 100,000 yuan each as appearance fees. And whoever can make my brother happy with their dance." Slap. Zhou Yang slammed a card down on the table. He continued, "This card holds 1 million yuan. Whoever makes young Master Duan happy gets it." Instantly, every girl in the dance troupe was stunned by Zhou Yang's generosity, their eyes fixated on the card on the table. 1 million. That figure was no small sum in anyone's eyes. And Zhou Yang had also promised each of them a 100,000 yuan appearance fee. So some girls simply couldn't maintain their composure. "Young Master Duan, what kind of dance do you like? If you don't mind, I could dance for you. Mr. Duan, I know so many dances, but some require a private room just for you. Young Master Duan, I have a private dressing room. Why don't you come take a look? Pick any outfit you like, and I'll change into it just for you. How about that? Mr. Duan, I don't care about money, I just love how handsome you are. If I dance well, just give me a lollipop afterward. There was no way around it. Zhou Yang had offered too much. Even if it meant offering themselves to Duan Yu to get that million, they'd gladly do it. But if the other diners here found out, they'd surely curse Zhou Yang for being unscrupulous. Wasn't this pure price gouging? How were they supposed to pick up girls here in the future? Meanwhile, Duan Yu, surrounded by beauties, was overwhelmed with emotion. He wouldn't dare dream of such a scene even in his wildest nighttime fantasies. This is insane. So heartwarming. He absolutely loved it. 096 Zhou Yang's era of ascension, Duan Yu stands tall. Surrounded by so many beauties for the first time, Duan Yu felt his heart racing like a rocket engine. But at that moment, he wasn't dazzled by all these beauties. Instead, he stared at Zhou Yang with pure gratitude. What does it mean to be brothers? This is what a brother is. From the moment they met, everything Zhou Yang did was to make Duan Yu happy. Every penny spent was for him, Duan Yu. In this life, having a brother like Zhou Yang is enough. Zhou Yang, Zhou Yang waved him off casually. Stop staring at me, the ladies are waiting for your command. Just as Duan Yu was savoring the pinnacle of pleasure in his first half-life, Zhang Yi, the owner of Night Banquet First-Class Pavilion, was also alerted. Though his patrons were invariably wealthy or influential, few spent money as freely as Zhou Yang. Upon receiving word, he hurried straight to Zhou Yang's private room. This Mr. Zhou must be the one arranged by Mr. Ma. I must personally go and greet young Master Zhou. Neglecting him would surely anger Mr. Ma. Zhang Yi nervously pushed open the door to Zhou Yang's private room. Though he didn't know who this Mr. Zhou was, anyone significant enough for someone as powerful as Ma Huayun to arrange a meeting for was definitely no ordinary figure. Most importantly, he had detected a hint of deference toward Zhou Yang in Ma Huayun's words. Failing to cultivate connections with such a figure would be a tremendous loss. So he approached the table entrance with utmost humility. Young Master Zhou, I'm Zhang Yi, proprietor of Night Banquet First-Class Pavilion. I heard young Master Zhou was visiting our night banquet, so I came specially to present you with some gifts. Inside the private room, the waitstaff and members of the song and dance troupe, all beautiful women, couldn't help but change their expressions upon seeing Zhang Yi. What's going on? Their boss actually came out personally? As the owner of Night Banquet, Zhang Yi rarely made appearances unless someone truly important arrived. The fact that someone could draw Zhang Yi's personal attention spoke volumes about their status. It had to be incredibly high. Thus, the many beauties who had already been captivated by Zhou Yang's swagger now turned their gazes toward him with alluring intensity. If they could just latch onto Zhou Yang's coattails, wouldn't that be like hitting the jackpot? But with a stunner like Qin Kiching by Zhou Yang's side, it wasn't exactly easy to make a move. Single Duan Yu, meanwhile, became their target. One girl even sat on Duan Yu's lap, feeding him grapes. But Duan Yu wasn't thinking much about it at the moment. Instead, he watched Zhou Yang and Zhang Yi converse. Zhang Yi placed a black diamond VIP card on the table and slid it toward Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, this is our establishment's supreme black diamond card. Holders of this card dine here without reservation and enjoy unlimited spending up to 10 million yuan. A small token of our respect. We hope you'll accept it graciously, young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou observed Zhang Yi's fawning attentions, knowing this was undoubtedly another achievement of his butler, Ma Huayun. After all, he had instructed Ma Huayun to make the reservation at this restaurant before arriving. Clearly, Ma Huayun's status had left Zhang Yi thoroughly impressed. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi's status as a wealthy young master from Shanghai, he wouldn't be this deferential toward Zhou Yang. So Zhou Yang accepted without hesitation, smiling warmly at Zhang Yi. Young Master Zhang, you're too kind. Since you're being so generous, I can't be stingy either. How about this? I'll top up this card with 20 million yuan to show my appreciation. Hearing this, Zhang Yi was delighted. Though he was giving away 10 million, he'd instantly get 20 million back. Moreover, through this interaction, he realized that this Mr. Zhou was a man of substance, someone worth befriending. But the waitstaff and dancers around them were genuinely stunned. Was this really the world of the wealthy? Giving gifts and chatting casually, millions just flew out of his pocket. Seems like the million Zhou Yang tossed out earlier was nothing at all. But what Zhou Yang did next left everyone utterly speechless once more. After topping up his account, Zhou Yang tossed that supreme black diamond card straight to Duan Yu. Young Master Duan, I have no use for this. Take it for yourself. Duan Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? He just gave it to him. Holy. In the blink of an eye, Duan Yu, had become a millionaire. This is way too dramatic. It didn't even give anyone a moment to react. Duan Yu nearly fainted from the shock, only regaining consciousness after the young lady performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him. Though Duan Yu acted like a total wimp, it was only human nature. Not a single one of the waitresses or dancers present thought Duan Yu had lost face. On the contrary, they were all green with envy. They too wished for a friend like Zhou Yang, even if it was just for one night. In any case, Duan Yu was completely dazed throughout the meal. He barely touched the dishes but drank his fill of milk. Stepping out of the banquet hall, his mind was still filled with those vivid, white-clad scenes, images he simply couldn't shake. Was this the world of the super-rich that Zhou Yang had spoken of? Duan Yu felt he was beginning to grasp why Zhou Yang insisted on reaching for the heavens. With Zhou Yang by his side, Duan Yu could finally stand tall. Tang Tang? Bosco? They wouldn't even register in his eyes anymore. From now on, his mission was to follow Zhou Yang in conquering the world and indulging in a life of reckless abandon. Screw true love. He, Duan Yu, wouldn't need it anymore. First cut after landing, slay the beloved. So under the WeChat contacts of those newly added ladies, Duan Yu found Tang Tang's WeChat and blocked her immediately. Yes. He's completely let go. He felt no lingering attachment to this woman whatsoever. Qin Keqing, nestled in Zhou Yang's embrace, sensed the shift in Duan Yu's aura and couldn't help but tug at Zhou Yang's sleeve. Zhou Yang, I feel like your brother's aura is completely different from before. It's like he's a different person. Zhou Yang had noticed Duan Yu's transformation too, and he felt deeply gratified. The timid, meek Duan Yu was gone, replaced by a vibrant energy brimming with hope for life and a fearless, unrestrained confidence. He tightened his arm around Qin Keqing's slender waist as he drew her closer, speaking with a casual air. Men are truly remarkable creatures. No matter how great the setback, no matter how low they've fallen, give them a glimmer of hope, and they'll spring back to life in an instant. After exchanging these whispered words, Zhou Yang glanced at his wristwatch. Let's go. Bai Shui said it's almost time. We should head to the T9 Club bar. After receiving Zhou Yang's call, Bai Shui personally greeted them at the door and escorted Zhou Yang and his group inside the bar. The dim lighting and the roaring, pulsating music instantly drowned out their voices. The music and lighting in these bars were meticulously engineered. Because light and sound, at certain frequencies, can maximize the release of dopamine and even adrenaline, putting people in a state prone to impulsive behavior. Thus, in such environments, people unconsciously engage in impulse spending and may even commit reckless acts to satisfy simple desires. Bai Shui led Zhou Yang and the others into a spacious private booth. These semi-enclosed booths were designed to allow waitstaff and hostesses easy access for service. 3 people were already seated inside. Bai Shui enthusiastically introduced Zhou Yang to them. First, he pointed to a rebellious-looking young man decked out in streetwear, sporting gray-dyed hair and a lip piercing. This gentleman is the eldest son of Mr. Ding, the CEO of the newly emerging Red Apple short-form drama platform Ding Chenyu, known as Young Master Ding. Upon hearing Bai Shui's introduction, Ding Chenyu leaned forward slightly and greeted Zhou Yang. Though he didn't know who Zhou Yang was, Bai Shui was an internet sensation, a highly sought-after figure. Anyone Bai Shui treated with such respect couldn't be just anyone. So he offered a polite greeting to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang returned the gesture with a slight smile. Good day, young Master Ding. Bai Shui then continued introducing Zhou Yang. This time, Bai Shui pointed to the man seated in the center, a slightly handsome young man in a suit, legs crossed, exuding a business-like aura. This gentleman is our host for today's gathering, Mr. Luo Yun, the young master of Shanghai's Luo Group. Luo Group was a family enterprise founded on foreign trade. In recent years, they've hit the fast lane of e-commerce growth, seeing their market value skyrocket over 100-fold. They're now a global trading conglomerate with a market cap of 600 billion long coins. They were now expanding into e-commerce markets in Latin America and Australia, demonstrating formidable strength. Upon seeing Zhou Yang, Luo Yun merely offered a faint smile. Among all present, his background and influence were the most formidable, so he carried himself with a certain air of superiority. Zhou Yang took it in stride, responding cheerfully with a good day, young Master Luo. The last person had long hair, making their gender unclear. However, Zhou Yang instinctively felt it was a man, as he could see an Adam's apple. Bai Shui continued his enthusiastic introductions. This gentleman is Che Shugao, producer of the recently viral film Qin Shi Huang Captures Megatron Alive. Director Che's films consistently achieve remarkable success and are household names, such as Lin Daiyu uproots the space station and Shiman Qing defeats the White Bone Demon 3 times. Oh! Zhou Yang couldn't help but glance at Che Shugao Che Xiao a few more times. So these bizarre films were all his productions. Looking at his appearance, it made perfect sense why he could produce such bizarre films. After taking their seats, Luo Yun spoke up first. Mr. Bai, you've been busy introducing us all, but who is this friend? Is he also from the online community? Why haven't you introduced him to us? Bai Shui, hearing Luo Yun's question, immediately smiled and introduced him to everyone. This is Mr. Zhou Yang. As for his background, it's quite mysterious. I'm afraid I can't discuss it. But I know this lovely lady, she's Qin Keqing, the eldest daughter of the Qin group in Haicheng. As for this gentleman. As Bai Shui began introducing Duan Yu, he realized he didn't know him well either. Zhou Yang immediately took over. Oh, this is Duan Yu, the young master Duan, my brother. As for who Duan Yu was, Luo Yun and the others hadn't paid much attention. He was probably just some ordinary guy tagging along to drink for free and see the world. So Luo Yun spoke up. That guy Zhang Yi is always so slow. We're not waiting for him. Let's order drinks first. But just as Luo Yun was about to order, 4 or 5 people suddenly arrived at the booth next to them. The one leading the group looked straight at Luo Yun. Ha! Look who it is, young Master Luo. What's up? Did I steal your girlfriend? Came to drown your sorrows in booze? Luo Yun's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. When he recognized the man, his expression darkened even further. Yu Yan. It's you. Don't push your luck. But Yu Yan, seeing Luo Yun's anger, only laughed even harder. So what if I push my luck? What are you gonna do about it? Your Luo family and our Yu family have been at odds for so many years. Now that I've finally gotten the upper hand, of course I'm going to celebrate properly. Luo Yun leapt to his feet, boiling with rage. What do you want? A fight? But Yu Yan waved a single finger dismissively. No. 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 Fighting is so low class. Today we can try something new. Luo Yun, I know you're rich and I'm rich too. But today, we won't be comparing whose pockets are deeper. Instead, we'll see how much the people we brought are willing to spend on us. What do you say? Ha? Luo Yun froze. This method of competition. He didn't see himself having the upper hand. The people he brought today were all new acquaintances. While a few were quite capable, they might not necessarily be willing to spend money on him. But just then, Yu Yan made his move first. Young Master Gu, it's all up to you now. The man addressed as Young Master Gu by Yu Yan immediately waved his hand with a flourish. Waiter, bring me 10 sets of grand triples. And order 88 spade aces on top of that. 10 sets of grand triples 1.3 million. 88 black aces nearly 800,000. One move and it was 2 million. Luo Yun's heart sank instantly. 097 Supreme Black Diamond card shocked the bank manager. Luo Yun's eyelid twitched violently. He knew Yu Yan wasn't giving him any chance to refuse, intending to thoroughly humiliate him this time. But his good friend Zhang Yi hadn't arrived yet, and there were simply not many people willing to spend money for him. Bai Shuwei was someone he had invited himself. There was absolutely no reason for Bai Shuwei to spend money. As for Ding Chenyu and Che Sugao, they were both here to seek investment from him. The likelihood of them spending money on him was slim. As for Zhou Yang and the others, it was their first meeting. He had no expectations whatsoever. So now he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, after Yu Yan placed his order, the bikini-clad ladies had already begun parading around the venue, holding signs and carrying drinks. Firecrackers were set off one after another, filling the air with colorful confetti. Even the big screen kept scrolling with images of bottles. Warm congratulations to young Master Gu for ordering drinks for young Master Yu. May their brotherhood endure forever, stronger than gold. May their business flourish, raking in millions daily. This spectacle drew the attention of many patrons in the bar, who couldn't help but glance over at Yu Yan and Luo Yun. Their distinguished status meant they were instantly recognized. Hey, looks like we've got some drama tonight. Isn't that young Master Luo and young Master Yu? We've heard they've been at odds for ages, constantly undermining each other in public. Who knew we'd catch it live today? Pfft, I bet young Master Luo's going down tonight. After all, that Gu guy beside young Master Yu is the son of Shanghai's shipping tycoon. He's got serious clout backing young Master Yu. Even if young Master Luo went at it himself, he probably couldn't win. Not necessarily. Mr. Luo's guy, Bai Shuwei, is a super popular short video blogger. I heard he rakes in billions a year. He's got some serious clout too. As he listened to their chatter, Luo Yun's expression darkened. He knew Yu Yan had come prepared today, deliberately seeking to humiliate him. With so many people watching now, if he didn't fight back, others would likely assume the Luo family was inferior to the Yu family. Just as Luo Yun was at a loss for how to respond, Bai Shuwei stood up to save the day. Waiter, bring us 10 sets of Grand Slams 288 black aces. The same as Yu Yan's table. For Bai Shuwei, this was a balancing strategy. He and Luo Yun were close, so he naturally had to stand up for him. But he didn't want to offend Yu Yan and Gu Nanzhou either. That's why he ordered drinks of the same price as theirs, signaling that he wasn't trying to beat them, but simply giving Luo Yun face. As Bai Shuwei stood up, Luo Yun's expression immediately brightened. But before he could catch his breath, Gu Nanzhou, the young master over there, narrowed his eyes. Bai Shuwei, this doesn't concern you. Stay out of it. I won't argue about what you ordered earlier, but if you order anything else, don't blame me for targeting you. Bai Shuwei stepped back with a smile, making his position clear. He genuinely had no intention of getting involved further. After all, he wasn't foolish enough to compete with Gu Nanzhou in terms of wealth. Luo Yun sighed upon witnessing the scene. He knew that Bai Shuwei spending 2 million yuan on him was already the height of generosity. He couldn't help but glance at Ding Chenyu and Che Sugao. The two immediately turned their heads away, pretending not to notice Luo Yun's predicament. After all, they were here to solicit investment from Luo Yun. If they failed to secure funding and ended up losing money instead, it would be a complete loss. Most importantly, competing in wealth with Gu Nanzhou, the son of Shanghai's shipping magnate? That would be like a birthday celebrant hanging himself asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Gu Nanzhou waved his hand again with unmatched extravagance. Waiter! Bring me another 10 sets of the Divine Dragon Course, 100 bottles of Dom Perignon, and 5 limited edition 6-liter bottles of Louis XIII. 10 sets of Shenlong suits 200,000 yuan. 100 bottles of Dom Perignon, 400,000 yuan. 5 bottles of limited edition 6-liter Louis XIII 5 million. One order, nearly 6 million. Such extravagance instantly stunned everyone in the bar. Holy crap, these rich kids are insane. They come to a bar and practically drink away a 10 million yuan luxury car. Man, I thought spending 20,000 yuan tonight made me the top spender. Gugu's move just showed me how shallow I really am. Damn, with young Master Gu backing young Master Yu, young Master Luo's gonna lose both face and money tonight. Even the onlookers could see it, and Yu Yan grew more and more excited. He hadn't expected that Gu's generosity today was entirely aimed at crushing Luo Yun. Sure enough, Gu Nanzhou addressed Yu Yan. Young Master Yu, rest assured. With me here today, no one can save Luo Yun. Oomph. Does he really think this upstart outsider can stand his ground in Shanghai? Today, we second-generation tycoons of Shanghai will show him what we're made of. Young Master Yu, if you have anything to say, speak up. I, Gu Nanzhou, have your back. With those words, Yu Yan grew even more arrogant. Luo Yun, you think you're so tough? Ha 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 ha. How's that feel now? Lost again, huh? You're really screwed, aren't you? Spending all your money treating others day in and day out, but when push comes to shove, not a single soul comes to your aid. Talk about failing at life. Zhou Yang sat in the VIP booth watching Luo Yun and Yu Yan's heated exchange and couldn't help but find it amusing. These young rich kids, getting worked up over a petty win or loss, how easily they let their tempers get the best of them. But these scenes, which she'd once found utterly dull, now seemed strangely appealing. In fact, Zhou Yang even felt tempted to join in and order drinks with them. Did having money really change a person? Yet he knew little about Yu Yan and that Gu Nanzhou fellow, and didn't want to make enemies right after arriving in Shanghai. Hesitation lingered. Just as Zhou Yang hesitated over whether to stand up and save the day, his system suddenly activated. Ding! Detected Luo Yun's wish. If someone saves the day today, I, Luo Yun, will repay them 100-fold in the future. Host, do you wish to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 10 million. B. 50 million. C. 100 million. D. 500 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, you will receive a 10-fold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the 10-fold return, you will receive 5 billion dragon coins. 500 million dragon coins have been deducted from your balance. Current balance, 41.798 billion, with 10 billion locked by the Supreme Obsidian card. Whoa! Zhou Yang perked up instantly. Money to be made? Then don't blame him for jumping in. System-assigned tasks must be completed after all, money is saved 100 million at a time. So Zhou Yang slowly stood up, speaking with a casual air. Ordering a few bottles of wine and acting all high and mighty? Like others can't afford to drink. Waiter, bring 10 times the amount of every drink he just ordered. 10 times? That's 100 cases of Divine Dragon. 1,000 bottles of Dom Perignon. 50 bottles of the limited edition 6 companies Louis XIII. Honestly, while their bar had plenty of regular 700 milliliters bottles of Louis XIII priced at 20,000 to 30,000 yuan each, they might not even have 50 bottles of this limited edition 6 house version. The waiter was stunned, staring at Zhou Yang in disbelief, convinced the guy was just bragging. That comes to 56 million yuan. In Shanghai, that could buy you a luxury mansion. And this guy casually orders 56 million worth of liquor? He must be out of his mind. Not only did the waiter find it hard to believe, but Yu Yan and Gu Nanzhou were equally skeptical. Gu Nanzhou shot Zhou Yang a disdainful look and frowned. What kind of clueless fool comes here trying to act like a big shot? Let me tell you, this T9 bar doesn't run on credit. Think twice before ordering that much booze. With Gu Nanzhou speaking up, the waiter and the head bartender rushed over, bowing and scraping. Sir, young Master Gu is absolutely right. If you wish to order drinks, payment must be made up front. Otherwise, we simply cannot serve you this quantity. Though the sales manager didn't use harsh words, his actions made it clear he didn't believe Zhou Yang had the means. After all, someone who could afford 56 million could probably buy the entire bar outright. But Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly and tossed over a limited edition black card from Dragon Nation Bank. This card, arranged by his butler Manhwa, held 10 billion yuan in operational funds. Swipe it. Don't waste my time. Zhou Yang's move made Gu Nanzhou and Yu Yan snort with laughter. This guy must watch too many soap operas. Does he think flashing a card will intimidate anyone? Mark my words, if that card doesn't clear, you'll die a more miserable death than Luo Xiao. The bar's sales manager, meanwhile, held Zhou Yang's card high in the air and grabbed the microphone to mock him loudly. Ah, everyone witnessed this. This gentleman intends to pay for drinks with this card. If it doesn't work, don't let him renege. The sales manager did this to curry favor with Yu Yan and Gunanzhou. After all, in his eyes, they were the real local power players in Shanghai, his big money patrons. As for Luo Yun, she was another sales manager's client. Why should he care about embarrassing her? But in the corner of the bar, a sophisticated woman sipping her drink quietly, her expression suddenly changed. Her name was Ning Jixia, head of the financial markets department at Longhua Bank in Shanghai. Lately, she'd been troubled by a massive financing loophole at Longhua Bank. That's why she'd come to the bar to drown her sorrows. She had always regarded such squabbles among rich second-generation kids as nothing more than a joke. These rich kids weren't her kind of clients. At best, they could only bring in a few $100 million or so, utterly useless for solving her current problems. What she needed were high-quality major clients who could casually pull out tens or even hundreds of billions. If she couldn't quickly raise 100 billion yuan in public funds, Longhua Bank in Shanghai might face massive capital hedging risks. And she, too, could become the scapegoat, forced to resign. Until she saw Zhou Yang pull out this card, she was genuinely stunned. Only individuals with personal assets exceeding 10 billion yuan qualify for this card. And it wasn't just about having the money, one also needed substantial connections. So she abruptly stood up, strode over to Zhou Yang's side, and adopted a solemn expression. She shot a glance at the head waiter, and her powerful aura, befitting her high position, instantly radiated out. How narrow-minded. Do you know what kind of card this gentleman holds? How dare you show him disrespect? The head waiter, suddenly confronted by a sharp, career-driven powerhouse, a woman whose looks easily scored a 9.7 on a 10-point scale, staring him down and reprimanding him, couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Who are you? Mind your own business. Ning Jixia gave a cold laugh. Who am I? I am Ning Jixia, head of the financial department at Longhua Bank in Shanghai. This gentleman holds Longhua Bank's Supreme Obsidian card, making him our most esteemed VIP. Do you think I should mind my own business? 098 Luo Yun, from now on, I'm young Master Zhou's little brother. Zhou Yang watched the beautiful woman who stood up for him with curiosity, unable to help but be dazzled. This Ning Jixia was truly stunning. She embodied the epitome of a career woman. Even after work hours, she remained impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, white shirt, and trousers, radiating an aura of professionalism. Her ample chest, hinted at beneath the shirt, was alluring without being vulgar. Her glossy bob cut gave her a sharp, mature yet approachable look. Her rose-pink lipstick added a hint of subtle sensuality. Her meticulous makeup rivals even Ji Shiyun's. Zhou Yang realized that short-haired beauties were quite attractive too. Why had he always preferred long hair before? He studied Ning Jixia with keen interest, eager to see how she would extricate him from this predicament. Ning Jixia did not disappoint Zhou Yang. She swiftly snatched the supreme black jade card from the sales manager's hand and held it respectfully. She read the name on the card, Zhou Yang. Instantly, she glared at the bar sales manager beside her. Now, I demand you apologize to young Master Zhou. Otherwise, I will not approve the 1 billion yuan loan extension for your T9 club this year. After Ning Jixia revealed her identity, the bar sales manager was instantly terrified. Longhua Bank was one of the functional departments overseeing finance in Longhua, playing a crucial role within the nation's power structure. The authority wielded by the head of Shanghai's banking sector was staggering. Dealing with a mere bar sales manager was easier than crushing an ant. And if the loan extension fell through because of him, the sales manager? Their boss would have someone take care of him before Ning Jixia even lifted a finger. So the sales manager immediately turned to Yu Yan with a wretched expression. Young Master Yu, you have to plead for me. I genuinely had no idea that was Longhua Bank's supreme black jade card. Yu Yan shot the sales manager a look of utter disgust. You made your own mess, now clean it up yourself. If it weren't for this sales manager's meddling, how could they have provoked a force like Ning Jixia? Not only had the sales manager never seen a supreme black jade card from Dragon Nation Bank, but Yu Yan himself hadn't either. The Yu family's businesses were worth hundreds of billions, but even their cash flow couldn't easily scrape together 10 billion. How could they possibly handle a prestige black jade card that locked up funds like that? Once opened, that 10 billion would be locked up long term. Any withdrawals would require immediate replenishment. With that kind of financial pressure, how could anyone live? Seeing Yu Yan ignore him, the sales manager instantly dropped to his knees in terror, kowtowing toward Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, I truly had no idea you held Dragon Nation Bank's supreme black jade card. I deserve to die. My dog eyes failed to recognize your worth. Please forgive my disrespect, consider it a fart in the wind. Please intercede for us. Don't let Mr. Ning refuse our bar's loan extension, otherwise, our boss will literally kill me. Zhou Yang hadn't been angry to begin with, so he looked at Ning Jixia with gentle eyes. Miss Ning, thank you for stepping in to help me out of this mess. Just have this guy finish swiping my card and get lost. Stop blocking my view. Oh, and if you have time, Miss Ning, why not sit down and have a drink with us? Faced with Zhou Yang's invitation, Ning Jixia was delighted. After all, Zhou Yang was clearly a major client. If she could build a good relationship with him, perhaps her public funds financing difficulties might be resolved in an instant. So she smiled readily. Since Mr. Zhou is so gracious, Jixia will gladly accept your kind invitation. She then took the card in her hand, swiped 56 million yuan at the sales manager's terminal, and respectfully handed it to Zhou Yang. As Zhou Yang took the black card, he deliberately squeezed Ning Jixia's fingers. The smooth, tender sensation sent a wave of pleasure through him. Ning Jixia sensed his subtle gesture and generously shifted her hand forward, allowing him to savor the touch to his heart's content. Young Master Zhou's massage technique is quite unique. Hearing Ning Jixia's playful remark, Zhou Yang released her hand and laughed heartily. Ning Jixia was quite amusing, effortlessly diffusing the awkwardness. Ning Jixia took the opportunity to gently cover her hips with both hands, smooth out the creases in her trousers, and sit gracefully beside Zhou Yang. Her gaze drifted involuntarily to Qin Keqing, seated on Zhou Yang's other side. Qin Keqing, a stunning beauty from a wealthy family, radiated an air of nobility. The two women exchanged just a glance, yet tiny sparks seemed to crackle in the air between them. Zhou Yang, seated between them, paid no attention to Gu Nanzhou and the others, absorbed in admiring the beautiful scenery. Meanwhile, Gu Nanzhou beside him wore an extremely awkward expression. He recalled that the card in Zhou Yang's hand was indeed the Dragon Nation Bank's Supreme Black Jade card. Earlier, he had assumed Zhou Yang was a brazen con artist, and thus believed the card in his hand to be counterfeit. After all, holders of such cards were typically seasoned, successful entrepreneurs, hardly someone as young as Zhou Yang. He'd assumed Zhou Yang was deceiving him. But now that Ning Jixia had confirmed the card's authenticity, panic began to set in. To obtain such a card, one's status must be extraordinary. His own pocket money amounted to mere hundreds of millions, a paltry sum compared to Zhou Yang's wealth. If he continued to confront Zhou Yang like this, he might even have to involve the old man at home, and punishment would surely follow afterward. His face flushed alternately crimson and pale before he finally let out a cold snort. Let's go. With Zhou Yang backing Luo Yun today, we can't win. Yu Yan's expression darkened upon hearing Gu Nanzhou's words. But with Zhou Yang as the big shot involved, he couldn't make waves. Continuing the argument would only bring humiliation upon himself. So he glared at the sales manager and snapped. Put all the drinks away. This is a total buzzkill. We're done for today. With that, Yu Yan, Gu Nanzhou, and the others slunk away, heads bowed in defeat. To Zhou Yang, this was merely a minor incident, scarcely worth his attention. The only thing worth noting was that the reward from the System Wish investment card had arrived. Ding! Host has fulfilled Luo Yun's wish. 10x investment reward disbursed to bank account ending in 5858. Current balance, 46.798 billion. 10 billion locked by Supreme Obsidian card. Awesome! Zhou Yang counted his balance with delight. The sensation of money multiplying the more he spent was utterly intoxicating. Just then, dozens of attractive beverage servers began parading through the bar, circling round and round while holding illuminated signs. Firecrackers crackled nonstop throughout the venue, showering the space with a torrent of colorful confetti that blanketed every inch of the bar. Even the bar's giant screen kept scrolling with congratulatory messages like Zhou Yang orders the Divine Dragon set for Luo Yun. Luo Yun basked in the envious stares from the entire bar, strutting like a triumphant rooster. Though he'd been lukewarm toward Zhou Yang before, he now regarded him as his own big brother. On their very first meeting, Zhou Yang had spent 56 million to save his ass. To Luo Yun, this was pure gold. He enthusiastically raised his glass to Zhou Yang. Here, young Master Zhou. From now on, you're my big brother, and I'm your little brother. I can't thank you enough today, big brother. If it weren't for you, I would have lost everything. Just as everyone was drinking merrily, a chubby kid hurried over from outside the card room. The little chubby guy arrived, looking somewhat embarrassed as he apologized. My apologies, brother Luo. Traffic was terrible today, so I'm a bit late. To make it up, I'll start by drinking 3 cups as punishment. Luo Yun's expression darkened the moment he saw the chubby kid. Zhang Yi, you idiot. Where the hell have you been? I was counting on you to save my ass. If it weren't for young Master Zhou stepping in earlier, I wouldn't even be able to hold my head up in front of Yu Yan today. Young Master Zhou? Zhang Yi followed Luo Yun's gaze and looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, upon hearing Zhang Yi's name, happened to look up at that very moment. Zhang Yi froze in shock. Ha! Young Master Zhou, you're here too? So you two already knew each other. Ha! If I'd known you were coming here too, young Master Zhou, I would have hitched a ride with you. Ha! Luo Yun couldn't help but feel curious too. Zhang Yi, you know young Master Zhou too? Of course. Young Master Zhou even topped up a 20 million card at my shop today, enough to cover my weekly sales target. Let me tell you, young Master Zhou has some serious connections. Even Mr. Ma treats him with utmost respect. Mr. Ma? Mr. Ma Huayun, that's who? Whoa. Luo Yun, who had already held Zhou Yang in high regard, was utterly stunned by Zhang Yi's revelation. Ma Huayun in Longwa, his connections reached the heavens. There was scarcely a soul he didn't know, scarcely a matter he couldn't resolve. For someone as mysterious as Manhwa to show such deference, Zhou Yang's background must be astonishingly formidable. Ning Jixia, who overheard these words, couldn't help but look at Zhou Yang in astonishment. Who would have thought that Zhou Yang actually had connections to Mr. Manhwa? He looked so young, yet how could he harbor so many secrets? At that moment, Ning Jixia couldn't help but feel a tinge of curiosity about Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang basked in the flattery with a satisfied smile. How delightful it was to have someone fawn over him. But just then, Duan Yu beside Zhou Yang suddenly sat up straight, visibly agitated. Following Duan Yu's gaze, they saw a greasy middle-aged man with a double chin and protruding ears, accompanied by dozens of attractive young women, approaching their card table. Behind that greasy middle-aged man stood a girl with startling lightning-like eyes, glancing nervously at Zhou Yang and Duan Yu. Oh? Isn't that sugar bitch? What's she doing here? Zhou Yang looked back and forth between Tang Bubio and Duan Yu with curiosity, instantly understanding the situation. Truly, enemies always meet again. Ha! Looks like today's the day to let Duan Yu vent his anger. That greasy middle-aged man bowed and scraped as he looked toward Luo Yun. Young Master Luo, the girls you requested are here. Please take your time selecting them, along with the other young masters. Many of these girls are flight attendant graduates, clean and well-mannered. Luo Yun had come out today purely for fun. He was genuinely in a foul mood after Yu Yan stole his girlfriend, so he'd come out to unwind with a few girls. So he'd arranged with Go Lanrun, the madam, to find some high-quality girls. Now that Go Lanrun had brought the girls over, Luo Yun hurriedly turned to Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, you go first. Zhou Yang waved him off. These girls, though all rated between 8 and 9 out of 10, were simply no match for Qin Keqing and Ning Jixia. Having spent so much time with beauties, Zhou Yang had become quite picky. He could only stomach the finest, not the coarse stuff. Nevertheless, Zhou Yang smiled warmly as he offered the opportunity to Duan Yu, continuing. Let my brother, young Master Duan, choose first. I'm sure he'll have a splendid time tonight. As he spoke, Zhou Yang fixed a meaningful stare on Tang Bubiao, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Duan Yu, however, looked at Zhou Yang in surprise, unsure why he was doing this. But Zhou Yang tilted his head suggestively, raising an eyebrow at Duan Yu. Old Duan, let it all out. Don't hold back. Tonight, you don't have to treat her like a human. Don't worry, she won't dare resist. 099 Duan Yu, I was wrong. Can we make up? Zhou Yang looked at Duan Yu with great seriousness. His tone was earnest and heartfelt. Old Duan, let's put the past behind us. Pay her back for everything she's put you through all these years. I won't let my brother dwell on the past any longer. After today, you'll be a new man. Say goodbye to yesterday once and for all, and lighten your load to embrace a fresh start. Every word Zhou Yang spoke struck Duan Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Duan Yu understood that Zhou Yang feared he might sink into the shadows of heartbreak and never emerge. But only Duan Yu himself knew that he had already let go of everything during dinner. Now, seeing Tang Tang again, he felt none of the cherishing or reverence he once did. Instead, it was replaced by a sense of amusement. So this was why Tang Tang dressed up every day, claiming to meet her girlfriend. She was coming to places like this. He had worried about her safety coming home late every night, but now he realized just how thrilling her nights out truly were. In that moment, Tang Tang seemed utterly filthy to him, utterly unworthy of him. Thankfully, Zhou Yang had helped him see the light and break free. Otherwise, he might still be blind to Tang Tang's true colors. Now that the power of choice was in his hands, Duan Yu, he would teach Tang Tang a lesson in how to behave. Duan Yu stared at Tang Tang with a playful expression, pointing a finger at her. Tang Tang thought he was calling her and instinctively flinched. She was also curious how had Duan Yu and Zhou Yang ended up here. Those two penniless bums must have found some backdoor way to crash this high society party for rich kids and see the world. She had already decided, if Duan Yu dared to choose her, she would savagely mock him, exposing his true identity as a lowly, penniless nobody. But to her surprise, Duan Yu's finger only lingered on her for a moment before pointing toward a girl beside her, dressed in a low-cut, body-hugging mini skirt. You, come here. The beauty, hearing Duan Yu's call, immediately walked towards him with a beaming smile. But Duan Yu didn't stop there. He pointed his finger at Tang Tang once more. Tang Tang was about to retort sarcastically, but Duan Yu swiftly withdrew his finger and pointed instead at a girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders, a vibrant red tattoo at her waist, and a crop top revealing her midriff. You come over too. Just as the girl started to move, Go Laren blocked her path. He looked at Duan Yu with an air of superiority, unable to resist scolding him. Duan Yu, who do you think you are? How dare you pick girls first here? When you picked the first one, I didn't bother to call you out. And now you actually want to pick the second one? Don't you know this is an event arranged by young Master Luo? If anyone should choose first, it should be him. Duan Yu smiled faintly and turned to the host, Luo Yun. Young Master Luo, is there a rule against choosing two girls? Why don't you go first, young Master Luo? Luo Yun was as sharp as a monkey. He could tell that Duan Yu, Go Lanrun, and that Tang Tang had some unresolved issues. Clearly, Duan Yu was deliberately taking his frustrations out on them. As a friend brought by Zhou Yang, Luo Yun dared not offend Duan Yu. He decided to go with the flow and let Duan Yu have his fun. So he deliberately said, "There's no rule about how many girls you can pick. If you like them all, Mr. Duan, you can choose every single one." Only then did Duan Yu turn back with a smug grin, fixing his gaze on Go Lanran. "Did you hear that? Young Master Luo said I can choose as many as I want. What's the matter, boss Go? Do you have any objections?" Go Lanran hadn't expected young Master Luo to say that. But he knew Duan Yu's background, so he wasn't afraid of him. He assumed Duan Yu had pulled some strings to get into this situation just to show off and deliberately embarrass him. Fury boiling over, Go Lanran pointed at Duan Yu and snapped. "You're nothing but a lackey riding on someone else's coattails. Young Master Luo is magnanimous enough not to bother with a petty person like you. Do you really think he's letting you choose? You'd better get the hell out of here right now, or I'll call someone to throw you out." Go Lanran's connections and background weren't shabby either, considering he knew someone like Luo Yun. He believed exposing Duan Yu's true colors in front of Luo Yun wasn't an unreasonable act. But the very next second, Luo Yun spoke coldly. "Go Lanran, how dare you speak to my friend like that?" At Luo Yun's words, Go Lanran instantly turned respectful, pointing at Duan Yu and saying, "Young Master Luo, how did this sort of person worm his way into your circle? He's nothing but a lowly laborer, a mere ox or horse who can't even save 100,000 yuan a year. I suggest we kick him out immediately." Unexpectedly, Luo Yun responded with a forced smile, lifting the corners of his mouth. "Go Lanran, since when did you become my master? Young Master Duan is my honored guest. Whatever he tells you to do, you do. Now, apologize to young Master Duan immediately. Otherwise, neither I nor my circle of young masters will ever do business with you again. You understand the gravity of the consequences, don't you?" Luo Yun's words instantly changed Go Lanran's expression. He hadn't expected Luo Yun to back up a nobody like Duan Yu. "Young Master Luo, don't let him fool you. He's nothing but a lowly beast of burden." "Shut up." Luo Yun instantly hurled a bottle of Black Ace across the table, smashing it squarely into Go Lanran's skull. "I'll say it again, young Master Duan is my friend. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, Go Lanran, believe me, I'll have my men cripple both your legs. Apologize to young Master Duan. Now. Immediately. Right this instant." Seeing Luo Yun's genuine fury, Go Lanran's legs instantly turned to jelly. He immediately knelt on the floor, drenched in sweat. Young Master Duan, Go Lanran is blind and ignorant. I'm kowtowing to you in apology." Duan Yu maintained his usual smiling expression. In that moment, he too understood the harsh reality of high society where everything was laid bare. Duan Yu stared coldly at Go Lanran. "Want me to forgive you? Simple. Drink all 88 bottles of Ace of Spades on this table and I'll let you off. How about it? Each bottle of Black Ace costs nearly 80,000 yuan. Such a golden opportunity, others would beg for it. Drink 88 bottles of Black Ace? Just hearing it made one's scalp tingle. Though it was a grape-based fruit wine with low alcohol content, the added carbonation accelerated blood circulation, delivering a powerful aftereffect. Often, just one bottle could get someone drunk. Finishing all 88 bottles? That person would probably end up in the ICU. But there's always someone eager for a spectacle. Luo Yun perked up at Duan Yu's words. Excellent. Young Master Duan truly possesses a kind heart and magnanimous spirit. What a bargain for this scoundrel. Waiter! Bring a large basin. Pour all these Black Aces into it and make the scoundrel drink them all. Luo Yun did this purely to please Duan Yu, which also served as a gesture of goodwill toward Zhou Yang. After all, Duan Yu was a brother brought by Zhou Yang. If Duan Yu had a good time, Zhou Yang would be pleased too. As for the consequences? In Shanghai, there were few matters Luo Yun couldn't handle. So he directly ordered Go Lanran to down the entire basin full of Black Aces. Go Lanran's face had turned as dark as coal. He knew there was no escaping his fate today. With Luo Yun present, he had no choice but to comply. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted the basin of Black Ace whiskey and began gulping it down. But before he could finish even a third of it, Go Lanran collapsed onto the floor, spilling the entire contents of the basin. He vomited repeatedly on the floor, nearly bringing up bile, and soon passed out unconscious. Seeing this, Luo Yun finally smiled at Duan Yu. Young Master Duan, how about it? Having fun? Duan Yu grinned, baring his teeth. Thank you for your arrangements, Mr. Luo. I'm thoroughly delighted today. But it's still just a tad off. Saying this, Duan Yu turned his gaze toward Tang Tang and beckoned her over with a wave of his hand. Come here. I'm quite interested in you, Mr. Duan. Come keep me company with a drink. Seeing Go Lanran reduced to a complete fool, Tang Tang was scared out of her wits. And seeing how respectful young Master Luo was toward Duan Yu, Tang Tang couldn't help but realize that Duan Yu was now on top of the world, acting like a total big shot. Could Duan Yu be one of those top-tier rich second-generation kids hiding their identity to experience life? Had he been pretending to be an ordinary person all along just to test her? Now that the test had failed, had he turned love to hate and come here to deal with her? Yes. That must be it. Duan Yu must have loved her so deeply that his love turned to hatred, driving him to such extremes. If she just apologized to Duan Yu, softened her stance, and agreed to reconcile with him, he would surely forgive her. Tang Tang's mind raced with thoughts. When Duan Yu called her over, she immediately wiggled her hips over to him, about to plop down beside him. Oh my, Duan Yu, you really are something, playing such jokes on me. It's not funny at all. But to her surprise, Duan Yu shot her a disgusted look and snapped irritably. Did I tell you to sit down? You just stand right there. With that, Duan Yu brought over those limited edition 6-liter bottles of Louis XIII. Don't you love attending high-end events? Aren't you obsessed with prestige? Didn't you say I couldn't give you what you wanted? Ha! Now all these bottles on the table are yours. Go ahead and drink them. Each limited edition Louis XIII costs over $1,000,000 yuan. Every single drop is worth hundreds. When you finish every drop on this table, then you can sit down. Duan Yu now looked every bit the petty man reveling in his petty triumph. Yet he felt this was the most exhilarating day of his life. So what if I'm a villain? Being a villain is exhilarating. Seeing Duan Yu so utterly disregard their past affection, Tang Tang panicked. She knew he was genuinely furious. She hurriedly reached out to grab his arm, only to be violently shoved away. Don't touch me. You disgust me. Tang Tang stumbled backward and fell to the ground, but she scrambled back up instantly, clinging to Duan Yu's leg. Duan Yu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I know you still love me, otherwise, you wouldn't have gone to such lengths to set this up against me, right? I promise I'll never leave you again. I'll stay with you forever, okay? But what met her was Duan Yu's utterly icy words. You think reconciliation is that easy? Do I look that pathetic to you? When I held you in the palm of my hand, why didn't you know how to cherish it? Now you regret it? Ha! Sorry, but this gentleman isn't accepting it. Get out. Don't even finish your drink. Leave immediately. I never want to see you again. 100 investment wish. Zhou Yang made a killing. Duan Yu, don't be angry. I'll give you what you want when we get back. I promise to make you feel good, okay? I didn't eat spicy food today, anything goes. Tang Tang still wouldn't give up. She still believed Duan Yu was just saving face, deliberately putting on airs. If she just lowered her stance a bit more and pulled out some secret moves, Duan Yu would definitely forgive her. But just then, Luo Yun suddenly spoke up. What's wrong with you, woman? Young Master Duan told you to get out already. Why are you still lingering here? Do I have to have someone throw you out? Tang Tang's expression instantly changed. She could beg Duan Yu shamelessly, but with Luo Yun? She dared not. She knew that as the young master of the Luo group, Luo Yun wielded immense power in Shanghai. If she angered young Master Luo, she wouldn't even know how she'd meet her end. So she timidly ducked her head, her large neck bobbing up and down. Duan. But Duan Yu kicked her away without mercy. Get out of here. You make me sick. If you don't know when to quit, I'll have young Master Luo deal with you. Seeing Duan Yu offered her no chance, Tang Tang knew it was futile. Before Luo Yun could get angry, she rose with a sigh and slunk out of the club. Watching Tang Tang leave, the pent-up frustration in Duan Yu's chest finally dissipated. Come on, everyone, let's party. I've made my choice, ladies, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. With this little incident over, everyone cheerfully resumed drinking. Duan Yu embraced his masculine side, playing dice with 3 girls. The loser had to kiss the winner, and the location of that kiss was quite suggestive. Luo Yun and the others frequently toasted Zhou Yang, who accepted every offer without hesitation. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by Ding Chenyu from the Red Apple short video platform. The Red Apple short drama still lagged far behind mainstream short drama platforms in the market. But as a new platform replacing television and film, Red Apple's future potential was enormous. Moreover, Ji Shiyun was in the short drama business. He had invested in her, but the short drama platform she was currently collaborating with had imposed numerous unfair terms, making her life miserable. If Zhou Yang were to invest directly in a short drama platform, wouldn't that allow him to control both production and distribution? Rubbing his chin, Zhou Yang decided to stir up Ding Chenyu's desire. After all, with the Wish investment card in play, if he could just trigger Ding Chenyu's desire, he might just multiply his investment returns. So Zhou Yang deliberately said to Ding Chenyu, Young Master Ding, I'm very interested in your short drama platform. If you can present some compelling points, I might consider investing in your short drama platform. Ding Chenyu, who had been struggling to find a venture capital backer, perked up like he'd been injected with adrenaline upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. He began enthusiastically pitching his project. He had already witnessed Zhou Yang's influence firsthand. With an investor like Zhou Yang backing Red Apple short videos, they could undoubtedly establish a foothold in this untapped market. Young Master Zhou, your vision is truly remarkable. Let me tell you, Red Apple Short Videos has already partnered with dozens of production teams, ensuring a plentiful supply of content. Right now, we're stuck at the marketing stage. We estimate the initial promotion funds will be around 1 billion yuan. If you, young Master Zhou, can invest, our Red Apple short video platform is willing to offer you 49% of the shares. Not only that, but you'd receive an additional 5% dividend share, a privilege we're willing to grant. Truthfully, none of this moved Zhou Yang. The only thing that caught his attention was the system notification sound. Ding. Detected Ding Xinyu's wish. How can I convince Mr. Zhou to invest in our Red Apple short video platform? This is driving me crazy. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 100 million. B. 200 million. C. 500 million. D. 1 billion. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding. Based on your previous settings, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 billion dragon coins. 1 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 457.98 billion. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. Sure enough, this wish needed active stimulation to work. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang declared, I accept. Bring the contract right now. Sign it, and I'll transfer the money immediately. Holy crap! Ding Xinyu was stunned. This easy? He hadn't even gotten to all the arguments he prepared. This Zhou Xiao was just too bold. At that moment, Ding Xinyu nearly burst into tears from sheer excitement. Over the past few days, he had visited numerous investors. But they all refused to invest, citing the dominance of leading platforms in the current market. After all, investing in Red Apple seemed less promising than backing the top-ranked platforms, so they weren't optimistic about Red Apple's prospects. This had left Ding Xinyu utterly distressed. Coming to see Luo Yun today was more of a shot in the dark. He hadn't expected to secure investment. But who would have thought he'd run into Zhou Yang here? What incredible luck! Mr. Zhou, you have such keen insight. Rest assured, our Red Apple short dramas won't disappoint you. Here's the contract, take a look. Zhou Yang gave it a quick scan. Finding no hidden clauses, he signed it immediately and transferred 1 billion yuan to Red Apple Short Film's corporate account. The whole transaction flowed like water, utterly satisfying. Ding Xinyu was practically worshipping Zhou Yang like a deity, having already delivered his New Year's greetings. Young Master Zhou, you are now a shareholder of Red Apple. Our platform will go public sooner or later. On that day, I guarantee your net worth will multiply tenfold, no, 100-fold. Young Master Zhou, we may seek additional investment later. We will deliver outstanding performance and absolutely won't disappoint you. To all this, Zhou Yang merely waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest whatsoever. He'd already secured the money, and the future prospects held little appeal for him. After all, the system's 10 billion reward was tangible. Those vague, future earnings were unreliable. Zhou Yang focused solely on the present. Still, Zhou Yang posted an update on his social media. Image, contract signing for the Red Apple short drama investment, alongside a 1 billion yuan transfer screenshot. Caption, when investing, I never look at whether it'll make money, only whether the other party has aspirations and dreams. Ding Xinyu, already overwhelmed with gratitude, instantly felt even more admiration for Zhou Yang. Just look at that. That's what you call vision. This is what vision looks like. Investing based solely on whether someone has dreams, not whether the project makes money. So Ding Xinyu immediately snatched the first comment spot and posted a hot take. Red Apple short drama. Young Master Ding Xinyu, what dragon country lacks are entrepreneurs like young Master Zhou with such long-term strategic vision? Thumbs up. Immediately, a flurry of comments erupted below. Duan Yulong, there's an old saying in our country, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting countless people. Meeting countless people is not as good as following in the footsteps of a leader. A leader like Zhou Yang is worth following. Zhai Rang, young master of Deep Sea Dragon Palace, young Master Zhou, if you're heading to Shanghai, call us brothers. We'd love to invest in your dreams with you. Luo Yun, eldest son of Luo Group, if young Master Zhou gets the meat, this brother wants his share of the broth. I'm putting 100 million into this project. Same city errand service Zhang Haoran, holy crap, Zhou Yang, I have dreams too. I want to start an errand company, send me 1 billion too. Qin Ming, college classmate with severe envy, brother Yang, that guy's greedy asking for 1 billion? Just give me $10, I'll cover tonight's hostel. Ji Shiyun, I smell a whiff of conspiracy here. Guo Shang, holding a screenshot of Zhou Yang's social media post sent by someone else, couldn't help but chuckle coldly. He handed it to Xiao Feng beside him and said with a sinister tone. So Zhou Yang has come to Shanghai too, and invested in a short-form drama platform. Perfect timing. I know President Yu of Strawberry Short Drama, Shanghai's biggest short drama platform. Tomorrow I'll give President Yu a call and have him suppress this Red Apple short drama. Let's show Zhou Yang what's what. Xiao Feng blinked, his voice tinged with unease. Young Master Gua, our primary objective this time is to deal with the Qin family patriarch. We shouldn't complicate things unnecessarily, right? Plus, you mentioned earlier that the people you sent after Zhou Yang all vanished without a trace. That shows he's a tough nut to crack. We should be extra careful. But Guo Shang just sneered dismissively. Those guys I sent were just low-level trash. If they were real mercenaries, they'd have taken Zhou Yang out ages ago. My reason for targeting Zhou Yang is for the sake of our plan. He and the Qin family are close allies. If we don't create trouble for him, he might strongly support the Qins later, which would be detrimental to our scheme. If we provoke a cash-burning war between Red Apple short videos and Strawberry short videos, Zhou Yang's funds will be tied up. Then he won't be able to help the Qin family. Rest assured, with the 9 great families of Haicheng and your Shao family backing us this time, we will definitely bring down the Qin family. Guo Shang spoke with unwavering conviction, yet Xiao Feng couldn't shake a lingering unease. Ever since being humiliated by Zhou Yang at Haicheng University last time, he developed a deep-seated fear of the man. He couldn't shake the feeling that confronting Zhou Yang would only lead to being thoroughly crushed by him sooner or later. Alright, let's try it your way for now. While they schemed to seize Zhou Yang's funds, Zhou Yang was gently clinking glasses with the beautiful Ning Jixia. Ning Jixia's bright eyes reflected Zhou Yang's handsome face, and she couldn't help but feel a bit mesmerized. A man this handsome was simply irresistible. So she pretended to hold her forehead, feigning drunkenness with glazed eyes. Young Master Zhou, I've had a bit too much. Could you please take me home? 101 what JK? I didn't K. Truthfully, Ning Jixia hesitated before saying this. After all, she'd never been this forward with a man before. But somehow, Zhou Yang's attitude treating money like dirt had her deeply captivated. Not to mention, Zhou Yang possessed that damnably charming appearance worthy of a beloved author. So she pretended to be drunk, hoping to lure Zhou Yang into her solo apartment. At the mention of such a romantic encounter, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Hell yeah! Absolutely! Qin Keqing shot Zhou Yang a withering glare from behind and couldn't help but snort. What about me? Zhou Yang scratched his nose, feeling a bit guilty toward Qin Keqing. I'll have manager Ma come pick you up later. You should rest at the hotel tonight. With that, Zhou Yang supported Ning Jixia, whose body was limp as a rag, and left the bar. At first, Ning Jixia had been pretending to be drunk, but once outside the bar, the cool breeze hit her, and she truly became intoxicated. The world blurred before her eyes. Her head instinctively nestled against Zhou Yang's chest, her body utterly drained of strength. Young Master Zhou, here's my house key. I live at. Her words trailed off into slurred incoherence before fading away entirely. Ning Jixia had truly passed out drunk, nestling against Zhou Yang's shoulder and falling asleep. Zhou Yang felt a bit helpless. You should at least tell me where you live. How am I supposed to find it when you only said half the address? He decided to take Ning Jixia straight to a hotel instead. Her body felt incredibly soft, making Zhou Yang's mind wander. Plus, whatever perfume she was wearing smelled intoxicating. But Ning Jixia was already asleep, and Zhou Yang was wrestling with his thoughts. Should he take advantage of her vulnerability? But wouldn't it make him less than an animal to resist? A gentleman remains unmoved in such a situation. Zhou Yang was the one who would inevitably succumb. Zhou Yang couldn't resist reaching for the buttons of Ning Jixia's suit jacket. Snap! One button came undone instantly. As the suit button came undone, the slightly misshapen undergarment beneath the white shirt slipped out. A dazzling expanse of snow-white skin made Zhou Yang's face flush even redder. This is just too beautiful. Truth be told, Zhou Yang loved eating fruit papayas, peaches, watermelons, strawberries, cherries. He'd tried them all. But he'd never eaten a coconut. Right now, Zhou Yang was suddenly craving coconut. But just then, Ning Jixia shoved Zhou Yang away. Lu Qingfeng, didn't you say you'd never come back to see me? Why did you return? Ning Jixia was clearly in a state of confusion. After pushing Zhou Yang away, she inexplicably leaned in again, attempting to kiss his lips. I get it now, Lu Qingfeng. You still can't let go of me, can you? But from start to finish, Ning Jixia's eyes never opened. She was merely reacting instinctively to Zhou Yang beside her. Zhou Yang, who had been burning with desire, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, instantly deflating his passion. He couldn't possibly go through with it while listening to Ning Jixia call out someone else's name, could he? That was something Zhou Yang simply couldn't bring himself to do. So Zhou Yang withdrew his transformation ability, simply removed Ning Jixia's coat, and hung it on the coat rack. He then straightened her body, tucked the blanket around her, and left the hotel in a huff. This Ning Jixia, she seemed like a little woman who'd been hurt by men too. Stupid Zhou Yang, rotten Zhou Yang. For that wild woman, he left me all alone in this hotel room. These long, white, slender legs, these jade-like, smooth arms, and this flat, sleek F4 waist, how could they not keep that rotten man's heart? It's infuriating. Qin Keqing muttered curses under her breath at Zhou Yang, tearing the rose petals in the bathtub one by one, as if shredding his skin. Only this seemed to ease her fury. After Jin Huaguan, the butler, dropped Qin Keqing off at the Waldorf Astoria 5-star hotel, he left. Qin Keqing could only pass the time idly in the presidential suite. But just then, she suddenly heard the door creak open. Click. Instantly, Qin Keqing's heart skipped a beat. What was that? Could it be a burglar? Or am I being followed? Qin Keqing's mind raced through countless unexpected scenarios from movies, instantly making her feel on edge.
Having been to the remote countryside, she was acutely aware of her own safety. In an instant, she sprang from the bathtub, wrapping her towel around her slender form. She tiptoed behind the bathroom door, hoping to see who had entered and grab her phone from inside her clothes to call Zhou Yang. Just as she reached for her clothes, the door creaked open from the outside. Qin Keqing's heart leapt into her throat. Oh no, an intruder. What should I do? Will he find me hiding in the bathroom? Qin Keqing was utterly terrified. She carefully held the towel shielding her chest with her left hand while her other hand stealthily fumbled through the pocket of her discarded clothes for her phone. But her hands were damp and slippery. The moment she touched the phone, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor with a soft thud. The sound terrified Qin Keqing. Oh my gosh, what if someone bad heard that? Sure enough, the next second, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside. Clang! Terrified, Qin Keqing couldn't hold onto her towel, which slipped right off her body. But the moment she recognized who it was, she burst into tears. Wah, you jerk Zhou Yang, you scared me to death. I thought someone was coming to rob and kill me. With that, she threw herself at Zhou Yang and clung tightly to him. Her drenched body instantly soaked through Zhou Yang's clothes, from the outside in. Even through the fabric, Zhou Yang could feel Qin Keqing's heart pounding wildly. Sigh. The restlessness Zhou Yang had barely managed to calm was stirred up again by Qin Keqing. Listening to Qin Keqing's pitiful sobs, Zhou Yang felt as though he could sense the fragility within Qin Keqing's heart. After all, she was just a girl. No matter how strong she pretended to be on the outside, deep down she still longed for someone to protect her. So he couldn't help but offer gentle comfort. Why are you crying? I'm back now, aren't I? But Qin Keqing whimpered back. Zhou Yang, promise me you'll never leave me again. I'm scared. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Even if there are other women by your side, I'll stay quiet. Is Qin Keqing really this easygoing? Hearing Qin Keqing be so understanding, Zhou Yang felt a bit embarrassed and decided to make it up to her. The method of compensation was unsightly 10 billion names omitted here. True to her aristocratic upbringing, Qin Keqing possessed remarkably flexible joints. Having rarely done manual labor since childhood and maintaining a disciplined diet, her physical development far surpassed that of ordinary people, achieving a more perfect state. Thus, she could perform even the most challenging movements with the agility of a gymnast. Zhou Yang didn't know when he'd fallen asleep. His dreams were chaotic anyway. It seemed like people were fighting. As an investigator, Zhou Yang was highly dedicated, charging ahead with determination, focusing on concrete actions, conducting thorough research, and taking proactive steps. His efforts actually led him to a breakthrough in the case. He first apprehended the two ringleaders and delivered a stern verbal reprimand. He then dug deeper into the root causes, following the trail to uncover the truth. Finally, the mastermind was brought to justice, satisfying everyone involved. Afterward, the experience proved deeply rewarding, yielding valuable lessons. They conducted another simulation review to identify shortcomings. Adhering to a pragmatic approach, they embraced the spirit of sweat more in training than bleed on the battlefield, working day and night to improve themselves. The next day, the sun was high in the sky. Zhou Yang finally stirred awake. As he opened his eyes, Qin Keqing was standing before the mirror, changing her stockings. Qin Keqing seemed to have an extreme fascination with stockings, usually opting for either black or white ones. But today, she boldly opted for a pair of glossy stockings. The moment she slipped them on, they instantly elongated and enhanced the curves of her legs, creating a visually striking effect. What excited Zhou Yang even more was that Qin Keqing had abandoned her usual gentle, refined demeanor and donned a schoolgirl uniform. Noticing Zhou Yang staring at her intently, Qin Keqing covered her mouth and giggled. Zhou Yang, I heard boys like JK uniforms, so I had manager Ma specially buy me one. What do you think? Does it look good on me? Ah. Zhou Yang, what are you doing? I just changed. Haven't you heard that song? I've got no K, but I've got dinosaur-proof wolf repellent. When she opened her eyes again, it was already around 10 o'clock. The torn school uniform on the floor told the story of the fierce battle. Qin Keqing, clad in Zhou Yang's oversized shirt, sat bare-chested before the mirror, reapplying her makeup. Zhou Yang, we really can't do this again. I feel like I can barely stand up. Let's go out and grab something to eat. Zhou Yang gave a non-committal "oh." He noticed that girls, though usually quite slim, actually had hearty appetites and often complained of hunger. Qin Keqing had eaten her fill just moments ago, yet now she was already complaining of hunger again. There was serious business to attend to today. He was heading to Christie's auction house to bid on that painting, The Prayer Girl at Dawn by the River. The painting had now been entrusted to Christie's by the president of the Poly Group for auction. Only by securing this painting could he give his younger sister, Zhou Wanning, the opportunity to become a disciple of Master Leng Jun. To give his sister Wanning this surprise, Zhou Yang truly spared no effort. Any brother would understand after all, she was his only sister, and no amount of doting was excessive. By the time he arrived at Christie's, the auction was already halfway through.
However, the Buddha's head in the famous painting, reserved as the grand finale, would not be formally presented for another hour. The items up for auction were all kinds of bizarre. Zhou Yang was just browsing for fun, with no intention of buying anything. Yet with his ability to scan information, he could clearly discern the value of these items. For instance, the imitation Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon washbasin. Item, imitation Northern Song Dynasty Rukiln Celadon glaze washbasin. Starting bid, 10 million dragon coins. Estimated sale price, 160 million dragon coins. Actual value, 1.4 million dragon coins. Craftsmanship, reproduced using Republican-era imperial-style kiln-supporting stake firing techniques, with artificial aging treatment applied. Zhou Yang could tell at a glance whether an item was worth anything. After examining the items for a while, he found most of them were losing propositions. As Zhou Yang lazily scanned the auction, a newly presented lot suddenly caught his attention. Item, 40 bottles of 1926 Macallan whiskey. Starting bid, 300,000 dragon coins. Estimated sale price, 12 million dragon coins. Actual value, 23 million dragon coins. Clues, extremely rare spirit, fewer than 100 bottles exist worldwide. A favorite of Master Leng Jun. 102 clue message. Zhou Yang was stunned. Whoa! Now Zhou Yang was intrigued. It wasn't because this Cameron whiskey could net him a small profit, but because the system actually indicated that Master Leng Jun enjoyed drinking this. Gifting someone is all about catering to their preferences, right? Anyway, whether he gave paintings or liquor, it was all about gifting. Might as well grab these 40 bottles of Cameron whiskey too. Meanwhile, the auctioneer on stage was detailing the provenance of these spirits. These 40 bottles of whiskey were consigned to Christie's auction house by Mr. Wang for auction. These 40 bottles are among the world's last 100 surviving bottles of 1926 vintage. Alongside the 38 bottles sold at last year's British auction, they were drawn from a single sherry cask. Each has aged for 60 years and was bottled in 1986, making them exceptionally rare. The opening bid for this whiskey is 300,000, with increments of no less than 100,000. Now, distinguished guests wishing to bid, please raise your bidding paddles to increase your offer. Before anyone else could react, Zhou Yang lazily raised his bidding paddle. 1 million. Zhou Yang was merely testing the waters. After all, the system's estimated closing price was 12 million, so 1 million was definitely not going to secure it. Still, he held on to the hope of snagging a bargain, watching to see if anyone else would bid. Unfortunately, several acquaintances of Zhou Yang were present at this auction. Yu Yan from the U Group, whom he had offended the night before, Gu Nanzhou, son of Shanghai's shipping magnate in Guishang, Xiaofeng, and others who had traveled from Haicheng were all present at the auction. Also present were Qin Siyuan, the patriarch of Haicheng's Qin Group, and Luo Yun, the eldest son of the Luo Group. The moment they saw Zhou Yang place his bid, all eyes instantly turned toward him. Gu Nanzhou let out a cold snort. Oomph. With so many valuable items up for auction, he chooses to bid on this worthless liquor? It's laughable. Yu Yan, however, raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but chuckle slyly. Young Master Gu, you shouldn't speak like that. Everyone needs hobbies, right? Maybe Zhou Yang's hobby is indulging in these pleasures. He embarrassed us last night. Why not drive up the price today and let him play the sucker? Gu Nanzhou pondered for a moment. Truth be told, after seeing Zhou Yang's distinguished status last night, Gu Nanzhou wasn't eager to create an enemy out of him. After all, people in their circle knew best how to read the situation. Those you can take on, you push to the limit. But if you couldn't take them on, playing the underdog was perfectly acceptable. As long as it wasn't a matter of life and death enmity demanding retribution, everyone would save face for each other. Who knows? There might even be a chance to sit down and share a drink someday. But Yu Yan's actions were tantamount to pushing someone to the brink. If Zhou Yang got truly pissed off, who knew what underhanded tactics he might pull behind the scenes? Just as Gu Nanzhou hesitated, Yu Yan urged him again. Young Master Gu, if this were anywhere else, snatching his goods would be us picking a fight. But this is an auction house. Bidding against each other in an auction is the most natural thing in the world, isn't it? He likes the wine, and we happen to like it too. What's the problem? If we don't bid, won't people think we're afraid of him? Ha! Gu Nanzhou's hesitant heart was instantly swayed by Yu Yan's words. In that case, 2 million. Gu Nanzhou raised his bidding paddle without hesitation. This bid was far below the estimated closing price, so the other bidders didn't find it unreasonable. But Zhou Yang caught Gu Nanzhou's glance out of the corner of his eye. Oh, isn't that the guy from last night who got scared off at the next table? Now he's showing up at the auction to rub salt in my wounds? Zhou Yang's lips curled slightly. Things were getting interesting. He, Zhou Yang, disliked bullying others, but if someone pushed their luck, that was a different story. Take Guishang, for instance, always dancing around in front of him. Zhou Yang had already instructed his steward, Manhwa, to thoroughly investigate Guishang. They uncovered every scheme Guishang had hatched against him. At the time, Manhwa had even asked Zhou Yang whether to send men to teach Guishang and the 9 great families backing him a lesson. But Zhou Yang thought it over and decided that wasn't quite perfect. He intended to stir up Guoshang and his crew's desires at the auction, coaxing them into contributing more investment returns. That's why he let Guoshang and his crew keep jumping around for a few more days. Even as Zhou Yang was bidding earlier, he was still wondering if Guoshang would step in to drive up the price. But before Guoshang could make a move, Gu Nanzhou had already stepped forward to be humiliated. But that didn't matter to Zhou Yang. Stirring up desire was stirring up desire, wasn't it? Gu Nanzhou would be the first to feel the heat. So Zhou Yang switched into mocking mode toward Gu Nanzhou. Isn't this the same Mr. Gu who ran away scared last night? What? After one night, you think you're ready again? Come fight me for something? Luo Yun, the eldest son of the Luo group, chimed in when he heard Zhou Yang confronting Gu Nanzhou and his crew. Gu Nanzhou, you've got no real skills, just a knack for being a jerk, huh? No wonder you and Yu Yan are cut from the same cloth. Both of you are just low-life scumbags. Right now, Luo Yun was the loyal sidekick type to Zhou Yang. Wherever Zhou Yang pointed his gun, Luo Yun's artillery would follow. Besides, he already had a bone to pick with Yu Yan, Gu Nanzhou, and the others. Gu Nanzhou, however, gave a cold laugh and shot back. What's that? You can bid on these wines, but I can't? Auction rules, highest bidder wins. If you want it, just outbid us. What kind of skill is resorting to personal attacks? Luo Yun tried to retort, but Zhou Yang waved him off. Zhou Yang was using Gu Nanzhou to secure his wish investment. He couldn't let him slip away. So Zhou Yang deliberately provoked him. Well said, highest bidder wins. I, Zhou Yang, couldn't agree more. Here's the deal, I, Zhou Yang, don't like complications. Mr. Gu, name a figure you won't bid against. If you dare say it, I dare match it. How about that? It saves us both the back and forth bidding. And to everyone present, once Mr. Gu names his figure, if you feel you can outbid him, go ahead. The wine is yours. I, Zhou Yang, won't compete. How does that sound? With this single statement, Zhou Yang effectively blocked any malicious bidding tactics. The other bidders present shook their heads one after another. While many were collectors, their enthusiasm for liquor wasn't particularly high. After all, liquor is tricky to store. A slight mishandling could destroy its value. It's not a reliable investment. Thus, none expressed intent to raise the bid further. Seeing the collective shake of heads, Zhou Yang turned to Gu Nanzhou. Young Master Gu, make your bid. At that moment, Gu Nanzhou was absolutely thrilled inside. That fool Zhou Yang actually came up with such a rotten scheme to screw himself over? If he named a figure now, wouldn't he be able to screw Zhou Yang over big time? But what if he asked for too much and Zhou Yang walked away? After weighing his options for a long while, Gu Nanzhou blurted out a figure he believed Zhou Yang couldn't refuse. 35 million. He knew the appraised value of these wines was at most around 12 million. Now he'd tripled the price. Zhou Yang, the sucker, might just hold his nose and accept it. Sure enough, Zhou Yang's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Because the wish investment card had taken effect. Ding! Detected Gu Nanzhou's wish. You idiot Zhou Yang, you better pay up 35 million or else this little master will be stuck holding the bag. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 5 million. B. 10 million. C. 20 million. D. 50 million. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 500 million dragon coins. 50 million dragon coins have been deducted from your balance. Current balance, 56.748 billion. Of this, 10 billion is locked by the Supreme Obsidian card. A 500 million investment return. Though modest, it was better than nothing. So Zhou Yang readily agreed. Alright, 35 million. Deal. Ding. Host has fulfilled Gu Nanzhou's wish. Tenfold investment return of 500 million dragon coins credited. Current balance, 57.248 billion, with 10 billion locked by the Supreme Obsidian card. Gu Nanzhou and his crew, seeing they'd successfully scammed Zhou Yang, beamed with delight, inwardly cursing him an idiot. But Zhou Yang shot him a meaningful look. This Gu Nanzhou, unaware he'd been used as a cash cow by Zhou Yang, he was still gloating over his victory. How utterly ridiculous. Qin Keqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but tug at Zhou Yang's sleeve and pout. Zhou Yang, you know perfectly well that Gu Nanzhou and the others are setting you up. Why are you still jumping into the fire pit? You're being so foolish. Zhou Yang glanced down. Qin Keqing, if you must tug at his sleeve, why on earth did you place his arm between your 36D breasts? So Zhou Yang couldn't help but tease her playfully. I'm Big Fool. I even have a younger brother named Second Fool. Which one do you prefer, Big Fool or Second Fool? Ha! Qin Keqing's lovely face flushed red, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. This Zhou Yang, he's so inappropriate. Is it really appropriate to make jokes like this in public? Zhou Yang chuckled and sat down. Now, he only needed to make a slight move to stir the young girl's heart. With the drinks already ordered, he had a moment to review yesterday's check-in rewards. Ding! D. Rank check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the heart-setting Arsonist title card permanent title card. Upon use, the host's attraction to all females permanently increases by 10%, effective for life.
Ding. D. Rank check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Agile Tongue permanent skill card. Upon use, host's tongue flexibility plus 100%, taste bud sensitivity plus 100%. Knitting with your tongue becomes basic skill, lifetime effect.
Ding. D. Rank check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Feng Shui Master Talent Card permanent skill card. Upon use, the host gains world-class Feng Shui Master abilities, capable of forcibly altering Feng Shui configurations.
Ding. D-tier check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Wish investment card daily. Host can view target wishes. Investing in a wish grants 10x return upon its fulfillment.
Ding. D-tier check-in reward automatically distributed.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Prank Dialogue Card Daily card. Upon use, the host can hear the inner thoughts of selected prank targets during the card's active period.
3 targets may be chosen daily. Just as Zhou Yang was carefully examining the rewards, the auctioneer's introduction of the next item caught his attention once more. Property, Shiwu Cloud Palace unsold after 3 auctions. Starting bid, 10 million. Estimated sale price, 210 million. Actual value, 1.35 billion.
Description: Shanghai's premier luxury residence, spanning 6.8 mu approximate 1.13 acres with a built area of 1,300-1,400 square meters and a 1,000 square meter garden. Features include a swimming pool, jacuzzi, indoor elevator, private gym, and other amenities. Reasons for unsold: 1. Rumors claim Feng Shui masters set up an array, causing residents to suffer chronic illnesses and family ruin. 2. Haunted house rumors persist, with furniture moving inexplicably and mysterious cries heard at night. 3. A murder occurred here, and the owner's sudden death negatively impacted overall valuation.
Clue: hundreds of tons of gold are hidden in the basement.
103. Snagging a bargain mansion, teasing Mei Fan's neighbor.
Zhou Yang's eyes lit up instantly. This is fantastic. Is the clue feature on this scanning card really this powerful? It can even detect 100 tons of gold hidden in a mansion's basement? 100 tons of gold. A conservative estimate puts its value at around 45 billion dragon coins. That's nearly 80% of Zhou Yang's current net worth. Upon seeing this auction item, Zhou Yang instantly sat up straight. Whether the house was haunted or not no longer concerned him. As long as he could get his hands on that 100 tons of gold, he'd be utterly satisfied. Besides, he still had the permanent skill card for the Feng Shui master. If the Feng Shui was indeed problematic or the house cursed, he could simply forcefully alter the Feng Shui layout. Moving in wouldn't be a big deal. Thus, Zhou Yang listened intently to the auctioneer's explanation, his interest piqued. Beside him, Qin Keqing tugged at his sleeve again, unable to resist muttering. Zhou Yang, if you're interested, could you at least keep it to yourself? Don't show it. With that exaggerated expression, everyone knows you're interested. They'll just try harder to rip you off. Look, Guo Shang, Xiaofeng, Yu Yan, and Gu Nanzhou, they're all eyeing you. They're treating you like a sucker to rip off. Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. No big deal. I'd be surprised if they didn't try to rip me off. Today, I'll show them what a true high roller's real power looks like. Qin Keqing blinked helplessly at Zhou Yang's stubborn refusal to listen. Does having money make you this reckless? Zhou Yang was clearly spending money just for fun, treating it like it was worthless. Since she couldn't dissuade him, she might as well let him be. Not far away, Luo Yun, fearing Zhou Yang might not know the inside scoop on this Chiwu Yun palace, couldn't help but call out to him loudly. Young Master Zhou, this house is cursed. Rumor has it the previous owner died violently inside. You absolutely mustn't bid on it. He was genuinely trying to give him sound advice. He feared Zhou Yang might impulsively spend a fortune on a haunted house. After all, wealthy people like them were deeply superstitious about such cursed properties. Even though science is highly valued nowadays, these wealthy individuals remain deeply fascinated by, if not downright devoted to, folk beliefs, especially when it comes to feng shui. But Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Mr. Luo, thanks for the heads up, but I know a renowned feng shui master. As long as the price isn't outrageous, I don't mind the haunted house, I just really like it. As he spoke, Zhou Yang glanced sideways at Yu Yan, Gu Nanzhou, Guo Shang, and the others. He was deliberately sending them a signal. After all, just by stirring up a little desire, he'd recoup his expenses. Otherwise, buying such a mansion outright would feel like a rip-off to him. Sure enough, Yu Yan, Gu Nanzhou, and the others immediately took the bait. The thought of getting Zhou Yang to foot the bill filled them with quiet satisfaction. So Gu Nanzhou didn't even bother pretending anymore. 150 million. I'll put up 150 million. Yu Yan chuckled darkly. 160 million. Over there, Guo Sheng couldn't resist raising his paddle either. 200 million. I bid 200 million. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, several bidders had already driven the price up to 200 million. The auctioneer was visibly taken aback. This Chiwuyun Palace had already failed to sell 3 times before. Everyone had shied away from bidding due to rumors of it being a haunted house. Why were so many people suddenly interested today? Could it be because of that wealthy young man named Zhou Yang? These people were clearly trying to trap that young Master Zhou. But as a professional auctioneer, she couldn't openly warn Zhou Yang. Instead, she fixed her gaze intently on him, hoping to convey subtle hints through her eyes. When Zhou Yang caught the auctioneer's kind warning glance, he couldn't help but smile. This young lady is a good person. After the auction, he could engage in deeper conversation with her and give her a generous reward. But for now, Zhou Yang was too eager to harvest his wish to honor her kind offer. Ding! Detected Gu Nanzhou's wish. This time, I'll rip Zhou Yang off for at least 10 billion. Would the host like to invest? Ding! Detected Zhu Yan's wish. Today I'll make Zhou Yang bleed more, I won't let him off alive. Would the host like to invest? Ding! Detected Guo Sheng's wish. As long as Zhou Yang wastes more of his time on these useless matters, my plan gets one step closer to success. Would the host like to invest? These wishes granted Zhou Yang a whopping 8 billion in investment returns, leaving him immensely satisfied. Yet among these wish notifications, one stood out starkly from the rest. Ding! Detected auctioneer Mei Fanlin's wish. How can I warn this Mr. Zhou? I'm so anxious. If he actually bids on that haunted house, I must remind him not to pay after the auction ends, otherwise he'll lose big. Would the host like to invest? Investment options. A one-time War God card. B. Waste King Manual. C. Titanium alloy perpetual motion kidney. D. 1 mm. Select any investment option. Upon completion of the target wish, receive tenfold returns. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you've obtained 10 mm. Whoa! Zhou Yang found himself growing more and more fond of this Mei Fanlin the more he looked at her. Auctioneer Mei Fanlin wore a Qipao-inspired formal gown today, with a slightly professional flair. Yet her exposed snow-white jade arms were particularly eye-catching. Her slender, beautiful legs, hidden behind the display stand, were tantalizingly visible through the high slit of her Qipao. Her hair was elegantly pinned up in a ladylike bun, with a few strands cascading down to add a touch of femininity. The deep blue shawl carried a cool, restrained elegance, making Mei Fanlin appear sensual yet not provocative. Zhou Yang's unabashed scrutiny made Mei Fanlin blush involuntarily. Because Zhou Yang's permanent heartfire arsonist trait was active, his attraction to any woman was invisibly boosted by 10%. Mei Fanlin had to admit she'd never seen a man as handsome as Zhou Yang. Though he spent money lavishly, appearing as foolish as a nouveau riche, this man's wealth only amplified his charm. Just a few extra glances were enough to send Mei Fanlin's fondness for Zhou Yang skyrocketing. Truth be told, men and women are alike, there's no such thing as love at first sight. It's merely lust at first glance, followed by infatuation. After gazing at Zhou Yang with dreamy eyes for a moment, Mei Fanlin finally remembered her job. Ahem, any other VIPs wishing to bid? Zhou Yang immediately raised his paddle. Yes. I'll bid 300 million. Put. The numerous guests who had been planning to watch the spectacle couldn't help but let out a collective groan. This Zhou Yang, what a deep-pocketed tycoon. While others were bidding in increments of 10 million, he was jumping straight to 100 million. The only ones remaining calm were likely old Master Qin Siyuan, and his granddaughter, Qin Keqing. They were the ones who truly witnessed Zhou Yang's capabilities. Besides, Zhou Yang held a 30% stake in their Qin group, valued at 30 billion yuan. Meanwhile, Gu Nanzhou and the others wore expressions of delight. This Zhou Yang was indeed adorably naive, he'd totally taken the bait. Gu Nanzhou and his group immediately followed suit with another bid. 310 million. 320 million. 350 million. Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly. 500 million. This price had already far exceeded the estimated transaction value of 210 million. After all, it was a haunted house. Zhou Yang's bid was already exceptionally high. So Gu Nanzhou and the others immediately fell silent. They feared that if they raised their bids further, they would be left holding the bag. Thus, they all abandoned the bidding. Thus, Zhou Yang effortlessly secured the Chiwuyun Palace mansion for 500 million. Truth be told, even if Zhou Yang had to spend 10 billion to win it, he would have gone for it. After all, with 100 tons of gold hidden in the basement, any bid under 40 billion yuan was a steal. But Zhou Yang had no intention of stopping there. Next, he continued to stir the desires of Gu Nanzhou and the others. He spent another 60 million to win a pigeon's blood red DuPont ruby brooch, and 5 million for a limited edition Gucci diamond-encrusted lady's handbag. Yet the total value remained modest, netting him only a little over 10 billion in wish investments. Before the final lot went up for auction, the event entered its intermission. Zhou Yang had intended to go up to the podium to settle the payment. But auctioneer Mei Fanlin discreetly pulled Zhou Yang into the backstage corridor. Mr. Zhou, I sincerely advise you do not proceed with the payment for that Chiwuyun Palace. Zhou Yang feigned curiosity in his question. Oh? Why? Is it because of the rumors about it being a haunted house? Mei Fonglin nodded. I know you might not believe in such things, but I must explain this to you, otherwise my conscience won't let me rest. Because I conduct thorough research on every auction item beforehand. I personally visited and investigated this Chiwu Yun Palace. Not only is it dilapidated, but several tragic incidents have occurred there. Previous owners met gruesome ends inside. And the current owner hasn't even moved in after winning the auction. Most crucially, once inside, all electronic devices malfunction, even compasses lose accuracy. The magnetic field there is exceptionally chaotic and bizarre. I strongly advise you to reconsider your purchase, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yang could sense that Mei Fonglin genuinely had his best interests at heart. Consequently, he developed a strong fondness for this stunning beauty with a 9.2 out of 10 looks rating. But this Chiwu Yun Palace, he absolutely had to secure it. So he waved it off nonchalantly. Miss Mei, you're truly kind-hearted. I appreciate your concern, but I genuinely adore this mansion. To thank you for your kindness, here this Gucci diamond-encrusted handbag is yours. With that, Zhou Yang forcefully shoved the bag which she'd just bid 5 million yuan for into Mei Fonglin's hands. Mei Fonglin's expression froze. Young Master Zhou, I'm telling you this not because I'm seeking any reward from you. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, finding Mei Fonglin's meticulous and earnest approach increasingly amusing. He deliberately leaned in aggressively, pressing his lips lightly against hers. A fleeting taste. A fleeting touch. I know. I kissed Miss Mei just now. Consider this handbag my apology for my indiscretion toward Miss Mei. With that, Zhou Yang turned and walked away, generously settling all the payments. Mei Fonglin stood frozen in place, clutching the bag. She stared blankly at the direction Zhou Yang had departed, feeling a bit lost inside. Just moments ago, her first kiss had been stolen by this ridiculously handsome man. That sensation felt so smooth. She couldn't help but lick her lips, savoring the lingering sensation. Only after a long moment did she realize what she'd missed. Young Master Zhou, wait. Can I add you on WeChat? Zhou Yang naturally wouldn't refuse. He was planning to give Mei Fonglin a generous reward. He found this slightly naive yet exceptionally earnest girl quite intriguing. After the intermission, it was time for the 3 grand finale auction items. Zhou Yang was itching to make his move. 104, Reunion with Ning Jixia, clues to the Bali group. To Zhou Yang's surprise, the auctioneer on stage had changed after the intermission. It was no longer Mei Fonglin. Instead, it was Ning Jixia, the financial director of Longhua Bank, whom Zhou Yang had briefly met the previous night. Zhou Yang found Ning Jixia's appearance highly peculiar. He had no idea why she would be at the auction house. In truth, Ning Jixia's presence here was connected to the next 2 auction items. Their major client, Poly Jewelry Group, had fallen into a severe debt crisis and had declared bankruptcy reorganization. Therefore, Longhua Bank held the right to auction off Poly Jewelry Group's key assets. The upcoming auction of Bali Jewelry Group's 100% shares and a treasured painting, Dawn Prayer Girl by the River, would both be presented and auctioned by Ning Jixia. However, the moment Ning Jixia stepped onto the stage, she spotted Zhou Yang. Upon seeing him, Ning Jixia rolled her eyes. She had drunk herself into a stupor the night before, hoping for a romantic encounter with the handsome Zhou Yang. But for some reason, after he'd walked her home, he'd turned and left. Though her clothes were slightly disheveled, she was certain Zhou Yang hadn't taken advantage of her. So much so that when she sobered up in the morning, she cursed Zhou Yang as being worse than an animal. She was confident in her own charm. She couldn't believe that a stunning beauty like herself, drunk out of her mind, wouldn't tempt Zhou Yang to make a move unless he was, well, lacking down there. So when she spotted Zhou Yang at the auction house now, she shot him a piercing, resentful glare. The look seemed to say, Zhou Yang, you're no good. Zhou Yang responded with a faint smile. He was a man of principles. Things had been progressing naturally between him and Ning Jixia, but then she suddenly cried out Lu Qingfeng's name. Zhou Yang wasn't the type to struggle to find a woman. Why would he waste his time with someone whose heart belonged to another man? That would leave Zhou Yang feeling utterly unfulfilled. He didn't need love to blossom over time. What he wanted was the reverse of love growing over time. That's why he left Ning Jixia behind at the hotel and headed straight back to catch up with Qin Keqing. Of course, Ning Jixia's primary task today was to explain the auction items, so she quickly got into the groove and professionally introduced the first piece. 100% equity of Bali Jewelry Group and the current financial status of Bali Group. But no sooner had Ning Jixia finished her explanation. Gu Nanzhou couldn't help but snort in derision. You Longhua Bank really think everyone else is a fool? A bankrupt company with assets worth less than its debt dares to auction off 10 billion? I've already investigated Boli Group's remaining assets are worth no more than 3 billion at most. Ning Jixia looked at Gu Nanzhou, knowing this guy was deliberately giving her a hard time over last night's incident. Nevertheless, she proceeded to explain earnestly. Mr. Gu's question is shared by everyone here. I must thoroughly explain why Boli Jewelry Group's equity valuation stands at 10 billion. Because Boli Group holds a short delivery order worth 100 billion long coins on the international futures market. The delivery involves 100 tons of gold. If successfully settled, this order could net approximately 55 billion in profits. This order is also part of the valuation of Bali Jewelry Group's risk assets. Hence the final valuation of 10 billion. Ning Jixia should have kept this to herself. After she did, the bidders present shook their heads repeatedly. 100 tons of gold? Are you kidding me? Even at its peak, Bali Jewelry's gold reserves never exceeded 3 tons. They overleveraged themselves in international markets, couldn't fulfill their obligations, and declared bankruptcy, a fact well known among Shanghai's high society. Now, on the verge of collapse, they still wanted to make a killing by swindling fools? Their hearts were truly black. Gu Nanzhou immediately struck back at Ning Jixia. Ms. Ning, your Dragon Nation Bank shares responsibility for this mess. That's why you're scrambling to clean up Poly Group's mess, right? Those empty orders are like Damocles' sword hanging over our heads. Acquiring Poly Jewelry Group means we have to fulfill their delivery obligations. If we can't deliver those 100 tons of gold, we'll have to pay 100 billion long coins in compensation. Only a complete fool would dare to make such an acquisition. I don't see anyone here willing to take on this mess. Let's just call it a failed auction and move on to the next lot. Gu Nanzhou was speaking the plain truth. So after Gu Nanzhou spoke, the vast majority of bidders joined in the uproar. Exactly. Mr. Ning, putting this Poly Group mess up for auction is nothing but a scam. Exactly. Even if you paid me 10 billion to take it, I wouldn't dare bid. Those unfilled orders are terrifying. These days, gold is a safe haven asset. Who'd want to deliver it? Even if they had it, they'd never hand it over. Bali Group got what it deserved. Ning Jixia hadn't anticipated such fierce resistance to auctioning off Bali Group's assets. But these assets had to be sold off. Otherwise, not only would she, as the supervisor, face disciplinary action and resign in disgrace, but even their head office president would be stripped of his position. After all, this represented a major investment misstep by their Dragon Nation Bank. If handled poorly, accountability would inevitably follow. In stark contrast to everyone else, Zhou Yang sat up straight once more. He was deeply moved by Ning Jixia's words. What? Delivery of 100 tons of gold? A 100 billion yuan short order netting 55 billion long coins after delivery? Holy crap! This is a golden opportunity delivered right to my doorstep. Didn't he just snap up at Chiwu Cloud Palace? Isn't there 100 tons of gold stashed in its basement? Perfectly timed, a match made in heaven. He even suspected the system prompt about that 100 tons of gold was specifically timed to align with this deal. At this thought, Zhou Yang couldn't help but raise his paddle with a smile. 10 billion. I'll take it. Put. At that moment, several bidders slid right off their chairs. There really are suckers out there. Who in their right mind would rush to get ripped off like that? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw it was Zhou Yang raising his paddle. Yeah. If it's Zhou Yang, then it's no wonder. After all, this guy had already been ripped off for over 10 billion at this auction. But what baffled everyone was how this seemingly dim-witted guy, who kept getting ripped off, managed to amass such a fortune in the first place. But this money definitely wasn't earned by Zhou Yang himself, otherwise, he wouldn't be throwing it around so carelessly. One thing's certain, Zhou Yang must be a spoiled rich kid. The kind who'd sell his father's fields without a second thought. When everyone's gaze fell upon Zhou Yang, it was filled with mocking amusement, as if they could already envision him crying his eyes out, wailing for his mother after getting ripped off. But Zhou Yang struck gold again. His little wish for him to buy out Poly Group's assets triggered his Wish investment card again, granting him a modest 10 billion yuan in Wish investment funds. These gods of wealth had essentially reimbursed Zhou Yang for his entire purchase of Poly Group. Zhou Yang didn't know how to thank them, so he decided to compliment them instead. So Zhou Yang stood up and surveyed the auction participants with a sweeping glance. Forgive my bluntness, but every single one of you here except my friends are short-sighted trash. Every single investment I, Zhou Yang, make is a stroke of genius that lights up the night sky like a comet. You provincial bumpkins, who've never seen the world, couldn't possibly comprehend my profound investment strategies. After this round of compliments, Zhou Yang earned a few more curses. But Zhou Yang couldn't care less. They cursed with relish, while he cashed in with relish. By the end of the auction, Zhou Yang had purchased a mountain of goods, pushing his total assets past 64.215 billion. Zhou Yang had mastered this method of deliberately triggering minor wishes to perfection. But just then, another wish notification chimed. Ding! Detected Ning Jixia's wish. What's up with young Master Zhou? He left abruptly yesterday, and I thought he wasn't interested in me. Why is he suddenly willing to spend such a massive amount to help me out today? Could it be he wants to win my heart? If Zhou Yang really completes the payment for Poly Group, I'll insist on inviting him over for a home-cooked meal, my signature dish. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A one-time War God card. B. Waste King Manual. C. Titanium Alloy Perpetual Kidney. D. Golden Kidney Card Monthly Pass. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive tenfold returns. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive a Golden Kidney Card Annual Pass. What the hell? Golden Kidney Annual Pass? This is a great thing. He only had 2 or 3 monthly passes on hand and was always worried they wouldn't be enough. If he got this annual pass, he'd be over the moon. The longer Zhou Yang lived, the more he realized he couldn't live without this golden kidney card. It was simply too useful. The fact that it had no side effects alone allowed him to work 24 hours straight without breaks. How incredibly powerful. Compared to the return on this investment, the 10 millimeters he just gained was nothing. Thus, Zhou Yang resolved Ning Zhixia's home-cooked feast was his for the taking. At that moment, the auction hall had fallen into an eerie silence. Only the soft piano melody of Fur Elise echoed faintly through the hall. After Zhou Yang's bid, no one else followed suit. They had all given up outright. After all, no one was foolish enough to take home 100 billion in debt to shoulder. And so, Zhou Yang successfully acquired 100% ownership of Bali Jewelry Group for 10 billion yuan. Now, Zhou Yang was the owner of his own corporate group. Ning Zhixia then proceeded to introduce the next item up for auction. This item, also an asset of Bali Jewelry Group, was a world-renowned painting. David's masterpiece, The Praying Girl at Dawn by the River. Upon seeing the painting, Zhou Yang instantly became excited. His sole purpose for attending the auction today was to acquire this painting as a gift for his younger brother, Zhou Wanning, to present to Master Ling Jun upon becoming his disciple. So he sat up straight once more, determined to secure this masterpiece. 105 Ning Zhixia's invitation. Ning Zhixia was earnestly introducing this world-renowned painting. Ladies and gentlemen, the next masterpiece is David's The Nude Girl by the River. The Praying Girl at Dawn by the River. Starting bid, 1 billion. Minimum bid increment, 1 million. Hearing Ning Zhixia's slip of the tongue, Zhou Yang instantly burst into laughter. So he wasn't the only one who thought the painting was called The Nude Girl by the River. Ning Zhixia had made the same mistake. Well, what can you say? David painted it with such incredible detail. A young girl bathing by the river, bathed in the light of dawn, with countless fragmented reflections scattered across the shimmering water's edge. Though it appeared quite sacred, it was all too easy to misinterpret. The moment this painting hit the exhibition stand, it instantly drew a crowd. While no one cared about the mess at the Bali Jewelry Group, they were deeply intrigued by its art collection. This painting is said to embody the pinnacle of light and shadow interpretation, a masterpiece so acclaimed that countless masters of aesthetics have praised it and sought to acquire it. Indeed. It's said to be Mr. David's most cherished work during his lifetime without a doubt. Later, even he himself could never recapture that artistic essence, let alone replicate it. This is the pinnacle of artistic achievement, with immense appreciation potential. It seems that with Bali Jewelry's bankruptcy, Chairman Wang has brought out his most prized possession to settle debts. Bidders murmured excitedly, itching to secure the painting. After all, these seasoned connoisseurs possessed a professional instinct. They were drawn like moths to flame to such rare masterpieces by deceased artists. Thus, the painting instantly ignited a small wave of excitement in the auction hall. Instantly, a flurry of bids erupted. 1.01 billion. 1.011 billion. 1.03 billion. 1.035 billion. 1.21 billion. 1.579 billion. Zhou Yang didn't rush to make his move. He wanted to let the bullets fly for a while. He had already scanned the value information. Work, The Prayer Girl at Dawn by the River. Author, David. Starting bid, 10 billion. Estimated sale price, 4.26 billion. Actual value, 3.5 billion. Description: a surrealist masterpiece where light and shadow intertwine, inspired by David's vision of a bathing maiden during a riverside stroll. This work profoundly influenced subsequent generations of artists. Later acquired by a mysterious collector, it was purchased 13 years ago by Wang Guangbiao, chairman of Bali Jewelry Group, for 1.4 billion yuan and remains in his collection to this day. Clue: an object urgently sought by Lang Jun, contemporary surrealist realist master of the Dragon Nation. The painting's estimated auction value hovers around 4.2 billion yuan. Therefore, Zhou Yang was in no hurry to sell it. He was scheming to find a sucker first, to stimulate their desire, so he could snatch the painting without spending a dime. Otherwise, shelling out over 4 billion yuan would sting even his wallet. Even though he now possessed over 60 billion yuan, every penny was earned through diligent task completion, not to be squandered. It was more prudent to earn while spending. His gaze drifted back to Guosheng, who sat in the rear row, eyes narrowed and scheming. After nurturing an enemy for 1,000 days, it was time to use him for a single moment. Now was the moment for Guosheng to prove his worth. Zhou Yang deliberately exclaimed loudly to Qin Keqing. "Oh dear, I've spent far too much today, my funds are running low. I want that painting too, but I'm afraid I won't have enough left to help your grandfather bid on that Buddha's head. Keqing, what should I do?" Qin Keqing noticed Zhou Yang winking and signaling at her. She instantly knew Zhou Yang was up to something, probably trying to pull a fast one. Knowing Zhou Yang well, she understood he would never openly admit he was running low on funds. Given the wealth he displayed, even spending several times more wouldn't likely deplete his funds. Qin Kiching instantly caught on and began playing along with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, if you like this painting, go ahead and bid for it. Our Qin family has prepared over 100 billion yuan in funds. I'm confident we can secure that Buddha's head independently. Oh, is that so? Then I'll pour all my money into this painting. I can contribute something toward the Buddha's head, but not much more. Their conversation, conducted as if no one else were present, was instantly overheard by the surrounding bidders. By now, these bidders were well aware of Zhou Yang's immense wealth. Upon hearing Zhou Yang intended to bid on the painting, many with insufficient funds immediately withdrew from the auction. However, numerous heavyweights in the collecting world began bidding frantically. The price quickly soared past 3 billion. Guo Sheng, upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, became visibly excited. He and Xiao Feng beside him began analyzing the situation in hushed tones. Zhou Yang spent too aggressively earlier and is now running low on funds. Now, if we just drive up the price for Zhou Yang and make him bleed more on this painting, then when the Buddha's head comes up for auction later, Zhou Yang won't be able to help the Qin family. That way, our goal of draining the Qin family's operational funds will be fully achieved. Plus, I've already secured an agreement with the CEO of Strawberry Short Video. He's committed to investing tens of billions in traffic to counter Red Apple Short Video's rise. Consequently, any funds Zhou Yang redirects later will inevitably flow into Red Apple Short Video. Without Zhou Yang's powerful backing, the Qin family will be devoured whole by us. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up upon hearing Gui Sheng's analysis. This move would strike a blow against both the Qin family and Zhou Yang, truly killing two birds with one stone. The two men immediately began driving the bidding into a frenzy. 4 billion. 4.5 billion. They were desperately driving up the price to force Zhou Yang to exhaust his funds. But Zhou Yang, hearing their shouts, was overjoyed. Ding! Detected Guo Sheng's wish. This time, Zhou Yang must spend over 5 billion. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 100 million. B. 200 million. C. 500 million. D. 1 billion. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 billion dragon coins. 1 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 63.215 billion. Ding! Detected Xiao Feng's wish, sink Zhou Yang into debt, make him unable to spend 5 billion. Only then will my humiliation from last time be avenged. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 100 million. B. 200 million. C. 500 million. D. 1 billion. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 billion dragon coins. 1 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 62.215 billion. Successfully stimulated 2 wishes, directly unlocking a 20 billion wish investment quota. Indeed, the higher the spending, the greater the return on these wish investments. So Zhou Yang stopped holding back. I bid 5 billion. If anyone bids higher than 5 billion, I'm out. Zhou Yang's blunt approach had a powerful deterrent effect on the price inflators. After all, if things went south, they'd be the ones footing the bill. Moreover, this bid already exceeded the estimated transaction price. The bidders instantly fell silent, overwhelmed by Zhou Yang's sheer force of will. Without a doubt, the painting Prayer Girl at Dawn by the River was secured by Zhou Yang. After securing the painting, Zhou Yang was overjoyed. He was confident that with this painting, plus that crate of 1926 Macallan whiskey from earlier, he could secure an apprenticeship opportunity for his sister, Zhou Wanning. Ning Jixia, having completed her task for the Bali Jewelry Group auction, also stepped down from the stage. However, she walked straight over to Zhou Yang and sat down in the empty seat to his left. Young Master Zhou, I hope you don't mind me sitting here. Not at all. Zhou Yang replied nonchalantly, though his gaze lingered on Ning Jixia's eye-catching pencil skirt. That waist-to-hip ratio was truly mesmerizing. Noticing the slight stir in Zhou Yang's expression, Ning Jixia shot him another seductive glance. Mr. Zhou, why did you leave me at the hotel yesterday? Didn't we agree you'd walk me home? Zhou Yang pursed his lips. When I was about to bring the ball inside yesterday, you said you'd call Lu Qingfeng to beat me up. I was afraid of getting beaten, so I had no choice but to run. The moment Zhou Yang mentioned Lu Qingfeng's name, Ning Jixia, who had radiated the aura of a mature woman moments before, suddenly darkened. Clearly, that name struck a nerve with Ning Jixia. But Ning Jixia concealed it well. Oh, he's an old acquaintance of mine, but we've lost touch for 5 years now. To express my gratitude for your generous support at today's auction, Jixia would like to invite you to dinner at my private courtyard. Would you be so kind as to accept? There's also a project worth over 100 million I'd like to discuss with you, Mr. Zhou. Hearing Ning Zhisha's warm invitation, Zhou Yang instantly perked up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Just don't bring that Lu Qingfeng guy out to beat me up again. Seeing Zhou Yang's jealous expression, Ning Zhisha couldn't help but smile. Then it's settled. Zhou Yang nodded and said no more. This meal was a must and he absolutely had to attend for the Golden Kidney annual membership reward. The auctioneer had now switched to the lovely young woman, Mei Fonglin, who began earnestly introducing the details of the Buddha's head. This Buddha head is a treasure-level masterpiece carved during the Northern Qi dynasty. As is widely known, Northern Qi's bodhisattva sculptures are hailed as the world's most beautiful sculptures, representing the most valuable collectibles in the art world. Distinguished guests, observe this Buddha head. Its smile is subtle, its expression compassionate and serene. Lips slightly parted, delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. It is so lifelike it seems a real person once existed. This is the pinnacle of the Northern Qi dynasty's brilliant culture. Therefore, the starting bid for this Buddha head is 5 billion, with each increment no less than 1 billion. Holy! Even the wealthy and powerful Zhou Yang couldn't help but let out a curse. A starting bid of 5 billion. They're robbing us. But Ning Zhisha, who had just sat down beside Zhou Yang, couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Zhou, you say that because you don't understand the value of the Northern Qi Buddha's head. If you'd seen the previous auction prices, you wouldn't be saying that. Qin Keqing chimed in from the side. Indeed, the Northern Qi Buddha's head is extremely valuable. It's also said to be quite miraculous. The reason my grandfather wants to bid on this Buddha's head is to donate it to the Dragon Nation Museum. Through this act of kindness, he hopes to atone for the killing karma he incurred 13 years ago. Oh! Zhou Yang's gaze shifted to the elderly Mr. Qin Siyuan, standing nearby. He noticed Qin Siyuan with his eyes slightly lowered, wearing an expression of profound sorrow and compassion. Clearly, the events of that year had left this once powerful elder bearing a heavy burden of guilt. He sought to atone through purchasing the Buddha's head. But he could never have anticipated that the 9 great families of Haicheng would use this Buddha's head as a weapon to exact revenge against his Qin family. 106. Zhou Yang turns the tables on the 9 great families, holding Ning Zhisha in his grasp. Seeing the resolute and unwavering gaze in old Master Qin Siyuan's eyes, Zhou Yang knew. He was determined to possess this Buddha's head at all costs. So Zhou Yang sent Qin Siyuan a direct message. Zhou Yang, old Master Qin, the 9 great families of Haicheng are scheming to use this Buddha's head to drain the Qin family's liquid assets. Surely you're aware of this? Incidentally, Zhou Yang had actually bought Qin Siyuan his phone. This little old man, who had shut himself away in the Buddhist hall for over a decade, had finally started using these trendy messaging apps. Seeing the message was from Zhou Yang, Qin Siyuan immediately scrutinized it with utmost care. This wasn't an act. He was genuinely serious. The reason was simple. Zhou Yang had managed to secure someone like Manhwa as his steward, which meant his background was undoubtedly powerful beyond imagination. Old Master Qin dared not probe Zhou Yang's background, fearing he might offend a figure powerful enough to shake the very foundations of the Dragon Nation. Of course, he never imagined Zhou Yang was nothing but a paper tiger. His most terrifying asset was having Manhwa as his steward. So he typed out his reply to Zhou Yang on his phone, 1 character at a time, using the 1 Yang finger technique. It took him a long while to finally send it. Qin Siyuan, how did young Master Zhou learn of this matter? Zhou Yang, I stumbled upon it by accident. Qin Siyuan, truthfully, I've known about this for quite some time. I merely seized this opportunity to reduce the karma weighing on me to atone for my own sins? Zhou Yang, does atoning mean destroying the family business you worked so hard to build? Qin Siyuan, I know it's selfish, but I truly want to atone for my sins. Seeing Qin Siyuan speak like this, Zhou Yang nearly laughed in exasperation. Wasn't this like willingly jumping into a pit of fire? What a stubborn little old man. Zhou Yang shook his head. Knowing persuasion was useless. He had no choice but to play hardball. Zhou Yang, did you even ask me? I'm the major shareholder of Qin Group. Are you trying to drag me down with you? Seeing Zhou Yang's sharp retort, Qin Siyuan visibly froze. His body trembled involuntarily. In that moment, a tidal wave of terror surged through his mind. Indeed. If he insisted on proceeding, he would be dragging Zhou Yang down with him. If young Master Zhou were to fly into a rage, it might be more terrifying than all 9 major families combined. Qin Siyuan felt a chill run down his spine at his own recklessness. He retyped his message, now phrasing it with utmost politeness. Qin Siyuan, so what does young Master Zhou intend to do? Zhou Yang, withdraw from the auction at the peak price and screw over the 9 great families instead. If you want to buy Buddhist artifacts to atone for your sins, I can have my steward Manhwa help you find them. Saving money isn't guaranteed, but you definitely won't get screwed over. After reading Zhou Yang's message, the furrow on Qin Siyuan's brow instantly smoothed out. With Manhwa assisting in finding the Buddhist artifact, there would be no issues whatsoever. So he replied promptly. Qin Siyuan agreed. Seeing the agreement sealed with Qin Siyuan, a smile instantly spread across Zhou Yang's lips. Zhou Yang, later, just bid according to the funds you have prepared. Don't give yourself away. When your funds run low, I'll step in and take a chunk off their top. Qin Shi Yuan now followed Zhou Yang's every command. He immediately set about doing as Zhou Yang instructed. Many big players were also keenly interested in this Buddha head. Amidst the frenzied bidding, the price quickly soared past 10 billion. The rapid price surge was largely thanks to Guisheng, Xiaofeng, and others. They kept a close eye on Qin Shi Yuan's every move. The moment he raised his paddle, they immediately followed suit with higher bids, clearly intent on driving Qin Shi Yuan into bankruptcy. By the time Qin Shi Yuan shouted out 14 billion, his movements visibly faltered with hesitation. To Guisheng and his group, this seemed to be the absolute limit Qin Group was willing to pay. Just as they prepared to close the deal, Zhou Yang suddenly stood up. Mr. Qin, don't worry. I have 16 billion in idle funds right here. Take it and use it. Guisheng and Xiaofeng's mouths twisted into grins upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. This Buddha head was provided by them. To ensure its successful auction, they had even promised the auction house a 26% commission. If they could swindle both Qin Shi Yuan and Zhou Yang out of their combined 30 billion yuan, not only would they rake in a massive profit, but the auction house itself could pocket a staggering 7.8 billion yuan in commissions, a truly terrifying prospect. So, with the two of them stoking the flames, the bidding price quickly surged past 29 billion. Old Master Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew Zhou Yang had set a psychological expectation of 30 billion for Guisheng and the others. But within this 10 billion yuan range, the other party might well abandon further bidding. Old Master Qin and Zhou Yang exchanged a glance, but Zhou Yang signaled for Qin Shi Yuan to keep bidding, even gesturing the number 8. Qin Shi Yuan immediately understood. 29.8 billion. 299 billion. Guisheng hesitated barely at all. Based on Zhou Yang's previous behavior, he was certain Zhou would bid 30 billion. But when Guisheng finished calling out 29.9 billion, ready to claim victory, he found the atmosphere had grown eerily quiet. Instantly, Guisheng's heart skipped a beat. A deeply unsettling premonition welled up within him. Soon, that premonition proved accurate. Qin Shi Yuan spoke with surprising directness. Congratulations, young Master Gua, on winning the Buddha's head. I'm out of this auction, old man. Damn it. Don't. Guisheng even stood up, confronting Qin Shi Yuan. Mr. Qin, how could you go back on your word? Weren't you planning to bid 30 billion for this Buddha's head? Weren't you determined to get it at all costs? Qin Shi Yuan shot Guisheng a surprised look. When did I ever say I was determined to have it? Besides, I can't possibly spend every last penny I have. Can't I keep some in reserve? Young people these days, why do they insist on second-guessing us elders? Now that young Master Gua has won the bid for this Buddha head, please proceed with the transaction promptly. Auctioneer Mei Fonglin chimed in at that moment. Young Master Gua, although this lot originates from your Gua family in Haicheng, our auction house still requires payment of the 7.8 billion yuan commission. Mei Fonglin bluntly exposed Guisheng's past right in the middle of the auction, instantly sparking a wave of boos from the audience. So it turns out the Gua family not only failed to trap someone, but ended up losing money themselves. Everyone present felt profound disgust toward Guisheng's actions. Wasn't this blatantly trying to rip people off? Mei Fonglin spoke out precisely because Guisheng had targeted Zhou Yang. After a brief exchange with Zhou Yang, the stubborn young woman's heart nearly melted under his flirtatious charm. And then Zhou Yang gifted her a Gucci bag covered in diamonds, causing her to completely abandon her professional ethics and shift her allegiance entirely to Zhou Yang. Once she stepped onto the stage, her gaze never left Zhou Yang for a single moment. Exposing Guisheng's past now was her way of repaying Zhou Yang. Sure enough, Zhou Yang shot her an appreciative glance, sending Mei Fonlin's heart racing once more. Ah! What's wrong with me? Young Master Zhou is so charming, I'm completely smitten. In stark contrast, Guisheng stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. His mind was completely blank. Ha! Just moments ago, he was calculating his nearly 25 billion yuan profit from this deal. How did he suddenly end up owing the auction house 7.8 billion now? One moment he was in heaven, the next he'd plummeted straight to hell. Although the Buddha's head belonged to their 9 great families, once it entered the auction house and sold successfully, they still had to pay the commission. Nearly 7.8 billion in commission fees. Even if the loss were split evenly, it would be enough to give the 9 great families a run for their money. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng beside him immediately distanced himself. Young Master Gua, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our Xiao family of Jincheng. When you scheme against others, you should expect to be schemed against in return. Our Xiao family has never been involved in the affairs between your 9 great families and the Qin family. We part ways here. Xiaofeng could see Zhou Yang had clearly been luring them into a trap step by step since entering the auction. Outwardly, he appeared simple and naive, yet he was incredibly shrewd. He was the very embodiment of that saying, great wisdom masquerading as foolishness. Facing off against someone like this meant one wrong move could land you right in their trap. Thus, through this incident, Xiaofeng had directly classified Zhou Yang as an enemy not to be provoked. That's why he decided to cut ties with Guisheng. Guisheng was now numb. He showed no reaction whatsoever when he heard Xiaofeng's words. His mind was entirely consumed with one thought: how to recover the lost 7.8 billion yuan. Such a colossal sum was beyond even the Guo family's means. Having caused such colossal losses, his position as heir to the Guo family was now in jeopardy. As for Guo Shang's thoughts, they were none of Zhou Yang's concern. After delivering this lesson to Guo Shang today, the enemy's usefulness had been largely squeezed dry. To avoid future complications, Zhou Yang had already instructed Manhwa to eliminate the Guo family and even the 9 great families of Haicheng. For an enemy like Guo Shang, disposing of him like a used donkey after grinding the mill left Zhou Yang with no qualms whatsoever. After the auction concluded, Zhou Yang accepted Ning Jixa's invitation to dine at her private estate. Truth be told, Ning Jixa possessed a remarkable flair for the finer things in life. Her small courtyard was meticulously maintained. She had even splurged on a small sunroom in the courtyard. Despite the dead of winter, colorful flowers and plants still bloomed inside. Upon entering the living room, Ning Jixia hurriedly began tidying up the items scattered on the sofa. At a glance, Zhou Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my. On the surface, Ning Jixia seemed quite ladylike, but she sure had a lot of toys. On top of that, several pairs of worn stockings and unwashed underwear were strewn across the sofa. Spotting Zhou Yang's gaze drifting in that direction, Ning Jixia stamped her foot. Hey, don't look. I forgot to tidy up when I went out that day. I live alone most of the time, so I'm used to being messy at home. Zhou Yang chuckled. Honestly, it doesn't really bother me. I'm pretty laid back at home too. I like to leave things scattered around. After all, it's my place, so I do whatever feels comfortable. As he spoke, Zhou Yang kicked off his shoes and, as if entering his own home, pulled out a pair of disposable slippers and slipped them on. But Ning Jixia wrinkled her nose slightly. Oomph, you men are all the same. You don't want me to tidy up, you're probably planning to secretly reward yourself with some stockings. Zhou Yang scoffed. With a beauty like you right here, why would I be so desperate to play with stockings? I'd be out of my mind. When men and women start cracking dirty jokes, the distance between them instantly shrinks. Even their movements became more relaxed. For instance, Ning Jixia shed her outerwear in front of Zhou Yang, slipping into a loungewear set. Though nothing was exposed, it made Zhou Yang's heart race. Ning Jixia, however, seemed oblivious as she bustled into the kitchen. Zhou Yang, what would you like to drink? What would you like to drink? Warm up some milk for me. Not too hot, around 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. 107. Once you've tasted the sweetness, you know the goodness of an intellectual sister. Warm me up a cup of milk. Not too hot, around 36 or 37 degrees Celsius. Ning Jixia pondered Zhou Yang's words thoughtfully. She shot Zhou Yang a flirtatious glance. You little rascal, hinting at your older sister like that? Ning Jixia was 33 this year, nearly 8 years older than Zhou Yang, right in the prime of her life. Now that Zhou Yang was speaking to her so boldly, she felt a flutter in her heart. She harbored a strong fondness for Zhou Yang. Not to mention how he'd saved her face at the auction today. Just look at his damnably captivating looks, like a god among men, easily rivaling heartthrobs like Jackie Chung, Aaron Kwok, and Edison Chen. Every glance she took, she couldn't help but get lost in those 8-pack abs. The reason she'd managed to stay true to herself all these years was simply because she'd never met a guy like Zhou Yang, rich, handsome, and full of heart. No matter how she looked at it, she was determined to make Zhou Yang hers today. Zhou Yang was younger than her, so calling him little Zhou Yang made perfect sense. But she wasn't in a rush to let him have her so easily. So she deliberately said, "We're out of milk at home. How about I make you some fresh orange juice? If you don't fancy orange juice, I've got a coffee grinder here. How about I grind some beans fresh for you and brew a cup of coffee?" Zhou Yang nodded. This Ning Jixia sure knows how to play the game. He chuckled. Freshly squeezed and freshly ground, I love both. Why not have one of each? Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ning Jixia flashed a sweet smile, revealing 2 dimples that made her chest rise and fall beneath her loungewear. Zhou Yang watched patiently as Ning Jixia sliced oranges and squeezed juice. For a moment, the juicer and Ning Jixia's figure seemed to merge. For some reason, the woman bustling about in the kitchen, her figure accentuated by her loungewear, looked exceptionally beautiful. Take now, for instance, Ning Jixia, wearing a small apron, slicing oranges and lemons. With each forceful slice, her curve swayed in a way that made his mouth go dry. Just as Zhou Yang was lost in his fantasies, Ning Jixia suddenly let out a startled cry. Hearing her cry, Zhou Yang immediately stood up. What's wrong? Ning Jixia pouted at Zhou Yang with a look of slight grievance. Ouch! I accidentally cut my hand, it's bleeding. Zhou Yang immediately rushed over, staring at Ning Jixia's finger, which was steadily oozing blood. Do you have any band-aids? We don't keep that stuff at home. Hearing Ning Jixia's reply, Zhou Yang immediately took her finger between his teeth and used his saliva to stop the bleeding. Ning Jixia gasped in surprise, unsure what Zhou Yang was trying to do. Could it be that even though she was injured, Zhou Yang didn't care about her and was still thinking about that kind of thing? But after holding her finger in his mouth for a moment, he finally released it. All done. Saliva contains clotting factors. For small wounds, it can help stop bleeding quickly. Don't rush to clean it yet. Wrap your finger in tissue paper. In just over 10 minutes, the wound will close up. It works better than a band-aid. That simple? Ning Jixia stared in astonishment at Zhou Yang's miraculous technique. Surprisingly, the bleeding did stop. Seeing her hesitation, Zhou Yang took a tissue, folded it carefully, and wrapped it around her finger. His earnest, meticulous manner suddenly stirred something in Ning Jixia, a heart that had only intended to play games. What a thoughtful man. Her life was missing a man like Zhou Yang, someone who could take care of her. Oh no! What if she suddenly developed feelings for Zhou Yang? Could it be that this hunter had become Zhou Yang's prey instead? As Ning Jixia's gaze grew distant, Zhou Yang had already released his grip. Hold tight. Ha! Ning Jixia instinctively clamped her legs together. Zhou Yang sighed helplessly. I told you to hold the tissue in place with your fingers so it doesn't fall off. Otherwise, it won't dry and secure the wound properly. Oh! Ning Jixia flushed, then used her fingers to hold the tissue in place over the bandaged wound. Somehow, even though Zhou Yang was younger than her, his life experience made him seem like her older brother. She stuck out her little tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. Young Master Zhou, I was planning to show off my cooking skills for you, but now that my hand's injured, how about we go out to eat instead? Zhou Yang shook his head. You've got so many fresh ingredients in your fridge. If we don't eat them, they'll go bad. How about this? You relax on the couch and watch some TV. I'll handle the cooking. Ha! Ning Jixia froze. She looked at Zhou Yang in disbelief. You know how to cook? After all, in Ning Jixia's mind, Zhou Yang was a wealthy young master from a prominent family. His household was staffed with maids and servants. How could he possibly cook for himself? Even if he could, it was probably just boiling water for instant noodles or something like that. Thinking about it, the taste of Zhou Yang's cooking would probably be nothing to write home about. It would be far more reliable to just eat out. Ning Jixia valued quality of life and was extremely particular about food. She didn't want to embarrass Zhou Yang later, so she gently persuaded him. Why don't we just go out to eat? But how could Zhou Yang pass up this chance to show off? She'd had the cooking god skill card for quite some time now, but never found the chance to show it off. Now that she finally had a chance to cook, wouldn't it be a waste not to show off her skills? Besides, they say cooking a delicious meal makes women more likely to feel admiration. When the moment came, she'd be more eager to please. So Zhou Yang flatly refused. No need. Prepare to be blown away by your taste buds. As he spoke, Zhou Yang leaned in close to Ning Jixia, adopting a posture as if to embrace her. Ning Jixia froze in embarrassment. When Zhou Yang mentioned cooking, he couldn't possibly mean her, could he? This rascal was playing word games with her again. But their cheeks were pressed together, his Adam's apple pressed against her shoulder, his arms wrapped around her waist. She was ready to become the dish. When Zhou Yang suddenly pulled back a step. Confused, she looked at Zhou Yang and saw that the Hello Kitty apron she'd been wearing was now in his hands, tied around his own waist. Ning Jixia shot Zhou Yang a glare. You're actually cooking? Zhou Yang asked curiously. What else would I be doing? What else? Ning Jixia glared at Zhou Yang, convinced he was doing this on purpose. She'd practically treated herself like an ingredient. And Zhou Yang actually went to cook. Seriously. Flaring her sleeves, Ning Jixia decided to ignore Zhou Yang completely and went to watch TV on the sofa. But Zhou Yang shot her a glance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Women, it's best not to interrupt a man when he's showing off his skills. The kitchen was Zhou Yang's battlefield for showing off his skills. It wasn't something you could distract him from with looks alone. It was like a boyfriend who loved gaming and his girlfriend coming over to ask him, do you love the game more or do you love me more? Most people would have to choose one or the other. But not Zhou Yang. He'd have both. He plays games himself while having his girlfriend play for him. Only children make choices, adults take it all. After all, Zhou Yang possesses the culinary god skill card. His speed in chopping and prepping ingredients is lightning fast. In the blink of an eye, he transforms the vegetables into something too fancy to afford. Next, he heated oil in the wok and got to work. As Zhou Yang cooked swiftly, the aroma began to spread everywhere. The range hood couldn't possibly suck up all the delicious smells. It smells so good. Ning Jixia sniffed the air, feeling every pore in her body open up. She couldn't help but stand up and move closer to Zhou Yang. She watched him meticulously toss the wok and add seasonings. His focused, determined profile was perfectly displayed before Ning Jixia. Ning Jixia couldn't help but clamp her legs together again. Damn it! This Zhou Yang, he's messing with my head. But the way he focused on his work was truly handsome. She didn't even feel like eating now. She wanted to devour Zhou Yang first. Zhou Yang noticed someone suddenly standing beside him and couldn't help turning to ask. What's up? Hungry? Ning Jixia bit her lip, adopting the demeanor of a sophisticated older sister. Yes, I am hungry. Both mouths are hungry. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Good things come to those who wait, just give me 3 more minutes. Saying this, he pushed Ning Jixia's wheelchair, guiding her out of the kitchen. Feeling Zhou Yang's strength against her, Ning Zhixia almost cried out. It felt so good. But she didn't want to appear too eager in front of Zhou Yang, so she forced herself to suppress the sensation. This man really knows how to keep his cool. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yang brought out several exquisitely prepared small dishes. Though they were all home-style dishes, things like spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised eggplant, pineapple pork, and mustard shrimp balls. Ning Zhixia was utterly blown away from the very first bite. My goodness, this is absolutely delicious. Zhou Yang, how can your cooking be this amazing? I feel like I can't live without you. Where else will I find food this amazing without you? Zhou Yang shook his head. His expression was serious. Actually, this isn't the best part. You haven't seen my real specialty yet. At that moment, Zhou Yang's fiery gaze stirred something deep within Ning Zhixia, leaving her utterly helpless. She immediately demonstrated for Zhou Yang what it meant to be slippery as an old shoulder. Zhou Yang, my strap came undone. Could you help me fasten it? I'm eating right now, and my hands are greasy, it's inconvenient. Oh? Zhou Yang took a bite of shrimp balls, then moves behind Ning Zhixia to adjust her strap. But Ning Zhixia suddenly collapsed against him, murmuring softly. Sis is drunk again. Why don't you drive sister home? Drive? Zhou Yang immediately understood. If we take the expressway, we'll go faster. Just don't throw up, or you'll mess up the car. Zhou Yang's driving skills were second to none, he drove like the wind. The next day, Ning Zhixia was even considering changing her name. Changing the character for Summer to Down. But just as the two were leisurely chatting over breakfast, the sound of a lock being picked suddenly echoed outside the door. Ning Zhixia instantly tensed up. Zhou Yang couldn't help but blink in curiosity. Is someone else living in your place? Ning Zhixia shook her head. No, I'm the only one with a key to the house. But moments later, Ning Zhixia contradicted herself. Wait, that ex-boyfriend of mine who disappeared without a word 5 years ago, Lu Qingfeng, he has a key too. 108 bro, I still need an Audi Q7. Lu Qingfeng? Zhou Yang suddenly felt a pang of guilt, like a thief caught in the act. It felt like being caught red-handed after sneaking out for an affair. But Ning Zhixia clasped Zhou Yang's hand tightly, desperately trying to explain. Ever since he left without a word 5 years ago, there's been nothing between us. Zhou Yang, you have to believe me, I truly have nothing to do with him anymore. Zhou Yang wanted to believe her. But the man was standing right outside the door now. Clang! Just as the two were tugging at each other, the door suddenly swung open from the outside. A disheveled figure walked in from outside. It was clear this man hadn't been doing too well lately. Yet a hint of handsomeness lingered between his brows, clearly once a fair-faced young man just a few years prior. It was Lu Qingfeng, Ning Zhixia's ex-boyfriend. The moment he entered, he saw Ning Zhixia holding hands with Zhou Yang, looking like a young girl. Instantly, flames of rage erupted from his eyes. Ning Zhixia, do you think I'm gone? How dare you get so intimate with another man right in front of me? Ning Zhixia's expression darkened instantly as she shielded Zhou Yang. Lu Qingfeng, don't make baseless accusations. Don't you know what you did? After you left, I waited 5 years for you. All this time, you vanished without a trace, blocking me on every form of communication. Wasn't that enough for you? Besides, we're just dating. We're not married. Who I choose to be with is my own business. But Lu Qingfeng stared coldly at Ning Zhixia and Zhou Yang, refusing to listen to her explanation. Ning Zhixia, don't try to pull that on me. We never officially broke up. This man and you are nothing but adulterers. I came back this time to reclaim everything that belongs to me. Including you. Hearing this, Ning Zhixia's expression instantly darkened. Lu Qingfeng was utterly shameless. Now he actually dared to try to manipulate her, Ning Zhixia? Lu Qingfeng had once been an intern at their bank. Relying on his good looks, he repeatedly approached Ning Zhixia when she was still the deputy general manager. He'd buy her towels when she felt cold and milk tea when she was thirsty. Back then, Ning Zhixia still harbored some romantic illusions about love and quickly became captivated by the young man's attentiveness. She thought, what could a recent college graduate possibly have in mind? So she fell head over heels in love. But after they became boyfriend and girlfriend, Lu Qingfeng changed completely, constantly demanding money and material things from her. Though Ning Zhixia sensed something was off, Lu Qingfeng was skilled at manipulating her. He soon made her believe that sacrificing for him was only natural. Had she not clung to a shred of self-respect and refused to give herself to him, she feared he would have ruined her completely. 5 years ago, Lu Qingfeng hooked up with the daughter of a wealthy tycoon and immediately cut off all contact with Ning Zhixia, even blocking her from his phone. Ning Zhixia had been wounded in love, so she remained cautious about relationships and avoided casual encounters with men. It wasn't until that night at the bar, when she met Zhou Yang, that she was captivated by him and desired to indulge in a forbidden fruit. But she never imagined she'd fall so quickly. After last night's stormy encounter, she now fully considered herself Zhou Yang's woman. Once you step outside your old circle, you instantly see how laughable it truly was. This was precisely Ning Zhixia's situation now. Only after Lu Qingfeng vanished from her heart did she look back and realize he had been manipulating her all along, making her willingly sacrifice everything for him. When she heard Lu Qingfeng declare he would reclaim everything that belonged to him, she couldn't help but scoff. Lu Qingfeng, you still think you can pull that tired old PUA routine on me? Still think I'm that innocent little girl from back then? You really think a woman with looks like mine couldn't find another man besides you, Lu Qingfeng? Look around this room, every single thing here, down to the footprints that are yours, was bought with my own money. Even the clothes you're wearing now, I took you shopping for them 5 years ago. And you have the nerve to talk about taking back what's yours. Ridiculous. Now hand over the house keys, or I'll call the cops and report you for breaking and entering. Ning Zhixia unleashed all the pent-up fury she'd harbored over the years. Not only that, after saying all this, she wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Lu Qingfeng softened instantly upon hearing Ning Zhixia's sarcasm. He knew Ning Zhixia wasn't someone he could fool anymore. She wasn't some love-struck fool he could manipulate at will. So he immediately changed his tone. Zhixia, do you know how I've lived these past 5 years? My family faced a crisis. To avoid affecting your career, I left you. But truthfully, these 5 years, you've always been in my heart. Only after my family matters were settled did I come back for you. The moment I walked in, I saw you with another man, all lovey-dovey. That's why I was so furious. Zhixia, even though you were with another man, I don't mind. As long as you come back to me, I'll forgive you for everything you did to hurt me in the past. Besides, your stomach's sensitive, you can't handle other people's cooking. I'll cook your favorite dish right now, shredded pork with fish-flavored sauce. If you just come back to me, I'll never be harsh with you again. With that, Lu Qingfeng started to put down his luggage and head toward the kitchen. But Ning Zhixia stepped in front of him first. Lu Qingfeng, can you stop being so shameless? Do you really think I'd fall for that sweet-talking nonsense you use on little girls? And let me tell you this, my new boyfriend, Zhou Yang, cooks way better than you. And I'm totally into him. Huh? What did that last line mean? Ning Zhixia compared herself to a dish? So she's saying she's ripe for the picking? Lu Qingfeng's eyes darted around. Seeing that neither soft nor hard tactics worked, he instantly switched his tune. Fine. I told you you were the one who cheated first. Now your dirty little secret's finally out in the open. If you want me out of your way, fine, I won't bother your little love nest. But pay up. Pay until I'm satisfied. Otherwise, I'll keep making a scene. Even if the cops show up, I've got the moral high ground. Just as Ning Zhixia was about to curse him, Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around her, shielding her gently behind him. Leave it to me. I figured out what's going on. Since he, Zhou Yang, wasn't the third wheel, he could stand tall. At 184 centimeters tall, he towered a full 10 centimeters over Lu Qingfeng. The original Zhou Yang was 1.83 meters tall, but the 10 millimeters he gained yesterday added to his height, making him slightly taller than before. Lu Qingfeng felt a pang of unease as the towering Zhou Yang suddenly closed in on him. What do you want? Zhou Yang grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, his expression tinged with mockery. You wanted money, right? How much? Spit it out. As long as you promise never to bother Zhixia again, I'll give it to you. But if you come back to disrupt Zhixia's life again, then I'm sorry, I'll have someone stuff you into a suitcase, tie stones to you, and sink you to the bottom of the sea. Zhou Yang emphasized his final words, his tone thick with an unshakable confidence. Lu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Just by his attire, Lu Qingfeng could tell Zhou Yang was undoubtedly some wealthy heir. The sheer pressure radiating from him was overwhelming. Lu Qingfeng swallowed hard and held up one finger. I want 1 million yuan. Ding. Detecting Lu Qingfeng's wish, if he gives me 1 million, I'll turn tail and run. This man is terrifying. Would the host like to invest? Investment options, A. 20,000 dragon coins. B. 50,000 dragon coins. C. 100,000 dragon coins. D. 500,000 dragon coins. Stop. Zhou Yang immediately halted the wish investment. This Lu Qingfeng is way too unreasonable, asking for 1 million yuan after all this? With such a small amount, Zhou Yang wouldn't get any meaningful investment return. That's why Zhou Yang just grunted in acknowledgement. He deliberately interrupted Lu Qingfeng. Oh, you want 10 million? Lu Qingfeng swallowed hard again, his voice trembling with panic. Young master, you must have misheard me. I said 1 million, not 10 million. He'd never seen that much money before. 1 million was already a fortune to him. But Zhou Yang shot him a stern look. Think bigger, kid. Consider what you'll eat, drink, and wear for the rest of your life. A chance to strike it rich is right in front of you. Are you really going to let it slip away? Ha! Zhou Yang's words left Lu Qingfeng utterly bewildered. Wait, what? Someone was practically begging him to take the money? Why be polite then? Then I want 20 million. Ding. Detected Lu Qingfeng's wish. As long as he gives me 20 million, I'll run as far as I can. No chance for this idiot to regret it. Would the host like to invest? Investment options, A. 1 million dragon coins. B. 5 million dragon coins. C. 10 million dragon coins. D. 20 million dragon coins. Select any investment option.
Upon target wish completion, receive tenfold capital rebate. Per your prior request, the system has automatically selected option D for you.
Investment successful. You will receive a 200 million return. Ding! 20 million in Wish investment funds have been automatically deducted from the host's account. Current balance, 82.235 billion.
Of this, 10 billion has been locked by the Dragon Nation Bank Supreme Obsidian card.
Zhou Yang sighed.
Such small-time players could only think this small.
20 million was already an astronomical sum to him.
So when the Wish investment card activated this time, Zhou Yang didn't call a halt. Zhou Yang directly requested Lu Qingfeng's bank card number and transferred 20 million yuan over.
Ding! Detected host has fulfilled Lu Qingfeng's wish. Receive 10x investment rebate amounting to 200 million yuan. Funds deposited into host's bank account ending in 5858. Current balance, 82.235 billion yuan.
Of which 10 billion yuan has been locked by the Dragon Nation Bank Supreme Obsidian card.
Still, he casually asked. No other wishes?
These days, Zhou Yang's investment requests routinely involved hundreds of millions or even billions, so he couldn't help but look down on such a small investment order. Adopting a stirring the grass to catch rabbits mentality, he decided to prod further.
Lu Qingfeng blurted out without thinking when Zhou Yang asked. Bro, do you think I'd look good driving an Audi Q7?
I'm missing just one Audi Q7, it's the car of my dreams. It's just an 800,000 yuan car.
Zhou Yang was speechless. Is that all you aspire to? Get lost. You good for nothing. Don't let me catch you around here. Lu Qingfeng took off in a flash. Got it, bro.
I'm off to buy the car of my dreams. Seeing Zhou Yang splurge 20 million yuan for her sake, Ning Zhisha's heart melted once more.
Zhou Yang, you shouldn't have given him the money. I don't owe him anything. Zhou Yang sighed helplessly. You don't understand. I have my own reasons.
A good-for-nothing like him is just that small-minded.
Enough about him.
I'm going to check out the newly purchased Chiwu Cloud Palace later.
Want to come along? Zhou Yang turned to look at Ning Zhisha.
Ning Zhisha nodded coyly.
Of course I'll go.
Last night I was too busy getting to know your shape to discuss that 100 million yuan company project with you.
We can talk about it on the way. 109 Support to Wang Hui, gain 100% loyalty. After breakfast, Zhou Yang waited while Ning Zhisha applied her makeup. Just then, the reward from the Wish investment card arrived. Ding!
Detected that the host has fulfilled Ning Zhisha's wish, have Zhou Yang eat a meal at home, her most signature home-cooked dish.
Received 10x investment reward.
Golden Kidney Card Annual Pass has been credited and deposited into the host's system space.
Zhou Yang's eyes crinkled into a smile. He had to admit, Ning Zhisha's signature dish was quite satisfying. He'd have to come over more often to eat when he had time. He also checked yesterday's WeChat Moments check-in rewards. Still a bunch of D-grade rewards, mostly daily cards. Apart from a Dance King skill card, no new rewards had dropped. Dance King card, upon use, grants the abilities of a contemporary Dance King, excelling especially in mixed-gender duets. Step onto the dance floor, and you'll be the coolest kid on the block. Looking at these D-tier rewards, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a bit down. He felt like people's enthusiasm for commenting on his Moments posts had waned lately. It seemed like his constant flaunting of wealth and beautiful women had left everyone numb. If that was the case, he needed to switch things up. Otherwise, these D-rank rewards were just too dull. So Zhou Yang decided to switch things up today. He snapped a photo of his leftover breakfast. Image, a strand of curly black hair amidst leftover scraps. Caption, simple fare, 2 dishes and a soup. That bastard Duan Yu snatched the first comment. Duan Yu, I had to use a magnifying glass to see this, kid. Your breakfast ingredients are pretty fancy. That soup is seafood, right? Zhou Yang smiled faintly. Almost forgot about this kid. Zhou Yang, clean up. I'll pick you up later to show you my new place. Duan Yu, holy crap? You bought property in Shanghai? That fast? Zhou Yang, between men, don't talk about speed, talk about longevity. While Zhou Yang was chatting casually, Ning Zhisha had already changed into a gray business suit in front of Zhou Yang, looking sharp and elegant. For Zhou Yang, watching Ning Zhisha change clothes was a delight to behold. People with high looks truly make everything they do look good. Noticing Zhou Yang staring at her with a lecherous look, Ning Zhisha deliberately shot him a disapproving look. You're not thinking about it again, are you? Zhou Yang nodded, closing in on Ning Zhisha with an air of aggression. He breathed softly into Ning Zhisha's ear. I have a special talent I forgot to tell you about last night. You naughty boy, no need to tell me, I already felt it. Not that talent, another one. You have other talents? Yes, I do. Zhou Yang opened his mouth wide. He pointed inside. My tongue is incredibly nimble, I can lick grains of rice off my nose and knit sweaters. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Ning Zhisha couldn't help but tremble. Just imagining it was incredible. Then, Half an hour later, Ning Zhixia changed into a new black suit. She urged Zhou Yang. Alright, let's go. I don't know how you keep your stamina up like that. You never seem to get tired. I'm about to collapse, but you better save your energy for talking to Miss Qin later. Zhou Yang chuckled and stood up. Let's go to Qiwu Yun Palace. Zhou Yang dialed the auctioneer, Mei Fonglin. This mansion had been entrusted entirely to the auction house by the seller. Therefore, Mei Fonglin needed to accompany Zhou Yang for the final settlement procedures. After setting the time, Zhou Yang drove straight over to pick up Mei Fonglin and conveniently picked up Duan Yu and Qin Kiching along the way. Sitting in the car, Duan Yu stared at Zhou Yang with envy, his mouth agape. That darn capitalist. His lifestyle choices were way too extreme. 3 beauties sitting in the back seat, such a harmonious scene he'd never dare dream of it in a lifetime. Truly, the penniless must castrate themselves like Dongfang Booby. While the wealthy revel in endless feasting and revelry, flowers never cease to bloom. But Zhou Yang's got some serious guts to put up with this. All these years in college, he'd kept his identity hidden, interacting with him as an ordinary person. If it were him, Duan Yu, he would have been living it up in college long ago. Just as Duan Yu was inwardly complaining. Zhou Yang suddenly turned his head toward Duan Yu in the passenger seat, a smirk curling his lips. Ding! Detected Duan Yu's wish, damn it! That bastard Zhou Yang, rich man knows nothing of the poor man's hunger. I want to mess around too. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A. Sever ties. B. Give him an electric shock. C. Hand over your girlfriend. D. Hand over Bully Group management to him and gain 10% loyalty. Select any investment option. Upon target wish completion, receive tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will gain 100% loyalty from Duan Yu. Ha! Zhou Yang stroked his chin. Looking at Duan Yu, who seemed a bit uneasy, he said earnestly. Old Duan, remember when I asked you to handle my financial investments? Duan Yu looked up in surprise. He couldn't quite believe his ears. Was Zhou Yang finally going to give him something to do? If he didn't help Zhou Yang with something, living off him without contributing felt downright indefensible. Zhou Yang smiled faintly and nodded. Yesterday at the auction, I just bought a company called Poly Jewelry Group. I intend to put you in charge of managing it. I want you to turn it around and make it profitable in the financial markets. At first, Duan Yu didn't think much of it. Acquiring a company? It probably wasn't a big one. A small company should be manageable for him. This brother of his, Zhou Yang, was really considerate, starting him off with a small company to gain experience and help him grow. Ha. But the next second, as he processed the information, his expression changed instantly, his lips trembling slightly. Zhou Yang, what did you just say? You acquired Bully Jewelry Group? The very same Bully Jewelry, one of China's top 100 jewelry groups that underwent bankruptcy restructuring just days ago? Zhou Yang nodded. What's the big deal? It's just a bankrupt company. Perfect for you to practice on. But Duan Yu shook his head like a rattle. Brother Yang. Godfather. Seriously, cut me some slack. You're way overestimating me. I'm just a 996 corporate drone, a workhorse for someone else. You want me to run a giant publicly traded company? The pressure is overwhelming. If I end up losing money, I'd feel terrible about it. You should find someone more qualified. I know my own limits, I don't want to mess things up for you. But Zhou Yang just smiled warmly and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Even if we lose money, I'll keep investing in you. Until it turns a profit. Don't think you can't handle it. Everything comes down to perspective. Where you sit determines how you think. Once you're in that seat, you'll naturally learn to handle those matters. Before long, it'll become second nature. We promise to get rich together, brother. If you don't step up and grow to support me, am I supposed to fight this battle alone? Alright, it's settled then. I'll have Zhixia help you handle the company paperwork later and sort out some financial issues for you. Duan Yu was utterly speechless, genuinely feeling a bit overwhelmed. Such a huge opportunity had fallen into his lap, leaving him a bit dazed. But his gratitude toward Zhou Yang knew no bounds. Bro, thanks for believing in me. I'll work my ass off and won't let you down. Duan Yu clenched his fists, his heart surging with emotion. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fulfilling Duan Yu's wish, damn it. That bastard Zhou Yang, the well-fed, don't understand the hungry. I want to mess around too. You have received a tenfold investment return and secured Duan Yu's 100% loyalty. Zhou Yang smiled knowingly. With Duan Yu's unwavering loyalty secured, he could confidently entrust certain acquired businesses to Duan Yu's management. He then instructed Ning Zhixia. Zhixia, assist Duan Yu later. Help him quickly adapt to his new role. Ning Zhixia responded obediently. Yes, Mr. Zhou. From the back seat, she politely extended her hand toward Duan Yu in the passenger seat. Mr. Duan, I look forward to working with you. Duan Yu saw Ning Jisha's delicate, slender hand and gave it only a light squeeze before immediately letting go. He dared not take advantage of Ning Jisha. He knew she belonged to his brother Zhou Yang. He couldn't harbor any other thoughts, he had to keep his distance. If he wanted a woman with his current status, did he really fear not attracting a swarm of admirers? The greatest taboo between brothers was women. How many brothers had ended up parting ways because they'd set their sights on their brother's wife? Duan Yu wasn't stupid. He would never make that mistake. Zhou Yang regarded him as a brother, and he had to fulfill his duty as one. And Zhou Yang was thoroughly satisfied with Duan Yu's conduct. Duan Yu knew his place, which is why Zhou Yang could trust him implicitly. Just then, Ning Jixia and Zhou Yang turned to discussing the bank project. Mr. Zhou. Due to the Bali Group issue, our Dragon Nation Bank has incurred a trillion yuan asset shortfall. Both the bank president and I may face investigations and disciplinary actions. To plug this hole, we've launched a public offering fund project worth hundreds of billions. But there are few buyers. Could you consider subscribing to a portion of the fund to help us weather this crisis? Oh? Is that so? Zhou Yang couldn't help but blink. Ning Jixia was the first woman to proactively ask Zhou Yang for help. But Ning Jixia was a career-driven powerhouse. It made perfect sense for her to act this way. Actually, helping Ning Jixia wasn't such a bad thing. Helping her this time would establish a connection, allowing him to mobilize larger sums of money from the bank in the future. Though Zhou Yang was now a wealthy tycoon himself, compared to the conglomerates in Dragon Nation Bank that routinely handled trillions upon trillions, he was still a small fry. Just look at how they casually roll out fund projects worth hundreds of billions. Zhou Yang only had over 80 billion long coins now, still falling far short. After a moment's consideration, Zhou Yang agreed. Zhou Yang's trip to Chiwu Cloud Palace served two purposes: to inspect his newly acquired mansion and to locate the 100 tons of gold stored in its basement. This 100 billion in gold was crucial to Bali Group's overseas 100 billion yuan short futures contracts. Once settled, a solid trillion dragon coins would be deposited. It would perfectly resolve Ning Jixia's situation. 110 The whereabouts of the 100 tons of gold. Arriving at Chiwu Yun Palace. While Mei Fanlin stayed by Zhou Yang's side explaining some property details, everyone else eagerly entered the mansion, admiring every corner. Duan Yu couldn't take it all in, yet he wandered around exclaiming wildly. Wow, what a huge outdoor pool. If I invited a few hundred beauties here for a summer party, we wouldn't even need to go to the beach for surfing. Wow, what a huge bathroom. This toilet's bigger than my living room. Wow, such lifelike statues. Honestly, they're not covered by any clothes at all. They could have just left them as they are. Zhou Yang, what are you spacing out down there for? Hurry up and join us on the third floor terrace. This place is perfect for barbecuing and sipping tea. It's absolutely awesome. Zhou Yang just smiled and didn't follow. After seeing the dense cluster of villas, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He searched basement after basement, hoping to find some trace of gold. But sadly, in these sealed concrete spaces, there was simply no way to tell where gold might be hidden. Sure enough, he'd underestimated the complexity of the situation. Holy crap. Never mind the three-villa townhouse complex. Even the private golf course, gardens, and the mushroom-shaped playhouse and the children's playground all had basements. Within this 6.8-acre area, finding a basement holding 100 tons of gold? You'd probably have to dig 3 feet deep. No wonder this house has changed hands 3 times. The gold was never moved. The space was simply too vast. Without a major excavation, it would remain undiscovered. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Zhou Yang began strategizing how to uncover this gold. Hiring a construction crew would inevitably expose the secret of the 100 tons of gold, guaranteeing a heap of unnecessary trouble. But without a construction crew, finding the gold with just their small group would be next to impossible. Just as Zhou Yang was scratching his head in frustration, Mei Fanlin approached, holding the research files. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Yang as she whispered to him. Young Master Zhou, may I treat you to lunch today? You promised me yesterday. Would you do me the honor today? Her cheeks flushed rosy, and with her slightly round face, she looked like a perfectly ripe apple, tempting anyone to take a bite. Zhou Yang's mind was consumed with thoughts of finding the gold. He had little interest in flirting with girls. He politely declined Mei Fanglin's invitation. Another time. I heard this mansion is cursed. The previous owners all met with accidents. I plan to thoroughly inspect every corner inside and out first, to fully understand the layout of the mansion before anything else. Otherwise, moving in would leave me feeling uneasy. Mei Fanlin looked slightly disappointed. After all, her impression of Zhou Yang was excellent. Generous, resourceful, and most importantly, possessing the same stunning looks as the reader's beloved Yen Zhu. Every stolen glance made her heart flutter. When she brought the custom Gucci bag covered in diamonds that Zhou Yang had gifted her back to her rented apartment last night, her best friend had been green with envy. Her friend had even teased her, asking if she'd sold herself to Zhou Yang for a handout. Otherwise, how could such a wealthy tycoon casually gift a bag worth millions? When she told her friend she hadn't done anything, her friend's eyes widened in disbelief. Her friend even cradled her head in her hands and gave her a heartfelt analysis. Look at it this way, a rich guy giving you gifts means he definitely has feelings for you. Even if he doesn't have romantic intentions, he definitely has a crush on you. You've got to learn to seize opportunities. If I were you, I'd strike while the iron's hot, ask him out, and do something that makes both of you happy. If he's pleased, you might even get more out of it. But after hearing her friend's earnest advice, Mei Fanlin blushed and covered her ears. What nonsense! What was her friend even thinking? Suggesting she take the initiative? She even pulled out a video she'd kept hidden for ages to show her how it's done. Was that video something a normal person could watch? Not even a pixelated blur, and URLs kept popping up. She accidentally memorized them. After absorbing so much new information last night, Mei Fanlin found herself avoiding Zhou Yang's gaze today. Just moments ago, she'd mustered the courage to invite Zhou Yang to dinner, only to be turned down. Instantly, she began doubting her own appearance, convinced Zhou Yang simply didn't find her attractive. All that so-called affection must have been nothing but her own delusional fantasy. After all, the girls around Zhou Yang, whether Qin Keqing or Ning Zhixia, were both more attractive and held higher social standing than her. She couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself. Just as she was wallowing in self-pity, Zhou Yang spoke again. Give me the architectural blueprints for Chiwu Cloud Palace, along with your research reports, especially the sections detailing those magnetic anomaly sites. I need them. Zhou Yang didn't notice her low spirits. His focus was entirely on locating the gold's whereabouts. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's instructions, Mei Fanlin immediately perked up. She retrieved the previously researched materials and blueprints. Young Master Zhou, these are the construction blueprints. Here are our research findings. The Chiwu Yun Palace has an exceptionally chaotic and fragmented magnetic field. After our research team arrived here, most electronic instruments malfunctioned. Later, we had to bring in a master of traditional Chinese studies to pinpoint a few directions. He mentioned some kind of evil influence, though I don't fully understand the details. You can take a look. Zhou Yang took the construction drawings and research report, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance. Possessing the skills of a top-tier feng shui master, he possessed unparalleled insight into the feng shui configurations of both yin and yang dwellings. But even at a glance, he could tell that the feng shui layout of Chiwu Yun Palace seemed deliberately tampered with by a master. The malevolent energies within were simply too complex. It was a modeled energy field where multiple malevolent forces had merged. The swimming pool set before the mansion was originally intended to attract wealth and blessings, like a jade belt encircling the waist. Yet after human intervention, it had transformed into a powerful reflective shot energy. Viewing the pool from the upper floors often induced dizziness and other illusions. Moreover, the path leading to the entrance was designed with twists and turns to avoid creating a direct through wind that could cause the heavenly sword or scythe sha. Yet, the entrances of all three townhouses share a straight, wide path leading directly to their doors, creating a potent gun-shaped energy field. This can cause physical discomfort, ranging from mild backaches and leg pains to severe organ damage. Zhou Yang scrutinized the research report and architectural blueprints, his brow furrowing deeper by the moment. While the aforementioned Sha energies posed certain issues, they wouldn't cause sudden death. For 3 consecutive owners to die suddenly, there must be a stronger, more potent Sha energy at play. Surely it couldn't be that all 3 owners were targeted by the same enemy. Moreover, according to the records, all 3 wealthy men died suddenly at home, ruling out the possibility of murder. Suddenly, Zhou Yang's gaze shifted to a missing corner in the southwest. The Chiwu Yun Palace wasn't laid out in a perfect square. Instead, there was a distinct missing corner in the southwest. According to the blueprint design, that area was designated for the sewage treatment system. It was originally an inconspicuous spot. But Zhou Yang fixed his gaze firmly upon it. This very spot was one of the locations where the 5 yellow star of integrity descended. It is the legendary 5 yellow direction in residential feng shui, the most inauspicious spot for earth-moving or inviting calamity. If one were to provoke the metal star within the 5 yellows domain, it could easily lead to sudden death. After calculating the years, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask Mei Fanlin. Were the 3 previous owners who died suddenly in the years 2001, 2010, and 2019? Mei Fanlin was puzzled by Zhou Yang's sudden inquiry. Thinking Zhou Yang was investigating the causes of death for the previous 3 owners. So she cautiously nodded. Young Master Zhou, how did you know the exact dates they passed away? I only discovered that after my own investigation. Receiving Mei Fanglin's confirmation, Zhou Yang's spirits soared. He surmised that the 100 tons of gold must be hidden in the southwest corner, the very spot where the wall was missing. Because in the years 2001, 2010, and 2019, the 5 yellow star of integrity descended upon the southwest direction. The southwest belonged to the 5 yellow sector. If a massive concentration of metal gene Sha existed in this sector, those residing here would face far worse than sudden death. Even the surrounding residents of this mansion would suffer adverse effects. Having uncovered the secret, Zhou Yang concealed his inner excitement. He said to Mei Fanlin, "Come on, let's go check the sewage treatment room in the southwest direction." When Mei Fanlin heard Zhou Yang call her to come along, her cheeks flushed instantly. That place was far from the main mansion, meaning they'd be separated from the others. Once they arrived, she and Zhou Yang would be alone together in a room. Wouldn't something happen? The thought made her body stiffen instantly, her nerves on edge. So scary. But also so excited. Why was she feeling so conflicted? Seeing Mei Fanglin standing motionless, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. Miss Mei, you're blushing so much, are you feeling unwell? Ha? Mei Fanglin snapped back to reality, feeling a bit flustered. No, I'm not unwell. I just feel a bit warm. Hot. Zhou Yang glanced up at the sky. It was overcast today, with the sun barely shining. How could it be hot? Besides, it was the dead of winter. Mei Fanglin was only wearing thermal leggings and a down jacket. It shouldn't be that hot. Perhaps it was due to Mei Fanglin's constitution. Zhou Yang had interacted with quite a few girls recently and knew each had a different constitution. Some had a cold constitution, others a hot one. He'd experienced it firsthand. Take Qin Keqing's cousin. She was a classic example of a hot constitution, practically burning up. Perhaps this Mei Fanglin possessed the same constitution. But Zhou Yang had no intention of testing it out just yet. If he were inclined, a girl as easily swayed as Mei Fanglin might be won over with just a hint of his financial prowess. But his sole focus now was locating the gold, temporarily suppressing any romantic notions. Upon entering the sewage treatment room, Zhou Yang quickly located the basement entrance. He peered here and there, feeling around to see if there were any hollow spots. The basement was cold and damp. Though spacious, it contained no hidden compartments. Instead, it was cluttered with tools and miscellaneous items, all covered in thick layers of dust, clearly untouched for ages. Zhou Yang paced the room, with Mei Fanglin following close behind. She was like a little duckling following its mother duck, going wherever Zhou Yang went. Suddenly, her foot slipped, sending her tumbling to the floor. Her shoe got caught in a coil of electrical wires lying on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Ha? Why can't I get my shoe out? Ouch, these wires are so heavy. Cables? Heavy? Zhou Yang turned back in confusion. 111 golden wires? Zhou Yang felt an intense gratitude toward Mei Fanglin. Zhou Yang's gaze fixed intently on the pile of wires stacked in the corner. They filled nearly half the room, with a few scattered coils strewn across the floor, blending inconspicuously among the various odds and ends littering the ground. Yet Zhou Yang's heart began to surge with excitement. He recalled a legend from the Celestial Palace: golden wires. He took 3 steps in 2 strides and rushed to Mei Fanglin's side. He reached out and helped Mei Fanglin retrieve her shoe, which had gotten stuck between the wires. He casually grabbed her long, black-stockinged leg and slipped the shoe back onto her foot. High heels are just so troublesome. Mei Fanglin heard the slight reproach in Zhou Yang's tone. Mei Fanglin thought Zhou Yang was showing her affection and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She couldn't help but secretly wonder what Zhou Yang's next move would be. Would this wealthy tycoon take advantage of the dark basement too? Well, you know? If Zhou Yang really wanted to do that, should she accept it? Or accept it? But before she could even thank him, Zhou Yang had already turned back to examine the wires. In the dim light, Zhou Yang scrutinized the bright yellow core of the wire with growing excitement. He truly hadn't expected this gold to be lying in such an obvious spot. It was probably precisely because it was so inconspicuous that the previous owners had completely overlooked it. After all, even if someone remodeled the house, they'd only focus on the main mansion structure. Who would pay attention to the sewage treatment room piled with junk in the corner? It was safe to say this incredible windfall had fallen straight into Zhou Yang's lap. Carefully wiping the dust from the wires, Zhou Yang grinned broadly as he muttered to himself. Oh my, you've really been neglected all these years. I bet you felt pretty lonely. Thank goodness your big brother is here now, ha ha ha. Mei Fanglin, seeing Zhou Yang ignore her stunning beauty to fuss over lifeless wires instead, twisted her body in frustration. Young Master Zhou, I've twisted my ankle. Could you help me out of here? This room is just too stuffy. Zhou Yang snapped back to reality, his gaze meeting Mei Fanglin's bitter expression. Earlier, he'd been too preoccupied with tracking down the gold to notice the look in her eyes. But now, oh my? That wistful gaze was clearly brimming with desire. Clearly, Mei Fanglin had feelings for him. Zhou Yang. Was Zhou Yang the type to stand by and do nothing? Of course not. Come to think of it, Zhou Yang owed Mei Fanglin a debt of gratitude. If not for her, he never would have noticed those wires. So he scooped Mei Fanglin into his arms, tentatively placing his hand on her slender waist, intending to return the favor. Feeling Zhou Yang's bold gesture, Mei Fanglin immediately buried her face in Zhou Yang's chest. Young Master Zhou, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid you'll devour me. What if I really would? Ha! An hour later. Zhou Yang helped Mei Fanglin, who had twisted her ankle, out of the sewage treatment room. Mei Fanglin glanced at Zhou Yang with a guilty yet sweet look in her eyes. To have such an unforgettable experience with Zhou Yang, this handsome, radiant heartthrob, made her feel incredibly blessed. The memory of Zhou Yang's firm support made her heart race. Young Master Zhou, what should we say if Ms. Xia and Miss Qin ask where we went? Zhou Yang shrugged indifferently. Just say the basement was too big and we got lost. That's perfectly normal, right? Lost? Would anyone actually buy that excuse? Mei Fanglin followed Zhou Yang back into the mansion with a sinking heart. But she discovered that Ning Jixia, Qin Keqing, and the others showed no surprise at all at the two of them embracing. Given how stunningly beautiful Mei Fanglin was, it would have been truly strange if Zhou Yang hadn't made a move. Besides, Zhou Yang had shown remarkable restraint today, returning after just an hour. On a typical day, this workhorse would have been gone all morning. Duan Yu was the first to speak up. Zhou Yang, are you planning to settle down in Shanghai? This mansion could house 1,000 people. Zhou Yang smiled. Just a temporary stopover. When I come to Shanghai in the future, I can stay here. After all, it's my own place, and it's more comfortable than a hotel. A temporary stopover? This time, Duan Yu was genuinely shocked. If it's just a temporary stop, leaving the place empty is such a waste. But maintaining it long-term would require significant labor costs. Isn't that extravagant? Extravagant? Zhou Yang's smile grew even broader. So what if it's extravagant? If you earn money but never spend it or enjoy it, are you just saving it to burn at your grave? Broaden your perspective. This is how we should live. The houses are empty anyway. If you like one, just move and pick any one you want. Zhou Yang's words delivered a sharp dose of subtle superiority. But this time, Duan Yu actually took it to heart. This is normal life. Is it that abnormal? But upon reflection, Zhou Yang had casually handed him the Bully Group, worth hundreds of billions. A mansion worth a few billions seemed like nothing at all. Gradually, he realized his own perspective was slowly broadening. So a person's perspective could actually be elevated. Unbelievable, just 3 days ago he was fretting over money, and now he's soaring to new heights alongside Zhou Yang. Man, life really is unpredictable. The thought of him, Duan Yu, living in such a place someday made him practically drool with excitement. I'll move all my stuff over to the rental this afternoon. Ha ha ha, I'm going to live in a mansion too. But Zhou Yang poured cold water on his enthusiasm. If you want to move in, you'll have to wait until after the new year. There's a lot of negative energy from the feng shui layout here. I need to hire someone to fix the house's structure first before anyone can live here. Otherwise, it'll be bad for the health of whoever moves in. Oh. Right. Duan Yu nodded vigorously. He'd heard wealthy merchants were superstitious about such things, and sure enough, Zhou Yang was no exception. They say that Mr. Li, the big boss in Hong Kong City, built many structures shaped like coffins just to absorb the wealth energy from the occupants and accumulate riches for himself. Of course, these are all rumors, and Duan Yu had only heard them secondhand. But one thing was certain, the more prominent one's status, the more they valued such superstitions. After Zhou Yang finished his casual chat with Duan Yu, he led Ning Jixia and Duan Yu back to the sewage treatment room. He began showing them the gold-plated wires. This gold, roughly estimated, should be over 100 tons, maybe even reaching around 110 tons. Duan Yu was stunned by the sheer scale of wealth before him. Was utterly stunned. He now felt utterly incapable of gauging Zhou Yang's true wealth. Buying a mansion and getting gold worth hundreds of billions thrown in? Seriously, does such a blessing even exist in this world? Upon hearing Zhou Yang's analysis, her eyes lit up with renewed vigor. She never imagined that the problem she'd been fretting over just 15 minutes ago would now have such a perfect solution found by Zhou Yang. Who would have thought the legend of Qiwu Yun Palace's gold was true? So many people thought it was just a marketing gimmick by the developers to sell this haunted house. And yet, something so many others failed to find, you managed to uncover in just over an hour. That's truly impressive. Zhou Yang basked in the admiration reflected in Ning Jixia's eyes. He continued. To be honest, those wealthy individuals dying suddenly really is connected to this gold. But it all boils down to feng shui arrangements, something I can't fully explain to outsiders like you. Once this gold is removed from the room, the malevolent energy from the Qiwu Yun Palace feng shui formation will be greatly alleviated. Moreover, with this gold, we can fulfill the international short delivery orders for Bully Jewelry Group. It could even provide Bully Jewelry with ample gold reserves to expand its direct sales jewelry store market. As for Jixia's side, isn't there that trillion yuan public fund project? Once the short delivery orders are settled, I'll have Duan Yu inject all the over 100 billion long coins we profit into the fund to boost your performance and add to your achievements. And Dragon Nation Bank must approve more loan projects to fund Bully Jewelry's growth. Ning Jixia understood perfectly this was what true synergy looked like. If Bully Jewelry Group could rise again with this gold backing, then Dragon Nation Bank could extend the repayment terms for its previous debt issues without rushing to collect. Thus, the earlier default crisis would cease to exist. Moreover, the public offering fund securing a full injection from Bully Group would be a monumental achievement. This would further elevate Ning Jixia's standing at Longhua Bank's Shanghai headquarters. And all of this was brought about by Zhou Yang. Overcome with emotion, she couldn't resist giving Zhou Yang a gentle peck on the cheek. Zhou Yang, I absolutely adore you. But Zhou Yang merely chuckled, his expression full of meaning. Love is something you show, not something you say. Don't say such empty words anymore. Focus on doing things that matter. Ning Zhixia's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Ugh, you naughty boy. At that moment, Duan Yu standing nearby was utterly dumbfounded. Wait. What kind of wolfish words were those? You two flirting like this, could you at least do it out of sight? He was a single guy stuck here, feeling like a third wheel. He felt as pure as a primary school student, completely overwhelmed by Zhou Yang's aura. It seemed Zhou Yang would become his role model from now on. He's got a lot to learn. At the very least, knowing how to flirt with pretty girls was a skill in itself. Just as Duan Yu was pondering how to learn from Zhou Yang, Zhou Yang waved his sleeve dramatically. I'm in a great mood today. Let's invite Kiching and Fanglin along, we'll go shopping together and pick up some things for the new home. I'll have manager Ma handle the gold matters here shortly. No need for us to worry about it. But what Zhou Yang never expected was that at Shanghai's World Financial Center, he'd run into the last person he wanted to see, Fan Ruru. Fan Ruru was Zhou Yang's ex-girlfriend. She had toyed with him for 4 years of his youth before kicking him to the curb to become the mistress of a wealthy older man. Unexpectedly, that old man had no children and died that same year, leaving his multi-billion fortune to Fan Ruru, turning her into a minor fortune. But Fan Ruru was ambitious. She kept climbing upward. Later, she enrolled in a socialite training program, mastering upper-class etiquette and successfully reinventing herself as a self-made female CEO. This socialite training program was quite formidable. Many political and business figures had married socialites who had graduated from it. Their instructor, Sister Amy, boasted connections that reached the heavens, hailed as the golden key to unlocking the billionaire circle. Today, Fan Ruru had set her sights on Gu Nanzhou, the son of Shanghai's shipping magnate, determined to secure this wealthy young man. But who would have thought she'd run into her ex-boyfriend Zhou Yang at the Gucci store? 112 I've eaten. Zhou Yang always had a favorable impression of the Gucci store. Not because the brand was particularly impressive, but because Lucy had left a favorable impression on him back in Haicheng. Sometimes, he'd even exchange a few messages with Lucy on WeChat. Lucy would occasionally recommend new arrivals to him. Although Zhou Yang knew Lucy was hinting at something more, he was too busy, and besides, Lucy seemed to interact with too many people, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Still, Lucy was a decent person, so Zhou Yang instinctively brought them into the Gucci store. Qin Keqing shot a sly glance at Mei Fanglin, who was trailing closely behind Zhou Yang, and tugged Ning Zhixia's sleeve. Xia, could you go with me to the restroom? I really need to go. The ladies' restroom always had a line, so it was best to prepare early. Ning Zhixia nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Alright, let's give the newcomers some private time. We don't want to seem too pushy. Duan Yu, however, felt awkward. With everyone gone, his already obvious role as the third wheel now shone brighter than ever. So he stammered out. Zhou Yang, I plan to explore on my own for now. We'll regroup when it's time to leave. Zhou Yang nodded. Sounds good. Pick up something you like. With that, Zhou Yang casually transferred 50 million yuan to Duan Yu. Startled, Duan Yu nearly dropped his phone, catching it mid-air several times before finally holding it steady. Oh my god. This happiness came too suddenly. Is this what the world of the ultra-wealthy looks like? The pocket money he casually handed out matched the annual profit of a medium-sized company. Duan Yu turned and ran. But he didn't buy any luxury goods. Instead, he headed straight to a men's billiards club on the top floor. Boss, call over all the assistant instructors, I'm buying the whole place. Oh, and the ones who know how to handle things, the ones with real class, I'll tip generously later, starting at 10,000. Hurry up. Duan Yu's boisterous call startled the owner. Zhou Yang led Mei Fanglin into the Gucci store. This delicate Jiangnan girl, with her soft, supple figure, really appealed to him. So he waved his hand generously. Pick whatever style you like. I'm covering the bill today, it's my gift to you. Feel free to grab a few for family, friends, or girlfriends too, no need to be polite. Mei Fanglin lowered her head bashfully, feeling as if she were being kept. Yet a flicker of secret delight danced in her heart. She wasn't after Zhou Yang's money, she simply adored his good looks. As a college student working part-time, she still held onto some naive dreams, not yet completely blinded by materialism. Hearing Zhou Yang's offer, she couldn't help but whisper softly. Young Master Zhou, I truly don't want anything from you. And what happened in the basement earlier was entirely my choice, you don't need to buy me anything. Hearing Mei Fanglin say this, Zhou Yang found her even more appealing. If a girl asked him for things, he might refuse. But when a girl didn't want anything from him, he absolutely had to give. It was like when chatting with girls, sometimes if she asked you to bring protection, you could choose not to. But if she tells you not to bring protection, you absolutely must bring it to avoid getting caught off guard. The principle was similar, give freely when it wasn't demanded, but be selective when it was requested. So Zhou Yang smiled gently, like a warm, friendly older brother next door. I know this is my gesture. You wouldn't refuse my goodwill, would you? It'd be embarrassing for a big spender like me to give something and have it rejected. Ha! Mei Fanglin's heart skipped a beat. Right. Her best friend had warned her that wealthy people care deeply about saving face. If they offered her something, she absolutely had to accept it, otherwise, they might never contact her again. Though she didn't know why her friend knew so much about this, it made sense. So she nodded gently. Alright, I'll choose one then. Just as Mei Fonglin was about to pick out a handbag she liked, a dismissive snort suddenly rang out beside her ear. The woman spoke with an exaggerated, affected Hong Kong Taiwan accent. Damn it, some deadbeat bringing a young girl to a luxury store to show off. I told you, she's way too young. Don't let that deadbeat fool you. I've seen this type of deadbeat before. He'll probably try to charge it to your credit card, toy with you, then vanish without a trace. The series of coquettish voices made Mei Fonglin look up in shock. Before her stood a fashionably dressed socialite with long hair, gazing down at her and Zhou Yang with utter disdain. This woman was dressed extravagantly, adorned with platinum bracelets, anklets, and necklaces, her fingers stacked with diamond rings, clearly a wealthy, sophisticated young wife. Her outfit was daring, her top resembled a scarf draped over her chest, revealing vast swaths of skin elsewhere. Her smooth, beautiful back and the sexy cinched waist were so stunning that even a girl like her couldn't help but stare a few extra times. Truthfully, if Mei Fonglin had dressed like this, she would have looked far more stunning than the woman before them. But she dared not, believing such attire was too provocative, unbecoming of a respectable woman. This woman, of course, was Fan Ruru. Fan Ruru watched Zhou Yang and his group outside the Gucci store with an amused expression. Who would have thought she'd run into Zhou Yang here, shopping for luxury goods with some young girl? This was the man she, Fan Ruru, had discarded. Yet in her heart, she demanded that even after she discarded him, he must remain devoted solely to her. He couldn't be kind to anyone else. So she immediately resolved to break up Zhou Yang and Mei Fonglin. And in her mind, Zhou Yang was still that broke guy who agonized over whether to add an egg to his breakfast. But Zhou Yang truly had a special talent. Just thinking about it made her feel a pang of nostalgia for those days. Back then, her happiness at night was so palpable the whole building could hear it. If only Zhou Yang had the money to give her the life she wanted, she truly wouldn't have left him. Recently, Zhou Yang posted about renovating his place on social media. After she commented, he actually blocked her. Fan Roro still couldn't let that go. Today, running into Zhou Yang here, she was determined to give him a taste of his own medicine. The words she'd just spoken were deliberately provocative. But to her surprise, Zhou Yang didn't get angry at all. He just gave her a faint glance, as if she were a passerby. Fan Roro felt a surge of indignation right then and there. What's the matter, Zhou Yang? I suppose I should call you young Master Zhou now, right? You must be pretty upset that I exposed your little game in front of the pretty lady. Now you're pretending not to know me, thinking you can just slip away? Being broke isn't shameful, but you need to know your place. Otherwise, putting on airs with girls like this will just get you humiliated. Zhou Yang picked his ear, sizing up Fan Roro. While I'm still in a decent mood, you'd better get lost fast. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist hitting a woman soon. Mei Fonglin could tell this woman knew Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's strength needed no explanation, she'd seen it firsthand. So she simply dismissed Fan Roro as the kind of woman driven by love turned hatred to seek revenge. After all, Zhou Yang had many women around him. Some with bad personalities might have been discarded by him. Now that Mei Fonglin considered herself Zhou Yang's woman, she began unleashing the formidable counterattack capabilities of a post-aughts generation. So Mei Fonglin hooked her arm through Zhou Yang's and tilted her head up in confusion. Young Master Zhou, is this one of the women you've discarded? She looks furious. In our women's terms, she must have really liked you, so she's got a strong desire for revenge. You'd better be careful. Put. Fan Roro hadn't expected it either. This seemingly delicate and soft-spoken Mei Fonglin, with her gentle Wu dialect, could utter such hurtful words. She couldn't help but point at Mei Fonglin's nose and start shouting. You ignorant country bumpkin. How dare you speak to this lady like that? He'll abandon me? He's nothing but the leftover dregs of my medicine. You're nothing but a shameless woman who scavenges scraps from my plate to fill your belly. Mei Fonglin watched Fan Roro stomping her feet in fury, unable to hide his surprise. Who would have thought Zhou Yang had such a dark past? Could such a wealthy young master really be dumped by a woman? Curiosity piqued, she turned to Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, is what he said true? Yeah, I've been there. Zhou Yang always got straight to the point. He didn't shy away from mentioning what he'd done to Fan Roro. Mei Fonglin nearly covered her mouth to stifle a laugh upon hearing Zhou Yang's words. She finally understood what it meant to be concise and to the point. But Fan Roro only grew more like a shrew. She thought this little green tea, Mei Fonglin, was infuriating enough, but never imagined Zhou Yang could be even more infuriating. You two lovebirds really are a perfect match, singing in harmony. But too bad I'm a VIP customer at this Gucci store. They'll do whatever I ask. So now, both of you get out of this store. We won't sell you a single thing. After listening to Fan Roro's relentless, unreasonable outbursts, Zhou Yang's patience finally snapped. He shot her a displeased look and gave a cold smile. I don't want to deal with you. You keep pushing your luck, don't you? We're both customers here. How dare you act like you own the place? You really think too highly of yourself. Fan Ruru, I don't care if you're riding some rich guy's coattails. Just stay out of my life. You disgust me, okay? I regret ever leaving a mark on you. It makes me feel sick to my stomach. Fan Ruru's expression darkened instantly at Zhou Yang's words. Zhou Yang's words were so blunt. What if her new boyfriend, Gu Nanzhou, overheard them? That would be disastrous. But fear brought its own reality. Just as she was about to force Zhou Yang to stop, Gu Nanzhou's voice suddenly approached from behind Fan Ruru, growing louder as he drew nearer. Ruru, have you picked out your bag yet? Once you're done, let's grab lunch and catch a movie. I've even brought my ID. But as Gu Nanzhou approached Fan Ruru, his voice abruptly cut off. Zhou Yang? Is that you? Heh, it really is a small world. 113 playing with taste? Gu Nanzhou's little scheme. Between Zhou Yang and Gu Nanzhou, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Zhou Yang never took Gu Nanzhou seriously. He never saw him as a rival. In Zhou Yang's eyes, Gu Nanzhou was simply not worthy of sitting at the same table. But Gu Nanzhou had always felt Zhou Yang had humiliated him, and he simply wanted to save face. Relying on the fact that their Gu shipping group held some sway in Shanghai, he had the audacity to challenge Zhou Yang. Now, seeing Fan Ruru actually conversing with Zhou Yang, his competitive spirit flared up instantly. That Zhou Yang. He's got a different woman by his side every day. He's actually hooked up with the auction house's part-time auctioneer now? He sure moves fast. Now he's chatting with Fan Ruru. Could he be eyeing this new socialite he's hooked up with? So he strode over, brimming with hostility, and draped his arm around Fan Ruru's shoulder in a show of intimacy. Zhou Yang, learn some boundaries. I, Gu Nanzhou, won't tolerate any nonsense. Ruru is my girlfriend, Gu Nanzhou. You've crossed the line. Oh? Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes at Gu Nanzhou. He found it utterly amusing. Looks like Fan Ruru's hooked up with another sugar daddy. A leopard can't change its spots. But that had nothing to do with him, Zhou Yang. As long as they didn't come looking for trouble, he couldn't be bothered. But now they'd crossed the line with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang gently wrapped his arm around Mei Fanlin's slender waist. He replied indifferently. I'd say it's the one in your arms who has no boundaries, huh? My girlfriend and I were shopping when she came over to flirt with me. Why don't you handle your own business? Hearing Zhou Yang speak thus, she immediately put on a pouty expression and whined to Gu Nanzhou. Nanzhou, don't listen to this nonsense. I just can't stand seeing some cheapskate like him deceiving young girls. I was just trying to give him a friendly heads up. Penny pincher? Gu Nanzhou shot Fan Ruru a skeptical glance. How could such a word come out of her mouth? Zhou Yang's terrifying cash flow capabilities had even left Gu Nanzhou feeling stunned. Even in the household of Shanghai's shipping magnate, such a massive cash reserve couldn't be produced on a whim without meticulous preparation. If Zhou Yang was a poor schmuck, then there weren't many rich people left. Therefore, Gu Nanzhou concluded that Fan Ruru wasn't implying Zhou Yang lacked money, but rather that he was spiritually impoverished. After all, Zhou Yang carried a distinct air of nouveau riche about him, the kind who'd just acquired wealth but hadn't yet undergone the full transformation in demeanor. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Nanzhou. If he tried to outspend Zhou Yang in a spending contest, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. But if they were to compare their understanding of high society, Zhou Yang would definitely be no match for him. So an idea immediately formed in Gu Nanzhou's mind. Zhou Yang, don't assume all girls are like the ones hanging around you. Ruru is a good girl. She doesn't care about money. What she values is a rich inner world. Ruru is right. You, Zhou Yang, are so poor you've got nothing left but money. You know absolutely nothing about the quality of life or etiquette of high society. Zhou Yang, dare you compete with me in elegance and taste? As long as money isn't involved, I'll leave you in the dust. Oh? Compete in elegance and taste? Compete in the refined lifestyle and etiquette of high society? Poof. Zhou Yang almost laughed. Aren't these so-called refined lifestyles built with money first, then cultivated over time? Now they're suddenly competing over quality and taste without spending a dime? Gu Nanzhou sure is a hypocrite. But with his dad's protection, Zhou Yang wasn't about to back down. So Zhou Yang nodded immediately. Fine. Since I've got nothing else to do today, just draw a line and let's have a go at it. Seeing Zhou Yang take the bait, Gu Nanzhou immediately grew smug. He, Gu Nanzhou, had received extensive etiquette training since childhood and was exceptionally versatile. Street dance, tango, waltz, piano, violin, accordion, billiards, polo, golf all were his strong suits. He couldn't believe Zhou Yang could outshine him in any of these artistic pursuits. And now, on the 13th floor of the Global Center, a ballroom dance was underway, the perfect stage for him to flaunt his superiority. Ha! Zhou Yang, if you try to compete with me in these things, you won't even know how you lost. Perfect timing. The 13th floor is hosting a social dance for Shanghai's second-generation elite. Why don't we each pick an outfit, enter the ball together, and test our dancing and musical skills? Let's see who ends up making a fool of themselves on the spot. Ding! Detected wish from Gu Nanzhou. Dancing and piano playing are both my strong suits. Zhou Yang, you absolutely must agree to this. Don't be afraid. Would the host like to invest in this wish?
Investment options: A 0.1% stake in Gu Shipping Group. B. A 0.2% stake in Gu Shipping Group. C. A 0.5% stake in Gu Shipping Group.
D. 1% stake in Gu Shipping Group. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10% shares of Gu Shipping Group. Afraid? Gu Nanzhou was practically begging to hand over shares of his company. Why would Zhou Yang be afraid?
He was practically hoping Gu Nanzhou would make more wishes. Who knows, maybe the entire Gu Shipping Group would end up his.
Sounds good. Zhou Yang agreed without a moment's hesitation. His contemporary dance king skill and piano master skill had never been used since he acquired them. Now that Gu Nanzhou was practically begging for a beating, why would he refuse? What makes some people turn back isn't reason, it's hitting a brick wall. And Zhou Yang was their wall.
They had to crash headfirst into Zhou Yang, bloodied and bruised, before realizing their bitter regret.
Zhou Yang wasn't about to coddle these people. When you strut around without considering the consequences, isn't getting your face slapped in order?
So, as agreed with Gu Nanzhou, he began selecting clothing right there in the luxury boutique. Before leaving Gucci, Zhou Yang waved his hand and had every single bag in the store packed up. Send all these bags to Chiwu Yun Palace immediately.
Charge it. The card was swiped for 72 million. After settling the bill, Zhou Yang shrugged at Mei Fanlin, who stood there in utter shock. These bags are all yours. You can arrange them however you like. Mei Fanlin instantly covered her mouth in astonishment, finding it hard to believe.
Just moments ago, she'd assumed Zhou Yang bought so many bags primarily for Qin Keqing and Ning Jisha. She'd be thrilled to pick out just a couple for herself. Little did she expect. They were all hers. Even though she wasn't the materialistic type.
At this moment, she was utterly stunned by Zhou Yang's sheer generosity. After all, this was 72 million yuan. What guy would spend over 70 million on a girl?
That Zhou Yang was so willing to part with it meant he must have made room for her in his heart. So at this moment, the delicate college student's eyes were already growing misty. But Zhou Yang, at that very moment, tapped her forehead gently.
What are you doing? Stop daydreaming. Come pick out an outfit with me. Ah. Mei Fanlin couldn't help but cry out in pain. That really hurt.
Zhou Yang really had no idea how to treat a lady gently.
Besides, she wasn't clinging to Zhou Yang out of affection. It wasn't a fever at all, humph.
Though she grumbled inwardly.
Mei Fanlin still opened her eyes wide and happily hooked her arm through Zhou Yang's. What kind of outfit should I choose? Let me tell you, you'd look absolutely stunning in traditional Chinese attire. Because you possess that unique, commanding presence only people from the Dragon Kingdom have. Oh? Tangjuan? Zhou Yang hadn't tried it before.
He nodded and took Mei Fanlin to Shanghai Tang, a luxury boutique specializing in Hanfu and Tang-style attire.
This boutique, specializing in Tang-style attire, ranked among Shanghai's premier luxury establishments. The moment Zhou Yang and Mei Fanlin entered,
the proprietress, dressed in an elegant chipa like a wealthy lady, immediately stepped forward to greet them.
You two make such a handsome couple. What style of clothing are you looking to select? Zhou Yang nodded. Traditional Chinese attire, I suppose.
I'm not very knowledgeable, but judging by your taste in clothing, madam, I trust your discerning eye.
Perhaps you could help us select something?
The beautiful young proprietress giggled at Zhou Yang's playful remark. Previous customers who came to the store always pretended to know what they were talking about. Only Zhou Yang was refreshingly straightforward, letting her choose for him. She found this refreshing. Her eye for style was far sharper than that of her customers. So she waved her small shoe brocade fan and gave a thoughtful introduction. You two have come at just the right time. Your heights are perfect for Tangjuan and Kepeos. Tang suits exude grandeur and authority. Wearing one to important events makes you stand out with dignified presence impossible to overlook. But young man, if you wore the flying fish robe, you'd look incredibly dashing and handsome. After all, your ruggedly handsome features are perfectly suited for it. Let me tell you, when it comes to luxury, our own traditional attire is the true luxury. It doesn't need any brand endorsement, it's woven thread by thread with weight and taste. If you two have the time, have a designer take your measurements for a custom-fit garment. It will be far more flattering and tailored than off-the-rack options. Zhou Yang had never realized Hanfu held such depth and complexity. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Alright then, let's have 2 custom-made outfits tailored for us. But we still need something to wear right away, we have a dance to attend shortly. The beautiful young shop owner was overjoyed at Zhou Yang's prompt agreement. Custom-made garments started at 500,000 yuan each. 2 outfits for 2 people meant 2 million yuan in revenue. Instantly, she became even more enthusiastic than before. She immediately summoned the designer to take Zhou Yang's measurements. When designer Chu Wan emerged, Zhou Yang couldn't help but be taken aback by her stunning appearance. Tall and slender, she stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, matching Zhou Yang's height.
Her hair was neatly pinned up in a bun, giving her the air of a beauty stepping out of an ancient ink painting. She radiated that scholarly elegance of classical Eastern culture. But her expression was too cold. Even with Zhou Yang's good looks, she didn't spare him a second glance. She measured Zhou Yang's dimensions with meticulous precision. When she reached his waist, her brows furrowed involuntarily. "Sir, please control yourself. You're making it impossible for me to get accurate measurements." 114. That's right, I'm the brightest star on the dance floor. Zhou Yang lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He didn't mean to. But Chuan's movements were so gentle. It was a precise strike on a purely physical level. It would have been weird if he hadn't reacted. Seeing Zhou Yang show no sign of pulling back, Chuan rose to her feet, her face frozen in icy disdain. "This gentleman shows me no respect. I won't tolerate it." The beautiful young landlady grew tense as Chuan threw a tantrum. Losing such a bold customer over Chuan would be a real shame. "Chuan, the guest was just careless. Please be more understanding. Besides, this gentleman looks absolutely perfect in traditional Chinese attire. Haven't you always wanted to design a piece that truly satisfies you?" But Chuan completely ignored the owner's attempt to smooth things over. "I said no measurements are needed, so no measurements are needed. I can determine his waist size just by visual estimation and calculation. It won't affect the design at all." Just as the beautiful young landlady was about to say more, Zhou Yang waved his hand. "All right. I was a bit abrupt. No need to blame Miss Chuan. Let's skip the measurements for now. Just help us pick out some well-fitting clothes. We're heading to a ball." The beautiful young shopkeeper shot Zhou Yang a thoughtful glance. No wonder Chuan felt embarrassed and didn't want to be measured. It was simply too revealing. And this was merely her most subdued state. The thought of it at full capacity was terrifying. After selecting a set of traditional Chinese attire, the beautiful young shop owner deliberately approached Zhou Yang and said, "Young man, the men's fitting room is in the back. Let me show you the way. This fitting room is for the lovely lady you brought with you to use first." Zhou Yang, trusting her completely, followed the beautiful young shopkeeper to the back cubicles. Little did he expect the shopkeeper to suddenly lose her balance and collapse into his arms. "Young man, this Tang-style outfit is quite intricate. Let me help you change into it." When Zhou Yang returned, Gu Nanzhou was peering into the shopfront of Shanghai Gentlemen's. "Zhou Yang, taking this long to buy clothes? You're not backing out, are you? If you were scared, you should have said so earlier. You country bumpkin, no matter how rich you are, you can't get rid of that stale smell on you." Fan Rora watched Gu Nanzhou ranting and couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Nanzhou, he's just a penniless bum. Did you get the wrong guy?" Hearing Fan Roro mention the word penniless again, Gu Nanzhou was puzzled. "What? Ruruo, did you know this Zhou Yang before?" Realizing she'd let something slip, Fan Roro could only respond vaguely. "Oh, he used to deliver bubble tea to me, so I know a bit about him. He really was poor back then." She dared not elaborate further, lest her facade as a fake socialite be exposed. Gu Nanzhou didn't think much of it either, further convinced that Zhou Yang was a nouveau riche, which only bolstered his confidence. Zhou Yang now wore traditional Chinese attire, holding a dragon head walking stick in one hand. A black hat sat atop his head, and oversized dark sunglasses covered his eyes, giving him an undeniable air of authority. The beautiful young owner, applying lipstick as she spoke, smiled warmly. "Young man, are you pleased with the outfit I've put together for you? Satisfied?" "Absolutely delighted. You've worked magic, sister, a true masterstroke. I'll definitely come back to you for all my custom clothing in the future." After settling the bill, Zhou Yang appeared before Gu Nanzhou, arm in arm with Mei Fanglin, who wore a gorgeous aqua blue qipao. "Let's go. Since you're so eager to embarrass yourself, I won't hold back." Zhou Yang and Mei Fanglin, dressed in a Tang suit and Cheongsam respectively, radiated extraordinary elegance. Walking through the pedestrian plaza of the global center, they practically blinded everyone with their dazzling presence. Goodness, standing next to them, I feel like I'm wearing trash. Wah, I'm the queen of trends, and for the first time ever, I feel downright embarrassed. That guy isn't just handsome, he's got major swagger. Could he be one of those legendary CEOs? The moment the two of them appeared, Gu Nanzhou and Fan Roro, who had previously carried a certain star quality, were instantly overshadowed, reduced to mere supporting roles to Zhou Yang and Mei Fanglin. Just then, Ning Jixia, tall and sleek in a black suit and Qin Keqing, long legs and black stockings, draped in a luxurious haute couture gown, spotted Zhou Yang and hurried over, surrounding him in the center. Humph, vanished in the blink of an eye, then secretly bought such a sharp outfit. Who exactly is he trying to charm? Wow, Zhou Yang, could you wear this outfit tonight when you go to the client's room to discuss the project? Such stunningly beautiful women were eye-catching in themselves. Now that they were all swarming around Zhou Yang, it made him, dressed in his traditional Chinese attire, appear even more unapproachable and commanding. Gu Nanzhou, feeling humiliated by Zhou Yang, angrily flung his arm out. Oomph. Fancy clothes, trying to attract attention, what's so great about that? Come on, let's see how he keeps up his act once we hit the dance floor. He grabbed Fan Ruru's arm and headed for the elevator to the 13th floor. But Fan Roro kept glancing back, unable to resist stealing another look at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was still so handsome. She couldn't help but think again. This guy's living it up now? He must have hooked up with some rich woman to get here. He's just cashing in on his looks. So what if he's got a fortune? But from start to finish, Zhou Yang never once glanced at Fan Roro. After all, he couldn't care less about a woman like her. Once they entered the dance floor, it was no surprise. Zhou Yang and his entourage of beauties became the center of attention once more. Gu Nanzhou, leading the way, noticed everyone staring at his back and instantly felt his temper flare. But he was confident he could make Zhou Yang look foolish here. After all, his ballroom dancing, waltz, and tango had all won major awards. He knew that the moment he displayed his extraordinary moves, the entire room would erupt in screams. So he eagerly led Fan Roro to the center of the dance floor. He even directly instructed the band. Switch to Tango Libertango by Argentine composer Astor Piazzolla. I love that blend of modern and classic flair. As one of Shanghai's most prominent playboys, he was recognized by many. Upon hearing his request, the sound engineer promptly switched the music. Gu Nanzhou, holding Fan Roro close, flung his head back defiantly and challenged Zhou Yang with a look. Come on, let's see who ends up looking foolish. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. You little punk. Daring to challenge him. He handed the dragon head cane to Ning Zhixia, wrapped his arm around Mei Fanglin's slender waist, and stepped onto the dance floor. Mei Fanglin murmured nervously. Young Master Zhou, they dance so well. Look, everyone's cheering for them. I've learned a little myself, but I can't remember the steps. I might make a fool of myself. But Zhou Yang simply shrugged it off with a carefree smile. Don't worry, just follow my steps. With me here, Gu Nanzhou won't win. With that, Zhou Yang grabbed Mei Fanglin's fingers, swept her into a spin, and followed her movements seamlessly. By the time she came to a stop, his arms were already wrapped around her waist again. While Zhou Yang danced on stage, Ning Zhixia and Qin Keqing found a spot to sit, snacking on fruit platters and sipping drinks. Suddenly, a slender man barely 5 feet tall approached them. Hello, ladies. I'm Yu Xiaochuan, son of the CEO of Strawberry Short Stories. You both possess a star-like aura. If you're interested in breaking into the film, television, or short drama industry, I can offer you an excellent platform and support. How about it? Shall I invite you both to dance with me right now? Yu Xiaochuan was supremely confident in his own status. After all, Strawberry Short Drama was a top-tier platform, and many people were eager to curry favor with him. But beauties with the kind of aura Ning Zhixia and Qin Keqing possessed were truly rare. That's why the moment he laid eyes on them, he couldn't help but be captivated and immediately struck up a conversation. But Qin Keqing merely shot him a disdainful glance, offering no warmth whatsoever. You, alone, inviting both of us? Think again. Yu Xiaochuan assumed Qin Keqing hadn't heard his title clearly, so he reintroduced himself. Ladies, allow me to formally reintroduce myself. My name is Yu Xiaochuan, also known as Yu Gang. I'm the CEO of Strawberry Short Stories. Got it this time? This time, however, the disgust on Qin Keqing and Ning Zhixia's faces grew even more pronounced. Ning Zhixia's expression darkened instantly as she issued her dismissal. You think you're worthy of inviting us too? I suggest you exercise extreme caution when reviewing Strawberry Short Stories' loan application for this year's Dragon Nation bank funding. There are serious financial risks involved. Ha! Yu Xiaochuan was startled. As Ning Zhixia flashed her credentials as head of Longhua Bank's finance department, he immediately apologized profusely before bolting away without looking back. Ning Zhixia and Qin Keqing exchanged amused glances, both finding the situation rather amusing. That Zhou Yang now he's doting on Mei Fanglin alone. Qin Keqing pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy in her tone. But Ning Zhixia merely smiled indifferently. Once you've made your choice, you can't have it both ways. A man like him is a dazzling light, no one can ever dim his brilliance. Besides, if he were devoted only to you, you wouldn't be able to handle it. At this, both their faces flushed simultaneously. Ugh, how annoying. Meanwhile, Mei Fanglin on stage felt utterly flustered. The moment she stepped onto the floor, every dance step she'd rehearsed vanished from her mind. Young Master Zhou, what should we do next? Just think of that stiff neck feeling. Throw your head to the left, yes. Now to the right. Hold me tight and take off spinning. Zhou Yang and Mei Fanglin weren't just dancing on the floor, they were practically soaring through the air. Guided by Zhou Yang, Mei Fanglin gradually found her rhythm, their movements becoming seamless and perfectly synchronized. The combination of his traditional Chinese attire and her cheongsam was already eye-catching enough. Now, with their explosive, show-stopping dance moves, they instantly stopped everyone else on the dance floor in their tracks. All eyes were glued to the two of them. Holy crap, that's master-level dancing. Even an international dance champion couldn't match this level. Damn, with this guy here, every girl at tonight's mixer is head over heels for him. By the end of the dance, Zhou Yang and Mei Fanglin had become the center of everyone's attention. Gu Nanzhou had long since stopped dancing, his face turning beet red. He never imagined that Zhou Yang, that country bumpkin, possessed such skill. So he prepared to unleash his trump card. pianist, step aside. I'll take over. Next, I will conquer your ears with the third movement of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, the most challenging movement of all. 1:15 playing the children's song Two Tigers to win over the audience. Gu Nanzhou raised his hands high. As if the piano were burning hot, he began wildly flailing about before it. He intended to utterly crush Zhou Yang in his most dominant artistic realm. He couldn't let Zhou Yang outshine him in artistry when he already fell short financially. So he poured every ounce of energy into his performance, striving for perfection in every beat. Listening to his performance, one could already sense the aura of a master's concert. Those unfamiliar with music, witnessing Gu Nanzhou's performance, were unconsciously impressed. Young Master Gu is simply incredible. Even though I don't understand it, anyone who can move their hands that dramatically on TV must be a true virtuoso. Goodness, I actually saw echoes of Maestro Lang in young Master Gu. He truly radiates the aura of a master. Poof. It's obvious Gu Nanzhou is putting on such an intense performance today just for that Zhou Yang guy. Clearly, it's another case of two rich brats fighting over a woman. Put. In Shanghai, challenging the eldest son of the city's shipping magnate is just asking for humiliation. This Zhou Yang is bound to lose. The crowd buzzed with speculation, none of them giving Zhou Yang a chance. But in the eyes of Zhou Yang, a master pianist, Gu Nanzhou was purely showing off. The Moonlight Sonata, especially its third movement, featured intricate dynamics of high-level notes. But its essence lies in capturing the emotional fluctuations under moonlight. The piece yearns to express rich inner emotions, the struggle against fate, and an unyielding spirit. Gu Nanzhou's frenzied display of technique only made him appear inferior. It completely missed the resonance of Beethoven's own struggle against fate, the frustration, conflict, and defiance born from his own tormented state, suffering from deafness and emotional heartbreak when he composed this piece. Therefore, if he were a judge, he could only award 1 point. That single point would be for performance alone, not for the playing itself. After finishing his performance, Gu Nanzhou was utterly triumphant, feeling as though he had undergone a spiritual elevation. Then, dressed in a tailcoat, he bowed deeply to all the rich second-generation kids present. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I last played, and I never imagined my skills had improved. This is absolutely the best performance of my entire life. Fan Ruru promptly ran onto the stage, approached Gu Nanzhou, and presented him with flowers and a passionate kiss. Young Master Gu, your performance just now was utterly captivating. This time, Zhou Yang is bound to lose. Compared to you, he's just a tasteless bumpkin. Listening to Fan Ruru's praise, Gu Nanzhou instantly swelled with pride. He shot Zhou Yang a sidelong glance and beckoned him over with a flick of his finger. Come on, let's see how you plan to beat me this time. Zhou Yang smiled faintly, strode confidently to the piano, then flicked his robe before settling down at the keys. Instead of showing off, Zhou Yang closed his eyes. His hands crossed on the keys, he gently pressed the first note. Thump! That single, simple note sent a shiver through everyone present. What just happened? He played just one note, yet I feel like my soul has been purified. Unbelievable. Gu Xiao's playing was so frenzied just now, but in that single second, I felt completely still. Did you all feel the magic of the music? Suddenly, I realized this is what music should be. But the next second, Zhou Yang's hands moved at different speeds, one pressing the black keys, the other the white keys, sweeping across the keyboard with abandon. Instantly, two starkly contrasting melodies, one like the tinkling of a spring, the other like a whisper in your ear, miraculously blended together, unfolding in everyone's ears. As Zhou Yang paused once more, the room erupted in thunderous applause from the wealthy second-generation crowd. Woo woo woo, my ears are pregnant. What am I gonna do if I never hear anything this beautiful again? I swear I don't like him just because he's handsome, it's purely his talent. I think he's even better than Chopin. Oh my gosh, I'm hooked. I think I can delete all the music in my collection except for those, Japanese pop songs. Zhou Yang had only played a few notes, yet the crowd's reaction completely surpassed that during Gu Nanzhou's performance. But this was only the beginning. Next, Zhou Yang gently tapped the piano keys with one hand. He played the familiar tune Two Tigers. A children's song played to death. Yet under Zhou Yang's fingers, the melody burst with new vitality. Everyone was completely absorbed in Zhou Yang's performance. In a trance-like state, everyone closed their eyes. In their minds, it seemed as though two playful little tigers were bouncing about chasing butterflies. Yet as they grew older, they became scarred and battered. To the world, they appeared merely aged, unaware of the magnificent lives they had lived, lives that now evoked deep emotion. When Zhou Yang finished playing, nearly everyone in the room found themselves unable to hold back tears. I don't know why, but even though it's such a cheerful melody, why does it make me want to cry? It made me think of my childhood. After hearing this piece, it felt like waking from a deep dream. All my weariness vanished. Good heavens, this man is a god. I'm a musician myself, but standing before him, I feel utterly inadequate. Though he used only sixth and third intervals throughout the piece, creating a joyful auditory illusion. He subtly builds fourth intervals throughout, letting them erupt in the harmony like cracks in fate beneath a beautiful fa-ade. It makes you reminisce about the past. This technique completely breathes new life into the music. Zhou Yang listened to the murmurs below the stage, then rose lazily to his feet. These people really haven't tasted the finer things in life. Is this all they make of two tigers? He slowly descended the stage, yet every gaze in the room was fixed upon him. He was the center of attention, impossible to ignore. Zhou Yang, smiling faintly, leaned close to Gu Nanzhou's ear and said softly, "This was your choice of venue. They weren't hired by me. Judging by the audience's reaction, you've lost again. Ding. Detected host has fulfilled Gu Nanzhou's wish. Dancing and playing the piano are both my strengths. Zhou Yang must promise me, don't be afraid. Received tenfold wish investment rebate. Acquired 10% shares of Gu Shipping Group." Seeing the shares credited to his account, Zhou Yang's mood lifted considerably. Guo Shang, that ATM, was gone, but he could always cultivate Gu Nanzhou. So Zhou Yang patted his shoulder and whispered in Gu Nanzhou's ear once more. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you something. Fan Ruru has a wide network. Learn from her example, you'll thank me later." With that, Zhou Yang turned and walked away with a flourish. What? Gu Nanzhou glared angrily at Zhou Yang, but his figure had already vanished into the distance. He had figured out the meaning behind Zhou Yang's words. No wonder he always felt something was missing when he went to the hotel with Fan Ruru. Turns out she'd been developed by Zhou Yang too. Gu Nanzhou was absolutely furious with Zhou Yang, that unscrupulous developer. Why? Why the hell? Why has everything gone wrong since I met this guy? It feels like he's always one step ahead of me. Qin Keqing and the others, who had followed Zhou Yang out of the dance, were chattering away. Hee hee, that Gu family heir is practically fuming with rage. Yeah, Zhou Yang, how come you're so amazing? It feels like there's nothing you can't do. Honestly, in my opinion, what makes our young master Zhou truly exceptional isn't those things, it's what you all know. The women giggled and chattered excitedly. But Ning Zhixia asked thoughtfully. Zhou Yang, while you were dancing, Keqing and I ran into Yu Xiaochuan, the son of the CEO of Strawberry Short Stories. After he harassed us and got kicked out, I went to get drinks and overheard him saying he's burning cash to take down the Red Apple short video platform. He's going all out to crush them. If I recall correctly, that Red Apple short video is the one you invested in at the bar that night, right? So, do you think we should save Red Apple short videos? Upon hearing Ning Zhixia's news, Zhou Yang stroked his chin. Red Apple short videos. That was indeed one of his investment directions. But his investment in the Red Apple short drama platform was purely to ensure Ji Shiyun's short dramas could be released smoothly. If anyone wanted to take on Red Apple, they'd have to ask Zhou Yang for permission first. So Zhou Yang nodded. If they really have the nerve to make a move, I won't stand idly by. But for now, the main thing is to enjoy a full day of fun in Shanghai. Tomorrow, Keqing and I will head back to Haicheng to meet with Master Leng Jun and discuss my sister Wan Ning's apprenticeship. After that, Zhou Yang led the girls on a shopping spree. Their frenzied shopping spree nearly emptied every luxury boutique in the entire global center. This shopping spree forced them all to urgently restock from nationwide suppliers, nearly running out of inventory. But Zhou Yang didn't lose a single item. He actually made over 2 billion yuan. There was no way around it. Under his deliberate provocation, those store managers had become his personal ATMs. As for all those luxury goods, Zhou Yang gifted them to the three girls. When Mei Fanglin hired a delivery truck to haul the mountain of luxury goods to the shared apartment she rented with her best friend, her friend who was midway through applying a face mask stared in disbelief. What? Lin, did you go rob a bank? All these luxury clothes, bags, perfumes, and jewelry, it must be worth at least tens of millions. Holy crap, you've struck gold. There are even limited editions in there. You could flip them for double or triple the price. Mei Fanglin said, feeling a bit embarrassed. They're all gifts from Mr. Zhou. He insisted on giving them to me, so I had no choice but to accept them. Bebe, pick whichever one you like best, I'll give it to you. Gulp. Lin Bebe swallowed hard. Pick any one you like, and it's mine? She looked at Mei Fanglin, unable to hide her envy. Truthfully, her natural advantages were even more pronounced than Mei Fanglin's. If Mei Fanglin was a 9.2 out of 10 beauty, she was at least a 9.3. And she had so many more skills. If Zhou Xiao could be won over by Mei Fanglin, wouldn't he be a piece of cake for her? So Lin Bebe began to probe indirectly. Lin, what exactly does young Master Zhou like about you? 1:16 less than 10 minutes, and I'll be out of here. What does he like about me? Mei Fanglin's large eyes flickered with confusion. She had never considered this before. It seemed she'd always been the one taking the initiative. Ever since meeting Zhou Yang for the first time, she'd been captivated by his handsome looks and generous spirit. Everything that followed seemed to unfold naturally. Even after they became intimate, she never once thought about getting anything in return from Zhou Yang. After resting her chin in her hand and pondering for a long while, she finally answered her best friend Lin Bebe earnestly. I have no idea what it is about me that Zhou Yang likes. Maybe he just likes how clueless I am. Lin Bebe rolled her eyes. She really was naive. Not even knowing what the young master likes about you, you're such a love-struck fool. They say girls' IQ drops when they fall in love, but yours has plummeted to 0. Come on, let this lady inspect the goods and see if you've been bullied, Lin Lin. With that, Lin Bebe thrust her wicked hands around Mei Fanlin's back, digging them straight into her sides before squeezing hard. Ah, you deadbeat die, I hate you. You're hurting me. Hee hee, look what's on my hands now? Lin Bebe released her grip, revealing Mei Fanlin's underwear in her hands. Mei Fanlin feigned anger, spun around, and lunged at Lin Bebe, yanking off her last piece of clothing. The two chased each other around the living room, having a blast. Oh no, I forgot to close the curtains. Someone could see us. What if some creepy pervert filmed us and posted it online? That'd be disastrous. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. Close the curtains. Close the curtains. After returning from the global center, Fan Ruru felt completely dazed. How could Zhou Yang be so different from the person she remembered? Being handsome was one thing, but now he was also loaded. Could it be that Zhou Yang was secretly a super rich heir all along, and after she dumped him, he just stopped pretending? If that were the case, she'd have lost out big time. Because of the few words Zhou Yang had exchanged with Gu Nanzhou before leaving, Gu Nanzhou had erupted into a furious argument with her, even hurling insults like used goods and filthy. Furious, she slapped Gu Nanzhou right then and there. The big fish she'd worked so hard to reel in was gone just like that. She was utterly baffled, unable to fathom where she'd gone wrong. She always prided herself on being a green tea who combined beauty and brains. How could she have misplaced her bet and misjudged the situation? It must be Zhou Yang's fault. That bastard had pretended to be broke while they were together, utterly despicable. But Zhou Yang had been with her for nearly 4 years. She believed she still held some appeal for him. If she could find a way to throw herself back into Zhou Yang's arms, he'd eventually come crawling back, unable to bear losing her. Even if Zhou Yang was dead set on leaving her, she still had her mentor, Sister Amy. With Sister Amy strategizing for her, she was certain she could crush Zhou Yang. The upcoming class reunion in her hometown of Qinzhou, scheduled for the next few days, presented the perfect opportunity to get close to Zhou Yang. All she had to do was get Zhou Yang drunk at the reunion, climb into bed with him, snap a few photos. Then what could possibly stop her from controlling him? Fan Roro grew increasingly delighted with her own cunning plan, mentally applauding her intelligence once more. Driving back to Haicheng, Zhou Yang suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed twice in quick succession. He rubbed his nose and glanced around curiously. Qin Keqing looked up from the passenger seat in surprise. What's wrong? You look like you're boiling over. Zhou Yang shook his head. Nothing. Just this weird feeling like someone's cursing me under their breath. By the way, have you made arrangements with your bestie? If we're treating Master Ling Jun to dinner tonight, will she be able to come? Qin Keqing nodded her head smugly, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Don't worry, I've got it all taken care of. Master Ling Jun doesn't just dine with strangers, you know. Today's invitation is all thanks to her birthday. Oh? Master Ling Jun's birthday today? Zhou Yang stroked his chin. Looks like he'd better seize this chance to make a good impression. If Master Ling Jun was in a good mood, wouldn't that mean his sister's apprenticeship would be settled? He'd already hinted around to his sister, Wan Ning. When Zhou Wan Ning heard she could get a renowned master to tutor her in painting, she jumped for joy. This proved just how much she truly loved painting. This only strengthened Zhou Yang's resolve. He must make Master Ling Jun Zhou Wan Ning's teacher. After all she'd endured, this time, as her brother, he had to give her a surprise. If she was going to seek a master, it had to be the very best. Master Ling Jun's birthday banquet was held at the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, owned by the Zhai family. After all, why let the money go to outsiders when it could benefit friends? At that moment, Master Ling Jun stared coldly at Tan Yingxue, the one who had deceived her into coming. Yingxue, you've truly disappointed my expectations. We artists seek purity. Only through dedication and immersion can we create truly exceptional works. But you've gone and adopted those worldly ways, indulging in banquets and gift-giving. What do you take your teacher for? From the very first day you studied under me, I told you, keep these things from polluting my ears and eyes. You were my finest disciple. Hearing you mention someone wanting to host me today truly breaks my heart. Tan Yingxue felt utterly wronged. If it weren't for her best friend Qin Keqing, she never would have taken such a huge risk to lure her teacher out. But now it was too late to regret it. All she could do was tearfully explain to Master Ling Jun. Master, this time is different. They're genuinely sincere. You'll see once you meet them. But Master Ling Jun slammed his hand on the table. Meet them? No way. How much did they bribe you to speak for them like this? Whatever you want, I can give you. Do I look like someone who needs money? You're no longer my student. I'll transfer you to another instructor for next semester's course. It was clear that Ling Jun was genuinely furious. Tan Yingxue was her most promising and gifted disciple, the one most likely to inherit her academic legacy. But now Tan Yingxue had done the most repulsive thing imaginable, something she absolutely could not tolerate. She was like that, intolerant of even the slightest transgression, never offering a second chance. Make one mistake, and you were blacklisted in her eyes. No amount of regret could change that. Tan Yingxue was truly making Qin Keqing turn in her grave. Teacher, I truly did not accept any favors from them. Do you remember when I showed you that painting a few days ago? You said it had a certain spirit that while the talent wasn't extraordinary, it showed real potential. That painting was done by my best friend's sister-in-law. Honestly, if you hadn't acknowledged her skill, I'd never have dared help her behind your back. Xue knows she was wrong now. Please don't be angry, Master. Giving Xue one more chance.
Master Lang Jun sighed, sweeping the long hair from her forehead back to reveal her peerless beauty.
Yes, Master Lang Jun was a peerless beauty. Her beauty could outshine any popular young actress. Yet she always concealed her face with her hair, even her devilishly curvaceous figure hidden beneath loose, baggy robes. All for the sake of dedicating herself wholly to her art, free from any external distractions. Naturally, such extreme dedication yielded remarkable results. Her paintings are coveted by collectors worldwide. After multiple auctions, her net worth skyrocketed to billions, ensuring she'll never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Now, looking at Xue, who was clearly feeling wronged, she sighed. Thank goodness you didn't accept any favors from them. Had you accepted even a single token of their favor, our master-disciple bond would have ended today. This is a one-time exception. I'm giving you this chance and it's your last. Learn from this mistake. Have them come here within 10 minutes. I'll refuse them in person and make them give up. If they don't arrive within 10 minutes, I'll leave immediately. After receiving Lang Jun's forgiveness, Xue immediately dialed Qin Keqing's number. Keqing, where are you? You've put me in a terrible spot. My teacher demands you arrive within 10 minutes to clarify things in person. If you can't make it, she'll leave immediately. Qin Keqing pressed the speakerphone button, much to Zhou Yang's frustration as he drove. They had just exited the highway and were stuck in traffic. Forget 10 minutes, they couldn't make it in half an hour. With no other choice, Zhou Yang had to call on his butler, Manhwa. Upon receiving Zhou Yang's instructions, Manhwa immediately dispatched a private helicopter, transporting Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing to the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace within 8 minutes. When Zhou Yang and Qin Keqing arrived at the private room, Xue was utterly stunned. Keqing, didn't you say you were stuck at the highway exit? How did you get here so fast? Qin Keqing smiled and gestured toward the sky, then respectfully greeted Master Lang Jun. Master Lang Jun, we apologize for summoning you abruptly. We wish to. But before Qin Keqing could finish, Master Lang Jun cut her off. No need to say more, no need to think about it, I won't agree. What I detest most in this life is the practice of welcoming and sending off people based on connections. That sort of thing won't work with me. If you wish to become my disciple, apply through the official doctoral admissions process at Haicheng University the summer after next. If you're fortunate, you may be assigned to me after all, I only take one student every 3 years. This path was completely blocked. Xue, hiding behind Master Lang Jun, shook her head at Qin Keqing, signaling helplessness. She truly had done everything she could. But Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Master Lang Jun. How stunning. It could be said that Master Lang Jun was the most beautiful woman Zhou Yang had ever seen. She was the kind of beauty who scored 9.9 out of 10, bordering on perfection. When it came to women, Zhou Yang had his ways. He possessed the skill of a heartthrob arsonist, capable of boosting his appeal by 10% with any woman. Plus, he had the lucky cat milk ball. So he secretly sent Yumen a message, urging her to rush over with the milk balls to save the day. Then, to keep Master Lang Jun from leaving, he employed a strategic retreat. Master Lang Jun, it's fine if you leave. This is entirely my fault. But before you go, let me offer you a cup of wine. That's not too much to ask, is it? Master Lang Jun was usually cold toward men, but for some reason, she didn't find Zhou Yang quite as unpleasant. She nodded in agreement. Then hurry up. 10 minutes is almost up. Zhou Yang promptly produced the 1926 Macallan whiskey he brought and poured her a glass. When Master Lang Jun caught the scent of the whiskey, a look of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. 117 finding its groove, playing the ace. Whiskey. Especially the unique sherry cask flavor of Macallan. It was one of the few things Master Lang Jun, who was clear-headed and reserved, truly enjoyed. Moreover, she held a special affection for Macallan whiskey. So when Zhou Yang opened this bottle of 1926 Macallan, Master Lang Jun's expression softened by a third. What followed, however, truly made Master Lang take notice. This 1926 sherry cask Macallan, its velvety smoothness in the front, middle, and finish pales in comparison to that hint of woody fruitiness in the aftertaste. Truly, it leaves a lingering, unforgettable impression. As a master taster, Zhou Yang possessed an uncanny grasp of a spirit's subtleties. Master Lang, I invite you to taste it yourself, experience that lingering, elegant finish. With that, he held out 2 glasses, placing one in Master Lang Jun's hand. Master Lang Jun's beautiful eyes narrowed, a cold gleam gathering within them. Such a rare, one-of-a-kind spirit wasn't something just anyone could obtain. The fact that Zhou Yang had secured it spoke to his extraordinary capabilities. She sensed Zhou Yang's deliberate attempt to win her favor, and suddenly, other calculations formed in her mind. Gently inhaling the fruity aroma from the glass, Master Lang Jun instantly wore an expression of rapture. With a hint of excitement, she took the glass of whiskey from Zhou Yang's hand and drank it in one gulp. Then, like a statue, she slowly closed her eyes, beginning to savor its long, mellow richness. Zhou Yang watched Lang Jun, now immersed in the tasting experience. His eyes brimmed with admiration. He had never seen anyone as pure as Lang Jun. It seemed that whatever she did, she had to pursue it to the utmost. Whether painting or savoring wine, she poured her entire being into it, oblivious to everything else around her. To the mundane world, such a person was like a lotus emerging unsullied from the mud. To outsiders, they might seem dull, bound by rigid conventions. Yet her spiritual world transcended such limitations. As Zhou Yang admired Master Lang Jun's meditative state, time slipped away unnoticed. Long past the 10 minutes Master Lang Jun had stipulated. This left her disciple, Tanning Xue, gasping in astonishment, her hand flying to her mouth. For no one had ever managed to keep her master waiting, let alone cause her master to disregard the time limit. But Zhou Yang had done it. Though merely a minor exception, it signaled that Zhou Yang's actions had created a turning point. Yet after arriving, Zhou Yang barely spoke a word. He just shared a cup of wine with her master. Moreover, she had rarely seen her master drink before. How had she never known about this hobby of his? It wasn't really Tanning Xue's fault for not knowing. Although Lang Jun enjoyed alcohol, she exercised extreme self-control and never touched drinks that didn't meet her standards. This created the illusion that she never drank at all. Qin Keqing, however, was thrilled. She knew Zhou Yang's arrival had changed Master Lang Jun's perspective. Sure enough, whenever Zhou Yang steps in, there's nothing he can't handle. But neither of them realized. Zhou Yang's remarks about the wine were not made in vain. He deliberately highlighted the vintages and brands to signal their value to Master Lang Jun. When he had purchased these Macallan whiskies, it was precisely because the value inside I had provided clues that Master Lang Jun favored this particular brand. To a true connoisseur like Lang Jun, these bottles were priceless. The aged clove fermentation aroma, blended with the sweetness of toffee, complemented by the mellow sherry cask wood notes, it's undoubtedly the 1926 Macallan. After a long while, Lang Jun finally emerged from her tasting trance, opening her beautiful eyes. A rare blush spread across her cheeks, prompting her to toss the long locks framing her face back over her shoulders. This subtle gesture stunned Tanning Xue once more. Her teacher never revealed her beauty in front of men. What on earth was happening today? Not only had the teacher broken her rule by drinking, but she had also revealed her face to Zhou Yang. She had even straightened her posture, showcasing her exquisite curves. At that moment, she felt her entire worldview was being reshaped. Teacher, you. Lang Jun shot a sharp glance at Tanning Xue's exaggerated expression before addressing Zhou Yang with utmost politeness. Mr. Zhou, you never cease to amaze. The very first thing you did upon entering left me unable to refuse. To collect and appreciate such fine wine, you clearly possess a unique soul. Now, allow us to reacquaint ourselves, Mu Lingjuan. Lang Jun extended his slender, icy right hand toward Zhou Yang, making a gesture to shake hands. This seemingly ordinary social gesture sent Tanning Xue tumbling off her chair. What? What the hell is going on? Teacher. You're Tanning Xue's teacher, the one who keeps everyone at arm's length. You're the teacher who never once smiles at men. You're the teacher who absolutely couldn't care less about social etiquette. Teacher, what on earth is wrong with you today? Tanning Xue's eyes darted back and forth between Zhou Yang and Master Lang Jun, utterly stunned. But Mu Lingjuan shot her another glare. At your age, you still can't behave properly. But the next second, she turned back to Zhou Yang and coldly explained. Though I am her teacher, I'm not much older than you. I'm only 32 this year. Hearing Master Lang Jun reveal her own age, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. This Master Lang Jun was truly an interesting character. So he extended his broad, warm palm, clasping it with Master Lang Jun's icy little hand. Zhou Yang. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master Lang Jun. I heard today is your birthday, Master Lang Jun, so I specially prepared a gift for you. Oh? Master Lang Jun's eyes lit up instantly. They were pure and bright, starkly defined, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. Such clean, pure eyes carried a certain spiritual energy. A hint of anticipation could even be seen on her face. For her, tasting wine was like tasting people. Zhou Yang's profound understanding of wine was far more than mere flattery. It stemmed from an extraordinary inner realm. That's just how Lang Jun was when he disliked someone. No amount of effort could change his mind. If she found someone pleasing to the eye, they remained so no matter how she looked at them. Tanning Xue, witnessing all this, felt almost numb. She no longer wished to describe her current feelings. She felt her teacher was acting like a lovesick teenager, captivated by Zhou Yang after just one glass of wine. She even began to suspect that Zhou Yang had slipped something into that drink. Otherwise, how could her teacher have changed so drastically? But then, what Zhou Yang pulled out of the gift box instantly sent Master Lang Jun into a frenzy. For what Zhou Yang revealed was precisely the painting she had long sought, Prayer Girl at Dawn by the River. A masterpiece representing the pinnacle of light and shadow surrealist painting. How did this painting end up in your possession, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Yang smiled faintly, gesturing toward Tanning Xue. Since Tanning Xue had been so helpful, Zhou Yang naturally wanted to give her some credit. It was your student, Miss Tanning Xue, who shared this information with me. So I took the liberty of bidding on it for you, Master Ling Jun, at the auction. A small token of my appreciation. A small gift? Master Ling Jun shot Zhou Yang a surprised look. This painting was worth at least 5 billion yuan. She had also heard about Christie's auctioning this painting. Though she loved it dearly, she hadn't attended. Because she knew she couldn't afford it. So she hadn't wasted her efforts. But she never imagined Zhou Yang would spend such a fortune to buy it for her directly. If it was merely to have his sister study under her, was such an enormous expense truly necessary? After all, no ordinary person would be willing to part with such a fortune. This point deeply troubled Lang Jun, making her inner calculations grow even more intense. She resolved to carefully observe Zhou Yang's character. If Zhou Yang was truly the kind of person she suspected him to be, perhaps he could be the key to helping her escape the clutches of danger. So she accepted the gift without a flicker of emotion, her cold expression nearly vanishing. But she didn't know that Zhou Yang was an exception. Zhou Yang was a man of means, flush with cash. Even spending money made him money. With Zhou Yang's two thoughtful gifts winning her over, Lang Jun gradually opened up. Yet their conversations revolved solely around artistic matters. Topics like cultural differences between East and West, music, dance, fine wines. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was a master in all these areas. Thus, they found themselves surprisingly compatible in conversation. Master Lang Jun was utterly impressed by Zhou Yang's eloquence, instantly abandoning her previous dismissive attitude and growing increasingly courteous. It was as if he had found a kindred spirit. Their conversation lasted 3 hours. It was as if she had forgotten her plan to leave after 10 minutes. The two of them chatted as if no one else existed. Tanning Xue could scarcely believe her eyes. This level of patience surpassed even that shown when lecturing students. And as she glanced at the clock, it was almost 10 o'clock. Tanning Xue couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Because lights out was about to begin in their doctoral student dormitory. Due to lingering management issues with certain masks, returning to campus too late meant they wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. Seeing the dorm lights about to go out, Tanning Xue couldn't help but remind Master Lang Jun. Professor, the lights are about to turn off on campus. We should head back. Unexpectedly, Master Lang Jun turned his head, placed a finger over his lips, and made a silent gesture toward Tanning Xue. But Tanning Xue could vaguely make out what Master Lang Jun was saying. It seemed to say, "Shut up. You can stay in my faculty apartment tonight." Qin Keqing, who had noticed something off between Zhou Yang and Master Lang Jun, immediately pulled Tanning Xue away. "Ing Xue, why don't you come stay at my place? It'll be just us girlfriends, we haven't had a proper chat in ages. But the teacher is still inside. She can't drive, and I need to take her back later." Tanning Xue clearly hadn't grasped the situation, still thinking about driving Ling Jun home. Her innocent expression nearly made Qin Keqing laugh. How on earth did these two end up together? They were practically two emotional idiots. So Qin Keqing teased her deliberately. "Didn't you say we'd marry the same husband someday? Come with me to my room later, and I'll tell you all about how amazing our husband is and what positions he likes." "Ha? What are you talking about? I don't understand." "You'll understand once you come with me. Come on, Ing Xue." Tanning Xue was dragged onto the carriage by Qin Keqing, leaving Zhou Yang and Lang Jun alone. As she departed, Qin Keqing flashed Zhou Yang a thumbs-up gesture. "Go for it. See if you can win over Master Lang Jun." 118 Breaking through the barrier, Ling Jun's conditions. Qin Keqing had just left. Yu Men Gran called. Zhou Yang knew she was bringing over the Lucky Cat milk ball, so he made an excuse and stepped out of the private room. The Lucky Cat milk ball was Zhou Yang's secret weapon. After all, with 100% loyalty and 100% appeal to women, even a goddess like Master Ling Jun couldn't resist it. Though Master Ling Jun was a tough nut to crack. But whenever milk ball made an appearance, it always created an opportunity to break the ice. Yu Mengran was standing right outside the private room. When she saw Zhou Yang emerge from the private room, Yu Mengran peered curiously into the private room. "Zhou Yang, you wouldn't be planning to use milk ball to lure other girls, would you?" "Of course not. Am I that kind of person?" "Yes, you are." "Oomph." Yu Mengran pinched Zhou Yang's waist before reluctantly placing milk ball into his arms. As she left, she stroked the little ball's head and gave it a warning. Milk ball, you're only allowed to be good to mommy. No flirting with other women, understand?" Milkball nodded in a very human-like way, as if it understood Yu Mengran's meaning. "Meow meow meow. Hee hee, Milkball is the best." Yu Mengran hugged the kitten once more, planted a kiss on its forehead, and only then departed with satisfaction. With Milkball by his side, Zhou Yang felt reassured. Sure enough, the moment he stepped back into the private room, a hint of tenderness flickered across the face of the notoriously aloof Master Lang Jun. A woman's tenderness might not be reserved for men, but it would certainly be given to little animals. In truth, Zhou Yang had more than just a cat as a pet, he also had one with supernatural abilities. Master Lang Jun made an unexpectedly surprising request. Mr. Zhou, could you please let me hold it? Ha? Things are moving so fast? Getting this intimate on a first meeting seems a bit much, don't you think? Though he said this, Zhou Yang's body betrayed his words. He leaned right up close to Lang Jun, waiting for her embrace. But Lang Jun just gave Zhou Yang a helpless glance. I want to hug the cat in your arms, not you, you big live person. Ha? Oh, I see. Zhou Yang chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Seems he'd been too hasty. With a cool-headed personality like Master Lang Jun's, how could he possibly be as fiery and passionate as the Hanfu shop owner from the start? Especially since he needed something from Master Lang Jun now. So Zhou Yang immediately composed himself. With impeccable gentlemanly manners, he placed the milk ball into Master Lang Jun's embrace. He didn't dare touch it with his hands, afraid of provoking Master Lang Jun's displeasure. Master Lang Jun naturally noticed this detail. She had never been fond of handsy men, so she usually kept a deliberate distance from them. Allowing Zhou Yang to approach her and place the milk ball in her arms was already the absolute limit of her tolerance at that moment. The milk ball seemed to have completely forgotten how he'd promised Yu Mengran earlier. It was even more impatient than Zhou Yang. Upon seeing Master Lang Jun, it immediately meowed and leaped onto her lap. Its tiny paws scratched back and forth across the soft contours of her sweater, even purring affectionately. Instantly, a motherly smile blossomed on Master Lang Jun's icy-cold face. Ah, what an adorable kitty! Mr. Zhou, does it have a name? Master Lang Jun couldn't resist picking up Milkball and planting a firm kiss on its face. Its name is Milkball. Zhou Yang replied with a smile. Sure enough, every woman, especially the independent, aloof type, has a soft spot for kittens. Master Lang Jun was now happily playing with Milkball. Milkball, are you hungry? Say mama and mama will feed you a big chicken leg, okay? Meow meow meow. The man and cat played together like long-lost relatives, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zhou Yang took the opportunity to pour himself a glass of wine, intending to broach the subject of his younger sister, Zhou Wanning, becoming Master Lang Jun's disciple. Master Lang Jun, please consider this favor. Could you make an exception and accept my sister Wanning as your disciple? She possesses remarkable artistic talent. I entrusted your student, Miss Tan, to show you her paintings, and you yourself acknowledged her potential. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Master Lang Jun lifted his head. Her eyes held an inexplicable expression. Somehow, meeting the pure, emotionless gaze of Master Lang Jun, Zhou Yang felt an illusion of being seen through. Master Lang Jun smiled faintly. Mr. Zhou, may I ask a question? Master Lang Jun, please go ahead. Is it reasonable for a man to suddenly show warmth toward a stranger while discussing matters concerning another woman? That doesn't seem quite right. Well then, you've gone to great lengths to prepare this dinner for me and showered me with gifts, yet you're discussing your sister. Doesn't that also seem a bit unreasonable? Master Lang Jun, that's different, isn't it? To me, it's the same thing. Lang Jun's line of reasoning left Zhou Yang utterly speechless. But what shocked Zhou Yang even more was yet to come. Master Lang Jun poured herself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. They say if a woman doesn't get drunk, a man never gets a chance. Mr. Zhou, I'm feeling a bit tipsy now. Can you tell me the truth? The truth? What truth? Wasn't what he just said the truth? Was this Master Lang Jun hinting that he, Zhou Yang, should offer some personal service? Ahem. If that's the case, for his sister Wan Ning's sake, sacrificing his dignity for a beauty rated 9.9 or higher wasn't entirely out of the question. This was truly all for his sister Wan Ning, not for personal gratification. So Zhou Yang tentatively stepped forward and grasped Master Lang Jun's hand. But unexpectedly, Master Lang Jun immediately withdrew his hand. Mr. Zhou, please control yourself. Ha? Had he misinterpreted the situation? Had the signal been misinterpreted? This left Zhou Yang feeling rather awkward. Had his boldness just now angered Master Lang Jun? Master Lang Jun showed no sign of anger. Instead, he poured himself another cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. Her cheeks flushed all the way to her neck, as if she were drunk not from the wine but from her own emotions. Mr. Zhou, you're a very special person. Oh? Zhou Yang looked at Master Lang Jun with curiosity. In what way? Lang Jun swirled his empty wineglass, ran a hand through his hair, and replied. Your goals are straightforward, and everything you do is driven by those objectives. But strangely, none of it makes me dislike you. It's as if you've pinpointed my preferences so precisely that I simply can't refuse. I even suspect you've researched me thoroughly. How else could you know such minute details with such precision? Am I right? Just as Zhou Yang hesitated over whether to answer yes or no, Master Lang Jun suddenly posed a devastating question. Her expression turned serious. Mr. Zhou, you like me, don't you? Ha? Zhou Yang couldn't quite grasp Master Lang Jun's meaning, unsure whether to say he liked her or not. Truth be told, he'd never encountered a woman so utterly unpredictable. How should he answer Lang Jun's question? Like? Or dislike? But the main issue was, he'd come to seek her sister as his teacher. He hadn't planned on pursuing the teacher himself. How did things seem to have taken a wrong turn now? Was this a good thing or a bad thing? Zhou Yang's brain was now working at Einstein-level speed, rapidly calculating the consequences of each option. Facing the stern expression of Master Lang Jun, Zhou Yang momentarily stammered. Master Lang Jun, you caught me off guard with that sudden question. Don't call me Master Lang Jun, just Lang Jun. Master Lang Jun corrected Zhou Yang's address. Yet he maintained his stern gaze, waiting for Zhou Yang's response. This made Zhou Yang feel a bit flustered. Truth be told, he was genuinely captivated by Master Lang Jun's striking beauty. But with such an icy beauty, he always felt a strong sense of distance. Moreover, her way of thinking differed greatly from that of ordinary people. In short, Zhou Yang considered her a tough nut to crack. For the first time ever, he saw a beautiful woman and didn't have any romantic thoughts. His interest just fizzled out. Xuan, who tailored his clothes, was also cold and aloof, but he hadn't felt as purely attracted to her as he did now. Before Zhou Yang could respond, Master Lang Jun seemed impatient. He pressed on with his questions. Is it that difficult to answer? Afraid I'll refuse you? Even a handsome guy like you lacks confidence in front of me? It was clear Lang Jun desperately wanted to know if Zhou Yang liked her. Master Lang Jun's 3 deadly questions instantly made Zhou Yang make up his mind. Damn it, he'd actually been stumped by a woman. No matter how brilliant Master Lang Jun was academically, she was still just a woman. He'd used whiskey, the prayer girl at dawn by the river, and Lucky Cat milkballs, so many tactics. Wasn't it only natural for Master Lang Jun to be misled? But apparently, Master Lang Jun didn't explicitly object. Perhaps this time he could secure benefits not only for his sister but also for his brother. A win-win situation. What was there for Zhou Yang to hesitate about? With this thought, Zhou Yang immediately adopted an open and honest demeanor. You guessed right. I just like you. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's reply, a faint smile blossomed on Master Lang Jun's face like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. She had received the answer she sought. Then Master Lang Jun presented Zhou Yang with an enticing offer. Mr. Zhou, your answer is very important to me. Therefore, I shall be forthright with you. I've been working on a very important matter lately. If you can help me complete this task, I believe I will agree to your sister's request to become my disciple. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhou Yang was overjoyed. Master Lang, just tell me what it is. I'll find a way to make it happen. Lang Jun nodded. Then I'll tell you. 119 False Hope, Zhou Yang becomes a love experience officer. But before I tell you about this matter, I want to clarify our relationship first. Confirm our relationship? Zhou Yang stroked his chin. This is a good thing. So Zhou Yang asked with a smile. Lang Jun, what kind of relationship do you think we should have? Master Lang Jun spoke in a calm, measured tone, as if recounting a story. Had she not used the first person, Zhou Yang might not have realized Lang Jun was referring to herself. Tonight, whether it was the wine, the paintings, or your own conversation and demeanor including the cat you brought, you've shown such thoughtful attention to detail. This proves you've thoroughly researched me and prepared meticulously for our meeting. Even the most naive girl could see that you have designs on me, Mr. Zhou. If it were anyone else, I would have refused outright. But I'm someone who places great faith in first impressions. Zhou Yang, you're the only person besides myself who hasn't made me feel repelled at first sight. Zhou Yang, I'm willing to accept your feelings and give this passionate romance a shot. That's simple? Zhou Yang hadn't expected this unexpected turn of events. Though Master Lang Jun's words were roundabout and circuitous. But that final sentence? Zhou Yang couldn't have understood it more clearly. Master Lang Jun agreed to date him. After all that fuss and commotion, it turned out a simple beauty ploy did the trick. Why bother with all that trouble? He could have skipped the auction altogether, just run over here and pretended to bump into Master Lang Jun. It might have worked out just as easily. But Zhou Yang hesitated. Could it really be that simple? So Zhou Yang double-checked, afraid he'd misheard earlier. Lang Jun, are you saying you agree to date me? Yes, that's the relationship I want to establish with you. We're now in a romantic relationship. Master Lang Jun gave Zhou Yang a reassuring answer. Zhou Yang couldn't help but rub his hands together. So tonight, this guy was finally getting some? Maybe after tonight, he wouldn't have to call him teacher anymore. He could ask what his name was instead. He couldn't help but slide his chair closer to Master Lang Jun, planning to make a move. But Master Lang Jun's next words made Zhou Yang realize he'd gotten ahead of himself. But what? Zhou Yang perked up his ears in curiosity. Master Lang Jun's voice was almost monotone as he began to speak. As if he were discussing something entirely unrelated to her. It sounded odd to Zhou Yang. I am an extreme person. Whatever I do, it must be done with absolute purity. Because I'm about to create a new painting about lovers deeply in passion. I need to capture that intricate light in their eyes, that gaze brimming with complex emotions, and the feeling of being utterly lost in each other. Only by experiencing it firsthand can I truly depict it. If I merely copy others' work, I'll never capture that profound essence. That's why I've been contemplating whether to experience love myself, a turbulent, passionate romance with all its highs and lows. But I'm a proud person. I can't settle for someone I don't find worthy. Fortunately, Mr. Zhou, you appeared tonight. You seem like a scoundrel, yet you're utterly devoted. Moreover, your profound knowledge and refined taste perfectly align with my aesthetic standards. I believe this is a divine encounter arranged for me to help complete my painting. Ha! So dating Zhou Yang was just a means to paint a picture. This woman truly puts her career first. But even so, getting to date a beauty like Master Ling Jun? Even as a ghost, that'd be a pretty sweet deal. So Zhou Yang asked without hesitation. So, Ling Jun, how do you plan to go about this? If you lack experience, I've got plenty. We could head to a hotel first and have a long, thorough discussion. But unsurprisingly, Zhou Yang was rejected by Master Ling Jun once again. Zhou Yang, we've only just begun, and you're already trying to take me to a hotel? This kind of fast food romance isn't what I'm looking for. I, Mu Lingjun, am a very conservative person. If you truly wish to progress to that stage with me, then it will depend on your abilities. Besides, dating me to help complete this painting is a prerequisite for your sister becoming my disciple. See what Zhou Yang's got? His skills were formidable indeed. Wouldn't it be shocking to reveal it? But a successful man must know how to deceive. Without the first step, there'll never be a second. With the opportunity handed to him, he'd be foolish not to seize it. So Zhou Yang immediately launched into the next arrangements with great enthusiasm. Lang Jun, what kind of person do you think I am? Do I look like the kind of person who would do something like that? I just want to help you rediscover the feeling of love. What if, by some chance, you just happen to paint a masterpiece? Right? Master Ling Jun propped his chin with his slender fingers, deep in thought. With the added encouragement from the lucky cat, Milkball Meow Meow. In the end, she agreed. Let's make one thing clear beforehand. Once we're at the hotel, you can't do anything inappropriate with me. I'm not mentally prepared for that. I'm looking for the feeling of romance, not the feeling of left love. Zhou Yang wasn't listening to any of it. Once the first step was taken, how far could the second be? So Zhou Yang contacted Zhai Rang directly and had him arrange the presidential suite at Deep Sea Dragon Palace. He planned to slip in for a shower first, then let the towel slip off accidentally, revealing his toned, muscular abs to give Master Ling Jun a little shock. But Master Ling Jun didn't give Zhou Yang that chance. Upon entering the presidential suite, he immediately locked the master bedroom door from the inside. When Zhou Yang knocked after his shower, Master Ling Jun coldly declared, "It's too late. We'll talk tomorrow. I'm staying in the master bedroom. You can take the guest room." Damn it! This road is completely blocked. Did the handsome guy tactic fail? Zhou Yang could only leave in a huff. The next day, Zhou Yang woke up early. He'd spent the entire night thinking. He decided to deploy another trump card, the power of cash. Women naturally love shopping. Staying home would never spark romance. So Zhou Yang proposed directly. How about we go buy a few outfits and handbags? It'll help you get that feeling of couples in the heat of romance while shopping. This time, Ling Jun didn't refuse. Without the form, there's no substance. So the formality had to be observed. Zhou Yang, with practiced ease, led Ling Jun to Lucy, the store manager at Gucci. There, Zhou Yang splurged lavishly, sweeping through the luxury boutiques of Wanhua Tianshan Mall. He emerged with bags of all sizes, wheeled out by a shopping cart. Yet Ling Jun remained frowning, seemingly unmoved. Zhou Yang tilted his head and asked, "Well, feeling the spark of romance yet?" Ling Jun shook her head. "No. Shopping feels boring. It's a complete waste of time. This. Zhou Yang felt like the entire morning had been a complete waste. This woman was no ordinary woman. She's not like ordinary women. So Zhou Yang decided to try a different approach. He pulled out his compiled list, 100 Ways Women Fall for Men, and skimmed through it. Got it. Create a hero rescues the damsel scenario. He, Zhou Yang, would protect Ling Jun as he fought off all comers. The image of the hero would be deeply ingrained in Ling Jun's heart. You little thing. How could Ling Jun possibly resist then? Zhou Yang was already basking in the sweetness of his plan and immediately put it into action. Under the pretext of needing the restroom, he slipped away from Master Ling Jun. Then he secretly found a guy smoking in the restroom, a guy covered in tattoos, with a bit of a villainous vibe. Zhou Yang was looking for exactly this kind of person. He couldn't very well approach some bespectacled middle schooler. Patting the guy on the shoulder, Zhou Yang cut straight to the point. "Hey, buddy, got a job for you, won't be for free. Get lost, you. Get your filthy hands off me. Bro, you got the wrong idea, I'll wire you 100 grand. 10 grand. Bro, I admit I got a bit loud earlier. So, are we just gonna do this here? Or should we go into the bathroom? Though I prefer to be the top. What are you thinking? I'm meeting my girlfriend at that hot pot place later. You pretend to hit on her, then I beat you up and chase you away. That 100K is yours. Got it? Got it. Don't worry, bro. I might suck at other roles, but playing a pervert? That's my specialty. But I want half the money up front. No problem. After transferring the money, Zhou Yang strode back confidently. This time, he was certain he had it all figured out. But when he returned to Lang Jun, the first thing she asked him while cradling Milkball nearly made Zhou Yang stumble. Why did you take so long? The doctor said prolonged urination could indicate kidney problems. You should get checked at the hospital. No way. He was the king of golden kidneys. The kind with zero side effects no matter what. So Zhou Yang shook his head flatly. No way. Nobody knows me better than I do. He even struck a bodybuilder's pose as he spoke. But Lang Jun remained meticulous. Avoiding medical care is unwise. Many young men develop chronic health issues early on because they don't practice restraint. My friends at medical school often discuss these matters with me. It's best to prevent and treat issues early. Damn it. In front of everyone like this, Zhou Yang couldn't exactly prove his innocence. And once you start trying to prove yourself, it only makes things worse. So Zhou Yang changed the subject immediately. Let's grab some hot pot first. It's freezing out, nothing warms you up like a steaming hot pot. Lang Jun didn't press the issue further. He followed Zhou Yang into the Sichuan Chongqing hot pot restaurant. This Lang Jun was nearly a perfect goddess. Not just a goddess, but a divine maiden. Goddesses may be common, but goddesses are rare indeed. Mu Lingjuan was precisely such a goddess. Every inch of her radiated divine charm. Even without any adornment, when Mu Lingjuan walks down the street, she instantly outshines all the beauties around her, causing many women who are already above a 9 on the beauty scale to give her wide berth. There's no helping it, Lingjuan's presence is simply too overwhelming. She possesses an aura that keeps others at arm's length. Her beauty was so overwhelming that it deterred many with improper intentions, including women who admired beauty. Only someone as handsome as Zhou Yang, who could rival the male idols in readers' fantasies, could walk shoulder to shoulder with Lingjuan. Even when they went for hot pot, in the packed restaurant, no one dared sit at the tables next to theirs. They were all stunned by the divine beauty radiating from the two of them. Sitting with them felt like a mountain of pressure. Just then, the guy Zhou Yang had recruited to play the pervert staggered into the hot pot restaurant. With no one around Zhou Yang's group, finding a spot was easy. So the guy headed straight for Lang Jun's table. 120 hero saves the damsel? That backfired big time. Zhou Yang instantly sat up straight. Watching the guy approach. He knew his chance to shine had arrived. But this guy, though he'd entered with a swagger and plenty of swagger. Upon seeing Lang Jun's stunning looks, he was instantly intimidated by that icy aura and started stuttering. Beautiful. Zhou Yang immediately started frantically gesturing to the guy from a corner where Lang Jun couldn't see. Dude. You're a pervert. A bully. Can you at least act the part properly? Who was it who said playing this role was second nature? If he keeps acting like this, Zhou Yang will dock his pay. Seeing Zhou Yang's gesture, the guy immediately put on a fierce expression. Hey, beautiful, I've got my eye on you. Come hang out with me for a bit. Lang Jun shot him a cold stare before 2 words slipped out of her mouth. Sure thing. Ha! Zhou Yang nearly slid under the table. This plot twist is all wrong. This wasn't the direction his genius director had planned. Just as Zhou Yang was about to try to talk Lang Jun out of it, Lang Jun dumped a cup of hot water right in the guy's face, then pulled out pepper spray from her bag and sprayed it straight into his face. The guy clutched his face and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Ah, help! This time, Zhou Yang was genuinely stunned. Lang Jun was way too decisive, she didn't even give him a chance to act. And this guy was hired by him, he couldn't let anything happen to him. So Zhou Yang rushed over to pull them apart. Lang Jun was still demanding answers. Zhou Yang, why are you stopping me? This lowlife needs to be taught a lesson. Hey, sweetheart, he's had enough punishment. Just make him leave already. Don't hold us back from our date. Saying this, Zhou Yang dragged the guy out of the hot pot restaurant. The guy was sniffling and teary-eyed, whining at Zhou Yang. Bro, you're unreliable. You didn't say this chick was such a tough cookie. No way, you gotta pay up. More. Zhou Yang transferred 200,000 yuan to him before returning to the restaurant with a frown. This time, he was genuinely at his wit's end. Rescuing the damsel in distress hadn't worked. What trick could he pull next? How could he make Mu Lingjuan feel something? What Zhou Yang didn't know was that Mu Lingjuan had witnessed his entire transaction with the guy. Seeing how hard Zhou Yang was trying to cheer her up, a subtle smile played on her lips. However, the moment Zhou Yang entered, she naturally suppressed that hint of amusement. Instead, she offered Zhou Yang a suggestion. Material things? I'm not really interested in those. Why not focus on something more spiritual instead? I've heard that when boys and girls chat, they write love letters and send text messages. Words have a special power to touch the heart. Zhou Yang, write me a love letter too. I think reading one would make me feel so sweet, maybe I'd even discover what it's like to be in love. Damn it! Zhou Yang felt a chill run down his spine. For someone who hadn't written anything in years, suddenly composing a love letter was a bit daunting. So Zhou Yang stroked his chin, an idea forming in his mind. AI tools were all the rage these days, right? Why not feed some keywords to the AI and have it whip up a letter for Mu Lingjuan? He returned to the AI-generated love letter, copied it into WeChat, and sent it to Mu Lingjuan. Mu Lingjuan shot Zhou Yang a surprised look. That fast? Zhou Yang's face darkened. With men, it's not about speed, it's about endurance. But Mu Lingjuan was filled with curiosity. You men are so strange. Isn't it enough that the function is the same? Why do you care so much about the number? Zhou Yang retorted immediately. Function is function, appearance is appearance, you can't lump them together. Just know that size matters, okay? Mu Lingjuan didn't press further, instead glancing at the love letter Zhou Yang had written. But after just one glance, she frowned. Dear Lingjuan. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell hopelessly in love. You are not the flowers blooming everywhere in April, you are the winter plum blossom blooming alone in the 12th lunar month, unique, untouched by dust, radiant and captivating like the goddess of Luo River described by Chao Ji. I tried to hide my feelings, but my longing has grown into an ocean, overwhelming my pen. To wait for this moment, I fear I've endured 1,000 lifetimes. So I've decided, no more waiting. I'll take the gamble. Your words, spring is not late, kept this fool lingering in the true Jiangnan. The biting winter winds cannot silence me, nor the neon lights of night lull me to sleep. I only wish to kiss your eyes, letting your wise gaze see the fervor of my heart. No sincerity here. These words lack any emotion, and the AI flavor is too strong. Zhou Yang, you wouldn't be fooling me with some random AI-generated nonsense, would you? If that's the case, I'd be heartbroken. Your sister might not get the chance to study with me. Hearing Mu Lingjuan speak thus, Zhou Yang could only take it seriously. Writing a love letter? How hard could it be? So he picked up his pen and scribbled on a napkin. Ah, ocean, you're all water. But Mu Lingjuan glanced at it and shook her head. Trite. No feeling. Whoa. Quite the critic. Try again. Zhou Yang wrote again. Love is like applying suppositories, once it flows, it's unstoppable. Mu Lingjuan's frown deepened. Did you really go to college? This is disgusting. Damn it. Mu Lingjuan actually dared to doubt Zhou Yang's literary prowess. Instantly, Zhou Yang couldn't resist showing off his skills. System, activate the literary master skill card. This card, just rewarded today as a login bonus, was finally put to use. Ding! Host has activated the Literary Master Skill card. Randomly grants the abilities of a great literary master each day. Today's writing style, Lanling Xiaoxiaishing. As the card activated, inspiration surged through Zhou Yang's mind, flowing into a written piece. My lady is a vision of beauty, her silken tresses cascading over fragrant shoulders more captivating than the jeweled ornaments adorning Guanin's lotus throne. That day, I gazed upon her until my legs grew weak, and even now, the sweet scent of soap lingers on my skin from your passing. From the day I first laid eyes on you, my heart grew tender. In dreams of sweet delight, I felt like a living immortal. Like thunder meeting lightning, like autumn waters rippling with green waves, pure, unadulterated bliss. A single day apart, and my heart feels weighed down by 100 pounds of damp charcoal. The smoldering heat has chapped my lips raw, only your sweet, honeyed words can heal this ache. Ahem. Forget it, best not to waste this literary genius's skills. After all, Lanling Xiaoxiaishing is the patriarch of imperial arts. If I really used his style to write something about plum blossoms for Lingjun, I'd be cursed to death on the spot. So Zhou Yang simply resorted to plagiarism. If he couldn't come up with it himself, he'd just copy it. Love knows not its origin, yet grows ever deeper? Write it down. Among 1,000 people, you meet the one you were meant to meet across 1,000 years, in the boundless wilderness of time. Throw it in. How can one have it both ways in this world, not betray the Buddha nor forsake you? Add it. My heart is like a spider's web, tangled with 1,000 knots. Continue. When Zhou Yang filled the napkin with writing and placed it before Lingjun rolled her eyes at him. Forget it, I won't make you suffer. You really can't be bothered to use your brain at all. I asked you to write a love letter, and you're practicing chalkboard writing, copying some trite stuff here. Damn. This Master Lingjun really has high standards. So what if I copied it? Isn't that way better than writing it myself? Besides, he's a big shot, does he even need to date? Just drop the love part and focus on the rest. Just as Zhou Yang pondered how to break through, two shadows suddenly fell across the table, blocking the light. Zhou Yang looked up to see a middle-aged man in a suit blocking the front of the table. This man clearly had some serious clout. He carried an air of authority that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. He didn't even glance at Zhou Yang, fixing his gaze directly on Mu Lingjuan instead. The two clearly knew each other. Mu Lingjuan, however, sat there impassively, showing no hint of emotion. The man in the suit made no pretense of courtesy. He had his glamorous, black-stocking secretary carry his briefcase, then casually pulled out a chair and sat down. Lingjuan, didn't you say you'd never dine with any man in this lifetime? But today, the moment I arrived in Haishang, I saw you sitting with a man. How do you explain that? Mu Lingjuan maintained her usual aloof, icy demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the man's accusation. Who I dine with is none of your business, Wu Xiao. You're being far too nosy. Faced with Mu Lingjuan's sharp retort, Wu Xiao's expression froze instantly. Lingjuan, you're actually talking to me like this for this man? Yes, I'm speaking to you like this for him. Is that not allowed? Mu Lingjuan's voice remained as flat and monotone as ever, as if she were discussing something completely unrelated to herself. But the more detached she sounded, the more infuriating it became. Wu Xiao seemed reluctant to vent her anger at Mu Lingjuan, so she turned her gaze toward Zhou Yang. I don't care what your relationship with Lingjuan is. I'm giving you 100 million yuan right now. Get away from Lingjuan immediately. Ha? The domineering boss? Zhou Yang grinned at Wu Xiao. His earlier attempt to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress had backfired, but now another opportunity had practically walked right up to him. This feeling, wasn't it just a matter of scratching to get it? So Zhou Yang had already secretly snapped a photo of Wu Xiao and sent it to his butler, Jin Huayun. Zhou Yang, within 30 seconds, I want this idiot's full dossier. 10 seconds later, Ma Huayun sent a reply. Wu Xiao. Male transgender. 38 years old. Identity 1, Mu Lingjuan's ex-husband. Identity 2, chairman of Mengxing High Technology, a tech tycoon dominating $1 trillion blue ocean market. Net worth, 108.2 billion. Market value, 1.2 trillion. Medical condition, impotence. After reviewing the information, Zhou Yang smiled warmly at Wu Xiao. No wonder he casually mentioned 100 million. His net worth even surpassed Zhou Yang's. But Zhou Yang wasn't intimidated. Besides the cold 86 billion in his bank account, he also owned the 100 billion yuan Bali Jewelry Group and shares in several other companies. Even without all that, he still had his father, the boss. So Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table. 100 million? Big deal. I'll give you $1 billion and get the hell out of my sight. 121 Clash of the Top Tycoons, meet on the rooftop to throw money. Ha, 10 billion? You mean Joss paper, right? Wu Xiao's alluring secretary couldn't resist sneering at Zhou Yang. A loser like you should just take Mr. Wu's 100 million and leave. Don't miss out on such a golden opportunity. The secretary wore a tailored blazer and pencil skirt, black stockings paired with sky-high stilettos. Her puffed-up white shirt, with one button undone, couldn't fully conceal a glimpse of magnificent snow-white skin. Her fox-like eyes were framed by silver-rimmed glasses without lenses, and a beauty mark graced the tail of her eyebrow. She was undeniably a 9.5 out of 10 beauty. Compared to Mu Lingjuan's icy elegance, however, her entire being radiated a provocative allure. After one glance, Zhou Yang averted his eyes. Zhou Yang wouldn't even eat fast food like this. He feared catching diseases. Moreover, such a common, vulgar woman was as worthless as dirt in front of Mu Lingjuan, who could bring down nations and ruin people. But for a tycoon like him to get into an argument with such a secretary would be utterly beneath him. He wouldn't choose to do that. Instead, he picked up his phone. Butler Ma, get me 1 billion yuan in cash immediately. Yes, to the Sichuan Chongqing Hotpot restaurant at Western Impression Plaza. 5 minutes. I need to see it. Zhou Yang's pretentious display instantly made the secretary burst out laughing. You're so full of yourself. All you pretty boy can do is live off others and brag. If our boss gets angry later, you won't even have a chance to walk out. Zhou Yang still didn't look at the secretary, instead fixing his gaze on Wu Xiao. Your dog's off the leash. Care to rein him in? Wu Xiao narrowed his eyes meaningfully, studying Zhou Yang. Young man, do you even know who you're talking to? Do you think I'm too old to wield a knife anymore, that you want to on my head? In Jiangnan province, anyone who spoke to me like that has already vanished. Seems you want to disappear too, huh? Hearing Wu Xiao utter such threats, the usually stoic Mu Lingjuan could no longer remain seated. She couldn't help but glare at Wu Xiao. Enough. Wu Xiao. What exactly do you want? Threatening this person, threatening that person? Don't you ever consider that the root of the problem lies with you? I'm a living, breathing human being. Besides, we're divorced. My life is mine to decide, not to spend forever living in your shadow, controlled by you. Besides, you can't even have children. Why must you cling to me? Is it just to save face, using me to network with the rich and powerful? Mu Lingjuan's words laid bare Wu Xiao's true motives. And she hadn't lowered her voice, so the entire hotpot restaurant heard it. In an instant, the diners throughout the restaurant began murmuring among themselves. That guy looks so respectable, but turns out he's a cripple. What's the point of living without that pleasure? What good is all that money? They're already divorced, yet he still clings to her. Turns out he just wants that beauty to help him get resources. These idle whispers flooded his ears. Instantly, Wu Xiao, who had been wearing an air of pride, turned like a snake whose tail had been stepped on. His eyes blazed with a menacing glare. His face darkened, teetering on the edge of fury as he pointed a finger at Ling Jun. Do you even know what you're saying? All these years, haven't I looked out for you? Don't you owe your comfortable life entirely to me? And now you dare speak to me like this for that pretty boy? It breaks my heart. In that case, I won't let this guy off the hook. Guards! Take this pretty boy away. We'll deal with him properly back at the estate. Wu Xiao waved his hand behind him. He seemed to be signaling his hidden bodyguards to approach. But strangely, after a full minute, no one appeared. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, watched Wu Xiao with a smirk. He asked with a hint of mockery. What's up, Mr. Wu? Where's your bodyguard? Could it be that the act fell flat? Wu Xiao caught Zhou Yang's mocking gaze and instinctively sensed something was off. He turned to his secretary beside him. What's going on? But a look of terror flashed across the secretary's face. Mr. Wu, they've all been taken hostage. What? Wu Xiao knew full well the capabilities of his two bodyguards. Hearing they'd been taken over felt utterly unbelievable. Who could possibly control his bodyguards? No need to guess, it had to be Zhou Yang. Damn it, Zhou Yang actually set up an ambush in advance. It wasn't that Zhou Yang had set up an ambush beforehand. After all, he was constantly surrounded by a team of over 30 international top-tier operatives providing security, capable of neutralizing any threat before it materialized. At that very moment, 2 helicopters suddenly appeared overhead at Western Plaza. Each helicopter carried a massive container suspended beneath it. The deafening roar caused people to look up toward the windows. Meanwhile, Butler Jean, Manhwa, stepped inside from the entrance of the Sichuan Chongqing Hotpot restaurant. Young master, I've delivered the 10 billion in cash you requested. It's in the containers suspended beneath the helicopters. Zhou Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Wu Xiao again with a meaningful expression. The 10 billion in cash has arrived. You can take your money and get lost. Not only Wu Xiao's secretary, but even Wu Xiao himself hadn't expected Zhou Yang's words to be true. To mobilize 1 billion yuan in cash within 5 minutes and deliver it via helicopter-hoisted containers, what level of organizational capability would that require? Even he himself couldn't have pulled it off. Clearly, Zhou Yang was no pushover. Wu Xiao rose to his feet, his face flushed with anger. You've got me riled up, kid. You want to compete over who has more money, huh? Fine. Let's play a game right here in Western Impressions Plaza. We'll see who can throw more money around. The one who throws more wins. The loser kneels on the ground and calls me dad, and never bothers Lingjuan again. Deal? Before Zhou Yang could respond, Mu Lingjuan rose angrily. Wu Xiao, what right do you have to treat me as a bet between the two of you? You're the 10th richest tycoon in Jiangnan province, who could possibly outspend you? Wu Xiao tilted his head like a scoundrel, grinning wildly. Yeah, I'm bullying people because I'm loaded. Ask him if he dares take the challenge. Kid, say something. Dare to take it on? Zhou Yang was nearly laughing himself silly. Because the wish investment card had activated. Ding! Detected Wu Xiao's wish, this kid better not chicken out, he absolutely must not back down. Let's have a proper showdown. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 200 million. B. 500 million. C. 1 billion. D. 5 billion. Select any investment option. Upon completion of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 50 billion dragon coins. 5 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 81.215 billion, with 10 billion locked by the Obsidian Diamond card. 50 billion in one go? Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow. Let me speak? How could I possibly refuse such an exciting opportunity? Ding! Detected Wu Xiao's wish, this kid better not chicken out, don't you dare back down. Let's see what you've got. Investment successful. Host receives 50 billion yuan in wish investment funds, deposited into bank account ending in 5858. Current balance, 131.215 billion yuan. His assets had surpassed 100 billion. A faint thrill stirred within Zhou Yang. The next goal, break through the trillion mark. But upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, Wu Xiao grinned even wider than Zhou Yang. Fine, let's see who's richer, kid. You've got guts. You really don't know your place. In you, I see my own reflection from years ago. I can't help but start to admire you. But sadly, you're no me. You don't know when to quit. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Show you that there's always someone better out there. I'll arrange the funds first. We'll start the contest in half an hour. After saying this, Wu Xiao began making calls, mobilizing people and money. In his youth, he too had been a playboy, fiercely competitive. Once, for a celebrity, he de-smashed 100 million yuan at a banquet, forcing the star to kneel and drink water from a foot basin, an act that made him infamous across Jiangnan province. Today, Zhou Yang had reignited the fierce temper he had suppressed for years. For years, no one had dared to pull his tiger's whiskers. Therefore, today he must prove through force that in Jiangnan province, no one dares provoke him. What he desired, he would obtain at any cost. In stark contrast to his explosive temper, Zhou Yang maintained his usual smiling demeanor. He was scheming about how to provoke this Wu Xiao further. If he could also secure a stake in that Nightstar C technology company of his, that would be ideal. After all, it was a company valued at trillions. Even a mere 1% stake would be worth tens of billions. Just as Zhou Yang was lost in his daydreams, Leng Jun had silently approached from behind. Zhou Yang, you're being too abrupt. I warned you earlier he's the 10th richest man in Jiangnan province, with a net worth exceeding 100 billion. Competing with him over money will only lead to trouble. It was clear Leng Jun was growing anxious. Her voice, usually devoid of inflection, now carried a noticeable rise and fall, even trembling slightly. Zhou Yang knew she was genuinely concerned for him. But Zhou Yang was in the middle of showing off. Even a beauty like Leng Jun couldn't sway his resolve to act cool. Although this whole thing started because of Leng Jun, it had now escalated to a point where she was no longer relevant. This was a showdown between two tycoons. No one else could interfere. So Zhou Yang gently patted Leng Jun's shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. Leng Jun, you don't need to worry about me. If he were competing with me in other areas, I might be a little worried. But when it comes to money, there's nothing to be afraid of. Seeing she couldn't dissuade Zhou Yang, Leng Jun sighed. She knew men were competitive creatures. She truly didn't want Zhou Yang to pay such a heavy price for her sake. Yet deep within her heart, a peculiar wish was taking root. She hoped Zhou Yang would win. That way, she could finally escape Wu Xiao's clutches. Ding, detecting Mu Lengjuan's wish, even though I don't want Zhou Yang to waste so much money, why do I so desperately hope he wins? Zhou Yang, you must win. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options, a 0.1% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. B 0.2% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. C 0.5% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. D 1% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10% shares in Dreamstar C Technology Company. The instant the system notification sounded, Zhou Yang's smile gradually twisted into a sinister grin. 122 Look, it's raining money. Women always say one thing and mean another. They say they don't want it, but deep down, they still desire it. And now, Mu Lingjuan had delivered such a grand wish to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang winked at Mu Lingjuan. Don't worry, I'll make sure Wu Xiao keeps his tail between his legs. Oh, wait, he doesn't have a tail. Put. Zhou Yang's words made Mu Lingjuan burst out laughing. That smile was incredibly infectious. Zhou Yang nearly drooled watching it. Seeing Zhou Yang's pig-like expression, Mu Lingjuan instantly reverted to her icy demeanor. At the same time, she realized that Zhou Yang seemed to have seen right through her thoughts. Ugh, how annoying. This Zhou Yang was like a worm in her stomach, utterly annoying. How dare he guess her deepest wish? Then do what you can. Don't spend too much. Zhou Yang, however, didn't see it that way. For Zhou Yang, the more extravagant, the better. With the wish investment card in play, the more he spent, the more he'd earn. So he shook his head. He flashed Mu Lingjuan a devilish grin. I suddenly figured out how to write my love letter. Just wait for the surprise. Then, Zhou Yang wrapped his arms around Mu Lingjuan's slender waist, puckered his lips high, and planted a smacking kiss on her cheek. Snap! Zhou Yang captured the entire scene with his phone. Mu Lingjuan was startled and immediately wriggled free from Zhou Yang's embrace, vigorously rubbing her face as if disgusted by his reward. Just as she glared at Zhou Yang, her phone suddenly popped up with a notification. Ding! Your friend Zhou Yang has updated their moments. Mu Lingjuan instinctively tapped to open the feed. Image, Zhou Yang embracing Mu Lingjuan as he puckers his lips for a kiss. Caption, I'll shield you from wind and rain, you just stay as beautiful as a flower. My shoulders are your safest haven. Seeing this post, Mu Lingjuan couldn't help but snort coldly. What was this? Who gave Zhou Yang permission to post this? She hadn't agreed to it. But did this mean they were officially announcing their relationship? Why did a faint tinge of sweetness well up inside her? Watching Zhou Yang's confident stride, he murmured to himself. Zhou Yang, are you really the safest haven? The reason she kept others at arm's length, maintaining a cold demeanor toward everyone. It was all because of Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao was infertile, and their marriage was merely a facade. Though Wu Xiao always paraded various beauties by his side when he went out, it was merely to keep up appearances. He was actually going out every day to be the bottom. Mu Lingjuan had never shared a bed with Wu Xiao. The moment they returned home, Wu Xiao dropped all pretense and slept in separate rooms. The women were merely tools Wu Xiao used to climb the social ladder, playthings for business partners and high-ranking officials. Mu Lingjuan divorced Wu Xiao precisely because he insisted she accompany a high-ranking official, and she refused to comply. But Wu Xiao possessed an overwhelming need for control. Even after the divorce, he never let her go. Every man who had contact with her mysteriously vanished. Moreover, Wu Xiao would periodically return to threaten her. Today was one of those days when Wu Xiao came to threaten her. Mu Lingjuan's icy demeanor toward everyone was actually a way to protect those who tried to get close to her, shielding them from harm. Truthfully, she had long grown weary of this solitary existence. She had longed to break free. But she'd never had the chance. But last night, Zhou Yang's appearance changed everything. Casually gifting him a masterpiece worth billions demonstrated that Zhou Yang's capabilities were likely on par with Wu Xiao's. This gave Mu Lingjuan hope for a new life. If Zhou Yang truly cared for her and was willing to make sacrifices for her sake, she was prepared to take a gamble. That's why she asked Zhou Yang those questions and set those peculiar conditions. Now it seemed she had bet correctly. Zhou Yang was genuinely willing to do all this for her, even publicly announcing their relationship. This love letter? She was thoroughly satisfied. Now, it all depended on whether Zhou Yang could handle Wu Xiao. Half an hour. A mere blink of an eye. Wu Xiao was no slouch either. He directly mobilized 10 shipping containers and 2 helicopters. A full 5 billion. As things stood, the funds he had prepared were 5 times that of Zhou Yang's, enough to knock Zhou Yang senseless. Zhou Yang, get ready to beg for mercy. Zhou Yang yawned lazily, showing not a shred of concern. He shot Wu Xiao a dismissive glance. Ready? Then let's begin. Zhou Yang had already instructed his butler, Jin Huayun, to arrange 20 billion in cash, emptying several banks in the process. He didn't believe Wu Xiao would dare casually throw down 20 billion. However, he hadn't ordered the shipping containers to be transported over. He wanted to let Wu Xiao gloat for a moment first, then squeeze more out of him. Then, standing atop the Western Impression Plaza, Zhou Yang simply waved his hand. Ma Huayun, who had received Zhou Yang's signal, immediately nodded. Instantly, Zhou Yang's image appeared on every radio, television, shopping mall screen, bus TV, and building LED display across Haicheng. Every movement Zhou Yang made atop the Western Impression building was synchronized across all of Haicheng's city media. As if he had multiplied into countless clones, Zhou Yang forcibly appeared before the eyes of Haicheng's 7 million residents. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yang spoke with deep emotion. Breaking news, weather forecast update. At exactly 2:10 p.m. today, Haicheng will experience a rain of cash. Citizens are advised to pick up any money they find. Drivers, please slow down if you see pedestrians collecting money. Zhou Yang's words instantly drew derisive snorts from everyone in Haicheng who witnessed him. Is this guy an idiot? Claiming public resources? He's completely insane. If it really rains money from the sky, I'd call him dad. Our entertainment shows this over the top now? It's an eyesore. I actually hope he's telling the truth. I'm still short $200 for rent. Even Wu Xiao, seeing Zhou Yang's pretentious act, felt like kicking him a couple of times. Damn, this guy sure knows how to flaunt it. But hey, the more extravagant he plays, the harder he'll fall later. It's practically free advertising for Wu Xiao, the big spender. So Wu Xiao didn't stop Zhou Yang. Instead, he stood there arrogantly, waiting for glory's reward. Zhou Yang, cut the flashy nonsense and get on with it. Zhou Yang nodded and addressed the camera. This shower of cash is a testament to my love for Ms. Mu Lingjuan. May every person who has blessed us receive cash. Let's begin. At Zhou Yang's command, a helicopter he had prepared immediately took off. A small opening was cut in the container, and it tilted as it flew away. Instantly, countless bills fluttered through the air, scattering directly over the skies of Haicheng, truly resembling a rain of money. Seeing Zhou Yang's move, Wu Xiao wasn't about to be outdone. Release. Instantly, his aircraft began circling Haicheng from another direction, scattering money. A young couple sat in a car. The husband drove while his wife wailed in the passenger seat. Since marrying you, I haven't had a single good day. Running around after you all the time, and now we can't even afford formula for the baby or kindergarten tuition. This life is unbearable. The husband slammed on the brakes, pounding the steering wheel as he fired back. If it's unbearable, then let's just stop. You've been yelling at me all morning just because I transferred 2,000 yuan to my mother back home. What more do you want from me? Life is already tough enough. Can't you stop making things harder? Do you think I can make money fall from the sky? Just then, the wife's eyes suddenly widened. Honey, did heaven hear your wish? Money. Honey, look at the money. The husband was still sulking at his wife when he turned to look ahead at the road, muttering to himself. I know how to drive, no need for your lectures. 10 years on the road, I know how to watch the road. Holy. What's that flying through the air? Money? It's raining money? The couple quickly pulled over and knelt on the ground to pick up the money. Good heavens, we've picked up a full 5,000 yuan. Honey, don't stop. There's more over there. In the park, an old man watching young people scream on the giant Ferris wheel in the sky. He wiped his face vigorously. Damn it, these kids nowadays, if you can't handle the ride, don't get on it. And what's with peeing and pooping everywhere? But the next second, he tossed aside his cane. His 30-year-old rheumatism vanished. Don't fight over it. This money is mine. I saw it first. A certain angler reeled in his rod and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. No way. Did I hallucinate from pulling an all-nighter fishing last night? How did I even catch a dragon coin? The next second, a dragon coin smacked him right in the face. Holy crap. It's not a hallucination. It's real. Ha ha ha. Now I've got the cash for tonight's precision poverty alleviation technician. Suspended from the rooftop like Spider-Man, a migrant worker was cleaning the windows of a city skyscraper in preparation for the new year. Suddenly, countless banknotes reflected in the glass before him. Whoa! Am I so desperate for money that I'm hallucinating? Could that announcement from the building across the street be true? Is it really raining money?
Taking advantage of his height, the migrant worker reached out and grabbed handfuls, stuffing them into his work clothes.
At the same moment, Zhou Yang stood atop the Western Impressions building, arms spread wide, embracing the void.
His mind was filled with the sound of happiness.
Ding! Host invested in young couple's wish, save enough for child's tuition. Wish fulfilled.
Received tenfold wish investment rebate of 120,000 yuan.
Transferred to host's bank card ending in 5858. Current balance, 131.216 billion yuan. Ding!
Host invested in migrant workers' wish, save enough money for child's tuition.
Wish fulfilled.
Received tenfold wish investment return of 300,000 yuan.
Transferred to host's bank card ending in 5858. Current balance, 132.876 billion yuan. He casually posted another WeChat moment.
Image caption, Zhou Yang embracing Mu Lingjuan as a helicopter rains cash over them.
Caption, a wife like no other, a shower unlike any other. It instantly blew up his social feed. At that very moment, Wu Xiao began to sneer coldly at Zhou Yang.
You've already blown through 2 containers worth of money.
I've started spending the 3rd container now. Ha 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 ha. If you run out, I win.
Just wait until you're on your knees begging me for mercy.
Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly. What's the rush? Here it comes.
As Zhou Yang finished speaking, another helicopter appeared above the building, towing a container.
It began circling the city, scattering money.
Wu Xiao snorted coldly upon seeing Zhou Yang had more up his sleeve.
Oomph, I didn't expect you still had some firepower left. I refuse to believe you'd burn through 5 billion like I did. 123 rain like no other?
Zhou Yang delivers a perfect score.
To Wu Xiao's astonishment,
5 or 6 helicopters had already flown out, yet Zhou Yang was still going toe-to-toe with him.
At this rate, his prepared 5 billion would be gone in no time. Is this kid that rich? Wu Xiao couldn't help but frown as he looked at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang's expression remained as infuriating as ever. As if nothing could ever trouble him.
And that perpetual smirk of his only made Wu Xiao feel a knot tighten in his chest.
Find out exactly who this kid is. Zhao Jiao, get on it immediately.
Wu Xiao coldly ordered his secretary, who was standing nearby.
Yes, Mr. Wu.
Secretary Zhao Jiao swayed her curvaceous hips as she dispatched someone to investigate.
Yet her fox-like eyes kept involuntarily lingering on Zhou Yang. This handsome, wealthy young man with his lavish spending, could he be the legendary reader Yan Zhu?
At first, she dismissed him as a poser and hadn't given him a second glance. But now that she'd realized his staggering wealth, he seemed more and more captivating the longer she looked. Especially with his high, straight nose. She'd heard men with that feature were particularly skilled in that department. How wonderful it would be to be his secretary. She could handle work when it came, and she could handle things when it didn't. It would be the ideal state for work. As these thoughts swirled through her mind, she couldn't help but rub her beautiful legs together, clad in black stockings. As for Wu Xiao, though he dressed like a proper gentleman, looking every bit the normal man. The less a person has, the more they flaunt what they do have. He deliberately paraded beautiful women around him daily, demanding they be dressed to the nines, looking as seductive as possible. It was actually a reflection of his own inadequacy. But as his secretary, she had no choice but to follow his orders. No matter how admirable Zhou Yang was, she had to deal with him, though deep down, she felt reluctant. Ding! Detected Wu Zhao's secretary Zhao Zhao's wish. Mr. Wu asked me to investigate Zhou Yang's background. I'm also curious about how much Zhou Yang is worth. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: a 0.1% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. B 0.2% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. C 0.5% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. D 1% stake in Dreamstar C Technology. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10% shares in Dreamstar C Technology Company. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Yang glanced in surprise at his secretary Zhao Jiao, who kept stealing glances at him. She held the phone to her ear, covering her mouth to speak softly. Clearly, she was verifying his identity. Instantly, Zhou Yang realized Wu Xiao was feeling a bit uneasy. He wanted to investigate Zhou Yang's assets before taking action against him. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. He summoned his butler, Ma Huayun. Mr. Ma, contact the records department and the banks.
Create an image of me as a stock market genius, someone who recently made 20 billion in the market and acts like he owns the place. Anyone inquiring about my records must be told this. Ma nodded and immediately pulled out his phone to make arrangements. Ma Huayun had this one redeeming quality: you never had to worry about how he'd accomplish a task. You just had to tell him what needed doing, and he'd find a way to get it done. There was only one matter Ma Huayun instructed Zhou Yang to handle personally. That was arranging for his sister, Zhou Wanning, to become a disciple of Master Ling Jun. He had only said he could smooth the connections, not sway hearts. But the young master was different. The young master had to personally navigate the channels. At the time, Zhou Yang didn't really grasp what Ma Huayun meant. It was only recently that he pieced it together. Turns out Ma Huayun had mistaken him for Mario, the one who specializes in fixing all kinds of sewer pipes. Seriously, was he really that shallow? How could someone judge him with such a biased lens? And get it so spot on? Under Ma Huayun's arrangements. Soon, Secretary Zhao Zhao obtained Zhou Yang's relevant files. Mr. Wu, Zhou Yang is a stock market prodigy who recently burst onto the scene. He specializes in short-term trading using multiple accounts with leverage, raking in 20 billion yuan in an extremely short period. He's arrogant and looks down on everyone. Oh? Upon hearing Zhao Zhao's report, Wu Xiao felt a surge of confidence. A mere 20 billion in cash flow, and he dares to challenge Wu Xiao? Oof. Not only did he, Wu Xiao, command 100 billion in cash flow, but he also controlled Dreamstar Sea Technology, a company with a trillion yuan market cap. Even if he were to throw out 20 billion, it wouldn't dent his finances. But Zhou Yang was a different story. 20 billion was his entire fortune. Looks like today, the citizens will be stuffing their sacks with cash. I wonder if our esteemed readers are in the city. If so, we could send you a few extra sacks. Just as Wu Xiao thought he'd figured Zhou Yang out and was about to pull off a major scam, Zhou Yang couldn't help but give Wu Xiao a thumbs up. What a noble soul. He's made such a grand wish. The bigger the wish he made, the more Zhou Yang stood to gain. Just moments ago, after having Zhao Zhao investigate his forged identity, the system rewarded Zhou Yang with a 10% stake in Dreamstar Sea Technology. Now Wu Xiao was making another wish. These two really are adorable little cuties. Zhou Yang's ATMs. Ding! Detected Wu Xiao's wish. Kid, if I don't drain every last penny of your 20 billion today, I, Wu Xiao, don't deserve my title as Jiangnan Province's 10th wealthiest tycoon. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A 0.1% Dreamstar Sea Tech shares. B 0.2% Dreamstar Sea Tech shares. C 0.5% Dreamstar Sea Tech shares. D 1% Dreamstar Sea Tech shares. Select any investment option. Upon fulfillment of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Per your prior request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10% shares in Dreamstar Sea Technology Company. Zhou Yang now holds 20% of Dreamstar Sea shares. With Wu Xiao now offering an additional 10%, that brings his total to 30%. According to Tianyanka data, the current largest shareholder of Dreamstar Sea holds only 21% equity. In other words, acquiring this 10% stake would make Zhou Yang the largest shareholder of Dreamstar Sea, granting him significant influence over the company's operational decisions. A 30% stake in a trillion-dollar company? That's far more valuable than handing Zhou Yang a few hundred billion directly. After all, having money doesn't necessarily mean having investment opportunities. Especially when high-quality investment opportunities are hard to come by. Now, a prime project is practically in the bag, right? Not only could he teach Wu Xiao a lesson, but he could also make Wu Xiao work for him utterly devastating. I wonder what expression Wu Xiao will have when he finds out about all this. Zhou Yang smiled to himself, lost in thought, when suddenly a weight settled on his shoulder. He turned his head. He discovered Mu Lingjuan, clinging to him like a little bird, rested her head on his shoulder. Zhou Yang, thank you for doing so much for me. Money doesn't necessarily mean everything, but the fact that you're willing to spend so much for me, it really touches me. Her voice was filled with tenderness as she asked. To be regarded as a pillar of support by such a stunning beauty. Zhou Yang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. So, it turns out that throwing money around works wonders on any woman. There's no lock that can't be picked, only keys that don't fit. A flutter of emotion stirred within him, and he gently kissed the tip of Mu Lingjuan's hair. Mu Lingjuan sensed Zhou Yang's subtle gesture and lifted her head. Zhou Yang, I'm very pleased with your love letter. I think I'm starting to feel that passionate, head over heels feeling again. At this stage, what's the next step? How to proceed? Are you testing me with this? Based on Zhou Yang's experience, he could certainly omit the character for department. So Zhou Yang cleared his throat lightly. Later, we'll go to my Guanhai villa. There's still an empty villa there. I'll show you a treasure. A treasure? What kind of treasure? Don't ask so many questions. You'll understand once we get there. Just give me a hint. Well, how to put it? In the legend of the Gord brothers, there's this giant snake demon. She has a magic chant, as I wish, as I command. I don't get it. What does your treasure have to do with that chant? Never mind if you don't get it. Some things just can't be grasped intellectually, you'll only understand once you're in the thick of it. You're being so cryptic, one minute it's incantations, the next it's can't be grasped, only understood through practice. Are you hinting at something? Of course I'm dropping hints. He's a master at making cryptic remarks, anything he says without hidden meaning would be unnatural. As Zhou Yang and Wu Xiao went on a spending spree, the entire media scene in Haicheng went wild. Back in Shanghai, Bai Shuwei was scrolling through Douyin for inspiration on his next shoot when he opened the app. But the moment he opened the app, Hai City's official media outlet, Hai City Evening News, popped up. Our reporter confirms, as of 3:25 p.m., Haicheng's transportation system has suffered widespread paralysis. Citizens have poured into the streets to greet the sky-darkening rain of banknotes. Official statistics indicate today's currency precipitation has reached 6 billion long coins and is still ongoing. Stay tuned for updates from this station's reporter. This is reporter Lan Lan signing off. I've got my own money shower starting now, so I'm off to grab a couple bills. Bai Shuwei froze. Are state media outlets pulling stunts now? He scratched his chin, initially skeptical. Until he saw helicopters towing containers to scatter cash on camera, and Zhou Yang appearing on every big screen. Suddenly, he believed it. Sure enough, money-throwing brother could do anything. It wasn't just Bai Shuwei. Zhai Reng in Haicheng was now dumbfounded too. He even called Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, why not bring your helicopter over to our deep-sea dragon palace for a special event? So many people are eagerly awaiting it. Ji Shiyun, filming a short drama about a wealthy playboy at the deep-sea dragon palace, chimed in from the side. Exactly, Zhou Yang. We're about to shoot a scene where a tycoon throws money around. If you bring a helicopter, we won't even need to film it separately. As time passed, it was now 5 in the afternoon, the hour when the city lights began to twinkle. Zhou Yang and Wu Xiao each scattered 20 billion dragon coins. Just as Wu Xiao thought Zhou Yang was about to run out of coins, Zhou Yang suddenly pulled in 10 more containers of dragon coins. This left Wu Xiao utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but confront Zhao Jiao. Didn't you say he only had 20 billion? How did he suddenly pull another 5 billion out of nowhere? Zhao Jiao was daydreaming about cleaning under Zhou Yang's desk and catching her breath. When Wu Xiao asked her that, she panicked a bit. Mr. Wu, the data just showed he withdrew another 10 billion from the stock market. As for how much he actually has in stocks, we have no way of knowing at this point. Damn it! Wu Xiao felt utterly overwhelmed. Competing with Zhou Yang and spending money felt like jumping into a bottomless pit. He was starting to feel like he didn't want to keep competing anymore. But making him kneel and call Zhou Yang dad on the spot? Absolutely not. So, 124 The transformation of Cold Lord Master. A ruthless expression hardened on Wu Xiao's face. He absolutely could not lose. In his stronghold of Jiangnan province, he would never tolerate such a defeat. So if he couldn't win fair and square, he'd resort to underhanded tactics. He would never, ever spend another penny. 200 billion had already been excruciatingly painful, he wouldn't spend another penny. Zhao Jiao, grab your clothes and go accompany young Master Qi immediately. Make him send people to freeze Zhou Yang's funds, then secretly push Zhou Yang off the building. I want him dead. As he spoke these words, Wu Xiao's face twisted with sheer hysteria. Zhao Jiao trembled at the words, her eyes turning a deathly gray. She knew she could never escape that dreadful fate. No woman who entered young Master Qi's estate ever walked out alive. Rumor had it that every 2 or 3 days, body bags would be carried out of young Master Qi's courtyard. If she went to young Master Qi, the outcome was all too predictable. Yet she remained Wu Xiao's caged canary. He provided her with every material desire, even preserving her virginity, all for this very moment. Refusing would likely bring an even more gruesome death. She knew Wu Xiao's methods all too well. So she could only respond with a dejected tone. Yes. Wu Xiao cast a cold glance at Zhao Jiao. Not a trace of pity. Go in peace. Your family will receive a substantial death benefit. He dismissed Zhao Jiao with a wave of his hand. He glared at Zhou Yang with vicious fury. He was truly enraged. Zhou Yang's strength clearly matched his own. Moreover, judging by how Zhou Yang had secretly taken out his 2 bodyguards, Zhou Yang must have even more formidable people under him. He knew he couldn't take Zhou Yang on alone. His thoughts immediately turned to Qi Shao, the uncrowned king of Jiangnan province. Take the Qin family of Haicheng, they were already formidable, weren't they? But in front of the Qi family, the Qins were nothing but dogs to be insulted at will, or even slaughtered for dog meat if they displeased them. Even envoys from the heavenly palace had to treat the Qis with utmost respect. The reason Wu Xiao could build his empire in Jiangnan province was precisely because of his connection to young Master Qi. Now he was playing right into his hands, delivering the stunningly beautiful Zhao Jiao a 9.5 on the look scale right to his doorstep. Young Master Qi naturally wouldn't refuse his request. After all, crushing a speculative stock trader posed no challenge whatsoever to young Master Qi. Having made up his mind, Wu Xiao immediately dispatched Zhao Jiao. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Zhao Jiao had betrayed him. After descending the stairs, Zhao Jiao secretly sought out Zhou Yang's butler, Manhwa, claiming she had urgent news to relay to Zhou Yang. Curious, Zhou Yang followed Zhao Jiao to the restroom area. What's so mysterious? Spit it out, I'm pressed for time. Zhao Jiao bit her lip, her expression hazy. Young Master Zhou, our boss, Wu Xiao, wants to take you down. Zhou Yang curled his lip, dismissing Zhao Jiao with a sneer. Is that it? Do you think I'm blind? Can't I see that? Zhao Jiao shook her head, growing impatient. You don't understand, Mr. Wu hired someone formidable. It's young Master Qi from the Qi family. No one in the entire Jiangnan province can stand up to young Master Qi. So you'd better get your people out of Jiangnan province ASAP. If you delay, you might end up in serious trouble. Young Master Qi? Zhou Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. He didn't know about this? Was there really such a young master? But judging by Zhao Jiao's demeanor, he must be quite a figure. So Zhou Yang immediately had manager Ma look into who this young Master Qi was. The result left Zhou Yang utterly stunned. Zhou Yang turned back to Zhao Jiao and asked in confusion. Why did you tell me all this? Aren't you Wu Xiao's secretary? Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Zhao Jiao suddenly grabbed his hand and began to sob. Young Master Zhou, I'm a tragic soul. I know you look down on me, but I'm a good person. The reason I dress like this and look like this is all because Mr. Wu forced me. I'm just his tool for mingling with high society. I know that once I go in there, I'll probably die in young Master Qi's room because he's a devil. But before I die, I want you, young Master Zhou, to do something for me. Your looks like Yen Zhu from Reader are utterly mesmerizing. It was love at first sight. Please, give me a chance to be a happy woman before I die. Can you? To be honest, Zhou Yang had never looked at Zhao Jiao with much regard. But after learning she'd been forced into this, he felt deep sympathy for her tragic plight. This Wu Xiao was nothing short of a devil. To achieve his own selfish ends, he restricted others' personal freedom and controlled their destinies. Well, he'd reluctantly play the good guy then. The following fight scenes are skipped for readers who dislike them. 1 million words omitted. Zhou Yang was astonished to discover that this delicate girl had never been with anyone before. Gazing at the crimson stain on the bathroom stall floor, Zhou Yang fell deep in thought. Zhao Jiao was already preparing to leave. Young Master Zhou, thank you. From here on out, you'll have to fend for yourself. But Zhou Yang grabbed her arm. Before I knew what kind of person you were, I couldn't care less about your life or death. But now, I feel it's pointless for you to go to your death like this. Here's the deal, don't go to that Qi guy. I'll have manager Ma take you somewhere safe. No one can touch you there. Once I've dealt with Wu Xiao and that Qi Xiao, you can come out and move about freely. By then, you'll be free. Zhao Jiao clearly hadn't expected Zhou Yang to say this. She had only sought warmth from Zhou Yang. She hadn't expected Zhou Yang to want to save her. Young Master Zhou, I'm not worth you doing this. You should protect yourself first. You say that because you don't know my capabilities. Once you see what I'm capable of, you'll realize all your worries were unnecessary. Zhou Yang gave Zhao Jiao no chance to argue further, instructing butler Ma to escort her away immediately. Now, it was time for him to deal with Wu Xiao. This time, Zhou Yang moved swiftly, wrapping things up in just over 10 minutes. Thus, when he returned to the rooftop of Western Impressions, Wu Xiao remained completely unaware. Zhou Yang smiled warmly at Wu Xiao, feeling pity for him. Wu Xiao had cultivated so many beauties, only for them all to end up benefiting Zhou Yang. It wasn't that Zhou Yang was particularly good, it was simply that Wu Xiao was too bad. By comparison, Zhou Yang suddenly seemed to stand out as exceptional. And that damnable, captivating good looks gave Zhou Yang an extra natural advantage. When Wu Xiao saw Zhou Yang return to the rooftop, he immediately wanted to find an excuse to end today's competition. If they kept going, he feared Zhou Yang would completely outmaneuver him. Zhou Yang, we've both thrown away 20 billion today. It's already dark out. If we keep going, I'm afraid you'll cheat in the dark. So, how about we continue our money spending contest here tomorrow afternoon? Whoever doesn't show up better kneel and call me dad. Zhou Yang nodded with a smile. He thought to himself, Wu Xiao had indeed chickened out. He must be planning to pull some underhanded tricks on him in the dark of night. But was Zhou Yang the type to be intimidated? So Zhou Yang readily agreed. No problem. We'll continue tomorrow afternoon then. Remember to come on time and call me dad. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Wu Xiao snorted coldly, summoned his driver, and pulled him away. Meanwhile, Mu Lingjuan stood beside Zhou Yang, a look of quiet excitement on his face. Zhou Yang had actually defeated the arrogant Wu Xiao. Just as she was about to warn Zhou Yang that Wu Xiao might resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, she suddenly caught a faint whiff of perfume. Unable to resist, she pressed her nose against Zhou Yang and sniffed him thoroughly. Zhou Yang, why does your scent sting my nose so? Pungent? Is there? Just as Zhou Yang was scratching his head in confusion, Mu Lingjuan pinched his waist. You didn't sneak off to eat something, did you? Zhou Yang immediately protested. No way. What could I possibly do in just a few minutes? Mu Lingjuan realized Zhou Yang had a point and dropped the matter. Instead, she reached out and took his arm. Come on, let's go to your place and see that treasure you mentioned earlier. Zhou Yang perked up instantly. The show was about to begin. Upon arriving at Villa 11 in Zhou Yang's Ocean View Villa complex, Zhou Yang retrieved fine wine from his cellar. They chatted and drank until they were pleasantly tipsy. By the end, Mu Lingjuan's eyes were hazy with intoxication. What happened next, she couldn't quite recall. He couldn't recall who made the first move. In any case, it all unfolded naturally, leading to a profound discussion about life. They found themselves in perfect harmony, talking through the entire night. The sun was high in the sky. When Zhou Yang woke up the next day, he noticed the quilt on his body had been deliberately arranged, and his posture felt strangely awkward. But lying like this actually made his muscle lines look more aesthetically pleasing. It turned out he had been used as a model by Master Ling Jun. Master Ling Jun was sketching him with a pencil, capturing his features. The moment Zhou Yang stirred, Master Ling Jun asked affectionately, "You're awake. Your beautiful housekeeper, Hua Hua, just brought breakfast over. Eat while it's still hot. Oh, and your underwear was sweaty, so I washed it for you. Put on this new set I just bought for you." Was this really the same cold-hearted Master Ling Jun he remembered? How could she now resemble a warm and caring young wife? Among all the women Zhou Yang knew, not a single one had ever cooked for him or bought him clothes. This did catch Zhou Yang off guard. But his surprise lasted only a moment before his eyes widened in disbelief. Wait. Ling Jun, what on earth are you drawing? Zhou Yang couldn't help but correct Ling Jun. This clearly doesn't follow reality. The proportions are way off, it's not his actual size. Plus, I finally got to be a model, and you turned my 9 head to body ratio into a 7 head to body ratio. That's not right. Zhou Yang couldn't help but point out the errors in Ling Jun's sketch. To his surprise, Ling Jun chuckled, crumpled the drawing into a ball, and tossed it into the trash. Got a problem with that? Here, take the pen you try. What the hell? Did she really think Zhou Yang couldn't draw? In an instant, Zhou Yang sketched a chick pecking at grains on the paper. With just a few strokes, it captured a charm only a child could convey. Look at how simple and pure this drawing is. But Ling Jun's beautiful eyes flickered as she pointed at the drawing thoughtfully. I was drunk last night and don't remember much. Why don't we reenact it again? Huh? Zhou Yang wasn't afraid of that. You want to play chess, huh? Come on, I'll teach you. So Zhou Yang set up the chessboard and opened with a direct attack. Chess is an art. Zhou Yang excelled at deploying his cannons, positioning them on the knight's leg, then unleashing his rooks. This setup almost guaranteed victory. Sure enough, Ling Jun, playing poorly, began making reckless moves. Fly the elephant. Advance the horse. Chariot advance. Check. Support the minister. Checkmate. Ha! I won. Let's rest a few minutes and play another game. With Ling Jun proactively sacrificing his bishop to set up a cannon formation, how could Zhou Yang possibly lose? After a dozen games, Ling Jun was utterly helpless, his king captured time and again. He glanced at the time, it was about right. Zhou Yang stretched lazily. He planned to make Wu Xiao call him dad. 125 moments reward, has Zhou Yang become a tycoon? Zhou Yang knew. Wu Xiao would never comply without a fight. After all, he was the chairman of a trillion-dollar company with net assets exceeding 100 billion. He was Zhou Yang's most formidable opponent yet. What's more, the other side had even enlisted the help of the uncrowned king of Jiangnan province, the Qi family. Today might very well see a fierce showdown. Of course, to be cautious, Zhou Yang first summoned his steward, Manhwa. Any movement from Qi Feng's side last night? Manhwa immediately retrieved the intelligence he had gathered last night. Young master, Qi Feng was busy vying for the position of Jiangnan province branch chief of the Dragon Ascension Society, so he went to entertain the society's elders. However, he sent one of his twin bodyguard brothers, the little dragon king Yi Xiao, who may attempt to assassinate you, young master. Given the defensive capabilities of your current special security detail, it would be difficult to stop Yi Xiao's assassination attempt. Master, you should remain cautious today. Oh? Zhou Yang felt a chill run through him. Yi Xiao, just the name felt extraordinary. Zhou Yang cautiously inquired. Compared to the elite special forces commandos, who is more formidable, this Yi Xiao? After all, this matter concerned his own life, so Zhou Yang needed to thoroughly investigate. Possessing elite commando-level skills himself, if the bodyguards couldn't hold him off, Zhou Yang needed to gauge whether he could handle the situation. Manhwa pondered seriously. Yi Xiao would likely have the edge. Rumor has it both he and his brother Yi Xiong were secretly trained assassins by the Qi family, possessing extraordinary skills. That's why Yi is known as the Little Dragon King. Manhwa's words sent a chill through Zhou Yang's heart. If we can't handle him, what then? Manhwa smiled faintly, pulling a sleek compact pistol from his coat and placing it into Zhou Yang's hand. Young master, these weapons are banned in Dragon Nation. Under no circumstances should you draw it unless absolutely necessary. If you truly face danger, just remember, beyond 10 paces, the gun is swift. Within 10 paces, it's both swift and precise. Got it. With those words, Zhou Yang felt reassured. Carefully tucking it away, Zhou Yang felt his confidence soar. A soldier paired with a gun, everyone looks like lambs. After instructing Manhwa to prepare countermeasures against Yi Xiao, Zhou Yang collected yesterday's WeChat Moments check-in rewards. After a long drought of good rewards, today finally yielded several valuable items. Ding! Host posted 5 moments yesterday. Remaining posts 0, breakdown, 2D rank, 1C rank, 1B rank, 1A rank. Rewards for each rank have been distributed. Ding! The A-grade check-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the position of president of the Jiangnan branch of the Longting Club, a trillionaire conglomerate club annual membership card. Upon using this card, the host may exercise presidential authority and possess absolute binding power over all members of the Longting Club's Jiangnan branch. Ding, the B-level check-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the International Capital Titan Sandbox Game Player Entry Ticket Monthly Pass. Upon using this card, the host gains invitation eligibility for the International Capital Titan Sandbox game for the current month. This privilege grants access to top-tier insider information from the global financial industry over the next month, enabling participation in the trillion-dollar financial feast of the knife coin market. Ding, C-level check-in reward has been automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a large gold mine in West Africa. Upon using this card, the host immediately possesses a fully constructed, operational gold mine in the West African desert with reserves of approximately 200 tons. Ding! D-level check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the globally limited edition Lycan Hypersport Gold Custom Edition Supercar. Upon card activation, the host instantly obtains the world's sole Lycan Hypersport Gold Custom Edition vehicle, valued at 700 million dragon coins. Ding! D-tier check-in reward automatically distributed. Congratulations on acquiring the Employee Enhancement Card. Upon activation, the selected employee instantly gains market dominance on par with Rebates, qualifies for a trillion-dollar corporation CEO role, and exhibits 100% loyalty to the host. Whoa! Zhou Yang perked up instantly. It seemed that after his funds surpassed 100 billion, the system had classified him as an entry-level tycoon, actually granting him some tycoon-level rewards. He studied it carefully for a while. A smile crept onto his lips. Wasn't Qi Feng, the eldest son of the Qi family, trying to seize the presidency of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch? Now Zhou Yang had parachuted in as the new chairman. Wondered if Qi Feng would curse his luck when he found out. The Dragon Ascension Association was no ordinary organization. It was one of the most powerful merchant associations in Longwa, exerting immense influence over its members. It served as a crucial platform for financial conglomerates to band together for collective investments and project acquisitions. To put it bluntly, the Dragon Ascension Association can even manipulate market prices and steer economic trends. However, its largest shareholder is the Dragon Nation's Heavenly Palace, ensuring it won't undermine the nation's foundations. In a sense, the Dragon Ascension Association serves as a vital tool for pooling private capital to counter the economic colonization by international powers. As for the entry ticket to the International Capital Titan Sandbox game, Zhou Yang currently has no idea what it's for. Therefore, he directly activated this monthly pass, hoping to see what insider information he would receive in the future. Additionally, that large gold mine in West Africa could perfectly complement the Bali jewelry group he currently held, ensuring he would never have to worry about raw material supply again. As for the Lycan Gold sports car and employee upgrade card, Zhou Yang planned to retrieve them when needed, so he stowed them away in his system storage. After collecting his rewards, Zhou Yang turned his gaze to Mu Lingjuan beside him. He revisited the matter of his younger sister, Wan Ning, becoming his apprentice. Lingjuan, what do you think about my sister becoming your apprentice? Is that okay? Mu Lingjuan chuckled softly. She now considered herself part of Zhou Yang's circle, so she wouldn't refuse. My sister-in-law's matters are my matters. Whether she formally becomes my disciple is just a formality. If Wan Ning wishes to learn from me, I'll certainly guide her with all my effort. Ha! Zhou Yang immediately gave her a thumbs up. That role reversal was lightning fast. Then he said earnestly, "That villa we saw earlier, it's yours from now on." Mu Lingjuan nodded, showing no refusal. Instead, she tentatively asked, "Zhou Yang, I'll go home with you for the new year. It'll be perfect, I can tutor Wan Ning in her studies too." Whoa! Well now. Zhou Yang visibly hesitated. Although Mu Lingjuan was the most divine woman he'd ever encountered, he hadn't had his fill of freedom yet and wasn't ready to shackle himself so soon. After all, he was a man of responsibility. Once married, he wouldn't be able to be a scoundrel anymore. But Mu Lingjuan seemed to see right through his thoughts, replying with a smile. "Zhou Yang, don't overthink it. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime. I simply yearn for the warmth of a home. Seeing how much you care about your family, I assume you have a happy home. I want to be a part of it too. As for what you do outside or how you behave, I won't interfere. Besides, Wan Ning's paintings have such a special quality. I want to nurture her talent properly. Mu Lingjuan was so well-behaved and sensible. Zhou Yang felt a bit ashamed. All right then. Mu Lingjuan giggled softly, as if recalling something amusing, and leaned in to give Zhou Yang a kiss. Remember when I asked you to see that urologist? Of course I remember. Why bring that up now? Look how wild we were last night. Do you really think I need that kind of checkup? Of course not, Zhou Yang. You know I had a failed marriage. That fake man, Wu Xiao, left me with psychological scars. That's why I asked you those questions. Ah, Wu Xiao was so unlucky. Otherwise, with a beauty like you, I probably wouldn't have had a chance. No, fate is predetermined. No matter which path I took, I would have found you eventually. All I want now is for you to give me a child. A child? Yes. I adore children. In a few more years, I might be past my prime childbearing age. So I hope you, Zhou Yang, can fulfill this wish for me. Ah. The child thing. Zhou Yang felt he wasn't ready yet. But Mu Lingjuan had already wrapped herself in a white shirt and taken the initiative. Leaving the house this late every single day. It's not that Zhou Yang is lazy. He genuinely has a lot on his plate. At 2 p.m., he took Mu Lingjuan with him, and only then did Zhou Yang set off with Mu Lingjuan for Western Impression Plaza. His meeting with Wu Xiao was scheduled for 2:10 p.m., so time was tight. Meanwhile, Wu Xiao stood atop the Western Impression Plaza building. He raised his Patek Philippe watch for a glance, a faint smile curling his lips. Looks like young Master Qi has already made his move. This Zhou Yang might be finished already. Alright, gather the media immediately. We need to spread the news of our victory in this high-stakes showdown. With this publicity stunt, Dream Star C-Tech is bound to make waves. My celebrity status will send our stock soaring. Then I can just sell off a tiny fraction of my original shares and recoup yesterday's 20 billion in no time. Ha! I might even make more than that. Just as Wu Xiao was smugly arranging the next steps, a gold-plated sports car roared toward them from the distance. Every vehicle on the road swerved out of the way in panic. No wonder a scratch on this kind of car could cost millions. Better not mess with it. Its dazzlingly luxurious exterior made even Wu Xiao feel a pang of envy. He too wished he could own such a car. But limited edition supercars weren't something money alone could buy. Not only did it require a certain status, but it also demanded a lengthy customization and refinement process, sometimes taking 5 or 6 years. Even the president of their Longtan Club's Jiangnan branch wasn't qualified to own a custom gold-plated version. How could one like this appear in a place like Haicheng? What kind of person could possibly afford to drive such a car? With this question weighing on his mind, Wu Xiao couldn't tear his gaze away from the sports car. He knew it meant someone important had arrived. Yet when the door swung open and its occupant stepped out, Wu Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. The young man in traditional Chinese attire radiated an imposing aura of handsomeness. It was none other than Zhou Yang. 126 Young Master Zhou, spare my life. Zhou Yang. You're finally here. Wu Xiao's eyes darkened as he spoke coldly. But his aura was significantly weaker than yesterday's. Though he refused to admit it, Zhou Yang's entrance had genuinely intimidated him. There was no denying it. A presidential-grade gold customized limousine, the world's sole limited edition sports car, was simply too awe-inspiring. Sometimes, when material possessions reached a certain level, they could be truly terrifying. Though this sports car was hardly an extravagant item in Wu Xiao's eyes, the fact that one could afford it spoke volumes. Zhou Yang draped his arm around Mu Lingjuan's shoulder, still grinning at Wu Xiao. Well, Mr. Wu, ready to kneel and call me daddy? For some reason, Wu Xiao couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Yang's smiling eyes held something deeply unsettling. A vague unease stirred within him. What's going on with young Master Qi? I clearly made arrangements with him yesterday and even sent Zhao Zhao over. How come Zhou Yang is still running around like a jackrabbit today? Zhou Yang's wealth is staggering. If he keeps throwing money around like this, I'm afraid I might not be able to beat him. So, throwing money around is definitely out of the question. We must get young Master Qi to take care of Zhou Yang. Wu Xiao and Zhou Yang exchanged a knowing glance. He feigned concern. Who knows whose dad's in charge here? Hold on, I need to make a call and mobilize funds. With that, Wu Xiao turned back and made a call surrounded by his bodyguards. The call he made, of course, was to young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, I've already sent Zhao Zhao over to you. How come this Zhou Yang is suddenly back on his feet today? But the response on the other end was an immediate torrent of curses. Bull. I waited all night last night, and that never showed up. You know perfectly well my preferences. I've had a massive erection since childhood. Without a woman, I'm in agony. And you made me wait all night for nothing. Oomph. If you can't deliver a woman today, you'd better come over yourself, cleaned up. Oh, and I've already sent little Dragon King Yishao to deal with Zhou Yang. I'll make sure his death looks natural. No one will suspect murder. Wu Xiao was too intimidated to retort. Fortunately, Qi Xiao had already sent someone over. Little Dragon King Yi Zhao's prowess was beyond question a true elite in the assassin's world. To forge him and his brother Yi Xiong into peerless assassins, young Master Qi had locked them away in the celestial prison for 8 years of training. Upon their release, the Yi brothers once defeated twice their number of elite special forces soldiers in combat trials. Of course, no matter how formidable, they remained individuals. In this world, ancient martial arts held no sway before guns and explosives, all were mere dust. But Wu Xiao had one lingering question. Why didn't Secretary Zhao Zhao go to young Master Qi? Didn't she fear that Wu Xiao would slaughter her entire family? Frustrated, he dialed Zhao Zhao's number directly. You damn! You didn't go to young Master Qi? Do you have any idea how badly he berated me? Right now, immediately, go to young Master Qi. Otherwise, I'll run over your entire family with a car. But on the other end of the line, Zhao Zhao's voice remained calm. Mr. Wu, I'm perfectly safe now. You don't need to worry about me. My family is also under protection. You don't need to worry about them either. Oh, and after this call, don't contact me anymore. I'm afraid young Master Zhou will get angry. Holy! This Zhao Zhao, she actually defected to the enemy? Just because Zhou Yang looks like Yanzu from Reader and Wu Xiao can't cut it in that department, you just go and throw yourself at him? Just because Wu Xiao told you to die, you won't go throw yourself at Qi Xiao's feet? How can someone be so ungrateful as Zhao Zhao? He, Wu Xiao, sponsored so many beautiful, impoverished college students, wasn't it precisely so they could sacrifice themselves for him in critical moments? And now he's wasted all that effort? He gave them tens of thousands in living expenses every single month. Just as he was raging internally, Zhou Yang whistled at him from the rooftop of the building. Mr. Wu, my little sweetheart says you called her and threatened her? As a person, you should have some boundaries. Don't go around doing underhanded things. Wu Xiao was already boiling with rage. Zhou Yang's exaggerated accusations were like pouring gasoline on a fire. In a fit of rage, he lost all restraint, cursing like a sailor and even flicking his fingers in a vulgar gesture. Zhou Yang! You bastard! Stealing one woman from me wasn't enough, now you want to take my second one too? Don't think making a few stinking bucks in the stock market gives you the right to show off in front of us real high society tycoons. Mark my words, I, Wu Xiao, am a senior member of the Longting Association's Jiangnan Province chapter, just one step away from becoming an elder. I'm under the protection of Vice President Qi Feng, the young master. You had the nerve to cross me. Young Master Qi promised to help me eliminate you. You're just waiting to die here. Wu Xiao had now reached the point of no return. Zhou Yang's treatment of him had pushed him past the breaking point. Damn it, does being handsome and rich give you free rein to do whatever you want? Why do women throw themselves at Zhou Yang? Why? As for Zhou Yang, seeing that Wu Xiao had completely torn off the mask of civility, no longer maintaining any semblance of decorum, he dropped his usual smirking expression, his face hardening. This young Master Qi you speak of is merely the vice president of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch. Is that so impressive? Sorry, but I'm the newly appointed president of the Jiangnan branch. Both he and you will answer to me and follow my orders. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Wu Xiao nearly burst out laughing. Zhou Yang! You clearly have no idea what kind of colossal entity the Dragon Ascension Society is. With that statement alone, you've already offended the Dragon Ascension Society. From this day forward, you'll never gain entry into the Tycoon Circle again. No matter how much money you hold, you'll face our society's united pursuit. Before long, you'll be drained dry, a bloodless corpse, reduced to a penniless wretch. Of course, that won't happen soon enough. Young Master Qi has already dispatched the little Dragon King, Yi Xiao. You won't even make it through today. As Wu Xiao's words fell silent, below the Western Impression Plaza, a dark figure suddenly broke through Zhou Yang's bodyguard defenses, swiftly scaling the building's roof barehanded. This unique climbing technique left Zhou Yang's elite bodyguards unable to react. The figure moved with astonishing speed. In less than a minute, it scaled the 30-meter-tall plaza building to reach the rooftop of Western Impression Plaza. The shadow's target was unmistakable, Zhou Yang. But just as his head emerged above the rooftop edge, before he could leap onto the building, a bullet pierced his forehead. Thud! The muffled thud of a silenced weapon. Little Dragon King Yi Xiao hadn't even had a chance to show off his prowess before he was sent to the next life. Zhou Yang turned to look at Ma Huayun beside him. Steward Ma, handle the aftermath. A sharp gleam flashed in Ma Huayun's eyes as he nodded. Rest assured, young master. It was merely someone who lost their footing and fell from the building. When faced with a threat to his life, Zhou Yang acted with ruthless decisiveness, showing not a shred of hesitation. Seeing Yi Xiao dealt with, Zhou Yang's face showed no sign of relief. Instead, his expression grew even darker. He turned to Wu Xiao, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Wu Xiao, you must have no desire to live. How dare you send someone to attack me? But I, Zhou Yang, dislike killing. You may live, yet I shall ensure your existence is one of utter misery. Didn't you just mention the consequences of offending the Dragon Ascension Society? Well, you'll soon experience the full wrath of provoking its new leader. I'll drain every last cent from you until you're penniless. Moreover, I've already dumped my 30% stake in Dreamstar C-Tech at rock-bottom prices, netting 80 billion dragon coins. Now, Dreamstar C-Tech's stock price has completely halved. Before long, it will fall below its IPO price and become a complete junk stock. Put. Zhou Yang's words made Wu Xiao laugh awkwardly. When it came to showing off, he felt almost ashamed of himself. Young people these days sure are bold, they'll say anything. Save him? The new Dragon Ascension Society president? Who didn't know the Dragon Ascension Society's presidents were all venerable elders? Each term was led by veterans over 50. Even Qi Xiao, who was vying for the position this year, was nearly 40. How could some pretty boy in his 20s possibly become president? It's utterly unbelievable. Plus, that 30% stake in Dreamstar C Technologies is worth over 300 billion yuan. Even if sold off, it wouldn't fetch less than 80 billion. It could easily cash out over 150 billion. So he didn't believe a single word Zhou Yang said. But just then, his phone rang urgently. Bad news, Mr. Wu. Someone is dumping massive amounts of company shares. Our stock price has fallen below the IPO price, and our market value has plummeted 1,000-fold. The circuit breaker has been triggered, and trading has been suspended. Wu Xiao's eyes darkened instantly. Could Zhou Yang's claims actually be true? But the bad news didn't stop there. The phone rang again. Hello? Wu Xiao's voice trembled slightly, dreading the possibility of hearing more devastating news. It was an elder from the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon Ascension Society on the other end. Wu Xiao, what have you done? How did you manage to offend our new president? The new president wants to expel you from the Dragon Ascension Society. You'd better figure out a way to fix this yourself. With that, the call abruptly ended. Wu Xiao collapsed heavily onto the floor. Only now did he realize that everything Zhou Yang had said was true. But he was no stranger to storms, and his attitude shifted with lightning speed. Thud. Wu Xiao knelt directly before Zhou Yang on the floor. Father, young Master Zhou, you are my true father. Please spare my life. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Have mercy on me. But Zhou Yang didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned his gentle gaze toward Mu Lingjuan beside him. If regret were enough, what use would justice be? Lingjuan, Wu Xiao is kneeling right there. You can go over and teach him a lesson, venting your anger. Yet facing this demon who had controlled her for over a decade, Mu Lingjuan did not step forward to vent her fury. She merely smiled faintly. No need. I'd rather not dirty my hands. Zhou Yang, thank you. Zhou Yang paid Wu Xiao no further attention, leaving him to reap what he had sown. Wu Xiao couldn't let Zhou Yang leave. If he did, his life would truly be over. Young Master Zhou. But before he could finish, a figure stepped in front of him. It was none other than the golden steward, Manhwa. Know your place. Do you think you can meddle with the young master? Get out of here immediately, or I'll throw you off the balcony too. Only now did Wu Xiao truly see Manhwa's face clearly. Up until this moment, Manhwa had always been like a shadow figure. Even when following behind Zhou Yang, he kept his head bowed, never drawing attention. But now Wu Xiao recognized him. This was Manhwa, the man whose connections and influence reached the highest echelons. A lump instantly formed in his throat, like a fishbone stuck there. Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma? Someone of your stature actually refers to Zhou Yang as young master? Ha! How ridiculous of me. Had I known you were here, I would have kowtowed to young Master Zhou and called him father the very first time I met him. Though his words were light-hearted. But deep within Wu Xiao's eyes burned the flames of vengeance. His mind raged wildly. Manhwa, though your connections reach the heavens, the Qi family isn't one to trifle with either. If young Master Qi is willing to lend me his hand, I can turn this tide against all odds. Thankfully, I've been cultivating a 9.8-point beauty, Xiaokor, a university student. Now is the time to pledge my loyalty to young Master Qi. Then, Zhou Yang, I'll make sure you die. Manhwa glanced at him indifferently, utterly unconcerned, and picked up the phone. Inform the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon Ascension Society to invite the young master to attend the new chairman's welcoming ceremony. He's matured enough now, it's time for him to face real trials. 127 The golden butler steps up. Zhou Yang resolves to bring glory to the nation. A sharp gleam flashed in Manhwa's eyes. Though he had always obediently followed Zhou Yang's decisions with lowered head and submissive demeanor. But in that very instant when Zhou Yang fired his gun with decisive resolve, he glimpsed the latent potential within Zhou Yang. Fierce. Only those possessing this quality could establish a foothold in high society. Otherwise, if one relies solely on money, they'll be devoured until nothing remains. The cutthroat nature of high society is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Often, a single word or decision can determine the fate of thousands or even tens of thousands. In extreme cases, it can even dictate the flow and distribution of societal wealth. In this process, sacrificing some individuals is unavoidable. Thus, while the elite tycoons of high society sit indoors chatting over tea, scenes of rivers of blood may already be unfolding beyond their windows. The establishment of the Dragon Ascension Association serves to restrain these major conglomerates, compelling them to divide the pie in a more civilized manner and minimize social upheaval. Simultaneously, it serves to leverage larger capital pools, monopolize industries for massive profits, and counter the economic encroachment of international capital. After butler Jean Manhwa finished this call, Zhou Yang soon received an invitation call. Seeing Longting Association Jiangnan branch displayed on the caller ID, Zhou Yang was somewhat surprised. The Dragon Ascension Society truly had a keen sense of smell. He had just used them for a matter, and now they were eagerly reaching out. Mu Lingjuan noticed Zhou Yang staring blankly and couldn't help but ask, "Zhou Yang, why aren't you answering the call?" Zhou Yang gave a wry smile. "Nothing. I just don't want to deal with people scheming and backstabbing, so I didn't want to answer." With that, Zhou Yang hung up the phone. As a wealthy playboy who lived lavishly every day, why would he waste his life striving for some meaningless career? That would be a waste of life. So even though he had become the president of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch, he had no intention of leveraging that position for anything. All he wanted now was to explore the origins of life with Mu Lingjuan. After returning to Villa 11 at Guanhaishu, Zhou Yang shut himself away to work in isolation. They say it's not the flirtatious women you should fear, but the women who've hit 30. Under Zhou Yang's personal instruction, Mu Lingjuan grasped concepts quickly and made remarkable progress. She was the only one who could spar with Zhou Yang continuously without complaining of fatigue. Ma Huayun shook his head in disbelief outside the door. Even if you're in great shape, you shouldn't be this reckless. The world is so vast one should venture out and see it. Those lonely foreign beauties are waiting for the young master to rescue them. No, the young master must develop some ambition. So he sent Zhou Yang a WeChat message. The message contained an image. In the picture were a diva from the land of cherry blossoms, a widow from the beautiful country, and a member of a girl group from Kimchi land. Below it, Ma Huayun wrote a sentence. "Young master, these girls are all pitiful victims bullied by foreign tycoons. They're all waiting for you to rescue them. You must bring glory to our nation. And the Dragon Ascension Society is your first step to wielding power, stepping beyond our borders, and bringing glory to our nation." Zhou Yang was in the middle of posting to his Moments feed. Today's rewards for posting were quite generous, reigniting his enthusiasm for sharing updates. But Ma Huayun's WeChat message suddenly made Zhou Yang sit up straight, his eyes filled with a determined gaze. Butler Ma truly understands me. As a promising young man of Longwa, I must keep the words "bring glory to the nation" close to my heart. How can I let foreign tycoons run rampant? I will rescue these poor girls from the clutches of those despicable wealth hoarders. Leng Jun, stay here for a few days. I need to head to the headquarters of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch. Don't worry, there are people protecting this place. Safety won't be an issue. Mu Lingjuan looked at Zhou Yang with some surprise. This Zhou Yang changes his mind way too fast. Just this afternoon, he said he had no intention of going to the Dragon Ascension Society. How could he be preparing to go now, barely 3 or 4 hours later? Zhou Yang, is something urgent happening? Zhou Yang's gaze was unwavering, his stride brimming with purpose. Yes. I'm going to bring glory to my country. The nation's affairs are my affairs. I'll shine brightly for Longwa's march onto the world stage. Hearing Zhou Yang speak thus, Mu Lingjuan instantly wore an expression of admiration and no longer tried to stop him. What makes a man truly great? It's his vision and his heart. A man like Zhou Yang, answering the call of the Dragon Nation serving his country was such a profoundly proud endeavor. So Mu Lingjuan pumped her little fist at Zhou Yang. Go for it, bring glory to our nation. By evening, Zhou Yang and Ma Huayun arrived in Jincheng. The headquarters of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch was located in Jincheng. At that moment, the 3 senior elders of the Dragon Ascension Society were shirtless, draped in blankets as they lay face down on massage beds receiving treatments at Jincheng's premier spa club. They chatted while enjoying their treatments. Fu Hongdiao let out a satisfied moan under the masseuse's touch and casually inquired. I personally contacted this new president, Zhou Yang, today. He actually dared to reject my call. Interesting. What do you think? What's the background of this parachuted-in new president? Chen Tianming chuckled, his face full of amusement. Nothing shows up in the records. He's pretty mysterious, anyway. Young Master Chi fought so long for this position, only to have it snatched away. He'll likely force the issue at the new chairman's welcome ceremony. Expect a fierce battle then. Zhou Sidong spat into the ashtray and took another puff on his cigar. A powerful dragon crossing the river. Our Longting Association's Jiangnan branch won't be peaceful anymore. In my opinion, it's time for us to choose sides. If we pick the wrong team tomorrow, our family businesses will be hanging by a thread. They could even vanish overnight. Look at how the new chairman dealt with Wu Xiao today. It was lightning fast and shouldn't be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, $1 trillion corporation vanished, utterly terrifying. Fu Hongdiao, however, snorted dismissively, clearly unimpressed. He began dipping his finger in water and tracing circles on the technician's back as he analyzed. What's $1 trillion company? It's just a bit larger than average among listed firms. But in our Jiangnan province, there are countless trillion-dollar companies that aren't even listed.
That stock market valuation is all smoke and mirrors, only tangible assets are truly reliable. Look at Wu Zhao's Dreamstar C technology, now it's plummeted below even 100 billion yuan in market cap.
It's nothing but a mess.
Besides, Wu Zhao is merely a lackey in young Master Qi's hands.
Young Master Qi holds at least 20 more trillion yuan level industries that aren't listed.
Wu Zhao's downfall is nothing but a minor setback for him. And in Jiangnan province, as long as old Master Qi is still around, young Master Qi reigns as the uncrowned king. The new chairman tried to make an example of him, but this time he's hit a brick wall.
That's why I'm backing young Master Qi this time. Only he is truly reliable. Chen Tianming shook his head, feeling compelled to speak his mind. I disagree. Zhou Yang didn't just parachute into this position as chairman for nothing, he's clearly no pushover. He's tackling the toughest challenge right off the bat, going after young Master Qi. He must have prepared thoroughly, ready for a real showdown with young Master Qi. That's why I think it's wiser to side with Zhou Yang this time. We might just latch onto a powerful ally beyond the Qi family. Otherwise, with the Qi family in control, we so-called three elders will forever remain mere puppets. Each held firm to their own view, convinced their analysis was sound. But Zhou Zidong, the most calculating of the three, blew a smoke ring and smiled faintly. Both of you are correct, but I believe the one who can lead our Longting Association's Jiangnan branch further is the one worthy of being our president. Our president can only be decided within our branch.
Fu Hongdiu and Chen Tianming simultaneously turned to look at Zhou Zidong, both grasping a possible implication.
What do you mean? Zhou Zidong didn't keep them in suspense.
He blew a smoke ring toward the beautiful technician's face and chuckled. Tomorrow, we'll gather all senior members and present Zhou Yang and Qifeng with a challenge.
We'll invest 10 billion dragon coins in each of them.
Whoever can turn that 10 billion into more profit on the international market within 3 days, that person becomes our new president. Ability is the only criterion for leading this club. As for identity, if we're willing to burn bridges, who's afraid of who? After Zhou Zidong finished speaking, Chen Tianming and Fu Hongdiu both lit up with excitement.
Exactly. Brother Zhou is so level-headed. Let's do it his way. Heh, we merchants chase profit. Ability truly is the best measure of a president's worth. I agree.
After reaching this agreement, they had essentially set the tone for tomorrow's welcoming ceremony for the new president.
Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was chatting with Manhwa.
Truthfully, he was also intrigued by Manhwa's enigmatic nature.
Mr. Ma, you never initiate messages to me. Why did you suddenly send one today to provoke me? Manhwa replied respectfully. Young master, your current approach is far too rudimentary. Only by elevating your game will you uncover the true joys of this world. Wealthy individuals and financial tycoons are two entirely different concepts.
One is at the mercy of others, while the other wields power over others.
You'll understand this gradually on your own.
At your current level, young master, you're at best a wealthy man.
As long as no one notices you, you'll be safe.
But if someone does take notice, when the scythe comes swinging, you won't have the strength to defend yourself. Therefore, the wealth you possess must be matched by strength commensurate with that wealth.
Young master, would you agree with what I've said? Steward Ma's words left Zhou Yang feeling rather ashamed. Was he really playing at such a low level? He thought he was playing at a pretty high level.
And he was still thoroughly enjoying it.
But you never know until you compare, and when you do, the gap is huge.
Take a simple example, he was still going out to find girls who caught his eye, while the tycoons simply produced reality shows to cultivate their ideal partners. Their approaches are worlds apart.
Of course, Ma Huayun's words did give Zhou Yang some inspiration.
It seems he too needs to build up the hard power that matches his assets.
So tomorrow's new president welcoming ceremony will be his moment to bare his fangs.
128 Xiao Core's live stream, Qi Xiao makes an appearance.
Zhou Yang truly hadn't anticipated this.
In such a high-end hotel, someone still slipped in a little card.
What was this? Passionate as fire, ready to obey your commands.
What call for appointments, available for in-home visits?
What did they take Zhou Yang for? Did they think he was the type to eat fast food? Seriously. What if it's a honey trap? Zhou Yang couldn't bring himself to toss the little card into the trash. Forget it. I'll just watch some live streams. The local kind. Now Zhou Yang regretted not bringing Mu Lingjuan along.
Because with all the late-night revelry lately, he hadn't realized how unbearably lonely it felt to be alone at night. Now that he was truly alone, time seemed to crawl by. He considered hitting up a bar or something, but Ma Huayun, the tight-lipped guy, refused to go. He didn't know anyone in Jincheng, so he had no choice but to give up. The moment he opened the livestream, a so-called mentor was already yelling at people.
It's 2025. Do you still think buying property will make you money? Don't be foolish. Follow our investment mentor and triple your income in a year. Leave your contact below the little windmill icon. Our assistant will add you and share life-changing opportunities. Put. And this stream still has over 200 viewers? Turns out con artists are the only profession that never goes out of business. Because there are truly enough suckers out there. A new scam every day, each one different. Zhou Yang scrolled down. An 8.5-point beauty, standing on a foot stretcher with her long, slender legs spread apart, was applying a pure yet sensual makeup look while humming softly. Brother Chingfeng, this streamer just won't back down. If you're so confident, go ahead and tip another 100 big beers. TSK TSK. Zhou Yang shook his head. Has the female streamer industry become this cutthroat? With collars this low and even small gifts being monetized, how much electricity does she earn in a night? Scrolled down again. Whoa! Zhou Yang's eyes lit up. Isn't this actress Demimi the stunning beauty with a 9.810 looks rating? But upon closer inspection, it wasn't her. This streamer was younger than Demimi, and just a tad prettier youth definitely has its advantages. Unfortunately, there were only 7 people in the livestream room. New viewers, please support the streamer with a like badge. I'm Xiao Kor, a Demimi impersonator. I can't afford my train ticket home for the university break. Kind souls, please help me buy a ticket to go home. At that moment, the chat exploded with messages. A level 1 freeloader account asked. Free rider who loves free stuff, sis, are you really a dance major born in '06? Yes, I'm a third-year dance major this year. Xiao Kor replied earnestly. With no one in her stream right now, it was only right to reply to every message thoughtfully. Free rider loves free stuff, is she really 5 feet 6 inches with a 30-60 bust? Bro, I never lie. Free coins, love cabbage, stand up and show us your outfit? Free coin lover, I won't watch for free, I'll buy you a light banner. Xiao Kor hesitated, but obediently stood up. After all, those willing to light up for her were the ones boosting her popularity. It was just a matter of showing off her outfit, no big deal. Instantly, a pair of long, snow-white legs appeared before the camera. She spun around before the camera, her ordinary pajamas unable to conceal her captivating figure. Even Zhou Yang couldn't help but be dazzled. This level 1 freeloader account spammed the chat. Free rider loves freebies, girl, you're so fresh. I'm in Jincheng too, wanna grab dinner? Free riding cabbage lover, if you're not too far, I could drive you home. Really? You'd really drive me home? Xiao Kor's clear, innocent eyes lit up instantly. But the next second, as if remembering something, she pouted. But my home is so far away, way up north in Manhwa, over 3,000 kilometers. Can you really drive me all that way? Feng bi bu hua ai gong bai kai, don't ask if I can just come with me, and I'll make it happen. But it's so late now. The dorm lights are about to turn off. I'm worried it might not be safe. How about tomorrow during the day? Feng bi bu hua ai gong bai kai, I'm free right now. Why don't you tell me where your school is? I'll wait for you at the entrance. Zhou Yang watched for a while and couldn't bear it anymore. A college student has no money to go home. If you believe it, donate, if not, don't. But luring the kid out, deceiving their feelings, and trying to get something for free? That's just tacky. So Zhou Yang directly sent a 10 bro carnival gift. Deep feelings speak for themselves, sis, I've covered your travel expenses. Go offline now. There are no good people in this stream, including me. Try to spend less time online in the future. With that, Zhou Yang exited the stream and headed to a PK battle room. The female streamer was shaking her body wildly, her swaying snow-white curves dizzying to watch. Bro. Brother, I'll keep tipping until I'm exhausted. Little sister knows all the moves. Big bro, max out the exhibition hall, and little sis will give out perks all night. Big bro, keep liking little sis keeps changing outfits. How did this get bet on? Planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? That female streamer was a veteran. Spotting a level 66 power user enter her stream, she instantly ramped up her flirtatious act. When love runs deep, it speaks for itself, bro. I don't eat cilantro, are you Mr. AAA, the building materials tycoon? Want to learn more about your little sister? Head over to my profile page. Zhou Yang casually clicked to take a look. Airplane plus green bubbles. Everyone has 2 sides, you must look at both the surface and the inside. Which side do you want to see, bro? Pretty blunt. But Zhou Yang wasn't interested. Having grown accustomed to top-tier beauties, he felt nothing for this average-looking girl who barely scraped by with a 9/10 rating. So after a few glances, he simply exited the livestream. Man, I was hoping to be a big spender in this stream, but aside from that dammy lookalike, none of them catch my eye. Maybe Manager Ma was right, my current approach is too low level. Playing around too much just leads to boredom. Looks like I need to break into higher circles to find real enjoyment. Just as Zhou Yang was about to quit Douyin, a notification suddenly popped up in the chat bar. Core working hard, brother, why did you leave after tipping me? My train ticket is only 150 yuan, I don't need that much. I'll refund the excess after cashing out tomorrow. As for the platform fees, there's nothing I can do about those. Deep feelings speak for themselves, no need. Core working hard, then can you give me your WeChat? Once I have the money, I'll pay you back, consider it a loan. Zhou Yang thought for a moment and sent her his WeChat. Then he tossed his phone aside and went to sleep. Xiaokor sent Zhou Yang a few more messages. When she realized he hadn't replied, she immediately pouted. What a weird brother. He spent so much but can't even be bothered to type a single word. So she sent screenshots of the livestream to her best friend, Zhou Wanning. Xiaokor, Wanning, look how much I made today. Zhou Wanning, wow, 15,000. Kor, you're rolling in it. Did you hit the jackpot? Xiaokor, hee, someone in the livestream wanted to take me out. I knew he was trying to get something for free, so I deliberately told him I lived far away and the school was about to close. Then some big spender with a 66 level gift suddenly felt sorry for me and sent me 10 carnival gifts. Zhou Wanning, what? People like that exist? How naive. Xiaokor, ugh, I feel bad for that big spender. I tried to refund him some, but he refused to take the money back. Can someone really be that rich? It feels almost unreal. Zhou Wanning, who knows? Maybe he really is that rich. Kor, you're on winter break now, right? Come find me as soon as you get back. Hee, I'm totally recovered now. We can sneak out to bars and sing karaoke together. Xiaokor, sounds great. I'm heading back to Qinzhou in a couple days. Wait for me. Zhou Wanning, giggle. Let me tell you a secret, my brother's raking in big bucks in Haicheng. I'll have him treat us to dinner when he gets back. Oh, and he's super handsome, by the way. Xiaokor, I've seen plenty of handsome guys. You're not trying to set me up with your brother, are you? Talk about keeping the good stuff in the family, trying to give away your best friend too. After teasing each other for a while, they both brushed their teeth and went to bed. But Xiaokor still couldn't shake her curiosity about this love-knows-no-bounds brother. She tried adding Zhou Yang on WeChat, only to find her message went unanswered. This left her feeling a bit discouraged. Oomph. I'm a 9.8 out of 10 beauty, just as stunning as Dammy. How could I not spark his interest? Women are like that, they never cherish what comes easily, yet obsess over what seems unattainable. Now she was utterly consumed by curiosity about this enigmatic older brother, Zhou Yang, desperate to lift the veil of mystery surrounding him. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was fast asleep. It wasn't until the next morning when Zhou Yang opened his eyes that he noticed the friend request notification from Xiaokor. After accepting, Xiaokor immediately sent a message. Xiaokor, good morning, brother, straightforward? Zhou Yang, morning. Still as concise as ever. It wasn't that Zhou Yang lacked interest in Xiaokor. It was simply that he couldn't bring himself to act on his feelings toward an innocent college student. But Xiaokor was quite proactive. Xiaokor, brother, I don't even know your name yet. Tell me so I can change my contact label. Zhou Yang, Yang Zhou. When you're out in the world, you give yourself whatever identity you want. Since neither knew the other anyway, making up a name was perfectly fine. Zhou Yang casually collected his social media check-in rewards, though nothing particularly noteworthy appeared. Putting away his phone, Zhou Yang, accompanied by his butler Manhwa, quickly ate a few soup dumplings priced at 1888 each. He then drove his Lycan Hypersport to the headquarters of the Longting Association's Jiangnan branch. At the entrance of Longting Tower, headquarters of the Jiangnan branch, a group of dignitaries in formal attire stood waiting expectantly. They were all eager to see who this new president was who had parachuted into the fiercely competitive, high-stakes Jiangnan province. The new president's first act was to target young Master Qi. Clearly, this dragon crossing the river means trouble. Young Master Qi isn't someone to be trifled with. We're in for a show today. I heard that little dragon King Yi Xiao, one of the Yi brothers under young Master Qi, died at the hands of that new president. He's no pushover either. Young Master Qi has the Qi family backing him, the uncrowned kings of Jiangnan province. The new chairman's arrogant and reckless actions won't hold up here. These people immediately split into two factions. Some held off with the new chairman, Zhou Yang, while others guarded their support for Qi Feng. Just then, a Rolls-Royce Phantom roared to a halt. This ultra-luxury sports car, priced at 200 million yuan with only 3 units produced globally, instantly captured everyone's attention upon its arrival. It's young Master Qi's ride. Young Master Qi has arrived. 129 escalating tensions, a showdown? The Rolls-Royce Phantom had barely come to a stop at the entrance of the Longting building. Instantly, 2 rows of sharply dressed, muscular men in sunglasses lined up on either side, respectfully ushering Qi Feng out of the car. Qi Feng was an exceptionally tall and lean figure, clad in a Louis Vuitton haute couture black trench coat, stepping out in a pair of Tom Ford platinum-plated diamond-encrusted leather shoes, and sporting a large emerald signet ring on his finger. This ensemble alone was worth over 100 million yuan, a fortune ordinary families couldn't accumulate even if they went without eating or drinking for generations. Qi Feng possessed the quintessential upturned eyes, their corners naturally angled upward, radiating an unsettling sense of pressure mixed with an inexplicable comicality. After stepping out of the car, he surveyed his surroundings, advancing slowly along the red carpet laid out by his bodyguards. Just then, Wu Xiao lunged from the crowd and threw himself at Qi Feng's feet. Young Master Qi, you must avenge this insult. That new chairman, Zhou Yang, is utterly lawless. He doesn't hold you in any regard. That wasn't him hitting but he was slapping your face, young Master Qi. You must avenge this. Qi Feng shot Wu Xiao a look of disgust. This good-for-nothing causes trouble outside and then comes back to stir up resentment. Did he think Xi Feng didn't know what was going on? He could tolerate being beaten, but having his position as president snatched away? That was something Xi Feng absolutely could not tolerate. After all, he'd worked so hard for this Dragon Ascension Society presidency. Now, to have it snatched away by some parachuting upstart? He couldn't possibly swallow that humiliation. So he snorted coldly and said, "Get up. Today, I'll see just how much of a big shot this new leader Zhou Yang really is, daring to come to Jiangnan province and challenge my authority." Just as Qi Feng was about to step forward, Wu Xiao had his bodyguards drag a struggling beauty up to the stage. Then, with a sly grin, Wu Xiao whispered into Qi Feng's ear, "Young Master Qi, this is one of the impoverished college students I secretly sponsor. Her name is Xiao Kur, and she's got a 9.8 out of 10 in looks. She'll definitely give you a wild ride." "Oh?" Qi Feng glanced at Xiao Kur, who was desperately struggling, and a smile instantly spread across his lips. "Ha, thoughtful of you. Take her to my private vice president's office. I'll be there to enjoy her shortly." Seeing Qi Feng pleased, Wu Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and signaled for someone to take Xiao Kur away. Xiao Kur was indeed one of the students he sponsored. He supported over 100 such students nationwide. Occasionally, Wu Xiao would visit her at school, bringing small gifts along the way. Facing such a kind benefactor, Xiao Kur had no guard up. That morning, when Wu Xiao invited her for breakfast, she accepted without hesitation. But she never imagined Wu Xiao would reveal his true intentions, so abruptly dragging her into his car to offer her to Qi Feng. For Wu Xiao, he had now lost nearly everything. If expelled from the Dragon Ascension Society, he would lose his protection. All those he had offended over the years would pounce, tearing him to shreds. So now he was gambling everything, desperately clinging to Qi Feng's coattails. Today, he hadn't just captured Xiao Kur, he'd also seized several other college students rated above a 9 in looks, all locked away in his vehicle. If he could please young Master Qi, he'd have a chance to make a comeback. And Qi Feng clearly fell for it. After all, beauties with such divine looks were only consistently found by Wu Xiao. Others might occasionally stumble upon one, but finding them daily was impossible. This was one reason Qi Feng favored Wu Xiao, a veritable beauty excavator. After dismissing Wu Xiao, Qi Feng turned his attention to the 3 senior elders and the numerous high-ranking members of the Merchants Guild. "Alright, head straight to the main hall. I'm here now, no need to wait outside." At Qi Feng's command, every face in the room shifted. "Whoa, young Master Qi is showing his authority in a big way. Forcing us not to greet the new chairman at the entrance, isn't that a bit against protocol?" Young Master Qi saying this means he intends to tear off the mask completely. He probably wants to see who among us truly follows him. Those who disobey young Master Qi will be targeted one by one and won't have a place to stand in Jiangnan province anymore. What should we do? Offending the new chairman won't end well for us either. Just as everyone was at a loss for what to do, a deafening roar of engines erupted from the distance, rapidly approaching the parking lot in front of the Longting building. A golden lichen supercar slammed to a halt in the open space. Zhou Yang, dressed in a bespoke tang suit, stepped out with extraordinary presence. Butler Ma drove straight to a parking spot. Though Zhou Yang arrived alone, his utterly dazzling entrance still drew every pair of eyes in the area. His presence alone commanded more authority than dozens of Qi Xiao's men combined. One man overshadowed the presence of dozens. Look at that presence, that must be the new chairman, Zhou Yang. Who knows how he dared come alone? Doesn't he fear young Master Qi taking direct action? Let's wait and see how much clout this Zhou Yang really has. The senior members whispered among themselves. But the 3 senior elders Fu Hongdiao, Chen Tianming, and Zhou Sidong had already stepped forward with smiles, engaging in diplomatic maneuvering. Ah, what a joyous occasion! Both the new president and vice president have arrived together. Let's proceed to the auditorium for the welcoming ceremony. Today marks the new chairman's inauguration. Let's set aside any disagreements for now. We can discuss them after the ceremony. Chairman Zhou, Vice Chairman Qi, please come this way. As the 3 senior members stepped forward, the senior members immediately parted to form a clear path. After all, beneath the president, these 3 elders held the greatest authority. In a sense, the elders were constants while presidents came and went. Sometimes, their words carried more weight than the president's. Though Qi Feng ruled Jiangnan province with impunity, the 3 elders wielded considerable influence themselves. Their face, therefore, had to be saved. Suppressing his resentment toward Zhou Yang, he replied indifferently, "Then let's proceed inside." Just as everyone assumed today's entrance would proceed without incident, Zhou Yang suddenly raised his hand. "Hold on." Zhou Yang's gaze fixed on Xiao Kur, who was being held by 2 bodyguards in the crowd, his eyes flashing with surprise. Wasn't this Xiao Kur, the little streamer who played the role of Dami last night? How did she end up here? It looked like she'd been kidnapped? Xiao Kur's mouth was covered, leaving her unable to make a sound. She didn't even have the strength to struggle. Spotting Zhou Yang's gaze, her large, pleading eyes instantly filled with pitiful desperation. Ding! Detected Xiao Kur's wish, "Big brother, please save me. I'll never trust strangers again. I don't want to die. Would the host like to invest? Investment options: A. Dragon King Bodyguard Card Daily Pass. B. Dragon King Bodyguard Card Weekly Pass. C. Dragon King Bodyguard Card Monthly Pass. D. Dragon King Bodyguard Card Quarterly Pass. Select any investment option. Upon fulfilling the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding! Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive a Dragon King Bodyguard Card 3-year card. Dragon King Bodyguard Card. Upon activation, the host immediately gains 1 Dragon King Bodyguard, a master of combat and assassination with explosive combat prowess. Utterly loyal, they stand guard over the host's safety at all times. Upon hearing Xiao Ke's wish, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a secret thrill. She really asked for exactly what she needed. In truth, the moment Zhou Yang spotted Wu Xiao nearby, he understood everything. He'd heard from Mu Lingjuan about Wu Xiao secretly sponsoring the beautiful, impoverished college student. So when Xiao Ke mentioned meeting her benefactor over breakfast, she was referring to Wu Xiao. But he never imagined Wu Xiao would be this utterly depraved. After Zhou Yang had taught him a lesson yesterday, he still hadn't learned his lesson. Today, he'd gone even further, kidnapping Xiao Ke and bringing her straight to Chi Feng. It was clear that someone with such a depraved nature could not be allowed to remain free. Otherwise, more innocent female students would fall victim to him. Therefore, he immediately resolved to take action. Wu Xiao, wasn't yesterday's lesson enough for you? Release this girl immediately, or else my methods won't stop at just bankrupting you. The very first thing Zhou Yang did after getting out of the car was confront Wu Xiao. Everyone present, including the 3 senior elders, couldn't help but look grim. Chi Feng had originally planned to set aside the conflict and address it after the welcoming ceremony. But now that Zhou Yang was confronting Wu Xiao, it was essentially a direct challenge to Chi Feng. Zhou Yang was truly acting like a dragon crossing the river, showing no regard for the 3 elders standing. This was simply too much. As displeasure spread across their faces, Wu Xiao had already begun seeking Chi Feng's support. Young Master Chi, look at this Zhou Yang, he clearly doesn't hold you in any regard. In our world of financial conglomerates, manipulating a few ordinary people is perfectly normal, isn't it? Yet he's making a mountain out of a molehill. It's an outright provocation against the authority of our conglomerates. He's deliberately stirring trouble. Young Master Chi, we absolutely cannot back down. Otherwise, this Zhou Yang will end up ting all over us. Wu Xiao's words were pure provocation, utterly mind-boggling. Strangely enough, none of the people present seemed to find it odd. Because what Wu Xiao voiced was one of the tacit rules their financial elite accepted, just something no one usually brought out into the open. Now that Wu Xiao voiced it publicly, they found it somewhat unsettling, yet ultimately deemed it no big deal. After all, this was how they operated. Kidnapping a few college girls? Killing a handful of people? It wasn't exactly earth-shattering. Those standing here had few clean backgrounds, they had all risen from such filthy environments. So upon hearing Wu Xiao's words, everyone began to condemn Zhou Yang. The new chairman is too eager for quick success. He can't wait to start causing trouble the moment he arrives. Looks like he's completely severed ties with young Master Chi today. Where there's a will, there's a way to frame someone. What did Wu Xiao do wrong? Zhou Yang is definitely overreacting. This time, I'm backing Wu Xiao. Without our support, this new president will be nothing but a puppet in the Jiangnan branch. As these senior members murmured among themselves, Chi Feng shot Zhou Yang a forced smile. As the saying goes, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. Zhou Yang, by refusing to give me face like this, are you trying to test my strength? 130 System Reward, Dragon King Bodyguard Lin Aotian. Chi Feng glared coldly at Zhou Yang, his eyes blazing with fury. This Zhou Yang was utterly ungrateful, daring to challenge his authority from the very start. Everyone present knew Wu Xiao was his lapdog, working for him. And that Xiao Ke? She was a woman Wu Xiao had offered him for his pleasure. Now Zhou Yang dared to covet what was already his? From any angle, Zhou Yang was asking for trouble. Chi Feng simply couldn't tolerate it. Since you're so aggressive, Chi Feng, will disregard the old man's instructions and fight you to the end. Zhou Yang glanced at Chi Feng, cloaked in his black trench coat, and dismissed him entirely. Just another weakling hollowed out by drink and women. But Zhou Yang was different. Not only had he not been drained by wine and women, his body had actually grown more robust thanks to the system's rewards. How dare a weakling like Chi Feng challenge him, Zhou Yang? So Zhou Yang didn't even acknowledge him. He simply shoved Chi Feng aside and walked past him, heading straight for Xiao Ke. The force of Zhou Yang's shove sent Chi Feng tumbling headfirst onto the ground. This scene left the 3 senior elders and the high-ranking members present utterly speechless. How dare this new chairman, Zhou Yang, do such a thing? Chi Feng was the grandson of old Master Chi, the uncrowned king of Jiangnan province. To lay a hand on him meant being marked for death. It's over, it's over. Zhou Yang is utterly clueless about his place in the world, he's practically courting death. This spoiled brat, relying on his connections, dares to run wild in Jiangnan province, a place where dragons and tigers roam. He's going to get what's coming to him. Look, young Master Qi is about to lose his temper. Zhou Yang is as good as dead. Following the crowd's gaze, Qi Feng had already been helped to his feet by his bodyguards. Wiping the blood from his lips, Qi Feng's face darkened to an extreme. Yi Xiong, take him down now. Avenge your brother Yi Xiao. I want Zhou Yang torn to shreds. As soon as Qi Feng finished speaking, his bodyguard Yi Xiong drew a dagger and lunged toward Zhou Yang. Qi Feng was this brazen, utterly fearless. He dared to order a killing in broad daylight, right before everyone's eyes. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the three elders exchanged anxious glances. The turn of events was something they hadn't anticipated. It seemed today's events would not end well. Zhou Yang heard the rustling behind him and instantly recognized the attacker as a master. This opponent's strength surpassed even his own as an elite special forces ace. Of course, Zhou Yang wasn't foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. He only needed to rescue Xiaokor and use the Dragon King bodyguard card rewarded by the system. That would be more than enough to handle this Yi Xiong. After all, the system reward was the most desirable option, no need to spend money maintaining it, yet it offered formidable combat power. So Zhou Yang lunged forward in a single stride, knocking the two bodyguards holding Xiaokor flying and scooping her into his arms. Xiaokor watched Zhou Yang rescue her with such forceful determination and suddenly felt dizzy. Good heavens, how could this man be so incredibly handsome? She, who had always been cold toward men, found her heart racing at the sight of Zhou Yang's striking good looks, reminiscent of Yanzu. Oh no, this felt like heart-fluttering. But Zhou Yang paid no attention to Xiaokor's starstruck gaze, continuing to charge forward to evade Yi Xiong's attack from behind. Facing a killer like Yi Xiong, the bodyguards and special agents Zhou Yang had hidden in ambush were utterly useless. So Zhou Yang had to handle it himself. Ding! Detected host successfully investing in Xiaokor's wish, "Big brother, please save me. I'll never trust anyone recklessly again. I don't want to die." Receives tenfold investment return, Dragon King bodyguard card 3-year membership. Use now? Use. Ding! Congratulations, host. Dragon King bodyguard Lin Outyan has appeared at your side and is now protecting your safety. As the Dragon King bodyguard card activated, Lin Outyan materialized like a phantom behind Zhou Yang, unleashing a punch toward Yi Xiong. Boom! The punch struck Yi Xiong's dagger squarely, sending it flying from his grasp. Yi Xiong narrowed his eyes at the sudden appearance of Lin Outyan, his guard immediately rising. From Lin Outyan's presence, Yi Xiong sensed a dangerous aura. A single exchange between masters reveals the depth of their skill. Yi Xiong could confirm that Lin Outyan was the most dangerous enemy he had ever encountered. Seeing Yi Xiong standing motionless, Qi Feng erupted into a furious roar. Yi Xiong, what the hell are you doing? Kill Zhou Yang now. Yi Xiong wanted to, but his strength wouldn't allow it. He had a premonition that if he actually clashed with this black-clad bodyguard, he wouldn't survive 10 seconds. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Young Master Qi, that black-clad man over there is no ordinary opponent. His combat prowess might even surpass mine. Saying this was already a backhanded compliment. Yet the sheer shock value of his words still detonated like a nuclear bomb, leaving everyone charred on the inside and tender on the outside. What? Qi Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, and his volatile temper began to settle. He knew Yi Xiong's level all too well. He was famously known as the Little Dragon King. Unless a true Dragon King level expert stepped forward, no one could possibly be Yi Xiong's match. But now, Yi Xiong claimed he couldn't defeat Zhou Yang's black-clad bodyguard? Could this bodyguard be a Dragon King master? In that moment, countless possibilities flashed through Qi Feng's mind. No wonder Yi Xiao had been killed in retaliation. So this black-clad bodyguard was the reason Zhou Yang had been so brazenly confident. He hadn't even known where this black-clad bodyguard had been hiding moments ago, truly terrifying upon reflection. But what he didn't know was that Lin Outyan had just been summoned by Zhou Yang using the Dragon King bodyguard card. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. It wasn't just Qi Feng, every member present felt a chill run down their spine. Dragon King. Young Master Zhou's new bodyguard is undoubtedly a Dragon King. No wonder he's so cocky. If I had a Dragon King bodyguard, I'd be even more arrogant than him. A bodyguard with Dragon King strength proves young Master Zhou has connections reaching the heavens. No wonder we can't find any information about his background. Now I finally understand. Even young Dragon King Yi Xiong couldn't match that black-clad bodyguard. Looks like young Master Qi is about to be outshone by Zhou Yang today. But Zhou Yang turned back, holding Xiaokor in his arms, and ordered Lin Outyan. Outyan, hold nothing back. Anyone who dares lay a finger on me, eliminate them with thunderous force. Zhou Yang's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Had he spoken like this earlier, everyone present would have dismissed it as overconfidence. But now, hearing him say it, they all felt it was only natural. After all, having a bodyguard with Dragon King level power spoke volumes on its own. Just as everyone anticipated an imminent showdown, the former chairman, Nan Wansheng, intervened to halt the confrontation. Young Master Zhou. Young Master Qi. Hold your horses. Hear this old man out. Both of you come from powerful backgrounds. A major confrontation would have far-reaching consequences. It would also be extremely detrimental to the future management and development of our Flaunting Association's Jiangnan branch. Frankly, your dispute boils down to a power struggle over the presidency. There is a fair way to determine who is more capable of leading as the new president. Would you two like to try it? The contest is simple. Our guild will pool 10 billion for both of you. Whoever leads the team to earn more money within 3 days wins and becomes the next president. The loser becomes vice president, following the president's commands and arrangements. The previous president, Nan Wansheng, had been chosen by the 3 elders as a mediator. This method of competition had been pre-arranged by them. Thus, when proposed by the former president, a figure of such high moral standing, everyone accepted it willingly, finding it entirely reasonable. Shi Feng was now intimidated by Lin Haotian's status as Dragon King and dared not act presumptuously before Zhou Yang. He suppressed his anger and nodded. I have no objections. The position of president must command respect through ability, virtue shall hold it. Testing one's capabilities through a contest is an excellent method. Shi Feng supported this proposal because he was confident in his own money-making abilities. Zhou Yang was merely a greenhorn in his 20s. Could his experience in making money possibly match Shi Feng's? Thus, he agreed without hesitation. But Zhou Yang felt differently. He shot a sharp glance at the outgoing president, Nan Wansheng. Former President Nan, what do you mean by this? I, Zhou Yang, am already the president. Now you want me to take a written exam before I can resume the position? Are you questioning headquarters' decision? But Nan Wansheng remained composed, offering a faint smile as he addressed Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou's direct appointment as president of our Jiangnan branch speaks to his formidable capabilities and powerful background. But our Jiangnan branch is situated in a prosperous region, home to numerous billionaire conglomerates. It's far more complex than just the few names you see on the wealth rankings. Take Wu Xiao, for instance. He may be listed as the 10th wealthiest in Jiangnan province, but in reality, he doesn't even rank in the top 300 here. This alone shows how complex the power dynamics are in Jiangnan province. Therefore, to be a competent president, one must possess the ability to command respect throughout Jiangnan province. Otherwise, as the outgoing 4th elder of the Jiangnan branch, I will activate the Elders' Council impeachment mechanism alongside the top 3 elders to forcibly replace the president. Young Master Zhou wouldn't want his abilities questioned, would he? Or have you already lost your nerve? Afraid to face Shi Feng in a duel? Nan Wansheng's words were soft yet laced with barbs, utterly unsparing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang narrowed his eyes. It seemed being president wasn't going to be easy. But Zhou Yang was no one to concede defeat easily. So what if he was supposed to lead them to make money? He, Zhou Yang, possessed insider information on the international capital Titan sandbox game. With access to $1 trillion fund pool to divide, did he really need to worry about making money? So Zhou Yang immediately nodded with a faint smile. Fine, this young master agrees to the challenge. But this young master has a condition. If you want me to participate in this contest, you must first expel Wu Xiao from the Dragon Ascension Society, expose his dark past to the authorities, and ensure he faces punishment. Additionally, I demand the safety of this young lady be guaranteed. Agree to these 2 conditions, and I'll take the written test. Otherwise, I refuse to lower myself from my position as chairman to re-enter the race for the presidency. 131 Insider Scoop, the Dangwang coin. Zhou Yang's words. His words rang out with conviction. What do you think? These 2 conditions aren't unreasonable, are they? I'm giving up my current position as president to propose these terms. If you refuse, I'll have grounds to suspect your Jiangnan branch isn't cooperating with headquarters. I'll recommend headquarters curtail the branch's authority and limit its transaction volume. When that happens, the losses incurred by the Jiangnan branch will be borne collectively by all of you. Zhou Yang wasn't afraid they'd refuse. He was simply following the rules. Sure enough, after a brief discussion among Nan Wansheng and the 3 senior elders Fu Hongdiao, Chen Tianming, and Zhu Sidong, they all nodded in agreement. Shi Feng had no objections either. After all, a dog could be replaced and a woman could be found again. But losing the position of chairman meant waiting at least another year. Typically, the president served consecutive terms. Take Nan Wansheng, for instance. He held the position for 3 consecutive terms, meaning it took a full 3 years before someone else took over. Therefore, Shi Feng simply couldn't afford to wait that long. Moreover, he had absolute confidence in this competition. It's just about making money in the international market, and his earning power is undeniable and widely recognized. Moreover, making money in the international market didn't involve any backroom deals or data manipulation. The international capital giants were at loggerheads with the Dragon Nation's conglomerates and would never cut corners. To succeed, one had to rely solely on genuine ability. Thus, in Shi Feng's view, this contest was indeed fair. Even if Zhou Yang wanted to cheat, he'd have no way to do so. And so, the matter was happily settled. Next, under Lin Haotian's protection, Zhou Yang entered the auditorium of the Longting building. As for Xiao Kur, Zhou Yang entrusted her to the care of the butler, Manhwa, instructing him to escort her home safely. With so many pressing matters demanding his attention, Zhou Yang paid little further thought to Shaokur, regarding it merely as a minor act of kindness.
Inside the auditorium, the original welcome ceremony for the new chairman had been cancelled and replaced with an investment debate. The outgoing president, Nan Wansheng, smiled at Zhou Yang and Chi Feng seated in the vice president positions. His face was so deeply wrinkled it could trap a fly. "Gentlemen, allow this old man to preside over this final investment seminar. The future belongs to you young people. For fairness' sake, the investment projects will be competing on require you to make your selections within 3 hours. Then lock in the trades. 3 days from now, whoever's project yields the highest profit wins. This tests your investment acumen and ability to uncover market potential. Begin selecting suitable projects now. Remember, you cannot choose the same investment project to avoid a tie." The rules sounded fair enough. Zhou Yang saw no issues either. But no sooner had Nan Wansheng finished speaking than Chi Feng piped up. "I'm going all in on AI industry stocks." Chi Feng had rushed to answer because he feared Zhou Yang might claim that sector. That would mean missing out on the first mover advantage. Sure enough, the moment Chi Feng announced his investment direction, a wave of applause erupted. The AI industry was the hottest sector today, evolving at a breakneck pace. Especially in recent months, it had experienced an unprecedented boom. From smart cars and smart homes to office software, its applications span vast scenarios, covering every category of human life. Not just Chi Feng, but everyone present held high hopes for this market. If handled well, one could reap the industry's dividends for at least 2 to 3 months, making a fortune. With gold and other heavy metals continuing their downward trend in international financial markets, AI truly stands out as the sole bright spot. There's no better investment than AI right now. Young Master Chi has such foresight, securing AI industry stocks ahead of the curve. Zhou Yang missed his chance. The game is already over. Looks like Zhou Yang is bound to lose this time. I always said backing young Master Chi is never a mistake. This just proves my judgment right again. Numerous senior members nodded in agreement. All felt Chi Feng had this one in the bag. After all, AI is riding high. Few other industries could match its potential for significant gains within just 3 days. Even the veteran chairman, Nan Wansheng, couldn't help but nod in agreement with Chi Feng's assessment. Young Master Chi's insight was truly sharp. But he still went through the motions of asking. "Young Master Chi, there are still 3 hours left. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "No need to think about it. I'm going with it." Chi Feng waved dismissively, swiftly maneuvering his account to allocate all funds into the AI's upstream and downstream industries, sitting back to collect the profits. With Chi Feng's swift decision, all eyes turned to Zhou Yang, eager to see how he would choose. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang was busy checking his phone for insider information within the international financial titan sandbox game. OPEC announces crude oil production cuts, with crude-related products expected to rise 30% within the next month. A month was too long to wait. Zhou Yang shook his head decisively. Civil war looms in West Africa's Gonkin Republic, disrupting gold production. Gold prices projected to rise 5% within 2 weeks. Zhou Yang shook his head again. The appreciation margin was too small compared to the AI industry. It was practically laughable. After browsing dozens of insider reports, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It seemed as though every event unfolding across the globe could be foreseen here days in advance. A terrifying suspicion began to take root in his mind. Could it be that all the events in the world were orchestrated by these financial titans? Just as Zhou Yang was deep in thought, a newly refreshed message caught his eye. President Chuan Jianguo launches Duang coin. Subscription price, 7 Duang coins. Sale begins in 2 hours. Projected maximum 500x increase within 3 days. Instantly, Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock. 500 times? Invest 10 billion dragon coins and get 5 trillion back? Holy crap! That's insane. Since it was insider information, the reliability of the source's intelligence was clearly solid. At that moment, Zhou Yang perked up. Seeing Zhou Yang sit up straight, Nan Wansheng turned his gaze toward him. "Young Master Zhou, have you decided on the project? Once you've made your choice, we can proceed with the investment." Zhou Yang desperately wanted to say yes. But the Duan coin hadn't even been released yet. To mention it prematurely would only prove he had insider information. So Zhou Yang casually replied. "What's the rush? We still have 3 hours, right? I was just stretching." Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Chi Feng, who had been momentarily worried, immediately shot back with sarcasm. "Zhou Yang, if you want to admit defeat, just say so now. After all, you don't have my keen investment. There's no shame in that. Otherwise, dragging this out is just wasting everyone's time. Making them waste 3 hours on you, does your conscience even allow that?" Hearing Chi Feng's words, Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow and shot him a dismissive glance. What's the big deal? Did Chi Feng think he had this in the bag? So eager to jump out and accuse him, Zhou Yang? So Zhou Yang casually folded his arms behind his back, adopting a lazy posture. The rule to select investment projects within 3 hours was set by Chairman Nan. "I merely studied it a bit longer. I didn't exceed the time limit. How is that wasting everyone's time?"
Investment projects require careful analysis and prudent consideration. We're responsible for everyone's assets, we can't just make impulsive decisions on a whim. So you should all learn from my steadiness, not act as rashly as you, Chi Feng. Ha! Chi Feng was rendered speechless by Zhou Yang's retort. Damn! Now Zhou Yang was lecturing him? Oof. I'll give you 3 hours. Let's see what kind of trash project you come up with after that. Chi Feng snorted coldly, crossed his legs on the desk, and glared at Zhou Yang. Meanwhile, the senior members of the Dragon Ascension Club were equally skeptical of Zhou Yang. Ah, pride comes before a fall. Forget 3 hours. Even if Zhou Yang had a whole day, he couldn't possibly pick a better project than young Master Chi's. I'll be damned if I don't see how he plans to account for our funds. 10 billion isn't pocket change, let's hope he doesn't blow it all. You all think Zhou Yang is bound to lose? But he seems perfectly calm and collected, not the least bit nervous. Maybe he really can come up with a good project. Even the 3 senior executives exchanged glances, exchanging opinions. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Hard to say. Let's see what project Zhou Yang picks. There might be a surprise. Anything's possible until the dust settles. Best not to speculate now. Disappointingly, Zhou Yang wasn't studying the international market to pick a project. Instead, he lazily had Lin Outyan massage his shoulders and ended up dozing off comfortably in his chair. He even started snoring. Wasn't Zhou Yang being a bit too dismissive of everyone? Seeing Zhou Yang like this, everyone felt dissatisfied. Especially Chi Feng, who couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Zhou Yang was playing the perfect unwitting accomplice. He couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and confront Zhou Yang once more. Zhou Yang, is this what you call being steady, serious, and thorough analysis? So steady that you fall asleep right in your chair? Ridiculous. I don't think we even need to continue this competition. Zhou Yang clearly knows nothing about investing. To prevent him from randomly picking a project and squandering everyone's 10 billion yuan, I suggest old Nan just announces the results early. Nan Wanqing shook his head. He too felt there was no point in continuing. His gaze shifted to the 3 senior elders. Young Master Zhou has clearly given up. I suggest we declare the contest results now. But just then, Zhou Yang opened his eyes. He glanced at the latest Huawei Watch GT6 on his wrist and lifted his head coldly. There's still an hour and a half left before the project selection process concludes. Announcing the results now? Are you all just going to skip the performance altogether? 132 rules? You made them. I'm just enforcing them. Do you think I'm too easygoing because I haven't shown my temper? As the newly appointed president, I came to your Jiangnan branch only to be forced into this ridiculous contest to re-elect me. I haven't lost my temper yet, that's already being polite. You set the rules, yet you're the ones breaking them? What exactly are you trying to pull? Are you really planning to skip the charade altogether? Just eager to get Chi Feng elected president so you have an excuse to snatch my position as the new president, right? Then let me ask you this, ever since I arrived at the Jiangnan branch, who has been the one acting aggressively, you or me? Explain yourselves clearly to me now. But Zhou Yang's tone remained calm. But it wasn't until Zhou Yang's anger erupted that those present suddenly snapped to attention. Their earlier words had been downright outrageous. Zhou Yang was the person sent by the Longting Association headquarters to take over as the new president. He was now operating according to the rules of the Jiangnan branch. Yet they were still scheming to break the rules. Such actions would certainly not stand up to scrutiny if reported back to headquarters. So when Zhou Yang spoke up, everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The 3 senior elders and former president Nan Wanqing exchanged glances. This Zhou Yang, could it be he can't find investment projects and is shifting tactics, just waiting for us to confront him? Highly likely. I suspect he did it on purpose. We were all fooled by his act of feigning ignorance. What do we do now? If he keeps pressing this point, we'll be at a disadvantage. Let's try explaining it to him first. We can't completely disregard headquarters' face. If we look too greedy, headquarters will definitely be furious. After a moment of discussion, Nan Wanqing turned back to Zhou Yang with a renewed smile plastered across his face. Young Master Zhou, we assumed you had voluntarily withdrawn from the competition earlier, which is why we were about to announce the results. It was indeed our oversight. The competition will now continue. Please adjust your attitude, no more sleeping here. Seriously allocate your funds to select investment projects and don't disappoint everyone. Nan Wanqing's words were flawlessly crafted. He apologized first, then subtly shifted blame onto Zhou Yang himself, all to prevent Zhou from exploiting the situation. But Zhou Yang had no intention of exploiting the situation anyway. He had a surefire investment project, the perfect opportunity to showcase his investment acumen. Why would he abandon the competition just to stir trouble? He was merely waiting for the limited release of Duan coin at 11 a.m. His outburst was meant to intimidate these old farts. Otherwise, if he appeared too mild-mannered, they would definitely walk all over him. Glancing at the clock, he saw only 2 minutes remained until the Tongwang coin launch. So Zhou Yang put on an act, glancing at various stock indices, futures, funds, and other projects, pretending to carefully select his next move. At 11 hours and 1 second, the moment the cryptocurrency interface refreshed and displayed the inconspicuous new token, Dang Wang Coin, Zhou Yang immediately declared, "I'm going all in on Dang Wang Coin." All in on Dang Wang Coin? A newly launched coin? All the senior members present, along with the 3 founding elders, shook their heads. They knew the virtual currency world all too well. This is nothing but a pump and dump scheme designed to fleece investors. Cryptocurrencies pop up constantly, only to vanish after a few days or even hours. The risks are enormous. Beyond the few well-known major coins, new cryptocurrencies like this one weren't even worth looking at. They were guaranteed to lose money. So the moment Zhou Yang spoke, they immediately knew he was doomed to lose. Zhou Yang's casual squandering of their members' funds was utterly irresponsible. Well, looks like this 100 billion is going down the drain. Well, if it's down the drain, so be it. It's actually a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, if he becomes chairman and makes bad decisions, we'd only lose even more. This time, let's keep our mouths shut and just play along with him. When the results are revealed, everything will be clear enough. Exactly. We can't give him any ammunition. Let's just quietly watch him make a fool of himself until he has nothing left to say. Though the senior members were dissatisfied with Zhou Yang's actions, they were intimidated by his authority and didn't demand he concede this time. But in their hearts, Zhou Yang randomly picking a cryptocurrency was practically the same as admitting defeat. While there was a slim chance it could succeed, such a massive influx of currency into the crypto space would likely prompt the issuer to immediately delete the coin and run away. As for Chi Feng, he simply smiled without comment. Why rush when victory was assured? He even happily opened a dating sim game, the kind where spending money unlocks intimate interactions with female characters. Congratulations, young Master Chi, on your 500,000 yuan top-up. Intimacy with character number 1, Lin Xiaoxiao, has reached 100%. You may now engage in intimate actions with Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, ugh, master. How could you peek at me changing my socks? Chi Feng wore a lecherous grin as he pinched the screen to zoom in. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang had already completed his heavy investment in Trump Coin during this time. Then Zhou Yang stretched lazily. Alright, I've finalized my investment projects. I'll be back here in 3 days. Get ready to worship me. With that, Zhou Yang walked away without looking back, taking Lin Outyan with him. The members of the Jiangnan branch sat in the auditorium, utterly stunned. What arrogance! Thank goodness the elders had the foresight to devise this trial method. Otherwise, we'd have been completely screwed over by him. I wonder what headquarters was thinking, sending some spoiled brat like him to be our branch president. This is just setting us up for failure. Never mind. The answer will be revealed in 3 days. Let's call it a day for now. Chi Feng closed the game, grinning as he watched Zhou Yang's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Just a greenhorn. As long as we avoid direct conflict, we can toy with him to death using other means. Yi Xiong, however, stood nearby, still shaken, and asked cautiously. Young Master Chi, should we request the old man to send more reinforcements? If that Dragon King expert Lin Outyan under Zhou Yang's command poses a threat to you, I might not be able to stop him. Yi Xiong's words sent a sudden chill through Chi Feng. It wasn't impossible that Zhou Yang, fearing defeat, might resort to desperate measures and eliminate Chi Feng first. Zhou Yang had come to Jiangnan province to take up the position of chairman, and he couldn't possibly be unaware of the Chi family's standing in the province. Yet from start to finish, Zhou Yang had been utterly arrogant, acting as if the Chi family meant nothing to him. This suggested Zhou Yang's background was absolutely staggering, highly likely the offspring of a major figure in the capital, or even a top-tier second-generation heir from the Celestial Palace. Such individuals often command utterly loyal followers who serve as their frontmen for handling affairs. Therefore, for the time being, it would be best for Chi Feng to keep a low profile and avoid drawing Zhou Yang's attention. Chi Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. Have the old man send over Shenlong and Shenhu as well. What Chi Feng didn't know was that Zhou Yang had already left Jincheng. Now that he had Lin Outyan as his personal Dragon King bodyguard, Zhou Yang felt free to roam wherever he pleased. His primary objective now was to head to Shanghai and activate that employee transformation card. Just moments ago, Duan Yu had called him to vent his frustrations, complaining that being the CEO of a company worth hundreds of billions was simply too difficult. He feared his incompetence might strain their brotherly bond, so he wanted Zhou Yang to find someone more reliable. But Zhou Yang, armed with the employee transformation card, simply laughed. With such a powerful tool at his disposal, did he really doubt Duan Yu's ability to handle a small company worth 100 billion? So Zhou Yang immediately diverted his route from Jincheng to Shanghai. Because that kid Duan Yu had just called him complaining about wanting to quit, saying he lacked the ability to handle the CEO job. Inadequate? That had Zhou Yang laughing out loud. He had the employee transformation card in his hands, how could he possibly doubt Duan Yu's capabilities? Anyway, there were no other commitments for the next 3 days at the Longting conference. So Zhou Yang planned to head to Shanghai first to give Duan Yu a boost and catch up with a few friends while he was at it. Ever since Zhou Yang left Shanghai, Luo Yun had been bombarding him with messages, insisting on treating him to a proper celebration. Once Zhou Yang arrived in Shanghai, Luo Yunke could arrange for a mysterious celebrity female guest to make an appearance at any time, guaranteeing excitement. Though Zhou Yang no longer harbored much desire for women, he still retained some interest in celebrities with their aura of glamour. Even if he wasn't interested, he still had a few acquaintances in Shanghai. After all, Ning Jixia and Mei Fonglin were waiting for his attention in Shanghai. On the way, Zhou Yang observed Lin Outyan, who remained cool and silent the entire time. Curious about Lin Outyan's true capabilities, he couldn't resist teasing him. Outyan, can you fly? No. Then are you the heir to an ancient martial arts clan? Nope. There's no such thing as ancient martial arts clans. It's all a scam. Then what level are your skills? Can you catch bullets with your bare hands? Young master, could you ask something normal? This is getting ridiculous. Zhou Yang chuckled. He'd read too many novels about dragon kings and their in-laws, and wanted to see if Lin Outyan matched the descriptions in those stories. But unfortunately, Lin Outyan was just a slightly more capable ordinary person, no special abilities whatsoever. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Zhou Yang pretended to pull out a cow bile pill he'd bought along the way. After tearing off the packaging, he approached Duan Yu. He began extolling its benefits to Duan Yu. You ungrateful son. Your godfather brought you something special. Duan Yu, already overwhelmed by company matters, responded with a wry smile when Zhou Yang approached. What's this good stuff? Zhou Yang chuckled. I got this from a master during a live stream last night. Eat this, and I guarantee you'll become incredibly smart, automatically inheriting the business acumen and wealth of a top-tier tycoon. That powerful? Doubtful, Duan Yu took it and examined it closely in his hands. You're not trying to pull the wool over my eyes, are you? He couldn't shake the feeling Zhou Yang was pulling his leg. Actually, Zhou Yang was indeed deceiving him. The medicine definitely didn't have that effect. But the employee modification card did. Using the directly on Duan Yu would be too abrupt, wouldn't it? That's why Zhou Yang made up this excuse. Hurry up and eat it. You'll see if it works. Bro, I'm here to take you out and show you a good time. Upon hearing Zhou Yang was taking him out, Duan Yu immediately swallowed the cow bile pills without even a sip of water. When good fortune like this comes knocking, you gotta jump on it. Whether it was a placebo effect or not. As soon as he swallowed the pill, his mind cleared instantly, and business ideas began flooding in. Tasks that had seemed daunting suddenly felt incredibly simple. Ha! Is it really that effective? He stared at the task that had troubled him all day, now realizing it could be perfectly resolved in under 2 minutes. Duan Yu let out an excited squeal. This pill is amazing. Of course it was. Because Zhou Yang had used the employee enhancement card. Watching Duan Yu handle the task, Zhou Yang whispered softly in his ear. On my way here, I contacted Luo Yun. He's invited a bunch of top-tier movie stars today. It's a high-end event. This time, we can fulfill all kinds of fantasies. Duan Yu perked up instantly. Is my favorite Bing Bing there? 133 one drink, 1 million. Take it or leave it. Zhou Yang shrugged. You'll find out when you get there. Luo Yun didn't tell me who exactly would be there. Tonight's venue, arranged by Luo Yun, was the spherical revolving restaurant atop the Pearl Tower. Dining here offered a panoramic view of Shanghai's nightscape. Of course, they wouldn't be dining in the main hall like everyone else. They had their own private luxury suite. Even the access route was via a private elevator. When Zhou Yang and the others arrived, the room was already filled with people. Spotting Zhou Yang approaching, Luo Yun immediately introduced him with great fanfare. Come on, guys, allow me to formally introduce someone I hold in the highest regard, my big brother. Zhou Yang, young master Zhou. Ha, we're tight as brothers. My big brother is your big brother. Come on, everyone, let's all call him Big Brother and give young Master Zhou a proper welcome. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent at Luo Yun's words, turning their astonished gazes toward Zhou Yang. Luo Yun's family, the Luo Group, was renowned as a foreign trade giant. Within their social circles, regardless of age, anyone encountering Luo Yun would address him as either young Master Luo or Big Brother. Now, young Master Luo was actually calling himself a younger brother in front of this Zhou Yang. That meant Zhou Yang's status was no ordinary affair. The gazes they cast upon Zhou Yang instantly brimmed with curiosity and awe. However, among this group of friends, there were still a few whose status was comparable to Luo Yun's. They clamored to ask. Luo Yun, you're not pulling our leg, are you? If you call him Big Brother, doesn't that mean I, Wu Bin, have to call him Big Brother too? Yeah, you don't even call me, Huang Tao, Big Brother, but you're calling this Zhou Yang Big Brother? Who the hell is this guy? He's your big brother, Luo Yun. I, Wang Hui, won't acknowledge him. If you want me to call him brother, he'd better show us some real skills that convince everyone. Of course, these three were the only ones at the banquet who could stand on equal footing with Luo Yun. As for the rest, they naturally dared not voice any objections. Luo Yun had intended to introduce Zhou Yang to his brothers, but seeing their lack of enthusiasm, his expression darkened instantly. Wu Bin, Huang Tong, Wang Hui were all out here together. Can't you spare your brother some face? I even told young Master Zhou you guys were my best buddies, and now you're making me look bad in front of him. But Huang Tao was the first to shake his head. Calling him young Master Zhou is fine, but calling him big brother? I'd have to ask if he's worthy first. The man who'll be my big brother hasn't even been born yet. Huang Tao retorted, equally displeased. Right on. I'm backing Huang Tao here. Not just anyone can be our big brother. Otherwise, word gets out and we'll be laughingstocks in our circle. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Luo Yun's neck flushed crimson with rage. These damn jerks. They call each other brother and big brother all the time, but when it matters, they pull this crap? They don't give a damn about Luo Yun's face. Remember, to make sure Zhou Yang had a good time at tonight's banquet, Luo Yun had shelled out 30 million. He'd invited dozens of top-tier actresses and these so-called friends he thought were reliable, all to show Zhou Yang his influence. But the moment Zhou Yang walked in, they started embarrassing Luo Yun. How could he not be furious? You guys? Seriously. I'm speechless. I should have never invited you guys over, you're nothing but trouble. But saying that only made things worse. Even Wu Bin, who hadn't been particularly critical earlier, now looked displeased. Luo Yun, what exactly are you implying? So basically, you're saying that besides Zhou Yang, the rest of us shouldn't have come? If you're so picky, we'll just stay out of it. No point in sabotaging each other later. Huang Tao slammed his hand on the table and stood up. The wine glasses on the round table rattled violently. Luo Yun, I see it now, you don't consider us brothers at all. My temper flared today, and I just want to see what you're made of as our leader. If he's qualified to be the leader of our group, I'll admit my mistake and apologize. If he doesn't, don't blame me for not giving you face today and giving him a good beating. Huang Tao chimed in from the side. Rough words, but true. I'm backing Huang Tao on this one. As the tension in the room reached a boiling point, the remaining second-generation youths of lesser standing stood by, fists clenched, watching the spectacle unfold. Only the chubby kid, Zhang Yi, stood up to speak for Luo Yun. Huang Tao, you lot should stop this nonsense. Young Master Zhou does have an impressive background, but even Ma. But before he could finish, Huang Tao cut him off. Who cares what his background is? No matter how big it is, it can't be bigger than ours. In Shanghai, I've never seen anyone stronger than us. So, Mr. Zhou, do you dare take us on? Luo Yun and Zhang Yi were both getting impatient. Today, this Huang Tao who knows if he'd been kicked in the head by a donkey came right out swinging at Zhou Yang. The Fong family's influence was undeniably formidable. Originally, the Fong group's strength was on par with Luo Yun and his group. But over the past 2 years, the Fong group had surged forward, securing several major development projects in Shanghai. Their assets had skyrocketed overnight, transforming them into a trillion-dollar conglomerate. Thus, Huang Tao considered himself the undisputed leader among this group of brothers. When he heard Luo Yun actually telling him to call someone else the boss, he felt immense resentment and immediately regarded Zhou Yang as an enemy. Zhou Yang smiled at Huang Tao, realizing it was time to show his hand. He waved toward Luo Yun and Zhang Yi. Since brother Huang Tao wants to test my mettle, let's draw a line in the sand. I'm also curious to see what kind of stakes brother Huang Tao intends to set for tonight's banquet. After all, Luo Yun was hosting, and Zhou Yang had no intention of escalating things beyond repair. He gave Luo Yun face. Thus, he diffused the tense atmosphere with remarkable magnanimity. Huang Tao, seeing Zhou Yang actually accept the challenge, flashed a smug smile. Fine, Zhou, I'll give you credit for having some guts. Let's see who's willing to spend more. Have the brothers take turns toasting us 500,000 yuan per toast. What do you say? We Shanghai men value face above all. I won't make it too hard on you. If you can't afford it, just call me brother when you lose. I'll let you stay at this table for dinner and still consider you family. Zhou Yang had expected more to follow. But after waiting for a long while, Huang Tao didn't say anything else. Curiosity got the better of him. What if I win? Win? Zhou Yang's words instantly set off a roar of laughter. Everyone knew Huang Tao loved nothing more than these money drinking games. First, Huang Tao could hold her liquor. 5 bottles of Maotai down and she'd still be perfectly clear-headed. Second, he was loaded, he kept over 1 billion yuan in his pocket money, so he could afford it. So this contest wasn't just about wealth, it was also about drinking prowess. It wasn't that anyone doubted Zhou Yang. Rather, they believed Huang Tao held the upper hand in both areas. Zhou Yang might have connections, but he certainly couldn't match Huang Tao's wealth or drinking capacity. Even if he had Huang Tao's money, he wouldn't have Huang Tao's stamina. So no matter how you look at it, Huang Tao was a sure bet to win. Yet after hearing Huang Tao's words, Zhou Yang's lips curled into a playful smile. Throwing money around. That was his favorite pastime. But he never threw money around for nothing. First, he needed to stimulate a desire, then earn it back. So Zhou Yang deliberately teased Huang Tao. Not a bad idea, but the stakes are a bit low. How about 1 million per drink? Also, if I win, you'll have to acknowledge me as your big brother, right? I don't need your apology, but you'll have to apologize to my brother Luo Yun. How about it? Seeing Zhou Yang's challenging gaze, Huang Tao immediately nodded in agreement. Fine, $1 million it is. Today, Huang Tao will show you exactly what a big brother's strength looks like. No need to talk big. If I lose, I won't be a sore loser. I'll apologize to Luo Yun. Zhou Yang smiled slightly upon hearing the acceptance. Ding. Detecting Huang Tao's wish, want me to admit defeat? First drink 100 cups of Moutai. Would the host like to invest in this wish? Investment options: A. 100 million. B. 200 million. C. 500 million. D. 1 billion. Select any investment option. Upon completion of the target wish, you will receive a tenfold return. Ding. Based on your previous request, option D has been automatically selected for you. After the tenfold return, you will receive 10 billion dragon coins. 1 billion dragon coins deducted from your balance. Current bank card balance, 231.22 billion, with 10 billion locked by the Supreme Black Jade card. Simple as pie, just a 10 billion wish. How could Zhou Yang possibly refuse? With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Yang gave his consent. Let's begin. With his master sommelier skill, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk unless he chose to fake it. So whether it was wealth or drinking prowess, Huang Tao stood no chance of winning. She could only wait to be humiliated by Zhou Yang. Hearing Zhou Yang's words, Huang Tao instantly smiled. Alright, Luo Yun, add this Zhou guy to our player group. All transfers must be made within the group chat. Specify the recipient's name so everyone can see it. No private transfers allowed to prevent cheating. Luo Yun was the first to raise his wine glass, toasting Zhou Yang. Young Master Zhou, sorry to make you witness my brother's embarrassment. Ah. Zhou Yang smiled faintly. It's fine. Young people are competitive, it's understandable. Youngsters? Judging by Zhou Yang's tone, it seemed as though he was ancient. But this also revealed Zhou Yang's mindset. To him, Luo Yun and the others, these second-generation rich kids untouched by the cutthroat business world, were no different from a bunch of kids. With a glass of wine down his throat, Zhou Yang immediately transferred 1 million yuan to Luo Yun in the newly created group chat. Luo Yun felt a bit awkward. Looks like we're putting young Master Zhou out again today. Zhou Yang laughed heartily. Why so formal? It's just a little money, no need to worry about it. Huang Tao watched Zhou Yang putting on airs and immediately curled her lips in disdain. She immediately transferred 1 million yuan to the guy pouring drinks in the group chat. Someone keep track of the count, don't let this young Master Zhou back out later. 134 9.9 point goddess Lengba stuns the crowd. Huang Tao maintained an air of home field advantage. Because deep down, he was convinced he couldn't lose. Thus, his tone was forceful. He was also quite rude to Zhou Yang. Duan Yu, watching from the sidelines, couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Yang, this Huang Tao thinks too highly of himself, he's acting like he owns the place. And that drinking and money throwing game? It's probably just a scheme to team up and rip you off. How could you agree to that money throwing nonsense? Zhou Yang merely patted his shoulder. Old Duan, each drink costs $1 million. Didn't you buy me a few rounds? Duan Yu was instantly speechless. Sigh, there's just no talking sense into Zhou Yang. Drinking like that, using those tiny cups costing a penny each, wouldn't he end up pouring billions down the drain in a single night? That's hundreds of millions. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. The ways of high society are utterly insane. If Zhou Yang hadn't brought him out, he'd never have imagined such scenes existed. Judging by Zhou Yang's nonchalant demeanor, he clearly encountered such scenes regularly. He hoped he was overthinking it. Though his heart resisted, his body was brutally honest. After all, it was 1 million yuan for a single shot of Moutai. First off, he'd never tasted Moutai before. Second, 1 million yuan was free money, why would he turn it down? So he promptly downed 3 shots in a row with Zhou Yang. Instantly, 3 million yuan was in his pocket. That burning sensation felt damn good. With these funds, he could finally top up the accounts for those with gambling dads, sick moms, school-age brothers, and broken-hearted girlfriends. This time, he was going to give his favorite Miss Number 8 a whopping 500,000 yuan in one go. Just as Duan Yu was lost in his wild fantasies, his body was suddenly jostled aside by others offering toasts. Though they were also rich second-generation kids, their pocket money paled in comparison to Luo Yun's crew. A single 1 million yuan toast was enough to cover their weekly expenses. Thus, they were incredibly enthusiastic, rushing over to drink with Zhou Yang. In an instant, the room was filled with the clamor of toasts, an incredibly lively scene. This scene left Duan Yu utterly dumbfounded. Damn! Are these damn rich kids that desperate for money? He tried squeezing in several times already but couldn't get through. After about an hour of drinking, the dozen or so cases of Moutai in the room were completely wiped out. Huang Tao was starting to feel lightheaded too. He'd downed over 4 bottles without a single bite of food it was getting to him. But Zhou Yang, on the other hand, remained as calm as ever, accepting every drink offered. He showed absolutely no signs of getting drunk. Seriously? Could this Zhou guy really hold his liquor that well? Could he actually outdrink Flaunting, the Shanghai drinking champion? If Zhou Yang outdrinks him, Flaunting would lose face today. Just as Flaunting hesitated, Duan Yu suddenly approached with a smile, raising his glass. Come on, young Master Fong, don't just stand there. On behalf of my boss, Zhou Yang, I'm toasting you with 10 shots down them all in one go. Flaunting couldn't refuse and had to down 10 shots with Duan Yu. After downing a total of 1 liang of liquor, Flaunting could barely hold it in any longer. He vomited onto the table. I can't do it anymore. I can't drink anymore. I surrender. While she still had her wits about her, Flaunting waved her hands, signaling others to stop toasting her. Having spent over 400 million yuan tonight, he'd actually lost to Zhou Yang. He was genuinely astonished by Zhou Yang's prowess. Assessing the situation, he chose to concede defeat to avoid throwing good money after bad. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, who had been grinning at the sight of his balance skyrocketing by 10 million, suddenly began to look utterly dismayed. He hadn't made enough yet. He'd just found such an easy way to make money and planned to fleece a few more sheep. But Flaunting had just conceded defeat. Wasn't this cutting off Duan Yu's path to riches? So Duan Yu's small eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to Flaunting, trying to persuade him. Young Master Fong, how could you concede? You can't give up. What if you drink another 100 cups and Zhou Yang ends up losing? Flaunting shot a sidelong glance at Duan Yu, who was grinning wickedly. And cursed inwardly. Did this idiot really think he, Flaunting, was drunk? Trying to get him to blow his gold coins? He clearly couldn't outdrink Zhou Yang. He wasn't about to make such a foolish mistake spending money and getting ripped off. So even though he still had about a bottle left, he couldn't drink anymore. Flaunting shook his head decisively. I'm done drinking. I recognize young Master Zhou Yang as my big brother. I, Flaunting, am a man of my word. I never go back on my promises. And you know what? Flaunting really was a man of his word. He slid his chair back and bowed respectfully to Zhou Yang. Big brother, I'm convinced. From now on, I'll call you big brother just like Luo Yun does. And Yunzi, I owe you an apology. I, Flaunting, didn't know my place and provoked brother Zhou Yang. It was my fault. With Flaunting taking the initiative to admit his mistake, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Huang Hao and Wu Bin, having witnessed Zhou Yang's formidable strength, naturally had nothing more to say. They both began addressing Zhou Yang as brother. After some casual conversation, Zhou Yang learned that these individuals all came from formidable backgrounds. Flaunting's family ran Fang's Road and Bridge Group, a leading infrastructure company in Shanghai responsible for constructing many major road sections. Huang Hao's family run Huang Group specialized in pharmaceuticals, producing a certain product popular among men. As for Wu Bin, his family ran a new energy vehicle company with considerable clout. Expanding his circle among these wealthy second-generation individuals could actually benefit Zhou Yang's future development, so he engaged in pleasant conversation with them. He even introduced Duan Yu to the group. When they learned Duan Yu was the newly appointed CEO of Bali Jewelry Group, envious looks spread across their faces. Though Duan Yu was technically just an employee, he held real power. Unlike them, who were just coasting through life, not even having stepped foot into their family businesses. Luo Yun glanced at the time and saw it was nearly the appointed hour. He immediately began making arrangements. Guys, the food hasn't even arrived yet, and you've already drained the wine. Stop just chatting. Now it's time for the main course. Luo Yun's mention of dishes carried a double meaning. Everyone knew Luo Yun had arranged the main event for tonight, a popular female star. A full 20 of them had been booked, each commanding an appearance fee of 1 million yuan. What they didn't know was that the stars had heard rumors about the million yuan per glass drinks in their room and had been itching to break out. These rich kids were truly outrageously extravagant. Sister Bing Bing gazed enviously at the wealthy second-generation kids inside the luxurious private room and sighed. I wonder when I'll ever become part of such an elite circle. If I can't become one myself, marrying into such a wealthy family would be fine too. Yang Xiaozi stood nearby, pouting and nervously twisting the hem of her dress. I heard these rich kids have some seriously twisted ways of having fun. They won't try to grope us while we're drinking, will they? Lang Ba crossed her long legs and idly tossed her hair behind her collarbone. If they try anything, just warn them off. After all, they're people of standing. If they see you're unwilling, they won't force you. At most, they'll just ask for someone else. I won't let them touch me anyway. I'd rather not make this money than let them grope me around. The others couldn't help but snort derisively at the three girls' idle chatter. Pretending to be pure in a place like this? A meal costs 1 million. What's wrong with letting them hold hands? If some rich kid's willing to shell out the cash, you could rake in millions more in a single night. It's all consensual, no one can say anything. After all, these popular actresses like Amen have huge daily expenses buying luxury bags and clothes, regular beauty treatments and body maintenance. A casual day easily costs tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Without some extra income, relying solely on acting fees, it's simply not enough to cover their expenses. No wonder they never find decent sugar daddies. With that kind of attitude, it's no surprise no one wants to pay for dinner. Hee, let me tell you, last month I went to a networking event and met Mr. Wang, the building materials tycoon. He handed me 3 million yuan in one go. 3 million? That's nothing to brag about. I made 20 million last month and still think it's too little. Just as they were whispering among themselves, Luo Yun sent them a message. Instantly, they were all ushered into the luxurious private room, lining up in a row in the open space before the dining table. The moment Duan Yu saw them emerge, he grew visibly excited, tugging hard on Zhou Yang's sleeve. Holy crap, Zhou Yang, look! It's Sister Bingbing. She's definitely the Bingbing I like. Even though I've done a lot behind her back that wasn't right, seeing her in person still feels the same. Zhou Yang rolled his eyes. If you like her, just pick her. No one's fighting you for her. But Zhou Yang's eyes drifted to the girl beside Sister Bingbing, the breathtakingly beautiful Langba. Langba was the kind of girl with an exotic charm. Her jet black hair cascaded down, her large eyes bright and alluring, naturally captivating. Her gown, adorned with gold and diamond accessories, accentuated her figure to perfection. Pure white Parisian stockings elongated her legs, making every step a sight to behold. Yet her black ankle-length combat boots added a touch of playful charm. A goddess-level beauty, Langba. Zhou Yang never imagined he'd run into Langba today. Of course, among this group of popular actresses, none were lacking in beauty. Their average looks easily surpassed 9.7 points. So even though Langba was stunning, she didn't quite outshine the rest. In truth, Zhou Yang wasn't the only one watching Langba. Others were staring too, their eyes filled with unmasked desire and greed. Langba found this deeply repulsive, yet she maintained a sweet smile for appearance's sake. She was short on cash lately, having to pay a staggering 1 billion yuan in compensation after her company contract was terminated. Thus, she had no choice but to accept this kind of social engagement. Yet she remained highly selective, refusing to engage casually with anyone. So when she saw the burning gazes of these rich second-generation heirs, she instinctively felt a bit of hesitation. But as she scanned the faces of the wealthy second-generation crowd, a man as graceful as jade, handsome like a magazine cover model, possessing the striking features of a top-tier heartthrob, made her gasp in astonishment. So handsome. He's my ideal type. And his eyes are so clear. I really want to sit next to him. Honestly, if it were him, I wouldn't mind if he pulled my hand down. 135 Big brother, are you choosing your brother or the woman? A flicker of astonishment danced in Langba's beautiful eyes. She wasn't unfamiliar with handsome men. After all, the entertainment industry was overflowing with them. But she'd never seen one so confidently handsome. From her past experiences, most men would carry a certain suggestive look upon first meeting her, even staring at her key areas with lecherous thoughts. But Zhou Yang was different. Zhou Yang merely gave her a glance, purely one of appreciation. What she didn't know was that Zhou Yang had been immersed in the beauty scene for so long that he'd developed a bit of face blindness. After all, he'd even managed to win over Mu Lingjuan, a goddess who scored nearly 9.9 out of 10. Now, no one else stirred such feelings in him. Men who frequently interact with beautiful women all understand this. Those who freeze up around beauties, unsure how to approach them, simply lack experience with them. Once you take him out to soak his feet a few times and he realizes beautiful women aren't exactly rare commodities, his confidence will skyrocket. As for Zhou Yang, after interacting with Mu Lingjuan, his desire for women had significantly diminished. It wasn't that he had no desire, but rather that he could perfectly control his own desires. Otherwise, when he encountered Xiao Kor this morning, he probably would have had other thoughts. But he didn't. This is what it feels like to step outside the world and observe it from a higher perspective. So when faced with the goddess Langba, he merely offered her an admiring gaze, devoid of excessive desire. Yet it was precisely this confident demeanor that made Langba unable to tear her gaze away from Zhou Yang. Just then, Luo Yun approached Zhou Yang and gave him a knowing wink. Bro, take a look. Any leading ladies catch your eye? I know your standards are high, but since you didn't bring a date tonight, just pick one. Zhou Yang nodded, looked at Langba, and beckoned her over. I like slim ones. Langba, come over here. When she heard Zhou Yang had indeed chosen her, a flicker of secret delight danced in Langba's eyes. It felt like Cinderella being rescued by her prince. Her 1.2-meter long legs, clad in marten boots, were strikingly eye-catching. To everyone's surprise, Langba, who always kept her distance from others, now pressed her long legs clad in white stockings right up against Zhou Yang's, sitting close beside him on the chair. The scene left everyone speechless. Wait, isn't this supposed to be the legendary Ice Queen? Duan Yu, seeing Zhou Yang had made his choice, immediately turned to Bingbing's sister with eager anticipation. I choose Bingbing's sister. She's my absolute favorite, especially her starring role in Peaceful Fruit. I've studied it countless times. Having her feelings declared so publicly, Sister Bingbing flushed slightly. Having such an embarrassing moment brought up publicly was a bit awkward. But she handled it gracefully, flashing Duan Yu a radiant smile. That truly is an honor. It seems our exchange tonight will go quite smoothly. With Zhou Yang and Duan Yu having chosen their leading ladies, the others followed suit. Before long, every seat in the room was occupied by a stunningly beautiful young woman. As actors, they were no strangers to social engagements, so their drinking tolerance was quite impressive. Just then, Sister Bingbing suddenly turned her beautiful eyes toward Zhou Yang. She and Lang Ba were on good terms and knew he was in urgent need of money lately. So she said, half jokingly yet half seriously, "Young Master Zhou, Lang Ba is the most stunning beauty among us sisters. You're in for a treat tonight." Seeing Sister Bingbing make the first move, Zhou Yang merely gave a subtle nod. He showed no special reaction simply because she was a popular movie star. But Sister Bingbing clearly had ulterior motives. She continued with a smile. "Young Master Zhou, I heard you were drinking inside earlier $1,000,000 per glass. Is that true? If it is, how about letting us, Lang Ba, toast you a few more times?" Sister Bingbing clearly didn't want Lang Ba to pass up this chance to fleece a big shot, hoping he'd rake in more tonight. Even if they couldn't repay the company's penalty fees in full, paying back a portion would be better than nothing. Lang Ba shot Sister Bingbing a grateful glance, recognizing her concern. But knowing Zhou Yang was already quite drunk, she didn't want to push him further. She bit her lip and shot Sister Bingbing a meaningful glance. "Sis Bingbing, young Master Zhou has already had quite a bit. Let him rest for a while." Zhou Yang shot Lang Ba a surprised look. $1,000,000 a glass temptation, and Lang Ba actually refused outright? This proved Lang Ba was a woman of strong principles. But the intense desire in the eyes of the others was telling. Many of the young actresses who had come along felt regret that Lang Ba had spoken up like that. After all, sitting alongside a super-rich second-generation heir was a rare opportunity. Lang Ba was completely wasting resources. But since Lang Ba herself wasn't willing to lower herself, they couldn't be bothered to intervene. Zhou Yang watched Lang Ba sitting in her chair, constantly fiddling with her own manicure, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you going to eat anything?" Lang Ba's lips curved upward at Zhou Yang's question, revealing two faint dimples. "I'm dieting lately, so I skipped dinner." Zhou Yang chuckled. "So celebrities diet too? I thought your amazing figures were all natural." Lang Ba giggled and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. "Not at all. It's so hard for me to lose weight. There are so many things I want to eat but can't dare to. It's miserable." The conversation flowed freely once they started talking about food, and Lang Ba gradually became more talkative. She offered Zhou Yang several rounds of drinks, but he repeatedly told her to take it easy and not drink too much. When soup dripped from the corner of Zhou Yang's mouth while eating, Lang Ba even thoughtfully wiped it away with a wet wipe. This hint of subtle flirtation felt incredibly enjoyable to Zhou Yang. Compared to the others, Zhou Yang was acting like a true gentleman. Meanwhile, Duan Yu was playing hide-and-seek with Bingbing. "Sis Bingbing, guess where I'm hiding my hand?" "You're so mean." "I won't guess." "Guess or drink." "I'm not as rich as young Master Zhou, but I can still afford 100,000 per glass." "Oh? Well then, I won't hold back with you, Mr. Duan. No need to be polite, but I won't be polite either. He. Later on, Duan Yu and Sister Bingbing were practically glued together, often secretly swapping drinks from each other's mouths. The others weren't faring much better. Just then, Huang Tao suddenly lifted the bottle and smashed it on the floor. "Damn it, you! Think you're all that? You won't let me touch this, you won't let me touch that. Did I call you over just to rub salt in my wounds? Get out! Get the hell out now! Replace her." Sitting beside Huang Tao was Yang Xiaozi, who usually came across as a naive innocent. Like Lang Ba, she too had been screwed over by the company. Now they faced astronomical termination fees. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced into this social obligation. But her worst fear had finally come true. Because she refused Huang Tao's inappropriate advances, he slapped her across the face and then berated her, pointing his finger right at her nose. Wounded and humiliated, Yang Xiaozi felt tears welling up in her eyes. She never imagined her first such gathering would end in such a scene. She swore she'd never attend another one, no matter what. But if the wealthy young men kicked her out on the spot, it would be not only humiliating but also mean she wouldn't get paid, essentially working for nothing. Sister Bingbing, one of the organizers, immediately stood up to rescue Yang Xiaozi. "Young Master Fong, Xiaozi is new to these events and doesn't quite understand the etiquette. Please don't take it out on her. I'll have Tian Ai come over to keep you company right away. Come on, Xiaozi, come to your sister. I'll take you to the restroom to freshen up and touch up your makeup." Lang Ba watched her best friend Yang Xiaozi suffer such humiliation and instantly flared up. She sprang to her feet, glaring fiercely at Huang Tao. "Mr. Fong, Xiaozi already told you she dislikes being hugged and held by others. Why must you force her? She's a human being too. Treating her this way is a complete trampling of her dignity. I demand you apologize to Xiaozi." Just as Bingbing was about to smooth things over, Lang Ba's outburst reignited Huang Tao's powder keg of anger. Huang Tao glared at Lang Ba coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. "You actors talking to me about dignity? Ha! You really think you're some kind of character? If you weren't sitting next to the boss, you think I wouldn't hit you too?" Yang Xiaozi knew Lang Ba was standing up for her, but fearing the situation would escalate, she shook her head vigorously at him. "Sis Lang Ba, this is all my fault. Please don't get involved for me. Let's not ruin everyone's mood today.
Seeing Yang Shiji swallow her humiliation like this only made Lengba feel even more heartbroken for her. Within the production crew, they were the closest of friends. Now both had been fired, truly suffering the same fate. How could she stand by and watch her sister suffer such injustice? So she remained utterly unyielding. No way. Today, I'm making Feng Shao apologize to you. Longwei is a society governed by law. We can't let them run rampant like this.
Feng Tong was clearly enraged by Lengba's actions, but out of respect for Zhou Yang, he couldn't resort to violence outright.
He turned to Zhou Yang. Big brother, what should we do about this? You picked this woman, yet you want your little brother to apologize? As the big brother, you gotta say something, right? You can't let us guys suffer humiliation because of you. Feng Tong was deliberately putting Zhou Yang in a difficult position. Otherwise, calling you big brother would be meaningless.
Zhou Yang glanced at everyone staring at him and smiled faintly. Feng Tong, since you called me big brother, I can't let that go unanswered.
Let me share a hot tip for making big money. Chuan Zhangmo just released the Dongwang coin. It'll skyrocket at least 500 times in 3 days. Trust me on this, throw a few $100 million into it for fun. You'll be back thanking me in 3 days. But you did something wrong here. I need you to give Yang Xiaozi a sincere apology. As Zhou Yang finished speaking, everyone thought Zhou Yang was joking. Only Langba looked up in shock. 136 Langba offers a kiss, Zhou Yang terminates her contract. 500 times in 3 days? That's just a pipe dream. Virtual cryptocurrencies, the faster they rise, the quicker they crash. Only relatively traditional and resilient cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin hold long-term value. Those trash coins will turn worthless in a matter of days. This insider tip wasn't just something Feng Tong couldn't be bothered to believe. Even Luo Yun and the others weren't buying it. But Feng Tong understood Zhou Yang's meaning. Namely, Zhou Yang intended to compensate him with an opportunity to earn money, allowing him to apologize to Yang Xiaozi. This approach wasn't entirely unworkable. But it all depended on how much Zhou Yang could actually help him earn. Bro, I can accept your proposal. But don't recommend any insider tips on virtual currencies to me. Recommend me a reliable money-making opportunity. Once I make some cash, I won't forget you, right? Seeing Feng Tong's skepticism, Zhou Yang could only offer a faint smile. Sure enough, even with a money-making opportunity right before their eyes, some still thought it was a scam. So Zhou Yang could only give Feng Tong a legitimate insider tip. This inside information was his own. In that case, I'll share a legitimate one. As everyone knows, I hold full ownership of the Boli Jewelry Group. Upon hearing Zhou Yang's words, everyone instantly realized that whatever information he was about to share would undoubtedly be explosive. Their attention immediately perked up, eager to see what lucrative opportunity young Master Zhou could offer. Recently, Boli Group underwent bankruptcy restructuring. Its stock price has fallen below the initial offering price and now trades for less than 10 yuan per share. Let me drop 2 pieces of insider information right here. First, I hold the physical gold required to fulfill Boli Group's 100 billion yuan worth of short delivery orders on the international market, 100 tons of gold. Second, I wholly own a large gold mine in West Africa with reserves of 200 tons, which is about to be delivered to Boli Jewelry Group. Gentlemen, if I were to release these 2 pieces of news in the coming days, how high do you think Boli Group's stock price would soar? However, I hope everyone in this room today keeps this information confidential. It's for the best for all of us. Zhou Yang's words instantly lit up everyone's eyes. These 2 pieces of insider information were enough to push Boli Group's stock price to 40, even 50 yuan per share. Under favorable conditions, breaking through 60 yuan per share wasn't impossible. This was truly a matter of dividing up the pie. Zhou Yang sharing this insider information with them, urging them to buy low in Boli Jewelry Group, was practically handing them money. Investing a few $100 million now could yield tens or even hundreds of billions in profits within half a month. Feng Tong and the others could feel Zhou Yang's sincerity. Brother, calling you brother is no empty gesture. You're willing to share the spoils with us, and we're all happy to be your brothers. Alright, I'll put up 1 billion yuan to play around and scoop up 100 million shares at the bottom. Feng Tong was a fascinating character. Though he appeared arrogant and had a temper to match, he was a man of his word. After bottom fishing the shares on Shunzi Software, he immediately offered a sincere apology to Yang Xiaozi. Miss Yang, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. As compensation, I'll add an extra million yuan to your service fee tonight. I hope you won't refuse. Feng Tong's spirit of accepting defeat gracefully also impressed Zhou Yang. As Feng Tong bought the bottom shares, everyone present couldn't resist opening their software and began bottom fishing for Boli Jewelry Group. There was no way around it. This news was simply too tempting. With skillful execution, one could earn at least 5 times the profit. The more invested, the greater the gains. In their eyes, this was pure, unadulterated profit. After rescuing Yang Xiaozi, Zhou Yang beckoned her over to his side. Sit over here with me. Let young Master Feng mingle with the others. Yang Xiaozi looked at Zhou Yang gratefully, her coy gaze lingering on him.
She secretly covered her cheeks and whispered in Lung Ba's ear. "Cold Ba, Mr. Zhou is so handsome. He's so charming and gentlemanly. My heart's pounding like crazy, I'm so nervous." Lung Ba's face flushed slightly as she whispered back. "My heart's been racing for ages. Mr. Zhou is absolutely my ideal type. Being near him feels like facing my idol, I even stutter when I talk." The two whispered to each other, both feeling fortunate to have encountered Zhou Yang today. After Zhou Yang sat back down, Lung Ba couldn't resist leaning closer to him and asked shyly. "Mr. Zhou, is that insider info you mentioned about the Dongwang coin real?" Lung Ba's situation differed from others. She currently held less than 3 million yuan. Even if she invested in bully jewelry and made 10 or 20 million within half a month, it would still be a drop in the bucket compared to the 1 billion yuan penalty. Therefore, if Zhou Yang's claim held true, she was willing to take the gamble. If it could truly multiply 500-fold in 3 days, her 3 million would become 1.5 billion. Then, not only could she repay the astronomical 1 billion yuan penalty, she'd even have surplus funds. Facing Lung Ba's questioning, Zhou Yang offered only a faint smile. In truth, Zhou Yang herself had purchased 700 million long coins worth of Dongwang coin, equivalent to 100 million Dao coins. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy more, it was because personal accounts had stricter transaction limits compared to institutional accounts. Still, 700 million was nothing to sneeze at. If it truly skyrocketed 500-fold, that would be 350 billion, effectively doubling his current wealth. He locked eyes with Lung Ba and asked curiously. "So, are you willing to trust me?" "Yes." Lung Ba nodded. "But I don't know where to buy it. Young Master Zhou, could you help me?" Seeing that Lung Ba was genuinely interested in purchasing it, Zhou Yang downloaded a legitimate international trading platform onto her phone. He also reminded her to pay taxes in full and avoid tax evasion, warning that the consequences would be severe otherwise. Lung Ba humbly took note of Zhou Yang's advice and invested her entire 3 million yuan into the venture. Instantly, Lung Ba felt a weight lift from her shoulders. The weight pressing on her heart was finally gone. Relieved, she suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhou Yang's neck and planted a kiss on his lips. "Young Master Zhou, I don't even know how to thank you. You've really saved me." The soft, warm sensation sent a tingle through Zhou Yang's heart. A goddess like Lung Ba, radiating an aura of perfection, was the stuff of every man's fantasy. Now that Lung Ba had initiated the kiss, certain thoughts in Zhou Yang's mind rapidly amplified. Without thinking, he took hold of Lung Ba's small hand. Sure enough, Lung Ba didn't refuse. In fact, out of sight, she gently draped her long leg over Zhou Yang's knee. The two engaged in these private gestures while chatting. Upon learning that both Lung Ba and Yang Xiaozi faced termination from their companies and would incur massive penalty fees, Zhou Yang finally understood why these two goddesses of the pure-hearted actresses had started accepting social engagements. Still, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask curiously. "But if you both terminate your contracts, how will you continue acting?" "As far as I know, your contracts include non-compete clauses. After termination, you can't take roles in major film or TV productions for 3 years. How will you make a living?" Lung Ba shrugged helplessly. "We'll just take it one step at a time. It's better than being exploited by this unscrupulous company for 10 years. Don't be fooled by how glamorous we look on screen. Our pay is pitifully low. We spend every penny we earn, while the profits go to the company. All the hardship falls on us." Yang Xiaoji clenched her little fists in indignation. "Exactly. They spend a fortune on costumes and props, but we're practically living off instant noodles. Those evil capitalists, humph. If the film industry doesn't want us, we can go live streaming or shoot short dramas. Whatever we do will be better than being exploited like this." Yang Xiaoji had an innocent, childlike charm, even her anger looked adorable. But neither of them expected Zhou Yang to speak up. "If you two want to make short dramas, I happen to have the entire production chain. From original scripts to production teams and distribution platforms, I've got it all covered. If you're willing to join my team, I can cover your breach of contract fees or even get your current employers to waive your non-compete agreements outright. As for compensation, we can structure it as a percentage of the short drama's revenue. The specifics would need to be worked out between you and the production team." Hearing Zhou Yang's offer, both were utterly stunned. Their combined penalty fees totaled a staggering 2 billion yuan. Zhou Yang was not only willing to cover it for them but also offered full channel support. Instantly, both women were utterly captivated by Zhou Yang. Their gazes toward Zhou Yang grew dreamy. After the banquet concluded, Lung Ba took Zhou Yang's hand and said she needed to discuss some work matters with him. She followed Zhou Yang to the Qiwu Yun Palace mansion. Yang Xiaozi followed along, clueless. In the end, both of them got what they wanted and reaped the sweet rewards. Having tasted the sweetness, they diligently studied with Zhou Yang until late into the night, rising only when the sun was high in the sky. By then, maids and security personnel had already begun cleaning the mansion. It didn't feel deserted at all. By midday, Zhou Yang was awakened by a blinding flash of lightning. After showing off his culinary skills to the two goddesses, Zhou Yang took them on a tour of the global center. They proceeded to sweep through every luxury boutique in the mall. But since they were already here, they had to leave a good impression before departing. Zhou Yang made a detour to Shanghai Gentleman's Shanghai Tang, ordering several cheongsams for Long Ba and Yang Xiaozi. The proprietress, upon seeing Zhou Yang, greeted him warmly and mentioned new arrivals. She coaxed him into the fitting room to try on clothes, and he took quite a while to emerge. Whether it was the commotion from changing clothes or the excessive time taken. When Zhou Yang and the owner finally emerged, designer Chuan was staring at him with an oddly disdainful look. Zhou Yang couldn't figure out why Chuan always gave him that look. But since they had no real connection anyway, he let it go. But it must be said, the Tang-style outfit designed by Chuan was truly stunning. Once Zhou Yang slipped it on, his already handsome features seemed to radiate an added air of distinction. It should have been a perfectly pleasant day. But the pleasant rhythm was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. It was Ding Xinyu from Strawberry Short Stories. Young Master Zhou, the 10 billion you invested in the company last time has already been burned through. But Strawberry Short Stories is burning through cash like crazy, snatching our market share and blocking our every move. Would you consider injecting more investment? Zhou Yang glanced at Long Ba and Yang Xiaozi, who were picking out clothes. A new business plan began to take shape in his mind. Investment is possible, but I want full ownership of Red Apple short videos. If you agree, I can launch an unlimited budget cash-burning war against the Red Apple platform. 137 doubled value. Ding Xinyu's voice trembled noticeably on the other end of the line. Young Master Zhou, aren't you taking advantage of the situation and pushing us too hard? Red Apple Short Stories is my father's life's work. We'll repay you for your help this time. I see a bright future for Red Apple. Investing now would be more cost-effective for you than acquiring us, young Master Zhou. But Zhou Yang merely smiled faintly. His tone over the phone was equally blunt. Ding, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. If I don't inject more capital this time, do you think Strawberry Short Stories will completely take over Red Apple's pitiful market share? I hate spending money on something I can't fully control. It makes me feel awful. Zhou Yang wasn't taking advantage of the situation. He had carefully considered his decision. Partnering with Ding Xinyu and his father was certainly advantageous. But it was nowhere near as appealing as holding Red Apple entirely under his own control. After all, he'd already brought Lang Ba and Yang Xiaozi into his fold, plus he had a production team like Ji Shiyun. If the platform was entirely his, he could then effectively manage the copyright revenues. He could even take Red Apple public and amass enormous wealth through the stock market. But with over half the shares still held by the Ding Xinyu family, this remained an uncertain factor for Zhou Yang. Therefore, he must eliminate this unstable variable. I want 100% ownership of Red Apple short dramas. I can convert your shares into cash, you won't lose out. Your positions, salaries, and profit sharing will remain unchanged as long as you continue working as before. If you wish to resign, I will find replacements for your roles. If you agree, I'll continue investing. If not, that's fine too, I'll build my own short-form video platform. Zhou Yang's proposal remained highly tempting. Converting shares to cash meant billions in income, while retaining their current positions and profit sharing, essentially keeping control of Red Apple. The only thing they would lose was the equity gains after the company went public. But even if the company went public, would it really generate billions? Therefore, Ding Xinyu found Zhou Yang's proposal incredibly tempting. After hanging up, he seemed to confer with his father for a moment before replying with some difficulty. Young Master Zhou, we can agree to your acquisition, but we need the contract to explicitly guarantee our basic income rights as founding shareholders. No problem. Zhou Yang was very straightforward. Not only did he agree readily, but he also transferred the funds promptly. Long Ba and Yang Xiaozi, who were accompanying Zhou Yang, both gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. Zhou Yang was simply too extravagant. In the span of a single phone call, he'd just spent tens of billions. What they didn't know was that while Zhou Yang spent lavishly, he earned even more. Earlier, during the acquisition discussions with Ding Xinyu and his father, he had merely tapped into his wish list and the hundreds of billions had materialized. Meanwhile, his personal stash, a cold, hard sum of over 200 billion sitting untouched in his personal vault, remained completely untouched. Though Lang Ba was strong-willed, what woman could resist such a financial onslaught? Zhou Yang glanced at the stunned Lang Ba and Yang Xiaozi. He asked with a smile. Lang Ba, what if you and Xiaozi became the chief marketing officers and brand ambassadors for Red Apple short dramas? How would you feel about endorsing their short drama platform? She couldn't help but lean against Zhou Yang, her voice tinged with surprise as she asked. Young Master Zhou, you didn't receive the Red Apple short drama offer just to make me and Xiaozi famous, did you? Zhou Yang nodded. You could say that. After all, it's easier to use resources you own. Hearing Zhou Yang's response, Lang Ba felt utterly blissful. Whether a man loves you isn't measured by how much money he spends on you, but his willingness to spend money for you speaks volumes. Yesterday she was a debt-ridden hostess forced into entertaining to make ends meet. Today she'd become the chief marketing officer and brand ambassador of a short-form drama platform worth billions. This roller coaster of emotions felt utterly unbelievable. For the first time, Lang Ba and Yang Xiaozi realized just how extravagant the world of the wealthy could be. They decided to settle right into Zhou Yang's Chiwuyun Palace, selecting a standalone villa to begin furnishing their new home. Despite his busy schedule, Zhou Yang still found time to visit the bank and donate some sperm to Ning Jixia. He also popped by Mei Fanglin's small rental apartment for a while. Mei Fanglin's best friend even secretly added Zhou Yang on WeChat. Another hectic day. After acquiring the Red Apple short-form drama platform, Zhou Yang's business empire took another significant stride forward. Upon learning of Zhou Yang's move, rushed straight from the filming base in Haicheng to Shanghai to catch up with Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I've told you before I'm not interested in men. Do you think all this is just to get my attention? Let me make this clear, I only care about Xiao Ran. Stop harboring these delusions about me. But your acquisition of Red Apple short dramas has indeed been a huge help to my production team. Thanks to that, I can ignore Strawberry Short Films' exclusive contract and unreasonable demands and create freely. Zhou Yang stared at Ji Shiyun, who was firing off words like a machine gun, feeling utterly bewildered. He hadn't really had any strong feelings about Ji Shiyun to begin with. Why was she suddenly running over to unleash this tirade on him? To draw a line? It didn't seem like it. After all, she was still quite pleased with Zhou Yang's acquisition of the Red Apple short-form drama platform. So was she just here for a verbal spar? Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. Zhou Yang shook his head. Taking advantage of Ji Shiyun's visit, he called over Lang Ba and Xiao Zi as well, organizing a meeting for everyone. Ji Shiyun was, after all, both a screenwriter and director. Lang Ba and Xiao Zi wanted to make a name for themselves in the short drama industry, and the two could certainly collaborate. But unexpectedly, the moment Ji Shiyun saw Lang Ba, she immediately shot a hostile glare at him as he leaned against Zhou Yang's shoulder. Lang Ba, I've always heard you're a very aloof actor, extremely particular about your personal image, and never involved in any scandals. But your behavior today has truly shocked me. I can't help but wonder how you secured your acting opportunities in the past. Could it be that, just like this time, you only rose to prominence because of men? And you, Xiaozi, I never imagined someone who always plays the innocent, naive girl would be like this too. You've truly disappointed me. Zhou Yang, could you please stop playing these dirty games everywhere? It makes me feel utterly disgusted. Ji Shiyun spoke with righteous indignation, as if Zhou Yang and the others had committed some heinous crime. This only made Zhou Yang feel even more puzzled. What was this all about? He'd merely invited Lang Ba and the others to discuss a collaboration. Why on earth was Ji Shiyun jealous? It made no sense whatsoever. But Lang Ba was smiling and whispering in Zhou Yang's ear. Young Master Zhou, it's clear Miss Ji cares deeply about you. Looks like this is just more proof of your wandering eye. What nonsense! Zhou Yang naturally denied it. In his mind, he and Ji Shiyun had nothing going on. What Zhou Yang didn't know was that after getting him drunk at the villa that day, Ji Shiyun had secretly taken advantage of him. Ji Shiyun would never admit to this herself. But if she didn't say it, how could Zhou Yang possibly know? And when Ji Shiyun saw Zhou Yang keeping Lang Ba and Xiao Zi close by these past few days, it reignited her competitive spirit. She resolved to employ the same tactic again today and knock Zhou Yang out once more. After all, with her legendary ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, she could look down on anyone. So, with her relentless urging, everyone ended up dead drunk. Ji Shiyun hauled everyone onto the bed and unleashed her claws. Wow, Lang Ba's got some serious curves. Yeah, Xiaozi's not bad either. Zhou Yang's the worst. The next day, when Zhou Yang woke up, he found Ji Shiyun had vanished again. However, Ji Shiyun had already reached an agreement with Lang Ba and the others to tailor a short drama specifically for Lang Ba and Xiao Zi, ensuring the two would remain top trending queens. After 2 days of rest, Zhou Yang, he discovered that the International Financial Shark Sandbox Group had once again sent some special insider information. Evil Lighthouse Revival Plan, global tariff trade barriers to be raised, causing raw material costs for commodities to skyrocket. Projected peak increase of 30% within the next 6 months. Global e-commerce leader Duopin is preparing for a US IPO, with a projected market cap exceeding $1 trillion and a potential 300x surge within the next week. Ha! Duopin hang? Zhou Yang instantly spotted another business opportunity. A 300x surge? That's practically money lying on the ground. Sure enough, insider information makes money roll in fast. But those who can play games on this scale? They're never simple folk. These financial titans are world-class conglomerates, pick anyone at random, and they're worth more than a nation. Some even own dozens of banks under their names, their wealth beyond imagination. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang went all in on the Duopin platform with his entire capital, waiting to rake in massive profits in just 2 weeks. And now, the time had come. Zhou Yang and his steward, Ma Huayun, rushed back to Jincheng. This time, he intended to reclaim his position as president of the Dragon Ascension Society. Over the past 3 days, the surge in Duang coin had surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet many remained oblivious to the Dangwang coin as they disdained the cryptocurrency sphere, dismissing it as nothing but a financial bubble. When Zhou Yang reappeared at the Dragon Ascension Society, expecting these so-called elders and senior members to greet him with respectful gazes, only to discover he had truly overestimated the situation. Instead, he was met with a sea of schadenfreude-filled faces. This left Zhou Yang with an unshakable sense of disbelief. No way? Could it be that Qi Feng's chosen AI industry had surged even more than Duong Coin? 138 The Grand Finale. Zhou Yang couldn't resist opening his stock trading app and studied it carefully. Finally, he confirmed that the AI industry's growth rate was no more than 30%. With 10 billion in capital and 10x leverage, it had only reached 40 billion. Such a meager profit Qi Feng probably wouldn't even bother with it. But the moment Qi Feng saw Zhou Yang walk in, he immediately began to confront Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, I never imagined you'd have the nerve to show up at the Dragon Ascension Association's venue. Who gave you the nerve? Was it Liang Jingru? Do you know my 10 billion has already turned a threefold profit? A full 30 billion. Such massive gains in just 3 days. I'm nothing short of a genius in the investment world. What do you have to compare with me? That trash coin you picked? You're probably losing so much you'd be left with nothing but bitter tea seeds. Ha 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 ha. Qi Feng, convinced of his victory, didn't even bother pretending anymore. The senior members and veterans around him all shot Zhou Yang scornful glances. In their eyes, Zhou Yang was doomed to fail. After all, who in their right mind would dabble in cryptocurrency? That stuff is so risky it's common for projects to disappear the very day they launch. They couldn't even be bothered to glance at the coins Zhou Yang had bought. From the moment Zhou Yang made his purchase, they had already written him off as a loser. Young Master Qi has truly created a miracle in the investment world. Serving as president of the Longting Club's Jiangnan chapter is more than he deserves. You can say that again. When I was his age, I didn't have the guts or capability to hedge risks by investing in over 100 AI stocks. This time, he's made a killing. I'll state my position clearly. I fully support young Master Qi as the president of the Jiangnan branch of the Dragon Ascension Association. His victory is already a done deal. Zhou Yang smiled faintly at the senior members and elders, unable to suppress a chuckle. So it seems you all believe I've lost. This data is readily available anytime. Why don't you all take a look yourselves? Is it really that hard to glance at it? Wouldn't one look tell you who's winning and who's losing? Is it truly that difficult? With the time you've spent mocking me here, you could have checked it ages ago, couldn't you? I wonder if you'll all regret it bitterly once you see the results. After all, I, Zhou Yang, hold grudges. Everyone who insulted me just now, I remember every single one of you. Let me make this clear, I'll make your lives miserable. You decide how you want to handle this. Ha? Where did Zhou Yang get the nerve to talk to them like that? This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Fu Hongdiao, Zhu Sidong, Chen Tianming, and the other veterans were the first to sense something was off. Look at young Master Zhou's confident demeanor. Could it be he won? Impossible. That trashy thing, it's a death trap for anyone who touches it. Even if it made a profit when it first launched, it's been 3 days now. It's probably already lost all its gains. I think we shouldn't jump to conclusions. Seeing is believing. Speculating here isn't the best approach. Let's check the main board first. That way we'll have a clearer picture before deciding what to say next. After agreeing on this plan, the three opened the market data first to check. But the moment they looked, shock spread across all three faces. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Is this chart upside down? The Dongwang coin price is actually at its peak? It's appreciated nearly 500 times? 500 times? Good heavens, that initial investment of 10 billion has ballooned to 500 billion? What does that even mean? This might surpass even the top 10 classic cases in our Dragon Ascension Society's Investment Hall of Fame. Thank goodness the three of us didn't jump in to question young Master Zhou earlier. Otherwise, we might be getting our asses kicked right now. Exactly. By our own rules, young Master Zhou won this round and won decisively. He's the true investment genius. What should we do? Why not throw our full support behind young Master Zhou now and switch sides completely? Hold off. Let's see if young Master Qi strikes back. Today's definitely shaping up to be a fierce battle. They murmured among themselves for a long while, each sensing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, other senior members keenly noticed the shift in stance from the three greats and the former chairman. Instantly, everyone pulled out their phones, unable to resist checking the market data. But the numbers on the screen left every single one of them speechless. Holy, this is blinding me. I've been in investment finance my whole life and never made that much. This is amazing. I invested 100 million, does that mean I'll get 50 billion in profits today? This is insane. In just 3 days, we've earned the annual total profit of the world's top-ranked company? Even a novelist wouldn't dare write something like this. Honestly, the more I look at young Master Zhou, the more I like him. He's kinda handsome. Actually, I have a daughter at home who's as beautiful as a flower. If young Master Zhou doesn't mind, I could try to set them up. Do you think young Master Zhou is the type to be lacking in female companionship?
Stop dreaming. The women surrounding him could probably form an entire reinforced company. The senior elders were masters of shifting allegiances.
Upon discovering Zhou Yang had used Yuan coin to rake in 500 times his investment, they swiftly changed their tune, even adopting more respectful forms of address. Zhou Yang sat with his legs crossed, eyes narrowed as he observed it all. Well, everyone saw that, right? Is there anyone left who dares question my investment skills? According to the rules you set earlier, I won this investment contest. Doesn't that make me the Dragon Ascension Society's president now? Earlier, you questioned your president. According to Dragon Ascension Society rules, shouldn't you face punishment? And Chi, you've repeatedly insulted my authority. I'm expelling you from the Dragon Ascension Society. Any objections? Humph. Chi Feng's eyes instantly flashed with a dangerous glint. Expelled from the Dragon Ascension Society? How dare Zhou Yang even consider such a thing? Zhou Yang, who told you I'm the Dragon Ascension Society's current leader? Did I ever agree to that? Chi Feng slammed his fist on the table in fury and stood up abruptly, but Zhou Yang immediately pulled up the profit data from the trading platform and projected it onto the large screen. Facts speak louder than words. What more do you have to object to now? Ha! Only then did Chi Feng notice the heart-racing red curve on the projection screen. Holy crap! 500 times the profit. Chi Feng felt his worldview was about to be shattered. Could such an investment miracle even exist in this world? But Chi Feng still couldn't accept it. How could he possibly give up the position of chairman? Besides, the Qi family was the uncrowned king of Jiangnan province. They couldn't stand such humiliation, so he couldn't help but flip the table. Damn it! You think you can mess with me? Then nobody's playing anymore. Zhou Yang, let me tell you this, don't get too cocky. Crossing the Qi family in Jiangnan province won't end well for you. But Zhou Yang wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, he smiled at Qi Feng. Your backup is those two Dragon King assassins hiding in the courtyard, right? Sorry to disappoint you, but my men have already taken care of them. And let me tell you this, I knew you wouldn't take this lying down. That's why I had my steward warn your family patriarch, Qi Yuanjia, long ago. He's on his way here now, coming to take you home. What? How could Zhou Yang have stirred up his grandfather? In this world, only a handful of people could make his grandfather get off his seat and take action. Could Zhou Yang be a descendant of one of those few? If that were the case, Qi Feng had truly hit a brick wall today. As Qi Feng hesitated, Qi Yuanjia's figure appeared at the entrance of the Flaunting Association's conference hall. Instantly, the senior members were all startled. Good heavens, it really is old Master Qi Yuanjia. Young Master Zhou was telling the truth all along. His background is terrifyingly powerful. I feel like the Qi family is completely crushed this time. From now on in Jiangnan, young Master Zhou's word will be the most influential. Ugh, why didn't we know to curry favor with young Master Zhou earlier? We actually offended someone even the Qi family patriarch treats with utmost caution. Now look, young Master Zhou won't even give us the time of day. After searching the entrance for a moment, Qi Yuanjia spotted Zhou Yang sitting with his legs crossed. He immediately took 3 steps in 2 strides, approached Zhou Yang, and bowed deeply. Young Master Zhou, Qi Yuanjia has come specifically to apologize. My grandson is ignorant and has caused you trouble. I'll take him back immediately for a thorough scolding. Zhou Yang interlaced his fingers, nodding with a faint, ambiguous smile. Yes, he certainly needs a good scolding. Then old Master Qi had better lay into him properly. To everyone's surprise, Qi Yuanjia didn't argue back. Instead, he answered meekly, Certainly, certainly. This scene shattered everyone's worldview. The Qi family was the uncrowned king of Jiangnan province. How could they appear so pathetic in front of Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang was genuinely surprised. It seemed that any problem, once handed to Ma Huayun, would immediately be resolved by him pulling connections higher up than the other party. But with the matter resolved satisfactorily, he could finally settle into his role as chairman with peace of mind. After Qi Yuanjia led Qi Feng away, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask aloud, Does anyone still doubt my ability to serve as president? If any of you have doubts, I can step down immediately. I might even suggest headquarters dissolve the Jiangnan branch. It's up to you. Now that everyone knew Zhou Yang's influence, who dared to cross him? Thus, they all respectfully pleaded with Zhou Yang to stay. After resolving matters here, the Lunar New Year was fast approaching. Zhou Yang brought Master Ling Jun back to his hometown. The hometown was filled with festive cheer. After examining the gifts Zhou Yang had brought back, his mother began scolding him for spending money recklessly. His little sister, seeing that Zhou Yang had truly brought Master Ling Jun home, was so excited she nearly cried. Brother, I never thought everything you said was true. Zhou Yang shrugged. My mouth's been blessed, of course everything I say is true. Alright, time to eat dumplings. Oh, and one more thing, every reader who's seen this book will get a divine tycoon system. May all readers become the world's richest tycoons. Like I said earlier,
My words are blessed, they always come true. The end.